Upon being reborn into the realm of Greek mythology, she finds herself as the youngest daughter of Zeus and Hera, the goddess of youth, Hebe. What? She is deemed the most feeble and inconsequential deity of youth, the mere cupbearer of the gods. The spoils of the great hero Hercules? Hebe declares this to be impossible. She shall wield the wisdom of her heritage to forge her own splendor, trampling upon all who seek to humiliate her. Chapter 1. The Goddess on Mount Olympus. Mount Olympus, the abode of the divine. The radiant glory of the gods envelopes this majestic peak, ensuring it remains in a state of eternal perfection. Here, the trees stand lush and verdant, maintaining their everlasting greenery and stature. The golden, gentle sunlight filters through the leaves, shattered into radiant speckles of light. Lilies of the valley, daffodils, and hyacinths proudly raise their everlasting blooms, as a refreshing breeze carries the intoxicating fragrance of flowers throughout the woodland. Ha ha ha, come and catch me. The tinkling laughter echoes through the forest, belonging to a group of fairies with transparent wings fluttering behind them. They frolic and giggle, appearing carefree and joyous. These are the nymphs who serve the gods, granted the privilege of residing in this eternally divine mountain, basking in the protection of the deities in unparalleled honor for them. Anfrin, you must be careful. This is a tribute meant for the goddess Hebe. Today is your first day on duty, don't let it slip from your hands. Amongst the playful fairies, two nymphs gracefully pass by. One appears younger, holding a golden tray adorned with clusters of grapes that shimmer with a deep, jewel-like hue. Anfrin, balancing the grapes destined for the goddess, cannot help but glance around in awe. It is her first visit to Mount Olympus, and everything around her seems so wondrous and dreamlike. Upon hearing a mildly stern admonition from her companion, Anfrin quickly gathers her thoughts and sticks out her tongue. I understand, Sister Mealy. It's just that the scenery here is so breathtaking, unlike anything on Earth. Mealy gazes at Anfrin's youthful face, shaking her head without further comment. Every newly summoned nymph inevitably experiences this phase of marveling at the resplendent glory and yearning for the eternal immortality it represents. Let us hurry, lest the goddess grows impatient. I understand, Sister Mealy. The two nymphs flutter their crystalline wings, gliding gently through the air towards the temple nestled high upon the mountain, glowing softly. This is the temple dedicated to the goddess of youth, Hebe. The temple, arranged personally by Queen Hera, is the only one among Zeus' wives to possess half of his divine authority, holds considerable influence on Mount Olympus. As the daughter who embodies the weakest divine power, merely inheriting the trifling office of youth, Hebe is undoubtedly cherished by Hera, who is filled with maternal love. To prevent her daughter from being belittled by the other deities of Olympus, Hera spared no effort in utilizing her queenly authority to command the gods to procure various rare treasures for Hebe's temple. Precious white jade from the mountains, gold, pearls from the deep sea, rare gemstones from the earth, and extraordinary flowers and herbs imbued with divine essence were all gathered to adorn Hebe's sanctuary. From a distance, one can perceive the extravagant nature of the temple. Few structures on Olympus can rival its grandeur, evoking envy among the gods, who gaze upon the opulent temple with a mix of jealousy and admiration. How could a mere third-tier goddess possess such magnificence? Yet, out of respect for Eros' formidable presence, none dare to act recklessly. Who would provoke Eros' ire, risking the wrath of Zeus' lightning? For the gods, though immortal, are not beyond the reach of downfall. Wow, this is truly. Anfrin gazes up at the resplendent temple, her heart swelling with awe. After much contemplation, she finds herself at a loss for words to adequately describe its beauty. Don't dawdle, hurry inside. The goddess is waiting. Mealy, having served in the temple for some time, has grown accustomed to its overwhelming magnificence. Skillfully averting her gaze from the large deep-sea pearl at the entrance that might dazzle her eyes, she pulls the still-dazed Anfrin inside. The two nymphs, bearing the black gem-like grapes, arrive at the temple, only to discover that the goddess is not upon her throne. Mealy ponders and concludes that the goddess must have ventured to the temple's rear garden, leading Anfrin in that direction. Following Mealy, Anfrin enters the garden behind the temple, where she is greeted with breathtaking sights that she would forever cherish. In contrast to the opulent grandeur of the temple, the garden exudes an elegant and sacred beauty. Vibrant and exotic flowers shimmer with a gentle divine glow, swaying gracefully in the breeze, showcasing their most stunning forms, as if competing to outshine one another. Yet, despite the beauty of these flowers, none can rival the radiance of the goddess who stands before them. A youthful goddess adorned with a floral crown, her exquisite features inherited from her illustrious parents captivate all particularly her golden hair that shines like the lightning in her father's grasp, and her purple eyes, reminiscent of her mother, often referred to as cow eyes. The divine office of youth bestows upon her a slender and graceful figure, distinct from the more mature goddesses, radiating the unique vitality and energy of a maiden. Her skin, perpetually as pristine and delicate as milk, imbues her with an exuberance that is vibrant and full of the innocence characteristic of youth. Yet, within the enchanting purity of her appearance, her purple eyes inherited from her mother reveal an undeniable allure and nobility. These seemingly contradictory qualities harmoniously blend in this goddess, rendering her utterly mesmerizing. While she may not be the most beautiful goddess on Olympus, she is undoubtedly the most unique, leaving all who gaze upon her in awe. Good day, Hebe, goddess of youth. We bring you the tribute of grapes from Mount Olympus, as instructed by the goddess queen. Mealy presents the luscious grapes to Hebe, her lovely face displaying utmost respect. She subtly tugs at Anphrin, who has once again lost her focus, feeling a twinge of annoyance. This Anphrin, indeed, she is still too young and unreliable, even allowing her mind to wander in the presence of Hebe. It has been a while, Mealy, the youthful goddess replies with a smile, her lips forming adorable dimples, her purple eyes, reminiscent of Hera's, radiating a gentle warmth as she curiously observes Anphrin, the nymph who stands beside Mealy, holding the golden fruit tray and stealing glances at her. Your Highness Hebe, this is Anphrin, the recently summoned water nymph serving on Mount Olympus. Mealy, with keen insight, promptly introduces Anphrin to Hebe. Esteemed Princess Hebe, may the glory of the gods shine upon you. At this moment, Anphrin regained her composure and obediently approached Hebe, gently holding the fruit tray. Her eyes remained fixed on the youthful goddess, her heart silently exclaiming, Your Highness Hebe, you are utterly enchanting. Your hair shines brighter than the sun, your noble violet eyes, and your skin so delicate that it inspires envy. Anphrin, what a delightful name, Hebe remarked, plucking a grape from the tray, peeling away its skin to reveal the crystal-clear flesh within. The sweet flavor burst upon her palate, and a faint divine energy flowed within her, prompting her to close her eyes in sheer delight. Turning her gaze upon the innocent nymph, whose eyes brimmed with youthful vitality, Hebe felt a surge of affection. As the goddess presiding over youth, she naturally felt a kinship with those who embodied innocence and liveliness. It would be rather impolite not to present a token of our first meeting. The violet-eyed goddess playfully winked, and with a flicker of divine light, a splendid golden chalice materialized in her hand. This chalice, the holy grail of youth, exuded waters from the fountain of youth, capable of bestowing everlasting vigor and vitality upon mortals. Due to this artifact, the goddess Hebe had been appointed as the cupbearer to the gods by her father, Zeus, the king of the gods. For immortal beings, the waters of youth held little significance. Rather, they sought the exquisite wines crafted from its essence, which could ignite their spirits with joy and vitality. Thus, under her father's guidance, the esteemed daughter of the divine monarch was tasked with serving wine at the celestial feasts. Although the waters of youth were of little use to the gods, they were a rare treasure for mortals or nymphs who faced the inevitability of aging. The milk-white waters flowed from the golden chalice, and Hebe offered a cup to the innocent and lovely nymph. May youth and vitality be with you, she declared. Anphrin's eyes sparkled with boundless surprise and gratitude as she reverently accepted the cup bestowed by the goddess of youth and drank deeply from it. In an instant, an intoxicating surge of youth and vitality erupted within her, and in that moment, the nymph was rendered eternally youthful. Thank you, Your Highness. May the holy light and glory be with you, Anphrin expressed, her pure eyes filled with admiration and respect. Beside her, Mealy felt joy for Anphrin, having already received the blessing of the waters of youth from Hebe due to her role as a handmaiden to the goddess. Naturally, she felt immense happiness for her friend receiving such honor. Hebe smiled, nonchalantly collecting the chalice. For the goddess of youth, bestowing a mere cup of water was but a trifling matter. Your Highness Hebe, we must take our leave now. The great goddess Hera awaits our report, Mealy stated, respectfully bowing to Hebe before leading Anphrin away from the Temple of Youth, despite Anphrin's attempts to engage the goddess further. Hebe, you are the most beautiful goddess I have ever encountered, Anphrin exclaimed, flapping her wings and frolicking through the forest, her words ceaselessly extolling the generous goddess who had granted her eternal youth. How many goddesses have you encountered to make such a bold claim? Mealy shook her head, realizing her friend had spent too long in the mortal realm, leaving her too innocent. She gently pulled Anphrin down from her joyous flight. Anphrin, your behavior today was incredibly reckless. You should be thankful that you encountered the gentlest and most compassionate goddess on Olympus, who not only overlooked your indiscretion, but also bestowed upon you the gift of youth. Mealy's usually gentle gaze now carried an unprecedented weight of seriousness. But remember, not all deities are so benevolent. Even the fabled god of light has a darker side should he become enraged. Do you recall the tale of Rosa City? At the mention of Rosa City, a fearful memory gripped Anfrin, draining color from her face. She certainly remembered that it had once been sheltered by Apollo, the god of light and healing. However, due to disrespect shown to Apollo within his temple, the angered deity unleashed a plague, leading to the once thriving city becoming a graveyard in mere days, with not a soul left alive. I understand, Sister Mealy. I will be more cautious in the future, Anfrin responded, torn between fear of divine wrath and relief at having encountered a forgiving goddess. As long as you comprehend, Mealy sighed, noting Anfrin's genuine fear, and refrained from saying more as she guided her towards the temple of the Queen of the Gods. Chapter 2, Ares. After the two nymphs departed, the Garden of Youth stood empty, save for the goddess Hebe. While savoring grapes sent by her mother, Hera, she sighed. Why must I embody the delicate and powerless goddess of youth, Hebe? She lamented. Hebe felt a profound frustration. She was not originally from this realm, but a soul from the future, having met her end during a storm while seeking refuge beneath a tree, only to be struck by lightning. She had not expected her life to conclude there, yet her spirit somehow found its way into another world, awakening as the daughter of the goddess Hera, a third-tier deity presiding over youth. Despite having spent considerable time in this world, Hebe remained deeply troubled by her lack of combat prowess. What could a goddess of youth do on the battlefield? Smash someone over the head with her chalice? Or drown them with waters of youth? In a world notorious for its shamelessness and the competition for marriage, she felt like a fragile flower treading on thin ice. At times, Hebe pondered how much better life would be if she had instead been reborn as her brother, Ares. The god of war, such a strong male deity, would offer far more security in this limitless world. However, she found solace in the fact that, closing her eyes, she sank her consciousness into her divine essence. At the heart of her divine form floated a pale green crystal, her divine core representing the principle of youth, radiating brilliant light and pulsating with divine energy. Alongside her core were two other divine cores, existing in a state between reality and illusion. These were the results of her efforts to understand her identity after her rebirth. In this world, divine cores and ranks seemed to be innate unless a deity encountered extraordinary fortune to forge a new core, or an old deity fell and a new one inherited their power. They remained unchanged. Except for the king of gods, any slayer of deities would face retribution. Another means of acquiring divine cores and roles was by receiving them from higher deities, but Hebe was not favored by Zeus. Although Hera cherished her daughter, she could not secure powerful cores for her, only striving to elevate her status among the gods. Fortunately, inspired by the cultivation novel she had once read, Hebe recalled the idea of understanding the principles of the heavenly way to gain mastery over the forces of nature and thus enhance her own divine powers. She began to explore the essence of the divine laws, equipped with a remarkable artifact, the Holy Grail of Youth bestowed by the goddess of youth herself. Although the divine role of youth might seem trivial, Hebe was the first deity to grasp the very essence of youth, and thus the laws granted her the ability to emanate the waters of eternal youth through her accompanying artifact. This sacred object was inscribed with the formidable power of the laws, and the waters of youth could bestow everlasting vitality, erasing any negative physical impacts and ensuring one remained in a state of peak vigor. Hebe sensed within it the forces of purification and healing. While these attributes may not be regarded as overwhelmingly powerful, their potential far exceeded that of mere youth. Should she successfully comprehend these two laws and solidify her divine essence, it would not only elevate her divine power, but also enhance her standing among the gods. Consequently, Hebe renounced all forms of entertainment and social interaction, even relinquishing her position as the cupbearer to her mother, Hera. She secluded herself within the temple, tirelessly clutching her golden chalice to delve into the law's power. The arduous and tedious nature of this pursuit was inconceivable. The laws were elusive, requiring immense patience and meticulousness to grasp. Thus, Hebe diligently engaged in her studies for nearly a century, barely managing to coalesce a mere shadow of her divine essence, knowing that true consolidation demanded continued effort. Were any deity from Olympus to undertake such a task, they would undoubtedly deem the proposal as lunacy. Gods already possessed eternal youth, and life indulgence was the melody of their existence. Few would endure such a monastic existence, even for half a month, let alone for nearly a century as Hebe had. Yet, she persevered. Upon realizing she had become the goddess of youth and reflecting on the illustrious tales of Greek deities she had encountered online in her previous life, she resolved to act. She would not sit idly by, she would not become a mere cupbearer. After all, a glimmer of irony flickered in Hebe's eyes. Until she acquired the strength to rival her good father, she could not afford to relax. My sister, the youthful Hebe, what captivates your thoughts so deeply? A deep, somewhat arrogant voice resonated behind her, accompanied by the steady sound of armor clinking as the figure advanced through the flora, producing a rustling sound. Startled by the voice, Hebe snapped back to reality, offering a smile as she turned to face the speaker. Before her stood an imposing male deity clad in blood-stained silver armor, bearing a battle axe upon his shoulder. His robust bronze skin and chiseled features exuded a fierce handsomeness, while his dark crimson eyes occasionally reflected a menacing aura, embodying both blood and virility. Ares, have you been hunting down monsters again? The newcomer was none other than Ares, the son of Zeus and Hera, and Hebe's elder brother, the god of war. According to legend, during the Titanomachy, Hera unwittingly touched a flower born from the very essence of warfare and bloodshed, and thus Ares, the embodiment of conflict and carnage, was conceived. Are you injured? Hebe furrowed her brow, detecting the scent of divine blood upon his armor. Monsters did not possess such blood. Yes. This time the beast was a descendant of Typhon, rather troublesome, and I sustained a few injuries during the battle. As he spoke, Ares casually removed his armor, revealing his muscular back to his sister. Typhon, the offspring of Gaia, the Earth Mother, and Tartarus, the god of the abyss, had fathered many fearsome beasts with his serpent-tailed wife, Echidna, becoming the progenitor of numerous monsters upon the earth. With the ascension of the new generation of Olympian gods, following Zeus's overthrow of his son and lover, Cronus, and casting him into the abyss of Tartarus, Gaia's attitude towards her grandson had grown hostile. She often urged Typhon to wreak havoc in the realms of the gods' worship. As the god of war, it naturally fell upon Ares to slay the beasts that disturbed the peace of the earth. Goodness, is this merely a minor injury? Ares, there's a limit to bravado. Upon seeing the gaping wound that extended from his shoulder to his waist, emanating dark energy, Hebe gasped in shock. Father could at least send someone to assist you. His illegitimate offspring are enjoying themselves on Olympus. Hebe summoned her golden chalice, invoking the waters of youth to flow forth, enhancing their healing and purifying properties through her divine magic. The milky waters cascaded over Ares's robust form, washing over the gruesome wound, as the dark energy dissipated into a vaporous mist under the water's soothing embrace. Under the gentle caress of the waters, Ares's back healed rapidly, forming a scab that, in due time, would shed to reveal newly formed, tender skin beneath. Those weaklings would only hinder me if they came, Ares remarked disdainfully, regarding Zeus's illegitimate children with utter contempt. The only one among them worth a mention was Apollo. The others would be easily vanquished by Ares's might. Enough of that. My sister, it appears you two have not grown lax. Your speed of purification and healing is improving. It seems you will soon grasp those two divine roles. Ares observed his youngest sister with a mix of admiration and affection, recognizing that not all deities possessed Hebe's determination to resist the temptations of indulgence. Indeed, I should soon be able to attempt solidifying my new divine essence, and with the aid of these two divine roles, I should ascend to a higher rank among the gods. Joy radiated from Hebe's eyes after nearly a century of effort. The fruits of her labor were finally within reach, filling her with elation. Truthfully, you need not toil so hard, Hephaestus, and I can certainly protect you. Ares affectionately stroked Hebe's flowing golden hair. Their mother, Hera, the goddess of marriage and childbirth, placed great emphasis on maintaining the bonds among her children, and thanks to her efforts, the siblings shared a close and trusting relationship. Brother, I appreciate your kindness, Hebe replied, shaking her head with a gentle smile, her youthful visage reflecting both pride and confidence. As the daughter of Hera, the goddess with the cow's eyes, and the esteemed daughter of the king of the gods, I refuse to exist as a feeble dependent under another's wing. Everything I desire, I shall obtain through my own strength. Excellent. Such ambition. No wonder you are my sister, Ares exclaimed, his voice booming with approval. As the deity of conflict and warfare, he held a deep affection for his sister, yet he admired those filled with fighting spirit even more. Had Hebe chosen to hide under his protection and become a timid parasite, Ares would have found it difficult to appreciate her. Given that, I will be descending to cleanse a few monster nests in a few days. You should accompany me, it may aid your breakthrough. Ares patted Hebe's shoulder with his large hand, fully supportive of her ambitions. And I shall check on your archery skills, do not let me discover any laziness. Understood, brother. Herbert twitched the corner of his mouth. Ares, in his excitement, was utterly oblivious to the magnitude of his own strength. Had it not been for the divine robustness of his form, a mere few slaps delivered to an ordinary person would surely result in at least a couple of bloodied, coughed-up breaths. Nonetheless, Herbert felt a profound exhilaration at the prospect of exterminating the monstrous beasts. Having spent such an extensive time in this realm, opportunities to engage in combat had been few and far between, leaving her with an undeniable itch for action. Chapter 3. Hera, the sorceress at the pinnacle of Mount Olympus, within the opulent halls of the divine palace. A woman of noble bearing and striking beauty sat regally upon her lavish throne. Her presence unmistakably signified her exalted status. She was none other than Hera, the seventh wife of Zeus, the supreme deity who wielded the thunderbolt, and the sole goddess among his numerous consorts to possess half of his formidable power. This resplendent queen was undeniably breathtaking. Adorned with a crown, her voluminous chestnut locks cascaded gracefully, radiating a soft glow. Her violet eyes, which could outshine the stars, seemed capable of discerning all truths. Clad in magnificent attire that accentuated her alluring form, her arms, as pure as the finest lily, cradled a golden scepter. Behind her stood two goddesses in respectful attendance. One, with a resolute gaze and a robust physique, bore a pair of powerful wings that fluttered gracefully, exuding both valor and allure. The other, with a visage of innocence and a curvaceous silhouette, also sprouted wings, draped in gossamer that shimmered with 7 hues under the sunlight, displaying a dazzling array of colors. They were the shared deities of Hera and Zeus, Nike, the goddess of victory, and Iris, the goddess of the rainbow. Hera plucked a grape and whimsically fed it to a peacock beside her, its magnificent azure tail adorned with patterns resembling eyes. These were the all-seeing eyes of the 100-eyed giant Argus, a creature under Hera's care. At this juncture in history, Argus had yet to meet his demise, and thus the peacock's tail had not yet attained the grandeur it would later possess. The tale of Argus's fate is intricately woven with Zeus's many romantic entanglements, a narrative that history will eventually unveil. As the esteemed queen idly toyed with the grape, her gaze drifted toward the empty divine throne of her husband, Zeus, a glimmer of cold light flashing through her perceptive eyes. She was acutely aware of his absence. Yet, Hera found herself disinterested in his whereabouts today. After countless ages spent as his wife, did she still love him? Naturally, there was love. Perhaps it had not always been so, for as the daughter of the Titan Kronos and the goddess Rhea, and Zeus's sister, Hera was undeniably a formidable and proud goddess. Initially, her feelings for the brother who had rescued her from the depths of Kronos' belly were rooted in gratitude and familial affection. Thus, when Zeus proposed to her, Hera had initially declined. She understood his fickleness and libertinism, and as the guardian of marriage, she instinctively sensed he was an unsuitable match. However, she underestimated the depth of his tenacity and deceit. Zeus, exploiting her compassion, transformed into an injured cuckoo and, in her moment of vulnerability, took her purity. Bound by her divine essence of marriage and her role as the protector of unions and family, Hera found herself with no choice but to wed Zeus. At that time, Zeus undoubtedly harbored genuine affection for her. To demonstrate his regard for this goddess of the white arms, Hera was the sole consort among his wives to be bestowed with the title of queen and a share in half of his dominion. This respect and love allowed the couple to enjoy a period of blissful harmony. Those moments became the happiest days of Hera's life within this union, as she gradually forgot her initial reluctance and began to truly love her husband. However, the inherently amorous king of the gods had a heart as fickle as the clouds that roamed the sky. Just as Hera was nurturing their first divine offspring, Zeus strayed from their bond. As the guardian of marriage and family, she could not bear the betrayal from her husband. In a fit of rage, she raised her hand and tore the oak nymph, entangled with Zeus, into fragments. She screamed, wept, and questioned, descending into hysteria as the glory and dignity of the goddess evaporated in that moment. She yearned for her husband's repentance. Yet, when she finally looked up, all she saw was the irritated and indifferent gaze of the once loving husband. Hera still remembers the sensation of that moment, as if the divine blood coursing through her veins ceased to radiate its essence, her heart gripped tightly by invisible hands. A relentless chill surging from her feet, clad in golden sandals, to her very core. Accompanying this was the excruciating pain resulting from the fracture in their marriage. A painful backlash against her divine essence due to her husband's betrayal, a mixture of emotions deeply etched in her memory. She stared numbly as he turned away, marking the beginning of their first Cold War. Weakened by the damage to her divine essence, Hera was unable to bear a healthy child. Their first offspring, Hephaestus, the god of fire and forging, emerged into a world that had turned cruel. This child, who should have basked in infinite glory on Olympus, bore the stigma of his mother's misfortune, arriving with a fatal flaw, his grotesque appearance. The deities of Olympus, naturally favored by the universe, were all embodiments of exquisite beauty. Thus, this ordinary, even unsightly child would undoubtedly face a grim fate in a realm that revered pleasure and allure. Zeus, too, felt little paternal affection for this unattractive offspring, often displaying indifference. Shortly thereafter, when Hephaestus dared to speak against Zeus in defense of Hera, the merciless king cast him down from Olympus, leaving him to fend for himself in the mortal realm. Recently delivered and weakened, Hera could not rescue her child. She was compelled to entrust him to the sea goddess Thetis, who would raise him in the very waters where he fell. No mother could willingly abandon her child. Soon, very soon, my Hephaestus, you shall return to my side. The beautiful goddess with alabaster arms and violet eyes murmured softly, a fleeting moment of vulnerability crossing her countenance before vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared, as if that brief flicker of fragility were merely an illusion. Upon the earth, a sharp arrow ruthlessly pierced the heart of a grotesque beast, blood gushing forth as the creature emitted a fierce wail, collapsing to the ground, its pupils clouded in gray. For the Grim Reaper had already claimed its life. The young maiden, wielding her jade longbow, had hair that shimmered like gold, and her purple eyes sparkled with an intensity markedly different from her usual demeanor. Hebe, Ares, standing nearby, applauded his younger sister with genuine admiration. Truly, you are the daughter of the mother goddess. In this moment, you embody some of her grace from the Titan War. Do not underestimate me, brother, Hebe replied, arching a delicate brow. Her exquisite features, reminiscent of a blooming flower, exuded a hint of valor, sharp and unrestrained like a drawn sword. Over the past century, she had diligently honed not only her archery skills, but also her combat prowess. The impending fusion of her two new divine powers was allowing her to shed the confines of mere ornamentation, revealing the pride and fighting spirit that had been ingrained in her since her past life. Oh, Ares raised an eyebrow, increasingly astonished by his sister the more he understood her, feeling a tinge of pride. In that case, the next beast's lair lies within the abyssal marsh. I shall refrain from intervening and witness the extent of your capabilities. Just you watch, Hebe declared, her violet eyes brimming with martial fervor. Having played the role of a decorative goddess atop Olympus for far too long, she was growing weary of such constraints. The siblings piloted Ares' chariot through the skies at an extraordinary speed, the force of the winds generated during their flight posing no challenge to the gods, though mere mortals would likely be swept away by the gale. The four steeds drawing the chariot were of extraordinary lineage, offspring of the vengeful goddess Menes and the god of the north wind, inherently possessing the power to command storms. Their swiftness could rival that of the very wind itself, later claimed by Ares as his mounts. In less than half a day, Hebe and Ares arrived at the abyssal marsh, a true den of darkness. Accustomed to the vibrant beauty of Olympus, Hebe felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she beheld the ominous forest before her. Though it should have been a radiant midday, the towering trees twisted grotesquely like massive serpents, their gnarled trunks exuding an eerie bluish hue. The foliage was abundant, yet instead of the vibrant green that symbolized life and vitality, it bore a dull, rusty green, equally suffocating in its lifelessness. In this dense jungle, the intertwining branches and leaves completely obstruct the light from the outside world. The only source of illumination is the eerie mushrooms that grow upon the tree trunks, emitting a ghostly blue glow, complemented by the rust-colored swamp below, shrouded in a miasma. Hebe had no doubt that any unwitting creature venturing into this place would be incapacitated by the toxic fumes in less than 3 seconds, subsequently sinking into the swamp to become sustenance for the lurking monstrosities beneath. The miasma is thick. Hebe furrowed her brow and raised her hand to cast a purifying barrier for herself and Ares, shielding them from the noxious air. This place is a demonic realm tainted by the essence of the abyss, remnants of the fallen deities during the Titan War. Ares had already gathered pertinent intelligence about this location before their arrival. The creatures dwelling in this swamp are formidable, particularly the swamp witch Mandrake. Exercise caution, he advised Hebe. However, he had no intention of intervening. Although Mandrake was indeed troublesome, she was not overwhelmingly powerful. Since this was a test for Hebe, he would refrain from acting unless there was a threat to life. Hebe nodded in acknowledgement, surveying her surroundings. The environment was decidedly unfavorable for combat, with the dense miasma and the trees exuding the essence of the abyss, alongside the witch concealed in the murky swamp. It appeared necessary to compel her adversary from her hiding place. The golden-haired, violet-eyed goddess summoned her accompanying artifact, a golden chalice. With a graceful gesture, the chalice transformed into a size suitable for embrace, and a magnificent aura of purity surged forth from its opening. Hebe retrieved 9 silver arrows from her quiver and placed them into the chalice, stirring them in a clockwise manner. As time passed, the silver arrows began to radiate a silvery light, their pure essence standing out like a beacon in the darkness of the swamp, starkly incongruous with the surroundings. Almost there, Hebe withdrew the arrows, now fully imbued with purifying divine power, and stowed the chalice away. Grasping her jade bow, she positioned the 9 arrows, suffused with the essence of purity, upon it. Her seemingly delicate hands now exhibited unmatched strength as she drew the jade longbow to its full crescent shape. Fly! With a release of her grip, the 9 silvery arrows shot forth, resembling 9 beams of resplendent moonlight aimed at the heart of the swamp. The arrows intertwined mid-flight, merging into a single avian form, crowned and adorned with a majestic tail, exuding an aura of ethereality. With a cry, the transformed peacock flapped its wings, cascading like a river into the depths of the abyssal swamp. A tremendous explosion erupted, shattering the previously tranquil stillness of the darkened marsh. As the purifying essence contained within the 9 arrows clashed with the malevolent aura of the area, establishing an inherent opposition between the two forces. The divine power of purification began to permeate this long-tainted realm, dispersing the malevolence and cleansing the jungle. The miasma was continuously dissipated by the purifying divine power, as the trees with their ethereal blue branches and deep green leaves appeared to be washed clean of paint, revealing their original forms. Fresh green buds began to sprout, and the jungle was rejuvenated with newfound vitality. A sharp cry, filled with rage and savagery, erupted from the depths of the swamp, causing the once tranquil surface to boil like scalding water. From within the swamp, a shadowy figure, cloaked in dark green, suddenly lunged forth, attacking the girl wielding a silver bow. Chapter 4. Ascension of Divine Power. I have long awaited your arrival. The encroachment of the monster had not caught Hebe off guard, as she had been prepared. As the creature was forced from the swamp, its eerie green claws reached towards her face. With a nimble step, Hebe sidestepped, drawing her jade bow in a flash. The purifying divine energy coalesced into a silver arrow, which she shot forth with swiftness towards the swamp witch. The jade bow in Hebe's hands was a divine artifact crafted by her brother Hephaestus, the god of fire and forging, designed to accelerate the gathering of divine power and imbue the arrows with speed, sharpness, and explosive force. The silver arrow flew like lightning, leaving the swamp witch no time to evade as it pierced her shoulder. The explosion of purifying divine power engulfed her, overwhelming her with excruciating pain that elicited a sharp wail. The piercing sound wave shattering branches nearby. How unbearable! Hebe grimaced at the swamp witch's cries and swiftly loosed another arrow. Clang! The arrow met the witch's claws with a sound reminiscent of metal clashing against stone. Yet, she managed to deflect the arrow, seemingly forgetting a crucial detail. The arrow would explode. As predicted, the purifying divine power detonated again, and the swamp witch let out another mournful cry, her palm corroded by the divine energy, the intense pain slowing her movements. At last, Hebe had the opportunity to observe the creature born from the abyssal swamp. The swamp which, Mandala, was not grotesque, but rather possessed an alluring and graceful form. Her enchanting visage was framed by long, seaweed-like hair that clung to her lithe body, her skin a peculiar dark green. Her claws glimmered with a chilling light, and her pitch-black eyes, devoid of visible whites, emanated a faint magical aura, unlike the pure and noble goddesses of Mount Olympus. Mandala exuded a beguiling beauty steeped in enchantment and enigma. Fortunately, it was she who had come to vanquish the monster. Had Zeus witnessed this encounter, one could only speculate whether her morally unbound father would take yet another monster as a lover. In beast tongue, damnable outsider, how dare you invade my territory? I shall tear you apart. The destruction of her domain and the thwarting of her ambush provoked an enraged shriek from Mandala, born from the depths of the abyss. She inherently rejected the pure and sacred aura that surrounded Hebe, which was so potent it nearly made her nauseous. Moreover, the adversary is the very architect of the destruction of her territory. Mandala, consumed by a desire to rend this foe asunder, finds herself unable to entertain any other thoughts. Hebe, unable to comprehend the arcane language of the abyssal creatures, is met with a dissonant voice from Mandala, whose alluring facade belies the harshness of her tone, laced with an unsettling magical potency that incites agitation. Frowning in discontent for the sake of her own ears, Hebe resolves that a swift resolution is indeed preferable. A golden chalice emblem materializes above the maiden's head, from which an overwhelming aura of purity emanates, coalescing into countless silver arrows that hover behind her. Lacking the full mastery of her purification divinity, she must temporarily rely on the divine chalice's aid to expedite the extraction of purifying power. With a swift, graceful twist, the goddess with golden hair and violet eyes darts forth, her movements as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she positions herself behind the swamp witch, knocking her bow with precision. In a single fluid motion, she releases a volley of arrows, the sharp silver projectiles raining down upon Mandala like a tempest of pearly blossoms. With each draw of her bow, Hebe shifts her position, utilizing the towering trunks for concealment, thereby maximizing her advantage as an archer. Before her adversary can react, a multitude of silver arrows descends from the heavens, resembling a cascade of silvery light, a sight of exquisite beauty, yet one that Mandala perceives as anything but delightful. Despite her agility, the sheer volume of arrows overwhelms her. The swamp, infused with Hebe's purifying energy, offers no refuge for her to evade these lethal missiles. Thus, even as Mandala strives to evade, the silver arrows carve grotesque wounds upon her form, marring her enchanting visage. A cry of anguish escapes Mandala's lips as her body suffers grievous injuries. The purity of the arrows burns like the sun melting snow for the abyssal creature, bringing forth an agony that is relentless. The purifying energy stifles her wounds healing, and her ebony eyes, now tinged with crimson, blaze with seething hatred. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she scans for Hebe's hiding place. It is not long before she identifies her target. With a sweeping gesture, the swamp which commands the vines of her territory, thick tendrils pulsating with dark energy and malice, lashing out with blinding speed towards the tree concealing Hebe. In a desperate bid for survival, Hebe evades, yet the tree is mercilessly torn apart by the vines, which, tainted with corrosive magic, reduce it to charred sludge. As Hebe repeatedly draws her bow, silver arrows fly forth to counter the onslaught of vines. Striking true, the arrows deflect the tendrils, which lash against the ground and nearby trees, causing the earth to crack and the timber to collapse, a display of raw power and venom that leaves one in awe. Though the force is commendable, the speed is lacking, and Hebe sees a prime opportunity to refine her divine prowess. Upon her head, the golden cup of Hebe shimmered brilliantly, while divine power flowed through her hands, coalescing into an ever stronger force of purification. Arrows of purification manifested, more potent than before. Drawing her bow like a full moon, Hebe released a volley of arrows, silver light raining down with the sound of a breaking sky. Charging forth with the momentum of thunder towards the tendrils summoned by the swamp witch. The silver arrows collided with the dark vines, the sound of shattering air echoing relentlessly. as the surrounding flora suffered this unwarranted calamity, leaving devastation in their wake and fissures appearing upon the earth. Though the number of dark vines was no less than hundreds, Hebe's purification arrows did not falter. With each arrow coalescing, her understanding of the laws of purification deepened, the speed of arrow formation quickening and their numbers swelling, beginning to exert a subtle pressure. Observing Hebe's remarkable performance from the shadows, Ares stroked his chin, realizing that his intervention was unnecessary. His sister's growth surpassed his expectations. The pace of both sides intensified, rendering the arrows and vines almost invisible, leaving only a blur of intertwining silver and darkness in their wake. In the name of purification, she aimed to cleanse the filth before her, invoking her divine office and solidifying. A divine light ignited in Hebe's eyes, as the ethereal essence of her purification divinity suddenly became tangible, forming a resplendent silver divine core that surged with immense power into her being. The sensation of power elevation was intoxicating. In that moment of grasping a new law of power, profound clarity washed over her mind, instilling a sense of omnipotence. This feeling was akin to being enveloped in a sweet dream, joyous yet illusory, tempting one to succumb. Awaken! Ares' commanding voice broke through, rousing his sister from her reverie of divine ascension. Hebe's spirit cleared in an instant, and she hurriedly steadied her mind, momentarily gripped by fear at her unintentional drift. During the elevation of divine power, failing to maintain clarity of mind could lead a deity to lose themselves within the laws, becoming a mere puppet of their own principles. Though the process of power elevation seemed prolonged, it was but a blink in the external world. The coalescing purification divinity actively fused with Hebe's original divine essence. As the radiance of youth, purification, and the nascent healing power flowed together, the surge of divine energy allowed the golden-haired, violet-eyed goddess to instantly transcend the threshold of a third-tier deity, ascending to the lower tier of a second-tier deity. Despite the seemingly thin divide between the peak of a third-tier deity and the lower tier of a second-tier deity, the differences were astronomically vast. Upon her ascension, when Hebe turned her gaze back to the swamp that stood against her, the benefits of her newfound power became immediately apparent. The swamp witch, once engaged in a somewhat balanced struggle, now appeared utterly feeble in Hebe's eyes. Her speed was sluggish, her strength inadequate, her magic clumsy. Every flaw of the swamp, which was laid bare before Hebe. This realization rendered Hebe utterly bored, as this battle held no further promise of growth for her. There is no need to squander any more time. The golden-haired maiden goddess sheathed her jade bow, opting against ranged combat in favor of engaging in close-quarters melee. The purifying divine power enveloped her entire being like a suit of armor, shielding her from the corruption and taint of dark magic. Hebe moved with the swiftness of lightning, effortlessly severing the tendril-like vines of the swamp, witch Mandragora, with a single strike. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared before her opponent, her purifying energy transforming into chains that ensnared Mandragora, leaving her no chance of escape. With a light huff, the goddess summoned an endless surge of purifying divine power, coalescing it into a gleaming silver spear that radiated an aura of terror, capable of inflicting irreversible damage upon abyssal creatures. The spear pierced through Mandragora's neck without impediment, and as Hebe twisted her hand with force, her exquisite purple eyes bore witness to a chilling resolve. Agonizing pain engulfed the swamp witch. Moments latte. Her vision began to skew and blur, ultimately plunging her into eternal darkness. Her head was severed, and her body shattered into countless fragments, scattered upon the ground. Well done, my dear sister. Congratulations on ascending to the rank of second-tier deity. The purifying divine office, while not exceedingly grand, possessed a measure of combat efficacy. With the consolidation of this divine essence, Hebe now wielded the power of a lower second-tier deity. Once you gather the healing divine office, you shall surely attain the middle tier of second-tier divinity. Yet, the middle tier of second-tier divinity is still insufficient. Although the elevation of her divine power brought Hebe joy, it fell far short of her aspirations. To command a significant voice among the Olympian gods, she must attain at least first-tier divinity, if not the status of a supreme deity. A soldier who has not yet donned the mantle of a general, Ares consoled Hebe. I shall later petition our Father for several war-related divine offices to bestow upon you. At that time, ascending to first-tier divinity will not be a daunting task. Thank you, Ares. The affection from her elder brother filled Hebe's heart with warmth. Now, there are several more layers of darkness that require our attention. We cannot linger here. Ares summoned his chariot, gesturing for Hebe to follow. Hebe climbed aboard Ares' chariot as the magical steeds unfurled their pristine wings, ascending into the sky under the protection of the northern winds. Observing the ravaged earth below, Hebe waved her delicate hand, conjuring a vast white cloud. Their father and mother were deities of storms and thunder, and thus Hebe possessed a certain control over the atmospheric phenomena. As her divine power ascended, her accompanying artifact, the golden cup, became ever more resplendent and magnificent. Pouring pure and untainted divine spring into the immaculate cloud, it shimmered with brilliance, growing increasingly dense and radiant with silver light. Soon, a cascade of sacred light rain descended from the cloud, purging the taint from every corner of the polluted abyssal swamp, restoring its vitality. In the depths of the unseen, an intangible force enveloped Hebe, and her purifying divine essence appeared to swell momentarily within her. A flicker of realization passed through Hebe, causing her to narrow her eyes. In the days that followed, the siblings remained unceasingly occupied, driving their war chariot across the land to eradicate malevolent creatures and purify the tainted earth. Through the relentless practice of healing both her brother and herself, Hebe successfully harnessed the divine power of healing, ascending to the ranks of the second-tier divine forces. The benefits of vanquishing these creatures surpassed Hebe's expectations. Akin to her own purification of the marshes, she discovered that every time she performed deeds beneficial to the world, such as cleansing the land, she was bestowed with a surge of power, somewhat reminiscent of the merits spoken of in Eastern mythologies. Those who align with the heavens accrue great merit. Those with great merit possess immense capabilities, impervious to all evils and enduring through the ages. Not long after the conclusion of the Titan War, numerous fallen deities had left behind a trail of resentment, giving rise to various dens of malevolence. Additionally, the monstrous progeny of Typhon and Echidna roamed the land. These were indeed prime opportunities for accruing merit. Upon learning this news, Hebe was filled with elation, eagerly pulling Ares along as they traversed the earth, remaining in the mortal realm for a span of 40 years. Hebe, we have long departed from the sacred mountain. It is time for us to return. We shall deal with the remaining beasts on another occasion, Ares remarked, utterly unprepared for the revelation that his sister possessed an even greater fervor for battle than himself. Not only did she charge headlong into combat against the beasts, but following each encounter, she meticulously purified every nook and cranny of the lairs, providing a level of service that could bring one to tears. Yet there are still several layers nearby, and so much merit to be gained, Hebe replied. My sister, I understand your fervent desire to enhance your strength. However, if power grows too swiftly without the means to control it, it may not prove beneficial, Ares sighed. A warrior himself, now finding a need to counsel his sister, who was subtly revealing her own penchant for battle. What you require now is to thoroughly familiarize yourself with your newly acquired divine role and to proceed with caution. Very well, Hebe reluctantly acquiesced. Despite her reluctance to forego the easily attainable merit, she resolved to heed her brother's counsel, for as the god of war, Ares possessed unique insights regarding strength in combat. At that moment, a vulture descended from the heavens, a loyal servant of Ares, perching upon his broad shoulder, its sharp beak whispering secrets into his ear. Ares's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity and agitation. His crimson eyes glinted with menace, unmistakably conveying his displeasure. Hebe, we must return to Mount Olympus at once. Something has transpired with our mother. Chapter 5. Hera's golden throne. Upon hearing of Hera's troubles, a tightness gripped Hebe's heart, and her violet eyes flared with fury. She gazed towards the direction of Mount Olympus, that radiant mountain now shrouded in a thick, inky cloud, exuding an oppressive aura. Blinding flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, and a resounding thunder echoed from miles away, a clear indication of the turmoil in the heart of the mountain sovereign. Who dares to offend my mother, the esteemed queen of the divine realm? In the realm of Greece, even the most rebellious demigods hold profound affection and respect for their divine mothers. Each goddess, having borne her demigod offspring, must sacrifice her own divine essence as sustenance for their existence. In contrast, the male deities in the Greek mythos frequently fall short of the paternal ideal. They exhibit little sense of responsibility, vanishing into the ether of revelry once their consorts find themselves with child. Consequently, the demigods are predominantly nurtured by their mothers, growing up under their watchful care. Since her birth, Hebe has encountered her father, Zeus, only on a handful of occasions. Although her brother Ares often sees Zeus due to his status as a principal god, their relationship resembles that of sovereign and subject rather than father and son. Furthermore, Ares harbors a deep-seated resentment towards Zeus's infidelities, which only serves to distance him from his father. In the hearts of the siblings, their mother undeniably holds the utmost importance. Upon hearing of her plight, they disregard all else and hastily ascend the bronze war chariot, mercilessly wielding the whip against the backs of 4 enchanted steeds, urging them to race towards Mount Olympus. The Grand Temple, the most magnificent edifice upon Olympus, serves as the venue for divine assemblies. By the time Hebe and Ares arrive, a significant assembly of deities has already gathered within, their expressions heavy with concern as they gaze upon Hera, the queen of the gods, seated in a resplendent golden throne. The regal brunette goddess wears an expression of fury, trapped upon a throne so intricately adorned that inscribed upon its pinnacle are the words, "For the most exalted goddess." The throne of Hephaestus. Hebe's eyes widen in disbelief. How could this occur? She knows her brother well. Despite his tumultuous past, Ares possesses a rare purity of heart among the gods, showing her nothing but affection and kindness, devoid of resentment towards their mother. Hebe had previously believed the tales of a goddess ensnared within a golden throne to be mere myth, yet here it was, a stark reality. That wretched Hephaestus. Ares, too, recognizes the craftsmanship of the throne that binds Hera, for none among the gods could rival Hephaestus's skill. His teeth clenched in fury. Ares's crimson eyes gleam with vengeful intent as he prepares to seize his battle axe and descend to the mortal realm to exact retribution. Brother, wait. This matter may not be as straightforward as it seems. Our priority must be to devise a plan to rescue our mother, Hebe implores, halting the wrathful Ares. Her gaze fixed on their mother, who, despite her confinement, maintains her dignity with an unwavering spine. Hephaestus, her brother, occasionally bestows upon their mother artifacts of great power. She is well aware of his unparalleled craftsmanship, and it is inconceivable that she could be so easily ensnared by this golden throne. Among the deities in the hall, few are genuinely seeking to liberate Hera. Most harbor their own ulterior motives. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, the goddess of the night, Leto, and the twin deities of light, Apollo and Artemis, all bore expressions of concern that concealed their malicious delight, having previously had their disagreements with Hera. The gods whispered among themselves, and several volunteered to attempt spells, magic, and curses, yet all their efforts proved futile against the golden throne forged by the god of fire. If my bow could serve as a tool for unlocking, I must do my part for our queen, remarked the goddess with silver-gray hair and a visage both beautiful and pure, as she mockingly whispered to her close companion, Athena. Perhaps Apollo's flames, which could incinerate all, might aid the queen in extricating herself from her current predicament. Athena, with her piercing gaze, expressed concern, wishing fervently for a fire that could singe Hera's hair. Beside the two goddesses stood a robust male deity, handsome with golden hair that carried a subtle fragrance, adorned with a crown woven from water lilies, and enveloped in a soft radiance. This was Apollo, the twin brother of Artemis, who presided over light, prophecy, music, and medicine. Listening to the banter between Artemis and Athena, Apollo's sky-blue eyes, inherited from their father, revealed a hint of amusement, for they, the illegitimate offspring of Zeus, had often suffered at Hera's hands. Suddenly, a silver arrow, shimmering with celestial light, zipped through the air towards Artemis, who was engaged in laughter with Athena. The Olympian gods, having recently seized power from the Titans, found that many divine roles still lay in the hands of the Titan lineage. Although Artemis and Apollo were the twin deities born of the sun and moon, the dominion over the sun and moon was not theirs to wield. It belonged to the Titan siblings Helios and Selene, while Apollo held a multifaceted divine role in light, medicine, and music, complemented by the rare gift of prophecy. granting him a status of supreme power despite lacking control over the sun. Artemis, who had yet to command the moon's authority, represented the forest and hunting, along with a birthing role she had claimed upon returning to the divine mountain through Zeus's favor, which did not equate to formidable power. Her standing on the mountain was, to a degree, attributed to Zeus's affection and Apollo's protection. Both Athena and Apollo, being wise deities, maintained a fade of decorum despite their desire to witness Hera's misfortune. Hebe understood that her current strength could not contend with these two, yet Artemis, a second-tier goddess, dared to mock her own mother so brazenly. It was utterly audacious. The silver arrow flew swiftly and fiercely, like a meteor, toward the gray-haired goddess. Artemis's countenance darkened. The divine power contained within that arrow, should it strike her, would be far from fatal, yet certainly unpleasant. The resplendent deity, the god of light, stood protectively before his sister, his elongated hand raised, emanating a soft golden radiance as a shield of light materialized, effortlessly dissipating the shimmering silver arrows. Hebe tightened her grip on the silver bow, pondering the disparity between a first-tier deity and a second-tier one. What does His Highness Apollo mean by this? He regarded the youthful goddess opposite him, who grasped the jade bow, her golden hair and violet eyes gleaming with an audacious spirit. It was then that the assembly of gods realized that this audacious goddess who dared to assault Artemis was none other than Hebe, the youngest daughter of the queen of the gods, possessing the most trivial divine duty of youth on Mount Olympus. A flicker of understanding passed through the eyes of the deities, although Artemis had spoken softly. Her words of disrespect toward the goddess mother had not gone unnoticed by those present. In the pantheon, the tradition was to honor one's mother. As the most cherished daughter of the goddess queen, it was entirely reasonable for Hebe to defend her mother against insults, a sentiment shared by many goddesses who admired her boldness. Is it truly Hebe? Is her divine duty not youth? The power behind that arrow hardly seemed to emanate from a fragile goddess of youth. Indeed, Artemis's remarks had been somewhat excessive. It was also inappropriate for Hebe to silently attack another deity. Ignoring the murmurs of the gods, Hebe lowered her jade bow. Her eyes, an inheritance from her mother, now glinting with a fierce resolve. In her youthful visage, she bore a striking resemblance to her mother, exuding an air of nobility and authority. You, a mere second-tier deity, dare to speak ill of Her Majesty the Goddess Queen? That arrow was merely a warning. Should there be a next time, I shall descend to the mortal realm and slay all your golden-horned deer. The golden-horned deer were cherished by Artemis, who even employed them to draw her chariot. The sacred creatures were emblematic of a deity's identity, akin to a divine visage. To harm them was to strike at the very essence of the deity, embarrassing them in the process. Artemis's face flushed crimson with indignation, astonished that this once reticent and seemingly unloved goddess of youth would dare to openly provoke her. A goddess of youth with mere third-tier divine power. Does your lineage as the queen's daughter justify your attack on a higher deity? Third-tier divine power? Hebe ceased to suppress her strength, a soft luminescence enveloping her as the domains of youth, purification, and healing swirled around her, revealing her current status as a mid-tier second-tier deity to the gods of Olympus. Goodness, a mid-tier second-tier deity. This cannot be. The last time I beheld Hebe, she was undeniably a third-tier goddess. When was the last time you saw Her Highness Hebe? Perhaps several decades ago? My heavens! To ascend from third-tier to mid-tier second-tier power within mere decades? Could it be that she has overdrawn her essence? For an immortal being, decades were but a fleeting moment. And Hebe's swift rise to mid-tier second-tier status within such a short span left the gods astounded, even leading them to speculate that she might have exhausted her very essence to force such an elevation. This is impossible, exclaimed Artemis, her face a portrait of disbelief. She understood better than anyone the arduous journey to ascend in divine power, and in a mere few decades, Hebe had surprisingly risen to the rank of a second-tier goddess. Apollo and Athena exchanged glances of astonishment. Could the daughter of the goddess of marriage have encountered some extraordinary fortune? While the domains of purification and healing may not be exceedingly rare, they are certainly commendable. Perhaps the benevolent mother goddess had bestowed upon her some extraordinary favor? As this thought crossed her mind, the wise goddess, with her bright and captivating eyes, could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Having a nurturing mother goddess truly provides one with a sturdy tree to lean against. Hebe, if this matter continues to escalate, Artemis risks not only failing to gain favor, but might also incur the sin of disrespecting the goddess mother, Apollo cautioned. As for the disputes among the goddesses, I believe it is best we refrain from interference. Do you not agree? Before Apollo could finish, the robust and boisterous voice of Ares interrupted him. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Apollo, undoubtedly a warning that he should not assume only his sister had a brother to support her. Apollo found Ares' brutish demeanor exceedingly tiresome. As a god of the arts, he held little respect for the violent and boisterous Ares, who seemed perpetually eager for battle, exhibiting a lack of intellect and an unwillingness to relent. Enough! A commanding voice resonated throughout the grand hall. Zeus, seated upon his celestial throne, surveyed the unfolding conflict with keen insight. The ruler of the skies had witnessed the quarrel between his daughters and exuded an aura of authority that compelled all to bow in submission. Father, Artemis began. It was Hebe who knelt first before me. Her delicate and enchanting features bore a hint of stubbornness and a touch of grievance. The beauty of this daughter of the twins was striking, evoking an instinctive sympathy in those who beheld her. Hebe remained silent, kneeling, a stark contrast to Artemis, who was favored by Zeus. The wisest course for the less favored daughter was to maintain her silence. Enough, Artemis. You have overstepped your bounds. Zeus's voice carried a chill. The immortals were ageless, and despite having a multitude of offspring, the king of the gods retained the appearance of a youthful prime. His handsome visage combined with a noble maturity that had captivated many women, leading them to bear him divine offspring. Gazing upon his two daughters kneeling before him, it was evident that Artemis was the one most cherished by him. As for Hebe, Zeus had little recollection of her, only recalling her reputation as a timid goddess, universally regarded as fragile, who had never dared to raise her gaze in his presence, seemingly terrified at every encounter. Yet now, a glimmer of appreciation sparkled in Zeus's eyes. He observed Hebe kneeling in the temple. Although her demeanor remained submissive, the previous aura of timidity had vanished. For the first time, Zeus regarded his daughter's appearance with earnest consideration. The youthful goddess bore a hint of innocence upon her countenance. Yet her beauty seemed to blend the finest attributes of both herself and Hera. Her golden hair sparkled even more brilliantly than the sun, and her violet eyes, reminiscent of the goddess Hera, resembled a beautiful purple iris. This rare sight incited a flicker of paternal affection within Zeus for his daughter, born of both himself and Hera. The gaze from above made Hebe feel a slight discomfort. However, as the daughter of the supreme deity, she could only suppress her inner turmoil and display an increasingly respectful demeanor. Indeed, Artemis, who had dared to speak ill of the queen of the gods, deserved punishment. Chapter 6. The god of combat and forging the great father god, Zeus, observed Artemis's change in expression, and she was about to defend herself when his cold gaze silenced her. The goddess of light bit her crimson lip, feeling both wronged and indignant. Meanwhile, Hebe understood the gravity of her actions. Even though they were both second-tier deities, Artemis's divine power still exceeded hers. Do you comprehend your transgression? Hebe acknowledged her fault and implored her father for punishment. Questioning the king of the gods was akin to challenging authority. Hebe was not foolish. Given her lowly status and lack of favor, it was wise to admit her error at this moment. Very well, Zeus nodded in approval of Hebe's submission. He had not harbored much anger, especially as Hebe had acted to uphold her mother's honor. Did Zeus love Hera? Undoubtedly. Among all his wives, only Hera had been granted the honor of sharing half of his power. The offense Artemis had spoken against Hera had already displeased him. Hera, confined to her golden throne, felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing Hebe facing punishment, a natural instinct of a mother protecting her young. Zeus gently patted the back of Hera's hand, soothing his trapped wife. Artemis and Hebe, considering both of you have erred, you shall be sent to the divine arena for a contest of divine essence once this matter concludes. Each of you will stake a divine essence as wager. The victorious deity will be spared punishment and gain the essence of a loser, while the defeated shall endure 30 years of penance among mortals, barred from ascending Olympus during that time. The assembled deities gasped at the notion of wagering divine essence. A tremendous loss for the one who would be defeated. Each divine essence symbolized identity and the source of power for a deity. Losing it would not only diminish their divine abilities, but also expose them to mockery and humiliation from their peers. I opposed this. Hera clenched her fists, the first to voice her dissent. She had nurtured her daughter Hebe like a delicate flower. Despite her reluctance to admit it, Artemis, raised under her influence, possessed strength that, while not rivaling her brother Apollo, was still formidable among the Olympian gods. Enough, Hera! Let the children resolve their own matters. Zeus remained unmoved by Hera's objections. Even the queen of the gods, who shared half of his authority, could not alter the will of the king. At your command, great Father God. A hint of glee and pride laced Artemis's voice as her silver-gray eyes flickered towards Hebe, with a dismissive curl of her lips. What the daughter of the goddess? The favored daughter of the Father God would always be herself. In Artemis's heart, this duel was undoubtedly a decision made in favor of Zeus. And even if Hebe's divine powers had increased, what of it? How could a second-tier deity fear another second-tier deity at its peak? I shall abide by your will. Great Father God. Hebe bowed her head, her voice resonating with clarity and reverence, her butterfly-like long lashes falling to conceal the ambition and fervor within her violet eyes. To her, the clash of divine powers was yet another opportunity to augment her strength. Her combative spirit and thirst for power rendered her unafraid of what seemed to be an uphill battle. Everyone possesses their trump card. Underestimating her would lead Artemis to a grand miscalculation. Now, declare your desires. In the contest of divine powers, the wager must naturally be determined by the opposing party. Great Father God, the moonlight is pure, perfectly suited for the domain of purification. I request that Hebe wager her purifying divinity. The ambition hinted at in Artemis's words drew a frown from one of the goddesses present, none other than Selene, the goddess of the full moon and sister of Helios, who now wielded the authority over the moon. Selene exchanged a glance with Helios, both recognizing the gravity and caution reflected in each other's eyes. These twin deities of light, born of the sun and moon, had begun to contemplate the affairs of their old generation, perhaps under the directive of Zeus himself. Very well. Zeus nodded his eyes, majestic as the vast sky, turned towards Hebe. And you, my daughter Hebe? Esteemed father, youth is always accompanied by new beginnings. The birthing duties of Princess Artemis are precisely what I desire. Hera's heart stirred, her gaze upon her youngest daughter a blend of affection and complexity. As the protector of marriage and childbirth, the duties of midwifery originally belonged to Hera. However, after Artemis and Apollo ascended to Olympus, seeking vengeance for Hera's past persecutions, Artemis demanded the rights to oversee the birth of newborns from Zeus. Very well, the contest of divine powers will take place in 1 month. Now, gods, employ your wisdom to liberate the goddess from this accursed throne. Noble king of the gods, the craftsmanship of this golden throne is truly exquisite. Its creator must possess extraordinary forging abilities. As far as I know, apart from the Cyclopes imprisoned in Tartarus, only you and Hera's eldest son, the god of fire and forging, Hephaestus, could accomplish such a feat. The speaker, a deity of striking features, stood tall among the Greek gods. Though his slender frame set him apart, his eyes sparkled with wisdom, exuding a unique aura of calm that commanded respect. He was Prometheus, son of the Titaness Clymene and the Titan Iapetus, the god of wisdom and prophecy. Prometheus holds a unique position upon Mount Olympus. As a seer, his mastery over prophecy surpasses even that of Apollo. During the titanic conflict between the Titans and the Olympian deities, this divine figure foresaw the downfall of the Titans and chose to ally himself with Zeus, acting as a strategist and advisor, thereby earning Zeus's profound admiration. Later, when Zeus overthrew the former god-king Cronus, the second-generation god-king, on the brink of death, uttered a curse upon Zeus, foretelling that he too would inevitably be usurped by his own offspring, who, then, is destined to overthrow Zeus. The deity who possesses this prophecy is none other than Prometheus. Thus, whether Zeus retains Prometheus on Mount Olympus out of appreciation or trepidation remains a mystery known only to him. Hephaestus? After a moment's reflection, Zeus recalled the son he had cast from the divine heights, surprised to discover that he possessed such remarkable skills. Stroking his chin, Zeus mused that perhaps this son was not entirely devoid of worth. Indeed, noble king of the gods, according to the revelations of fate, Olympus is destined to welcome a new chief deity. The wisdom in Prometheus's eyes shimmered with brilliance, for he envisioned a new beacon of light illuminating Olympus, heralding the imminent return of the god of fire and forging. The title of chief deity resonated within the hearts of the gods like the tolling of a great bell. The status of the chief deity on the divine mountain ranks just below that of the god king and goddess queen, and at times, even Zeus must heed the counsel of the chief deities when making significant decisions. Presently, the positions of chief deities on Mount Olympus are held by Zeus, the god king who governs thunder in the sky; Hera, the goddess queen who protects marriage and family; Poseidon, the god of the sea; Demeter, the goddess of agriculture; Athena, the goddess of wisdom; Ares, the god of war; and Hestia, the goddess of the hearth. These 7 deities have taken their places, with a total of 12 chief deity positions destined by the world, leaving only 5 remaining. Should the god of fire return to the divine mountain, 1 more will be filled, leaving merely 4 chief deity positions available. Without access to these positions, even deities possessing chief-level power lack the honor and prestige that accompany such status, a notion utterly unacceptable to those gods who revel in pleasure and seek glory. In an instant, the gods were abuzz with thoughts, the less powerful whispering among themselves as they observed the commotion, while the formidable deities contemplated how they might secure their place among the remaining 4 chief positions. Given the revelations of fate, Zeus's demeanor grew grave as he exchanged a glance with Hera. Whether through Hephaestus's forging skills or his strength, his return to the divine mountain would undoubtedly bolster the Olympian lineage. Although the Olympians triumphed in their battle against the Titans, the influence of the Titan clan still lingers, and currents of unrest flow within the divine mountain. What could provide Zeus with more assurance than his own progeny in his quest to completely eradicate the Titan faction from the seat of power? Iris, noble king of the gods. With wings sprouting from her back and cloaked in a radiant spectrum of colors, the goddess knelt on one knee, awaiting the decree of the divine ruler. Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, served as the messenger of divine will before the birth of Hermes. Go to Lemnos Island and summon Hephaestus back to Olympus. I shall heed your command. The goddess unfurled her wings and transformed into a beam of rainbow light, soaring toward Lemnos Island to convey the will of the king of gods. Iris moved with remarkable swiftness, returning to Olympus in just a few hours. Yet, the goddess enveloped in radiant hues found herself alone, her countenance marked by difficulty, but she nonetheless conveyed the intentions of the other party to Zeus. Hephaestus refuses to return. The expression on Zeus's face darkened, for as the king of gods, few dared to present such audacity before him. The clouds on the divine mountain thickened, flashes of lightning illuminating the sky, indicating that the king of gods was not in a pleasant mood. Hera, observing the tension, turned to the rainbow goddess Iris and inquired, "What conditions does he propose? Speak plainly." Iris cautiously glanced at Zeus's expression before relaying the demands in hushed tones. Hephaestus wished to convey to Zeus that his return hinged upon the fulfillment of 3 conditions. First, the healing of his lamed leg, or an acknowledgement of the abandonment. Second, the recognition of his status as the chief deity of Olympus. Third, the right to marry the most beautiful goddess. Thunder rumbled ominously on the divine mountain, as the king of gods seethed with rage. The latter 2 conditions were negotiable, yet the first posed a significant challenge. The divine forms were the most perfect vessels in existence, capable of self-healing unless grievously harmed. However, Hephaestus' situation was unique. He had been cast down from the divine mountain by Zeus in his youth, suffering injuries before his form had fully matured. This affliction was beyond even Apollo, the god of healing, as it had struck at his very essence. For Zeus to admit his fault was a monumental challenge for a deity of his stature, one who looked down upon all. What else did Hephaestus say? Zeus exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he shattered the armrest of his throne. He also stated that should his conditions be met, upon his return to the divine mountain, he would not only construct a more resplendent palace for the gods, but also forge a divine artifact for each of the chief deities. Iris lowered her head further, realizing the fire god, often perceived as simple and honest, harbored cunning intentions. Was he not compelling Zeus to bow to his demands? The benefits proposed by Hephaestus exceeded the god's wildest imaginations. Divine artifacts were not mere trifles found scattered across the earth. Even Zeus, the king of gods, possessed only a handful. This scarcity arose from the fact that the one-eyed giant who had forged their artifacts was now consigned by Zeus to Tartarus, ostensibly to guard the souls of sinners. But in truth, the ever-suspicious king merely sought a pretext to bind them. Without the presence of the Cyclops, Olympus has lost its ability to forge divine artifacts. The proposition put forth by Hephaestus undoubtedly presents a tremendous temptation for the Olympian deities. Zeus, for the glory of Olympus, and for Hera, I believe it would not be amiss for you to acknowledge your faults. The man speaking possessed hair that cascaded like ocean waves, and his strikingly handsome face was adorned with deep azure eyes that evoked the vastness of the sea. In his hand, he wielded the trident, a symbol of his dominion. Poseidon, the god of the sea and Zeus's brother, held the authority to voice such sentiments. You would agree, wouldn't you, brother Hades? Poseidon was aware that merely relying on his own words would not sway his increasingly arrogant sibling, who had ascended to godhood. Thus, he summoned their elder brother, Hades, the ruler of the underworld, to lend his weight to the discussion. Hades remained silent, yet his expression conveyed tacit approval of Poseidon's assertions. The gods were not oblivious to the past. They were well aware of the grievances harbored by those who had witnessed the wrath of their own father. It was due to Hephaestus's defense of his mother that Zeus had cast this still-maturing deity from the heights of Olympus. It was only natural for resentment to linger, especially for Hades, who had once endured the torment of being devoured by his own father. Zeus, as a principal deity, surely understands the significance of Olympus. Go forth, and welcome the return of the god of fire. Hera, ensnared upon her golden throne, allowed a fleeting glimmer of derision to flicker across her noble purple eyes, maintaining a demeanor that epitomized a devoted queen concerned solely for Zeus. A tempest brewed within Zeus's gaze as his thoughts churned. Moments later, he turned to his wife, who had accompanied him through countless ages, her expression a tapestry of complexity. If that is your wish, then as you desire, my queen. The majestic king of the gods transformed into a magnificent eagle, soaring towards the island of Lemnos, where the fire god awaited. Chapter 7. Hera's Subtle Schemes and Divine Ascendance. Ha ha ha. Very well, since a resolution is at hand, I must return to the realm of the sea. There are numerous sea creatures awaiting my attention. You may all disperse now. With Zeus absent and Hera ensnared, Poseidon laughed heartily, skillfully ushering away the gods who lingered. Eager for further spectacle, Hebe, Ares, stay behind to accompany your mother. The assembled deities, recognizing the wisdom in Poseidon's words, promptly took their leave. For the intrigues of the queen were not without peril. Should they offend Hera, they would find themselves ensnared in her future schemes. Artemis cast a disdainful glance at Hebe, her silver-gray eyes glinting with scorn. Proud as she was, she yearned to utter further jibes, yet, persuaded by Apollo and Athena, she departed with a simmering resentment, vowing to humiliate her rival in the forthcoming contest. After the gods had departed, silence once again enveloped the temple. Hebe knelt beside the golden throne that imprisoned Hera, her thoughts a tumultuous whirlpool. This situation is exceedingly peculiar. Hephaestus has suddenly set a trap for the mother goddess, and the look cast by the father god upon her as he departed. She, wise as she is, felt a subtle disquiet within her heart. It has been some time since we last met, and you have grown significantly, my beloved daughter. Within the temple, only the three of us remain. The proud Hera has relaxed her posture. At this moment, there is no trace of the embarrassment caused by the scheme against her. Her stunningly beautiful and regal countenance radiates tranquility. The noble goddess with violet eyes gazes fondly at her little daughter, who, in her quest to defend her dignity, is unafraid to engage in battle. Mother, what on earth is Hephaestus thinking? Ares, still seething with rage, knew that Hephaestus was cunningly deceitful, often feigning innocence to garner the attention of the mother goddess and his sister. Now, he dares to act against the mother goddess. She has become the subject of ridicule among the gods. I cannot allow this. I must teach him a lesson. The irascible god of war seized his battle axe, intent on confronting Hephaestus on Lemnos Island. Ares, stop. The goddess with fair arms spoke, her voice imbued with an unassailable authority that even Ares could not disregard. You have been a chief god for quite some time, yet you lack the discernment that your sister possesses. Athena has long sought to shape the role of the goddess of war. If you continue down this reckless path, I fear you will eventually find yourself overshadowed by her. Hera's tone bore a hint of disappointment. Ares, born from the martial spirit encountered during the Titan War, is the god of war under the world's will, possessing a divine status from birth. In terms of martial prowess, Ares has few rivals across Olympus, but in matters of calmness and wisdom, he is sorely lacking. Athena, the wise goddess, daughter of Metis. Once, a prophecy foretold that Metis would bear a child who would overthrow Zeus's dominion. Our merciless and suspicious god-king, fearing the prophecy's fulfillment, swallowed Metis, allowing her to continue imparting wisdom from within him. Shortly thereafter, Zeus experienced excruciating headaches, unable to endure the torment any longer. He commanded that his skull be opened. From the split of his head emerged a goddess of robust physique, clad in armor and possessing keen eyes, Athena, who now governs wisdom, war, and weaving. Though Athena's martial dominion is far inferior to that of Ares, her wisdom greatly enhances her contributions to warfare. In the mortal realm, there have been whispers suggesting that Athena, with her exceptional tactical acumen, is more deserving of the title of god of war than Ares, who is merely a brute. If this continues, even the world-favored Ares, under the influence of mortal beliefs, may find himself overshadowed in his divine role. Can a god of war who cannot win battles still be called a god of war? Ares, feeling unable to retort, lowered his head and listened to Hera's admonishment, casting desperate glances toward Hebe, silently pleading for rescue. Mother goddess, all that you do is to ensure that brother Hephaestus returns to the divine mountain, is it not? Hebe, sensing Ares' silent distress, hastily diverted the conversation. Indeed, Hera sat regally upon her golden throne, her gaze distant. Prometheus had long foretold to me the inevitable return of the god of fire and forging. Yet how your brother is to ascend the divine mountain remains a matter of considerable intricacy. Hebe pondered, astonished that Prometheus had chosen to disclose the prophecy to the mother goddess in advance. I do not comprehend, mother goddess. Ares still appeared bewildered. If they wish for Hephaestus's return, why not simply appeal to Father Zeus? Why all this convoluted effort? The deities of Olympus were exceedingly proud, and a Lamed god, raised among mortals, would not garner their respect. However, if the exquisite and noble goddess, the queen, were to shine with a particular brilliance, if a deity capable of ensnaring her and compelling the king of gods to bow his head were to emerge, the treatment would undoubtedly differ. Father Zeus must be aware of your intentions as well. Hebe lifted her gaze to Hera, her concern palpable. Even one as proud as Zeus, upon realizing he had been outmaneuvered, would find no solace, not even from his beloved Hera. Yet what of it? Hera understood Hebe's worries. This was hardly a clandestine scheme. The once wise Metis had endowed Zeus with insight, allowing him to see through such machinations. But what did it matter? Hera knew Zeus. In his heart, nothing held more significance than his sovereign position among the gods. A deity capable of solidifying his reign would be sufficient incentive for the great king to momentarily set aside his pride, which was more precious to him than gold. Nonetheless, Hera cherished her daughter's concern. She longed to gently caress Hebe's delicate, lily-like face, but her hands were bound by the throne, leaving her to regretfully refrain. I owe your brother far too much. Hera's gaze seemed to traverse the river of time, recalling the eldest son Hephaestus, newly born and vigorous, though not conventionally handsome. He was endowed with robust limbs and divine strength, a natural god of fire and forging. On that fateful day, she had once again discovered Zeus's betrayal. As the protector of marriage and family, the backlash of her divine essence inflicted profound anguish, and the betrayal of her beloved left her heart wrenched in sorrow. Her pride shattered, she wept openly. Hephaestus witnessed this pain, seeing his mother in such torment. In youthful defiance, he confronted Zeus, not realizing that even a divine offspring must not challenge the majesty of the supreme king. He was cast down from the divine mountain by his unfeeling father, who decreed that he should never return. From that day forth, Hera truly grasped the cold-heartedness of the husband she had so dearly cherished. After countless instances of infidelity and the persecution of his illegitimate offspring, Hera found herself at a loss as to whether her actions stemmed from love for Zeus, a sense of duty to uphold the sanctity of marriage, or a desire for retribution against the harm he had inflicted upon her divine son. Hera could no longer discern her motivations. Enough, I shall handle this matter. You need not concern yourselves, she declared, shaking her head, unwilling to elaborate further. But you, having just ascended to the rank of a second-tier deity, dare to provoke Artemis? Her brother is not an adversary to be trifled with. Offending the mother goddess necessitates a lesson. In her previous life, Hebe had little connection to her parents, but in this existence, Hera's affection had led her to fully embrace this goddess as her mother. To affront Hera was undoubtedly to cross a line with Hebe. I understand your intentions. There is no need for your worry. The mother goddess has a gift for you, and with it, winning Artemis' wager will be effortless. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Hera's eyes. It is often said that timing is of the essence. Recently, she had acquired a splendid trinket to bestow upon her daughter. One must concede that luck can indeed be a facet of strength. Although Artemis, due to her experiences and divine role, may possess greater combat prowess than Hebe, the latter's divine lineage and Hera's status as a queen of Olympus would undoubtedly provide her with an advantage. Nike, great queen of the gods, at your service. The goddess with majestic wings and a statuesque form appeared before Hera, kneeling gracefully and awaiting her divine command. Bring forth that item. Yes. Nike swiftly took flight, returning shortly to the main temple, cradling an exquisite treasure box. I had intended to present this to you at a later time, but now seems fitting. With your ascension to second-tier divinity, you should be able to assimilate this divine essence. Hera gestured, and Nike reverently approached Hebe, opening the treasure box. At the moment the box was unveiled, an icy blue radiance burst forth. A pure, frigid aura enveloped the temple, and the warmth that typically graced the divine abode plummeted in the presence of this divine essence. The ice and snow divine essence. Hebe's eyes widened in astonishment. She recalled this essence originally belonging to the ice and snow goddess, Demeter. Among the pantheon, this divine essence was a rare and formidable one. Demeter, as its custodian, commanded considerable respect, and even second-tier deities were hesitant to confront her directly. The might of the ice and snow divine essence endowed its bearer with extraordinary destructive capabilities, elevating their combat prowess significantly. In a true confrontation, even Athena would find it challenging to subdue her. The ice and snow divine essence? Is this not Demeter's? The ethereal and pristine Demeter was greatly favored by Zeus. Now, with this divine essence before them, it signified that she had indeed fallen. Hera's voice was devoid of emotion, her violet eyes reflecting the ruthlessness of a higher power. Since her heart belonged to the underworld, let her find eternal rest by the banks of the Styx. The ice and snow goddess, Demeter, a symbol of purity and coldness, had unexpectedly fallen in love with Hades, the lord of the underworld. For him, she dared to steal secrets from Mount Olympus and even unleashed the headless ice beast imprisoned in the far north, inciting Zeus's wrath, who promptly annihilated the goddess, stripping her of her divinity. As for Hades, based on Hera's understanding of her brother, he would disdain such despicable tactics to seize control of Olympus. Yet who can say? Power has transformed too many individuals. Enough of this fallen goddess. There is no need for further discussion. Now, with this, securing victory in the battle should be effortless. Hebe nodded. There was no need for further gratitude between her and Hera. They were one in purpose, sharing in each other's triumphs and losses. The opportunity to grow stronger lay before her, and Hebe was not one to feign modesty. She seized the divine essence of ice and snow and pressed it against her forehead. The golden-haired goddess radiated divine light, and a pale green divine essence emerged at her brow, signifying youth, purification, healing, and the art of wine, all shimmering with a gentle glow. Countless emerald particles surged towards the ice and snow divine essence, which erupted in brilliance. Ice blue particles flew forth, resisting the invasion of the green ones. This was a trial of divinity, and failure meant disqualification from inheriting the divine essence. With Ares and Hera present, Hebe felt no trepidation about potential dangers surrounding her. She closed her eyes, quietly attuning herself to the immense power within the divine essence. In the depths of a dark meditative sea, countless emerald particles danced, embodying Hebe's divine strength, brimming with vitality and life. Interspersed among these particles were many ice blue ones, whose essence was cold and sharp, resembling a ferocious beast. They leapt about, wreaking havoc in Hebe's meditative sea, attacking the green particles. Such insolence! The vast ocean of youth and purifying divine power surged into the meditative sea. The green particles shining brilliantly like an unstoppable army, shattering and subduing the blue ones. An ever-increasing number of green particles converged, merging into colossal green orbs, each one hundreds of times larger than the blue particles. These burgeoning green orbs flew about, capturing the arrogant blue particles and devouring them whole. The once mighty blue particles began to flee under such relentless assault. But here, in Hebe's meditative sea, where could they escape? Time passed, though it felt eternal, until the blue particles were completely consumed by the green orbs. The divine essence within Hebe's core radiated with a newfound brilliance, now doubled in strength. The pristine divine essence glimmered with a turquoise hue, and in addition to youth, purification, and healing, a powerful new domain emerged: ice and snow. Above the temple, the divine power of ice and snow permeated the air, freezing the ground into a thick layer of ice, an embodiment of first-tier divinity. Chapter 8. The goddess of love and beauty. The fusion of the ice and snow divine essence elevated Hebe to a lower echelon of first-tier divinity. This elevation not only bestowed upon her a more formidable divine strength, but also brought about subtle changes in her appearance. Previously influenced by her youthful divinity, Hebe had retained a somewhat juvenile visage. Now, with the amalgamation of the ice and snow divine essence and her ascension to first-tier divinity, she appeared to have liberated herself from the constraints of youth. Her height increased significantly, and her figure became graceful and alluring. The naivety that once adorned her face faded, akin to a fruit ripening overnight. Hebe's beauty, surpassing even that of the purple iris, radiated with brilliance. Her violet eyes glimmered with a hint of chill, enhancing their depth. While the previous Hebe resembled a bud poised to bloom, innocent and delicate, this moment's Hebe exuded strength, confidence, and an undercurrent of resolute coldness, akin to a resplendent azalea. Both beautiful and perilous, Ares beheld the transformed Hebe, his eyes widening in astonishment. Previously, he had regarded his sister's features as exquisite, inheriting the best traits from their divine parents. Yet her youthful appearance had rendered her somewhat incongruous with the aesthetic standards of the Olympian gods. He was unprepared for the breathtaking vision that Hebe presented now, stripped of her childishness. He had every reason to believe that should the unprincipled male deities of Olympus catch sight of this iteration of Hebe, they would converge upon her like hounds scenting meat. No. At this thought, Ares felt a sudden itch in his hands. It seemed time to sharpen his axe. "Congratulations, my sister. Artemis is no longer your rival," he declared. After all, the chasm between gods of differing ranks is not easily bridged. He could not fathom that the impoverished Leto, who relied on her daughter, the goddess of the night, for sustenance on the island of Delos, could possibly offer anything of worth to Artemis. Hera, too, had not anticipated that Hebe would so effortlessly subjugate this divine essence. This realization filled her with pride and relief, even as it stirred an unexpected sense of loss. Her child was now capable of standing independently, on the verge of leaving the protective embrace of her wings. Very well, a lower tier of first-tier divinity. However, mere ascension in divine power is insufficient. In the month to come, you must thoroughly immerse yourself in the laws contained within this divine essence. They shall become your most formidable strength. The fusion of the divine essence does not equate to complete mastery. It merely signifies that a deity has gained the right to engage with these laws. Continuous contemplation is essential to grasp the relevant divine arts, enabling one to wield them with ease. "I understand, Mother," Hebe replied, elated by the changes she felt within her body. After centuries of masquerading as a diminutive girl, she was thrilled to finally escape the influence of her divine office and embrace her matured form. Although her appearance may later subject her to harassment from handsome deities, those who dare to harbor ill intentions must reckon with Hebe, who is no pushover. They will soon taste the chilling effects of absolute zero. Now, you may return. When your father arrives, it is best that you do not witness certain scenes." Hera gazed toward the mortal realm, her piercing violet eyes penetrating the clouds, and beheld Zeus emerging from Lemnos Island, his countenance dark as he prepared to return to the divine mountain. "Mother, is everything truly all right?" Despite her confidence that Hera would not face any grave peril, there lingered a sense of unease. Over the years, Zeus had indeed demonstrated his affection for Hera, yet his relentless infidelities, disregarding the risk of her divine essence shattering, remained an undeniable truth. Such a selfish god left Hebe uncertain about whether the wrathful Zeus might act against Hera. After all, this entire spectacle compelling him to concede was orchestrated by Hera herself. Rest assured, no matter how enraged he may be, he cannot harm me, Hera declared with a disdainful flicker across her exquisite visage, her eyes brimming with mockery and pride. Perhaps it was the prolonged comfort of her status as queen that had dulled the memory of her past, a formidable war machine that cleaved through the Titans from the southern slopes of Olympus to the northern, instilling terror in countless foes. If Zeus wished to confront Hera, he would need to consider whether he could gain any advantage over her. She was not merely a vessel of wisdom to be consumed, like Métis. Ares felt as though he existed in a different temporal realm from his mother and sister. He could comprehend every word they uttered, yet when woven together, their meaning eluded him entirely. The straightforward god of war lamented that the thing he despised most in life was riddles. Given Hera's assertion, Hebe and Ares could not linger any longer in the main temple and thus departed for their respective sanctuaries. Upon Zeus's return to the divine mountain, aside from a tempest of storms and thunder that raged within the main temple for a considerable time, no significant events transpired. Meanwhile, Hephaestus, the god of fire, was formally welcomed back to Olympus by Zeus, Hera, and the other Olympian deities, ascending as a newly minted god. During this period, a remarkable event unfolded in the ocean. A uniquely special goddess was born. Legend has it that in the boundless epochs of antiquity, the first king of the gods was Uranus, god of the sky and stars. He emerged from the fingertips of Gaia, the primordial goddess of the earth, wielding dominion over the heavens and celestial bodies. Uranus was both the son and husband of Gaia. In those primordial times, their bond was so profound that the heavens and earth were seamlessly intertwined. Through their unceasing union, Uranus and Gaia bore 12 Titans, 6 sons and 6 daughters, while Uranus reigned as their leader, the first sovereign of the gods. Regrettably, the primordial deity Uranus, the king of the heavens, was not a figure of benevolence or amicability, despite his divine essence symbolizing the promise of the future and hope. His temperament mirrored the boundless cosmos, unpredictable and merciless. His tyranny encompassed not only all life beneath his dominion, but also extended to his mother and wife, the formidable earth goddess Gaia. Uranus confined the children, the hundred-handed giants and the cyclopes, whom Gaia was destined to bear, within her womb, preventing their emergence into the world. This act undeniably provoked the wrath of the goddess, who had existed since the dawn of creation. She commanded her offspring to assist her in rebelling against Uranus's brutal reign. However, the Titans had endured their father's oppression for far too long, to the point where they had lost the courage to resist, fearing the dire consequences of failure, which could lead to the loss of everything, even their lives. Only Cronus, the youngest son of Gaia, rose to the occasion, being the sole child who earnestly declared, "Mother Goddess, I wish to try." Those familiar with divine history know that Cronus's attempt proved successful. Under Gaia's guidance, he seized the opportunity while Uranus was united with his mother, wielding the stone sickle bestowed upon him, severing the emblem of the primordial king's patriarchal power. The agony forced Uranus to cry out, struggling to separate from Gaia completely. He was uncontrollably propelled upwards, ultimately fixed by Gaia and Cronus at the zenith of the cosmos, condemned to never rise again. Having usurped the divine throne with his mother's support, Cronus ascended as the second king of the gods, discarding Uranus's patriarchal symbol far into the Aegean Sea. The flesh and blood of deities remain ever vibrant unless the deity itself perishes. And the remnants of the primordial king's essence, nurtured over countless ages in the depths of the Aegean, gave rise to a goddess of renowned fame in mythological history. On that day, the Aegean Sea reflected a sky as clear as new, while beneath its surface, tumultuous tides surged, casting forth brilliant light. Countless bubbles erupted from the ocean's depths, transforming into glimmering pearls, while the shattered remnants morphed into an unknown pure white flower. Enveloping the sea in an intoxicating fragrance, the sacred flower of the goddess, the rose, symbolizing love and desire. A beam of light ascended, proclaiming to the world the birth of a deity endowed with godly power. This sudden transformation drew the attention of all gods to the sea, with some appearing at the shore to witness the spectacle. The surface of the sea churned with frothy pearls and blooming roses, celebrating the emergence of divinity. The charming dolphins congregated around a colossal white shell, emerging gracefully from the depths of the sea. The immaculate shell shimmered with a gentle glow, and soon it began to open, revealing a goddess of unparalleled beauty who stepped forth with elegance. The gods, who had been observing both openly and covertly, could not help but gasp in astonishment at her radiance. Her golden hair, reminiscent of seaweed, flowed luxuriously over her statuesque form, exuding an enchanting luster. Beneath the golden tresses lay a visage that seemed to drift in a dream, with eyes like jade that appeared eternally filled with a tender and captivating affection. Her delicate skin sparkled like porcelain in the sunlight, her figure tall and athletic, every inch perfectly proportioned, neither excessive nor insufficient. Around her exquisitely shaped waist, she wore a magnificent golden belt, its dazzling divine light leaving no doubt in the minds of the gods that it was a powerful artifact. All deities are favored by the Creator, each possessing their unique allure. The regal beauty of Hera, the intelligent grace of Athena, the ethereal purity of Artemis, and the exquisite charm of Hebe. Yet, even these renowned beauties of the divine mountain seemed to pale beneath the delicate veil of this newly born goddess. For she embodied the essence of all beauty, the incarnation of desire birthed from the flesh and blood of Uranus, the sky god. In later tales, she would weave between the affections of her two brothers and the powerful male deities of the divine mountain, the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite. The gods peered down from the clouds at this formidable new divinity. The goddesses, filled with jealousy, could not suppress the flicker of rivalry in their gazes. The male deities, on the other hand, were enraptured, their imaginations likely conjuring countless alluring scenarios with the goddess. The Aegean Sea seemed to soften in response to her arrival, gently nudging the shell that cradled her towards the shore. The moment the goddess set foot on land, the Mother of Earth revealed her favor. A gentle spring breeze caressed her hair, while sacred roses, birthed alongside her, carpeted the ground beneath her. The goddess of seasons, Hesperides, had long awaited this moment, having received the Mother Earth's divine mandate. With a smile, she adorned the newly born goddess with a glimmering crown and resplendent garments, enhancing her allure. As the goddess of love and beauty, the esteemed Aphrodite heeded the Mother Earth's decree. She was destined to reside on Mount Olympus as the primordial goddess. "Please, follow me," Hesperides beckoned, guiding the newly born Aphrodite to a chariot drawn by doves, carrying her toward the divine mountain. Aphrodite's arrival was met with a warm welcome from the multitude of deities on Olympus, all captivated by her dreamlike charm. The goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, stood before the king and queen of the gods. The enchanting goddess exudes an unparalleled grace, her every gesture imbued with an ineffable beauty. Aphrodite. The Earth Mother has long foretold that you shall ascend as the ninth deity of Olympus, presiding over love and desire. Her beauty, too, captivates Zeus. Yet despite any inner machinations, the king of gods maintains a demeanor that is both commendable and approachable. Were it not for the divine nature already known to the other gods, they might mistake him for an upright gentleman. Hera sits beside Zeus, her slender fingers lifting a golden goblet to sip, a cold glimmer flashing in her eyes. Aglaia, Euphrosyne, Talia, Zeus proclaims with authority. Esteemed deities from this day forth, you shall serve as attendants to Aphrodite, assisting her in governing love among mortals. The three exquisite goddesses gracefully emerge, daughters of Zeus and his third consort, the Oceanid Eurynomy, embodying the qualities of charm, elegance, and beauty. They are thus revered as the Graces, divine patrons of aesthetic blessings. Although their lack of formidable power renders them somewhat akin to ornamental deities on Olympus. Yet, regardless of their perceived superficiality, their noble lineage cannot be overlooked. Bestowing their daughter upon another as a servant signifies an unparalleled honor among the gods. "Thank you, O king." Aphrodite's smile is as sweet as honey, her alluring glance nearly revealing Zeus's vulnerabilities. It must be acknowledged that the goddess's enchanting allure, if wielded judiciously, serves as a weapon of considerable potency. After all, desire is a double-edged sword. Chapter 9. Betrothal and Confrontation. Hephaestus. Zeus calls to his eldest son, his voice warm, beckoning the recently returned deity. Regardless of their past grievances, the benefits this divine offspring brings are sufficient for Zeus to grant him a modicum of favor. Father, a male god, wielding a forge hammer, emerges among the deities. His rugged visage betrays a hint of anxiety at the summons, exuding a pure and honest demeanor, making it hard to conceive that such a being could compel Zeus to bow before him. In truth, this was not Hephaestus's own design. The god, consumed with thoughts of forging and metallurgy, is indeed a rarity of sincerity, merely following the commands of his mother, Hera, though not outright ugly. Hephaestus's appearance pales in comparison to the generally striking features of the Olympian gods, earning him the moniker of the most unattractive deity on mountain. He limps towards the center of the grand hall, bowing respectfully before Zeus, awaiting his directive. Construct for Aphrodite a temple of love at the very heart of Olympus. A murmur of astonishment ripples through the assembly. At the center of Olympus? In that realm, apart from the majestic throne of Zeus, there existed Hera's temple of marriage, alongside the temple of love that Zeus had established. Was this a subtle indication of his intent to harbor a clandestine affair? Hera nearly crushed the golden chalice in her grasp, unable to contain her anger. How brazen of Zeus, a notorious libertine, to contemplate such treachery beneath her very gaze. The goddess, with her fair arms, strove to suppress her fury, determined not to reveal her disarray before the assembly of deities. She cast her gaze upon the triumphant countenance of Aphrodite above in the grand hall, and, after a moment's reflection, a cold smirk graced her lips. This matter was perfectly suited for Hephaestus. Hera maintained a gentle smile, seemingly oblivious to Zeus's ulterior motives, exuding an air of intellect and elegance that left the gods questioning their own perceptions. After all, they were soon to be wed. A husband constructing a temple for his wife is indeed a tale worth recounting. Wouldn't you agree, Zeus? What, did I hear that correctly? Aphrodite is to wed Hephaestus? Hera's jealousy surged once more. The most beautiful goddess united with the most unseemly god. What a travesty! Aphrodite's once proud visage turned ashen as she glanced at the simple-minded, limping god beside her, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. As the embodiment of all earthly beauty, she found it impossible to regard this unremarkable and imperfect being with any affection, despite his lineage as the son of the divine king and queen. Hera, do you comprehend the implications of your words? Zeus squinted at Hera, displeasure evident in his gaze. In his calculated scheme, he had long intended to claim this beauty as his lover and sire a divine offspring, thus maintaining dominion over the temple of love. Hera, it seems you have forgotten. When calling Hephaestus back to Olympus, you explicitly promised to wed the most beautiful goddess to him. Lo, she stands before you. Hera's charming smile belied the sharpness of her words as she produced the contract Zeus had signed with Hephaestus, its golden script gleaming with the weight of the king's promise, an assurance unbreakable by any force. The gods began to recollect that indeed such an agreement had been made. The king's vow was immutable, and it appeared that Aphrodite's marriage to Hephaestus was now an inevitability. The gaze of the gods turned towards Aphrodite, now tinged with sympathy. She, too, beheld the stipulations of the agreement, disbelief etched upon her features. She harbored no affection for Hephaestus and had no desire to wed him. With her emerald eyes, she cast a helpless look at Zeus, filled with a plea, yearning for the king to rescind his decree. Zeus, however, averted his gaze, eschewing her imploring stare. In the name of the goddess of marriage, I shall bestow upon the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, and the god of fire and craftsmanship, Hephaestus, a grand wedding. Fellow deities, you are cordially invited to the banquet. The goddess with alabaster arms rose, elevating her scepter high, as the divine essence of marriage shimmered before the assembled world, affirming Hera's decree and binding the union of Aphrodite and Hephaestus. Having completed this momentous act, the resplendent goddess cast a scornful glance at her husband before turning away without a backward look. Meanwhile, Hebe remained blissfully unaware of these proceedings, deep in contemplation of the laws inherent in the divine essence of ice and snow within her sanctuary of youth. By the time she emerged from her meditative retreat, the entire celestial mountain was already abuzz with tales of the union between the goddess of beauty and the god of fire. Not to mention how Hephaestus had embraced his beloved, while a resentful Aphrodite secretly manipulated Zeus's desires, rendering him ever more fickle and unfaithful, leading to an unprecedented number of Hera's discoveries of infidelity. Time, for the gods, is the most trivial of commodities, and a month passes like a fleeting shadow. On this day, Olympus was alive with fervor as the gods eagerly anticipated the divine contest between the youthful goddess Hebe and the goddess of the forest and hunt, Artemis. After all, the gods lived long lives and were unwilling to miss any opportunity for spectacle. Even Helios, the sun god, paused his daily voyage, shrouding the sky in clouds. Accompanied by his two sisters, Selene, the moon goddess, and Eos, the goddess of dawn, to witness the event. The eternally joyous Olympus basked in a splendid day, as the gods gathered with golden goblets in hand at the viewing stands of the arena, awaiting the arrival of the two combatant goddesses. Artemis had long awaited her moment in the arena, today abandoning her usual elegant gown for the rugged attire suited for hunting in the woods. Her silvery hair was tied high, framing a face of exquisite purity that shone like the bright moon, her silver-gray eyes ablaze with martial spirit. This goddess, wielding her silver bow, undeniably captivated the assembly of gods with her striking presence. It was indeed a lament that both Artemis and Athena were maiden goddesses. Such beauty, alas, elicited a sigh from one male deity, whose sentiment resonated deeply with his fellow male companions, prompting a chorus of wistful exclamations. Not all goddesses yearn for love and matrimony. Athena and Artemis, one being the astute goddess of wisdom and warfare, scoffed at romantic entanglements, while the other, a paragon of spiritual love, found corporeal relationships utterly distasteful. Thus, both goddesses vowed to the river Styx, which flows through the underworld, pledging to maintain their purity forever. The river Styx is no ordinary river. It embodies all promises and oaths, and once a vow is made, it cannot be broken. To do so would result in being cast into its depths for eternity, a fate from which even the gods cannot escape. It was precisely this solemn vow that shielded the two goddesses from the advances of male deities. After all, such an oath was no trifling matter. Though both were undeniably beautiful, they were not worth sacrificing life for. Speaking of which, where is Her Highness Hebe? Why has she not yet arrived? Artemis has arrived, and the gods have begun their search for another key figure. Surely, she isn't hiding out of fear, is she? The gods still harbor lingering impressions of Hebe's cowardice during her days as a lesser deity. Hush! The queen of the gods is seated above. Do you wish for your life? Ahem, this wine is rather potent. The speaking god sheepishly set down his goblet, vexed at his momentary lapse into arrogance, forgetting that the mother of the other party is notoriously protective. Humph! Hera, absorbing the whispers of the surrounding deities, might have once unleashed her wrath, but now the noble queen remains composed, and the Hebe of today is no longer the same. A smile graced her crimson lips as she began to anticipate the astonished expressions on the faces of these foolish gods. Athena, what is your take on this duel? The stunningly handsome god of light, Apollo, crossed his arms while conversing with the goddess beside him, whose eyes sparkled with brilliance. It is hard to say. Al's divine power and combat experience indeed surpass those of Princess Hebe. Yet let us not forget, she is renowned for her fierce protectiveness. Who that is self-evident. As Zeus's illegitimate son, they have certainly faced their share of trials at her hands. Hebe has arrived. At long last, it seems the fine wine is nearly depleted. The speaking deity beckoned a nymph to refill his goblet. The youthful goddess approached gracefully, her hair resembling the finest silk, held aloft, revealing an innocent, fair visage. Today, she donned a suit of armor, pristine as jade, wielding a bow and arrows crafted from jade, her rose-petal-like lips curling into a subtle smile, and her violet eyes, inherited from her illustrious mother, radiated a fierce determination and a palpable spirit of battle. Hebe did not reveal her matured appearance following her ascension, aside from Hera and Ares. No other deity was aware of her elevation to a higher rank, which she intended to keep as her trump card, poised to deliver a decisive blow at a crucial moment. You have finally arrived, Artemis remarked while polishing her silver bow, her divine artifact. Artemis, the innate goddess of the moon, though yet to acquire the authority of the moon, could harness the power of moonlight in battle with her silver bow. a twin artifact to her brother Apollo's golden sun bow. Good day, Princess Artemis. Maintaining decorum is a fundamental quality of Hebe. As the daughter of the Queen of Gods, with both combatant goddesses present, Zeus, seated upon the highest throne, waved his hand, officially declaring the commencement of this divine confrontation. With Zeus's command, the eyes of the two goddesses glinted with lethal intent, and they ceased any further trivial discourse. Moving with the swiftness of leopards, they swiftly established a safe distance from one another as they both wielded ranged weapons. Artemis's delicate, fair hands swiftly drew her silver bow, and arrows forged from silver moonlight shot forth. The speed of light was astonishing. Hebe's expression grew serious as she somersaulted backward, landing atop a massive Roman column to evade the incoming arrows. A faint, cold smile graced the corners of Artemis's lips as her gaze turned frigid. With a flick of her hand, the silver arrow that had been soaring forward abruptly veered upwards, redirecting its trajectory towards Hebe, perched upon the Roman column. As a born goddess of the moon, her mastery over moonlight rivaled that of Selene. In response, Hebe drew her jade bow, and in an instant, the arrow coalesced, infused with the divine power to pierce through all obstacles, while the essence of youth imbued it with an unstoppable vigor and vitality. The arrow, radiating a silvery green luminescence, was released, colliding with Artemis's moonlit silver arrow. The clash of divine forces resulted in a tremendous explosion, engulfing the arena in a cloud of dust and smoke. This initial assault granted both goddesses a glimpse into each other's formidable prowess. Their expressions grew solemn. She was stronger than anticipated. With a whoosh, the two goddesses ceased to hold back, constantly shifting positions as they drew their bows. The speed of their arrows had become so rapid that only fleeting shadows could be seen. Had they not been deities, such intensity would have rendered their arms incapacitated. Arrows rained down like a tempest, each imbued with astonishing destructive power, shattering the Roman columns surrounding the arena. As the two goddesses clashed fiercely, they had no time to concern themselves with the potential collateral damage to other deities. Several arrows even soared beyond the arena, striking some unfortunate gods who had come to spectate, eliciting cries of anguish from the onlookers. The mighty king of gods, witnessing the destruction, pondered whether it would be wiser to send them to the mortal realm to continue their battle. The other gods, braving the deluge of arrows, proposed this to Zeus. To his surprise, Zeus had not anticipated the sheer combat prowess of his two daughters. While he was well aware of Artemis's strength, Hebe had completely reshaped his perception. Raising his hand, he enveloped the two goddesses in an overwhelming surge of divine power, transporting them to a forest in the mortal realm. While the other gods watched from the clouds above, as Hebe and Artemis felt the scenery around them shift, they were greeted by a lush expanse of greenery, the fragrant aroma of earth and leaves mingling in the air. They had been sent to a forest on the island of Lesbos, in a whirlwind of thoughts. Both understood the situation, yet the battle raged on, demanding their undivided attention. "This is my domain," Artemis thought with a surge of delight. For as the goddess of the forest and hunting, the environment would undoubtedly enhance her prowess. How could he be so unfair to his own daughter? Hera glared at Zeus from above the clouds, her suspicions of his intentions running deep. Zeus, scratching his nose, declared with utmost sincerity that he had merely chosen a random location. Artemis opened her arms, letting out a sigh as the divine essence of the forest within her shone brightly, drawing upon the primal energies of this woodland to replenish her own losses, a privilege inherent to her as the goddess of the forest. She stowed away her silver bow, having gleaned from their earlier confrontation that this goddess's archery skills were not inferior to her own. She realized that relying solely on her arrows to vanquish her opponent would be a challenge. Thus, she resolved to alter her strategy and employ divine magic instead. The goddess of youth, you are not the sole recipient of divine protection. A faint smile graced the sacred visage of Artemis as her voice began to take on an ethereal quality. Shrouded in a veil of gray mist that concealed her exquisite form, she vanished without a trace. Hebe's eyes widened in astonishment. The Veil of Night, the artifact of the dark goddess Leto. Leto, daughter of Zeus, the titan of darkness and intellect, and Phoebe, the goddess of light, presides over the starless and moonless night. Her divine essence is inherently intertwined with forgetfulness, obscurity, and concealment. Thus, her accompanying artifact, the veil of night, possesses the same attributes, allowing its wearer to elude detection and vanish from sight. Undoubtedly, this is a formidable artifact. It was with this very item that Leto evaded Hera's relentless pursuit. Among the treasures of Olympus, only Hades' helm of invisibility rivals its power. Clearly, this goddess lent the artifact to Artemis in her quest for victory. The veil of night rendered Artemis entirely imperceptible, her form and presence obscured. Even now, as Hebe ascended to the rank of a first-class deity, she could not discern Artemis's whereabouts. "My dominion over purification is assured," echoed Artemis's voice, seemingly emanating from all directions, rendering her position indiscernible. She had merged with the forest, becoming its sovereign. "Let us see whether you possess the requisite skill." Hebe sheathed her jade bow, since her opponent sought to engage in divine prowess. She would rise to the challenge. Let us witness the outcome. As Artemis's words faded, the lush trees swayed, shedding countless emerald leaves like a verdant rain, a breathtaking spectacle. Yet, Hebe was not inclined to admire. She sensed the intent to kill, a malevolence emanating from the entire forest. The falling leaves enveloped the golden-haired goddess, appearing beautiful yet concealing deadly intent. The flurry of leaves, like blades, made evasion impossible. Hebe summoned her golden chalice, which granted her control over water. A torrent cascaded down, forming a barrier that repelled the leaf blades. As the leaves whirled and the waters surged, a fierce battle ensued. Hebe maintained the water barrier against the onslaught of leaf blades when suddenly the ground trembled beneath her. A sense of impending danger surged within her. In a swift motion, she evaded, but as she leaped away, countless thorns erupted from the earth where she had just stood, pursuing her in an attempt to ensnare her. Forced to flee through the forest, Hebe found herself surrounded by an ever-growing mass of thorns. There was nowhere left to escape. A cold glimmer flickered in the eyes of the golden-haired goddess. Summoning her jade bow, she drew it like a full moon, infusing it with purifying divine energy, conjuring a barrage of radiant arrows. As she released them, the arrows burst forth, obliterating the surrounding thorns and leaf blades. Impressive, but how much can you truly destroy? As soon as Artemis's voice fell, a multitude of thorns and leaf blades surged forth, their intensity surpassing that of before. Hebe's watery veil was instantly shattered, and in a moment of desperation, she had no choice but to shield her delicate eyes with her arms. Artemis, infusing the thorns with her divine power, bound the movements of the youthful goddess. The shimmering leaf blades ruthlessly carved deep wounds upon her divine form, and in an instant, divine blood splattered forth, leaving Hebe battered and appearing dreadfully tragic. From the vantage of the gods above the clouds, it seemed that the goddess Hebe was destined for defeat. It appeared that this duel would culminate in victory for Princess Artemis. After all, Artemis's divine role leaned toward aggression. While although Hebe had ascended to the second tier of divinity, her domains of youth, purification, and healing lacked the requisite offensive prowess. Alas, the outcome seemed predetermined. Many deities covertly observed Hera's countenance, fearful that this queen of the gods might unleash her displeasure upon them. Yet they harbored a secret desire to witness the unfolding drama. However, they were met with disappointment. Hera maintained a serene expression, as if the one suffering below was not her cherished daughter. Apollo, observing her demeanor, felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. "You have lost, Princess Hebe. It appears that the domain of purification is destined to be mine." With a sense of assured victory, Artemis gazed upon the subdued Hebe and withdrew the veil of night, stepping before her with a face that radiated a mix of holiness and pride. She extended her hand, prepared to strip Hebe of her purifying divinity. Yet, just as her hand was about to make contact with Hebe's forehead, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Hebe's tightly shut eyes suddenly burst open, and the thorns imbued with the forest's power crumbled like paper, easily shaken off by Hebe. She seized Artemis's hand, her resplendent purple gaze glimmering with mockery, reflecting Artemis's alarmed expression. "Got you." A surge of divine power erupted from within Hebe, her aura escalating rapidly. Second tier upper, second tier peak, first tier lower. Her divine form shed its youthful innocence, revealing an unparalleled beauty to the gods, as enchanting and perilous as a blooming rhododendron. "You, first tier divine power? How is this possible?" Hebe dismissed the need for further dialogue. If she revealed her trump card, it would no longer hold its value. Domain of ice and snow. The divine force of winter surged forth, and in an instant, a blizzard erupted, blanketing the lush trees. An extreme chill enveloped the entire forest, and the frost born from the divine essence of winter was undoubtedly the gravest blow to Artemis's forest domain. The howling winds and blinding snow stripped the once verdant leaves, casting them into a state of decay. Within this realm of ice and snow, the forest's vitality was robbed, plunging it into an endless slumber. Artemis felt her connection to the forest severed, her expression darkening as she struggled to free herself from Hebe's grasp. My lady, now that you have revealed yourself, escaping will not be so effortless. In her fully matured form, Hebe towered half a head taller, gazing down at her opponent. Even when the night veil was produced, she had never entertained the notion of compelling her adversary to reveal herself. The night veil was a divine artifact of the highest order. Once, Leto had wielded it so effectively that even Hera struggled to trace its bearer. As a mere first-tier deity, Hebe could only feign submission, luring her opponent into a false sense of security. The icy divine power surged into Artemis. The extreme cold was unbearable even for a goddess of her caliber. Artemis felt as if her divine blood was on the verge of freezing. She attempted to break free, yet a profound sense of weakness enveloped her. The frost spread across her form as she found her eyelids growing heavier, an overwhelming weariness washing over her. Soon, the proud goddess of the forest succumbed to darkness, laden with deep regret, a slumber of low temperature, a divine technique derived from the essence of snow and ice. Hebe laid Artemis gently upon the earth. The outcome of this divine contest was already determined, rendering further engagement unnecessary. She feared the potential retribution from Apollo and Leto for her overt actions. Casting her gaze toward the king of the gods amidst the clouds, she awaited his verdict on the duel's result. Ha ha ha! I declare the victor of this divine contest to be Hebe, the goddess of youth and snow. Zeus's mood was evidently buoyant, as yet another powerful first-tier deity emerged among his progeny, a significant boon for him. He waved his hand, summoning them back to the divine mountain, while Apollo hurried forward to assess his sister's condition. With both hands, he channeled radiant light, dispelling the frost that clung to Artemis. As the icy power receded, Artemis stirred back to consciousness. Upon awakening, her expression was grim as she regarded Hebe standing in the grand hall. Gritting her teeth, she raised her hand to her forehead, stripping away her divine role of childbirth. The pain of relinquishing her divinity rendered her pallid, and Artemis cast her essence toward Hebe. With a swift motion, Hebe caught the divine essence deftly. You have done well. Apollo cradled his sister, casting a somber glance at Hebe before turning away. Hebe arched an eyebrow. It appeared that her enmity with the sibling deities had solidified irrevocably. The goddess of youth, Hebe, had transformed. This divine contest had irrevocably altered the perception of Hebe among the pantheon. No longer would any deity dare to liken her to a fragile, easily dismissed flower vase, nor underestimate her prowess. Chapter 10. The Divine Messenger. The oracle of the farce atop Mount Olympus reached a temporary conclusion with Hebe's triumph. Everything seemed unchanged. Initially, Hebe had worried that Apollo and his sister might seek revenge, only to discover that they were rather dutiful and unassuming. Apollo continued to promote his doctrine of light among mortals, attempting to fracture Helios's solar authority. Meanwhile, Artemis, adhering to their agreement, journeyed to the mortal realm for penance. After observing for a time and confirming that her adversaries would remain inactive, Hebe felt a sense of temporary relief. She seamlessly merged the divine duties of childbirth and returned to the temple to continue her seclusion. On one hand, her grasp of the divine essence was not yet complete. On the other, ever since Hebe revealed her fully matured form before the gods, her beauty had captivated the attention of the male deities, particularly given that she was a potent goddess endowed with remarkable divine power. The prospect of uniting with her and bearing a divine offspring was an enticing notion. The youthful goddess, or rather, the goddess of youth and snow, Princess Hebe, had become a coveted figure on Mount Olympus. Each outing resulted in no fewer than 10 various forms of flirtation and chance encounters, with some audacious male gods even attempting to abduct her for marriage. Naturally, these headstrong suitors were swiftly transformed into ice sculptures and cast down from the divine mountain. Exasperated, Hebe chose to isolate herself to evade their incessant advances. Time held no significance for a deity blessed with eternal youth. Decades slipped away like fleeting shadows. Throughout this period, aside from Artemis returned to the divine realm. Another topic of great interest among the gods was the incessant infidelities of our great king, Zeus. Yet this time, it was not Hera who caught him in the act, but rather the offspring of his indiscretions had managed to sneak into the divine abode. Hermes, the illegitimate son of Zeus and the goddess of storms, Maya, emerged from a union of two divine beings of nature, yet he embodied a distinctly human aspect of divinity. Innately gifted with domains of commerce, travel, thievery, and herding, Hermes, despite lacking formidable combat prowess, was endowed with extraordinary cunning and cleverness. Merely 3 days after his birth, he stealthily infiltrated Mount Olympus, guided by Zeus' aura, and even pilfered a herd of Apollo's divine cattle. When confronted by the rightful owner, this young god, with his silver tongue and a lyre, charmed Apollo to the point of ecstasy, exclaiming a sense of brotherly affection as if they had known each other for ages. This revelation left the gods astounded. It was well understood that only a few deities could captivate the pride of this radiant son of light. Moreover, through his eloquent flattery, he managed to secure 2 divine artifacts, winged sandals and a caduceus, thus supplanting the goddess Iris as the divine messenger and becoming his representative. Hera, of course, was infuriated. Yet this could not alter the decisions of our Lord of the Gods. Ultimately, Hermes settled on Mount Olympus, becoming a member of the divine assembly. Within the Temple of Youth, the golden-haired, beautiful goddess kept her eyes tightly shut, striving to comprehend the rules and primal forces inherent in her divine essence. Hebe's current divinity, dominated by the mightiest essence of ice and snow, resembled a transparent blue crystal, radiating an endless chill. Yet at the heart of this blue crystal lay a hint of verdant warmth, pure and brimming with life. These are the sources of strength for Hebe at this moment. She has 2 potential paths for the future. One is to pursue the realms of youth, birth, purification, and healing, ultimately aspiring to ascend as the chief deity of the life domain. The other option is to cultivate the divine essence of ice and snow, which could lead her to become the primary deity governing the forces of nature. Regardless of the path she chooses, her prospects appear exceedingly bright. However, within her heart, Hebe harbors no intention of aligning herself with either the life or nature domains. Instead, she diligently delves into the profound forces of these laws, seeking to comprehend the grandeur of divine essence. In truth, she has subtly formulated her own plans for the future. Having experienced an era of explosive information, Hebe is filled with unconventional ideas, each carrying its own risks. Yet, should she succeed, she would have the opportunity to rise above countless others. Arriving late to this realm, Hebe's starting point is rather low. Had she crossed over as a primordial deity, she would have had no need for concern, simply residing in Rome and enjoying a life of leisure. Yet, fortune has not favored her. The conventional paths of advancement are far too slow, leaving her with a sense of insecurity that compels her to take bold risks. After all, it is often said that the line between genius and madness is exceedingly thin. Hebe restrains her thoughts, recognizing that it is premature to contemplate these matters, and once again immerses herself in her training. An unceasing flow of cosmic energy, accompanied by her deepening comprehension of divine essence, surges within her, gradually enhancing her strength at an imperceptible pace. My Lady Hebe, a divine messenger awaits outside, bearing a decree from His Majesty, the God King. The sweet, melodious voice of the nymph attendant rang out, imbued with utmost respect. Iris has arrived. Allow her to enter. Igessa. Yes, my lady. Igessa felt a rush of excitement, her face flushing at the thought that Lady Hebe remembered her name. The renowned reputation of Lady Hebe had long since spread among the nymphs. She was not only gentle and kind towards them, but also a legendary goddess who had ascended to the rank of a first-tier deity through her own efforts, frequently accompanying her brother to combat beasts on Earth and purifying the living spaces of its inhabitants. Many nymphs held her in deep gratitude. The battle with Lady Artemis had particularly inspired admiration in many of them. Truly, Lady Hebe is a powerful yet gentle goddess. Igessa mused blissfully, her wings fluttering as she guided the divine messenger to the temple entrance. "Thank you, beautiful nymph," Hermes smiled, expressing gratitude to the nymph who guided him. As the god of eloquence and harmony, he understood well how to interact with others, instinctively wishing to make even those of lower status feel welcomed. "You are too kind, Lord Hermes." The youthful deity bore a hint of innocence in his features, yet his striking lineage remained captivating. Under the gaze of his deep blue eyes, Igessa felt her heart racing uncontrollably, prompting her to respond hastily before retreating in a flurry. "Who are you?" The melodious sound akin to a mountain spring resonated through the air. Hermes turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and beheld for the first time the illustrious goddess in her prime. She was adorned in a gown of pristine white, embellished with golden patterns, and beneath her resplendent golden locks lay a visage of unparalleled beauty, dreamlike and ethereal. Her gentle demeanor was interspersed with an enigmatic chill, exuding a captivating and contradictory aura. As the son of the wind and rain goddess Maya, Hermes, the newly appointed messenger of the gods, had encountered Lady Hebe. He bowed his head to conceal his astonishment, recalling the directive from the great god King Zeus to summon the deities to the divine hall regarding the oracle of the Earth Mother. The oracle of the Earth Mother? Hebe raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the necessity of attending. The two deities made their way to the divine hall, arriving to find that a considerable assembly of gods had already gathered. A casual glance revealed that, apart from those of the highest divine rank, only the first-tier gods were present, indicating that those of lower tiers were deemed unworthy of this assembly. After a brief wait, once all the attending deities had arrived, Zeus finally addressed the assembly. "Gods, I have summoned you here because the great mother of all gods has recently issued the Delphic oracle, prompting us to convene for a collective discourse." "Prometheus," called Zeus. "Yes, esteemed king of the gods," replied the wise-eyed deity as he stepped forward, clutching an unadorned stone tablet that emanated an aura of profound power. Hebe could sense the vibrant force of law contained within this seemingly unremarkable slab. The Delphic oracle, one of the formidable artifacts possessed by Gaia, bore inscribed truths. "Know thyself. Do not overreach. Promises bring suffering," representing the guiding principles of all worldly affairs. It served both to record history and to foresee the future. This mighty artifact, typically used by Gaia merely as a means of communication, showcased the boundless wealth of the Mother of Gods. Prometheus raised the Delphic oracle, and the ancient stone radiated brilliance as a voice, both benevolent and authoritative, echoed throughout the hall. Since the Titan War, the flames of conflict have consumed all life, and the world has plunged into silence. The glory of the gods must be remembered. Go forth, create life, and let the world once again brim with vitality and laughter, allowing the splendor of the gods to shine anew. Such was the voice of one of the primordial deities, whose mere sound conveyed immense divine majesty, compelling all to submit in reverence, an effect even Zeus could not evoke. Creation? By entrusting the Delphic oracle to Prometheus, Gaia undoubtedly intended for him to spearhead this endeavor. Prometheus, create mankind. Hebe's violet eyes sparkled with excitement as she recalled a legend from her past life in China, where a great mother goddess achieved sanctity through the merit of creation, thereafter standing unrivaled beneath the heavenly mandate. In the realm of Greek mythology, humanity had already existed. The first generation of golden beings, crafted by the Titan Cronus, had long since perished following the Titan War. Now, Prometheus is on the verge of recreating humankind. The merit involved, while perhaps not as significant as that of the first generation of golden beings, is certainly not to be underestimated. Given the implications of merit, one cannot avoid the struggle. Moreover, Hebe possesses a keen interest in the principles articulated in the Oracle of Delphi. Should she have the opportunity to comprehend them, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous aid in her future endeavors. Everyone has heard that the great Mother of Gods desires us to recreate humanity, allowing the glory of the deities to shine anew upon the world. This monumental task of human creation has been entrusted to Prometheus, yet he requires an assistant to aid in bringing forth the new race. Among the gods, is there anyone willing to assist Prometheus? The primary purpose of Zeus convening the gods is, in fact, to find an aid for Prometheus, as this is no trivial undertaking. A single deity cannot manage such a monumental task alone. The gods fell into silence. Creating humanity is fraught with challenges, and the pleasure-seeking deities are reluctant to take on such a burden. Each remained quiet, secretly wishing for some unfortunate soul to be designated by Zeus, allowing themselves to enjoy leisure upon Mount Olympus. Had the gods been aware of the benefits entailed, their attitudes might have been vastly different. However, the truly wise, or those capable of grasping the concept of merit, are exceedingly few among the divine. What an opportunity! If you do not desire it, I yearn for it. O great Father God, I am willing to assist Lord Prometheus in fulfilling the Mother Earth's oracle and restoring the glory of the gods. O great Father God, I am eager to aid Prometheus. At that moment, two voices resounded within the grand hall. The gods turned to see none other than the illustrious goddess of wisdom, Athena, born from the very essence of Zeus, and the captivating young goddess of ice and youth, Hebe. Does she wish to take on this task as well? Athena and Hebe exchanged a glance, and it seemed as though sparks flickered between the two goddesses. The other deities instinctively stepped back, still haunted by the shadow of their previous encounter with the arrows of Artemis and Hebe. Yet, beneath their trepidation lay an undercurrent of excitement. Could this be yet another spectacle of divine combat? Zeus found himself in a quandary as he observed his two daughters stepping forward. Athena, being his own progeny and a remarkably capable daughter, was naturally favored. However, Hebe, the youngest daughter of Zeus and Hera, had recently exhibited considerable progress, much to his delight. Furthermore, should he choose not to select her, he could only imagine the tumult that might ensue from his irritable queen. Prometheus, since both goddesses are inclined to serve as your assistants, why not allow you to decide the final choice? Zeus, opting for a hands-off approach, passed the dilemma on to Prometheus. The handsome god, with his dark green curls, bore a faint smile of resignation. Zeus had played his cards well. Whichever choice he made, he would inevitably offend the other. Esteemed ladies, the creation of humanity is no trifling matter. Perhaps you could each articulate your respective advantages before we reach a decision? Very well. The goddess, adorned in armor, radiates confidence from her sparkling eyes. I am the divine embodiment of wisdom and craftsmanship, destined to guide the rebirth of humanity along the path of civilization, to rekindle the glory of the gods. The luminosity of wisdom and craftsmanship shines resplendently upon her, enhancing her wisdom and sanctity. The deities nod in agreement, acknowledging Athena's words, which garnered the support of many. And what of you, Princess Hebe? Prometheus's gaze shifted to the golden-haired goddess, who had recently captured attention. Upon meeting her violet eyes, Prometheus's own flickered. Humanity, after its obliteration, yearns for renewal. They require a deity capable of leading them from darkness into light. Hebe articulated her thoughts, her role as the goddess of childbirth glowing softly like the dawn, embodying the fresh sprouts of spring, filled with life and hope. The reborn humanity must possess robust bodies to endure the trials of the world. I shall bestow blessings upon the first generation of the newly born, ensuring they remain eternally youthful and vigorous, free from the afflictions of the mortal realm before the Reaper claims their souls. The radiance of youth, purity, and healing shines forth. In the name of the ice and snow goddess, the new generation of humanity shall also be shielded from the ravages of blizzards, as the essence of winter quietly asserts its presence. The gods fell into silence, and Athena's expression darkened. This goddess's divine role seemed inherently destined for the creation of life. While Athena's wisdom and teachings in craftsmanship are undeniably vital, what could be more paramount for new life than survival? Moreover, let us not forget that Prometheus himself is a deity of wisdom. What Athena possesses, perhaps he too does. This daughter of Metis is remarkably astute and realizes that today she has conceded defeat. However, this goddess, who is subtly acquiring the title of a warrior, possesses an extraordinary magnanimity, quickly relaxing her demeanor after a moment of reluctance. In truth, her quest for the assistant's position was merely a means to advance the dissemination of belief among mortals. The failure in competition only postpones her plans for a while. An inconsequential setback. Prometheus smiled faintly. It appears that the assembly has reached a consensus regarding the outcome. Therefore, Goddess Hebe, I shall rely on your assistance in the time to come. I will do my utmost, Hebe replied with a nod. Having once been human, she holds a fondness for this lineage, and providing them shelter is no burden at all. Goddess Athena, The matter of educating the newly born humans will require your diligent attention. Prometheus then turned to Athena, his intent clear. Although he chose Hebe as his assistant in creating humanity, he intended to entrust the enlightenment of humanity's future to Athena. "There is no issue. Your Majesty need not be concerned," Athena responded, her bright eyes sparkling with understanding, accepting this personal favor. One cannot help but admire Prometheus's intricate strategy. With just a few words, he secured an ally, avoided offending any deity, and placed Athena in his debt. Truly, it is a remarkable feat. Chapter 11. The Vessel of Life and the New Humanity. The creation of a new humanity is an urgent matter. Shortly after the meeting concluded, Hebe accompanied Prometheus to the realm of mortals. After years of recuperation, and with the god of war, Ares, having largely subdued the beasts that roamed the earth, the world of humans had begun to regain some of its former splendor. Verdant trees and lush grass flourished, while foxes, wolves, eagles, and lions roamed freely, imparting a vibrant vitality to the land. "Hebe, this way, please," Prometheus beckoned as he led her to the vicinity of the Temple of Delphi, home to the statue of the great mother goddess, Gaia. This sanctuary had existed since time immemorial, safeguarded by the divine power of Mother Earth, and had remained untouched by the ravages of time, for even time itself is a daughter of the earth. Though Gaia was not present in the temple, Hebe could still sense the immense vitality emanating from it. Her heart brimmed with envy and longing, wondering if she might one day attain such a profound state of being. Prometheus bowed solemnly before the Temple of Delphi and approached the sacred river that flowed in front of it. This divine river cascaded down from Mount Olympus, resembling a jade ribbon, with crystal-clear waters as pure as dew, its sandy bed glistening like snow, interspersed with pearls, agates, jades, and gold, all sparkling under the sun's radiant light, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Hebe, the goddess blessed with a magnificent lineage, presiding over rebirth, youth, purification, and healing. Your understanding of the laws of life undoubtedly surpasses my own. Therefore, I wish to entrust you with the responsibility of bestowing new life." Prometheus's expression was calm, his wise gaze resting upon the golden-haired goddess, revealing a trace of barely perceptible tenderness. Hebe felt deeply moved by Prometheus's proposal. Yet the act of granting life to a new humanity undeniably demanded a profound comprehension of the laws governing existence. "Esteemed Prometheus," she expressed her concerns, "it is not my intention to evade this duty, but I fear that my current grasp of the laws of life may not suffice to bestow complete existence upon the new beings." She had initially intended merely to assist and accrue some merit to enhance her own cultivation, never anticipating the monumental responsibility thrust upon her. "Do not worry about that," Prometheus reassured her, producing a peculiar vessel that bore a striking resemblance to the female womb. Its surface shimmered with intricate, mysterious divine patterns, and at its center was embedded a golden-green gem of unknown origin, radiating a brilliant light. From it, Hebe sensed an inexhaustible essence of life. The vessel of life. It is said that when the world was first born, the earth lay barren, and the earth goddess Gaia, holding the vessel of life, scattered the seeds of all things and the springs of life across the land, nurturing everything and ensuring the endless cycle of birth and rebirth. This can truly be regarded as a divine artifact of creation. The great mother of the gods has lent us this artifact to create humanity. With its aid, I believe bestowing life will be no daunting task for you. It is not merely a trivial matter, should one fully comprehend the principles at play. Hebe possesses unwavering confidence that she can ascend to the pinnacle of the divine realm without relying on the powers of the snow goddess, but solely through the essence of rebirth and youth. Please, feel free to express any requests, as long as they are within my capabilities. A male deity, whom she has only recently collaborated with, offers such immense advantages, claiming no ulterior motives. She finds it hard to believe. Ah, indeed, you are as astute and perceptive as your mother. Nay, you surpass her. Prometheus gazes intently at the goddess before him. It seems as though he peers beyond her, searching for another. Who could he possibly be seeking through her? A sense of incredulous speculation stirs within Hebe's heart. Shu, the wise-eyed deity, smiles gently, placing a slender finger to his lips to signal Hebe to remain silent, for the winds are mischievous. Understanding his intent, Hebe refrains from further speech, though tumultuous waves of emotion surge within her. Do not fret, Princess Hebe. My lending of the life vessel comes with its own stipulations. Beyond bestowing life upon the new humanity, fate has revealed to me that the human race shall endure a calamity, though the veil of destiny obscures my vision. The glimpses I have caught indicate that you will play a crucial role in this affair. Prometheus' demeanor adopts a rare solemnity as he implores her. I hope you will consent to assist humanity in navigating this impending tribulation. She is acutely aware of the nature of this calamity, yet feels powerless to avert it. It is an inevitable transition between the old and new divine powers. The heavens are merciless, and all beneath them are but ants. Even the deities are not exempt. I shall grant you this promise, she affirms. Though unable to alter the course of destiny, she can indeed provide sanctuary for humanity and preserve the spark of life. Then I must express my gratitude, Your Highness. Now, allow me to aid you in swiftly mastering the laws of life. Time swiftly elapses, and a decade has passed since Hebe and Prometheus descended from the divine mountain to the mortal realm. During these 10 years, both deities have remained industrious. Prometheus retrieves silt from the divine river before the temple of Delphi, placing it into a vessel crafted of gold. He extracts a singular seed of all creation from the life vessel, crushing it, allowing golden green photons to spill from his fingertips, a manifestation of the life essence contained within this minuscule seed. Do not underestimate this tiny seed. The life force contained within is sufficient for Prometheus to forge hundreds of human forms. He scatters the life essence into the silt of the divine river and pours in the waters of life, continuously kneading the mixture, employing divine power to achieve perfect amalgamation. Subsequently, with deft hands, he molds the clay into robust human forms, painstakingly attending to every detail of their skin. Prometheus undoubtedly invests his utmost dedication into each creation, pausing to admire each crafted form, for this batch of humanity has undeniably become his most cherished masterpiece. During the past decade, Hebe has been relentlessly embracing the life-giving vessel, delving into the profound laws of existence it embodies. With the assistance of this powerful artifact, her comprehension of life has surged remarkably. However, the deeper her understanding, the more she realizes that the creation of life is no simple endeavor. To bestow life upon a species, a deity must possess a profound understanding of life itself and be capable of applying this knowledge judiciously. The intricate interplay and variations of the laws involved, along with the mastery of divine power, demand meticulous calculation, leaving no room for even the slightest error. If the spark of life is too feeble to sustain the activities of a living being, the vessel will swiftly wither. Conversely, if the spark is excessively vigorous, surpassing the vessel's capacity, it will lead to catastrophic disintegration. It is no wonder that the gods are reluctant to shoulder this burden. The minutiae involved could drive even the most composed deity to madness. At this moment, Hebe's appearance is devoid of any semblance of grace. The ethereal white gown she wore upon descending has become wrinkled and caked with dirt, while her once resplendent golden locks now lay dull and lifeless, akin to withered grass. Her pale visage bears the weight of 2 heavy dark circles under her eyes, a testament to her profound exhaustion. Over the past 10 years, Prometheus has employed scraps from his creations to mold an array of animal forms for her, beginning with the diminutive butterfly and kingfisher, progressing to rabbits and foxes, and ultimately culminating in tigers, lions, and even monstrous beasts. Initially, Hebe faltered in delineating the veins of life, later struggling with the infusion of divine energy after successfully tracing the lifelines. But now she can effortlessly sculpt, infuse, and ignite the spark of life in a single fluid motion upon receiving the clay figures from Prometheus. The arduous journey she has traversed is evident in her current haggard state, drained of divine power, alongside the grim pile of failed clay figures surrounding her. Truly, she feels as though she is grappling with a devil. Her gaze towards Prometheus has shifted, revealing a newfound wariness towards this seemingly benevolent deity, who undoubtedly harbors a darker side. Throughout the decade, Hebe has not known a moment's respite, as the clay figures in Prometheus's possession have never ceased to multiply, making her feel akin to a child laborer trapped in a dark factory, tirelessly applying the laws of life. Hebe cannot fathom how Prometheus, despite having expended so much effort on those human sculptures, continues to conjure an endless supply of figures for her practice. Is he a master of time management? Thanks to his relentless training, Hebe has now internalized the entire process of igniting the spark of life, to the point where it has become second nature to her. At this moment, Hebe held a miniature humanoid clay sculpture in her hands. The golden-haired goddess, with her eyes gently closed, invoked the laws of life to engage in complex calculations. Only by achieving a perfect equilibrium among the metrics of lifespan, wisdom, reproductive capacity, and potential could the flame of life for humanity be truly ignited. Otherwise, it would merely result in the creation of mere humanoid beasts. The magnitude of these calculations was undoubtedly overwhelming, yet the resilience of a divine soul remained unyielding. With her eyes still shut, the goddess concentrated, weaving strands of golden-green threads with her fingertips. These threads penetrated the top of the clay figure's head and converged at nodes in its brain, heart, and limbs, much like the roots of an ancient tree spreading outwards, swiftly enveloping the entire form. With a breath, Hebe exhaled a divine essence, a pure vitality that ignited the figure's internal veins, casting a brilliant golden-green glow before retreating into its corporeal form. When Hebe opened her eyes, the diminutive clay effigy had shed its earthy exterior, transforming into a vibrant and endearing being, its eyes closed and breathing softly, as if in slumber. Success. The clay figure had been imbued with the spark of life. Once endowed with a soul, it could exist as a new intelligent race upon the earth. Alas, this was merely a practice for her. With a wave of her hand, she retracted the life force, and the being reverted to its original clay likeness, disintegrating into ash that drifted from her fingertips. Clearly, you are well prepared, Hebe remarked, turning to see Prometheus standing behind her, flanked by countless human clay sculptures. While she had been preoccupied with igniting the flame of life, he had silently completed an entire series of proportional figures. Given this multitude, it was evident that he still found time each day to craft clay figures for practice. His prowess was indeed formidable. The moment was nearly ripe. Adjusting her state was crucial, for igniting the life force of such a number was no trivial task, and she needed to ensure her divine power was sufficiently robust. With a solemn expression, Hebe closed her eyes once more. The life elixir hovered above her head, a pure stream of life-giving essence cascading down to cleanse her of impurities and replenish the vitality she had expended over the years. Her golden hair regained its luster. Her exquisite visage radiated brilliance, and her flowing white garment danced with the wind, enhancing her aura of sanctity. A gentle breeze emerged from beneath her. As the wind god elevated her into the air, Hebe cradled the life elixir, her divine spirit intertwining with the laws of life. Her mind once again calculating the balance of various parameters, rooted in the essence of all beings and the fountain of life. Nurtured by the flesh of the mother of gods and fed by the earth's bounty, she envisioned a robust physique, a relatively prolonged lifespan, environmental adaptability, and reproductive capability. The laws of life incessantly constructed the life pathways for the newly emerging humanity, with radiant light continuously converging, absorbed into the life elixir, as she, yet to solidify the essence of life, relied on its power. As her words resonated, the brilliance within the vessel of life intensified, a magnificent aura of vitality that even stirred the deities upon Olympus. The potential for growth in this new humanity was palpable. With the final note of Hebe's melody, countless golden-green rays poured forth from the vessel's mouth, drawing the lifeblood into the human clay figures crafted by Prometheus. In an instant, thousands of flames of life blazed fiercely, merging harmoniously with the clay, creating a spectacle as dazzling as the Milky Way, breathtaking in its beauty. As the flames of life gradually extinguished, merging completely with the clay figures, the newly born humans shed their superficial adornments, emerging with true flesh and blood. Their expressions were serene, their eyes gently closed as if in slumber. It was done. A shift flickered across Hebe's countenance, as a mysterious force enveloped her. The turquoise divine essence within her heart radiated a brilliant light. Amidst the green glow representing childbirth and youth, a resplendent golden light emerged like a fresh bud blooming. Swiftly enveloping the green, transforming it into a more opulent golden green. Embracing new life, safeguarding youth, purifying the impure, and healing wounds. All of these were gifts of life. Henceforth, the goddess of youth would cease to exist. In the name of Hebe, the goddess of life, let the essence of life be solidified. Her voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The essence of life, a divine law that no deity had wielded besides Gaia and Demeter, was indeed a mark of elite divine qualification. The gods watched with envy and jealousy, secretly resenting how this goddess had been so fortunate, her ascension rate astonishing them all. They only perceived the speed of Hebe's elevation, oblivious to the fact that while they indulged in revelry atop the divine mountain, this goddess was in her palace, embracing the golden vessel to comprehend the laws, battling ferocious beasts in the mortal realm, and tirelessly constructing the lifeblood at the Temple of Delphi. The overwhelming divine essence surged through her, merging into her divine essence. Hebe promptly closed her eyes, striving to absorb this power, solidifying and amplifying the essence of life within her, its brilliance dazzling beyond measure. Your turn now, Crown One. With that, Hebe descended gracefully. Her newly acquired divine power was still somewhat unstable. Her part was complete, and now it rested upon Prometheus. She settled herself beside him, fortifying her divine essence while observing Prometheus bestow souls upon the newly formed humanity, a benefit that was abundantly clear. In the name of Iapetus, son of the god of souls, I grant this new generation of humanity with spirit, purity, kindness, self-respect, ambition, resilience, and indomitable spirit. Prometheus, as the god of wisdom, possessed profound understanding of the laws of the soul. He articulated divine words, arms outstretched, as radiant silver light coalesced before him, pure, flawless, and beautiful. This was the soul he sculpted for the new generation of humanity. This was the dawn of the new human race. As his words fell, a silvery radiance transformed into myriad newly born souls, who, filled with laughter and an ethereal essence, slipped into the dormant bodies. Those who now possessed souls trembled their lashes slightly, opening their eyes to curiously survey their surroundings, gazing with profound reverence upon the divine figures before them, their creators. Chapter 12. The Power of Faith. Great God of Wisdom, Prometheus, and Goddess of Life Hebe, we express our gratitude for bestowing upon us life and souls. The new generation of humanity shall eternally remember your grace. Among the newly created humans, there emerged a striking young man named Wolthos, the first to awaken. The others instinctively recognized him as their leader. Blessed by Hebe and Prometheus, the initial generation of humankind emerged in robust adult forms, possessing a fundamental grasp of language. Yet, knowledge of other essential skills and crafts would require gradual teaching, as Prometheus refrained from imprinting this vast array of knowledge directly into their minds. After all, that task was destined for Athena. Prometheus understood the delicate balance. Humanity could be wise, but must never be omniscient from birth. Were they to master all necessary survival skills from the outset, they would lose their reverence for the world and the gods alike. A people devoid of awe for the deities would ultimately face a tragic fate. Thus, Athena's role transcended mere instruction in basic survival techniques. It was paramount to instill faith in the gods among humankind. Wolthos, as the first to awaken, was a natural leader. Now, he needed to guide his kin in the search for a suitable land for habitation, for the Oracle of Delphi was not a place for them to linger. As the temple dedicated to the mother of all gods, humanity had no right to dwell nearby. Wolthos appeared somewhat anxious, though he was wiser than his peers. The task of finding a habitable land left him in utter darkness. Great God of wisdom, Prometheus, I beseech you, please illuminate our path, for we are weak and alone. However, Prometheus remained silent in response to Wolthos's plea. This was the first trial for the nascent humanity. He did not wish for them to become overly reliant on the gods, as adversity would forge their indomitable will. Seeing Prometheus's silence, Wolthos turned his pleading gaze towards his other creator, the goddess of life, Hebe. Upon witnessing the helplessness reflected in the eyes of the newly born warriors, Hebe glanced at Prometheus, hesitated for a moment, and then sighed. Newly born warriors, like the daughter clinging to a great tree, will struggle to stand tall. How can an eagle soar without weathering the storm? This is a trial of fate. We cannot intervene directly. But do not fret, for the gods shall always watch over you. The golden-haired goddess plucked a branch from the nearby oak tree, infusing it with her verdant divine energy, causing its leaves to radiate a luminous glow that rendered it utterly sacred. Hebe extended the oak branch to Wulthos, saying, "Young valiant one, take this branch. It shall guide you on the righteous path." "Thank you, benevolent and esteemed goddess," Wulthos replied, his heart brimming with gratitude for the deity's assistance. He reverently accepted the oak branch, cradling it tightly, as if fearing any misstep. Under Wulthos's leadership, the nascent human race bid farewell to their two creators and embarked on a quest for new habitation. "Your Highness, I hope you do not find my involvement excessive," Prometheus remarked, observing the departing throng of humanity with a gentle smile before turning to Hebe. She understood that Prometheus intended to test the fledgling humans. Her divine power infused within the oak branch was limited, offering them only a modicum of support. Thus, Prometheus tacitly permitted Hebe's actions. "You may profess indifference, yet I suspect you cannot help but keep a watchful eye," Hebe teased, clapping her hands to summon a divine chariot drawn by winged steeds, inviting Prometheus to join her in observing the migration of the new humans. "It seems your understanding of me has deepened considerably over the past decade." Prometheus laughed heartily as he boarded the divine chariot with Hebe. The winged horses flapped their wings, elevating the two deities into the clouds, granting them a vantage point from which to gaze upon the earth below. At that moment, the new humans had yet to tame horses. Their entire migration relied solely on foot, progressing at a pace that could only be described as tortoise-like. Particularly perilous were the territories inhabited by the progeny of Typhon, where any misstep could lead to dire consequences. "Leader, ahead lies another fork in the path. Which direction shall we take?" the young tribespeople inquired, looking to Wulthos at the forefront of their procession. Grasping the oak branch firmly, Wulthos closed his eyes, fervently praying within, summoning an unseen force to guide him toward the correct direction. "To the right," he declared upon opening his eyes, feeling a renewed sense of gratitude for the life goddess's blessing. The journey had been fraught with treacherous terrain and myriad hidden dangers. Yet thanks to the guidance of the oak branch, Wulthos had safely led his kin thus far. "Leader, we have discovered a new fruit. Do you think it is edible?" Unlike the gods, humanity required sustenance. Although Hebe had blessed the first generation of new humans to preserve their youth and vigor, shielding them from disease, hunger and poisoning lay beyond the scope of her blessings. Wulthos took the green fruit offered by his kin, bringing the oak branch near it. Upon witnessing a faint golden light emanating from the branch, he sighed in relief, safe for consumption. The oak branch serves yet another purpose. Among the myriad of flora upon the earth, the fruits they bear are equally diverse, many of which possess lethal toxins. Initially, humanity was oblivious to this peril, resulting in numerous fatalities from consuming poisonous fruits. The dilemma lay in the fact that consuming food could lead to poisoning, while abstaining from it would result in starvation. In the midst of his quandary, Wulthos discovered the oak branch in his hand. It emitted a dark green luminescence when near toxic foods, while a gentle golden glow appeared in the presence of safe edibles. This revelation filled Wulthos with immense joy, deepening his gratitude and reverence towards Hebe. "Adonis, remember to note the appearance of this fruit alongside other edible items," Wulthos instructed the young man before him. This astute group of humans had begun to master the art of preserving advantageous memories, these memories heralding the dawn of knowledge. Adonis, the young man thus addressed, took the fruit and firmly imprinted its characteristics in his mind, as he was the most adept at remembering within the tribe. "Let's advance. I sense our destination lies not far ahead." Years later, the human tribe journeyed southeast from the Delphi Temple, ultimately discovering a habitable expanse in the southwestern Aegean Sea, where they established their settlement. At last, they found stability. The soil was fertile, water abundant, and the surrounding area devoid of monstrous beasts. Wulthos had done well. Hebe observed the chosen dwelling from her divine chariot, expressing her approval of Wulthos' efforts. Over the years, he had exerted himself tirelessly for his kin, a fact noted by both her and Prometheus. Were it not for your oak branch aiding him, would things have unfolded so smoothly? Prometheus chuckled, yet he remained satisfied with the outcome. The new humans had emerged from nature's trials with resilient character, suffering minimal population loss, largely thanks to Hebe's assistance. Despite feigning discontent, it was evident that the sovereign did not reclaim the oak branch. Hebe remained unfazed by Prometheus' jest, their relationship having grown notably close over the years of collaboration, an intricate bond of both mentor and friend. Just as they were about to exchange further words, Hebe noticed a deity approaching in the sky, clad in armor and radiating brilliance. It could only be Athena. "Good day, Princess Hebe and Sovereign Prometheus," she greeted. "Good day, Princess Athena. The new humans have found a suitable abode. As per our agreement, I shall impart the essential skills for their survival and spread the faith of the gods." "Indeed, I have long awaited your arrival," Prometheus replied with a smile. "You are a deity of ancient wisdom and the creator of humanity. I would be honored to invite you to descend with me to the mortal realm and offer your guidance." To this titan, whom even Zeus regards with a measure of trepidation, Athena extended her utmost courtesy. Prometheus's gaze flickered, and a consistent, gentle smile graced his handsome visage. "It is indeed an honor to accompany your highness," he replied. Upon hearing Prometheus's affirmation, the vigorous and striking goddess turned her attention to the quietly observant Hebe. No longer could she be merely referred to as the goddess of youth. The commotion surrounding her ascension had been considerable. The deities of Olympus were well aware that she had grasped the principles of life through the act of creation, evolving into a new divine being with extraordinary powers. And her future gleamed with potential. Even Athena found herself astonished by Hebe's rapid advancement, envying her fortuitous fate. Had she not lost that opportunity herself? Athena's grip involuntarily tightened before she quickly relaxed. Her expression brightened, and her tone became warm. "Would you care to join us, Lady Hebe? Thank you for your kind invitation. But craftsmanship is not my forte, so I shall refrain from intruding," Hebe replied with a smile, graciously declining Athena's offer. The attention garnered from her creation of humanity was already considerable, and she wished to refrain from further involvement in teaching skills or spreading beliefs. "Moreover, I must report to our father, so I shall return to the divine mountain. Then Prometheus and I shall descend to the mortal realm. May the glory of the gods be with you," Athena responded, feeling a sense of relief at Hebe's refusal. Her younger sister exhibited commendable awareness of her position. "May the glory of the gods accompany you both." After exchanging pleasantries, Athena and Prometheus descended in their chariot to the earthly realm, while Hebe returned to Olympus to inform Zeus of the events surrounding the creation of humanity. For his newly elevated daughter, endowed with the potent domain of life, Zeus bestowed great honor. Not only did he praise Hebe's abilities in the Grand Hall, but he also commanded the construction of a new temple dedicated to her divine essence, situated in proximity to Hera's temple of marriage, thereby flattering his wife, who was still miffed over the Hermes affair. In addition to the new temple, Zeus instructed Hephaestus to forge a new artifact based on her companion artifact, the Cup of Youth. Thus, a staff, the Staff of Life, was meticulously crafted to suit her divine essence. It featured a staff of jade and gold, towering in height, entwined with vibrant emerald vines. The original golden cup at its pinnacle was skillfully melted and reshaped by Hephaestus, retaining its divine power while transforming into an exquisite staff head adorned with glittering gemstones and intricate divine patterns, radiating brilliance and beauty. This artifact not only stored divine energy, but also perfectly aligned with Hebe's divine identity, significantly amplifying the power of the divine spell she wielded, rendering it truly formidable. In the name of the goddess of life, her renown spread throughout Olympus, and all bore witness to Zeus's demeanor. Endowed with both strength and the favor of the king of gods, Hebe's status upon the divine mountain ascended rapidly, compelling even Apollo to retreat from her brilliance. Meanwhile, Athena and Prometheus descended to the mortal realm, where the goddess of wisdom and craftsmanship promptly revealed her miracles, establishing her authority among humankind. Following Prometheus, she imparted to humanity the fundamental knowledge essential for survival, the techniques for crafting garments, and the art of constructing dwellings. It must be noted that this goddess, with her resilient intellect and exceptional strategy, refrained from employing any divine sorcery during her teachings. Instead, she engaged with the nascent humans as one of their own, laboring alongside them. This approach greatly enhanced her esteem among the new mortals. After Athena and Prometheus disseminated the faith of the gods, humankind began erecting temples and cities to honor the deities. Among them, the temples dedicated to Prometheus and Hebe, as the creators of humanity, were the most numerous, followed closely by those of Athena. Particularly, Hebe, whose gift of the oak branch proved invaluable during the Great Migration, garnered immense gratitude from the new humans. Under the guidance of Walter Soes, they constructed a magnificent temple exclusively for Hebe, its grandeur second only to that of Zeus's temple. Had it not been for the fear of provoking divine wrath, the mortals might have regarded the king of gods, Zeus, with less reverence compared to the goddess of life, who had bestowed upon them existence and sanctuary. Within the temple, a statue of Hebe was venerated, crafted under Athena's tutelage with remarkable precision, portraying the goddess's beautiful and pure visage, radiating compassion. In her hand, she held not an object of mere materiality, but the oak branch that once guided humanity, now revered as a sacred relic. Prometheus bestowed upon this generation of mortals pure and unblemished souls, instilling in them diligence, kindness, and gratitude. They perpetually remembered the divine benevolence. Each day, devotees would flock to the temple to pray earnestly, and within the fervor of their supplications, a tremendous force of faith was born, absorbed by the statue and transmitted to the gods atop the mountain. Hebe, engrossed in the contemplation of divine laws within her sanctuary, was suddenly struck by an impulse. Sensing her divine power being stirred by an unseen force, an invisible might surged into her divine form, causing her divinity to grow at a nearly perceptible rate. The power of faith? Her violet eyes ignited with golden light as her divine vision pierced the void, revealing ethereal beings of golden energy flitting through the emptiness, resembling butterflies and birds, exuding a sacred aura. As their wings fluttered, a celestial harmony resonated softly, and these energy beings coalesced into a torrent, continuously flooding into her divine essence. It appeared that humanity had begun to worship the gods. Indeed, the power of faith was a remarkable phenomenon. In mere moments, her divine strength visibly increased. For the pleasure-seeking deities, what could be a more convenient and swift method to augment their power? Hebe could almost foresee the impending clash among the gods, vying for the faith of humanity. Instead of severing ties, she decided to store the power for future use. Summoning the staff of life, her delicate hands radiated a divine luminescence, channeling the force of belief. Ethereal golden energy beings surged into the staff under her guidance, causing the magnificent artifact to shimmer and absorb the ever-flowing essence of faith. Although this method of augmenting divine power through faith was expedient, Hebe was reluctant to pursue such a path, harboring doubts about the absence of consequences for such rapid enhancement. Having resolved the issue of belief, the true devotee of cultivation, Hebe entered a state of deep meditation once more. Drawing from her observations of the soul imparted by Prometheus, she relentlessly fortified her divine essence. Once her soul coalesced to a certain degree, she would be poised to actualize a particular vision she held. Chapter 13. The Struggle for Faith. Serpent skin under the guidance of the wisdom deities Athena and Prometheus, the new humanity gradually found its footing. The vast number of new beings created by Prometheus inevitably led to friction as they clustered together. No matter how diligent Walter Soes was, he found himself overwhelmed by the multitude of matters at hand. Fortunately, he selected a group of talented youths to lead their respective kin, dispersing to establish new settlements. The diversification of the new humanity led to the formation of numerous city-states, which piqued the interest of the gods in the lucrative potential of faith. They descended upon the mortal realm, either manifesting divine signs within human city-states or supporting a city lord who would promote their worship. Their ultimate aim was to have the inhabitants construct temples in their honor, in return for blessings and protection over the citizens. Once the number of believers reached a certain threshold, the gods could seamlessly annex these cities into their domains of faith. Yet, despite the growing population of humanity, Prometheus had not created women, leading to a finite capacity for reproduction among the new beings. In the process of spreading their beliefs, the gods inevitably encountered friction, often contending with one another for the same spheres of influence. Recently, the most captivating spectacle for the gods was the fierce dispute between the goddess of wisdom, Athena, and the sea god, Poseidon, over the sovereignty of faith in a coastal city, a matter that even reached the ears of Zeus. Poseidon contended that, as the master of the seas, he rightfully governed the coastal cities and should propagate his faith there. Conversely, Athena asserted that her divine envoy had long resided in the city, demonstrating miracles and promoting her worship, with over 80% of the citizens professing allegiance to her. Both sides held valid arguments, placing Zeus in a predicament, uncertain of how to adjudicate. Ultimately, it was Hermes' cleverness that provided Zeus with a discreet suggestion for resolution. Zeus decreed that both Poseidon and Athena would present a gift to the citizens of the city. The deity whose offering garnered the most affection would become the principal god of worship for the realm. Both deities found this method agreeable and were confident in their chances of victory. Thus, they readily acquiesced to the proposal and prepared their respective gifts for the populace. Poseidon, the sovereign of the seas and the god of all magnificent steeds, believed that nothing could express sincerity more profoundly than the gift of a splendid horse. Hence, he bestowed upon the citizens a magnificent steed, resplendent in its snow-white coat and striking appearance. Conversely, Athena, the goddess of wisdom who had wholly inherited her mother Metis's sagacity, after considerable contemplation, chose to present the city's inhabitants with an olive tree. Ultimately, the contest concluded with Athena's triumph. Indeed, Poseidon's horse was undeniably beautiful. However, with only one steed to share among thousands of citizens, the allocation posed a significant dilemma. In contrast, Athena's olive tree was not only transplantable, but also bore fruit that could be consumed or pressed into oil, proving to be exceptionally versatile. Moreover, the olive tree symbolized prosperity and peace. In light of this comparison, the citizens naturally favored Athena's gift, choosing her as their guardian and naming their city Athens in homage to the goddess's benevolence. While numerous other deities engaged in farcical contests for devotion, Hebe, who had been in seclusion within the temple, found herself at a pivotal moment. Within the opulent temple, the stunning golden-haired goddess sat regally upon her throne, her eyes gently closed, radiating divine light. The immense merit gained from creating humanity had effortlessly elevated her to the rank of a first-tier deity. As she fortified her divine essence, she endeavored to comprehend the laws of the soul and unravel its mysteries, yet she had not yet consolidated her divine status. The benefits and ramifications of wielding authority over souls were not commensurate with her relationship with Prometheus or her own being. Thus, Hebe merely utilized the profound understanding of the laws of the soul to continually enhance her divine spirit, rendering it more substantial. After decades of diligent cultivation, Hebe sensed that her divine essence was nearing completion, approaching her aspirations. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two beget three, three beget myriad things. All things embrace the yin while holding the yang, harmonizing through the interplay of energies. The principles of heaven and earth are encapsulated within the duality of yin and yang. Long before she possessed the divine essence of youth and ice, Hebe had harbored vague aspirations. Now, with the transformation of her youth essence into that of life, her resolve was further solidified. The life essence, which signifies vitality, embodies the yang, while the cold and unfeeling nature of ice symbolizes the formidable destructive forces of the natural world, representing death and the yin. By employing these two divine essences as conduits, life and death, mutually constitutive of yin and yang, contrasting yet interdependent, achieving a perfect equilibrium between existence and cessation, she could truly become the sovereign of life itself. At this moment, she found herself unable to seamlessly integrate the two completely conflicting forces within her being. Although she appeared to wield immense divine power, only she was aware that she was, in fact, dancing on a tightrope. The amalgamation of such opposing powers within a single divine vessel is inherently perilous. Have you ever encountered a deity embodying both ice and fire? Such beings have never existed, not merely due to the world's governing laws that prevent their emergence, but also because deities are acutely aware that such an endeavor is tantamount to courting disaster. When two clashing forces are confined within the same vessel, the outcome is all too predictable. Previously, the dominion of the ice and snow divinity overshadowed aspects of life, such as youth, purification, and healing. Now, with the life divinity at the helm, the ice and snow divinity is suppressed, allowing Hebe to avoid catastrophic energy conflicts. However, should the ice and snow divinity continue to grow and transform into a more potent, death-oriented force, Hebe frankly lacked confidence in her ability to swiftly harmonize the energy clash between the two. Consequently, the prudent Hebe resolved to split her soul, crafting an avatar to inherit the deathly powers embedded in the ice and snow divinity. Once it reached a sufficient level of development, she would gradually attempt to merge the two forces. This endeavor would require time, patience, and opportunity. Fortunately, as a deity, time was her most abundant resource, and her fervent ambition bestowed upon her a similar measure of patience. As for opportunity, her divine intuition hinted that it lay not far in the future. Your Highness, the messenger Hermes has arrived. With transparent wings fluttering, Aegis approached Hebe, bearing a golden fruit platter adorned with her favorite purple grapes. Oh, what command does father have for me? Hebe inquired, delicately picking a purple grape and slowly peeling away its skin to reveal the glistening flesh within. As she tasted it, the burst of juice and sweetness caused her eyes to narrow in delight. Please let him in. Of course, Aegis replied respectfully, stepping outside to usher Hermes in. My lady Hebe, it has been some time. Your radiance surpasses even that of the celestial moon, which surely pales in your presence. Hermes, the eloquent and charming messenger, effortlessly showered her with flattery. Thankfully, the youthful visage of this protector of merchants and thieves rendered his compliments less grating. Good day, Lord Hermes. Hebe responded with a casual and cool demeanor, her indifference betraying her lack of fondness for this favored brother of Zeus. Despite his seemingly innocuous appearance, Hermes possessed a cunning mind no less devious than that of his philandering father. After all, Zeus favored him precisely because Hermes was often the one to shield him during Hera's pursuits of infidelity. At times, the father and son duo exhibited a shocking lack of decorum. After Zeus had indulged, Hermes would occasionally engage in a fleeting liaison with his father's paramours, resulting in a considerable number of illegitimate offspring on Earth. Hebe harbored profound doubts, believing that Prometheus, in his endeavor to create humankind, intentionally omitted the female gender. Fully aware of the dubious character of the male deities residing on Olympus, wishing to shield his creation from potential degradation. Was there a directive from the father god? Hermes shrugged off Hebe's aloofness, for this goddess was not one to extend warmth even to her two brothers, Ares and Hephaestus. The other male gods were met with her avoidance, and whispers circulated among the divinities that it was quite probable Hebe aspired to emulate the virgin goddess Athena. The monstrous Python had slain the guardian beast of the Delphic temple, Delphi, and seized control of the sanctuary. The Earth Mother issued a prophecy, urging the Father God to send deities to eradicate the beast. Python, a colossal serpent birthed from the convergence of the abyss and the ocean in ancient times, was said to possess an enormous form covered in impenetrable scales, naturally endowed with the powers of destruction and death, a creature whose might rivaled that of the chief god. Did Zeus, this negligent father god, truly underestimate the peril of dispatching Hebe against such a formidable foe? Was she the only one he deemed adequate for this perilous task? Hebe could hardly believe that Zeus was oblivious to her capabilities. And then there was her brother Apollo. Hermes scratched his head, feeling the awkwardness of the situation. Despite being a later addition to the divine assembly, he had heard of the unsavory history between this goddess and the twin deities of light. Oh, Hebe raised an eyebrow, recalling her confrontation with Artemis, wherein Apollo had nearly felt compelled to deliver a couple of punches to her. Did he truly expect her to join him in the hunt for Python? She feared that in the heat of battle, she might end up cast into the serpent's maw. Fear not, Lady Hebe, Hermes reassured with a chuckle. Brother Apollo is well aware of his limits. He shall lead this endeavor, and you need only provide divine support from behind. Hermes internally lamented, for Python, having emerged from the abyss, was infused with the essence of the abyssal god Tartaros, inherently wielding the powers of destruction and death, and possessing a mastery over abyssal magic and curses. While several titans were indeed suitable for the task of vanquishing Python, Zeus was reluctant to involve them. Among the Olympian deities, aside from the radiant Apollo, it was Hebe, with her dominion over purification, who possessed the strongest capacity to counter abyssal magic. If the two could collaborate, the defeat of Python would be far from insurmountable. Alas, fate had entwined these two gods in enmity. What would Lord Apollo say? A beast imbued with the powers of destruction and death, and of the divine rank no less. It was as if fate had delivered a pillow to a weary soul. In her heart, Hebe had already resolved that this expedition was imperative, though she still harbored reservations regarding Apollo. You need not concern yourself with that. As Hermes perceived the potential for success, he swiftly gathered his spirits. With an enigmatic countenance, he leaned closer to Hebe and whispered, "Before my arrival, I consulted with brother Apollo. He bears no objections, so you need not worry about his reaction. Allow me to confide in you that the success of this endeavor is of paramount importance to Apollo. It pertains to the matter of the faith in light." Hermes blinked, choosing to say no more. When conversing with an astute individual, it suffices to provide just enough information. After all, in this mythical realm, even the wind could become a vessel for secrets. Faith in light. Hebe, perceptive and astute, quickly grasped Apollo's intentions. "Thus, brother Apollo has sent me to ascertain your thoughts." Princess Hebe. It appeared that the other party sought collaboration. With this realization, her concerns dissipated. After all, Apollo's might was undeniable. She could merely wield the scepter of life from behind, allowing him to serve as her aid. Once their objectives were achieved, should he wish to disseminate the faith in light and establish a temple dedicated to it, she would not object, as long as she obtained a vessel of that skin. The exquisite goddess unveiled a captivating smile, declaring, "How audacious of the vile beast to dare encroach upon the sacred grounds of the Mother of Gods. As a member of the divine lineage, I am indeed obliged to assist Prince Apollo in eradicating it." The goddess's skill in fabricating lies was such that even she could not help but admire it. Regardless of the true thoughts of the other party, Hermes, having fulfilled his mission, was in good spirits as he bid farewell to Hebe and soared toward Zeus on his winged sandals. Chapter 14. The 36 Stratagems. The beauty trap. Hebe and Apollo reached a consensus, temporarily setting aside their differences as they approached the Temple of Gaia at Delphi. Gazing down upon the once magnificent structure, the temple, which had once radiated splendor, now lay in ruins. The grand entrance was shattered, with debris scattered across the ground, as if some colossal entity had rampaged through. The towering Roman columns in front had been cleaved in two, their once sacred luminosity now dimmed, silently lamenting their tragic fate. Moreover, the divine river, blessed by the gods and descending from Mount Olympus, no longer flowed crystal clear. The sands had lost their pristine whiteness, and the gemstones and gold at the riverbed had dulled, as the waters were rife with a pungent aura of death and destruction, emanating a noxious stench that instilled fear. The situation appeared far graver than anticipated. Apollo and Hebe, concealed within the chariot of light amidst the clouds, were aware that they faced a behemoth of abyssal might, rivaling that of the chief deities. To launch a reckless assault would yield no advantage. They resolved to first assess the current circumstances before making any decisions. The body of Delphona was nowhere to be found, nor were the temple's priests or nymphs, likely victims of foul play. Apollo's eyes glimmered with divine light, and as the omniscient eye of the god of light, the information relayed to him confirmed that no life remained within the temple of Delphi. A surge of disdain for the brutal, bloodthirsty beast stirred within him. "What a pungent aura of death," Hebe remarked, furrowing her brow as she sensed the atmosphere below. The essence of demise unsettled her, especially as the divine essence of life within her dominated her being. "I shall attempt to purify it." Hebe extracted a wisp of energy from the divine river, a swirling purple-black demonic aura entwining her jade-like fingertips. The presence of a god-level magical beast, even in such a minuscule trace, bore the consciousness to attack autonomously. The demonic energy twisted and transformed into a long serpent of purple-black, flicking its forked tongue, its venomous fangs glinting ominously as it prepared to strike. A radiant silver light burst forth from Hebe's palm, pure, serene, warm, and teeming with vitality, as though it possessed an enchanting power that beckoned all luminous beings in existence to draw near. Yet, for the serpent birthed from the demonic energy, this warm divine power was akin to poison. It writhed and struggled in an attempt to flee, but the silver brilliance swiftly ensnared it. Like snow confronted by the blazing sun, the demonic aura, emblematic of the abyss and death, emitted a hissing sound as it became entwined by the divine life force. And in mere moments, it was evaporated, vanishing without a trace. Divine purification can cleanse the demonic energy of Python. Would your highness like to test the power of light? Hebe inquired, glancing at the tall and handsome male deity beside her. Indeed, Apollo nodded, extracting a thread of Python's tainted demonic energy from the polluted divine river. His palm radiated a dazzling golden light, the fierce power of the sun representing supreme illumination, the ultimate temperature capable of incinerating all. The intense heat seared the demonic energy, twisting its black-purple form, producing sharp and piercing sound waves in a futile attempt to resist, yet it dissipated into nothingness under the searing force. A flicker of intrigue crossed Hebe's eyes. Truly, the future sun god, born of necessity, had mastery over light and heat that rivaled Helios. It seemed that the divine light was equally effective against Python, but this was merely a trace of demonic energy. Python's scales bore unparalleled defensive capabilities, and penetrating this armor to infuse divine power into its being would undoubtedly prove challenging. Apollo, endowed with the foresight of a prophetic deity, possessed eyes that could perceive the imminent future. How to breach this layer of defense was indeed pivotal. As Hebe contemplated, a glimmer sparked in her resplendent purple eyes. Your Highness Apollo, before our arrival, I consulted the mother goddess regarding Python. The queen of the gods, Hera, had a penchant for collecting various monsters as pets and was well versed in the magical beasts of the world, Python included. Oh, what did Her Majesty the Queen say? It is said that Python was born at the confluence of the abyss and the ocean, and the abyssal aura it absorbed at birth endowed it with powers of destruction and death. Its essence was nurtured in the ocean, taking the form of a colossal serpent. Python indeed exhibited many characteristics akin to other oceanic creatures. Generally, monsters birthed from the ocean are massive, bloodthirsty, and brutal, yet often possess questionable intelligence. Python shares some of these traits. Furthermore, oceanic creatures are notorious for their lasciviousness, engaging in unions that transcend species, resulting in the birth of many uniquely formed monsters. Are you suggesting, Lady Hebe? Apollo raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Although Pytho possesses godlike strength, it lacks the corresponding wisdom. With the right strategies, diminishing its power and ultimately vanquishing it should not pose a significant challenge. Oh, hearing His Highness Hebe say this, it seems there's a clever idea brewing. Has His Highness Apollo heard of the beauty stratagem from the 36 Stratagems? A hint of danger danced across the exquisitely beautiful face of Hebe. The 36 Stratagems? The beauty stratagem? Apollo was momentarily taken aback. Although he was unfamiliar with the 36 Stratagems, the astute deity quickly grasped Hebe's implication. He felt a sudden surge of respect. His previous hostility towards Hebe had significantly diminished. It was unexpected that Her Highness would make such a sacrifice for the sake of combating the monstrous beasts. Truly, you are a venerable goddess. Hebe tilted her head, playfully implying, who says it is she who will be going? Your Highness, I never claimed that the beauty in the stratagem refers to me. Not you? Apollo's expression shifted, and his gaze towards Hebe became perilous in an instant. Could it be that Your Highness means, naturally, as the main force in the battle against the beasts, you shall assume the role of the beauty? Hebe giggled, her radiant smile appearing rather infuriating in Apollo's eyes. Me? Why should it be I? Your Highness is the goddess. The beauty stratagem should be executed by you. You are gravely mistaken, Your Highness. Firstly, to entice Pytho, it is essential to rely on the love magic of Aphrodite's golden girdle, which I have already procured, to borrow this exquisite item from my sister-in-law. Hebe journeyed to numerous renowned mountains and rivers in search of gemstones, commissioning Hephaestus to craft it into splendid jewelry to present to Aphrodite, who finally relented. Given that Pytho's scales are impenetrable, we shall conquer from within. While it is beguiled, we will have it imbibe this specially concocted divine wine, which I specifically obtained from the horn of plenty of our father. Hebe produced a jar of fine wine. The moment it appeared, a rich aroma enveloped the surroundings. Merely inhaling the fragrance caused Apollo to feel a slight sense of dizziness. Additionally, with the assistance of Lady Athena, I have secured garments and a one-time curse potion for transformation, enabling you to become the perfect serpentine enchantress in the heart of the monster. The splendid attire and the dark green cursed potion shimmered enticingly. The golden-haired, purple-eyed goddess gazed at the handsome god, her expression a blend of confusion and reproach. I have accomplished so much. Your Highness need only exert a modicum of effort. Is that too much to ask? Indeed, the offspring of Hera seemed to possess hearts of stone. Hebe donned a convenient hunting attire, her golden locks elegantly tied up. The beautiful goddess now wielded a silver spoon, nearly her own height, stirring in a massive pot forged from gold. Sage, ambrosia, myrtle, and mandrake root. One by one, Hebe added the magical ingredients into the cauldron. The potions glimmered with various ethereal hues, and as Hebe stirred, they melded together and settled into a tranquil pool of vibrant peach-colored liquid, resting quietly in the cauldron. Your Highness Hebe, what purpose does this concoction serve? The speaker possessed a voice of unparalleled beauty, reminiscent of a warbler emerging from the valley, or the melodious sound of a flowing spring, enchanting in its unique intonation. A vision draped in a gossamer gown gracefully approached Hebe, her stunning appearance truly breathtaking. Beneath a cascade of hair that shimmered like bits of gold, her petite face was exquisitely delicate, with elongated lashes akin to butterfly wings, and a pair of mesmerizing blue eyes that radiated unmatched elegance and pride. Adorned in luxurious attire, her waist was cinched with a golden belt, and beneath her alluring form lay a serpentine tail reminiscent of jade, which, rather than instilling fear, exuded an extraordinary beauty. She was a serpent-tailed nymph, her beauty embodying brilliance, emanating an irresistible charm and allure that drove every male creature who beheld her into a frenzy. Ah, Prince Apollo, your disguise is utterly flawless. I believe Pytho shall soon be captivated by your grace, Hebe praised, suppressing a laugh. Indeed, this stunning nymph was none other than Apollo, who had consumed a cursed potion and donned the golden belt of the god of love. Apollo rolled his eyes, inwardly steeling himself, reminding himself that all was for his future. By eliminating Pytho, he would become the new master of the oracle at Delphi, enhancing his status upon the sacred mountain. Steady yourself, Apollo. Thank you for your compliments. I willingly bestow this honor upon your highness. The serpent-tailed nymph Apollo replied with a smile, her voice tinged with a hint of gritted teeth. The wine produced from the horn of plenty could intoxicate Pytho, but could not inflict any substantive harm. Thus, it was necessary to enhance it further. Sensing Apollo's growing ire, Hebe wisely decided to cease her teasing. Oh! Apollo gazed at the cauldron of potion before him, sensing nothing particularly remarkable about it. Please wait a moment, your highness. Hebe retrieved the divine wine from the horn of plenty, allowing a single drop to fall into the cauldron. Upon contact, the potion glimmered with a pink luminescence, gradually transforming into a transparent, flawless liquid, releasing an enchanting aroma. Hebe extended her hand, her palm radiating a brilliant silver light, channeling purifying power to the utmost, merging it into the disguised ambrosial liquid. Your Highness Apollo. He understood her intent, as pure divine light surged into the potion, rendering the essence intangible. Once Pytho consumed this exquisite wine, a surge of purification and divine light would explode within, damaging its insides and diminishing its strength. Within the Delphi temple, the once majestic edifice lay in ruins. Shattered walls and remnants of grandeur surrounding the fearsome abyssal serpent Pytho coiled in the temple's center, digesting its recent delectable meal. Its breath was deep and prolonged, each inhalation releasing a tide of dark magic, the potent corrosiveness and destructive force steadily eroding the sanctuary once blessed by the gods. Suddenly, the slumbering python stirred, its eyelids flickering, and it emitted a forked tongue, drawing in an exquisite aroma of wine that filled the air. As Python opened its eyes, a glimmer of desire and greed flashed within its slitted pupils. The colossal serpent was fully awakened, its tongue hissing as it coiled its massive body in the direction of the intoxicating scent. Upon emerging from the entrance of the Delphi temple, Python finally beheld the instigator of its disturbed repose, a serpentine femme fatale. The golden girdle of the goddess of love possessed unparalleled magical allure, capable of rendering all creatures in the world susceptible to their most enchanting fantasies, thus luring them into a state of surrender. Python's enormous serpentine gaze shimmered with lascivious intent. The snake-haired enchantress indeed piqued its appetite, instilling a primal urge to mate immediately. O great and fearsome abyssal serpent Python, I revere your majestic form and formidable might, Apollo proclaimed, suppressing the urge to rend the vile creature asunder. I have heard that you conquered the temple of the Earth Mother with your immense power, and thus I present you with 2 casks of exquisite wine to celebrate your grand victory. The flattery from the serpentine beauty undoubtedly delighted Python, who proudly flicked its tail, its triangular serpentine visage adopting a human-like expression of contemptuous satisfaction. Hissing, Apollo hastily presented the fine wine to it. Python coiled its tongue around the cask, inadvertently brushing against the alabaster arm of the enchanting maiden, its eyes gleaming with unmistakable lust. The beautiful serpent demurely shielded her stunning face with her hand, appearing exquisitely bashful. Her long lashes concealed the malevolence in her gaze, as murderous intent surged within her. Cursed beast, accursed goddess of life. Python nodded in satisfaction before indulging in the offered wine. The rich aroma enveloped its mouth. The divine elixir from the bountiful horn of plenty was a privilege reserved for the deities atop the sacred mountain. The exquisite flavor prompted Python to blissfully close its eyes. Suddenly, however, the expression of enjoyment froze on its face as it felt an inferno igniting within its abdomen. 2 forces utterly antithetical to its abyssal magic wreaking havoc within its body. Hissing in agony, Python thrashed its tail violently, striking the earth and causing tremors that carved countless ravines. The divine power of light and purification ravaged the tender insides beneath Python's hardened scales, and the excruciating pain drove it to madness. Even in its folly, it discerned that the cask of wine was tainted. Python turned its serpentine head, its crimson-slitted pupils scanning for the audacious wretch who had offered it the wine, vowing to inundate her with venom, ensuring her demise in exquisite agony. Yet, after a thorough search, it found no trace of the enchanting serpentine figure. "Are you searching for me?" A robust male voice, brimming with virility, resonated from above Python. Struggling to lift its head, it beheld a stunningly handsome, golden-haired deity hovering aloft, his indifferent blue eyes like tranquil depths. He held a radiant golden bow, drawn to its full moon, ready to release. Countless luminous arrows descended, creating a resplendent rain of light that engulfed Pitong. Chapter 15, The Oracle of Delphi Trade. An unending barrage of arrows overwhelmed Pitong, their sharp tips striking against his impenetrable armor, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. Suddenly caught off guard, Pitong was struck in the left eye by a radiant arrow released from Apollo's golden bow, the divine light exploding within his eye. Purple-black blood oozing forth and dripping onto the earth, corroding it into foul-smelling pits. "Damn the Olympian gods! I shall make you pay dearly today." The agony in his eye and innards drove Pitong into a frenzy, and this monstrous being uttered human words, filled with a relentless thirst for violence and slaughter. The serpentine tail of the purple-black demon snake slithered across the ground with a rustling sound, unleashing an abyssal power from its very core. Its form swelling as it rampaged through the temple, sweeping away the divine river. A colossal shadow loomed as Pitong gazed down upon Apollo, who appeared as insignificant as a mere fly in his eyes. Not good. It is consuming the purifying and divine powers within it with abyssal magic. We must end this swiftly, lest it regain its strength. Hebe, wielding the staff of life, appeared, her countenance grave as she regarded the towering demon snake. "We must resolve this now. Once its divine power is restored to peak condition, we shall be no match for it." Apollo nodded, shedding any restraint. His brilliant wings unfurled behind him as he soared into the sky, his long fingers pointing heavenward to summon the favor of the laws of light. At that moment, the sun in the sky seemed to shine even brighter. He was borrowing strength from the sun, a privilege innate to him as the son of light, further enhancing his power, hinting at a potential breakthrough beyond the pinnacle of a first-tier deity. Yet, that slight difference felt insurmountable, akin to a chasm. Once more, Apollo knocked an arrow to his golden bow, for archery had always been his most formidable means of attack. The power of light gathered at his fingertips, transforming into a radiant arrow imbued with boundless light and heat, aimed directly at Pitong. With a fierce roar, Pitong summoned abyssal magic to coalesce before him, forming a shield shimmering with dark light that deflected Apollo's divine sword of radiance. From Pitong's right, I shot forth a beam of darkness, carrying an aura of death and destruction wherever it passed. Mountains withered, and all flora perished. The speed of the spell cast by this god-level beast was astonishing. Apollo flapped his wings desperately to evade, yet his right hand, gripping the golden bough, was grazed on the shoulder, the wound rapidly darkening as the curse's power spread swiftly. Clutching his injury, Apollo summoned the light's divine power to resist the encroaching abyssal magic. Life Ode, Youth Song. The staff of life in Hebe's hand radiated brilliant light as she chanted a spell, invoking a life-giving magic to help Apollo dispel the abyssal energy and heal his wound. In the harmonious ode of youth, the blessing of divine magic rejuvenates Apollo, enabling him to maintain his peak state in battle. Acknowledging Hebe with a nod of gratitude, his azure eyes fixate on the immense serpent before him, revealing a resolute intent to kill. The divine art of illumination, vision, captivation, is a testament to Apollo's mastery over all radiance, rivaling even Helios himself. Though Thea, the goddess of sight, is not his direct kin, Apollo has grasped this divine technique from the principles of light, capable of shrouding the light around a being's gaze and plunging it into darkness, akin to Thea's power of vision deprivation. With a flourish, the golden-haired deity unleashes this divine magic upon Python, stripping it of its sight. Struck by Apollo's enchanted strike, Python is engulfed in impenetrable darkness, its vision extinguished. Frustrated, it shakes its head, flicking its massive tongue in a futile attempt to sense the enemy's position through temperature. Hebe quickly invokes the powers of ice and snow to envelop herself and Apollo, thwarting Python's sensory perception. Seizing the opportunity, Apollo steadies himself and draws his bow, unleashing a flurry of golden arrows that rain down towards Python's vulnerable abdomen, the soft underbelly of all serpents, where the scales are less formidable. These arrows, imbued with radiant power, should pierce through. However, unexpectedly, Python seems to sense the impending danger, lowering its abdomen to the ground, thus deflecting the arrows with its hardened scales, causing minimal damage. Though Python has thwarted Apollo's assault, it has unwittingly exposed its weakness. Hebe, is there a way to momentarily hinder its movements? If we can force Python to reveal its abdomen, I could deliver a fatal blow, Apollo implores. Indeed, Hebe replies, no longer holding back. The life scepter hovers before her, its apex gem shimmering brilliantly as a surge of life energy, as vast as the ocean, erupts forth, enveloping the area in an instant. An ethereal hymn resonates, a gentle and sacred aura unfurling, as green photons emerge, dispelling the miasma of death and abyss that clung to the Temple of Delphi. A profusion of life bursts forth, flowers, verdant grasses, and towering vines proliferate wildly. Domain of life, she proclaims. A divine domain is the manifestation of a deity's command over the rules. The deeper the understanding of the principles, the mightier the domain. Apollo watches in astonishment. How recently had this goddess acquired the life deity's essence? She has already reached the level of manifesting a domain. Countless vines, birthed from the life energy, surge forth like a tide toward the prostrate Python, entwining and constricting, lifting the colossal serpent with fluid grace and seamless execution. The pure essence within Hebe's life domain temporarily subdues Python, rendering it powerless to resist. Vines entwined to form shackles, binding the colossal serpent of darkness, restricting its movements utterly. Apollo, hurry, now is the moment. Sweat beaded upon Hebe's smooth forehead as she exerted the domain of life, a burden too heavy for her in the present, barely sustaining it for a few fleeting minutes. Yet, a few moments were already sufficient. Radiance, blinding light, flame, brilliance, sharpness, searing heat, purification, destruction. As the bow reached its full moon, the handsome, golden-haired deity grew larger, transforming into a giant nearly 10 meters tall. His thin lips uttered divine words, and a torrent of luminous laws surged forth, intertwining and coalescing into a colossal arrow. The astonishing destructive power instilled a sense of dread in the serpent ensnared by the vines, compelling it to struggle more fiercely in a desperate bid for escape. Whoosh! The radiant arrow, trailing a resplendent tail, pierced the heart of the beast, blood gushing forth as its struggles gradually ceased. The vines dissipated, and the enormous form of the serpent collapsed upon the earth. This abyssal giant, possessing the strength of a major deity, had fallen. Its immense body crashed down, stirring clouds of dust. Hebe retracted her divine domain, the staff of life emanating a soft white light as it quietly replenished her expended divine energy. With a graceful wave of her golden-haired hand, the purifying power transformed into a blade, slicing through the serpent's abdomen with a swift motion. From the gaping wound, numerous corpses tumbled forth. Those were the nymphs and priests consumed after the serpent seized the temple, alongside the main body of the guardian beast, Delphona. The unfortunate souls devoured by the serpent had long been corroded beyond recognition within its belly. None of their remains were intact, rendering the scene before them tragically gruesome. Hebe, filled with compassion, sighed softly as the staff of life radiated a brilliant silver light. Pure and innocent lives, sacrificed to uphold the glory of the Mother of Gods. You are deserving of divine commendation. In the name of the Goddess of Life, may you be blessed with eternal glory. As Hebe's words resonated, the silver light cascaded down, purifying the bodies tainted by the abyssal power. Their forms transformed into shimmering stardust, dancing and ascending, accompanied by faint hymns. Delphona's body was lifted to the heavens, becoming a new constellation that shone brightly. Serpents, the priests and nymphs of the Delphic temple, became stars encircling it. Thank you for your mercy, great goddess. Countless whispers seemed to swirl around Hebe's ears, gratitude from Delphona and the nymphs for her benevolence. The constellation of serpents suspended in the sky emitted a radiant glow, and a brilliant shooting star descended from it, trailing a vibrant blue tail, landing in Hebe's hand. As the brilliance faded, an ancient and unadorned stone tablet materialized in her grasp, bearing the familiar divine inscription, "Know thyself. Do not overpromise, for it brings suffering." Each phrase unmistakably revealed its identity. The Oracle of Delphi. Mastering the Oracle of Delphi is tantamount to possessing the Delphic temple. This is the tribute of Delphona and her companions to the immortal goddess who has bestowed upon them such a gift. Apollo's countenance darkened. His fundamental intention in vanquishing Python was to seize control of the Delphic temple and propagate the faith of light. Yet now, the oracle has fallen into the hands of Hebe, who, after much exertion and even donning feminine garb to sacrifice her allure, has ended up as a mere subordinate. Such a conclusion is utterly unacceptable to Apollo. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress the raging fury within. The Oracle of Delphi was an absolute necessity for him. However, to forcibly seize it after the tremendous exertion of slaying Python, which had depleted him greatly through the invocation of multiple laws, was a precarious endeavor. Unlike Hebe, he lacked the divine attributes of life and the life staff that could facilitate his recovery, rendering the outcome uncertain. Your Highness, I trust Hermes has briefed you on the purpose of my visit. The Oracle of Delphi holds immense significance for me. Might I implore you to part with it? Apollo's smile was strained, for he was well aware of the enmity between himself and this goddess, and he had prepared himself for a considerable sacrifice. Oh, pray tell, what do you propose to offer in exchange for such a divine artifact as the Oracle of Delphi? Hebe raised an eyebrow, refraining from stipulating any conditions. She was fully aware of the Oracle's importance to Apollo and believed he would present her with a satisfactory proposition. I am willing to share half of the faith and light that I shall possess for the next century, Apollo declared, his heart aching at the very utterance. As the destined god of the sun, endowed with the prophetic gift, he foresaw his imminent ascension to the throne of the sun god. The sun, undeniably, is intricately linked to the survival of all beings, thereby making it the most readily attainable source of faith. A half-share of such faith equated to an astounding quantity of belief power. The significance of belief power to the gods is self-evident, and Hebe was taken aback by Apollo's resoluteness. However, for Hebe, who did not intend to rely on the power of faith for her ascension, this offer held little allure. Moreover, as the creator of a new humanity, she received countless devotees at her temple daily, contributing their faith. Thus, she lacked for nothing in that regard. Your Highness's offer is indeed quite tempting. Hebe feigned a captivated expression, only to shake her head in regret moments later. But what I seek is not merely this. What then do you desire? Apollo raised an eyebrow, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes. To him, relinquishing half of his faith was the pinnacle of his bargaining power, and he was taken aback by her apparent insatiability. Unlike her pure and enchanting exterior, this goddess was undeniably avaricious. Even the pure and innocent son of light harbors unseen darkness. I have heard that you possess a divine essence of plague, Apollo. Furthermore, I am intrigued by the historical divinity that has emerged from the record of all earthly transformations. Should you be willing to transfer these two divine essences to me, the Oracle of Delphi shall be yours. Additionally, if permissible, I would like to borrow the Veil of Night for a while. And I can assure you a promise. When you seize the sovereignty of light in the future, I shall extend my assistance. Hebe's words ignited a flicker of astonishment in Apollo's eyes. It seemed the other party was privy to certain revelations about his destiny. Who had imparted such knowledge to her? Prometheus, perhaps? Or was it the Veil of Night? What was her intent? Suppressing his bewilderment, Apollo pondered Hebe's proposal with earnest consideration. The historical divinity was inconsequential to him, akin to a mere trifle. However, the plague divinity, though merely a secondary rank, was an exceedingly rare and potent essence, and relinquishing it caused him a pang of regret. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes, your highness. Apollo gritted his teeth. These two divine essences would exempt him from sacrificing half of his luminous faith and would ensure future assistance from her, despite their past grievances. He could not deny that this swiftly ascending goddess possessed formidable influence among the divine mount. Apollo plunged his hand into his own heart, a radiant golden glow emanating from his chest. As he withdrew his hand, two divine essences hovered within his palm. One of these essences was as dark as obsidian, exuding an ominous aura, while the other was far more exquisite, translucent with swirling golden sands, within which flickered scenes depicting the myriad occurrences of the world. The plague divinity and the historical divinity. I swear by the river Styx, I am willing to exchange the plague divinity and the historical divinity with the life goddess Hebe for the Oracle of Delphi. The goddess with golden hair and violet eyes smiled gently. In the presence of the river Styx, she consented to this transaction. Chapter 16. The Birth of the Half-Blood. The hubris of Phaeton following the agreement with Apollo, Hebe readily bestowed the Oracle of Delphi upon him and absorbed the two divine essences into her being. Subsequently, Hebe collected the lifeless body of Python. This beast was of no use to Apollo and occupied unnecessary space. Observing Hebe take possession of the corpse, Apollo assumed she intended to present it to Hera as a trophy and paid it little mind. Each party had achieved their respective aims. Apollo was to establish a new temple of light at Delphi, propagate the faith, and cement his status as the deity of light and prophecy. As for the Veil of Night, it was delivered to Hebe by Artemis in her temple. The goddess bore a lingering resentment over her earlier defeat to Hebe, so much so that her demeanor was marked by indignation when presenting the veil. Her expression was anything but pleasant. Yet in her moment of need, Hebe was disinclined to engage in petty grievances. After receiving the veil, she dismissed Artemis, who was preoccupied and had no time for trivial games of resentment. Such ambition should inspire Artemis to emulate her brother, preparing early to seize the light's authority rather than indulging in daily hunts for amusement in the forest. Within the Temple of Life, Hebe summoned her divine power, unleashing unparalleled creativity governed by the laws of life. In mere moments, a perfect doppelganger of herself manifested beside her, eyes tightly shut, serene in countenance, as if in slumber. Her aura was indistinguishable from that of Hebe. Even Helios' all-seeing eye could not discern any difference between her and the goddess of youth. Hebe had preemptively instructed the nymphs of the temple, asserting that her battle against Typhon had drained her excessively, necessitating a deep slumber within the grand hall to restore her divine powers, requesting that none disturb her rest. She placed her substitute upon a recliner in the temple, draping herself in a veil of night. The darkness of a starless and moonless eve concealing her form and masking her essence. The golden-haired goddess journeyed westward to the farthest reaches of the continent, the Valley of Cocytus. This dim and narrow gorge was flanked by towering, obsidian cliffs, at the base of which flourished a vast expanse of daffodils, sacred relics of Hades, whose touch could grant passage to the underworld. Gazing upon the daffodils, Hebe summoned forth the pale, terror-born of her icy divinity, her fingers as smooth as jade, exuding a whisper of deathly power that flowed into the flowers. They emanated a ghostly luminescence, and in an instant, Hebe silently traversed into the realm of the dead. Before her lay a shadowy river, seemingly endless, known as Acheron, the first river at the entrance to the underworld. Any who sought to enter must first cross its waters. However, this river possessed no buoyancy, and even deities, without the aid of the ferryman Charon, would be stripped of their divine essence and doomed to eternal oblivion should they fall in. Hebe removed her veil, her pale terror and the essence of plague shimmering brilliantly. Her divine power enveloped her entirely, transforming her golden locks into a dense, inky blackness. Her exquisite violet eyes took on a crimson hue, and her once beautiful visage turned alluringly sinister, exuding an icy, malevolent charm. Should she encounter the gods of Olympus now, none would ever connect her to the goddess of life. Hebe, after a brief wait by the riverbank, a figure soon emerged from the depths of the water. He bore skin of a deep azure hue, wielding a long pole. His eyes ablaze with ghostly blue flames, the ferryman Charon. To cross the river? Charon's fiery gaze scrutinized the unfamiliar goddess. And deducing from her aura that she was a deity of the underworld, he inquired. Hebe remained silent, merely nodding as she presented Charon with a coin of divine power, forged from the essence of plague and death. Charon weighed the coin, nodding in satisfaction without further inquiry, gesturing for her to board his vessel. He deftly maneuvered the boat across the waters of the infernal river. As Hebe embarked upon the ferryman's craft, she soon stepped into the realm of the dead, which indeed matched the ominous tales, dark and desolate, barren of life, starkly contrasting with the environment of Mount Olympus. It was incomparable. Once again, Hebe donned her veil of night, racing onward to a secluded corner at the boundary of the underworld, not far from the prison of Tartarus that held the damned. Hebe dared not draw too close, for the realm of Tartarus was guarded by a cyclopean giant. Too near, and she could not guarantee that the commotion she might create would go unnoticed. She merely needed to harness a wisp of Tartarus's essence to fabricate a plausible identity for the avatar she was about to conjure. Hebe produced a seed of all things, which she had secretly hidden away during the creation of humanity. With fingers as delicate as jade, she traced a divine rune, extracting the sacred power belonging to the Earth Mother, Gaia. Deprived of Gaia's might, the once glimmering seed of all things transformed into something mundane. With a flick of her palm, the compressed form of the skin appeared in her grasp. She activated her divine life force, refining it into the purest abyssal magic. Her fingers danced, weaving the laws of life as she guided the two forces to intertwine. The golden-green radiance of Gaia mingled with the purple, ethereal glow of Tartarus under Hebe's manipulation, gradually coalescing into a singular essence. As time slipped away like grains of sand, Hebe's divine power began to wane. She was compelled to summon her scepter of life to replenish her strength. After an unknown duration of catalysis, the two forces finally transformed into a purple-golden divine egg. Success. Hebe expelled a drop of divine blood, inscribing her mark upon the egg. Closing her eyes, her essence, now solidified beyond measure, leapt forth. Split. With her command, an invisible blade severed her soul, extracting half of it. The agony of the soul's rending rendered Hebe pale, yet she deftly controlled the severed fragment to merge into the divine egg. She then invoked the divine aspect within its core, infusing it with the death aspect, born of pale terror, and the plague aspect, acquired from Apollo. The flickering hues of pale and dark purple merged into the egg, which glowed with newfound brilliance. As a slumbering deity began to take shape within, a smile graced Hebe's lips as she beheld the black-haired divinity, adorned with wings, slumbering within, the embodiment of her other half. A divine essence entirely antithetical to her own, the death god Pagos, birthed from the underworld, reaping lives through plague and frost. No god atop the sacred mountain could fathom the connection between these two deities. Hebe gently caressed the divine egg, burying it within the nether soil, surrounding it with intricate protective barriers. Her other half had just come into existence and required time to gestate before it could break free. During this period, she could only strive to ensure its safety. The seed had been sown, and Hebe departed the underworld for the time being, awaiting the future. For the gods, time was the most trivial of treasures, like fine sand slipping through their fingers, hastily passing decades. On this day, within the palace of Helios, the sun god, resplendent columns adorned with gleaming gold and radiant gemstones stood tall. The flying eaves were embedded with pure ivory, and the silver double doors were intricately engraved with enchanting patterns and figures, chronicling countless beautiful yet ancient legends of the mortal realm. As Phaeton stepped into the palace, he beheld his father, the magnificent sun god Helios, enveloped in an intense heat and radiance, adorned in bronze garments, seated upon a throne embellished with dazzling emeralds. Surrounding him were three goddesses of exquisite grace, Eunomia, Dike, and Erinai, each governing the seasons of spring, summer, and autumn, casting affectionate glances towards Helios. "My dear child Phaeton, what brings you here?" Helios inquired, his imposing presence softening upon the sight of his favored son. Phaeton, with a melancholic demeanor inherited from his mother, the ocean goddess Clymene, bore a hint of sorrow on his otherwise beautiful visage, evoking a desire to smooth the furrow of his brow. "Esteemed father," Phaeton began, "the gods mock me and scorn my mother, Clymene, claiming that you are not my father but a nameless wild man." Clymene, a notable figure among the Greek deities, was renowned not only for her illustrious offspring, including the celebrated wisdom god Prometheus, but also for her numerous romantic liaisons with various male deities. Aside from her 4 divine sons with her husband, the sole god Iapetus, she had countless illegitimate offspring. Phaeton was the result of a fleeting romance between Clymene and Helios. Yet, whether due to the incompatibility of water and fire or some other reason, Phaeton, despite his divine physique, lacked any godly essence. Coupled with his resemblance to his mother's delicate beauty, it was challenging for others to associate him with the formidable Helios. "How dare they?" Helios exclaimed, his fury igniting like wildfire, his radiant light intensifying to a point where it threatened to incinerate. However, fearing that his divine brilliance might harm Phaeton, he quickly tempered his overwhelming glow. Embracing his son, he spoke gently, "My child, there is no doubt you are the son of me, Helios, the sun god. I shall never deny you as my offspring, regardless of where you are. To alleviate your doubts, ask me for a gift. I swear, by the river Styx, that I shall fulfill your wish." "Truly, great father?" Phaeton exclaimed, his eyes wide with eagerness as he grasped Helios' strong arm. "Then please, grant me my heart's desire, to drive your winged solar chariot for a day." His gaze shimmered with boundless anticipation and yearning. Having watched his father traverse the heavens in the golden chariot countless times, a sight that had become his lifelong aspiration, he wished to command the solar chariot, to prove to those who had ridiculed him that he was indeed the rightful son of the sun god. Helios, initially struck with astonishment, soon displayed a countenance of dread and regret. The intense unease that surged within Phaeton upon making his wish prompted Helios to shake his head repeatedly, 3 or 4 times. He yearned to dissuade Phaeton from his reckless ambition, yet the impulsive promise he had made was irrevocably inscribed by the river Styx, and such an oath could not be altered. "Phaeton, you must understand that guiding the golden chariot of the sun is no trivial endeavor. Those fiery steeds are notoriously unruly, and you must navigate steep paths. Even I, at that lofty zenith of the heavens, can experience dizziness. How then can you hope to command it? Reconsider your wish. My beloved son, while there is still time, whatever you desire, I shall fulfill it." Helios found himself in a predicament akin to that of a mute suffering in silence, desperately attempting to persuade Phaeton to reconsider. However, he underestimated the obsession that burned fervently within Phaeton's heart, a desire that grew like a wild inferno, pushing him into a state of madness and obsession. "No, father, I must drive the golden chariot of the sun. I shall ascend to the highest reaches of the sky, and make it known that I, Phaeton, am indeed the rightful son of the sun god. Once he proves this, no deity shall ever mock him as the inept offspring of a lesser being." Helios could not help but feel a twinge of displeasure at his son's stubbornness and fixation. "Very well, if he insists on driving, let him do so. He shall learn from his mistakes, and it is unlikely that any great calamity will arise." Setting aside his lingering apprehension, Helios summoned the 3 goddesses of time to bring forth the golden chariot. The goddesses busily adorned the fiery steeds with beautiful harnesses, retrieving them from their opulent stalls. Lacking divine essence, Helios applied a sacred balm to Phaeton, one that would shield him from the searing flames. He handed the reins to Phaeton, sighing deeply, "Remember, Phaeton, simply maintain your balance. Do not use the whip. Let the steeds run free, but do not ascend too high, lest you scorch the heavens. Overwhelmed with excitement and joy, Phaeton paid no heed to Helios' admonitions. Grasping the reins with fervor, he nodded at his anxious father and set forth in the golden chariot of the sun. The fiery steeds neighed, their scorching breath igniting sparks in the air. As their hooves struck the ground, Phaeton urged them forward, ready to embark on their journey. The celestial horses seemed to sense that their master was not at the helm today. They snorted heat and flames, their eyes gleaming with a defiant fire. Proudly, as the horses that draw the sun, they refused to acknowledge anyone but the sun god. Gradually, they began to gallop out of control, the chariot swaying wildly in the sky, as if it were an empty vehicle recklessly careening forth. Phaeton felt as though he were tossed about in a tumultuous storm. Trembling with fear, utterly at a loss, unsure of which direction to pull the reins, unable to locate the familiar path, and powerless to control the wild, galloping steeds. When he chanced to glance downward, an endless expanse of earth unfolded before his eyes, causing his face to pale with anxiety and his knees to quiver with terror. He wished to call out to the horses, yet he knew not their names. In a state of panic, he beheld the star-studded night sky, its strange and fearsome shapes resembling demons. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed upon him. The excitement in his heart began to cool, and he involuntarily gasped, releasing his grip on the reins. It was all over. The golden chariot of the sun had spiraled out of control. The horses whinnied in a frenzy, veering away from their intended path, aimlessly galloping through the unfamiliar sky, rising and falling, at times nearly grazing the distant stars, at others almost plummeting into the abyss below. They swept through the clouds, which billowed with smoke from the searing heat. The earth suffered under the relentless blaze. Cracking open from the heat, every drop of moisture evaporated. Sparks erupted from the fields, the grasslands withered, and forests ignited. The inferno spread across the vast plains. Crops were consumed, and fertile land turned into arid desert, while countless cities billowed thick smoke and rural areas were reduced to ashes, leaving farmers scorched and desolate. Hills and woodlands were engulfed in flames. Rivers boiled with scalding water, terrifyingly surging upstream until they ran dry. The ocean receded dramatically, transforming what were once lakes into desolate wastelands. Even more horrifying, as the sun's chariot grazed the heavens, the stars were seared by its fiery blaze, plummeting from the sky, trailing long tails of flames as they struck the earth. Phaeton felt as though the entire world was enveloped in a heat wave, the roaring flames engulfing him, the sacred oil upon him gradually evaporating as tongues of fire began to lick at his hair. No, stop, please stop. This son of a god, desperate to prove himself to the world, had finally faced the consequences of his reckless ambition. Phaeton, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, dark clouds gathered, and a brilliant bolt of lightning split the sky, striking Phaeton down. He fell headlong from the opulent sun chariot, plummeting through the air like a blazing fireball. In the sanctuary of the divine, the golden-haired goddess, deep in meditation, suddenly opened her resplendent purple eyes, her form flickering before vanishing within the temple. Chapter 17. The Winter Queen, countless enormous meteors, ablaze with fierce flames, descended from the sky, crashing upon the earth, obliterating countless forests and city-states, creating a sea of fire across the land, as numerous animals fled in every direction. Under the searing flames, they lost their homes, and many who could not escape were consumed by the inferno, their flesh incinerated, leaving behind nothing but charred skeletons. Help! Ah, run! No! Has the wrath of the gods descended upon us? Under the divine protection of the gods and the diligent efforts of humanity, the once thriving city-state now suffers grievously beneath the ravaging fires from the heavens. The populace urgently seeks refuge within the temples, fervently praying for the gods' mercy to aid their survival amidst this catastrophic calamity. My lord Wolthosis, burning meteors are falling outside, igniting numerous homes that water cannot extinguish, and the rivers are nearly dried up. Adonis, clad in pristine white and recently elevated to the position of secretary to the city lord, hurriedly reported, his youthful visage glistening with sweat. The heat was unbearable, and with temperatures continually rising, the citizens of the city-state would soon succumb to the scorching elements. Adonis, summon all residents to the temple of the goddess of life to beseech her protection. Wolthosis, a leader of many years, exuded an air of authority, his presence commanding respect. His gray-blue eyes reflected the profound wisdom bestowed upon him by time. Though he had changed in many ways, his unwavering faith in the goddess of life remained steadfast. He firmly believed that she would guide them through this tribulation. Yes, Adonis received the command and hastily set off to relay the order. Upon hearing the summons, the residents rushed towards the temple of the goddess of life. In this moment, they could not help but admire Wulthos's sagacity in constructing such a magnificent temple, which now served as a refuge for so many. Leading the throng, Wulthos gazed upon the sacred and beautiful statue of the goddess within the temple. Years had passed, yet the oak branch in her hand remained lush and vibrant, emanating a gentle divine light. Great goddess, your devout follower Wulthos prays here. Your people are suffering, he murmured, closing his eyes in silent supplication. Witnessing their lord's piety, the citizens knelt in earnest prayer, seeking the goddess's protection. At that moment, Hebe soared through the skies in her divine chariot. Suddenly, she felt a stirring within her heart as the collective prayers of countless believers reached her ears, pleading for sanctuary. Reflecting on her promise to Prometheus, she summoned her divine power. In an instant, the statue of the goddess in the temple radiated a brilliant light, casting a shimmering golden barrier that enveloped the temple, shielding its inhabitants from the onslaught of the celestial flames. It is the goddess. The goddess has granted us protection. The grateful crowd wept in embrace, extolling the goddess's mercy. At last, amidst the merciless calamity, they found solace within her sanctuary. Yet the protective barrier merely addressed their immediate plight. The true challenge remained in confronting the source of the divine fire. My lady Hebe, Apollo approached in his chariot, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the devastation wrought by the celestial flames upon the earth. Do you know where Phaeton and the sun chariot have fallen? The chariot of the sun, resting upon the earth, would inevitably lead to an incessant rise in temperature, threatening to evaporate the very seas. Hebe's gaze searched incessantly across the mountains and rivers of the land. Apollo's eyes shimmered with golden light, and, relying on the omniscient vision of the god of light, he swiftly located the sun chariot by the river Eridanus. Your Highness, as the destined deity of the sun, it is your duty to reclaim the sun chariot and guide it back to the sacred mountain. Seize this opportunity, Hebe conveyed with profound meaning. Understanding this, Apollo refrained from further words and steered the divine chariot towards the Eridanus river. Hebe summoned the essence of her ice and snow divine power, her hands gesturing as the frigid force manifested into delicate snowflakes, cascading down upon the earth. The hexagonal snowflakes danced gracefully, gradually increasing in number. With the icy reach expanding ever wider, Hebe persistently channeled her divine energy, commanding the chill of frost to envelop the land. As the frost spread, the scorching heat generated by the sun chariot slowly diminished. Yet, it was insufficient. The pace was too languid. Sweat beaded at her temples as Hebe, both spirit and divine essence engaged, tirelessly absorbed the vital energies of heaven and earth, transmuting them into her frost divine power. With the chariot traversed, snowflakes whirled, and the flames of the heavens melted away. The three temporal goddesses presiding over spring, summer, and autumn wielded their divine authority to instantaneously blanket the earth with blossoms, greenery, and autumn harvests. However, none could match Hebe, the winter goddess, as she spread her frost and snow, witnessing the land draped in pure white. A sudden epiphany struck her mind. Grasping this fleeting inspiration, the words of the divine resonated throughout the cosmos. In the name of Hebe, I summon the omnipresent laws. I offer my ice and snow divine essence as a sacrifice, in exchange for a season beneath a shroud of frost, where all things may slumber and the earth rejuvenates. I shall name it winter. The exquisitely beautiful goddess's eyes gleamed with determination, the agony of relinquishing her divine essence causing her to perspire profusely. The ice-blue glow of her ice and snow divine essence separated from her, and with a firm grasp, Hebe shattered it, returning its primal power to the world. The world's vital energies began to quake, vast clouds coalescing in the sky, and snowflakes descended, their coverage expanding at an astonishing speed, while the temperatures brought forth by the heavenly fire plummeted instantaneously. The three temporal goddesses within the sun temple felt a tightening in their hearts. sensing an unseen force stripping away a portion of their divine authority. Enraged and astonished, they sought to intervene, yet found themselves powerless against the supreme laws of the world that were the source of this separation. As Hebe beheld the snow engulfing the land and consuming the ravaging heavenly flames, she could not help but exhale in relief. Slumped upon the chariot, the loss of her ice and snow divine essence left her significantly weakened. Suddenly, the world's laws trembled, and a pristine, pure white divine essence radiating endless cold materialized before her, merging seamlessly into her being, filling the void of her divine power. Blessed by the vital energies of the world, Hebe's divine strength surged forth with renewed vigor. In the realm of deities, the winter goddess, Hebe, adorned with a crown forged from ice and snow, ascended to her zenith as a first-tier deity. By offering her divine essence, she ushered in the winter season, rescuing countless souls and remedying the deficiencies in the cosmic laws. Her virtuous deeds not only elevated her to the pinnacle of first-tier gods, but also culminated in the creation of the primordial artifact, the crown of the winter god. She stands as the inaugural deity governing winter, the sovereign of frigid realms, symbolizing both the cessation and commencement of the seasons. Upon Olympus, the catastrophic fall of the solar chariot ignited a tempest of heavenly flames across the earth. Zeus, in his wrath, unleashed a bolt of thunder, vanquishing the treacherous Phlegon. Subsequently, Zeus and Hera hastily convened an assembly of gods to devise a strategy for the salvation of humanity, who had only recently emerged and begun to forge their faith. The gods, having savored the fruits of belief, were loath to witness the extinction of humankind. As the divine shield of Hebe manifested from the statue within the temple, the other deities followed suit, channeling their powers into their earthly sanctuaries to provide refuge for the nascent human race. Hermes, what is the state of affairs among mortals? Inquired Zeus, seated upon his throne as the sovereign of the gods, addressing the newly appointed messenger, Hermes. The situation has improved, great king of the gods. His Highness Apollo has retrieved the fallen solar chariot from the banks of the Alpheus River, having tamed the divine steeds that drew it. The infernal flames have ceased their devastation, Hermes reported, wielding his caduceus as he conveyed the latest tidings from the mortal realm. A collective sigh of relief resonated among the deities upon hearing this news. With the source of the celestial fire extinguished, the plight of the earth could be alleviated, granting them a moment of respite, for maintaining the divine shields around their temples was indeed an exhausting endeavor. However, a peculiar expression of envy flickered across Hermes' youthful visage, unmistakably directed towards the life goddess Hebe among mortals. Great Father God, you must intercede on our behalf. Hermes began, yet before he could finish, the trio of temporal goddesses, Eunomia, Dike, and Eris, burst into the temple, their exquisite faces marred by distress, beseeching Zeus for his intervention. Eunomia, what brings you here? Zeus inquired, his gaze falling upon the daughters born of his union with Themis, the goddess of justice, his displeasure evident. Despite their lineage, these daughters had long been inclined towards Helios, the sun god, often rebuffing his clandestine commands. For such offspring who strayed from his fold, Zeus held little regard. Great Father God, the cursed Phlegon has wrought calamity, and as a result, His Highness Helios lies unconscious within the temple due to the backlash. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, an inexplicable force has siphoned our divine essence, leading to a decline in our standing. We implore you, Father God, to help us apprehend the perpetrator and deliver justice. In the narrative of the three temporal goddesses, the eldest, Eunomia, spoke with remarkable intelligence. She deftly distanced herself and her sisters from the fall of the sun's golden chariot, subtly invoking her mother Themis' name, the embodiment of justice, in an attempt to persuade Zeus to restore her lost powers. Have you lost a portion of your strength? Zeus' azure gaze flickered with lightning, and under the scrutiny of the king of the gods, the divine power levels of the three goddesses became evident. Each of the three temporal goddesses presides over the seasons of spring, summer, and autumn, inheriting from their mother, the goddess of justice Themis, the divine attributes of order, fairness, and peace. These attributes undoubtedly represent formidable powers, bestowing upon them a status among the elite deities. However, their divine power levels had now regressed to that of lesser deities, with even subtle indications of a potential decline to the second tier. The divine essence symbolizes a deity's strength and identity, which explains their urgency. They could hardly pause to care for the unconscious Helios before rushing to seek assistance from their father. Ah, great king of the gods! I may have discerned the cause of the decline in the powers of the three goddesses, Hermes observed, glancing at the temporal deities with some hesitation. Who is it? Hermes, tell us swiftly. The three temporal goddesses, upon realizing that Hermes held knowledge of the culprit behind their diminished powers, pressed him eagerly. Faced with their inquiries, Hermes looked at Zeus, remaining silent. Deities are inherently proud beings. As Zeus' messenger, he, despite not holding the same rank as his illustrious siblings, occupied a position of distinct privilege. Not everyone is entitled to question him. Zeus, pleased with Hermes' discretion, allowed a moment of silence to linger over the rebellious daughters before finally addressing Hermes. Speak, Hermes, what is the matter? Yes, esteemed king of the gods. Hermes replied with respect. It pertains to the life goddess, Hebe. Hebe? What has our dear Hebe done this time? I am most intrigued. Hebe had gained notoriety among the gods over the past century. Historically, no deity had ascended with such alarming rapidity. The revelation that the decline in the powers of the three temporal goddesses was linked to her was met with a mix of astonishment and a sense of inevitability among the deities. Yet, what method had she employed to strip these three goddesses of their divine strength? Could her astonishing ascension be attributed to some means of siphoning divine power? The gods pondered silently. Hebe? Zeus glanced at Hera by his side. What remarkable achievement has my beloved daughter accomplished now? His words brimmed with affection. Not only was Hebe the daughter of himself and his beloved wife Hera, but she had also ascended to a higher tier of divinity and joined forces with Apollo to vanquish the monstrous serpent, Python, showcasing her formidable combat prowess. Naturally, Zeus' attitude had shifted from previous indifference to newfound fondness. Behold, king of the gods, Hermes declared as he waved his caduceus, revealing the current state of the world to the assembly of gods. The vibrant flowers and lush grass have faded, and now the human realm presents a scene enveloped in a blanket of white, as heavy snow blankets the earth, plunging all into slumber and silence. This is the result of the celestial flames rampage. Originally, Princess Hebe sought to temper the land's temperature through the divine essence of snow and ice. However, the process was too sluggish. In a desperate bid to extinguish the celestial flames, she sacrificed her snow and ice divinity, thus introducing a new season to the world, known as winter. Winter? The gods gazed in astonishment. Such an action was utterly unprecedented. The former holder of the snow and ice divinity, Dione, had merely utilized her powers for combat, suppressing the headless snow monsters of the far north. No deity had ever conceived that this divine essence could be employed to forge an entirely new season. Indeed, winter, beneath the icy veneer, all life slumbers, allowing the earth to recuperate and replenish its vitality. The laws of the world acknowledged her decree, thus extracting a month from each of spring, summer, and autumn to bestow upon winter. Hermes observed the three-time goddesses, their faces displaying shock, and a flicker of mockery crossed his eyes. This was the reason for the decline in their divine powers. The great Father God, our three sisters of Anamaya, felt a lingering urge to speak. Suddenly, Hera, who had remained silent until now, broke her silence. This stunning and noble goddess, with her resplendent purple eyes radiating immense authority, spoke in a tone both cold and commanding. As the deputy goddesses of the Sun Temple, you have allowed the Sun God to lend his golden chariot to others, resulting in the rampant celestial flames upon the earth. Were it not for Hebe cleaning up your mess, do you truly believe you would still stand here lamenting? Merely stripping away a month of time has diminished your divine power. I would argue that a complete revocation of your seasonal divine essences would be a fitting punishment for your incompetence. The queen's majesty and fierce demeanor sent shivers through the assembly of gods, compelling them to lower their heads in submission. The three goddesses, in their folly, dared to engage in banter in the presence of Princess Hebe, the queen's most cherished child, clearly testing the limits of their existence. Nearby, Ares listened to Hera's words, his gaze fierce as he fixed his attention upon the three-time goddesses. An aura of bloodlust surrounded him, as if, at Hera's command, he would personally extract their divine essences. The three-time goddesses, confronted with such a formidable display, turned pale, nearly fainting from fear. Who had dared to offend the noble queen with cow-like eyes? A voice, clear as a nightingale, yet imbued with an ethereal chill, echoed through the temple as a goddess clad in a flowing white gown appeared at the entrance. She approached with measured grace, her exquisite, otherworldly visage emanating a soft radiance. Her striking purple eyes, reminiscent of Hera's, conveyed both coolness and authority. Most captivating of all was the crown, forged from ice and snow, that adorned her golden hair, a sight that instantly revealed the boundless power residing within her. A peak first-tier deity, she stood on the cusp of ascending to the ranks of the supreme gods. Chapter 18. The sovereign of seasons, Hebe's elevation to the pinnacle of first-tier divinity undoubtedly stirred a tempest among the gods. Not long ago, what was the level of her divine power? From the realm of third-tier deities, or perhaps merely the lower echelons of third-tier divinity? How much time has it taken to ascend to the pinnacle of first-tier godhood? A mere century, I presume. Yet, it has barely been a moment since then, and lo, one has already reached the zenith of first-tier divinity, on the cusp of attaining the rank of the supreme deity. Such relentless competition. Is there no respite for the gods? A profound sense of helplessness welled up within the hearts of the majority present, with some deities beginning to reflect. Have they truly been too complacent? No, that cannot be. Prince Hebe is undoubtedly guilty of foul play. Indeed, without question, she has cheated. My child, noble and benevolent Hebe, how arduous are the affairs of the mortal realm for you. Hera, who had originally regarded the three goddesses of time with a stern demeanor, immediately softened her expression upon seeing her most cherished daughter, who had continuously brought her pride over the centuries. The swiftness of her change in countenance left the other gods astounded. It is my duty to safeguard the glory of the gods, great mother goddess. Hebe paid her respects to Zeus and Hera upon their thrones, casting a sidelong glance at the three goddesses of time, her lips more vibrant than rose petals, curling into a cold smile. Might the esteemed ladies have any objections regarding the arrival of this new winter? The overwhelming divine pressure emanating from a peak first-tier deity left the three delicate goddesses, nurtured in the greenhouses of existence since their inception, gasping for breath. Among them, the impulsive Dike, who governs the summer, stepped forth to voice her concerns. Noble daughter of Hera, Princess Hebe, we three are the goddesses of time who assist the sun god. By the recognition of the laws, the authority over the seasons has always resided in our sisterhood. You have unilaterally altered the timeline, introducing a winter that has diminished our divine powers. Should you not provide us with an explanation? An explanation? Hebe's violet eyes glimmered with a frigid light. Ladies, as daughters of the Father God and vice-regents of the Sun God, you have allowed the Sun God to commit a grievous error. Had the gods not responded in time, the newly emerged humans on Earth, with their fledgling faith, would have soon met their demise. The survival of these new humans owes much to winter. The great God King Zeus has yet to hold you accountable. And yet you come to confront me first? If any of you are dissatisfied and consider the advent of winter an unjust conspiracy, then I beseech Themis, the goddess of justice and law, to raise her golden sword, a symbol of justice. Is the emergence of winter truly a mistake, an act of hubris that warrants correction? Justice prevails everywhere, and even now, as the goddess of justice, Themis, dwells in the underworld, she can still hear Hebe's words. In the shadowy depths of the underworld, seated upon her throne, draped in white robes and crowned with gold, the blind goddess, holding a scale in her left hand and a sword in her right, paused in silence before sighing. The golden sword of justice shone brilliantly, and her solemn and fair words resonated throughout Olympus. In the name of the goddess of justice, the advent of winter is not an error. Mother goddess, the goddess of spring, Eunoia, cried out in frustration, lamenting that due to the actions of His Highness Hebe, their divine powers were diminished. Shouldn't she bear some responsibility for this? Is this just? Your Highness, you are mistaken, Hebe replied, shaking her head. The fundamental cause of your waning powers is not winter, order, justice, or peace. You perceive only the dilution of your seasonal divinity, yet fail to see the taint that has besmirched your aspect of justice. Hebe's words caused the faces of the three sisters, the goddesses of the seasons, to pale. They hastily examined their divine essences and found that their once pure and flawless divinity had been sullied by unrecognizable blemishes. The three goddesses, now ashen-faced and on the verge of fainting, realized this was retribution, a reprisal from the world for their failure to timely counsel Helios. They were left speechless, sorrowfully pondering how to restore the luster of their tainted divinity. Observing Hebe's ability to render the three goddesses of time speechless with mere words, Hera felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. The goddess with the white arms turned to her formidable husband, advocating for her daughter's interests. Zeus. Hebe has now acquired the essence of the winter deity and has been recognized by the world with the primal artifact. Henceforth, one leader must preside over the seasons. Spring's blossoming, summer's lushness, and autumn's harvest all require the expenditure of the world's primal energy. Winter, with its blanket of ice and snow, allows all to rest and rejuvenate. I propose that winter should be the leader of the seasons, with Hebe commanding the three goddesses. Zeus contemplated Hera's words seriously and found them reasonable. What do you think, fellow gods? Mother is right. It is most fitting for Hebe to lead the seasons. I support this. Ares was the first to step forward in support of his mother and sister. I concur. The honest blacksmith Hephaestus also voiced his support for Hebe. I agree. I have no objections. The gathered deities saw no reason to oppose the matter of seasonal leadership, as it did not encroach upon their own interests. Rather, it was prudent to please Hera. The overwhelming majority of the gods cast their votes in favor, and Zeus, no longer hesitating, raised his thunderous staff and proclaimed, "In the name of the god king, I acknowledge the winter goddess Hebe as the leader of the seasons," appointing the three goddesses of time as her aides to assist in governing the seasons. The words of the god king invoked the laws, and the three goddesses of time felt an invisible shackle being placed upon them, compelling them to harbor thoughts of submission towards Hebe. The winter crown atop Hebe's head radiated a brilliant divine light, and from the ice and snow-forged crown emerged a brown vine, adorned with green leaves, flowers, and fruits, as the laws acknowledged her authoritative status over the seasons. Hebe's eyes sparkled with myriad hues, despite reluctantly acquiring a few less than brilliant companions. Her position as the sovereign of the seasons was undoubtedly a significant boon. Amidst the envious gazes of the other deities, the golden-haired goddess knelt on one knee, her expression filled with gratitude and reverence. "Thank you, great god king. May the glory of the gods be with you." "Yes, rise, my dear daughter." Hebe's obedience greatly pleased Zeus, deepening his affection for her. Who wouldn't admire a powerful and compliant offspring? However, there was another matter at hand. Had Helios been brought forth? After rewarding Hebe, Zeus's handsome visage turned serious. This was the crux of the meeting, the trial of the sun god Helios, whose reckless borrowing of the solar chariot had unleashed fiery devastation. Great king of the gods, Helios has been brought forth, though he remains unconscious and unable to awaken. Apollo, radiant with divine light, entered the temple, followed by several nymphs who bore the unconscious sun god on a litter. "Oh, have you discovered the cause of his unconsciousness?" Zeus inquired. Before Apollo could respond, a commotion erupted outside the hall. "Listen, you cannot treat my brother this way. He is the sun god." Two beautiful goddesses burst into the temple, one clad in a crimson gown shimmering with rose-colored light, the other draped in flowing robes adorned with a lunar crown. They were the sisters of Helios, Eos, the goddess of dawn, and Selene, the goddess of the full moon. "Dear goddesses, please remain calm," Hermes interjected, positioning his caduceus before them. "Even if his majesty does not adjudicate Helios, we must find a way to awaken him. Spare us your pleasantries. You know very well that Eos possesses an arrogant and impulsive nature," one of the goddesses retorted. "Since their inception, the radiant deities have held a preeminent status among the gods, for the earth and all beings require light. Moreover, Eos's siblings wield the two most significant sources of illumination, the sun and the moon. As the dawn goddess, Eos, who ushers in the sun while bidding farewell to the moon, embodies formidable divine power, and few deities dare to provoke her among the heights of Olympus. This has contributed to her haughty demeanor, occasionally leading her to dismiss even Zeus, the king of the gods. Eos, Selene hastily grasped her sister, shaking her head to signal her to refrain from speaking further. The current plight of Helios was indeed dire. They could only devise a means to secure his position once he awakened. Great king of the gods, forgive our rudeness. Our concern for our brother has left us in a state of agitation. Selene, adorned with her lunar crown, spoke with an elegance reminiscent of the moon itself, her face reflecting just the right amount of regret. Her voice was soft and delicate, eliciting sympathy from the male deities present. This tactic proved effective on the lustful king, whose gaze subtly traversed Selene's exquisite features, dissipating some of his initial displeasure towards Eos's impudence. Very well, Apollo, assess Helios's condition, Zeus commanded. While enjoying the company of the beautiful goddesses was indeed delightful, his primary concern remained the consolidation of power within the divine realm. Though Selene was strikingly beautiful, her status was too precarious, a fact that Zeus was keenly aware of. Yes, great father, Apollo replied. Apollo stepped forward, his slender hand resting upon the broad chest of Helios, the divine essence of light enveloping his entire being. A gentle radiance, akin to sunlight, emanated from Apollo, his golden eyes shimmering with brilliance as he activated the all-seeing eye to assess Helios's condition. Selene gazed at the solar aura surrounding Apollo, her expression momentarily contorting as her gaze subtly drifted across the hall, landing on Artemis, who stood alongside Athena. She understood that preserving Helios's solar throne today was a near impossibility. Thus, her lunar dominion must not be forsaken. Otherwise, there would be no sanctuary for them among the peaks of Olympus. Apollo's gaze was fixed upon the essence of Helios's divinity. Such an exploration of a deity's essence was, among the gods, regarded as highly taboo. However, Helios, now devoid of consciousness and a god of sin, had no power to resist. Apollo beheld within Helios the resplendent, blazing essence of the sun, a flicker of greed and desire passing through his depths. This was the solar authority he had long coveted, the very thing that was rightfully his. Suddenly, Apollo furrowed his brow. He observed that the once eternally pure solar essence had dimmed slightly. Dark, ink-like spots entwined around it, exuding an ominous aura. Helios's essence had been tainted. This revelation left Apollo aghast. Your Majesty, the king of the gods, he reported to Zeus, his expression grim. Helios's essence, like that of the goddesses of time, had also been corrupted, yet his affliction was even more severe, the backlash from his own essence rendering him unconscious. Apollo withdrew his divine power to inform Zeus of his findings, aware that a tainted solar essence, even if acquired, would be a perilous burden. Oh, what is the cause? Zeus had originally intended for Apollo to usurp Helios and ascend as the new sun god, but now the pollution of the essence posed a complicated dilemma. Great Father God, the taint upon Helios's essence is a curse originating from the primal forces of the world, explained Hebe. Prince Helios's unauthorized lending of the golden chariot to Phaeton resulted in rampant celestial fire, making them the architects of earthly calamity. Phaeton has perished beneath the wrath of his father's divine lightning, leaving Helios as the sole target of the world's retribution, a curse from the souls unjustly lost. Hebe articulated the reason for the corruption of Helios's essence with a calm demeanor, incompetence. Her cool voice undoubtedly served as a warning among the gods. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The gods, favored by the heavens, possess immense power, yet if one is unfit, they must bear the consequences of the world's wrath. Hebe, my beloved daughter, do you possess any means to awaken him? Given her understanding of the corruption, Zeus naturally expected she might also hold the key to its remedy. Indeed, great father, Hebe affirmed, relieved that Zeus's inquiry aligned with her own intentions, for she indeed had a solution. Ah, but it is the sun, one of the supreme authorities. Hebe, naturally, could not contest the dominion of the sun with the innate solar deity Apollo, yet she could still partake in a fragment of its glory. Apollo, my lord, might you grant me passage? Hebe approached Helios with grace. Reluctantly, Apollo stepped aside, the memories of the Delphic oracle still fresh in his mind, instilling a deep wariness towards the goddess, as he perceived each of her movements as an attempt to extract some advantage from him. Indeed, this was the truth. Hebe raised her hand to summon the Staff of Life, a magnificent and resplendent artifact that glimmered with golden-green radiance. The golden-haired goddess bent down, her jade-like visage radiating warmth and compassion, evoking a sense of entrancement, making one hesitant to mar such a splendid tableau. Yet in the next instant, her alabaster hand plunged fiercely into Helios's chest, brutally extracting his divine essence. The excruciating pain caused the unconscious Helios to convulse, his divine blood spilling forth. Was this madness? Chapter 19. The Judgment of Light before the assembled deities. Hebe forcibly stripped Helios of his divine essence. A ruthless act that sent shockwaves through the pantheon. Many gods shielded their chests with their hands, fearing that their own divine essences might be wrested from them in such a violent manner. You, wretched one, how dare you steal my brother's divine essence? Witnessing Helios in agony, Eos, the goddess of dawn, was consumed with rage. She screamed and rushed forth to separate Hebe from her brother. Enough! The divine couple, Zeus and Hera, spoke in unison, their authoritative gazes coldly directed at Eos. The overwhelming pressure of their divine presence bore down mercilessly upon her. Eos's foolishness irked the highest rulers of Olympus. Did she not comprehend that any unauthorized seizure of divine essence, aside from that by the king of gods, would be subjected to the judgment of the laws? If Hebe's intentions were truly so nefarious, the laws would have sought retribution before Eos even had the chance to intervene. The fact that Hebe remained unharmed indicated that her actions were not aimed at stealing divine essence. This goddess's repeated outburst had already offended Zeus's dignity, and by insulting Hera's most cherished son, she had further incurred Hera's wrath. The pressure of a divine ruler was beyond what a mere first-tier goddess like Eos could withstand. She was immediately overwhelmed and gravely injured, a plume of divine blood escaping her rose-tinted lips as her eyes rolled back, causing her to faint upon the grand hall's floor. In that moment, the assembly of gods fell into a profound silence. Even Selene, the goddess of the full moon, who had intended to join her sister in protest, dared not make a move. Instead, she bit her lip, tending to her unconscious sibling while keeping a vigilant watch on Hebe and her actions. Hebe meticulously examined the divine core in her hands, which undoubtedly held a fatal allure for her. The growth and continuity of life are inextricably linked to the sun. Its brilliance, vitality, and energy evoked an incessant desire within Hebe to consume it. Yet, should she dare to do so, not only would the laws be at stake, but Zeus, the king of gods, would assuredly pass judgment upon her. How beautiful it was! This was the source of all light in the world, its splendor beyond human imagination. Sighing, Hebe quelled the tumultuous thoughts within her and continued her careful observation of the divine core. Under the gaze of the divine name, vast patches of ink-like black spots began to emerge upon the exquisite solar divine core. An ominous, dark, suffocating aura emanated, rendering anyone who beheld it breathless. This was the essence of malevolence. With a wave of her hand, the staff of life, sensing its mistress's intent, emitted a dazzling golden light and ultimately transformed into a small golden chalice that flew into Hebe's grasp. Within this diminutive chalice flowed a liquid as radiant as shattered gold, accompanied by the ethereal sound of a celestial hymn. Within the liquid, faces of serene, devout newcomers appeared, their prayers resonating softly, as if one could hear their supplications. A wondrous, dreamlike power spread throughout the temple, leaving the gods entranced, their eyes filled with longing as they gazed upon the golden chalice. The power of faith. No, the faith that had become so concentrated it had liquefied. Long before the gods descended to the mortal realm to spread belief, they were aware of Hebe's numerous followers. Yet they had not anticipated such fervency, nor that it would manifest in liquid form. Greed flickered in their eyes. If they were to partake of it, would their divine powers not soar like a rocket? At that moment, the gods cast increasingly malevolent glances at Helios. How could a sin-laden deity deserve such rich faith? They had completely forgotten that even if Helios did not partake, this faith belonged to Hebe and not to them. The golden-haired, violet-eyed goddess slightly tilted the chalice, allowing the power of faith to flow like a river of molten gold upon the solar divine core. The curses and malevolent essence from all things must be dispelled by an equal measure of faith. As the liquid, akin to shattered gold, continuously poured forth, the once dim glow of the solar divine core regained its brilliance, radiating with renewed luster. The divine core quivered, suddenly eager, transforming into a streak of light that darted directly into the chalice held by Hebe. The divine core, as a manifestation of divine power, had long been subjected to the emotional influence of its possessor, developing a semblance of autonomy. The solar divine core, entangled in malevolence and suffering greatly, found relief as Hebe poured the power of faith upon it, driving away the malevolence and granting it liberation. Yet, the solar divine core deemed this gradual infusion too slow. It could hardly wait to rid itself of the malevolence's torment. Thus, it boldly leapt into Hebe's chalice, taking a grand cleansing bath. Hebe was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. A glimmer of amusement flickered in her magnificent violet eyes, aligning perfectly with my desires. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the gods awaited with bated breath, when suddenly, a tremor coursed through the golden chalice, and a dazzling beam of golden light surged forth. The boundless power of the sun god enveloped the grand hall, blinding and searing, compelling the gods to involuntarily shut their eyes. It was the sun god's essence, purged of its malevolent influence, reasserting its grandeur. After a brief display of its might, the essence did not linger, but transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into Helios' chest. The wound inflicted by Hebe had long since healed, and Helios, with a flicker of emotion, slowly opened his eyes. As Helios regained consciousness, a hint of trepidation marked his expression. During the backlash of the sun god's essence, Helios' consciousness had been ensnared within a realm devoid of light and sound, where not a whisper could be heard, and darkness reigned supreme. This infinite silence, even for a deity, was a profound torment. The brief days spent in that abyss had nearly shattered Helios' spirit. Emerging from the depths of despair, he gasped for the precious air, akin to a drowning traveler who finally breaks the surface. The breathtaking scenery of the divine mountain, suffused with divine light, and the sounds of the world, even the cacophony, resonated in his ears with a melodious clarity that brought him to the brink of tears. Helios, you unlawfully lent your golden chariot to Phaeton, resulting in chaos upon the earth and the heavens. Are you aware of your transgression? Before Helios could fully relish his newfound awareness, a voice, resonant and thunderous as Zeus himself, boomed from above. The overwhelming pressure of the king of gods had unknowingly descended upon Helios. Zeus' divine power was as formidable and tempestuous as his dominion. Had it been any other time, Helios would have stood undaunted, fortified by his potent essence and the authority of a major deity. Yet today, perhaps due to the residual effects of his recent ordeal, as he instinctively sought to harness his divine essence to withstand the pressure, he was met with an overwhelming sensation of emptiness and weakness, rendering the once majestic sun god somewhat burdened. Under Zeus' oppressive force, Helios found himself kneeling involuntarily. His countenance was grim. He had never before knelt to Zeus since assuming the mantle of solar authority. Phaeton, what have you done to Phaeton? Helios recalled the harrowing image he had witnessed before losing consciousness, the moment when Zeus' divine lightning struck Phaeton. Setting aside all else, Helios was undeniably one of the rare paternal figures among the Greek deities, his affection for Phaeton genuine and profound. The loss of his son was a wound that pierced his heart deeply. Phaeton? Zeus snorted, and from his broad, elongated palm, arcs of electricity crackled, revealing a translucent, golden soul resting within his grasp. In the dimness, there lay a young boy, his eyes firmly shut, delicate brows knitted in anguish, each corner of his spirit tainted by a swirling darkness. With every undulation of this malevolent energy, the boy's expression twisted further into torment. Phaeton! Helios cried out in despair upon witnessing the plight of his beloved son. He struggled to rise, casting a heavy gaze upon Zeus. Your Majesty, the king of the gods, I beseech you to restore Phaeton's soul to me. Restore it to you? Zeus erupted into laughter, mocking Helios' arrogance and ignorance. Let us not forget that he is the architect of this calamity, a being of unspeakable wrongdoing. And look at him now. His soul is cursed by the world. What can you possibly do with him, Helios? Shall you witness your divine son perish before you once more in an utter obliteration? Zeus's words plunged Helios into a prolonged silence. Eventually, he lifted his face, fixing his gaze upon Zeus with unwavering intensity, and hoarsely inquired, "What do you desire?" "You know full well, Helios," Zeus replied, narrowing his deep blue eyes, more profound than the sky itself, conveying unspoken truths. "This is impossible." Helios's countenance darkened. The notion of relinquishing his solar dominion was utterly preposterous. Ah, Zeus mused, fully anticipating Helios's reaction. The king of the gods, endowed with the wisdom of Métis, recognized that his counterpart would not yield easily. It appeared that greater leverage was required. Apollo. Yes, great king, responded the radiant and handsome god, who held an ancient stone tablet, infusing it with divine power. An ancient and desolate aura emanated from the tablet. Helios, having misappropriated the chariot of the sun, has unleashed fires upon the earth, inciting the wrath of the Earth Mother, who has decreed his banishment as a god of wrongdoing, imprisoning him in Tartarus for eternity. What? No, you cannot do this. The moon goddess Selene gasped in horror, immediately stepping forth to contest this decision. Tartarus, the abode of the abyssal god among the primordial deities, served as a prison for all gods deemed culpable. It was a realm devoid of sound and color, shrouded in eternal darkness, where the prison would gradually sap the essence of the condemned until their divine power was extinguished. Their parents, Hyperion, the father of light among the Titans, and Thea, the mother of light, had been imprisoned there as the vanquished in the divine war. No one understood the might of their father and mother better than they. If they could not escape, what hope did Helios possess? Brother, Selene exclaimed, disregarding her unconscious sister as she rushed forward to plead for Helios. For this was the decree of the Earth Mother. Gaia, the first deity to emerge after the primordial creator chaos, birthed the new generation of gods. She was not only the mother of gods, but also the spokesperson of the primordial entities upon the divine mountain. Her will typically reflected the consensus of the ancient gods. What Selene could conceive, Helios too comprehended. He realized he had fallen into a deadlock. Regardless of the circumstances, the solar dominion was destined to change hands this day. Zeus, as long as you acquiesce to a few of my conditions, I shall relinquish the dominion of the sun. Otherwise, Helios's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. I shall immediately obliterate my divine essence. Although Apollo is inherently aligned with the sun, the process of crystallizing the solar divinity would take him centuries. And can humanity endure such a protracted wait? Zeus's expression remained inscrutable, revealing no hint of his emotions. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "Pray, tell me your conditions. Firstly, purify the taint upon my divine essence by cleansing the soul of Phaeton and elevating him to the status of a constellation, granting him immortality." Helios had long recognized that the corruption of his divinity had been eradicated. Thus, this method would undoubtedly prove effective for Phaeton as well. Zeus glanced at Hebe, and upon noticing her subtle nod, he consented, agreed. Secondly, my transgressions bear no relation to my sisters, and they rightfully should retain control over their powers. Agreed. Let us first secure the dominion of the sun, and thereafter we shall deliberate on the subsequent matters. Thirdly, grant me absolution from my identity as the god of sin, and relieve me of the punishment of confinement in Tartarus. The mere thought of that sunless abyss instilled a profound dread within Helios. Your sins are unforgivable. However, I can assure you that you shall not be imprisoned within Tartarus, but you must confine yourself to the Isle of Rhodes for eternity, never to leave. Zeus's eyes flashed with lightning. Helios, you must comprehend that this is my ultimate boundary. Should Helios present any further demands, Zeus would not hesitate to unleash a bolt of lightning, even if it meant sacrificing the new mortals upon the earth. He could always have Hebe and Prometheus create another batch. Finally, Helios bowed his noble head. The ensuing events transpired seamlessly. Helios stripped himself of his divinity, and Phaeton's soul was purified by Hebe, subsequently elevated by Zeus into the heavens, transforming into the constellation Eridanus. Meanwhile, Apollo was ordained as the new sun god by Zeus. And possessing the essence of the sun god, he transcended the mid-tier power of the supreme deities, emerging as the greatest victor of the gathering. The gods rejoiced and returned to their respective realms, while Hebe returned to her temple, closing the doors of her chamber. A gentle smile graced her exquisite countenance as a golden chalice materialized in her hand, the power of faith flowing like a river shimmering with flecks of gold. Yet beneath this current lay a peculiar black-golden divine essence, suppressed by the purest faith of the populace, concealing its presence from the gods. This essence bore an uncanny resemblance to Helios's solar divinity, yet it was shrouded in darkness, resembling a piece of inked jade, with the boundaries of its essence glittering with radiant golden light. Within this luminescent aura, a fleeting projection of the sun could be perceived, its enigmatic tranquility and alluring charm standing out conspicuously amidst the resplendent torrent of faith, impossible to overlook. Hebe, with fingers as delicate as jade, gently parted the torrent of faith. The black and gold divine essence broke free from its confinement, soaring out of the golden chalice. This essence seemed to harbor a particular disdain for the fervent and reverent energy of the faith, and as it shuddered, a dark shadow emanated from it, engulfing all surrounding light sources. A soft chuckle escaped Hebe's lips. The newly emerged divine essence appeared immensely powerful, yet in the presence of the peak deity Hebe, it paled in comparison. The goddess extended her slender hand. Her seemingly languid motion left the black and gold essence with no avenue of escape as she grasped it firmly. The gold-green life force infused with purifying might transformed into chains that bound it. Only then did Hebe take a moment to scrutinize this divine essence. Indeed, the peculiar frailty emanating from Helios atop the temple was no mere illusion. He had truly grown weak. The solar essence of Helios had become ensnared by the corrupting force due to the heavenly fire incident. And while Hebe endeavored to purify this malevolent energy, she did not eradicate it. Instead, she nurtured the essence of faith upon the solar divine core, enticing it into the golden chalice, all to extract a portion of the sun's essence from the divine's blind spot. Thus, Helios, also a supreme deity, found himself unable to withstand Zeus's overwhelming pressure. He foolishly believed it was merely a consequence of his fainting spell, yet by the time he realized the truth, the sovereignty of the sun would have slipped from his grasp. What could a condemned god, imprisoned for eternity, possibly achieve? Hebe had no fear of him. The portion of the sun's essence that Hebe had extracted, under her influence, fused with the corrupting force, giving birth to a brand new divine essence, one that could be deemed the bane of the sun. Hebe closed her eyes, her fingertips glimmering with divine light, as she attuned herself to the essence's divinity. Damn this sun! I curse you! May you fall, you relentless sphere of fire! I implore you, do not let the temperature rise any further. I beseech you, wretched sun, I would willingly perish alongside you. Countless cries, pleas, and curses coalesced within this divine essence. They were the final utterances of those who perished under heavenly flames. This world is rich in elemental energy, a realm brimming with myths and miracles, and the souls of its inhabitants possess formidable psychic power. Though this psychic energy may seem like mere fireflies when compared to the god's ability to command reality, what is a single flicker against 1,000? As the adage goes, quantity can lead to a qualitative shift. When a number of psychic energies reaches a certain threshold, who can claim that an ant cannot shake a great tree? This collective of grievances clung to the solar divine essence, directly causing Helios's unconscious state, trapping his consciousness in a dense darkness devoid of light. Now, as they merged with the extracted solar essence, the newly birthed divine essence fundamentally aimed to diminish the sun's radiance. The gold-green chains slackened slightly, and the black and gold essence flickered with dark light once more. Hebe opened her eyes, and within her resplendent purple gaze, a vivid image was reflected. A radiant sun, resplendent in its brilliance, hangs high in the sky, casting its light upon all creation, enveloping the earth in a serene tranquility. Yet, as clouds gather ominously, a shadow begins to creep over the sun's edge, steadily expanding until the glorious orb is entirely consumed, plunging the world into darkness. During this solar eclipse, when light is devoured, what power remains for the sun god, the sovereign of radiance? Suddenly, the scene shifts. Amidst the enveloping darkness, a new sun emerges, emanating a haunting crimson glow. Where its light reaches, the balance shifts. Darkness prevails over light. Creatures of the abyss and the undead emit sighs of contentment, while the vibrant beings of the world wail in anguish, visibly withering as their life essence is relentlessly consumed. This is the manifestation of an extreme softness and profound darkness born from the fall of the most robust and radiant entity, a nether sun. It continues to selflessly bestow its blessings, yet the beneficiaries have transformed into the souls of the underworld and the malevolent beasts of darkness. Alongside vengeance, curses, and suffering, This divine essence has brought boundless delight to Hebe. Her audacious act of sharing the sun's essence has proven to be immensely rewarding. The gods whisper that despite all her efforts, Hebe has ultimately crafted a wedding garment for Apollo, and many envious deities secretly revel in her misfortune. Unaware of who the true victor is, Hebe, with a silent smirk, tenderly caresses this divine essence. With it, the being of Pecos, gestating in the underworld, will not only emerge successfully, but, with a bit of manipulation, ascend to godhood effortlessly. With this thought, Hebe closes her eyes, connecting her spirit to the laws of the cosmos and embedding the golden-black divine essence into her heart. She and Pecos are intertwined, possessing an innate bond, allowing her to transfer the divine essence without traversing to the underworld. Deep within the underworld, not far from Tartarus, a purplish-golden divine egg suddenly glows, and the black gold essence materializes within the heart of the dark-haired deity. The divine essence flickers ominously. Pecos's powers of death and plague resonate harmoniously with it. The pale, terrifying essence of death and the plague is actively absorbed, augmenting its own power as it acknowledges its new master. A continuous flow of black gold divine power streams from the essence, nurturing the still-developing deity. Time passes, and the purplish golden egg bursts forth in a dazzling radiance. A long, fair arm breaks through the shell, and the dark earth blooms with peculiar red flowers. The dark-haired deity stands amidst this sea of crimson blossoms, tall, perfectly proportioned, with a strikingly pale and handsome visage, lips as red as blood, and eyes of dark gold, exuding a deadly allure akin to opium. His black wings glimmer with specks of gold, presenting him as a fallen angel, exquisite and temptingly alluring. Pecos, feeling the surging divine power within, nods in satisfaction before conjuring a black robe to envelop himself. His elongated hand unfurled, revealing two gleaming artifacts that shimmered with an obsidian hue. As the embodiment of the god of the underworld, Pecos was imbued with a newly assimilated black gold divinity. Among these powers, the solar eclipse and the underworld sun represented a primal force that established the laws of existence. Thus the world bestowed upon him two accompanying divine artifacts. Corresponding to the solar eclipse was the Ring of Oblivion, entirely crafted from black gold. Once it locked onto an adversary, it would hover above them, its obliterating divine energy diminishing the divine rank of any ensnared god. Additionally, in relation to the underworld sun was the cataclysmic flame, a vibrant crimson fire that blazed fiercely yet emitted no warmth. To the touch, it even felt slightly cold. Of course, aside from Pecos, who held the divine office of the underworld sun, anyone foolish enough to reach out to this flame would find themselves facing the searing torment of a burned soul. Pecos gazed with intrigue at his two accompanying artifacts. Greetings, esteemed offspring of the earth and abyss. A gentle, slightly languorous voice resounded from behind him. Pecos turned, his dark golden eyes scrutinizing the uninvited guest. This being, akin to himself in celestial nature, diverged in appearance with their platinum hair and pristine white wings, presenting a dreamlike contrast to the somber gloom of the underworld. The striking visage bore a pair of peculiar lavender eyes, hinting at a trace of drowsiness. He appeared lethargic, as if on the verge of collapsing into slumber. Observing him, Pecos found himself unwittingly beset by a wave of fatigue. He suddenly roused, vigilant as he regarded the divinity who had inadvertently instilled such languor within him, the cataclysmic flame in his grasp blazing fiercely. Should the other make any movement, he would unleash the agonizing torment of a scorched soul. My apologies. The nature of divinity has rendered me remiss in introducing myself. I am Hypnos, son of Nyx, the goddess of night. Hypnos? The memories inherited from his lineage provided him with knowledge of this divine figure. Hypnos, the god of sleep, held a preeminent status in the underworld, stemming from an illustrious lineage. His parents were Nyx, the goddess of night, and Erebus, the god of darkness, placing him 2 tiers above the current lord of the underworld, Hades. Hypnos governs the slumber of all living beings. As night descends, his followers descend upon the earth, wielding the divine power of sleep to lull all into slumber. His dominion over sleep is so potent that even the mighty Zeus, king of the gods, cannot resist it. Ah, it is the lord of sleep. I am Pecos, the god of frost, death, and plague, he responded, offering his own name in a courteous manner. Noting Hypnos's amiable demeanor, naturally, he chose to withhold mention of his solar eclipse divinity, as it was a sensitive matter that could incite enmity and hostility from Apollo. Pecos, born with first-tier divine power, son of Gaia and Tartarus, truly a remarkable gift, Hypnos remarked. Hypnos marveled sincerely, acknowledging that the greater the potential of a deity, the longer the gestation period, naturally resulting in a higher tier of divine power at birth. Deities like Pecos, who possessed first-tier divine strength from the moment of their emergence, were a rarity even in Hypnos's extensive experience. You flatter me. I have only just come into existence and remain unfamiliar with many matters, Pecos replied, a subtle smile gracing his crimson lips. However, a sudden furrow appeared on his brow as he turned to Hypnos. Your Highness, I sense an unseen force urging me to fulfill a certain task, to guide particular souls. What could this mean? This is precisely the reason why His Majesty, the Lord of the Underworld, has sent me to fetch you, Hypnos replied, his violet eyes shimmering with understanding. You possess the aspect of death, albeit associated with the abrupt demise of frost. Nonetheless, you are a deity of death. Recently, the sin god Helios has mismanaged the solar chariot, resulting in rampant wildfires and the death of countless creatures upon the earth. Consequently, the influx of souls arriving in the underworld has surged dramatically, and my brother, the original god of death, Thanatos, is nearly overwhelmed. Hypnos recalled the image of his twin brother, incessantly leading the souls with a mix of sympathy and barely suppressed amusement. Thus, the Lord of the Underworld has commanded that all deities associated with death, including most of the underworld gods, are to assist in guiding the souls. The compulsion you feel is a decree issued by His Majesty Hades, the current ruler of the underworld. When Zeus and his brothers divided dominion over the sky, the sea, and the underworld, Hades drew the short straw with the latter. Many deities secretly lamented for him, as the bleak and sunless realm of the underworld paled in comparison to Olympus and the ocean. Furthermore, the underworld harbored the three primordial deities, along with a multitude of powerful and temperamental underworld gods. It was widely believed that Hades would struggle in his new domain. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Nyx and Erebus held Hades in high regard, sending their twin deities, Hypnos and Thanatos, to serve as his aides and directly supporting him in ascending to the throne of the underworld. In the end, while Zeus and Poseidon appeared to bask in glory, it was Hades, the elder brother deemed less favorable by the gods, who truly wielded power, especially Poseidon, who initially faced indifference from the oceanic deities upon assuming control of the sea. It was only after he wed Amphitrite, celebrated as the Pearl of the Sea, that he managed to stabilize his position, though the majority of authority over the ocean remained with the ancient oceanic gods, Oceanus and Tethys, as well as the primordial sea god, Pontus. Returning to Pecos, after hearing Hypnos's elucidation, the dark golden depths of his eyes reflected contemplation. It seemed that Hades' grasp over the underworld was far more profound than the gods upon the mountain had suggested. Yet, for one newly born, the intricacies of guiding souls of the deceased presented a daunting challenge, and Pecos' expression betrayed his struggle, vividly illustrating the trials of a nascent deity. Do not fret, for my twin brother Thanatos is the god who governs all that is death. He shall instruct you in the ways of wielding your divine powers. Hypnos has recognized the potential within Pecos and desires to introduce him to his brother, for Pecos embodies the divine roles of frost, death, and plague. Should he become one of Thanatos' divine servants, it would indeed be fortuitous. Your Highness, please follow me. Hypnos beckoned as he unfurled his pristine wings. With a gentle flap, he ascended into the air, resembling a celestial messenger from paradise. An image so divine that it is difficult to fathom that such a seemingly pure deity was born from the underworld. Pecos extended his black and gold wings to trail behind Hypnos. The two deities, powerful in their might, faced the darkness of the underworld unflinchingly. They soared swiftly, and soon Hypnos guided Pecos across the vast expanse of the underworld to the entrance of the realm of the dead, the river Acheron. As Pecos gazed downward, he saw the shores of Acheron overwhelmed with a multitude of souls, while several gods of the underworld wielded torches to guide the departed spirits who had crossed the river into their final resting place. Charon, the ferryman of the underworld, tirelessly navigated his small vessel back and forth across the banks, drenched in sweat. His boat, modest in size, could scarcely accommodate more than a few dozen souls at a time, yet the number of lives extinguished by divine fire was in the tens of thousands, making it impossible to ferry them all at once. All souls, slow down. Can you not see that there is no room ahead? Anyone who disregards the order shall be cast into the river, shouted a deity at the riverbank, brandishing a colossal scythe. His silver hair and gray wings a testament to his station. His countenance, strikingly similar to that of Hypnos, contorted in frustration, rendering him a fearsome figure. This lord of the dead seems to be in a rather foul mood, Pacus observed. Pray forgive me, for the influx of souls has been overwhelming lately, and Thanatos is exhausted, his temper frayed, Hypnos explained, unable to conceal his face in embarrassment at his brother's lack of decorum. Thanatos, Hypnos called as he descended with Pacus. Ah, Hypnos, you have arrived, the silver-haired god remarked, his demeanor softening upon seeing his brother. His silver-gray eyes shifted to Pacus, and the essence of his deathly divinity stirred within him. A nascent god of the underworld, the deity of frost, death, and plague? Indeed, there are many souls above that require guidance. I believe he could be of assistance. Hypnos introduced Pacus to Thanatos. Frost and plague? Thanatos' eyes sparkled with interest as he grasped Pacus' hands, his gray wings unfurling. Come with me. Wait, Thanatos. Hypnos attempted to interject, but he soon realized his brother had already whisked Pacus away, disappearing from sight. With a sigh of resignation, he shrugged his shoulders. After all, he had fulfilled the command of their sovereign. The task of mentoring the new deity had now fallen to Thanatos, allowing Hypnos the opportunity to return and catch up on his rest. Without a word, Donatus seized Pacus and flapped his wings. For he was the son of the primordial deity, wielding divine power that had ascended to the rank of a supreme god. With but a few flaps, he transported Pacus to the realm of mortals. Is this truly the mortal realm? Pacus gazed upon the scene before him, a blanket of pristine snow covering the earth, stretching endlessly into a sea of white, occasionally adorned by dark, gnarled branches that punctuated this seemingly monotonous world. Indeed, the land was ensconced in the winter crafted by the winter goddess, Hebe. Donatus surveyed the vast expanse of snow and turned to Pacus, inquiring if he felt the surging divine power. Yes, your highness, Pacus replied, sensing the frostbitten essence of his divine nature glowing brilliantly within him, as if an inexhaustible source of primal energy was being replenished. As the deity of frost and death, he found himself immensely empowered in this winter season. The world bestowed upon him unparalleled augmentation. Excellent. While the snow has undoubtedly saved numerous lives from the scorching flames above, it has also, regrettably, led to the demise of many beneath the biting cold. These souls are in need of your guidance. As the original god of death, Donatus could certainly usher the souls frozen by snow, yet now that the rightful deity was present, he welcomed the chance to shirk the burdensome task that had left him nearly depleted of divine energy. Your Highness, how shall I proceed? Pacus asked, accepting his duty without resentment for Donatus's inclination to assign him the labor. Attune your senses. Your divine essence shall reveal the path. Donatus raised his hand, bestowing upon Pacus a surge of deathly power to guide him in sensing his own divine nature. Pacus focused his mind, silently attuning to the frostbitten essence within him, which shimmered with a pale luminescence and seemed to whisper unutterable secrets into his ears. The dark-haired, dark-winged deity closed his eyes, gathering deathly power in his hands. O ubiquitous spirits of snow, in the name of Pacus, guide the lost souls to my side. Hexagonal snowflakes began to descend from the heavens. Unlike the pure, pristine ice of the natural world, these snowflakes glimmered with a grayish hue. Pacus harnessed his divine energy to inscribe coordinates among them. They would seek out the souls upon the earth, marking them and leading them to him. As time passed, gradually, souls began to arrive at Pacus' side. Soon, he was surrounded by thousands of spirits, those who had perished from the frost, now drawn to him by the guiding snow. Your Highness, Donatus, the souls have gathered. Shall we return to the underworld? Pacus gently reminded the seemingly dazed god of death beside him. Let's depart. With a swift turn, Donatus's immense dark wings nearly brushed against Pacus' face. Observing the retreating figure, Pakos tilted his head in confusion, sensing a hint of anger emanating from the Lord of Death. Danados strode forward in a huff, reflecting on his recent endeavors of traversing the realms to guide souls, deeming his actions utterly foolish. Why had he not utilized his divine power to mark them, allowing them to report to him of their own accord? How could the original Grim Reaper be so dim-witted? Chapter 21. The radiance of the underworld. Ever since Pakos demonstrated to Danados the convenience of summoning souls through ice and snow, the original Grim Reaper granted him a portion of authority, enabling him to also guide the souls of those who perished in the flames of heaven. As Pakos undertook this task, he pondered why a deity of Danados' stature was so wearied by these restless souls. Unlike those who succumbed to frost, whose blood flow gradually slowed beneath the ice, leading to a peaceful slumber, the souls of those burned alive experienced excruciating torment, their very flesh and sinew seared away. This agony imbued their spirits with profound resentment, rendering them nearly irrational. In the process of guiding these souls, Danados had to expend divine power to subdue them, naturally exhausting himself in the endeavor. However, these challenges posed little difficulty for Pakos. Upon inheriting the divine essence bestowed by the primary deity, he embraced the aspect of vengeance, which resonated with the ire of the deceased towards the sun. When these irrational souls encountered Pakos, their hatred was gradually absorbed by his vengeance aspect, allowing them to regain a semblance of rationality and cooperate with the Reapers. Danados seemed to have stumbled upon a great treasure and promptly escorted Pakos to the stronghold where the multitude of souls he had previously guided resided, urging him to alleviate their lingering resentment. Otherwise, Sharon would expend tremendous effort ferrying these souls across the river. By inadvertently soothing the agitated spirits, Pakos earned accolades from the realm of the dead, culminating in the creation of a consolation aspect. The souls on the earthly plane had largely been guided, leaving the remainder to be tended to by Ruby and Tasna. Stretching his limbs, Danados felt he had navigated the most chaotic phase, content to leave the subsequent tasks to his subordinate deities. He turned to Pakos, remarking, "You possess great talent. Have you considered serving as my subordinate deity?" As a noble offspring of the primordial gods and a principal deity, Danados felt assured in extending this offer to a being of such caliber. Of course, this discussion shall await your audience with His Majesty, the King of the Underworld. I am curious to see what position he may bestow upon you. While verbalizing this, Danados felt confident that Pakos would undoubtedly choose to remain by his side. After all, the realms of frost, death, and plague seemed destined to align with the original Grim Reaper. He held a profound admiration for Pakos, whose divine prowess stood out remarkably among the pantheon of underworld deities. Pakos was imbued with a keen intelligence and an innate spiritual understanding, making the recent period significantly easier for him with his assistance. Danados even entertained secret thoughts of seeking an audience with Mother Nyx to report Pakos' alleged misdeeds should the Lord of the Underworld refuse to assign Pakos to him as a subordinate deity. Everything depended on the Lord of the Underworld's command. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Pakos remarked, his dark golden eyes glimmering with insight. As a subordinate deity to a chief god, his aspirations diverged from Danados' limited vision. Their ambitions were far grander, rendering it impossible for Pakos to become Danados' subordinate. Patience was key. He merely required a small opportunity to capture the Lord of the Underworld's attention, potentially elevating himself to a status equal to that of Danados. And that opportunity was swiftly approaching. The souls, guided by Sharon across the river Acheron, progressed slowly under the flickering light of the torches held by the deities. However, the sheer number of souls was overwhelming, and only the divine could disregard the oppressive darkness of the underworld. Thus, only those souls at the forefront, near the deities, could advance normally, while those behind stumbled in the dark, inadvertently stepping on one another, resulting in a cacophony of wails and chaos. Listening to the lamentations, Danados could not suppress the emergence of several prominent symbols upon his forehead. "My lord, why do these souls walk so unsteadily?" Pakos feigned curiosity, finding the sight of the sprawled souls, writhing and wailing, quite comical. "Pay them no mind. This phenomenon has been occurring frequently of late. We are still some distance from the city of the dead, and within the underworld, only the divine can fearlessly navigate the darkness. These ordinary human souls, lacking the guidance of a torch, are naturally lost in the gloom. Dandatus lamented as well. The torch used to guide the souls was a divine artifact, and there were few within the entire underworld. Normally, guiding 3 or 4 souls at a time posed no issue. But the recent influx, due to the celestial fire, had overwhelmed the capacity of the guiding torches. Is there truly no source of light within the underworld? Source of light? Dandatus scoffed at the absurdity of the notion, for the eternal sources of illumination in the world were none other than the sun and moon. Not only was it inconceivable for their radiance to penetrate the underworld, but even if it could, their brilliance would be lethal to the souls. No, my lord. I believe this may indeed be the reason for my existence. Pecos replied softly, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Pecos, what do you mean? Dandatus inquired, perplexed, turning to face him, only to be stunned by the sight before him. Light. Dandatus's silver-gray eyes reflected the spectacle. The handsome deity with raven-black hair and golden wings emanated a soft glow, and in his hand, a dark red sphere of light hovered serenely. It appeared strikingly similar to the sun of the mortal realm, save for its peculiar hue, devoid of any scorching heat. Enveloped in its radiant glow, he even sensed the primal energy surging within him, an indescribable sensation of comfort and familiarity. This was a revelation for Dandatus, mingled with astonishment. He was not foolish, for the divine domains of frost, death, and plague were insufficient to conceive a first-rate deity. He had long suspected that his counterpart harbored some hidden, formidable divine essence. Yet he was taken aback when it finally manifested. I am the deity born of the sun's remorse and the prayers for redemption, representing the sun's atonement towards all things. The god of the underworld sun, Pecos, who scatters light solely for the souls of the departed. Pecos's dark golden eyes shimmered with iridescence as he uttered divine words, causing the laws concealed within the realm of the dead to tremble. The arrival of the underworld sun undoubtedly signified a consummation and elevation for it, affirming Pecos's pronouncements. The orb of light in Pecos's grasp swelled larger, gradually slipping from his control, soaring into the sky of the underworld, transforming into a radiant sun glowing with a purplish-red hue, suspended above the underworld, illuminating its depths. The deceased souls no longer beheld a deathly world shrouded in darkness. They could clearly see the path ahead, their own hands, and the faces of their loved ones, prompting tears of joy to flow as they sincerely praised the underworld sun that bestowed upon them light. Even in death beneath the sun's fiery wrath, the instinct of all beings remained the pursuit of illumination. A vast reservoir of merit flowed into Pecos, who hovered mid-air, his crow-like golden wings shimmering with divine brilliance. The essence of the underworld sun was recognized, radiating a profound and immense divine light. Pecos's divine power surged, ascending through the ranks. Lesser first-rate deity, mid-tier first-rate deity, peak first-rate deity, and finally the status of a supreme god. A magnificent divine might erupted forth, causing the souls to tremble and kneel, while the guiding deities of the underworld felt immense pressure, forcibly restraining their desire to bow. Dandatus, with silver hair billowing, gazed at the striking divine figure suspended above. Alas, it seems Pecos can no longer serve as my subordinate. What a pity. The sun and moon represent the duality of light, with the underworld sun present. There must also be an underworld moon. Following the emergence of Pecos's underworld sun, a clear, feminine voice resonated throughout the underworld, and with her words, a peculiar moon radiating a black-blue glow appeared in the sky. With the sun and moon shining together, the primal energy of the underworld stirred, hinting at a potential ascension of the realm. Pecos raised his gaze. As the master of the underworld sun, his vision within the underworld was nearly unobstructed. Before him stood a stunning goddess clad in a black robe, her lustrous hair as dark as the night, and her brilliant eyes inherited from her mother. The starry night, goddess Astrea, gazing back at Pecos. Surrounding her floated a sword, ropes, a torch, and books, the other supreme goddess of the underworld, the mistress of ghosts, magic, and uncertain opportunities, now also the bearer of the underworld moon, Hecate. It seemed that fate intertwined him with the family of Apollo, as he had formed a connection with Apollo and Artemis upon the divine mountain. In the realm of the underworld, I find myself entwined with Hecate, the daughter of the moon goddess and sister to Leto, a connection both wondrous and perplexing. I can only hope that this lunar deity will extend her kindness towards me. For I have, after all, brought her opportunities. Is it not fitting to say that she's indeed the master of uncertain fortunes? Such fleeting chances have been grasped by her with finesse, rendering her of a caliber far superior to that of Artemis. Picos resolved to cultivate a cordial relationship with her, lest a moment of pride lead to the establishment of a formidable adversary. "You conceal yourself quite adeptly," remarked Danados, observing the current ruler of the underworld, his tone laced with a hint of irony, as if to suggest that his prior enthusiasm had been misplaced. She had no desire for such matters. "During this time, I am indeed grateful for your highness's benevolence." Picos smiled, having come to understand that Danados occasionally exhibited childlike whims. Yet he was not a deity prone to pettiness or grudges. "Come, the lord of the underworld wishes to see you." Danados, while somewhat disappointed that a capable secretary had flown away, bore no ill will. Picos followed closely beside him, traversing a vast expanse of gray plains until a fork in the road emerged before them. This was the field of truth. To the left lay the path to the palace of the lord of the underworld, while to the right, Danados gestured towards the right, where gray pebbles adorned the entire road, resembling a long serpent winding towards the deepest recesses of the underworld. The distance appeared infinite, an abyss that even the eyes of a god could scarcely penetrate, revealing only a chilling depth. This path led to the realm of torment, Tartarus. "I was born near Tartarus, yet I do not recall ever seeing this road," Picos mused, reflecting on his journey with Hypnos to the river Acheron shortly after his emergence into existence. It seemed this passage had eluded his sight. Not all deities possess the privilege of knowing the location of Tartarus. Only those who ascend to the rank of the supreme gods may have this pathway revealed to them. Otherwise, the Cyclopes guarding Tartarus are not known for their amiable disposition. Below the rank of supreme god, a single swipe from Cyclops could leave a deity in utter disarray, and with a limited number of deities in the underworld, their safety must be preserved. "Ah, I see. Your Highness, the Lord of Death, truly embodies the second in command of the underworld. Your breadth of knowledge is indeed astonishing," Picos exclaimed, lavishing praise upon him. "Enough, enough. I am not so petty," Danados retorted, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he waved his hand dismissively, though the gentle flutter of his wings betrayed his good humor. The two deities stepped forward towards the left, and, as they did, the majestic palace of the underworld materialized before them. Danados led Picos into the temple of Hades, the sovereign of the underworld, one of the triad of kings governing the heavens, earth, and sea, a master of unparalleled power. Within the hall of the underworld, numerous deities were already seated on either side, and Picos recognized only two: the dream-weaving Hypnos, radiating an ethereal glow, and Hecate, the queen of the moon, whom he had glimpsed only recently. Amidst the assembly of deities, a throne of skulls stood prominently, upon which the king of the underworld, with his dark tresses, regarded the newly ascendant god of the underworld with an air of indifference. His emerald eyes, reminiscent of a shadowy abyss, scrutinized the newcomer with a hint of appraisal. "Your Majesty, the newly arisen god of the underworld, Pacus, has been brought forth," announced Danados, his demeanor solemn as he performed a respectful bow to Hades. With a gentle flap of his wings, he settled into the divine seat beside Hypnos. "Esteemed king of the underworld, I, Pacus, deity of frost, death, and plague, ruler of the underworld's sun, and harbinger of vengeance, curses, and suffering, offer you my unwavering loyalty." The god, adorned with raven-hued wings, possessed a handsome yet slightly sinister countenance, and he paid his respects to Hades with dignity. Unlike Helios, who naively believed that mastery over the sun granted him an unassailable position, Pacus understood that even a sovereign, such as Zeus, who had yet to consolidate his power, could employ myriad methods to deal with him. Moreover, Hades, who appeared taciturn yet had long since grasped the reins of dominion over the underworld, recognized the necessity of maintaining a flexible stance until absolute strength was secured. Pacus, son of Gaia and Tartarus? Hades, as the ruler of the underworld, could distinctly sense the essence of Pacus. While Tartarus was indifferent, preoccupied with slumber since his inception, Gaia, amidst the tumultuous currents between the divine mountains, the seas, and the underworld, evidently favored Zeus, which instilled a sense of wariness in Hades towards Pacus. After all, the influence of a mother goddess on her offspring was undeniably profound. Pacus felt a tightening in his chest, but maintained an impassive exterior. I am the god of the underworld born from the heavenly flames, conceived from the hatred of humanity and the earth, not birthed by the goddess Gaia. Oh, Hades' expression shifted. A deity naturally born from the depths of the earth was not without precedent. Pacus, being no progeny of Gaia, could indeed be a valuable asset. The emergence of the underworld sun and moon had caused a tremor in the primal energies of the underworld, hinting at potential ascension. A matter significant enough to rouse the interest of Nyx herself, underscoring its importance to the realm. Pacus, you have ascended to the rank of a principal deity, and as the master of the underworld sun, a seat in the throne of the underworld is rightfully yours. As Hades spoke, a dark golden throne rose, intricately carved with motifs of the underworld sun, ice, and wings, radiating a subtle yet opulent divine light. The deities within the grand hall gasped in unison. For the position Hades had bestowed upon Pacus was adjacent to Hecate, the newly elevated master of the underworld moon and a seasoned second-in-command of the realm. Clearly, the king of the underworld held considerable regard for this newly ascendant deity. The assembled gods, aware of the precariousness of courtly alliances, could not help but speculate on the implications of Hades' actions. Hecate, the relationship between the underworld sun and moon is of paramount importance. During this period, I urge you both to collaborate and finalize the cycle of their movements, thereby utilizing the power of the sun and moon to aid the ascension of the underworld. Yes, your majesty, Hecate replied. Pargos and Hecate sat regally upon their divine thrones, responding in unison. At long last, we meet, your highness Pargos. The goddess, with an air of icy beauty, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. Her demeanor was amicable, and her expression gentle, revealing a rather delightful mood. Indeed, Hecate had resided at the pinnacle of the first-tier gods for countless years, perpetually on the brink of a breakthrough, yet always lacking something essential. The revelation bestowed by Pargos' dark sun ignited a spark of inspiration within her. Seizing this opportunity, she successfully transcended her limitations and ascended to the rank of a principal deity. Thus, she harbored a certain fondness for the god who had presented her with this chance. I humbly seek your guidance, your highness Hecate. The intrinsic bond between the sun and moon naturally fostered a sense of familiarity for Pargos toward this goddess. With one party extending an olive branch and the other reciprocating, the lunar and solar deities of the underworld engaged in amiable discourse. Chapter 22. Ascension to Principal Deity. A retrospective on history perpetually shrouded in divine radiance. Mount Olympus cradled the life goddess Hebe, who reveled in the meticulous care of the nymphs. Since Hebe's elevation to the pinnacle of the first-tier gods, the nymphs, under her protection, thrived in unparalleled joy. It could be said that among the nymphs, an unspoken understanding prevailed. Those fortunate enough to serve in the temple of the life goddess were undoubtedly favored by fate. This goddess was renowned for her kind disposition and formidable power, granting her attendants a level of respect that compelled even lesser-tier deities to defer to them. Unlike their counterparts serving in the temples of male deities, these nymphs were spared the constant threat of unwanted possession and humiliation. Countless nymphs yearned to be assigned to serve within the life temple, yet the goddess seemed to favor tranquility over bustling grandeur. Had it not been for Hera's concern that Hebe might lack attendance, she would have likely had no more than a handful of maidens in her service. As Hebe savored the exquisite wine and succulent roasted lamb offered by the nymphs, she couldn't help but lament how easily one slips from frugality to indulgence. I find myself growing increasingly accustomed to this pampering. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the elemental forces of the universe. The will of the world descended, stirring a profound resonance within the hearts of the gods. A new deity of principal rank emerged in the underworld, heralding the possibility of ascension for the realm of the dead. Thunderous roars echoed from the throne of Zeus, indicating that his mood was far from pleasant. A smile graced Hebe's exquisite visage. With Hades posing a threat, Zeus would likely exercise restraint in his pursuits, focusing instead on his responsibilities. His incessant flirtations had already drawn the ire of the mother goddess. Were it not for her insufficient power, Hebe might have aspired to emulate Cronus in fulfilling her filial duties. However, She had not anticipated the remarkable progress of her twin Pargos in the underworld. Once the celestial trajectories of the dark sun and moon were firmly established, Pargos' standing in the realm of the dead would become unassailable. Hebe sensed the essence of her divine spirit within, at the zenith of the first-tier gods, while her twin Pargos had already ascended to the rank of principal deity. Though Pykos and his other half were united as one, free from the trepidation of betrayal, it was nonetheless somewhat embarrassing for the fervent practitioner Hebe to find herself surpassed by her own other half. However, she dismissed such concerns. The newly awakened divine essence of winter possessed boundless potential, and she had yet to fully comprehend the profundities of this nascent divinity. The resulting divine offices and divine attributes were remarkably plentiful, and it was but a matter of course for her to ascend to the status of a chief deity. Given these advantages, the benevolent and beautiful Hebe, the noble goddess Hera, was summoning her. While Hebe was still pondering this, a nymph arrived with news that Hera was seeking her. Despite her inner confusion, she felt compelled to heed the call of the mother goddess and proceeded with eagerness. At that moment, Hera was not within the hall of the gods. Zeus was in a foul mood due to news of impending promotions in the underworld. To avoid witnessing his sour expression, Hera retreated to her sanctuary of marriage for some solitude. "Mother, have you summoned me for a particular purpose?" Hebe inquired, gracefully entering the sanctum of marriage. She gazed upon the brown-haired goddess seated upon her throne, the violet eyes resembling her own sparkling with mirth. "Is it not permissible to call upon my dear daughter for mere companionship?" Hera teased. Indeed, when the eagle grows, it must eventually leave the nest. Seeing Hebe filled Hera with joy, though she feigned playful banter to tease her daughter. "What do you mean, mother? Regardless of where I stand, you will forever remain my revered goddess, an immutable truth akin to the very laws of existence," Hebe replied with a playful smile, revealing a rare vulnerability as she nestled within her mother's warm embrace. Alas, should anyone behold the noble and dignified mistress of the seasons, the goddess of life, in such a state, they would surely mock you, Hera jested. Yet her alabaster arms encircled Hebe, tenderly stroking her radiant golden hair with an expression full of maternal affection. "Let them think as they will. They are no match for me," Hebe murmured. That violent streak, who could it have been inherited from? Surely, it must have been Ares who infected her with such traits, that wretched boy, always so eager to display might and lead astray his sister. After their warm exchange, Hera shifted to a more serious tone, her expression grave as she addressed Hebe. "Zeus intends to elevate Apollo to the rank of chief deity. He has acquired the dominion of the sun and, in both status and strength, is deserving of such a position. I see no reason to impede this." A flicker of melancholy passed through Hera's violet eyes, but she quickly rallied, smiling at Hebe. "Rest assured, my dear, your father shall not overlook you. Your standing and accomplishments are no less than Apollo's. He has promised that once you ascend to the rank of chief deity, he will grant you a place among them. Therefore, I intend to bequeath upon you my divine office of fertility, which aligns harmoniously with your essence of life. Through this fusion, you shall undoubtedly break through to the realm of chief deity." Even if Hebe's emotions were typically reserved, she could not help but feel touched by Hera's maternal affection. With a radiant smile, her exquisite violet eyes brimmed with confidence and pride. "Do not worry, mother. The glory that belongs to both you and me shall be safeguarded by my own hands. Advancing to the rank of the supreme deity is not a formidable task." She rose to her feet, and the exquisite and resplendent crown of the winter goddess materialized above Hebe's head, her voice resonating throughout Olympus. "Omnipresent laws, heed my utterance. As the goddess of winter, I declare that frigid temperatures, chill, and decay shall be the principal themes of this season. I bestow upon the creatures a tranquil and prolonged slumber amidst winter, shielding them from the ravages of hunger. A surge of primal energy coursed through the world, and the laws, upon deliberation, deemed Hebe's proposal both valid and reasonable. A divine essence, pure white with a hint of powdery blue mist, manifested before her, embodying the power of hibernation. I shall envelop the flora in a cloak of frost to thwart the encroachments of the cold. The essence of frost and snow emerged within the world's primal energy. I proclaim that winter shall flourish," the goddess articulated eloquently, her divine words invoking a continuous flow of primal energy that birthed new divine essences, illuminating the realms with the brilliance of blizzards, hail, and auroras. Hera, observing in astonishment, could scarcely fathom that a single winter could give rise to such an abundance of divine beauties and essences. The ease with which it unfolded made her almost believe she had fallen under the spell of hypnos, entranced in a dream. As Hebe articulated her declarations, the rules of winter were progressively refined, and by the time she finished, a winter complete with comprehensive regulations and celestial phenomena had taken shape. The laws acknowledged the contributions of the mistress of seasons, and the emerging divine essences seamlessly integrated into the winter divinity, a tremendous surge of divine power emanating from Hebe. She had ascended to the rank of supreme deity. Half a month later, within the temple of the life goddess Hebe, nymphs with translucent wings flitted busily through the grand hall, clutching blossoms, various hues of hyacinths, and ornaments crafted from gold and silver. Hurry, hurry! Today is the goddess's grand day. We must not be remiss. Be careful, do not damage these ornaments. Eucuriel, swiftly gather more hyacinths from the garden. We need them for the goddess's floral crown. The head nymph, Ixa, with her radiant visage, wore a serious expression, her eyes fixated on the bustling nymphs within the temple, fearful that any lack of diligence might tarnish the goddess's honor. Whoever dares to dim the goddess's glory will have me. Ixa, to answer to. Yes, Sister Ixa. The nymphs responded in unison, their faces aglow with joy. Today marks a momentous occasion, for an unprecedented grand banquet is to be held within the divine mountain. What could be so worthy of celebration? The king of the gods, Zeus, has decided to elevate the newly appointed sun god Apollo and the mistress of seasons, Hebe, to the rank of supreme deities. Upon this announcement, the divine mountain erupted with excitement. Suddenly, there were two supreme deity positions filled, in addition to Aphrodite, who had just recently been exalted to the rank of supreme deity upon her birth. It appears that only one supreme deity position remains on the divine mountain. The competition among the gods has undoubtedly intensified. It is essential to distinguish between the concept of divine power associated with the rank of a supreme deity and the stature of the supreme god itself. The rank of a supreme deity refers to the level of divine power and inherent strength possessed by a god, while the position of a supreme god signifies a form of glory and transcendence. A deity who ascends to this esteemed rank not only enjoys the favor of the world and can directly communicate with the laws of existence, but more enticingly, they can, to a certain extent, transcend the whims of fate. What is the most fearsome aspect of this world? It is fate itself, wielded by the goddess Nyx and her three daughters, the Moirai. Nyx governs the destinies of all living beings, encompassing fortune, trials, predestination, and variability, while the Moirai are tasked with weaving the lifelines of all creatures at the behest of their mother. The youngest sister, Clotho, spins the threads of life by the banks of the river Styx. The middle sister, Lachesis, determines the length of life, and the eldest, Atropos, severs the threads. Their dominion extends even to the gods. Although deities are cherished by the heavens, Nyx and the Moirai cannot decisively influence the destinies of the gods directly. Yet, they possess the ability to exert their divine power to affect fate, subtly guiding the course of lives towards desired conclusions. The only way to escape the manipulation of fate is to ascend to the position of a supreme god. Achieving this status is akin to bearing a mark before the laws. The lifelines of the supreme deities will vanish from the grasp of Nyx and the Moirai, to be governed instead by the laws themselves, unless one commits acts that provoke these laws or falls victim to a formidable curse. No deity can influence the fate of a supreme god. Whether the outcome is favorable or adverse depends solely on oneself. Who would willingly become an insect controlled by silken threads? Who does not yearn for that transcendence? Within the temple of life, Hebe reclined with her head resting on her hand, a frost-forged circular mirror before her, her delicate fingers glowing with an orange-yellow radiance. The divine aspect of history was activated. Golden sands sweeping across the mirror surface, revealing countless fragmented scenes. Hebe's eyes sparkled with golden light as she searched and observed these vivid images. Suddenly, one particular scene captivated her attention, an ancient war where towering giants battled fiercely upon the earth. Their immense strength conjured fierce winds, shattered mountains, and fissured the ground beneath their feet, revealing deep canyons. The Titanomachy, the divine aspect of history, records all events since the dawn of light. However, history can only be traced back and never altered, rendering this divine aspect virtually meaningless to Apollo, who remained indifferent during his transaction with Hebe. Yet to Hebe, this divine aspect resembled an inexhaustible treasure trove. It holds untold ancient secrets within its depths. During this time, she tirelessly delved into the annals of history. Although her divine power allowed her to trace back only to the era of the Titanomachy, she unearthed numerous hidden truths. As she observed the titanic deities in battle, she marveled at their status as the primordial gods of existence, masters of the fundamental laws, possessing an unparalleled comprehension and application of these principles. This profound understanding afforded Hebe considerable insight into the laws. However, her historical reflections were primarily motivated by the quest for a singular deity, a titan whose role was pivotal in perfecting her divine vocation pertaining to life. She had perused the divine genealogy, noting that apart from the original goddess Gaia and the contemporary goddess of agriculture, Demeter, there had once existed a titan who wielded the essence of life even more powerfully than Demeter. This deity, known as the god of growth, Crius, presided over growth, harvest, and agriculture. Alas, this titan had perished in the divine wars, and after the dissolution of his essence, the domains of harvest and agriculture fell under Demeter's dominion. While she could command the flourishing and withering of plants, the process of their growth remained beyond her grasp, indicating that the essence of growth was not within her control. So, where might this essence of growth reside? The radiance in Hebe's hand intensified, prompting her to consult Prince Crius himself. In a shimmering frost mirror, a towering figure with dark green curls materialized, exuding a vibrant aura of life. Clutching a golden scepter, he summoned forth enormous vines that erupted from the earth, ensnaring opposing deities and piercing their divine forms to siphon their power. With a sigh, the divine light surrounding him grew even more luminous. Hebe watched in awe. His mastery over the laws of life was transcendent, effortlessly vanquishing a deity of equal rank while drawing upon their vitality to mend his own wounds. The adversaries present had become mere reservoirs of his life force. Ultimately, had it not been for the goddess Rhea suspending his time with her temporal powers, or the cunning of the god of darkness, Okos, who weakened him with shadowy spells, or the radiant goddess Phoebe wielding the artifact crescent blade to sever him, this titan could have methodically extinguished the lives of divine beings one by one. When Crius was bisected and fell, his divine essence and blood spilled into the cosmos, birthing towering trees that obstructed the advance and sight of the other gods. His divine essence fled from his body, scattering in a desperate bid to evade capture, while Demeter could only grasp the domains of harvest and agriculture, helplessly witnessing the remnants of Crius's essence retreat with his golden scepter, disappearing into the unknown. At last, she found it. The goddess's exquisite violet eyes sparkled with brilliance, her crimson lips curling into a soft smile. The frost mirror revealed the golden scepter transforming into a flash of light, fleeing under the cover of the giant trees, ultimately colliding with the depths of the Svither Canyon like a fallen star. How intriguing, Hebe mused, lightly tapping the mirror. Who could have imagined that the shadowy Svither Canyon concealed an unparalleled artifact and essence of life? Chapter 23. The Revelry of the Banquet, Your Highness Hebe. The banquet is about to commence. Shall we begin your adornment? Igsa, accompanied by a retinue of nymphs, stood respectfully outside the temple doors, her demeanor filled with reverence as she gently inquired. Come in, Igsa, your efforts are commendable. Hebe retracted the frost mirror and waved to open the grand doors of the temple. Now that the whereabouts of the divine essence of Crises were known, there was no need to rush. More pressing matters beckoned, namely the banquet celebrating the elevation of her and Apollo to the status of chief deities. The ceremony took place in the heart of Olympus, in a vast plaza where Zeus produced the cornucopia, a divine artifact that continuously spewed forth exquisite delicacies and fine wines for the gods' indulgence. The deities, armed with golden chalices, reveled in the plaza, celebrating with joyous abandon. The Graces, under the guidance of Aphrodite, danced gracefully while the Muses strummed harps and sang the most enchanting melodies. Everything unfolded in a splendid, lavish dream, a euphoric celebration where the gods lost themselves in revelry. As one of the protagonists of the day, Apollo had taken great care in his appearance. He donned a golden chiton that accentuated his muscular physique, his flawless 9-head tall stature rendering him both tall and elegant. The laurel, lovewood, and water lily crown adorning his head further illuminated his golden hair and strikingly handsome visage. This god, radiant as the sun, seemed to surpass even his divine father in beauty, captivating the attention of the goddesses present, many of whom cast longing glances, hoping for a shared evening of intimacy. In the open society of the Greek pantheon, such encounters were commonplace. A night spent together was a matter of course, explaining the many offspring of uncertain paternity among the gods. Suddenly, a stir erupted at the banquet. Hebe is here. My goodness, who designed that gown for her? I wish I had one. Hebe looks absolutely stunning today. Upon hearing the murmurs of the deities, Apollo turned to face his rival, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the approaching Hebe. Under the insistence of the nymphs, the goddess had surprisingly forsaken her usual simple attire for a lavish new gown. She wore a pristine white chiton that revealed her alabaster arms, the flowing fabric gracefully contouring her exquisite figure. With each step, the gown swayed, shimmering with enchanting yet subtle hues. This exquisite chiton had been specially sent by Hera, crafted from the most precious fabric, silk spun from golden silkworms nourished by the leaves of the golden apple tree, and imbued with divine power by Iris, the goddess of rainbows. Hebe's delicate, pale visage radiated ethereal beauty. As the goddess of youth, she perpetually exuded vitality and exuberance. Her skin remained exquisitely fair and smooth, her lips a tender crimson surpassing that of roses, and her striking violet eyes reflected confidence and authority. Adorned with a crown of winter foliage, flowers, and fruits, she proclaimed her status as the sovereign of all seasons. In an instant, Hebe became the focal point of the gathering, shifting the discourse of the gods entirely in her direction. Good day, Prince Apollo. Under the watchful eyes of the deities, Hebe approached Apollo, her smile faint yet courteous. Although their relationship was somewhat indifferent, as the protagonist of the day's banquet, she deemed it necessary to maintain a facade of cordiality. Good day, Princess Hebe. Apollo greeted her softly before diverting his gaze, taking a sip from his goblet of fine wine, his azure eyes reflecting a hint of profoundness. This goddess, with a touch of embellishment, possessed a modicum of beauty. The jovial atmosphere enveloped the entire banquet as Hebe raised her golden chalice, adorned with a composed smile, engaging in pleasantries with the deities who came to offer their congratulations. After politely declining yet another invitation to dance from a male deity, she began to feel an inkling of impatience. The time spent here could be better utilized in the sanctum, embracing her divine essence to contemplate the laws and enhance her strength. Alas, I have yet to extend my congratulations in person, the sovereign of seasons, the goddess of life. Princess Hebe. A warm, refined voice resonated beside her. The wise-eyed god seated himself next to Hebe, observing her ennui with a glimmer of amusement. It appears our esteemed lord has begun to tire of this divine assembly. Prometheus, Hebe acknowledged, her demeanor softening upon seeing him. Their relationship was one of both mentorship and friendship. Their collaboration in the creation of humanity had fostered a bond of goodwill. Furthermore, Prometheus's vast knowledge left her in awe, and unlike other male deities, he harbored no ulterior motives towards her. Thus, she found pleasure in conversing with him, which also served to deflect the advances of other suitors. It is a rarity for you to leave the newly created mortals and return to the divine mountain, she jested. Since the inception of humanity, Prometheus had devoted himself entirely to them, seemingly valuing them above even his own divine offspring, Epimetheus. Winter has not yet passed. The earth is still recuperating and mending the damages wrought by celestial fire, while the newly formed mortals lie in slumber under the blessings of the gods. For now, there is little to attend to. I heard you were appointed as the chief deity, and I have come to convey my congratulations, Prometheus continued, taking a delicate sip from his goblet. Your timely intervention during the fire's devastation was indeed fortuitous. It appears my foresight was accurate, he added, a hint of pride lacing his tone. There is no need for such formality, even without our prior agreement. It is my duty to safeguard those who have constructed temples in my honor and place their faith in me, Hebe replied, shaking her head, a flicker of compassion in her eyes. Regrettably, she had arrived too late to save more lives. The gears of the world remain unyielding, and she is powerless to alter such momentous events as the transfer of solar dominion. Yet, having once shared the fate of humanity, she inherently held a goodwill towards them, striving to protect as many as she could when calamity struck. That is sufficient, Prometheus countered, shaking his head as he surveyed the reveling deities in the plaza. Few gods share your level of enlightenment. The number of new humans on this vast earth has never been abundant, and with the loss incurred from the heavenly fire, Your Highness, have you contemplated how to increase the human population? Hebe has long pondered why Prometheus did not create women during the initial act of creation. Humanity has largely settled on the earth. City-states have been constructed, and Hestia provides sanctuary for households, while magical beasts do not attack lightly. I too am considering the time has come to petition Zeus for the creation of female humans, to expand our kind, Prometheus murmured. The absence of women in the beginning was due to their inherent fragility, akin to that of children. Their delicate flesh was, in the eyes of many magical beasts, a rare delicacy. The newly emerged humans were without a home and could not ensure their safety, leading Prometheus to temporarily shelve the plan to create women. Now that the human city-states are stabilizing and the foretold calamities have passed, he naturally begins to contemplate the creation of female humans, allowing the human race to propagate independently. I wonder if I might still be able to enlist your Highness's assistance at that time? Prometheus winked, in a jesting manner, towards the radiant goddess beside him. Of course, this is a matter of utmost importance for humanity, and I shall not shy away from it. After all, such golden opportunities for merit are laid before us. It would be unreasonable to refuse. Let us agree, but you must not complain of fatigue when the time comes. Prometheus recalled the time when this young goddess, then only possessing second-tier divine power, tirelessly deciphered the laws of life, day and night, her appearance weary yet determined, and could not help but chuckle softly. She had persevered through such trials, embodying an astonishing resilience and pride, reminiscent of her character. Prometheus then found himself momentarily distracted, thinking of another goddess with equally stunning violet eyes. Your Highness must not underestimate me. The current Hebe is far from her former self. Hebe raised her head, her exquisite visage radiating pride and confidence. After centuries of diligent effort, the rewards have undoubtedly been bountiful. Now among the 12 Olympians, she has firmly established her position. It is my fault. Your power has indeed surpassed my own by leaps and bounds. Prometheus, why must you be so humble? Your extensive knowledge is something that no divine power can substitute. The handsome sun god, Apollo, regarded the jovial exchange between Hebe and Prometheus with a cold demeanor. For reasons unknown, this scene struck him as somewhat irksome. Why is it that she smiles so warmly at others, yet remains distant and aloof when it comes to him? After all, they had once fought side by side. This goddess seems to exhibit a double standard. Contemplating this, an unnamed anger ignited within Apollo, causing him to view Prometheus's gentle, handsome face with increasing annoyance. What kind of male god appears so delicate? A male deity should possess a form that is robust, with a statuesque physique and an aura of masculinity. Brother, what are you looking at? Artemis approached Apollo, gracefully holding her wine goblet, and settled beside him. Her countenance remained pure and beautiful, yet the carefree spirit of her past seemed elusive, replaced by a subtle trace of melancholy in her gaze. Following Apollo's line of sight, she observed Hebe engaged in conversation with Prometheus, her grip on the golden chalice tightening involuntarily, her expression growing increasingly complex. Turning her eyes back to her brother, who appeared lost in thought, a pang of anxiety seized Artemis. She was no naive maiden. Even as a virgin goddess, she retained the right to experience emotional love. Apollo's demeanor towards Hebe was unmistakably troubling. Why her? A sense of inexplicable betrayal washed over Artemis. Memories of her own humiliation before the gods resurfaced, along with the anguish of her divinity being stripped away, igniting a flicker of hatred in her silver-gray eyes, her voice becoming somewhat sharp. Brother, have you forgotten the humiliation brought upon us by her mother goddess? Artemis, what troubles you? Apollo's stern voice snapped Artemis back to reality, his brow furrowing as he regarded his somewhat melancholic sister, baffled by her sudden agitation. Brother, Tell me, is there something between you and Hebe? Artemis. Apollo's sharp retort cut her off mid-sentence. Do you understand what you are implying? There could never be anything between us. His declaration was resolute, yet after uttering those words, an inexplicable sense of loss surged within him, as if a shadow had been cast over his heart, leaving him in a state of vexation. The sharpness of Apollo's reprimand startled Artemis, yet upon hearing his words, she exhaled in relief. Softening her tone, she tugged at his sleeve in a playful manner. Brother, please do not be angry. I am merely overwhelmed. We are destined to be the divine twins of sun and moon. You have acquired the power of the sun, while Selene has done no wrong. I am genuinely concerned about my future. When will the lunar authority rightfully belong to me? Artemis's worries were indeed palpable. She was fated to be the moon goddess, yet remained unable to claim her rightful dominion. In stark contrast, her brother had seized the sun and ascended to the rank of chief deity, basking in glory. Even more disheartening was the ascent of Hebe, the daughter of Hera, whom Artemis had once disregarded. Over centuries, Hebe had transformed from an inconsequential third-tier deity to a chief god, achieving a status of equal merit and elevation. It seemed as though fate had favored her disproportionately. Why were such fortunate encounters eluding Artemis? The flames of jealousy threatened to engulf her. If she could seize the lunar authority, she might just barely ascend to the ranks of chief deities, and with their father's affection, she could contend for the last remaining seat of supremacy. She longed to be treated without condescension. Alas, Apollo comprehended the sorrows harbored within his twin sister's heart. His affection for her was genuine, and he gently reassured her, "Do not fret, Al. The dominion of the moon shall soon be yours. Grant your brother but a moment." As Apollo caressed his sister's silvery locks, a cruel glimmer flickered in his azure gaze. Selene? Hebe looks truly resplendent today. Zeus, plucking a grape from a golden platter, beheld his dazzling daughter in the square, a flicker of inexplicable intrigue crossing his eyes. Conceal your devious intentions. Hera nearly crushed the golden handles of her throne in a fit of rage, her disdain for the king of God's depths of depravity all too clear to her. I might tolerate others, but should you lay a finger on Hebe, I shall ensure you witness the entirety of the divine realm crumbling before your very eyes. The goddess's voice bore a chilling intensity. Her children were her ultimate threshold, and any threat against them she would seek to extinguish at its inception, particularly Zeus's repugnant thoughts. Ah, my esteemed queen, how could you so misinterpret a father's concern for his children? Zeus, embarrassed yet somewhat displeased by Hera's revelation of his thoughts, recognized that engaging in a quarrel amidst the assembly of gods would only diminish his dignity. Thus, he opted to deflect with humor, concealing his true sentiments within the recesses of his mind. Ahem, esteemed gods, we gather here today to celebrate the ascension of two new deities upon our divine mountain. Therefore, let's commence the ceremony of their elevation. Zeus rose from his throne, his robust arm raised high with the scepter of kingship, his voice resonating throughout Mount Olympus. In the name of the King of Gods, I hereby elevate Apollo, the god of the sun, to the rank of one of the 12 principal deities, and Hebe, the goddess of life, to the same esteemed status. The scepter in his hand radiated golden light, and two brilliant beams surged skyward from Olympus. One, a dazzling golden glow, blinding and fervent, the other, a harmonious blend of gold and green, teeming with vitality. Within the main hall of the deities, two new thrones ascended alongside the existing 9. Upon one throne, an ethereal sun's silhouette emerged, its center etched with a half-closed eye, symbolizing Apollo's dominion over the sun and prophecy. The other throne was adorned with intricate floral patterns, depicting blossoms and vines, the ever-changing scenes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, representing Hebe's divine essence and her role as mistress of the seasons. With the formal consecration complete, Hebe sensed a magnificent force descending upon her. Moments later, her spirit felt lighter, her connection to the laws of existence becoming more profound, as if her every utterance could sway the great powers of the universe, enacting her will upon reality. A wave of relief enveloped her, and she felt an unseen influence retreat from her being. She was granted freedom from the constraints of fate. Acknowledging her transformation, the weight upon Hebe's heart lifted, leaving her in serene tranquility. The throne of the supreme deity. At last in hand, chapter 24. the Sphetter Canyon having received the formal bestowal from Zeus. Hebe felt little inclination to engage in the tiresome and extravagant festivities among the deities. After exchanging a few words with Hera, she sees an opportunity to slip back to the sanctuary, instructing the nymphs to ensure that no one disturbed her and to lock the doors. The gods, immersed in the revelry of the banquet, indulged in wine and merriment, oblivious to the fact that the guest of honor had long since departed. As dawn broke, the west remained shrouded in a heavy darkness, while the east began to blush with a faint light. The goddess of dawn, with her rose-tinted fingers, scattered illumination, dispelling the inky night. Brilliant golden hues adorned the sky, and at the horizon, the sun, ablaze with fiery vigor and guided by the handsome and robust sun god, Apollo, traversed the heavens, ushering in a new radiance for the earth. Apollo, enveloped in divine luminescence, cast his azure gaze upon the snow-clad terrain. After a period of repose, the earth, rejuvenated, was commanded by Zeus to be warmed by Apollo's solar chariot, dispelling the winter's chill. The striking, golden-haired deity summoned his solar powers, unleashing the searing fire of the heavens. Where the light touched, ice and snow melted away, revealing the dark soil beneath. Dewdrops glistened on the barren branches, sparkling in the sunlight. Demeter, crowned with golden wheat, also poured forth her divine essence upon the earth. Beneath the fertile soil, which had rested through the long winter, seeds began to germinate, sprouting rapidly, and a verdant tapestry soon cloaked the land. The continent erupted with vibrant life, and the slumbering creatures awakened, scampering across the rejuvenated earth. The golden barriers of the temples, which sheltered the gods' faithful, transformed into shimmering specks as the surviving humans, rubbing the remnants of sleep from their eyes, emerged from sanctuaries. Witnessing the thriving scene before them, their faces radiated with solemn joy, prompting them to offer heartfelt prayers, expressing gratitude for the divine grace and protection bestowed upon them. Beyond the Sphetter Canyon, accompanied by the power of the agricultural deity, a sphere of golden-green light descended quietly. As the brilliance faded, the goddess, adorned with a veil, raised her gaze towards the towering and treacherous gorge. It seemed that the sun's blessings had not reached this place, while the earth had rejuvenated. A heavy chill lingered within the canyon, where the piercing north wind carried a soul-chilling cold that could spell doom for any ordinary creature caught in its grasp. Such a dense aura of death might suggest the legacy of a certain underworld deity, yet mere mortals could not withstand this oppressive atmosphere. Even the lesser gods from the divine mountain shunned the realm of the dead. No wonder, then, that the hidden treasures of the legacy of crises remained unnoticed. Hebe gazed into the canyon, where the grayish-white miasma of death seemed to take form, interspersed with thorny vines emitting a faint blue glow. The breath of death had transformed this land in peculiar ways, nurturing ferocious carnivorous plants that preyed upon any unfortunate wanderers who ventured too close. Frost silently spread behind Hebe. "You have arrived." The pale essence of death coalesced beside her, gradually shaping a figure like smoke and mist. As the fog dissipated, a dark-haired god with wings of obsidian appeared beside Hebe. "Is this the place?" Ficus inquired, his dark golden eyes surveying the deathly gorge. The heavy aura of mortality brought him not discomfort, but rather a sense of ease befitting a deity of death. According to my observations of history, the last known location of Chryses' golden staff of life lies here. The dense atmosphere of death likely results from the godly essence siphoning the surrounding vitality. The essence of life possesses unparalleled control over vitality. Its power to stimulate life can equally deprive it, absorbing the life force from hundreds of miles around, thus allowing death to pervade as a disguise, an astute tactic indeed. However, Hebe sensed that matters were not so straightforward. Such a thick miasma of death cannot merely stem from the biological population native to this Sphetter gorge. This suggests that the essence of life may have been capturing creatures and extracting their vitality over countless ages. If this were merely to conceal itself, such an extensive endeavor seems excessive. Could it be that it is scheming or nurturing something? Ficus, the essence of life, is deliberately collecting vital energy. We must locate it swiftly. I suspect it is already in the process of birthing a new deity. Hebe's violet eyes sparkled with golden light, her divine sight attempting to pierce through the gray mists of death to glimpse the depths of the gorge. Alas, the accumulated miasma, forged over eons, was too dense for even her divine vision to penetrate. Indeed, Ficus nodded as the power of death coalesced into a gossamer veil, gently draping over Hebe. This garment will shield you from the encroaching miasma, but given its density, it will only last 4 hours. Hence, we must hasten. Very well, let us proceed. Hebe summoned her jade bow and the crown of winter. The staff of life was ill-suited for this domain. Life and death are two opposing forces. Should the staff manifest within this deathly gorge, it would undoubtedly stand out like a beacon to the undead born from the miasma. The jade bow, capable of channeling various divine powers, enhanced by the crown of winter, would bolster her ice and snow abilities without alerting the undead, an optimal choice until the true enemy was revealed. Ficus conjured a frost-infused sword, a deathly artifact wrought from pale terror and plague, perfectly fitting for this locale. The two deities ventured into the gorge. Intruders. The moment they stepped into the gorge, an invisible wave erupted from the previously silent chasm. On either side of the canyon, the previously silent vines and thorns suddenly erupted with wild ferocity. The earth trembled as their hidden tendrils, akin to predatory fangs, lay in wait beneath the surface. The ethereal blue vines slithered like serpents, advancing menacingly towards Hebe and Picos, intent on ensnaring them. At the apex of the vines, a small flower pulsating with azure light abruptly bloomed, revealing a mouth lined with razor-sharp fangs at its center. Once bitten, it would not relent until it had torn away a piece of flesh. Although the thorns moved with lesser speed than the vines, they grew in dense clusters. Their barbed roots, an eerie dark green hue unmistakably hinting at their lethal toxicity. Hebe summoned her divine powers of purification and frost, unleashing a flurry of silver arrows that swiftly encased the vines and thorns in ice. The force of her purification exploded, shattering the vines and thorns into fragments, while petals rained down like a delicate floral storm. Beside her, Picos, embodying the essence of frost and death, wielded his ice sword, releasing waves of chilling death energy. Even though these plants were tainted by death energy, they remained aberrant life forms, incapable of withstanding the might of a deity, such as Picos, especially when frost was their natural nemesis. As the icy death energy swept through, the vines and thorns transformed into glistening ice sculptures, shattering into countless pieces with the slightest touch. For countless years, these carnivorous plants had dominated the entrance of the Death Canyon. But today, they faced annihilation at the hands of these two harbingers of doom. Having feasted on flesh for years, these plants had developed a modicum of intelligence. After a prolonged struggle, they realized they could not contend with the intruders, but rather suffered severe losses under the relentless onslaught. If this continued, the vines and thorns would vanish from the Death Canyon altogether, aware of their impending extinction. The plants began to retreat into the depths of the canyon like a receding tide, their flight suggesting an unexpected sense of desperation despite their botanical nature. Though these plants were weak, they possessed a certain keen awareness. Picos flapped his wings beside Hebe, whispering with a hint of sarcasm, "Let us not be complacent. These are merely the gatekeepers. The true adversary, capable of single-handedly facing many in the Titan War, is rooted in the essence of growth, and their power should not be underestimated. There undoubtedly lurks a formidable creature within the depths of this canyon." Although the wave of plants had begun to recede, Hebe did not perceive this as a sign of victory. Until their true cards were revealed, caution remained paramount. Indeed, while Picos possessed his own consciousness, he was intrinsically bound to obey Hebe, his core instinct unalterable. The handsome and audacious god of the underworld set aside his earlier flippancy. The two deities continued deeper into the canyon, where the air thickened with the essence of death. By the time they reached the canyon's midpoint, the death energy had coalesced into a mist, even condensing into droplets. The density of death energy is overwhelming. My vision is shrouded in fog. Picos, can you absorb some of it? The subject wields the divine essence of life, where existence and demise intertwine, amidst the dense aura of death. Even Hebe's own prowess faces a degree of suppression. Fortunately, with her being partly a deity of the underworld, this journey could have resulted in a significant loss had it not been so. Picos nodded in acknowledgement. As a god presiding over death, the absorption of deathly energy was not only harmless to him, but actually enhanced his divine essence associated with mortality. The ebony-haired deity unfurled the crow-golden wings upon his back, each feather shimmering with delicate golden light, illuminating his striking visage, exuding an indescribable allure of decadence and temptation. The surrounding miasma of death seemed to respond to an unseen summons, surging into Pargos's being, nourished by the energies of death. A flush of color bloomed upon his pale countenance, rendering his features increasingly vivid and resplendent. In less than a quarter of an hour, the density of deathly energy in the vicinity had noticeably diminished, and Hebe's previously obscured vision began to clarify. The death aura here was remarkably pure. As if it had undergone filtration, it appeared that her own terrifying divine essence was on the verge of a breakthrough. Pargos opened his eyes, his dark golden gaze reflecting surprise. Indeed, it was no ordinary circumstance. Hebe averted her gaze, sensing something amiss. A faint, ethereal weeping resonated, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind that bore a bone-deep cold. The sound felt simultaneously near and distant, elusive and unpredictable. An unusual situation was unfolding. Hebe and Pargos exchanged wary glances, and suddenly, behind the goddess, a pair of golden wings unfurled. The two deities ascended into the air, their wings aglow. A glimmer of icy blue light flickered at Hebe's fingertips. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, she unleashed her divine power of ice and snow, conjuring a frigid tempest that swept outward from her center, dispersing the surrounding fog. Upon looking down, they discovered that they had unwittingly stood amidst a multitude of grotesque creatures. A horde of skeletal warriors surrounded them, their ranks a haphazard mix, identifiable by their bone structures as humans, animals, beasts, nymphs, and even a deity. Was that the wind god of the glen, Theodoros? The divine form appeared somewhat more intact than the others. Much of its flesh had long since faded. Yet the features of its face were faintly recognizable from before its demise. Gods possess remarkable memories, and Hebe vaguely recalled encountering this deity on the sacred mountain centuries ago, a minor god of the third rank, yet she had not seen him since. The disappearance of such a lesser deity hardly garnered attention. Little did she know that he had perished in this valley of death, his essence corrupted by the miasma. To think even a god could be consumed. Could this divine essence spawn some form of madness? Pargos observed the sluggish, undead creatures below, their eyes burning with ghostly flames. Not only had it absorbed their life energy, but had also enslaved their forms and souls. Hebe noticed flickering shadows behind the undead. Apparitions birthed from the vengeful spirits of those who had met untimely ends. My lord, there is no need for concern. Allow me to address these trifles. Pakos, intrigued, acknowledged the peril of this death canyon. Even a deity of the highest rank would likely struggle against such a multitude of undead and malevolent spirits, particularly with a mastermind yet to reveal themselves, adding an element of unpredictability. Yet, who could have anticipated that it would be the lord of the underworld himself who ventured into this abyss? And not just one, but two. While others might find it challenging to contend with these undead and sinister entities before Pakos, the lord of the underworld, it was akin to a mere mortal brandishing a sword before Titan. With a pair of wings that resembled a streak of black and gold lightning, Pakos plunged into the throng of undead creatures. His frost-encrusted sword had been sheathed, as he felt a surge of curiosity to test the might of his two companion artifacts. The undead, upon sensing the imminent threat, surged towards him with a cacophony of roars. A ring of obsidian gold materialized in Pakos' grasp, levitating in his palm. As he swung it with fervor, a surge of dark light erupted forth, obliterating the divine energy that poured forth. Wherever the winged deity tread, the undead were reduced to ash, their deathly essence dissipating and drawn into him. Alas, the malevolent spirits, witnessing their undead comrade's defeat, screeched and lunged at their adversary. Their voices possessed a resonance capable of momentarily stunning foes. These specters, flickering like shadows, transformed their hands into lethal claws, tearing at Pakos. Yet these claws posed no threat to his corporeal form, for they sought to rend the very essence of his soul. This, undoubtedly, was far more perilous. While physical wounds could mend, damage to the spirit would be arduous to rectify. However, the sinister whispers of the spirits failed to affect Pakos, as an ethereal sun of the underworld flickered upon his brow, granting protection to its master. Between Pakos' slender fingers, a flame of deep crimson materialized, and a rain of spectral fire descended from above. As the flames touched the malevolent spirits, they burrowed into them like a parasite, using their very souls as fuel, igniting into fervent infernos, each spirit shrieking in agony. Instantaneously, the canyon transformed into a purgatory of crimson hues as the winged deity hovered above, enraptured by the scene. Hebe, witnessing this from the air, mused that her counterpart was truly suited for the role of a villain, evoking the essence of a dark god. The cataclysmic fire consumed only souls, and under such a natural bane, the malevolent spirits could not endure for long, swiftly depleting their essence and vanishing into the ether. Pakos absorbed their escaping death energy, his horrifyingly pale, divine essence fluctuating, emanating a radiant glow as he ascended to the pinnacle of second-tier divine power. "My lord, the vermin have been eradicated. Let us proceed." Elated by his divine ascendance, Pakos waved his wings and returned to Hebe's side. "Pakos, if anyone had witnessed your earlier expression, they would have mistaken you for a great demon lord." Even Hebe, despite being his other half, could not refrain from a teasing remark. This is what I learned from His Highness Thanatos. He always dons such an expression while reaping souls, insisting that it is the only way to instill reverence for death." Pakos's dark golden eyes flickered with bewilderment. Was he not speaking the truth? Damn Thanatos, what nonsense is he teaching? Does that villainous grin truly evoke respect for death? One might think they were about to be cast into the depths of the abyss. In the underworld, Thanatos, who had finally found a moment of respite, could not help but sneeze. The silver-haired reaper mumbled, "Who is speaking of me?" Time was of the essence, and Hebe could not afford to address Pakos's educational concerns just yet as they pressed on. The cliffs on either side of the canyon grew ever higher, nearly blotting out the sun. The land here had transformed into the purest shade of ethereal purple, a characteristic unique to the realm of the dead. Hebe glanced around. Unlike the earlier segments of the canyon, this area was devoid of the gray miasma of death. The vista was expansive, with the surrounding rocks and streams clearly visible. Yet Hebe still sensed an oppressive aura of death enveloping her, making her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Strange, there is no mist of death here, yet I still feel quite ill at ease. My lord, that is because the aura of death here is overwhelmingly dense. It has coalesced into a river. Pakos pointed to a small stream before them. This was no ordinary river. It was the river of death, formed from the very essence of death itself. Following Pakos's gesture, Hebe beheld the stream, which, though not wide, meandered for quite a distance. Her eyes sparkled with golden light as her divine sight traced the river's path until, at last, she beheld it. At the river's end stood a staff, intricately carved with elaborate patterns and adorned with golden wheat ears. The staff's fruit glimmered with radiant gold, while atop it rested a vivid, hexagonal crystal, shimmering with enchanting divine light. The staff of Chris, the god of growth. At long last you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time. Chapter 25. Chris, the god of growth, the voice of a man, seemed to transcend space, resonating in the ears of Hebe and Pakos. It was elegant and soothing, suggesting that its owner must be an exceedingly benevolent being. The lush, godly essence of growth radiated with dazzling light, green photons swirling like flowing emeralds, gradually forming the silhouette of a male deity in the void, ultimately taking shape. With dark green curls, a handsome visage, and eyes that held the mysteries of life, he gracefully caressed the staff of golden wheat, casting a mild gaze toward the two uninvited guests in the canyon, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It was the ancient deity, Chris, the god of growth. Facing Chris, Hebe wore a solemn expression. "Beautiful goddess, it is an honor to meet you. Your radiant essence of life is truly mesmerizing. May I be so fortunate as to learn your divine name?" Chris wore a subtle smile upon his handsome visage, his features illuminated by a gentle golden hue reminiscent of budding spring sprouts, exuding a vibrant vitality that fostered an immediate sense of familiarity and left an indelible impression. Hebe remained silent, observing this deity who appeared gentle and harmless. Yet, she was acutely aware through the annals of history that he had witnessed the entirety of the Titanomachy, recognizing him as a quintessential gentle blade, capable of delivering lethal strikes while cloaked in a effete of kindness. Underestimating this god would undoubtedly lead to significant misfortunes. Ah, are you unwilling? You truly embody the essence of a cold goddess. Princess Hebe, Chris sighed, a hint of melancholy flickering in his light green eyes. Fortunately, the little fellow recognized that the essence of that minor deity was not particularly savory, though his memories proved somewhat useful. You consumed the soul of Theodoros. No wonder the winds of that god were absent among the malevolent spirits. Alas, I am far too feeble. I could only borrow a modicum of that little god's strength. Of course, I am grateful for his contribution. Chris shook his head, his demeanor tranquil, as if unaware of the magnitude of his transgression. It is regrettable that amidst the endless ages, he is the only deity who ventured in. Otherwise, my strength would not be recovering at such a languid pace. He sighed, an air of wistfulness enveloping him. Could he possibly be mad? Hebe exchanged a glance with Pecos, both astonished by how casually he spoke of divine slaying. It is worth noting that even Zeus, the king of gods endowed with the authority to judge, would not dare to cause the fall of a deity lightly. For even though his divine power could avert the backlash of such an act, the demise of a god would invariably disrupt the harmony of the world's laws, leading to dire consequences. Moreover, for an ordinary god, the repercussions of slaying a deity are exceedingly grave. Yet, Chris appeared unperturbed by the act of divine murder. This ancient titan seemed to have employed some method to elude the punitive measures of the laws. Speaking of which, within the memories of the little god I devoured, you were once merely a third-tier deity governing youth. Yet now, it seems you have ascended to the status of a formidable primordial god, embodying the essence of life. How enviable a power that is, brimming with vitality and vigor. Chris gazed at the golden-haired, violet-eyed goddess. Sensing the vast ocean of life force coursing within her, an uncontrollable glint of greed flashing in his eyes. I yearn to consume her. Your divine essence of growth is equally exquisite. Mindful of this deity's potential schemes, Hebe could only maintain a facade of cordiality. Prince Chris, as a deity aligned with life, why do you seek to gather such an abundance of deathly energy? She regarded the golden staff, embedded within the river of death, continuously drawing in the thick miasma of death, perplexed by the intentions of a life-aligned deity in such pursuits. Do you aspire to transform into a god of the underworld? Are you curious, my lady? I can divulge my intentions, provided you lend me something. Chris caressed the divine essence atop his staff, watching the deathly energy flow into it. A look of contentment gracing his features. What do you seek? Your divine essence of life. The emerald-haired deity turned his head, his pale green eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger as they fixated on the golden-haired goddess before him. The once warm and amiable aura had evaporated, replaced by an ominous and sinister presence. The frost-forged divine sword, shimmering with shades of black and white, swept through the air as Picos' eyes blazed with ferocity. With a powerful flap of his raven-golden wings, he vanished to Chris's side, unleashing the chilling and tyrannical force of death brought forth by plague and pale terror upon his adversary. The divine clash was imminent. How rude, Chris smirked coldly. A flicker of green divine light illuminating his form as pure life energy coalesced into a protective shield that enveloped him instantly. Clang! Boom! The resounding collision of opposing divine forces unleashed explosive shockwaves that tore through the surroundings, reducing earth and stone to dust that scattered in the air. Suddenly, from behind Chris, countless emerald vines surged skyward, transforming into a verdant tide of flora that spiraled forth, charging toward Picos. In that moment, the exquisite jade bough materialized in Hebe's grasp. The goddess swiftly sprouted wings and repositioned herself to safety, drawing the jade bough into a crescent shape. Waves of purifying and frost-laden divine power flooded into the bough, its radiant energy swirling with a sharp, unyielding force. Silver arrows shot forth, aimed directly at Chris's divine form. When a god of supreme caliber loosed an arrow, the vast power contained within compelled a visible shift in Chris's demeanor. Reluctantly, he abandoned the pursuit of Picos, calling back the emerald vines, which coalesced into a verdant wall before him. The silver arrow struck the wall of vines, and an explosion of purifying and frost divine power erupted forth. The purifying energy negating the inherent divine strength, while absolute zero froze the vines, causing them to shatter into fragments. Yet, as the green divine light surged, countless new vines sprang forth, proving surprisingly resilient against Hebe's arrow. Facing two supreme deities indeed posed a formidable challenge. "Awaken, my child." Chris's resonant command reverberated through the air as he slowly raised the golden staff in his hand. The hexagonal gem radiated brilliance, unleashing a torrent of green photons that surged into the earth before him, transforming it into a river of vibrant light. It was a beautiful sight, but Hebe found herself devoid of the luxury to appreciate it. An ominous foreboding swelled within her. The ground trembled violently, and the entire sphere gorge shook incessantly. In the blink of an eye, a colossal hand broke through the earth, followed by another, and then a third. A giant, nearly 1,000 meters tall, adorned with 100 arms, emerged from the depths, its enormous eyes filled with ferocity and bloodlust. All 100 arms lunged toward Hebe and Pykos in the air, stirring a true tempest. It was the primordial titan. Hebe hurriedly flapped her wings to evade the titan's swinging arms. Though surprised, she did not feel unprepared. In the ancient Titan era, the primordial mother of the gods, Gaia, united with Uranus and birthed 3 Centimines, monstrous beings possessing 50 heads and 100 arms. They were endowed with the ferocious strength to move mountains and part seas, yet their violent temperaments and grotesque appearances rendered them unworthy of divine recognition, ultimately leading to their imprisonment in Tartarus. These giants are also known as the Centimines, meaning the 100-handed monsters. Gaia, being the mother goddess of crises and possessing the divine authority of life inherited from her, naturally had the capability to create such beings. However, it is perhaps due to her limited divine power that the Centimines, while boasting 100 arms, lack the legendary 50 heads. The terror of the Centimines lies in the boundless ferocity of their 100 arms. Their immense strength is such that even the bodies of deities cannot easily withstand it. A single strike could leave even a second-tier god gravely wounded. Furthermore, blessed with skin by the earth, they are born as natural immunities against magic. And coupled with the potential of 50 heads, they fight on the battlefield with a response speed 50 times that of an ordinary person. Their presence was felt in the Titan War, where their devastating power was a formidable force even against the Titan gods. Had it not been for their exceedingly rare numbers, one could only speculate who now occupies the thrones upon the divine mountain. Hebe sensed within this giant a bloodline that traced back to crises. Yet, despite their ferocity, the Centimines possessed a certain wisdom. This giant, while immensely powerful, seemed devoid of consciousness, operating like a mere puppet. A flash of inspiration struck Hebe. Bloodline secrets. Having wielded the dominion of life for countless ages, the entity had naturally mastered myriad arcane arts concerning life. It struck her as odd that Chryses, who had committed acts of god-slaying, bore no traces of backlash from the laws of the universe. It was revealed that he had used bloodline secrets to transfer the curse onto the Centimines birthed from his own bloodline, sacrificing their divine souls to avert the repercussions. What a fearsome blend of intellect and might. With this revelation, Hebe became even more vigilant against crises. The situation had escalated to one of mutual destruction, leaving no room for leniency. She exchanged a glance with Pykos, the god with whom she shared a dual existence, their minds intertwined. Pykos unfurled his wings, the ring of annihilation hovering above his head, while his frost-encrusted sword was enveloped in a layer of crimson flames, the inferno of heaven and earth raging fiercely. By the light of Pykos, the radiance of the underworld shall illuminate this canyon. As Pykos spoke, a phantom of a purplish-red sun appeared in the dark abyss, casting its luminous rays downward. His aura surged with each moment, and he flapped his crow-golden wings, a streak of onyx light hurtling towards the frenzied Centimines. With the Centimines entrusted to Pykos, Hebe turned her gaze towards the ever-smiling god, her exquisite purple eyes brimming with martial fervor. A magnificent staff of life materialized in her hand. Domain of life. Golden-green photons surged forth like an unstoppable tide, infusing the desolate Spider Valley with vibrant life. Flora burst forth from the earth, rapidly sprouting, branching out, and blossoming into flowers, transforming the surroundings into a dreamlike paradise. Towering trees rose majestically, while the golden-green photons danced around Hebe, the goddess, illuminating her divine essence with resplendent brilliance, her powers soaring to unprecedented heights, nearing that of the supreme deity within this sacred realm. Ah, the domain of life? What a remarkably gifted little one, thought Chris, as he sensed the newly ascended goddess of life emanating her divine territory. He felt a mix of astonishment and regret, astonished by her profound understanding of the laws of life and her terrifying talent, yet regretting that such brilliance was destined to fall this very day. Under the influence of divine power, plants began to grow wildly, coalescing into a colossal green hand imbued with the might of life, reaching out to grasp Chris, who held a staff of authority. Quite impressive. But no deity has ever surpassed me in the arts of life, he mused. Even bereft of the divine essences of life, agriculture, and harvest. Chris's exploration of the mysteries of life continued unabated as he uttered divine words. Rejuvenation. The radiant essence of the growth divinity caused the plant-formed hand to freeze in place, its body shrinking and degrading, leaves retracting, branches wilting, flowers closing, until it ultimately transformed into seeds on the brink of bursting. An ode to youth, the goddess whispered lightly. And the seeds, now stilled by Chris's influence, began to sprout once more, entering a fervent growth phase. Within mere seconds, reshaping into a colossal hand, reaching once again for Chris. Embrace of thorns. The staff in the male deity's hand glimmered anew as he unleashed another divine art. A cascade of deep blue thorns erupted from the ground beneath him, twisting and entwining to form a giant hand that clashed with Hebe's verdant counterpart. The thorny hand, bristling with venomous barbs, tore through the green hand, releasing a spray of toxic liquid that instantly withered the surrounding flora. Winter slumber. The crown of the winter deity shone brightly amid the goddess's golden locks. As the thorny hand became enveloped in a thick layer of frost, the slumbering divine power causing its movements to slow. Yet Chris remained unfazed. The wild and unrestrained growth of his divine power allowed the thorns to surge once more, breaking free from the constraints of winter's influence. Seizing the green giant hand and tearing it asunder, scattering flowers like confetti across the valley sky. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. However, Chris furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. In an instant, a streak of golden light pierced through the cascading floral rain, and Hebe's figure appeared before him, her right hand radiating divine light as it plunged into the male deity's heart. Hebe had never anticipated that she could triumph over an ancient life giant through the arts of life. The domain of life merely served as a fade, enhancing her speed and strength significantly. The hand of the great tree had feigned defeat, the divine power mingling within the floral downpour, obscuring Chris's vision. All orchestrated for this moment of lethal precision, aiming to pierce his divine heart. Yet, the familiar sound of flesh and bone shattering failed to resonate. Hebe furrowed her brow, while Chris's smile remained as unyielding as a sculpture, his gaze imbued with a hint of the bizarre. Upon lowering her head, Hebe discovered that there was no flesh and blood, only a piece of withered wood. The god of growth, Chris, possessed no divine form whatsoever. Chapter 26. The Unyielding God. The unstable position indeed, Chris lacked a divine body. He had long since fallen. During the Titan War, he had been cleaved in two, his divine form shattered. From beginning to end, this Titan god existed solely in the form of his spirit, clinging to a wooden puppet, veiled by the essence of life's laws. The ruse was so convincing that Hebe mistakenly believed he was still alive. O Navi goddess, did you truly think I was able to conjure a creature rivaling the chief gods, the former demoni, without reason? That monstrosity was birthed from the remnants of my divine essence. Chris's palm glimmered with divine light once more, as innumerable tiny spores erupted forth, swiftly enveloping the entire gorge. Small as fireflies, yet omnipresent. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the spores toward Hebe. Sensing the vibrant life force emanating from her, the gray spores trembled, seemingly catalyzed. And in an instant, they swelled, bursting forth into countless tendrils suffused with an overwhelming aura of death. They writhed grotesquely, akin to maggots, lunging at the goddess. Hebe was perilously close. The repugnant tendrils moved with alarming speed, ensnaring her in the blink of an eye, constricting her. Their sharpened ends pierced through her divine body, penetrating her limbs, while the tendrils grew freely within her, targeting the heart where her divine essence resided. In that moment, golden divine blood spilled forth. Chris reached out to catch the divine blood, a flicker of greed igniting in his pale green eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. This mere scrap of divine blood was insufficient for the elaborate performance he had orchestrated. He sought a far richer reward. The heart of decay. As divine blood splattered and an unknown curse invaded, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged through Hebe's body. Her realm of life shattered, flowers withered, and her divine power was sealed. The goddess of life, Hebe, succumbed uncontrollably to unconsciousness. Damn it! Hykos, entangled with the former demoni, sensed the danger befalling his main body, his expression turning frantic. With his raven-colored wings flapping, he prepared to turn and aid Hebe. Roar! The frenzied giant widened its crimson eyes, its colossal hand casting a shadow that blotted out the sky, unleashing a tempest of wind and waves. The immense pressure was not to be underestimated, even by a chief god. Filthy abomination, begone! Hykos bellowed, as the shadow of the sunless realm blazed in the sky. Flames roared upon his icy sword, the infernal fire of the heavens igniting fiercely. A massive blade of purplish-red flames swept toward the incoming arm of the former demoni, moving at a speed that rivaled light itself. The former demoni had no chance to evade. Blood sprayed as its enormous arm was severed, spinning through the air before crashing down. Roar! The 100-armed giant, in pain, could not help but take several steps back, its colossal foot crashing onto the canyon floor, causing a tremor that shook the very earth. Filthy fallen god, do not lay your tainted hands upon her. The dark-haired deity's dark golden eyes flashed with a crimson glow, and its raven-like wings beat rapidly, transforming into a shadowy streak that surged toward Chris. Phigos swung his hand, unleashing a torrent of deathly divine power. The black and white energies of death morphed into a blade, aimed to force Chris away from Hebe's side. Chris turned his head, the divine essence of growth in his hand shimmering brilliantly, absorbing the opposing deathly power effortlessly. Undeterred by this unsuccessful strike, Phigos wielded his sword, the blade blooming like a lotus as the power of his solar and nether godly essence surged within him, unleashing both the extinguishing might of divinity and the fires of calamity. A chilling light flickered across Chris's form, and with a resounding crash, the puppet's body shattered. Chris frowned as he beheld his broken form and the discomfort and pain that emanated from his spirit. I underestimated you. Even in fragments, Chris's soul floated in the air. His expression relaxed and his tone indifferent, turning stone to gold. His shattered arm still grasped the divine staff, which suddenly emitted a blinding golden light directed at Phigos. Oh no! Phigos hastily sidestepped, yet it was too late. He felt his body grow heavy, nearly plummeting from the sky. The dark-haired deity of the underworld, partially illuminated by the artifact's golden light, transformed into gold itself, rendered immobile. With a roar, the colossal hand of the Titan came crashing down. Bam! Phigos' form fell like a shooting star from the heavens, creating a deep crater within the canyon, golden divine blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His dark golden eyes now a vivid crimson. From the earth, a cluster of ethereal blue thorns erupted, binding his limbs and piercing his heart, sealing his divine power in the same manner. Ha ha ha, splendid. At long last, I have awaited this day. Chris's fingertips shimmered with divine light as he orchestrated the reassembly of his shattered body. Clad in green robes, he held the golden staff, gazing upon the two deities before him, embodiments of life and death. Perhaps this was a gift bestowed upon him by the will of the world itself. Chris's smile widened, no longer able to be restrained, becoming increasingly frenzied. With your divine powers, I shall not only revive but ascend to new heights. No, I shall surpass them. With a roar, the Titan knelt before Chris in submission. This savage and bloodthirsty beast, now obedient as a loyal hound, awaiting its master's command. Chris regarded the grotesque 100-armed giant, a creature of his own bloodline, and a gentle expression crossed his face as he tenderly caressed the giant's massive head. You have done well these years. I commend your efforts. Now please go die. Divine power erupted from the hands of the deity as emerald vines surged upward, entwining the massive 100-armed giant below. It was as if they had discovered fertile soil, taking root upon the giant's form and incessantly drawing upon its vital essence. With a roar, The 100-armed giant, despite being a mindless beast, instinctively struggled to resist when its life was threatened, driven by an innate will to survive. However, what KRYSS wielded was the supreme divine art of life, the essence drain. The vines anchored to the giant continuously siphoned its life force. Vibrant vitality coursing through the tendrils and into the divine essence of growth held in KRYSS's grasp. This was his signature technique, one that even a true primordial titan might find difficult to escape, let alone this incomplete creation before him. Gradually, the magnificent and ferocious giant ceased its struggles. Its body began to stiffen, and as the last vestige of life was extracted, the half-formed titan collapsed, its form transforming into a mountain range. Truly grotesque, thought Theos, instinctively retracting his wings. After reclaiming his life essence, KRYSS turned his gaze to the two deities he had subdued. Now, let me commence this grand ritual. With a strike of his staff, a throne of vines and shrubs manifested beneath the Titan god, upon which he sat regally. With a graceful gesture of his elongated fingers, a vast pit materialized before him. KRYSS extracted the divine essence of growth from the golden staff and cast it into the air. The resplendent divine essence shimmered, cascading down like a verdant rain imbued with the breath of life, gradually filling the pit and forming an emerald pool, a reflection of half the Titan god's life energy. Then, the divine essence shimmered again, releasing a gray crystal that fell into the pool. The emerald waters bubbled, and from the depths surged a gray spring, exuding a miasma of death that gradually separated, claiming the other half of the pool. This was the death energy KRYSS had harvested over millennia from the creatures he had hunted. The two opposing energies merged, achieving an extraordinary yet delicate balance. KRYSS wielded his golden staff, tracing intricate and beautiful arcs in the air, akin to a conductor from an ancient epic, orchestrating the resounding notes of the laws of existence. The peculiar pool glimmered softly, the divine essence of growth spinning continuously. As the emerald and gray waters were drawn up, intertwining like two serpentine ribbons, they approached each other gently, touching briefly before retreating, yet with each contact, scintillant sparks fell like stars. KRYSS's light green eyes ignited with brilliance, success. Through repeated explorations, entwinements, and collisions, an indeterminate amount of time passed, and the bare bottom of the pool was now adorned with a delicate layer of crystalline fragments. Chris could no longer contain himself. With a flick of the golden staff, the divine essence of growth split into two. One part continued to channel the powers of life and death, while the other gradually descended to the bottom of the pool, absorbing the fragmented crystals. As it moved, the descending divine essence began to shrink until it was no larger than a fingernail. An extraordinary blend of gold and blue emerged, accompanied by a peculiar fluctuation that seemed to embody both death and life, seamlessly transitioning between the two. Resurrection. Pykos widened his eyes in astonishment. This Titan god was coalescing a divine essence capable of reviving the dead. The fingernail-sized golden blue essence soared into the air, forcefully displacing the essence of growth, asserting its dominion. It drew upon the remaining pool water, ceaselessly absorbing its power to augment its divine strength. Not enough. Not enough. More. However, even after consuming the entire pool, this newly birthed divine essence had only grown to the size of a thumb. It emitted a ravenous howl, its form precariously teetering, without further divine energy. This newly formed essence would shatter before long. Now it was time for the two gods. Thorny vines pulled the two deities before the nascent divine essence. Chris used the golden staff to carve into their arms, and the golden blood, infused with the powers of life and death from Hebe and Pykos, gushed forth like a spring, nourishing the resurrection essence with golden green life energy and gray death energy. The infusion of divine power illuminated the essence, which greedily absorbed the energy, visibly growing at an astonishing rate. Hebe and Pykos began to wither, their faces pale, from the size of a thumb to that of a fist. This extraordinary divine essence was on the brink of completion. At last, Chris, filled with excitement, rose from his throne and stepped toward the resurrection essence, his eyes gleaming with obsession. A faint sigh escaped him. Who is it? Chris startled, alertly scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fell forward nearly bursting with rage. The previously unconscious Hebe had awakened, her complexion pale and her form gaunt, yet her magnificent violet eyes sparkled with divine light, reflecting the perpetual cycle of the seasons. Two sides of the same coin, two deities intertwined. With a gentle breath, the goddess emanated a soft glow, while Picos, eyes closed, began to fade, merging with Hebe, becoming one. The raven gold wings broke free from their binding vines, the goddess's radiant golden hair turning a night-like black, her lips a deep crimson, and her eyes transforming into a more enigmatic shade of purple gold. With her left hand governing life and her right hand commanding death, the goddess brought her hands together, releasing the golden blue power of resurrection. The divine essence, sensing the power of its origin, dove into Hebe's body in an instant, recognizing her as its master. No. Chris's expression turned frenzied. Centuries of effort had merely clothed another in finery, and this blow nearly shattered his very soul. The surging divine power within her surged like a tempestuous sea, and Hebe let out a soft sigh, her amethyst-hued eyes fixed upon Chris. A cold smirk played upon her lips as she reached out to grasp the remaining half of the growth divine essence in her hand. You have caused me considerable trouble. My lord, as compensation, I shall take this divine essence. You. Chris's crimson eyes flared with fury, even as the chief deity. You cannot escape the influence of the heart of decay. How have you managed it? That question, my lord, is better directed at the laws themselves, Hebe thought, fully aware of the theory that antagonists meet their demise through excessive chatter. With a swift motion, she erased Chris's mark upon the divine essence. No. Stripped of the divine essence's tether, Chris's soul shattered in an instant, dissipating into the ether, while the golden staff fell to the ground, its brilliance dimmed. Coughing, Hebe vanquished Chris and expelled a mouthful of divine blood. The staff of life manifested, tirelessly mending her wounds with the grandeur of life itself. With a wry smile, Hebe extracted a shattered, transparent crystal from within her. To be reborn into youth is to witness the passage of time. The cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter signify the rhythm of existence, while frost represents a fleeting pause, and history serves as a reflection of time's retrospective. By harnessing the might of these divine essences, Hebe precariously nurtured a projection of the divine essence of time, intending it as a trump card for a future lethal strike against her foes. Yet, she was unprepared for the current predicament. As Chris prepared to seal his divine power, Hebe had no choice but to employ this hidden card. She shattered the projection of the time essence, enveloping herself in a divine art of temporal repetition, allowing her to loop back in time the moment her divine power was sealed. It must be said that this goddess was remarkably ruthless with herself. The sealing technique of the heart of decay, accompanied by excruciating pain, also inflicted an overwhelming sense of weakness and emptiness, a burden that few could endure. She shared a profound connection with Pecos. Upon discerning his intentions, Hebe seized the opportunity within this temporal loop, breaking free of her shackles the instant the divine essence took form, merging with her other half to seize the divine essence. One could only conclude that a deity must be merciless to secure their position. Chapter 27. Nightmare? Revelation? Under the restorative influence of the Staff of Life, Hebe's injuries began to heal. The goddess emanated a raven golden divine radiance as her other half, Pecos, separated from her. The dark-haired deity opened her eyes and hurriedly assisted her main body, gazing upon her with a hint of regret in her dark golden irises. My lady, it is truly regrettable that the time essence projection, painstakingly gathered to confront this god of growth, has been shattered. It is of no concern. Hebe wiped the divine blood from the corner of her mouth. Time has never been my primary domain. This essence projection was merely a forced amalgamation of several divine offices. As a disposable item, its loss is inconsequential. The essence of time remains firmly in the grasp of my grandmother, though she seldom makes an appearance now. Her power is undeniable. To encroach upon her dominion would only serve to create enemies, and I am not yet prepared to offend her. To seek to grasp the essence of a divine being is undoubtedly to invite relentless pursuit, especially when that being is the esteemed mother of the god king, the former goddess. Picos nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Pykos, it is not yet appropriate for the resurrection divine essence to be revealed to the eyes of the gods. You shall return it to the underworld and secure it in a safe place. Hebe summoned the resurrection divine essence, which shimmered with a resplendent golden-blue radiance. Its base was adorned with 3 golden seeds, miraculous gifts born of the essence's inception and the world's loss. These seeds are peculiar, requiring the nourishment of deathly energy to cultivate, catalyzing a spark of life amidst the utmost force of mortality, eventually sprouting into the golden divine herb known as the resurrection grass. As the name suggests, this divine herb possesses the power of resurrection. The divine energy of the solar eclipse enveloped the golden blue essence, cloaking its aura and concealing it from all prying eyes, as Pykos absorbed the resurrection divine essence within himself. Previously, at the banquet of the gods, Prometheus informed me of his intention to create human females in the near future, a venture that would reinstate human propagation. At that juncture, you may propose the establishment of a cycle to Hades. If the opportunity arises, it would be prudent to engage with the true master of the underworld. A glimmer sparkled in Hebe's eyes. Hades, the lord of the guests, appeared to wield control, yet he too walked on thin ice. The presence of 3 primordial gods, who have existed since the dawn of creation within the underworld, ensures that Hades cannot possess absolute authority. Moreover, the majority of his subordinates are descendants of the night goddess Nyx. Hades' ability to hold power is largely due to the indifference of these primordial deities towards authority. However, in the event of a significant occurrence, it is still these ancient progenitors who will ultimately make the decisive calls. Gaining their support could undoubtedly facilitate future endeavors. The primordial gods, deeply intertwined with the world, perceive the conflicts among the gods as mere trifles unworthy of their notice. Only truly significant events, such as the Phaeton incident, can capture their attention. The birth of Pykos heralded the emergence of the underworld sun and catalyzed the birth of the underworld moon, signaling a subtle yet promising breakthrough for the underworld. Should a complete cycle system be established, it would represent a monumental enhancement for both the underworld and the earth, undoubtedly bestowing a profound elevation upon the world. The transition of each generation of divine mountain rulers has invariably been accompanied by cataclysms capable of obliterating the world. Once the war subsides, the majority of the kin created by the previous generation of deities have perished in the flames of battle, their souls sinking into the underworld. For instance, those golden humans who now slumber in Elysium, blessed by the gods, as well as the newly emerged humans who recently fell victim to the celestial fire incident. Their souls were not conjured from thin air. To create, they must invoke the laws that consume the world's primordial energy. The souls of the deceased humans either remain in eternal slumber in Elysium or settle in the underworld. This primordial energy cannot return to the world. So how can new human souls emerge? Naturally, it necessitates the continuous expenditure of the world's primordial energy to forge anew. Thus, a vicious cycle ensues. The underworld grows increasingly congested while the world's primordial energy is relentlessly depleted. If, as depicted in the ancient Eastern myths of the past, a cycle of reincarnation were to be established in the underworld, these souls could be reutilized, thereby alleviating the scarcity of land in the underworld and preventing further depletion of the world's primordial energy, achieving multiple benefits at once. This revelation seems to have been overlooked by the deities, who remain fixated on other peculiar matters. Crisis has completely perished. The meager remnants of death energy here will soon dissipate. To avoid attracting the attention of the gods, you must conceal it with the power of death, creating an illusion of gradual dissipation. Indeed, responded Pykos in a hushed tone. Hebe raised her hand to dissipate the residual life force within the canyon, while the ebony-winged Pykos flapped his wings, soaring through the gorge as the dense death energy once again enveloped the ravine. With Crisis no longer slaughtering the living, the death energy would gradually dissipate within months, and the Spider Canyon would soon revert to its lush, vibrant form of eons past. Let us depart. The earlier commotion may have attracted divine notice. It is best to leave promptly. Hebe rose and picked up the artifact, the golden staff of Mediant, left behind by Crisis. The two deities transformed into photons, vanishing into the air. On Mount Olympus, dark clouds hung like thick ink over the divine mountain. The ever-shining divine light had dimmed to near invisibility. Upon the mountain, The eternally verdant trees stood with withered, decaying leaves. Flowers and grasses bowed their heads in withering despair. The once pristine white marble columns lay shattered and crumbling, revealing a landscape marred by desolation, exuding an air of despondency and decay. Olympus? How could my Olympus have transformed into this? Zeus, the master of thunder, wandered amidst the ruins, his heart seized by horror at the sight before him. Hera? Apollo? Hermes? Where are you? The king of the gods called out for his queen and offspring, yet received no response. As he moved forward, his footing faltered uncontrollably, and a wave of profound weakness and helplessness surged within him. What is happening? Zeus gazed at his hands, upon which twisted veins coursed, and rough. Pale skin was mottled with brown spots. A flash of lightning illuminated his snow-white, brittle hair and his aged visage. The king of the gods, the master of thunder and lightning, felt an unprecedented sense of trepidation. This should not be. He was a deity, an immortal sovereign. How could he feel powerless? How could he age? Someone was calling him, a voice aged and hoarse, reminiscent of a worn-out accordion. Who was it? He turned to find an elderly woman standing behind him, her skin sagging, her frail form draped in what appeared to be an exquisitely luxurious red gown. A stark contrast that instinctively furrowed Zeus's brow. Yet, suddenly, he noticed the aged countenance of the woman, her purple eyes which, despite the passage of time and a certain cloudiness, still sparkled with the most exquisite brilliance. Hera? No, Hera, how have you come to be this way? Who has wronged you? Fury surged within Zeus, lightning flickering in his eyes, as the storm clouds in the heavens seemed to respond to an unspoken call, rumbling ominously. Do not waste your power. Zeus, we are all the same. This is the fated end, declared the aged Hera as she gazed upon a ravaged mountain of the gods. Her voice laden with sorrow, twilight of the gods. With that, she turned it apart. Twilight of the gods. Why? Why must the deities face twilight? Tell me, Hera, tell me. Zeus strode forward, grasping her arm, desperate for clarity. Once again, thunder crashed. Hera turned her head, and her visage transformed suddenly, youthful, radiant, with hair as dark as a wave, and eyes like water, imbued with boundless wisdom and contemplation, exuding an aura of tranquil depth akin to the sea. Métis. Zeus jolted awake. No, on Mount Olympus. The sudden wrath of the king of the gods invoked a cacophony of thunder and blinding flashes, rendering the banquet square silent. The reveling deities stared, bewildered, at their sovereign, unsure of the source of his ire. The muses ceased their singing, the graces halted their dance, and the gods exchanged anxious glances, speculating who had provoked Zeus to unleash his thunderous fury. What troubles you, Zeus? Hera inquired with a look of concern. Her purple eyes filled with care as she regarded him. Zeus did not respond. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, carefully scrutinizing his resplendent Olympus. The divine light shimmered. The greenery thrived, the gods reveled, and beside him, his wife maintained her timeless beauty and regal demeanor. With a sigh of relief, he quelled his thoughts, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is nothing, merely a memory that has resurfaced. Please continue. As the god-king raised his hand, the harp in the square began to play a melodious tune, while the cornucopia wafted a delightful aroma of wine and roasted meat, enticing the gods into a state of enchantment, swiftly dismissing the earlier interruption from their minds. Zeus sat silently upon his divine throne, his thick lashes casting shadows across his visage, obscuring the emotions swirling in his eyes. Deities do not dream without cause, unless inspired by the world. The visions within dreams hold the potential to manifest into reality, foretelling that his reign may soon falter, or worse, that the gods might lose their divine powers, ushering in an end. What message did Métis, the first queen of the gods who had long been consumed by him, yet continually provided him with wisdom, wish to convey? The twilight of the gods? Humanity? Zeus cradled his face in his hands, his gaze profound. Princess Prometheus, the tall and graceful goddess with striking eyes, approached the slender male deity, a composed smile adorning her face. Good day, Athena, she greeted. Prometheus turned, his fair countenance perpetually gentle and benign, his demeanor warm and measured, evoking a sense of spring's embrace. Yet, Athena was not so easily beguiled by appearances. This goddess of wisdom was not to be underestimated. As a prophet and deity of sagacity, Prometheus had always possessed the foresight to seize opportunities and make advantageous choices, ensuring his steadfast position among the divine since the Titanomachy. Athena held a mutual respect for Prometheus, having inherited her mother's keen intellect. She was astute and perceptive, often regarding her fellow deities with a critical lens, viewing most as arrogant and foolish. In matters of wisdom and strategy, she deemed Prometheus the only god worthy of her regard atop the divine mountain. "I have heard you plan to create human women soon?" Athena inquired, a subtle smile gracing her lips, exuding an air of intellectual elegance. "Your information is quite astute, indeed. The new humans have settled, and with the protection of goddess Hestia, it is time for them to procreate," Prometheus replied, his expression softening at the mention of his creation. "May I assist you in this endeavor?" Athena's eyes sparkled with interest. The advantages of creating new humans were undeniable, and the distinctive status of being a creator brought evident glory to Hebe and Prometheus. This time, Athena was determined not to miss the opportunity and sought to advocate for her involvement. "I have already arranged with Lady Hebe to collaborate once more in the creation of these new human women," Prometheus expressed with a hint of regret. Athena's grip on her wine glass tightened momentarily before she relaxed, her smile still poised. "What a pity. It seems I have arrived a step too late." Prometheus cast a glance at the goddess before him, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Perhaps, Your Highness, you could collaborate with Hebe to create a new breed of women. I believe that with the synergy of both your esteemed selves, the resulting beings will be nothing short of perfection." Athena, who had initially resolved to abandon her endeavor, was taken aback by Prometheus' suggestion. "However, I am not well versed in the laws of the soul." "Fear not, Your Highness," he replied, "for wisdom and soul are inherently interconnected. I do not inherit the divine essence of my father, yet I can guide you in comprehending the laws of the soul. With your intellect, imbuing these new women with souls shall be a trivial matter." As he spoke, Prometheus casually relinquished the rights to create human women, as if discarding a precious pearl. A glimmer of surprise illuminated Athena's intellectually beautiful visage, and she offered Prometheus a grateful smile. "Your assistance shall remain etched in my memory, and in the name of the goddess of clear-eyed wisdom, I shall repay this kindness in the future. Allow me to express my gratitude in advance." The sagacious prophetic deity raised his wine cup and clinked it with that of the goddess, signaling a harmonious collaboration. With their objective achieved, Athena, discerning the moment, refrained from further disturbing Prometheus and, wine cup in hand, sought out her friend Althea, who had recently seemed rather melancholic. As Prometheus observed Athena's retreating figure, a faint smile graced his lips. He felt no regret in transferring the faith of imbuing souls, even for human women, to Athena. This goddess was one of the rare wise deities upon the divine mountain, having emerged from the body of her father without the protection of a mother. Through her own prowess, she secured her position among the gods and cultivated a friendship with the future twin gods of light. Apollo had already acquired the dominion of the sun, and alongside his grandmother, the ancient goddess of radiance and prophecy, Hebe, they would surely assist Artemis in seizing the dominion of the moon. Should this endeavor succeed, Artemis might very well contend for the position of chief deity. Athena's early investment in this partnership was undoubtedly astute. With such a principal deity poised to become the creator and protector of the new breed of women, he deemed this exchange highly advantageous. Chapter 28. The Concerns of the King of Gods Deep Within the Underworld, by the banks of the river Styx. A river renowned among the gods of the divine mountain for its solemn oaths. The murky waters shimmered with a faint blue-violet glow under the dim light of the infernal moon. Occasionally, haunting cries of despair echoed from the river, the lamentations of deities ensnared for breaking their oaths. Beside the Styx stood a unique palace, a place few deities dared to approach, for it belonged to the elusive goddesses who governed fate and imparted merciless punishment, the three fates. The ancient stones have been meticulously stacked to form this towering temple, where 12 majestic pillars stand in absolute symmetry within the grand hall. The divine essence of fate permeates this sanctuary, as the colossal columns rotate with a measured grace, entwined with silver blue threads spun from the fates of myriad beings, flowing in harmonious order through two peculiar rings that float at the center, cascading down like a gentle stream to the feet of three seated goddesses. Once the daughters of Nyx, the goddess of night, they had traversed an unknown death, only to be reborn through the benevolence of their mother, aided by the power of Zeus, the king of gods, and Themis, the goddess of justice. Theoretically, they should refer to this master of thunder as their father. The Moirai, clad in simple gray robes devoid of opulent jewels, exhibit unadorned long hair that frames three similar faces, each reflecting a different stage of life. The youngest, Clotho, possesses a youthful beauty, her delicate hands sifting through the threads with a discerning eye, selecting one that glimmers faintly at her fingertips as she weaves the strands of destiny. Upon completion, she passes the thread to her middle sister, Lachesis, who appears mature and exudes an air of wisdom. With golden eyes, she scrutinizes the thread and, after contemplation, marks it with a subtle incision, thus allocating fate and bestowing the capricious blessings and misfortunes upon it before handing it to the eldest, Atropos. Atropos, aged and wise, her gray eyes reflecting the depths of eternity, holds a pair of golden scissors. With deft precision, she snips the thread according to Lachesis's mark, sealing the fate of the being represented by that strand, unchangeable and irrevocable. The three goddesses work in an unhurried rhythm, so effortlessly determining the course of human lives, which explains why the deities regard them with trepidation, keeping their distance. My sisters, cease your labor for a moment, for a distinguished guest has arrived. Atropos gently lowers her golden scissors, and with her gesture, the colossal pillars gradually halt their rotation, pausing the judgment of fate. How many souls have momentarily escaped the harsh verdict of destiny remains unknown. The enigma of fate ensures that such intricacies remain shrouded in mystery. Great King of the Gods, Master of Thunder, please enter. As the goddess speaks, the doors of the Temple of Fate creak open, and a magnificent eagle soars inside. With a flash of lightning, the tall and handsome God King reveals his true form before the three goddesses. Your Highness Atropos, your intuition remains astute, Zeus remarks kindly, addressing the three goddesses with the reverence of nobility, despite being their progenitor. Yet, he recognizes that their true mother is the primordial goddess who reigns over the night. A relationship too exalted for him to presume. It is merely a hint from fate. Atropos's demeanor was calm, her gray eyes seemingly capable of perceiving all. One wonders why His Majesty, the King of Gods, has come to the Temple of Fate this time. Your destiny is not under the control of the Moirai. As a Moira herself, Atropos refrained from claiming to be the master of fate, fully aware of its capriciousness and terror. Long before ancient times, they had paid a grievous price for attempting to manipulate destiny. Newly reborn, they approached fate with greater caution and humility, considering themselves mere envoys, fulfilling the duty of governing the fates of all beings in place of the elusive will of the world. Your Highness Atropos, I have come this time, inspired by fate, to inquire about a matter of great significance. Zeus, lacking the patience to probe slowly, stated his purpose directly. Although Prometheus possessed the gift of foresight, Zeus did not trust him and thus chose to secretly seek the assistance of the Moirai in the underworld. Recently, I had a dream. The divine light of Olympus dimmed, glory collapsed, and the immortal gods lost their strength, becoming frail and aged, ushering in the twilight of the deities. The Master of Thunder regarded the matter gravely. As previously mentioned, he did not consider his dream to be without cause. Deities do not require slumber, nor do they dream lightly. When they do, it is invariably a warning concerning themselves. Moreover, as the chief of the 12 Olympian gods, Zeus's dreams should not be taken lightly. Oh, the youthful and lovely Clotho expressed surprise. Great King of Gods, have you received a warning from the world? I too suspect so, Princess Clotho, he replied, his tone softening as he was subconsciously swayed by her beauty. It must be said that the King of the Gods possessed a certain charm that could put one at ease. Destiny is unpredictable, a confluence of determinism and variability. The future is ever-changing, and outcomes will continually evolve. The second sister, Lachesis, who governs fate and misfortune, spoke up, Great King of Gods. The revelation in your dream may indicate a potential future you are likely to encounter, but does not signify an inevitable conclusion. How then can I avert this outcome? Zeus inquired. He was well aware that predetermined fate could indeed be circumvented, having once escaped the fate of being devoured by Cronus and later evaded destiny by consuming Métis, thus preserving his position as king of the gods, at least for the time being. At this moment, the Moirai fell silent. Clotho and Lachesis exchanged glances, looking towards their elder sister Atropos, uncertain whether their intervention in fate would provoke a backlash from the world. Atropos remained silent for an extended period, long enough for Zeus to grow impatient. Finally, the aged goddess sighed, her gray eyes emanating a faint glow as dark, ink-like patterns silently emerged around her eyes. This eldest of the Moirai wielded her authority to observe the threads of fate. Your Majesty, the God King, I cannot divulge more to you, save for the fact that Atropos closed her eyes, the black markings fading away. Beware of humanity and their untapped potential and possibilities. With that utterance, Atropos appeared weary, her already aged visage deteriorating at an alarming rate, resembling withered wood unfit for the gaze. This was the cost of peering into the profound mysteries of fate. I understand. Thank you for your assistance. Moirai, please remember that there will always be a place for you upon the divine mountain. Zeus, endowed with the wisdom of Métis, recognized that no further insights could be gleaned from the fates. After expressing his gratitude, he conveyed the goodwill and sincerity from Olympus and transformed into a majestic eagle, soaring away from the temple. Atropos, our elder sister, you must be aware of the price of meddling with fate, especially the fates of the gods. The two younger sisters, pained by their eldest's depleting essence, grasped her hands, their shared divine power flowing continuously towards Atropos, mending her wounds. Alas, had this god king come to inquire about his own prophecy, we could have ignored him, but this matter pertains to the destiny of the gods. Although we are the emissaries of fate, we are also of divine lineage. Let this be a humble repayment to the god king and the goddess Themis for their benevolent act of recreating us. In ancient times, the great primordial deity Chaos gave birth to the world, subsequently giving rise to 5 primal gods, the eternal foundations of the universe: Gaia, the mother of the earth; Tartarus, the embodiment of the abyss deep within the earth; Eros, the primal incarnation of love and desire, the most beautiful; Erebus, the darkness; and Nyx, the night. According to the predetermined fate, the first generation of god-kings chosen by Chaos was not the illustrious Uranus, but Eros, who possessed a power of love and desire that even the primordial gods could not resist. However, the primordial deities feared his dominion over hearts and desires, particularly Gaia, whose endless unions and births left her utterly fatigued. Thus, several primordial gods conspired to resist and alter fate. They slew Eros, returning him to his primordial form, merging him into the ubiquitous fabric of existence, rendering love and desire ungovernable. Yet, the cost of defying fate was undeniably steep, as these primordial deities experienced varying degrees of backlash. Nyx, the goddess of night, was meant to give birth to a daughter who would govern all destinies, fates, and days. Ananke, the ruler of fate. Yet the essence of fate retaliated, splitting her into 3 and trapping her within her own womb, unable to be born. Had it not been for Zeus and Themis's daughter, who provided refuge from fate's retribution, the Moirai would still be ensconced within their mother's belly. Atropos closed her eyes once more, choosing not to speak further. The divine power of fate surged forth from her hands once again, and the colossal stone pillars of the temple began to rotate slowly once more, the retribution of fate rolling anew. Those beings who had previously evaded fate's judgment remained unaware of their capacity to resist the forthcoming corrections from destiny. Zeus, silently evading the watchful eyes of the underworld, returned to the majestic heights of Olympus. Seated upon the throne of the divine, he pondered the revelations he had received. The twilight of the gods echoed in his mind, and Hera's final words resonated. Beware of humanity. Beware of their potential. What indeed ails humanity? When Prometheus fashioned them, he vowed they would become the most loyal servants and reliable allies of the gods. Recently, he had implored Zeus to grant them the flame ignited by the divine lightning. The astute god sensed an underlying disquiet, refraining from an immediate affirmation, merely promising to contemplate Prometheus's proposal regarding the divine fire for mankind. What singular trait did humanity possess that warranted such diligence from the Titan? He had shown little interest in the previous generation of golden beings. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zeus rose and, wielding the authority of the king of gods, quietly descended to the mortal realm. He sought to discern what qualities in Prometheus' creations inspired trepidation among the deities. Cloaked in obscurity, the Master of Thunder concealed his imposing form and divine radiance, seamlessly blending into the throngs of humanity. Under Prometheus's watchful gaze, these mortals appeared carefree and blessed by Hebe, the goddess of life. Their physiques remained eternally at the peak of strength, exuding vigor and beauty, so reminiscent of the gods, save for their lack of divine power and grand stature. A chill ran through Zeus as he felt an inexplicable aversion toward these humans. Groups of them strolled along the shoreline, seemingly engaged in deep discussion. Drawing nearer, Zeus overheard their discourse. Are the gods eternal? The king of the divine felt his heart quicken at this inquiry, straining to listen for humanity's response. Of course, great Prometheus and Hebe created us, and the gods protect us. In our belief, they are indeed eternal. This answer soothed Zeus's concerns, for the nascent humans still held reverence for the deities. Yet, they pondered, how can we distinguish between mortals and gods when the gods resemble us so closely? That is indeed a curious question, one replied. The gods possess divine power and artifacts, which sets them apart from us. Another ventured, so, if we were to acquire power and divine artifacts, would we then become gods? Hush, mind your words. Should the gods overhear, they would unleash their wrath upon us. Hidden among the crowd, the son of Cronus chose not to continue following the youths, as their conversation sent a shiver down his spine. Unnoticed, he transformed into a wisp of smoke and returned to his celestial seat. The new humanity, gifted with souls by Prometheus, had been imbued with all splendid virtues, rendering their hearts pure, unblemished, and beautiful, filled with genuine gratitude and devotion toward the gods. Yet, their remarkable intellect, driven by these virtues, propelled them to explore, to experiment, and to contemplate the very essence of humanity and divinity. The inquiry regarding whether humanity, upon acquiring power and divine artifacts, might ascend to godhood, sent a shiver down Zeus's spine. He sensed, with a growing trepidation, that if humanity's intellect continued to flourish unchecked, their faith and devotion towards the deities would inevitably waver. The Moirai urged him to remain vigilant of humanity's potential and possibilities. At this moment, the wisdom of Métis came into play, and a sudden clarity enveloped Zeus. He realized that the world was ablaze with numerous sparks: Hestia's hearth fire, Hephaestus's volcanic flames, Apollo's solar fire. Yet Prometheus had chosen to seek his thunderous fire. This was due to his consumption of the primordial goddess of wisdom, Métis. He had absorbed and melded with her, thus infusing his own divine power with her essence, the most primal and pure form of wisdom. Only his flame possessed the capability to ignite the brilliance of human intellect. A profound anger surged within Zeus, a feeling of being duped. Prometheus dared to conceive a creation beyond divine control. Humanity, in truth, was merely the servants of the gods, meant to provide faith. They required not wisdom, for it was the ignorant and chaotic that were more easily manipulated. The king of the gods, the master of thunder, sat regally upon his throne, his azure eyes shimmering with the tempest. Chapter 29. All is highlighted by companionship once more. A day dawned over Olympus, shrouded in divine radiance, where exotic flowers exuded an everlasting fragrance. The tall and handsome god King Zeus sat comfortably upon the throne of the main temple. The great king of the gods, the master of thunder, was oblivious to whether the pious worshippers on earth could receive his blessings, bestowing upon them the unquenchable sacred fire of thunder to shield humanity from the onslaught of monstrous beasts. For the advancement of the new humanity, the wise prophet Prometheus once again entered the temple, beseeching Zeus to remove the immortal spark of fire from his divine artifact, granting it to mankind. Prometheus, master of wisdom, I can indeed bestow the spark of thunder upon humanity, yet divine fire is exceedingly precious. To attain it, humanity must demonstrate to me, the king of the gods, a faith and devotion that satisfies my desires. Seated upon his throne, Zeus toyed with the thunder gifted to him by the Cyclopes, sons of Gaia, renowned for their exquisite craftsmanship, and spoke with an air of nonchalance. Prometheus's gaze flickered, yet his expression remained gentle, his demeanor respectful, betraying no hint of turmoil. Great Zeus, please enlighten me. How should the new humanity manifest their devotion and faith towards you? Quite simply, Zeus replied within a year, if the new humanity presents me with 1,000 bulls as offerings, then such devotion shall merit my bestowal of the immortal spark of fire. The king of the gods, Zeus, had made a staggering demand that even Prometheus, whose composure was usually impeccable, could not help but furrow his brow. Had he not heard correctly? 1,000 bulls? Setting aside the fact that humanity had only recently emerged, their productivity was insufficient to sustain the rearing of 1,000 bulls. Even if it were achievable, humanity is no match for the divine. Although blessed by Hebe to eternally retain youth and be shielded from ailments, hunger remains outside the realm of blessings. They too require sustenance. Sacrificing 1,000 bulls may lead to their demise from starvation. Furthermore, there are other deities requiring veneration. The demand from Zeus for 1,000 bulls undoubtedly presents a monumental challenge for humankind, a clear intention to impose hardship. If Prometheus were still unaware that Zeus was utterly unwilling to bestow the gift of fire upon humanity, he might as well exchange roles with his brother Epimetheus, the one who knows only after the fact. With his head bowed, Prometheus suppressed the fury within, contemplating strategies. After a moment, he raised his gaze, his demeanor restored to its customary gentleness and politeness. Mighty king of the gods, if this is your desire, then the new humanity shall strive to fulfill it. However, in light of their unwavering devotion to you, I beseech you to grant them a measure of grace by allowing them to retain a portion of the sacrificial bulls for their survival needs. Zeus raised an eyebrow, surprised that Prometheus would concede to such an extent. Very well, he thought. He did not wish to push too far and entirely alienate this seer, for he held in his hands the prophecy of which of his offspring would one day dethrone him. Wise prophet, I am not a cold-hearted god. I grant your request, permitting humanity on earth to retain a portion of the offerings for their sustenance. I am truly grateful. Prometheus silently thanked Zeus and his forebears. I appreciate your mercy and generosity. When the time comes, I shall ensure that humanity divides the offerings into 2 portions. Great king of the gods, you may choose whichever appeals to you, and the remainder shall be your gift to humanity. Having established this accord, the 2 deities, each with their own intentions, maintained a facade of peace before parting ways. Prometheus descended to the mortal realm to announce the great king's decision to the new humanity. The news swiftly spread, and soon the gods learned that Zeus demanded 1,000 bulls as sacrifice in exchange for the immortal fire of thunder. 1,000 bulls? Did humanity possess such capability? In the temple of life, Hebe sighed upon hearing this news, shaking her head at her father's capriciousness. She recalled the legend from her past life about the wisdom god deceiving the king of the gods, and concern for that mentor-turned-friend filled her heart. She yearned to assist Prometheus. Yet Zeus had decreed that no god was permitted to use divine power to aid humanity, even as the reigning goddess. It would be unwise to openly defy him. However, recalling the artifact she had recently acquired, the violet-eyed goddess felt she could still offer some assistance. As time flowed swiftly, the night was presided over by the moonless and starless goddess Leto. When darkness passed, dawn arrived as anticipated. In the distant east, the pale light of dawn began to rise. The goddess of dawn, Eos, radiating a rosy hue, appeared on the horizon, guiding her chariot drawn by pure white steeds. With her rose-tinted hands, she scattered light into the sky, transforming the scattered morning rays into vibrant clouds, as exquisite as roses and as bright as fire. A single beam of morning light silently descended to the realm of mortals, landing in the temple of Prometheus, the creator and prophet of humanity. Lord Prometheus, whispered Hebe, calling upon the statue within the grand hall. The statue of Prometheus emanated a radiant glow, and an invisible domain unfurled, sealing off the space from the prying eyes of the gods. The morning light that fell upon the ground blossomed into a dazzling figure, a goddess with golden hair and violet eyes. With the power of the dawn goddess, Hebe cast a projection, evading the notice of the gods, and quietly descended to visit the prophet. At that moment, the statue of Prometheus underwent a transformation. The true essence of the deity descended, revealing the elegant and wise god, who stepped down from the pedestal. He gazed upon the golden-haired, violet-eyed goddess, warmth flickering in his eyes. Noble goddess of life, beautiful Hebe, I never imagined that under the command of your domineering father, you would dare to meet me. It seems our friendship is even more steadfast than I had anticipated. Prometheus felt a twinge of gratitude that Hebe could withstand Zeus's pressure to see him. Not all deities were selfish and cold-hearted. The one who is aware of our amicable relationship is keeping a close watch on me. My true form is too conspicuous, and what you see is merely a projection. Upon hearing these words, Prometheus noticed the subtle illusion surrounding the goddess. Had he not been attentive, he might have mistaken her for her true self. The goddess had indeed deepened her mastery in the realm of life. My lord, to be concise, there is a rumor among the gods regarding your wager with the king of gods, 1,000 bulls. Even if humanity expends its entire strength, it would require a tremendous sacrifice. I have come to offer you some assistance. As Hebe spoke, divine light shimmered in her hands, illuminating a golden staff adorned with intricate patterns and wheat sheaves, which had been transmitted from the divine mountain. The golden staff of wheat. Prometheus exclaimed in astonishment at the sight before him. This artifact had not graced the eyes of the gods since the fall of Chryses. My lady, have you acquired his legacy? Prometheus looked at Hebe, this legendary goddess who continually surprised him, growing ever stronger and ascending higher. Her resilience and self-improvement mirrored that of his most perfect creation, humanity itself, a mere stroke of luck. Hebe smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. While she held a deep admiration for this deity, she feared that the other's keen intellect might decipher too much from her sparse words, potentially jeopardizing her grand scheme. With the aid of this divine artifact, the grass that would flourish upon the earth would accelerate the growth of the cattle, ensuring an unceasing supply of fodder even through the winter. Thus, raising 1,000 bulls before the next year was not an impossible task. When the time came for Zeus to hold her accountable, the blame would not fall upon her. Even Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, remained unaware that the golden staff of grain was now in her possession. Your Highness, I shall forever be grateful for the assistance you have provided to both myself and the new humanity. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I vow to repay you. Swearing an oath by the river Styx, Prometheus solemnly proclaimed as he accepted the artifact. There is no need for such formality, for had it not been for your lending me the vial of life to comprehend the laws, I would not have been able to condense the essence of life so swiftly. It is only fitting that I assist you now, he continued. Furthermore, as the creator of the new humanity, I cannot bear to see them suffer due to the whims of the divine sovereign. Despite the substantial benefits she had garnered, largely due to unspeakable reasons, Hebe could not deny the tangible gains. Alas, my time in this projection is limited. She paused, casting a glance at Prometheus, feeling an inkling of concern. Your Highness, now that a solution has been found, regardless of your previous intentions, it may be wise to reconsider. Prometheus merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Hebe, feeling helpless, could only offer this reminder. The outcome ultimately rested upon Prometheus's decision. As the goddess's projection dissipated into the morning light, she vanished from sight. Prometheus grasped the staff and gazed skyward at the boundless heavens, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Indeed, Hebe's intentions were commendable, yet she underestimated the wrath and pride of an ancient deity who had existed since the Titan era. From the very beginning, he had intended to exact revenge upon Zeus. Within the life temple on Mount Olympus, Hebe opened her eyes, contemplating the challenges ahead. Even with the aid of the golden staff of grain, nurturing 1,000 bulls would prove arduous for humanity, especially with winter now casting its shadow upon the land, slowing the movements and efficiency of all living beings. Very well, she concluded, as I was once human in my previous life and am now their creator in this one, I shall extend my help once more. In the name of the goddess of life, Hebe, my devoted followers, your sincerity has moved me. For the coming year, you shall not need to provide me with sacrifices of cattle and sheep. Flowers and prayers shall be the finest offerings to me. The goddess's voice resonated throughout the temples upon the earth, granting absolution to the new humanity. Grateful, they fervently praised the goddess's grace. And a continuous stream of faith surged into the mountain, absorbed by Hebe through the staff of life. Is such a thing truly possible? The overwhelming faith left the gods astonished once again. This faith seemed to come too easily. In the name of Hestia, the guardian of the household, I hereby absolve my devotees from the sacrifices of cattle and sheep for the upcoming year. Following Hebe's declaration, Kronos, the long-residing elder of Rhea and sister to the mighty Zeus, the king of gods, also spoke. This goddess holds a unique position upon Mount Olympus. Having grown weary of the advances of male deities, she chose to transform her love into a selfless affection for the creatures of the earth, swearing an oath by the river Styx to exist as a virgin goddess. Hestia stands as one of the few deities who genuinely cares for humanity, not viewing them as mere servants. Upon learning of Zeus's decree demanding 1,000 bulls to be sacrificed by humankind, she felt a deep discontent. Although she longed to assist humanity, she was powerless against the iron will of the king of gods. However, Hebe's proclamation undoubtedly inspired her. If she could not directly aid humanity, she could alleviate their burdens from the sidelines. Today, in a moment of goodwill, I absolve my followers of their offerings. When it pertains to the faith of the divine, even Zeus is not in a position to intervene. Thus, my actions are beyond his reach. This goddess, unwavering in her resolve, chose not to offer any pretext like Hebe and boldly made her announcement, showing no regard for her brother, the god king. In the name of the goddess of wisdom and craftsmanship, my devoted followers, for the year to come, let the bountiful olives be your offerings to me. Following Hestia, Athena also took the floor, this wise goddess unafraid to offend her father with her declaration. On one hand, Prometheus had promised her the right to create human females, and should Zeus's actions lead to a significant decline in humanity, it would be she who felt the loss. On the other hand, the immense faith of humanity was simply too enticing to resist. My apologies, dear father, but for the time being, we shall refrain from communication, lest humanity misconstrue our intentions. In the name of the sun god, in the name of the sea king, the declarations of the deities echoed through the realm. Among this assembly of gods, some genuinely felt compassion for humanity, while others were disgruntled that Zeus only invoked his own name when demanding tributes. Yet, more importantly, many were drawn to the profound faith offered by humankind. As they observed the faith flowing into their divine essence, the burgeoning power delighted the gods, who squinted their eyes in pleasure. Such opportunities to amass faith were rare. Alas, this surge was entirely dependent on their fellow deities. Great King Zeus, I must apologize. Your sacrifice of one god serves to bring joy to countless households. Within the halls of the divine king, Zeus's countenance was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. This band of rebellious gods would one day face retribution. Chapter 30. The incident of the divided cattle as spring gave way to autumn and the seasons turned. A year for the eternal gods sometimes resembled a mere slumber. On this day, the gods, in an extraordinary display of harmony, set aside their labors and pleasures to gather upon the resplendent heights of Mount Olympus. Today marks a momentous occasion for humanity, as they express their unwavering devotion to Zeus, the king of the gods, by offering 1,000 bulls as sacrifices. This unprecedented spectacle of 1,000 bulls is a sight to behold, and regardless of their individual sentiments, the deities are eager to partake in this grand celebration. Adorned in opulence, Zeus, with his radiant golden hair crowned by an olive wreath, wields the symbol of his might, a thunderbolt, as he leads the gods to the designated altar at Komen, prearranged with Prometheus, the creator and protector of humankind. Awaiting at the altar, Prometheus stands with the newly formed humans, who carry the pre-sliced bulls. As the imposing figure of Zeus, the god of thunder, descends upon Komen, the humans present their offerings before the deities. The sacrifices are arranged into two groups. To the left are the less appealing offerings, lesser cuts, stomachs, and hides, which fail to impress. Noticing this, Zeus furrows his brow in discontent. His gaze shifts to the right, where the offerings glisten temptingly, showcasing rich, succulent cuts of meat that appear far more desirable. Clearly enamored with the splendid offerings, Zeus cannot help but smile. O son of Iapetus, the most esteemed of deities, my dear friend, your division seems rather unjust. Humanity could certainly reserve more of the delectable portions for themselves. While uttering these words, Zeus has already selected the offerings that please him, and there is no way he would choose from the left. As the supreme ruler and king of the gods, how could his offerings be inferior to what humanity retains for themselves? Great God King Zeus, please select one of the offerings, while the remaining portion shall be graciously bestowed upon humanity after the sacrifice. Hebe, standing beside Zeus within the divine assembly, observes the scene with an odd expression. The eyes of the gods perceive all, yet no matter how she scrutinizes, The left offerings appear to be mere scraps, while the right boasts luscious meats and nourishing entrails. Undoubtedly perfect. Lord Apollo, which offering do you believe should be chosen? In her quest for validation, Hebe even turns to her longtime rival, Apollo. Her unexpected inquiry catches the radiant sun god off guard. He raises an eyebrow, recalling that his rapport with this goddess has not been particularly cordial. Nevertheless, recognizing her earnestness, he concedes to respond. Naturally, I would select the offerings on the right. Only such rich, succulent meat and entrails are worthy of the noble deities, he declares, his voice imbued with pride and a sense of entitlement, as he shines with brilliance. Hebe nodded in silence, and even Apollo's omniscient gaze could discern no flaw. It seemed that her counsel to Prometheus had been heeded, urging humanity to offer genuine tributes to Zeus. This was indeed favorable, for the seer would not incur Zeus's wrath, nor would he be trapped within that lofty mountain, tormented day and night by the divine eagle, deprived of freedom. Thus, my friend, I shall select this offering on the right as my tribute. Humanity, your devotion has been felt. I shall bestow upon you the spark of fire, taken from the sun, to warm you, to cook your food, and to safeguard your homes. Zeus, having chosen the offering, let out a hearty laugh and proclaimed aloud, as he placed a flame taken from Apollo's chariot of the sun upon a cedar branch, gifting it to humanity. Prometheus smiled gently. Even though Zeus had unilaterally altered their agreement, he retained his composure. The seer turned to instruct the humans to lift the offering on the right onto the altar, and then he took the burning, eternal spark upon the cedar branch to ignite them, presenting them to the king of the gods who had selected them. The flames of the sun blazed fiercely, quickly enveloping the offerings on the altar, licking the rich fats and releasing an alluring fragrance into the air. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from a deity as the altar revealed, after the abundant fats had burned away, the stark whiteness of skeletal remains, devoid of any flesh. What could this mean? Hebe felt a tumult within her heart, exchanging incredulous glances with Apollo. They had both conducted their investigations. Why had the beef and entrails transformed into mere bones? The gods turned their attention to the left side, where the previously scorned scraps lay, and discovered beneath the rumen and hide, succulent beef and entrails. What was happening? Why did this differ from their perceptions? The deities, perplexed, could not help but voice their bewilderment. The cunning seer, the bright-eyed goddess Athena, observed the unfolding scene, a divine light of wisdom illuminating her thoughts, allowing her to swiftly unravel the truth. It was Epimetheus, the god of hindsight, whose folly clouded the clear minds and vision of the gods. Only then did they notice the unassuming figure amidst the crowd, a god with a simple, foolish grin. Epimetheus, the most foolish of the divine beings, symbolizing and embodying folly itself. Could the powers of hindsight be wielded in such a manner? Athena regarded Prometheus with a complex expression. The wisdom of this deity was indeed astonishing. He had brought Epimetheus to this sacrifice, and this foolish god, with his muddled mind, had been incapable of properly controlling his divinity and divine powers since birth. His influence not only affected himself, but also inadvertently impacted the beings around him. Previously, Prometheus, motivated by protection and caution, had confined his brother within the temple. Yet now, he brazenly brings him forth to partake in this grand sacrificial ceremony. Among the deities, there exists a singular fool, blessed in a peculiar manner. He possesses nearly the entirety of the source of folly, free from the anxiety of divine rivalry. After all, who would wish to embrace foolishness? This has resulted in his formidable power, capable of ensnaring even the king of gods, who is endowed with the wisdom of Métis, plunging him into chaos unbeknownst to himself, unable to discern the truth before him, and making foolish decisions. But can one assert that this was a deliberate design by Prometheus? Certainly not. He merely expressed compassion for his brother's boredom in the temple, seizing the rare opportunity of such a grand celebration to let him experience the world. Such a heartfelt display of fraternal affection. How could Zeus dare to conspire against him? Truly remarkable. Athena felt she still had much to learn. The sky was thick with dark clouds, and the incessant rumblings of thunder echoed. Zeus, the king of the gods, stood amidst the clouds, his countenance ominously dark, the howling winds betraying the fury within him. Prometheus's mockery had struck a sensitive chord. In a fit of rage, the god of thunder raised his hand, casting a frigid glare at Prometheus, son of Iapetus, cunning Titan, it seems you are determined to indulge in your tricks. In the name of the divine king, due to your folly, I shall revoke the blessings bestowed upon you by the gods. You shall no longer retain eternal youth, nor be free from affliction. And the spark of fire granted to you shall be reclaimed by me. With Zeus's words, an unseen force descended, stripping the blessings of the goddess Hebe from the newly created humans. Hebe's expression darkened. Was it truly fair to strip away my blessings simply because you quarreled with Prometheus? The flames that blazed upon the earth detached from their vessels, soaring skyward, coalescing into a flicker of fire within the hands of the king of gods, which he crushed into oblivion. Having completed this act, Zeus cast a profound gaze upon Prometheus, musing that if he could not strike at him directly, he would instead target the very humans he cherished, watching as his most exquisite creation fell into turmoil. Would he still maintain his composure as he did today? The master of thunder turned away, disregarding the terrified mortals below. Accompanying him was the goddess Hera, who followed in his wake. Yet as she turned, her resplendent violet eyes inadvertently met the deep green of another pair, a fleeting moment of complex thoughts passing through her gaze. With the king and queen of the gods departed, the deities who had witnessed this farcical spectacle exchanged glances. After a brief interval, they began to leave the scene, unwilling to linger. Frankly, they too felt that Prometheus had overstepped in his audacity to mock Zeus for the sake of humanity. In the hearts of these deities, humanity is merely a servant, a tool, absurdly sacrificing the interests of their kin for their whims. Ultimately, only Hebe and Athena remained at the scene. The two goddesses exchanged glances, astonished by each other's lingering presence, yet a silent understanding passed between them, and they chose not to inquire further. Instead, they gracefully descended from the heavens to stand before Prometheus. The prophet seemed unperturbed by the wrath and punishment of the divine king, calmly directing the anxious mortals to gather the remaining offerings, which could be dried and stored to sustain humanity for an extended period. Good day, my noble and benevolent goddesses. I apologize for subjecting you to today's farce, Prometheus greeted, a smile of delight illuminating his face upon seeing Hebe and Athena. I trust you have met my brother, the somewhat dim-witted Epimetheus. The simple-minded deity, responding to his brother's call, approached with a dazed expression, his eyes wandering between the two distinct goddesses as he smiled foolishly, as if beholding a cherished toy. Beautiful brother I want, he exclaimed. The two goddesses instinctively stepped back, feeling a strong aversion to being regarded by such a towering figure. Despite Epimetheus's simplicity, they also feared the potential taint of his foolish divine power. Epimetheus, why don't you go play over there? Prometheus suggested, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features as he quickly sent his brother away. Once Epimetheus had departed, the two goddesses breathed a sigh of relief and returned to Prometheus's side. Your actions today were far from prudent, my lord. While it humiliated that individual before the pantheon. Given his nature, the deprivation of blessings and fire may merely be the beginning, Hebe advised. She could foresee the bleak future for the newly emerged humanity. Suspecting they would tread the same path as before, it appeared that the planning of their cyclical fate must be expedited. You speak wisely, dear Hebe. Since I came into existence in his mind, I possess some insight into his thoughts. The retaliation that the new humanity, or rather you, are about to face is likely far more severe than this, Prometheus acknowledged. Athena, the goddess with keen eyes, aligned herself with Prometheus due to the creative rights of human women, not wishing to witness her ally and the new humanity suffer further retribution from the king of the gods. Thank you for your concern, dear goddesses. I am well aware of the situation, Prometheus replied, maintaining his composed demeanor. With the advent of women, the new humanity was poised to embark on the journey of free propagation. The removal of blessings might indeed help them recognize the preciousness of life and the hardships of existence, for adversity often fosters growth. He turned to Hebe. My dear Hebe, I am grateful for your assistance this time. The item has been left in your temple. As for the nature of the matter, both parties were well aware. Hebe nodded slightly, feeling a stir within her heart as she summoned the divine power of the temple, retrieving the divine artifact. Your Highness Athena, the agreement regarding the creation of women still stands. This is my comprehension of the laws of the soul, a gift to your Highness. Prometheus then produced a piece of golden parchment from his bosom, inscribed with profound divine script. At that time, it will be your collaboration with Her Highness Hebe. A peculiar sense of foreboding accompanied these words, prompting both goddesses to feel an unsettling disquiet. Prometheus, may I inquire about your forthcoming intentions? Hebe ventured to ask after a moment of silence. As for the rest, it matters little. However, Zeus reclaiming the spark of fire does pose a bit of a dilemma. Prometheus gazed skyward, his deep green eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. Surely, your highness, I think you should. Hebe's words trailed off as she noticed the male deity across from her place a finger to his lips, signaling her to refrain from continuing. His handsome visage bore an enigmatic expression, and within his profound eyes, glimmers of light flickered, as if hinting at glimpses of the future. Hebe felt a chill run down her spine. It seemed that everything lay within the machinations of this deity. Chapter 31. The concept of reincarnation. Zeus returned to the hall of the divine king in a fit of fury, slamming the grand doors behind him, even denying entry to his own queen, Hera. The other gods, aware of his recent humiliation at the hands of Prometheus, understood his wrath and prudently retreated to their own sanctuaries, wary of incurring the ire of the enraged king. Well, considering that the lifespan of deities is nearly eternal, Zeus's anger shall likely dissipate within a century or two. It is of little consequence. The doors of the hall remained firmly shut, dark clouds swirling as the god's knuckles pressed against his face, his fury still simmering. Ha! A fragmented laughter escaped through the gaps of the king's fingers, and as he lowered his hand, the quiet chuckles transformed into resounding laughter, as if some monumental joy had befallen him. Prometheus, the wisest of the gods, your cunning is indeed remarkable, but that does not grant you the liberty to deceive all deities with ease. Your arrogance and overconfidence will demand a commensurate price. Zeus raised his head, his brow aglow with an unusual indigo radiance, a divine power of clarity, wisdom, and strategy enveloping him, bestowing upon him a continuous flow of insight. The folly of Epimetheus's divine power was undeniably formidable. Initially, Zeus had indeed been deceived, believing that this prophet had finally relinquished his pride and submitted to him. However, Prometheus had underestimated a deity, the first goddess Métis, daughter of the ancient ocean god Oceanus and the ocean goddess Tethys, the primordial goddess of wisdom. Though Athena relinquished a portion of her essence at birth, the wisdom that remained within Zeus allowed him to pierce through the veil of Epimetheus's ignorance at the crucial moment of choosing sacrifice, revealing the true nature of the offering. After an initial surge of rage, a wave of ecstasy engulfed Zeus as a cunning scheme emerged in his mind. He feigned ignorance and opted for the alluring yet flawed offering on the right. Once the truth was unveiled, he unleashed his wrath, stripping humanity of its blessings and the divine spark of fire. Deprived of robust bodies and the essence of flame, how could humanity survive on a land teeming with beasts? How could they endure the frigid winters? Prometheus would not relinquish the spark of fire, nor would he abandon his thunderous flame. His sole task now was to set the trap and await the prey's inevitable entrapment. Regardless of their success or failure, he was destined to judge their transgressions, inflicting divine retribution upon the new breed of humanity on earth. The warnings of the Moirai, coupled with the burgeoning wisdom of this generation, instilled in him a sense of peril. Zeus desired the annihilation of this generation of humans. As an exceedingly cautious king of the gods, he recognized the source of the threat and resolved to extinguish it before it could fully manifest, much like he had once consumed Métis. Subsequently, he would embark on the creation of a new breed of humanity, one that would not require robust physiques or eternal youth, nor excessively astute souls. They would merely need to survive, procreate, and hold reverence for the gods, providing an endless wellspring of faith. Hebe bid farewell to Prometheus and returned to her divine sanctuary, weary of the intrigues among the deities. She sensed that Prometheus, who feigned great concern and fervor for humanity, might not be as noble and selfless as he appeared. Unable to see through his true intentions, she resolved to disengage. There was no point in ruminating further. Since Prometheus had his own designs, she would not interfere. Her primary focus now was to seize the reins of reincarnation for herself. Paxis, the goddess with golden hair and violet eyes, closed her eyes and summoned her other half from the depths of her being. In the realm of the underworld, within his divine temple, the dark-haired deity, immersed in the contemplation of divine laws, felt a stirring. He closed his dark golden eyes, and his consciousness traversed to a peculiar space to meet his other half. "My lord, have you summoned me because the time has come?" "Indeed, Paxis. A calamity is brewing. Another cataclysm approaches. Within a century, humanity will undergo yet another iteration. It is time to act. Seek out the Lord of Hosts. This matter is of great significance, and we must endeavor to have the mistress of the underworld intervene personally." "I understand." Severing the connection with her other half, Paxis rose, her obsidian wings unfurling from her back. She traversed the vast fields of truth and arrived at the palace of Hades, stepping inside with purpose. In the depths of the underworld, the ebony-haired king of the dead reclined upon his skeletal throne. Before him lay a colossal stone table laden with parchment scrolls as towering as mountains, while the divine seats surrounding him remained unoccupied. The deities of the underworld, unlike their counterparts upon the divine mountains, were not afforded leisure, having endured numerous tribulations. The realm of the dead was teeming with restless spirits, and with an abundance of souls came an influx of responsibilities. It was no wonder that Hades, engrossed in matters of state, found himself overwhelmed with the relentless duties that accompanied his dominion. Thus, when Thanatos captured a soul of significance, the elation that ensued was palpable, as he sought to enlist the spirit as his subordinate to alleviate the burdens he bore. The god of the underworld approached Hades, his wings of obsidian glistening in the dim light, and spoke in hushed tones, "Master of souls and wealth, I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with you, one that pertains to the elevation of our realm." Upon hearing this, Hades' demeanor shifted. He set aside the intricate affairs that occupied his mind and raised his gaze. The mention of the underworld's ascension commanded his attention. The black-haired monarch regarded the modestly radiant deity, his emerald eyes reflecting contemplation and scrutiny. He assessed the god of radiance, who had remained discreet since his inception, and was taken aback by the weighty revelation he had just unveiled. "Kindly enlighten me, dear Paean. What pressing issue concerns the elevation of our realm?" With divine light shimmering in his grasp, Paean produced a scroll crafted from golden lambskin. Presenting it to Hades as he articulated, "The number of restless spirits in the underworld continues to swell. Elysium can no longer accommodate the influx of souls, and the fields of truth are fraught with the wandering spirits of both humans and beasts, resulting in chaos that is increasingly difficult to govern. More crucially, with each passing batch of lives, the earth must expend a portion of primordial energy to forge new souls, which constitutes a significant drain on our world. I propose a concept that would repurpose the souls within the underworld. This would not only alleviate the workload of the underworld deities, but also conserve vast amounts of primordial energy, thereby granting our realm the opportunity for elevation." Hades accepted the scroll, unfurling it to absorb its contents with keen interest. It outlined a visionary scheme detailing the transition of souls from death to the underworld, the mechanisms of judgment, punishment, and reward, culminating in their reincarnation as new life upon the earth. The intricacies were astonishing, evoking admiration and curiosity. This concept was termed reincarnation. The cerulean-eyed king of the underworld sparkled with newfound vigor. After years of wielding power, he comprehended the scroll's immense value. Paean did not exaggerate. Should these measures be enacted, the underworld might finally experience the long-awaited elevation that had been so elusive. Hypnos. Hades summoned the son of Nyx, his most capable ally within the gloomy realm. A deity adorned with immaculate white wings, seemingly out of place in the realm of the dead, appeared within the palace of Hades. With perplexed lavender eyes, she gazed at Hades, uncertain of the reason for his urgent summons. "Hypnos, please deliver this scroll to your mother, the dark-winged Nyx. She shall comprehend its significance upon reading it." Hades instructed as he handed the scroll to Hypnos. "Yes, great lord of the underworld," Hypnos replied. Acknowledging Hades' solemnity, he nodded, accepted the scroll, and unfurled his pristine wings, soaring towards Tartarus, where both his mother and father resided, accompanying their brother, the god of the abyss. Hypnos moved with remarkable speed, and in mere moments, a shroud of darkness enveloped the hall. From this veil emerged a goddess clad in a gown of black starry fabric, her beauty embodying the tranquility, wisdom, and mystique unique to the night, exuding an indescribable nobility that required no embellishments. She stood there, inspiring an involuntary sense of reverence and submission among those present. The embodiment of night, the mother of fate, the supreme goddess Nyx. Supreme goddess, we are honored by your presence. Hades rose to greet the true sovereign of the underworld. Hades, it has been long since we last met. The underworld has remained orderly thanks to your governance. You have done well, the exalted primordial deity expressed, her demeanor devoid of arrogance, instead radiating a warm familiarity that felt like a gentle spring breeze, albeit surprising. It is my duty, Hades replied with a modest smile in response to Nyx's praise. Let us return to the matter at hand, Hades. Was the concept of this reincarnation proposed by you? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Nyx cut straight to the heart of the matter. Recognizing the urgency concerning the world of chaos, the time of primordial gods was indeed precious, and she wished not to squander it on trivial social niceties. Your Majesty Nyx, the idea was put forth by the radiant and death god of the underworld, the son of earth and the abyss, Zeus. Hades directly introduced the dark-winged deity to the primordial goddess. Great goddess of the night, I pay my respects to you. Despite having ascended to the status of a supreme god, Zeus felt an overwhelming pressure in the presence of the primordial deity, striving to maintain a calm facade, concealing his unease from her discerning gaze. The goddess Nyx, ruler of the realm of shadows, cast her gray eyes upon Zeus, a fleeting glimmer passing through them. She offered a soft smile. I remember you. Your arrival has bestowed a blessing of light upon the underworld, and your contributions to the world are well acknowledged. Thank you for your kind words, goddess. It is the duty and mission of every deity to enhance the world's completeness. Ah, if only every god possessed such awareness. Nyx chuckled lightly, non-committal. She then turned her attention back to Hades. Your Majesty, this matter involves numerous deities. Please summon them to the palace, so we may deliberate together. Hades nodded, once again wielding the authority of the underworld to call forth the relevant deities to the palace of Hades. The deities of the underworld sat regally upon thrones engulfed in ethereal blue flames, encircling an immense stone table, patiently awaiting the commands of the primordial goddess Nyx. The denizens of the underworld had been summoned for a significant transformation that would elevate their realm and enhance the world's completeness. To achieve this monumental task, the collaboration of each deity was imperative, promising mutual benefits. Nyx, the goddess of night, cast her gray eyes over the assembled divinities, the overwhelming presence of her primordial power compelling them to straighten their spines, deterred from any hint of negligence. Satisfied, Nyx nodded and gestured to the seated figure of Phorcys, indicating that he could commence, as it was he who had proposed this concept. Esteemed gods, Phorcys began, inspired by the omnipresent laws of the universe. I have observed an increasing number of souls within the realm of the dead, leading to a burgeoning complexity in the affairs of the underworld. His words elicited nods of agreement from the other deities, who labored tirelessly, and, truth be told, resented the disruption to their schedules, pondering the accumulation of unfinished matters. In contrast to the deities atop the divine mountain, who indulged in revelry and hedonism, the gods of the underworld felt a pang of frustration. To mitigate the number of souls and alleviate the burdens upon the gods of the underworld, while also conserving the world's primordial energy, I propose a scheme for the reincarnation of the deceased. As Phorcys concluded, the golden parchment he held radiated light, projecting a vision of reincarnation upon the grand hall. Revealing it from the perspective of a departed soul, the deceased would enter the underworld through the gates of Mount Acheron, the first line of defense guarded by the three-headed hound Cerberus, preventing any nefarious individuals from infiltrating or escaping the realm. Upon passing Cerberus's scrutiny, the souls would then confront the Acheron River. However, the sole ferryman, Charon, rendered the process inefficient. Therefore, I propose the construction of a bridge over the River of the Dead, utilizing underworld stones as the foundation. Charon's role would evolve from ferryman to guardian of the bridge, requiring all souls wishing to cross to pay a toll. As the souls approached the river, the ferryman would no longer be present. Instead, a grand bridge would span the waters, with a bridge guardian stationed at its entrance. Souls would pay the toll and successfully traverse the bridge into the realm of the dead. In the hall, Charon, with his azure skin, displayed visible excitement, casting a grateful glance towards Phorcys. As the ferryman of the Acheron, his duties involved incessant back-and-forth crossings, guiding souls across, a task fraught with monotony. The establishment of the bridge would liberate him from this tiresome role, granting him a measure of freedom. He wholeheartedly endorsed this project. Those who opposed him would face his wrath. Pagos, my dear brother, once this meeting concludes, we shall venture forth to make an oath. Charon's gaze was so fervent that it rendered Pagos somewhat uneasy. Clearing his throat, he continued, stating that upon entering the underworld, the radiance of the nether sun and moon would illuminate the path for the departed souls, guiding them through their ensuing journey. Hecate nodded, acknowledging her role as a guide for the souls of the deceased. The first stop would be the Hall of Hades, where the departed would register their identities and names. All details of their former lives would be documented, with Mnemosyne's assistance being essential in this process. Hades expressed his agreement, noting that these records would serve as a vital source of intelligence. Well done, Pagos, he exclaimed. After their identities are recorded, the souls would proceed to the temple of Themis, the goddess of justice, where her scales would weigh the deeds of the deceased in life, determining their moral standing. Adorned with a golden crown and draped in a white robe, her eyes veiled in a translucent fabric, the goddess expressed no objections. We shall establish a new, smaller hell in Tartarus, where the guilty shall be cast into punishment to atone for their sins, and only upon the cleansing of their transgressions may they move forward. Pagos stated, then turned to Nyx, suggesting that the punishments in this realm be entrusted to her children. Nyx smiled, pleased, for she had many offspring who presided over misfortune, suffering, and torment. This hell seemed tailor-made for them. Once sins are atoned, and for the innocent souls, they would arrive at the temple of Mnemosyne, where the divine power of Lethe would cleanse their memories, restoring their purity before they are reincarnated into the world, reborn anew. Thus, the vision of reincarnation was presented to the deities of the underworld. I am in favor. Charon, with his azure skin, was the first to express his support. I have no objections. Both Themis and Mnemosyne echoed in unison, acknowledging the considerable benefits this endeavor would bestow upon them, leaving no grounds for dissent. I too concur. Yet there is a concern, the moon goddess Hecate interjected, voicing her apprehension regarding the souls that enter the underworld, already tainted by death, devoid of vitality. How could they be revitalized? Hecate, my half-sister. Pagos beamed, his expression radiating selflessness. To establish reincarnation, we must surely involve the gods atop Mount Olympus. As I understand it, there exists a goddess who wields the power of life and oversees the welcoming of new beginnings. I believe she may hold the key to revitalizing the souls. The goddess of life, Hebe? The assembled deities of the underworld involuntarily conjured the image of that legendary goddess in their minds, sinking into contemplation. Nyx, seated in her prominent position, subtly raised an eyebrow, a hint of intrigue gracing her crimson lips as her eyes shimmered with fleeting light. Chapter 32, The Fire Thief. Prometheus, while the deities of the underworld fervently debated the intricacies of establishing reincarnation, a significant event unfolded upon the eternally radiant Olympus. Prometheus, as Zeus had anticipated, stealthily infiltrated the divine mountain to pilfer the sacred fire, and not just any fire, but the very essence of Zeus's thunderbolt. This ancient deity of wisdom, employing an unknown method, extracted a fragment of the celestial canopy from the starless, moonless night governed by the night goddess Leto, utilizing its inherent obscurity and forgetfulness to clandestinely enter Zeus's sanctum. From the blinding, domineering artifact of thunder wielded by the king of gods, he seized a flicker of flame and concealed it within an empty fennel stalk, intending to return it to humanity dwelling upon the earth. Yet, Zeus had long been wary of him, laying a trap to ensnare the unwitting thief. Despite the protective shroud of the nocturnal canopy, Prometheus was ultimately captured during his flight by Apollo and Athena, who had been strategically positioned to guard the sacred fire. These two deities were taken aback by Prometheus's audacious and imprudent act, especially Athena, the goddess of wisdom, who sighed inwardly, recognizing that his actions would undoubtedly intensify Zeus's wrath. After punishing this rebellious deity for defying his will, the resulting fury would inevitably cascade down upon humanity. The fate of the current generation of humans seemed grim, and the hard-won right to create alongside women appeared to be rendered void. After much effort, Prometheus had gleaned nothing of tangible benefit, save for a mere understanding of the laws of the soul, which left Athena feeling increasingly agitated. Son of Iapetus, cunning prophet, relinquish the fire you have stolen, or you shall face the wrath of the king of gods alongside humanity. If he could halt his reckless course now and heed her call for reconciliation, there might still be a glimmer of hope to alleviate the impending crisis. Though the prospect seemed dim, Athena resolved to make an attempt. However, Prometheus paid her entreaties no heed. He remained fixated on steering his divine chariot, racing towards the abode of mankind. Athena and Apollo exchanged glances, recognizing the iron decree of the god king, and with Prometheus's unyielding obstinacy, they felt a sense of resignation. Tightening the reins in their hands, they urged their war chariot into pursuit. Athena's bronze chariot, meant for battle, and Apollo's solar chariot, intended for celestial observation, far outpaced Prometheus's divine vehicle. Before long, the two deities closed the distance to the fire thief. As Prometheus glanced back at the ever-approaching pair, he gritted his teeth and cast aside the nocturnal canopy. The shroud of the starless and moonless night instantly obscured the vision of the two deities, forcing them to momentarily halt their divine chariots. The sun god Apollo and the night goddess Leto are intertwined through their divine lineage, which cannot hinder this deity of light. With a mere flicker of his divine power, he folded the celestial canopy, his heart seething with rage. This Prometheus, who had audaciously stolen the celestial veil of his mother, would surely face his wrath if she were to suffer consequences from this deed. As light re-emerged, it was already too late. Prometheus had cast the fennel stalk down to the mortal realm. The stalk, imbued with the essence of thunder, plummeted from the sky, resonating with a thunderous crash. Its dazzling sparks were breathtakingly radiant, transforming into tendrils of flame that soared to various corners of the earth, bringing warmth and hope to humanity, who were besieged by darkness and beasts. More importantly, an extraordinary wave of energy spread across the land, and the inhabitants inexplicably sensed a newfound clarity in their vision. Something felt subtly different, though they could not articulate what it was. The spark of the soul had ignited, and the flames of civilization began to blaze fiercely. "Ah, my esteemed lords, it seems you have arrived too late," remarked Prometheus, who had ceased his flight and turned to face the two deities in pursuit, a serene smile gracing his countenance. Captured and returned to the divine mountain, Prometheus faced the wrath of the god king as storm clouds enveloped Olympus, and thunder and lightning echoed his foul mood. The gravity of Prometheus's transgression, stealing divine fire, was egregious. Zeus, the king of the gods, summoned the 11 principal deities to the main hall of the gods, exercising his sovereign authority. The deities took their places upon their thrones, while the transgressor, Prometheus, was bound in chains, kneeling at the foot of the assembly, awaiting their judgment. Hebe, of course, was present as well. She gazed at Prometheus, noting his averted eyes and downcast demeanor, and sighed, realizing he wished to disengage from her involvement in this matter. "Prometheus, you have trifled with the gods and stolen the fire. Such sins are unforgivable." Hephaestus, the god of fire and forging, was commanded by Zeus to reclaim the fire from the earth. "Retrieve the fire, for you shall never learn who might one day overthrow your dominion." Yet at that moment, Prometheus lifted his gaze. In his deep green eyes, a flicker of divine wisdom danced, as if unfathomable knowledge coursed beneath the surface. This seemingly frail deity of wisdom exuded an unsettling power that inspired apprehension, suggesting that even your fiercest adversaries would come to know the prophecy's contents. "You." The words of Prometheus ignited Zeus's fury. The god, shrouded in storm clouds, wielded his thunderous bolts, his eyes flashing with pale, electric light. Had he not been wary of the prophecy, he might have struck Prometheus down with a single bolt of lightning. "O great Father God, benevolent king of the gods." While Prometheus's act of stealing divine fire is undoubtedly reprehensible, the mortals of the earth have endured their punishment for an extensive period. They have recognized their transgressions and daily come to the temples of the gods to confess their wrongdoings. Perhaps it would be prudent to grant them another chance and leave the spark of fire with them. Prometheus may have sealed his own fate, yet the inhabitants of the earth are rather blameless. Hebe, in her wisdom, chose to intercede, for it is indeed a tragic affair when the capricious gods engage in conflict while mere mortals suffer the consequences. The arrival of twilight is not entirely incomprehensible in such a context. Hebe asserted that Zeus, the mortals have indeed acknowledged their offenses against the divine. Recently, they have endured hunger, yet persistently honored the gods with their offerings. If you were to reclaim the fire, how could I, as the goddess of home and hearth, fulfill my divine duties? I stand opposed to this proposition. The goddess Hestia echoed her sentiments, stating that Prometheus has wronged you. Settle your accounts with him directly instead of punishing humanity. I too concur. Without the fire, humanity cannot procure sustenance, and deprived of robust bodies, they lose the will to hone their martial skills. The followers of my temple, dedicated to warfare, have dwindled in number. Ares rose, his strikingly chiseled visage and robust physique drawing the attention of Aphrodite, whose jade-like eyes flickered with intrigue, revealing her unspoken thoughts. Setting Prometheus aside, the deities voiced their opinions regarding the decision to reclaim the fire. Hebe, Hestia, and Ares expressed their dissent. Apollo, still nursing a grudge against Prometheus for his transgression involving the night sky, supported Zeus's decision. Aphrodite declared her disinterest, choosing to abstain. Hephaestus, with his gentle demeanor, preferred to remain neutral and also abstained. Athena, wishing to stay out of the fray, likewise abstained. Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and harvest, adorned in green and crowned with a garland of grain, typically resided upon the earth, embodying a gentle and serene spirit. She possessed a profoundly maternal essence and was quite indifferent to matters that did not concern her children. Demeter, too, expressed her desire to abstain from the matter. Poseidon, the nominal ruler of the seas and the earth-shaking god, secretly yearned to cast a dissenting vote to witness his imperious brother face adversity. However, under Zeus's oppressive gaze, he faltered and cast his vote in favor of Zeus's decision. Thus, the assembly found itself in an awkward stalemate of 3 votes for and 3 against, with the crucial vote resting in the hands of Hera, the queen of the gods. All eyes turned to the exquisite goddess with chestnut hair and violet eyes, resplendent and regal. A confident smile graced Zeus's lips. Hera, as his divine consort, had every reason to align with his judgment. Amidst the gaze of the assembled gods, the esteemed Hera spoke. I oppose this. Hera. Zeus rose in fury, incredulously gazing at his divine consort, a tempest of astonishment, confusion, and ire swirling within him at her audacity to oppose his decree. Enough, Hera, he thundered. Do you truly wish to expose the contents of the prophecy to your enemies? Hera, with her violet eyes glancing disdainfully at her wrathful husband, remained unfazed by his ire and coolly reminded him. Her words served to temper Zeus's rage. He cast a somber gaze over the dissenting deities, pausing momentarily upon Hebe, his daughter, who seemed increasingly rebellious, though anger simmered within him. The 12 Olympian deities held their significance, as even the king of gods must heed their counsel. In matters of such gravity, the deities possessed the right to vote on the final outcome. At this moment, the wisdom of Métis began to manifest its divine influence once more. A flicker of realization crossed Zeus's mind, and his expression softened as he settled back into his throne, speaking with measured calm. Since this is a decision of the gods, let the spark of fire remain on earth for humanity's use. Prometheus, the cunning son of Iapetus, caught the king's gaze, now filled with a cruel glimmer. Your transgressions are unforgivable. In the name of the king of gods, you shall be expelled from the ranks of the divine. Hephaestus, god of fire and forging, shall craft chains to bind your powers, and you will be imprisoned upon the distant heights of Caucasus. My faithful companion, the divine eagle, shall feast upon your liver day after day until the end of time. Deities gasped at Zeus's merciless decree, their apprehensions regarding his perilous nature reaching a zenith. It appeared that this king of gods was indeed at odds with the divine wisdom, leaving one to ponder the fate of Métis and Prometheus, this aunt and nephew duo, each ensnared in their own misfortunes. Indeed, Métis and Prometheus shared a lineage, as their mother, the oceanic goddess Clymene, was the daughter of the world encompassing Oceanus and the goddess Tethys. Thus, in terms of blood relation, Prometheus was bound to call Métis aunt. Yet Prometheus remained unperturbed by Zeus's punishment, his demeanor serene as he appeared to accept his impending fate with equanimity. This stoic response displeased Zeus, who sought to avenge Prometheus's earlier disrespect and threats. He proclaimed, as the guide of humanity, Prometheus has committed a grave sin. and thus he shall be imprisoned for life upon Caucasus. Humanity shall require a new leader, and I shall entrust this responsibility to his brother Epimetheus. Epimetheus? The god of folly? Surely you jest. Zeus. Let a fool of a deity lead humanity, for his terrifying divine power can sway even the gods, let alone mere mortals. Zeus, this is clearly a veiled punishment of humanity. At this moment, Prometheus turned his emerald eyes towards Zeus, and the gazes of the two deities clashed in the air. Thick with tension, you wish to unlock wisdom for humanity and forge civilization. I shall drench their souls with the foolish mist of Epimetheus's ignorance, and we shall see how long this flame of civilization can truly burn. Apollo, take this sinner away to face the punishment he so richly deserves. Upon receiving the command, Apollo rose from his divine throne to lead Prometheus away. However, this silent deity suddenly spoke. Wisdom acquired through theft cannot endure. It will ultimately return to its rightful place. Those who profane wisdom shall inevitably face retribution from the laws of wisdom. As he uttered these divine words, a curse fell upon Zeus, an unseen force responding to Prometheus' declaration, bringing punishment upon Zeus, who had devoured the goddess of wisdom, Metis. Zeus's countenance instantly changed, as a dark blue light flickered upon his forehead, trembling as if seeking to escape from this usurper. Its direction of escape was towards Athena, the goddess, clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons, now looked alarmed, glancing uncertainly at her father, who was also gazing at her, his eyes seemingly harboring a vague intent to kill. Alarm bells rang in Athena's mind. She rose to her feet and proclaimed to the laws, "In the name of the goddess of wisdom, Athena, I voluntarily relinquish the inheritance from my mother." As her words were spoken, the flickering divine light upon Zeus's forehead gradually ceased its struggle, forcibly suppressed by Zeus's divine power, preventing its escape. "Well done, my daughter. Your loyalty brings me comfort," Zeus remarked with a satisfied nod at his astute daughter. Athena forced a strained smile as she returned to her divine throne, her back already slick with sweat. The goddess of life, Hebe, observed the farce with a stoic demeanor, marveling at the unfolding drama. Her violet eyes glanced at Athena, revealing a moment of contemplation. It seemed this goddess was not as deeply trusted by Zeus as she had initially presumed. Perhaps there was an opportunity to explore. Silence fell in the main hall as Zeus's voice suddenly pierced the stillness. "Hephaestus, what is your command, great king of the gods?" The ancient, rugged god of the limping form rose to his feet and respectfully inquired, casting a shadow of trepidation over his divine father, fearing that he might inadvertently invoke his wrath and be cast down from the sacred mountain. "After forging the chains that bind Prometheus, I require you to create another entity, a flawless woman, whose beauty rivals that of the deities and possesses an irresistible charm that no man could deny. This I shall bestow as a gift to humanity upon the earth, to celebrate their newfound dominion over the fire." Zeus wore a warm smile, yet no deity truly perceived it as a gift. Chapter 33. A gift from the gods. Prometheus was eternally confined upon the heights of the Caucasus, while the denizens of the earth were entrusted to his brother, the dim-witted Epimetheus. Yet this foolish god was oblivious to the wisdom imparted by his learned sibling, who had taught humanity to observe the cycles of day and night, to understand numbers and symbols, and to tend to livestock. Instead of providing assistance, Epimetheus unwittingly dulled their intellect with his divine influence. Humanity grew less astute, their actions bereft of precision, often muddled and confused. Had the blessings of the goddess Hebe not been stripped away, their bodies would have remained eternally youthful and vigorous, and the flame of civilization within their souls might have fortified them against the folly that Epimetheus imparted. However, with the blessings withdrawn, human bodies began to experience ailments and the ravages of age, rendering them vulnerable to the forces of ignorance. The dual forces of wisdom and folly tugged at humanity, creating a dichotomy within them, a paradoxical existence, as the advancement of civilization was momentarily hindered. Zeus's maneuvering was indeed masterful. The clash between the two gods appeared to favor Prometheus's downfall. The incident of the stolen fire seemed to reach a resolution. Yet the gods knew that the matter was far from concluded. Zeus harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Prometheus, and, consequently, his creations, the current generation of humanity, were destined for a grim fate. Thus, aside from delegating authority to Epimetheus, the great king of the gods began preparing gifts for humankind. Hephaestus, who maintained a cordial rapport with Prometheus, found himself compelled to heed Zeus's orders, despite his reluctance. The craftsmanship of the god of fire and forge was unparalleled. Moreover, his union with Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, even if born of compulsion, bestowed upon him an inexhaustible well of inspiration. Under her influence, the creations of Hephaestus emanated an ineffable allure. With the spirit of a true artisan, Hephaestus dedicated himself to each of his creations, spending countless hours molding the most delicate clay into a perfect feminine form. Once the figure was complete, Hephaestus bore it to the divine temple. At the moment the curtain was drawn back, the gods could not help but exclaim in admiration at her beauty. Aphrodite pouted in discontent, feeling that Hephaestus had crafted her with such exquisite perfection that it nearly rivaled her own allure. Was this not an overreach? However, the god of fire and forge, lost in pride for his creation, paid no heed to his wife's feelings. He stood tall, basking in the accolades and praises bestowed upon him by the assembly of deities. Zeus surveyed the magnificent work with satisfaction, nodding in approval as he turned to his two daughters, Hebe and Athena. Hebe, daughter of life, it is now your turn to bestow vitality upon this sculpture, he commanded. Hebe, silent yet resolute, stepped forward, her hands radiating a golden green divine light. This ritual was one she had performed countless times before. Repeating it would require little time. The statue soon came to life, its clay-crafted skin transforming into flesh and blood, becoming vibrant and full of life, with a gentle rise and fall of its chest, exuding an aura of purity that evoked tenderness. Athena, you possess the wisdom of Prometheus regarding the essence of the soul. Now, grant this first woman of humanity her spirit. His azure eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an understanding that Athena readily grasped. The power of creation lay in her hands. Yet, she had not anticipated such a momentous occasion. Athena infused the maiden with a soul, but refrained from awakening her immediately, for there was yet another step orchestrated by Zeus. Seeing that the maiden was now imbued with life and spirit, Zeus rose and addressed the assembly of gods. Deities, bestow your blessings upon this maiden. For as the first woman among humanity, she is deserving of this honor. Regardless of their internal musings, the gods approached to offer their blessings. Hephaestus adorned the human woman with a resplendent golden robe woven with threads of stars, accentuating her flawless figure and delicate skin. The goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, granted her the enchantment of love, a charm that could drive men to madness. The goddess of wisdom and craftsmanship, Athena, crowned her with a garland of flowers, enhancing her beauty and bestowing remarkable skills upon her. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, gifted her eloquence and social grace. Apollo, the sun god who also presided over the arts, endowed her with artistic talent, granting her a naturally exquisite singing voice and captivating dance. Hera, the queen of the gods, conferred upon her the self-esteem befitting a woman. As the blessings of the gods enveloped her, the human woman gradually blossomed into a vivid embodiment of charm, stirring the hearts of all the male deities present. At that moment, Zeus, too, offered his blessing, bestowing upon Pandora an unparalleled curiosity to explore the world. Hebe squinted her eyes, for she had delved into the laws of the soul and discerned that Athena, in bestowing a soul upon this mortal woman, had not intentionally granted her wisdom. This human female could be aptly described as governed more by instinct than by reason. Now, with Zeus endowing her with an insatiable curiosity, it was likely that she would soon unveil the fabled box containing all manner of calamities. At that moment, it was Hebe's turn to bestow a blessing. While the gods anticipated she would grant her the gift of eternal youth, Hebe instead spoke softly. The earth conceals many dangers. I bestow upon you the vigilance to sense peril. Trust your instincts and take heed. Upon hearing her words, Zeus narrowed his gaze at Hebe. No matter how artfully she spoke, he could discern the underlying meaning. She was guarding against him. This rebellious daughter, time and again defying him for the sake of those foolish humans, dared to challenge his authority, perhaps believing that ascending to the rank of supreme deity rendered her immune to repercussions. When he found the opportunity, he would have ample means to deal with her. As the gods concluded their offerings, the young woman was awakened. She opened her eyes, her dark hair framing emerald orbs that sparkled like fresh spring leaves, brimming with curiosity about the world. Her youthful vitality rendered her even more alluring. Zeus beheld the maiden before him, his heart lightened, and spoke gently, "You are the first among humans, a woman endowed with every grace. I shall name you myself. Your name shall be Pandora." Pan signifies all, while Dora denotes gifts. This perfect woman, endowed with every talent, is a divine gift to humanity. Hermes, my messenger, Pandora, shall become the wife of Epimetheus, the new leader I bestow upon humankind. You shall escort her to the mortal realm to meet her husband. Yes, esteemed king of the gods, the youthful deity, brandishing a staff entwined with winged serpents, bowed respectfully to accept the task. Zeus then produced a box from his robes, an exquisite oak vessel adorned with resplendent gold and glimmering gems, exuding an unparalleled allure. At last, the gods marveled silently as the protagonist of the day made her entrance. Hebe regarded the box with a complicated heart. The famed Pandora's box, celebrated in later myths, concealed beneath its beautiful exterior an endless array of calamities. Within lay the shadows of humanity: jealousy, anger, sloth, greed, lust, slander, and all manner of darkness inherent in the human soul. Merely stifling the emergence of human wisdom was insufficient for Zeus. He sought to taint their souls, transforming them into a degenerate existence intolerable to the gods, thereby justifying their erasure from the earth. However, Zeus did not seek total annihilation. He preserved a glimmer of hope at the bottom of the box for humanity. When calamity ravages the earth and humanity faces extinction, hope takes it upon itself to select a pair of mortals, revealing to them the divine oracle from the king of the gods. Guided by this celestial mandate, they are destined to forge a new race of humanity. In accordance with the gods' vision, under the watchful gaze of the deities, Hermes brings the newly born Pandora into the realm of mortals. Such a flawless woman naturally draws the attention of humankind, who have never before laid eyes on a female. Upon their first encounter, they are struck by her beauty and charm. Even a single strand of her hair emanates an intoxicating fragrance. They quickly embrace Pandora, welcoming her presence and expressing a desire for her to dwell among them. However, Hermes does not leave Pandora in their midst. He instead leads her directly to the abode of Epimetheus. Though this seer lacks a temple of his own, the gratitude of humanity towards Prometheus and the respect for his lineage have bestowed upon him a splendid dwelling for his residence. Hermes calls out the name of Epimetheus, and soon two figures appear behind the door, one large and one small. The tall figure, with a simple-minded expression, is none other than Epimetheus. Accompanying him is the youth, Deucalion, the son of Prometheus and the Oceanid, Pronoia. Like his father, he possesses no divine essence. Indeed, his fate is more tragic, for he has not inherited the divine forms of his parents. His body is akin to that of a demigod, growing at a pace far slower than that of ordinary deities, rendering him perpetually in the guise of a boy around the age of 10. After their father was captured, this prophetic youth took on the responsibility of caring for his uncle, living alongside Epimetheus. As Hermes approaches, Deucalion steps forward to pay his respects, and upon catching sight of the nearly perfect Pandora, he feels an inexplicable unease, despite lacking divine power. He has inherited his parents' wisdom and foresight, stirring a sense of conflict within him. Epimetheus also greets Hermes. Hermes, with a disdainful smirk, silently scorns this foolish god, lamenting that such exquisite beauty as Pandora should be wasted on him. Following the king of the gods' directive, in celebration of humanity's newfound access to fire, the deities have prepared a gift for mortals, the first woman, the flawless Pandora, who shall also become your wife, Epimetheus. While Hermes internally critiques the situation, his countenance remains unchanged, adorned with a warm smile as he introduces Pandora. Despite Prometheus's repeated warnings to his brother against accepting any gifts from the heights of Olympus, Epimetheus, upon beholding the incomparable beauty of Pandora, casts aside all of his brother's counsel. He gazes intently at Pandora, grinning foolishly at the happiness he believes awaits him. Diocles gazed at Pandora, hesitating for a moment before raising his head to address his uncle, Epimetheus. "My dear uncle, the father god once advised us not to accept gifts from the divine mountain." He faltered mid-sentence, for the gaze of Hermes, the winged messenger of the gods, pierced through him like a venomous serpent, warning him that further speech might render him forever mute. Ultimately, Pandora chose to remain among mortals, living as Epimetheus's wife, thereby sowing the seeds of calamity for humanity's future. On the slopes of the Caucasus, a deity bound in chains shifted his gaze toward the realm of mortals, exhaling a heavy sigh, before murmuring to himself, "Zeus, do you truly believe you have triumphed?" Meanwhile, 3 esteemed visitors arrived at the divine mountain. They were Hades, ruler of the underworld and lord of guests; Nyx, the formidable and enigmatic embodiment of night; and Gaia, the primordial mother of all deities, the very source of creation and embodiment of the earth. They came quietly, bringing with them the conclusions of deliberations regarding the cycle of life. With the purpose of addressing 2 lingering issues, the guidance of souls departed from the earth and the revitalization of those souls. While Hades was manageable, the arrival of the goddesses Nyx and Gaia stirred the very foundations of the world. Zeus, sensing an imminent challenge, hastily extended the highest honors to welcome them and summoned the other major deities of Olympus, along with the myriad gods residing on the mountain, to convene in the Grand Hall. Another meeting? It seems these gatherings have become alarmingly frequent. The gods grumbled, feeling the burden of recent events weigh heavily upon them, disrupting their accustomed indulgences. Yet upon entering the Grand Hall and beholding the 2 primordial deities seated in positions more exalted than that of Zeus himself, all expressions of discontent vanished. In their place arose an air of reverence, a posture of attentive humility. Such was the stature of the primordial gods that even the king of the gods found himself at a loss to compare. Chapter 34. The struggle for power. The 2 revered primordial deities, embodiments of night and earth, stirred by matters of profound significance, had made their way to Olympus. Once all the gods were gathered, Zeus, with a warm smile, inquired of the primordial goddesses, "What brings you to Olympus, esteemed ones?" "Your Majesty, we have come because a matter regarding the ascension of the world requires the cooperation of several deities from the mountain," replied the goddess with gray eyes, her tone gentle and devoid of any sense of superiority despite her status. The goddess, radiant with a cool and ethereal glow, conjured a golden fleece scroll in her alabaster hands. This scroll bore a striking resemblance to the one previously produced by Prometheus, albeit larger in size. For the collaborative discourse among the gods of the underworld had enriched the concept of reincarnation with numerous intricate details, rendering the former scroll insufficient. Nyx, the goddess of night, cast the golden scroll into the air, and a resplendent divine light illuminated the notion of reincarnation before the assembly of gods. The divine beings present were profoundly astonished by this unprecedented and grand concept, with some astute deities already contemplating the potential benefits to be gleaned from it. However, the proposal originated in the underworld, where the arrangement of its myriad details had been firmly established by the gods of the realm of the dead. The deities from the celestial mountains found themselves at a loss, unable to intervene effectively. Even if opportunities existed, they were akin to trivial scraps, insipid to consume, yet regrettable to discard. Zeus observed the reincarnation concept before him, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation. His azure eyes involuntarily flickered towards his elder brother Hades, who sat silently beside him, his countenance inscrutable. Among the pantheon, it was not Prometheus, Athena, or even Poseidon whom Zeus feared most, but rather his taciturn elder sibling. Hades remained ever composed, unfazed even when relegated to the harshest of environments, the underworld, overshadowed by the 3 primordial mountains. He accepted this fate in silence, subsequently assuming his responsibilities in the realm of the dead. At the time, the gods presumed that among the 3 sovereigns of heaven, sea, and underworld, Hades was in the most wretched position. Yet it turned out that Poseidon fared far worse. Though Poseidon commanded the vast and resource-rich oceanic realm, he contended with formidable adversaries, including the 3,000 sea goddesses birthed by the ocean goddess Thalassa, and the ancient sea deity Pontus, alongside his numerous progeny. He faced the wise elder Nereus, emblematic of the ocean's benevolence, the miraculous Thaumas, the wrathful Phorcys, the perilous Ceto, and the powerful Eurybia. These 2 factions of oceanic gods effectively monopolized the essence and divine responsibilities of the seas. As a newly appointed sea king, had it not been for the dominion granted by the earth-shaking deity and the formidable power over tsunamis, coupled with his marriage to Amphitrite, the beloved daughter of Nereus, renowned as the Pearl of the Deep, Poseidon would likely have struggled to establish even a palace befitting his title. Why else would Poseidon have sought allegiance with Zeus, ascending the divine mountain to secure a position of authority when he wielded so little actual power, leading to a stifling existence? Zeus himself was not without his tribulations. Although he had been elected king of the gods, he found himself surrounded predominantly by titans who had either supported him during the Titanomachy or had surrendered to him, along with the offspring of the condemned who had not participated in the war. Only the heavens knew the extent of Zeus's efforts to solidify his rule atop the divine mountain. To one's astonishment, it is Hades who ultimately enjoys the most prosperous existence, at least in the eyes of others. Upon entering the underworld, he is greeted with fervent enthusiasm by the deities of the nether realm. The three primordial gods explicitly declare their disinterest in participating in the governance of the underworld, entrusting all affairs to Hades. Nyx and Erebus even go so far as to send their offspring to assist him. With such ease and power in his grasp, he becomes the envy of many. Were Hades aware of their sentiments, he would undoubtedly spit in their faces, urging them to first visit the Hall of Hades and confront the mountain of bureaucratic duties awaiting him before they dare to speak. Returning to the matter at hand, the concept of reincarnation proposed by the goddess Nyx has largely been appropriated, leaving only the position of the guide for the deceased on earth and the authority to ignite the spark of life within souls, which remains devoid of suitable candidates. We have established the entrance to the underworld at Mount Acheron, necessitating a deity to guide the souls to that location for their passage into the realm of the dead. Nyx has now highlighted the position of soul guide, hoping that a god might step forward to assume this role. Yet, among the deities of the mountain, either the responsibilities do not align with this position, or they are simply unwilling to undertake such a burdensome task, remaining resolutely silent and refraining from volunteering. Hebe watches in exasperation. Guiding the deceased, although devoid of the acquisition of worship, is a crucial element of the cycle of reincarnation, beneficial to the world. Over time, the will of the world may bestow favor upon those who contribute, granting them ascension. Were it not for her prior commitment to bestow the authority of life, she too would eagerly seize this role of guide. Yet, the gods fail to grasp the underlying significance, perceiving only the toil involved, and thus they recoil in fear. To suggest a god among you, and yet witness such procrastination, while indulging in hedonistic pleasures, what purpose do you serve? As the deities continue to dither without presenting a candidate, it is Gaia, the mother of earth, who erupts in frustration before Nyx can utter a word. This primal deity, who once lent her life-giving vessel to Prometheus for the creation of humankind, and whose temple was ravaged by the serpent, is now truly revealed to Hebe. Gaia, the primordial god born from chaos, the very foundation of all creation, appears robust and regal in her golden robes, adorned with a crown etched with the essence of the earth. Her visage radiates motherhood and immense authority, yet bears the weight of fatigue, contrasting sharply with her younger and more beautiful sister, Nyx. The reason lies in her history. When Gaia first emerged, she too was a youthful and vibrant primordial deity. However, influenced by the power of Eros, she embarked on a life of continuous procreation, first giving birth to the star-studded Uranus, and subsequently, alongside him, to the giants and titans. This process of nurturing these gods and monsters has siphoned much of Gaia's essence, and although she is revered as the mother of all gods, only she comprehends the truth beneath this glory. She has become the lowest among the primordial beings. To refer to her as an ancestral deity is fitting, for she is a divine entity birthed from the very essence of existence itself. The wrath of the goddess Gaia has been kindled, casting an unsettling silence among the gods within the great temple. This formidable primordial deity is known to act fiercely, even against her own progeny. Thus, it is hardly surprising that she would not exhibit kindness towards a generation of gods who are distanced from her by both lineage and time. Oh, magnificent mother of the gods, resplendent Gaia, I implore you to temper your fury, Zeus interjected, hastily seeking to mediate the situation. In his mind, he contemplated a suitable candidate to appease Gaia. I shall propose Hermes, the son of Maia, the messenger of the gods. His eloquence is unparalleled, guiding souls with finesse, and his winged sandals grant him speed, rivaling the winds, making him an ideal choice for the role of the guide of the departed. Upon being named, Hermes found himself the center of attention among the deities, although he had yet to ascend to the status of a supreme god. Currently wielding only the modest power of a second-tier deity, he felt an overwhelming weight of pressure, his countenance stiffening in response. Why must it be me? He pondered, recalling the swift Iris, the goddess of the rainbow, and questioning why she was not chosen instead. However, recognizing the futility of opposing his divine father and the primordial goddesses, this cunning and agile deity donned an expression of surprise and delight as he stepped forward. I am truly honored to be entrusted with this position by the king of the gods and the two esteemed goddesses, Hermes expressed, grateful for the recognition. I shall expend some of my essence to create two subordinate deities to assist me in fulfilling my duties. Gaia scrutinized Hermes with her deep green eyes, her critical gaze reflecting the gravity of the matter at hand. The elevation of the world was contingent upon this decision. Should the world ascend, the primordial energies of the earth could be replenished, making her cautious and discerning in her choice. After careful consideration, she concluded that although Hermes possessed modest power, his divine role indeed aligned well with that of the guide of the departed, and she nodded in acceptance. With the selection of the guide of the departed settled, the next crucial task loomed, the bestowal of the authority to grant new life to souls tainted by death. The significance of this power was not lost on the assembled gods, and the atmosphere thickened with tension, each deity eager to claim this coveted authority for themselves. Yet, in truth, few among them possessed the competitive strength to vie for it. When her turn arrived, Hebe, no longer hesitating, rose to make her claim. The goddess with golden hair and violet eyes stood tall, her life-giving scepter gleaming with brilliance. I am the goddess of life, the creator and protector of humankind, and the bearer of the divine roles of childbirth and youth. The power to grant new life to souls should rightfully belong to me. Undoubtedly, Hebe had a significant advantage, yet the other gods were unwilling to relinquish such a substantial prize without contest. Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and harvest, also rose, abandoning her previous reticence to stake her claim. I am the goddess of agriculture and harvest, holding a significant place in the realm of life. The vitality upon the earth has always been bestowed by me, and I believe this dominion rightfully belongs to me. The bright-eyed goddess Athena, gritting her teeth, rose to her feet and declared, I am the creator of the first woman. The essence of the soul is within my grasp. I too possess the ability to breathe new life into the soul. This authority should rightfully belong to me. The sun god Apollo also stepped forward, radiating the gentle glow of the morning sun. The brilliance and warmth of the sun are the very source of vitality for all beings. As the sun god, I equally possess the authority over life, and I shall cleanse the souls of their stagnation with the light of dawn, rekindling the flame of existence. The deities exchanged glances, with a palpable tension permeating the divine hall. Lady Demeter, your domain is inherited from the god of growth, Chris, governing the flourishing and withering of plants upon the earth. Bestowing vitality upon human souls seems rather inappropriate, for if newly born humans were to become as motionless as plants, it would not bode well. Of course, Hebe was the first to oppose Demeter, the most formidable competitor. All life is equal as her souls. My endowment will only grant humanity a tranquil disposition and gentle instincts. Demeter retorted, casting a glance at Zeus. Though this goddess typically refrains from contention, she is indeed a sagacious deity, aware of how to appeal to Zeus for support. Lord Apollo's morning radiance, while gentle for living beings, is it truly wise to assume you can control the intensity so as not to incinerate the souls of the departed? If one soul can be so delicately handled, what of 10, 100, or countless others? Athena, ever the embodiment of wisdom, swiftly seized upon Apollo's vulnerability, launching her attack. This is a struggle for authority. Let us set aside public sentiment and camaraderie for the moment. There is no need for your concern. For granting new life to departed souls through the laws of the soul is no different from reshaping a soul entirely. The establishment of reincarnation aims to conserve primal energy, and your initiative runs entirely counter to this purpose. You, The deities found themselves embroiled in a fierce debate, each unwilling to relinquish their claim over the dominion of life. Ultimately, their gazes turned towards the most authoritative figures present, the two primordial deities, along with Zeus and Hades. A faint smile graced Zeus's lips, as arcs of electricity flickered in his hands, the lightning coiling around his fingertips like a serpent. The expressions of the gods shifted, for within that thunder, they sensed the essence of life. Thunder not only signifies destruction, it also possesses the formidable power to stimulate growth and bring forth nourishing rains. Moreover, as the king of the gods, I am the sovereign of all life, and the authority of reincarnation should reside in my hands. The gods were utterly unprepared for this unforeseen intervention, as a new contender emerged amidst their prolonged debate. Athena, Apollo, and Demeter exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of retreat in the other's eyes. What was there left to contest? After all, they were facing the king of gods. To vie with him for power was to invite his inexorable vengeance in the future. Although the allure of the dominion over reincarnation was enticing, the memory of the Prometheus incident weighed heavily upon them, discouraging any desire to provoke the wrath of this divine monarch. The two primordial deities remained silent, their eyes half closed, as if unwilling to meddle in the decisions of the gods residing upon the sacred mountain, choosing instead to observe from a distance. Just as the pantheon believed that all was settled and that the authority of reincarnation would soon be claimed by Zeus, a wondrous gold and blue light illuminated the main temple. The gods felt an unprecedented and extraordinary force, a power that transcended death and embraced life, a miraculous resurrection. Resurrection? The goddess with golden hair and violet eyes radiated divine light from her brow, her lips as crimson as roses uttering sacred words with deliberate clarity. I am the master of the divine essence of resurrection, the bearer of the highest mysteries of life. Reincarnation exists because of me. Chapter 35. She has grown. Reincarnation exists because of me. The goddess's declaration resonated with gravitas, as the gold and blue divine light enveloped her, enhancing her regal and resplendent presence. Such audacity, such dominance, rendered the gods momentarily speechless. They were profoundly astonished, awed by this goddess who once again defied all expectations, wielding an unprecedented and formidable power. They were equally stunned by her audacity to openly challenge her father, the supreme ruler of Olympus, King Zeus, for authority. Even Apollo, who had often been at odds with Hebe, found himself compelled to respect this goddess in that moment. Her courage and decisiveness, even in the face of adversity, overshadowed the formidable Athena, known for her prowess in battle. Did they not witness how, during the Prometheus incident, this goddess had willingly relinquished the wisdom she could have easily seized to quell Zeus's wrath and jealousy? The gods, like Zeus, were taken aback. Previously, his regard for Hebe had been one of mere dissatisfaction, akin to a higher power's discontent with a disobedient subordinate. He could have easily dismissed her, allowing her to face the consequences of her actions. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that his daughter had quietly orchestrated such a monumental feat, manifesting the divine essence of resurrection through some unknown means. With such a magnificent power at her disposal, his own lightning seemed trivial and laughable in comparison. Indeed, Gaia, the mother of earth, and Nyx, the personification of night, brightened at the sight of the shimmering resurrection light emanating from Hebe. It appeared to be the choice of the world's will. Although the gods had earlier showcased their divine powers in an attempt to contribute to the world, Hebe's accomplishments in the realm of life were undoubtedly exceptional, perhaps even unparalleled. In the depths of night, the goddess Nyx gazed with her gray eyes upon the golden-haired deity, her expression a blend of admiration and an enigmatic depth. She then turned her gaze to her sister, the mother of earth, Gaia. Gaia, my illustrious sister, to whom do you believe the authority over life should be entrusted? In truth, the best candidate was well known to all, yet out of respect for her elder sister, Nyx humbly sought her opinion, placing the decision in her capable hands. Indeed, Nyx's deference rendered Gaia's demeanor considerably more pleasant, and her eyes fell upon Hebe, a goddess she regarded with unwavering satisfaction. The resurrection of this divine essence inherently possessed the miraculous power of life emerging from death. Remarkably, its impact on the soul was nearly negligible, for it did not, like other deities, cleansed the soul through the addition of divine power, but rather nourished it with the very essence of death it had absorbed, igniting the flames of life, allowing them to blaze forth vibrantly. This was a boon for the world, a conservation of primal energy. As a foundational element of existence, she naturally rejoiced in matters beneficial to the realm. As the original custodian of the laws of life, I, Gaia, the mother of earth, acknowledge your status and glory, granting you, goddess Hebe, the authority to bestow new life upon the departed. In recognition of this, I shall bestow upon you the glorious golden apple tree. From the palm of the regal goddess, a wondrous sapling emerged, its branches and leaves gleaming with a luster unique to the purest gold, shimmering resplendently in the light of the temple, captivating and enchanting all who beheld it. This, of course, was merely a sapling split from the mother tree. Should Hebe desire it to bear resplendent golden apples, she must nurture it with her divine essence. In that moment, the eyes of the gods turned towards Hebe, filled with both envy and admiration. The golden apple tree, a divine artifact, held myriad benefits, but more importantly, it symbolized the blessing and protection of the Mother of Earth. The last appearance of such a gift was at the wedding of Hera and Zeus, when Gaia presented a similar tree to the goddess Hera, a rare honor that had not been bestowed upon any other deity since. It was evident that Gaia was not entirely relinquishing control over this matter. She had observed the recent discord among the gods. While other deities might remain indifferent, Zeus, the king of the gods, had been raised on the expansive island of Crete under Gaia's watchful eye at the behest of his daughter Rhea. She had witnessed his ascent to the throne and was acutely aware of his character and methods. Yet, Hebe was a crucial link in the cycle of rebirth. And without her, the cycle would be rendered imperfect. For Gaia, who relied on the world's ascension to compensate for her own origins, this was intolerable. Thus, by granting Hebe the sapling of the golden apple tree, she signified to Zeus that this goddess was not to be trifled with. Zeus remained silent, his deep-set eyes flickering with the tempest of stormy thoughts. He was acutely aware of the profound significance behind his grandmother's actions, though he felt an undeniable resentment. The transcendent status and authority of the primordial gods in this realm compelled him to swallow his pride. At that moment, the king of the gods felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, a simmering anger with no outlet. Such restless emotions stirred within him, unsettling the very essence of his wisdom, which yearned to escape. How could one devoid of rationality claim to possess wisdom? Zeus hastily sought to calm his tumultuous thoughts, recalling the source of his disquiet, Prometheus. He remembered that Prometheus had a seemingly favorable relationship with Hebe, and thus decided to hold him accountable. Quietly, he instructed his loyal companion, the eagle, to be particularly ruthless in executing the punishment today. The primordial deities unanimously decided that the authority to bestow new life upon souls in the cycle of reincarnation was no longer a matter of dispute. The gods could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. Once the cycle was officially established, Hebe's position on the divine mountain, nay, in this world, would become unassailable. It was no wonder she dared to challenge her father in a contest of power. Having concluded their discussions, it was time to return to the underworld to continue their preparations. Establishing these facilities and locations was no trifling matter. However, did any of the gods from the divine mountain wish to lend their assistance in the underworld? The deities exchanged awkward glances, hesitating to respond. To dwell in the underworld, a realm devoid of any comforts, would surely dim their divine radiance. Who would voluntarily seek such misery? Goddess nix mirdi spoke in jest. For the grand design had already been set. She rose to depart, as she was the embodiment of night and preferred the tranquil depths of the underworld, accompanied by Erebus, rather than the blinding light of Olympus. Gaia, too, felt no desire to linger. For many years, she had been in deep slumber within the earth, restoring her essence, largely oblivious to earthly affairs. Otherwise, she would have reacted to the destruction of her temple. Had it not been for the monumental significance of the reincarnation cycle, she would have remained entirely uninvolved. The two esteemed primordial deities stood to depart, prompting the other gods to rise and pay their respects, extolling their greatness with utmost reverence as they watched them exit the grand hall, disappearing from sight. With the departure of these two formidable figures, the gods collectively exhaled, Yet the atmosphere within the hall remained heavy with silence, as they awaited the response of the reticent king of the gods, Zeus. After a prolonged pause, the master of thunder, the god of stormy clouds, suddenly rose and approached his daughter, the goddess with the fair arms, the regal Hera with her formidable gaze. Abruptly appeared before her beloved daughter, her expression stern. She regarded Zeus with a countenance reminiscent of a mother leopard guarding her young, imbued with primal ferocity and madness. Zeus had no doubt that should he take any further reckless action, Hera would not hesitate to sever their bond, extending her claws toward him. The sound of armor clashing resonated coldly as Ares, the god of blood and warfare with a physique of perfection, rose to stand beside his mother and sister. His dark red eyes concealed a fervent battle spirit and vigilance. To safeguard his mother and sister, the valiant god of war was prepared to challenge the shackles of hierarchy and confront his supreme father. Hesitant yet earnest, Hephaestus took a moment to glance at his formidable father, then at his mother and sister. Ultimately, overcoming his inner trepidation, he stood up. Though the god of the lame walked with a slight stumble, each step he took was imbued with unwavering resolve as he positioned himself beside his mother and siblings. His gaze towards Zeus shining with an unprecedented brilliance, illuminated by a fiery essence akin to molten lava. Hestia, the gentle goddess and elder sister of Zeus, had quietly taken her place beside Hebe. Do not underestimate this goddess. She is the firstborn of the former king of the gods, Cronus, and the queen, Rhea. Although she now holds the dominion over the hearth and the guardian of home, it is a reflection of her nature rather than a lack of options. Before Hephaestus, the very essence of flame was under her control. During the Titanomachy, her blazing fire had cast a substantial shadow in the hearts of the deities. Zeus observed the divine figures standing defiantly before him, his expression dark as the deepest abyss of the sky. Hera, Ares, Hephaestus, and Hestia, 4 of the 11 principal deities on Mount Olympus, had openly risen against him for Hebe's sake. Unbeknownst to him, his daughter had amassed such a formidable force. At this moment, his gaze towards Hebe transformed. He recognized, for the first time, that she was no longer the once seemingly useless third-tier goddess of youth who could be summoned or dismissed at will. The girl who had once regarded him with deference, yearning for his affection and protection, now resembled a soaring eagle, revealing her sharp eyes and fierce talons. Hebe, goddess of life and rebirth, holder of a principal divine seat on Olympus, had become a presence capable of standing in opposition to him. If not for the knowledge that the prophecy foretold a male would overthrow his reign, Zeus might have believed that Hebe was the prophesied child. "Oh, my daughter, the beautiful and noble Hebe, as your father, I must express my deep contentment at your acquisition of the authority over the cycles of life. You have truly grown. Thank you for your praise, my great father, the supreme ruler of the divine mountain. My achievements today are also a result of your nurturing." Both deities were aware that pleasantries were mere formalities as their eyes met, laden with deeper implications. The wise king of the gods maintained his unwavering demeanor, appearing genuinely jubilant, his smile widening with each moment. He raised his hands high, his voice resounding like thunder throughout the temple as he proclaimed, "In celebration of your esteemed appointments, Hebe and Hermes, by the 2 primordial deities, I shall host a grand banquet upon the divine mountain to commemorate this joyous occasion." The softened disposition of the king of the gods brought a sigh of relief to the assembled deities. Accustomed to a life of stability, they were fearful of inadvertently igniting another divine conflict. However, with Zeus's declaration, the gods dutifully adorned their faces with smiles, extolling the greatness and wisdom of their sovereign, while offering heartfelt congratulations to Hermes and Hebe. Yet, the true sentiments nestled within their hearts remained known only to themselves. With the king's command, the nymphs atop the divine mountain knew not to tarry. They fluttered their translucent wings, bearing goblets of exquisite wine, succulent meats, and the freshest of fruits, bustling about the square of Olympus in service to their masters, who reveled in merriment. The focal points of the banquet, Hebe and Hermes, drew considerable attention, particularly Hermes, who, since his birth, had never been showered with such honors. The flattery from the gods momentarily lifted his spirits, alleviating his resistance to his role as the guide of souls. As for Hebe, her status upon the divine mountain was unparalleled, as a high goddess endowed with the power of a principal deity. She would only grow stronger with the formal establishment of the cycle of reincarnation. Having expressed her desire for tranquility, the gods dared not disturb her peace. Yet she remained the center of their gaze. Athena, holding a golden goblet filled with intoxicating wine, found it rather unremarkable as her thoughts wandered elsewhere. Her attention was captivated by the goddess with violet eyes, a frequent creator of legends, whose silver-gray gaze hinted at deep contemplation. If only I could assist you. Perhaps His Majesty Hades, the sovereign of wealth and souls, would extend his greetings. Hebe, raising her goblet, approached her enigmatic uncle, the cloaked ruler of the underworld, Hades. To think that you, forever surrounded by vitality, would approach me, a god enveloped in the essence of death, truly astonishes me, Hades remarked, his emerald eyes reflecting surprise at her sudden engagement. Life and death are but two facets of the same world. Death brings tranquility to all and deserves reverence, Hebe articulated, causing Hades' eyes to gleam with interest as he raised his goblet in tribute to the golden-haired goddess. Your perspective is indeed unique. Yet your visit cannot merely be for a discussion of the world's mysteries, can it? Hades, having observed the preceding commotion, could subtly discern the purpose behind Hebe's approach. With a gentle smile, Hebe did not meander, but plainly stated her intent. The primordial deities have entrusted me with the authority to bestow new life upon the departed, and I believe it is imperative for me to converse with the denizens of the underworld regarding the particulars. Hades raised an eyebrow. This goddess was indeed astute, aware that she had provoked the imperious king of the gods and sought refuge in the underworld. Nevertheless, it mattered not. The intricacies of reincarnation certainly warranted discussion. While others may fear his divine brother, he harbored no such trepidation. Should one wish to invade his realm, it would be prudent to first consult the three primordial deities that stood behind him. Offering a favor to this goddess would, in turn, yield benefits for himself. In the name of the Lord of the underworld, where the daffodils and poplars flourish, whisper my divine name in your heart, and the gates of the netherworld shall be opened unto you. Upon hearing this, Hebe beamed with a breathtaking smile, clinking her golden cup against Hades in gratitude for his generosity. Meanwhile, in a corner of the banquet, the silver-haired and ethereal Artemis sipped her wine, her expression clouded with melancholy. She cast a complex glance towards Hebe, who was animatedly conversing with Hades. The jealousy she once felt had long since vanished, when one is so vastly overshadowed. Such emotions only serve to render oneself foolish and naive. At that moment, she was simply disheartened by the obscurity of her own uncertain future. The radiant sun god, Apollo, appeared behind Artemis, for they were twin siblings, and he could naturally sense his sister's turmoil. Artemis, he spoke, as she lifted her gaze, her slate-blue eyes filled with sorrow. You have attained the dominion of the sun, yet my grasp on the moon remains elusive. Selene is excessively cautious. She has never erred. At this rate, how am I to proceed? Apollo interrupted her thoughts, enveloping her in his embrace as he gazed across the banquet at Selene, the full moon goddess, conversing with her sister Eos. A flicker of darkness crossed his eyes. Soon, dear sister, you shall claim the authority of the moon. Chapter 36. Creation of the divine. The revelry among the gods continued unabated. Such is the nature of deities, infused with boundless vitality and near-immortal existence. While a mortal feast might draw to a close within mere hours, for the gods, 2 or 3 days merely mark the beginning, and 10 or 8 days evoke the height of merriment, stretching in half a month or a month in joyful indulgence. However, Hades had little time to spare. After granting Hebe passage to the underworld, he rose to depart Olympus, where a multitude of affairs awaited his attention in the realm of the dead. Once Hades had left, Hebe sought out another goddess, one who, though few of words, had stood resolutely under the weight of Zeus's authority to support her aunt and mother figure, Hestia, the goddess of the hearth and home. Esteemed Hestia, I have yet to express my profound respect and gratitude towards you. Thank you for your unwavering support and assistance throughout this time. Despite their familial ties, the gods on the mountain were all somewhat related, and while Hebe was not closely acquainted with this goddess, she felt it imperative to repay the unconditional kindness Hestia had shown her on this day. Should you harbor any desires, please confide in me, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them to the best of my abilities. Hebe expressed her promise, embodying goodwill. motivated by both gratitude and the aspiration to cultivate a favorable rapport with this goddess, wishing to bring her aboard her grand vessel. Life's Hebe. There is no need for thanks. My assistance is not born from a desire for recompense. I act solely in accordance with my inner convictions. Hestia, the goddess of hearth and home, adorned in a modestly styled chiton, concealed her deep brown tresses beneath a hood. Her serene and composed visage was graced with warm orange eyes, reminiscent of a crackling fire, exuding a beauty that was both comforting and pure. She regarded Hebe with a gentle smile, seemingly indifferent to the promises made. Her willingness to assist stemming from a genuine admiration for the goddess who had ascended to her current stature through sheer determination. Unlike other deities, Hebe possessed an innate appreciation and reverence for life and humanity, a selfless kindness that was indeed rare. Moreover, Hestia could not help but quietly lament. She was reluctant to witness her brother Zeus continue to mire himself in the quagmire of desire. As the eldest daughter of Cronus, the former king of the gods, she had witnessed her father, ensnared by the curse of divinity, consumed by his obsession for power and madness, devouring his own siblings one by one. The first time she encountered Zeus, he was the brother who had escaped the fate of being devoured by their father, aided by him and several siblings in their successful flight from the darkness of Cronus's belly. In those days, Zeus was singularly focused on rescuing his kin and overthrowing Cronus's tyrannical reign. He transcended tribal prejudices, rallying every available force, and indeed, under his leadership, the tide turned against Cronus, leading to his eventual overthrow, with Zeus emerging as the new king of the gods. Yet, in the moment preceding Cronus's downfall, a curse akin to that which befell their father, the starry Uranus, was cast upon Zeus, destined to be overthrown by his descendants. From that point onward, Zeus underwent a transformation. Much like their father, the supreme authority of kingship led him astray. In his efforts to preserve his reign, he began to emulate their father, even surpassing him in cruelty, consuming the very womb that bore potential threats. Such madness sent chills down Hestia's spine. She repeatedly voiced her opposition to Zeus's capricious and tyrannical actions, striving to prevent her brother from making further grave errors. However, it appeared that her efforts bore little fruit, as Zeus, embroiled in his animosity towards Prometheus, was poised to annihilate the entirety of humankind. While Hebe was taken aback by Hestia's selfless intentions, she regarded this goddess with profound respect. Such a divine being was unlikely to be found elsewhere upon the sacred mountain. After once again expressing her gratitude to the goddess Hestia, Hebe privately met with her two brothers and Hera, informing them of her impending journey to the underworld to assist in the establishment of reincarnation. Hera nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Zeus currently harbored considerable discontent towards his remarkably talented daughter, and a sojourn in the underworld would allow her to evade his potential wrath. Once reincarnation was officially established, she believed that under the pressure of the primordial deities, Zeus would be deterred from any further petty actions. Nevertheless, the thought of her daughter, who had always been by her side, departing, albeit temporarily, filled Hera with profound reluctance. Grasping Hebe's hand, she carefully advised her, particularly stressing the importance of not consuming any food from the underworld. Hebe listened quietly, savoring her mother's heartfelt affection. Subsequently, Hebe voiced another concern to Hera, expressing her worry that their open support in the divine hall might offend Zeus. She feared that once she left the divine mountain, the jealous king of the gods might unleash his fury upon her mother and brothers. However, the goddess merely chuckled and shook her head. "My wise daughter, there is no need for concern. Both your brothers and I are indispensable forces in maintaining Zeus' dominion over the divine mountain. Even if he wishes to retaliate against us, he will not go too far. Rest assured." Despite lingering unease, Hebe remained resolute in her decision to journey to the underworld, recognizing that one cannot guard against every potential threat indefinitely. Once reincarnation was firmly established, her strength, bolstered by the world's favor, would undoubtedly advance, allowing her to take bold steps. Should she succeed, Zeus' vengeance would no longer be a formidable obstacle. Yet before venturing into the underworld, she recalled her responsibilities as the goddess of winter in the mortal realm. Thus, prior to her departure, Hebe resolved to create several subordinate deities to fulfill her winter duties. Within the Temple of Life, the golden-haired, violet-eyed goddess reached in her chest, extracting a pure white divine essence that radiated a chilling aura, within which danced visions of winter's snowstorms, frost, and auroras. Remarkably, with Hera's assistance, Hebe had previously established her dominion over the seasons, and now the essence bore faint, ethereal silhouettes of the other 3 seasons. Though subtle, they possessed undeniable power. This aspiration was yet another of Hebe's ambitions. In the future, she would seek opportunities to acquire the essence of the remaining 3 seasons, thereby forging a complete divine essence of the 4 seasons. The cyclical nature of the seasons, akin to the human journey from life to death and rebirth, encapsulated the profundity of reincarnation, offering her immeasurable benefits. Closing her eyes, Hebe summoned the omnipresent laws, articulating her desires through divine words. As she clarified the essence of winter, the pure white winter divine essence emitted a dazzling brilliance, quivering as it split to reveal another divine essence. A delicate, petite divine essence of gray and white emerged, and, as it manifested, a flurry of feather-like snow swept through the grand hall, influenced by its divine power. The essence freely evolved and soon transformed into a youthful goddess. She possessed bright, large black eyes, flowing silver hair, and donned a gown fashioned from clouds, exuding an aura of purity and ethereality. This was Kaone, the goddess of wind and snow, an inferior deity of the 2nd tier, who presided over the winter snowfall. The newly born deity inherently understood her role as the subordinate of the goddess before her. Kneeling on one knee, she offered her loyalty and reverence to the supreme deity before quietly standing aside, awaiting the birth of her fellow companions. Another divine essence was revealed, radiating an icy blue power, which instantly adorned the ever-blooming flowers within the temple with a layer of frost. A young male deity manifested from this essence, his demeanor imbued with a gentleness that contrasted with the coldness of winter. His white curls, azure eyes, and a coat reminiscent of soft lambs accentuated this characteristic. This was Glamin, the god of frost, a 2nd-tier inferior deity, tasked with overseeing the frost of winter. His divine power could cloak plants in frost, providing warmth and protection from the harsh climate, representing the gentleness of winter. Hebe then extracted the essence of the aurora, and amidst its breathtaking brilliance, a beautiful goddess with wings unfurled from her back stepped forth. Her eyes, radiant like the aurora, possessed an enchanting allure that could ensnare one in dreams. This was Aurora, the goddess of the aurora, a 2nd-tier middle deity, shrouded in mystery and dreams, embodying the miracles of winter. Lastly, the most significant divine essence, enveloped in a mist of pastel violet, separated from the winter deities, continuously evolving in midair, giving rise to a tall goddess with platinum hair and violet eyes. Surrounded by a drowsy divine energy, Hebe was astonished to find that this goddess bore a striking resemblance to Hypnos. Save for the absence of pure white wings, she was indeed a female counterpart to the god of sleep. This was Selamos, the goddess of hibernation, a 2nd-tier superior deity responsible for inducing long slumbers in animals during winter to conserve energy and endure the cold, a representation of winter slumber. With these 4 subordinate deities, the fundamental functions of winter could now operate seamlessly. Hebe ceased her creation of subordinates, deeming that sufficient was sufficient. Further division of her essence would jeopardize her divine power tier. Having met my lord, Kaone, Glamin, Rora, and Selamos pledge their unwavering loyalty to you until the world's end, becoming your arms and wings, alleviating your burdens. Hebe nodded in satisfaction. The divine ranks of these 4 subordinates were commendable, and as they were her creations, their loyalty was assured. Entrusting winter to their governance brought her peace of mind. I have felt your loyalty. As the sovereign of winter, I shall also provide you with protection. Not long from now, I shall embark on a sojourn to the underworld, leaving the winter of the mortal realm in your capable hands. Among you 4, Selamos possesses the most composed demeanor, and thus she shall assume the mantle of leadership. As Hebe spoke, she conjured a necklace in the shape of a snowflake, adorning Selamos' slender, alabaster neck with it, and instructed her, aside from your duties pertaining to winter, I require you to remain vigilant, monitoring the slightest stirrings upon the divine mountain. Should any urgent matters arise, grasp this necklace and call upon my divine name. It shall facilitate our communion. Selamos gently caressed the necklace upon her neck, nodding softly to signify her understanding of the divine command. Having fulfilled this task, Hebe refrained from lingering upon the divine mountain, wary of any potential machinations from the god-king should she tarry. With a flourish of her divine power, she summoned a pristine daffodil, holding it in her hand as she whispered the name of Hades. The surrounding space quivered, and a rift materialized in the void, from which tendrils of grayish lifelessness seeped forth, starkly contrasting the vibrant sanctuary of life. This was the portal to the underworld. The goddess, with her golden hair and violet eyes, stepped through the portal, her attendants watching her depart. As the scenery shifted, she found herself upon a desolate and dim plain, gazing up at a purplish-red sun that emanated an eerie luminescence. Master of the essence of life, the noble and benevolent Lady Hebe, I am Ficus, the god of the underworld, and I extend the warmest welcome on behalf of His Majesty, the Lord of the underworld. Hebe turned to regard the dark-haired deity with obsidian wings, a smile gracing her crimson lips. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Lord Ficus, amidst the merciful radiance of the underworld. Meanwhile, upon the divine mountain, a banquet continued to unfold. The full moon goddess Selene, adorned with a lunar crown, raised her golden chalice as she spoke to her sister, Eos, the goddess of dawn. Her ethereal visage bore a subtle melancholy as she confided in her sister, sharing her woes. These troubles were unrelated to her brother, the former sun god Helios, who had been confined, stripping them of his protection and causing their status upon the divine mountain to plummet. The source of her distress stemmed from a shepherd named Endymion. A strikingly handsome young shepherd, he tended to his flock upon the slopes of Mount Olympus in Asia Minor, leading a carefree existence within a tranquil, sunlit valley. On a night illuminated by a radiant moon, as Selene traversed the heavens in her chariot, she serendipitously beheld him, a vision of extraordinary beauty, slumbering in the valley. In an instant, the full moon goddess felt her heart flutter, overwhelmed by an affection for him. Unable to restrain herself, she glided down from the sky and, with fervor, bestowed a kiss upon Endymion's countenance. Realizing her duty to patrol the night, she reluctantly withdrew, returning to the heavens. Yet from that moment forth, she would clandestinely descend each night to rendezvous with her beloved shepherd. Eos, with her rose-tinted fingers, felt a tempest of emotions surge within her as she grasped the golden chalice tighter upon hearing her sister's words. She gazed incredulously at her infatuated sister. Since the loss of Helios's protection, the harsh and unforgiving realities had shattered the once mighty goddess's pride. She had awakened from her former glory and comprehended the precarious situation she and her sister now faced. Eos had become increasingly cautious in her actions, fearful of drawing the ire of Zeus, who had long regarded the offspring of these fallen deities with disdain. To her astonishment, it was her typically composed sister who faltered first. The love-stricken Selene had dared to descend to the mortal realm during her nocturnal vigil, an act that, if taken seriously, could be deemed a dereliction of duty. Selene, my beloved sister, surely you comprehend the consequences of such behavior. We have lost our brother's protection and no longer hold the exalted status we once enjoyed. You must cease these reckless actions, Eos implored, advocating for their future amidst the folly of a mere mortal, whose beauty would inevitably fade with time. Enough! Selene, enchanted by her fervent passion, could not fathom her sister's earnest concerns. When Eos remarked upon the insignificance of her lover's station, Selene's countenance hardened, a cold smile gracing her ethereal features. Eos, how much more noble are you compared to Endymion? You, a mere attendant guiding Helios's chariot, dare to instruct me? With those venomous words that disregarded their sisterly bond, Selene departed, leaving Eos in a state of bewilderment. Unbeknownst to the deities, deep within her eyes, a peach-gold divine power lingered, stirring the heart of Eos, now ensnared by her own romantic turmoil, urging her to seek out her beloved. Chapter 37. The summons of the primordial deity after the initial meeting between the goddess of life, Hebe, and the god of the underworld, Hades. A formal connection had been established. Under Hades' guidance, Hebe arrived at the throne of the Lord of the underworld. As expected, the master of guests remained engrossed in his myriad affairs. Hebe harbored doubts about whether the mountain of parchment truly lessened at all. Your Majesty, Hades, the ruler of souls and wealth, has been presented with Hebe, the goddess, proclaimed the deity with obsidian wings, bowing before him. At last, Hades lifted his gaze from his burdensome duties, revealing a hint of weariness even in a god. Thank you, Paean. You made a part now. Yes, esteemed lord of the underworld. Paean replied with a bow, passing by Hebe without a glance, and exited the divine hall. Hades's emerald eyes rested upon the resplendent, golden-haired goddess, whose vibrant life force was so potent that it caused peculiar, translucent flowers to bloom in the corners of his otherwise desolate realm. The arrival of Hebe was surprisingly swift. Hades had expected this goddess to linger atop the divine mountain for a while longer. With a faint smile, Hebe remarked, to honor the expectations of the primordial deities, I believe it is imperative that we expedite the establishment of the cycle of reincarnation. Surely, His Majesty, the Lord of the Underworld, has heard of the one who entrusted Pandora with a magical box. The annihilation of this generation of humanity is merely a matter of time. If the cycle is not established before that occurs, we may find ourselves expending vital energy to replenish the souls of the new generation created by that entity. Hades furrowed his brow, feeling considerable dissatisfaction with his capricious brother, the God King. These celestial beings never seem to consider the consequences of their actions, while they may find joy in unleashing punishments to vent their wrath. Once their tasks are complete, they simply depart, leaving the aftermath to the Lord of the Underworld. Heaven knows how troublesome it is to deal with those souls on a daily basis. Preparations for the establishment of the cycle are nearing completion. The construction of the minor hells is still underway, with Hecate appearing quite intrigued and already offering her assistance. It is believed that completion is imminent. What remains is for you, Goddess Hebe, to contemplate how to reignite the flame of life within the souls. I wonder what thoughts you might have on this matter. Hades withdrew a parchment from the table and handed it to Hebe, detailing the current progress of the reincarnation project. The efficiency of the underworld deities was indeed impressive. In such a short time, the ferry across the Acheron, Themis's Hall of Judgment, and Mnemosyne's Hall of Forgetfulness have all been established. It seems that in an effort to reduce the number of departed souls, the underworld has become somewhat quieter, with everyone exerting their utmost. I have conceived certain ideas regarding this matter and wish to discuss them with you, Your Majesty Hades. As Hebe's fingertips shimmered with divine radiance, she conjured a massive stone archway in the air. Souls that have completed all processes will traverse this archway into the mortal realm, embarking on new lives. This involves the mysteries of space. However, Kronos, the master of the essence of space, is currently imprisoned in Tartarus. This will likely necessitate the involvement of His Majesty of Tartarus. Hades nodded, indicating that this matter could indeed be resolved. And how does Your Highness intend to realize the bestowal of new life upon the souls? Having addressed the technical aspects of soul placement, the next crucial step is igniting the flame of life. Will it require inscribing divine runes upon that archway? Your Majesty, behold, the golden-haired, violet-eyed goddess revealed a golden seed in her hand, imbued with an extraordinary divine power that any deity who has witnessed it would never forget. It is the power of resurrection. This miraculous seed, born alongside the divine essence of resurrection, draws nourishment from the essence of death, capable of blossoming into a divine herb with the power of revival. When the time comes, I shall plant it at the gateway of reincarnation, and as souls prepare for their rebirth, the divine herb will bestow upon them the magnificent force of resurrection, igniting the flame of life. As long as there is a continuous supply of lifeless energy to nourish it, the resurrection grass can flourish and perpetually generate divine attributes of revival. Hebe need not personally ignite the flames for the souls of the departed. It would suffice to appoint a deity to oversee the process, rendering it remarkably convenient. This proposal appears to possess a high degree of feasibility. Let us proceed with it. Hades was thoroughly pleased with Hebe's suggestion, realizing that there are indeed capable individuals within the divine mountain. The dark-haired, azure-eyed lord of the underworld cast another glance at the captivating goddess before him and felt a stirring within. Has the esteemed Princess Hebe considered taking up residence in the underworld? The glory that the divine mountain can bestow upon you, I can equally offer, perhaps even more. Should you choose to come to the underworld, I would be willing to share half the authority of the realm with you. This is not a matter of love. Hades holds a deep appreciation for Hebe and believes that, Given her stature and abilities, she is deserving of the title of Mistress of the Underworld. What does this imply? Does Hades wish to make her the queen of the underworld? A warning bell rang in Hebe's mind, prompting her to discreetly take a few steps back, her face adorned with a somewhat awkward smile. I am grateful for your esteemed affection, my lord Hades, yet as the goddess presiding over life, I find myself more inclined towards the vibrant earth. Furthermore, I have duties to fulfill upon the earth during the winter. Your proposal, I must respectfully decline. As Hebe spoke, she silently summoned her divine power, prepared for any unforeseen developments. Although Hades had consistently displayed a demeanor of normalcy and restraint, she held little hope regarding the moral standards of Greek deities, fearing the possibility of a sudden and forceful marriage. Hades, perceptive to the goddess's wariness, felt a twinge of regret, but was not surprised by the outcome. He anticipated that the allure of the queen's position would not captivate such a proud goddess. Regrettably, were there a queen, the burdensome affairs of state could be justifiably shared with her. You need not be anxious. This is merely a suggestion. I fully respect your sentiments. Since you are unwilling, let this matter rest. Sensing that he had startled her, Hades sought to reassure her. Hebe let out a sigh of relief, yet simultaneously felt a sense of awkwardness. Eager to take her leave, she declared, having arrived in the underworld, I have yet to have the opportunity to properly admire its charm. I shall not intrude upon your royal duties any longer. With that, she turned to depart. Princess, it will be prudent to temper your aura of life. This is the realm of the dead, a congregation of all that is lifeless. They possess an almost frenzied obsession with life. If you venture out unaccompanied by a deity of the underworld, I fear that within mere moments, the spirits within may begin to riot. Realizing her oversight, the goddess promptly restrained her divine radiance. When she looked again, her essence of life had been withdrawn, replaced by an aura that commanded retreat. Thank you for your reminder, my lord. Hebe expressed her gratitude to Hades, casting a glance at him as he resumed his administrative tasks. After a moment's hesitation, she ventured to inquire, Great Lord of Guests, do you attend to such a multitude of affairs daily? Is no one available to assist you? The deities of the underworld are indeed preoccupied, burdened with numerous responsibilities each day. The creation of additional subordinate gods would merely be a drop in the ocean, woefully insufficient. Ultimately, they are gods, and with the passage of time, their minds have become less agile. They guard their treasures without realizing their worth. Hebe sighed and ventured to remind them, as the masters of souls, have you yet to comprehend the immense wealth at your disposal? Why restrict your gaze solely to the pantheon? What abounds in the realm of the dead? Souls. Many of the new generation of mortals perished in the calamity of heavenly fire, their souls bestowed by wise seers, exhibiting vigilance and efficiency that rival the gods themselves. Select a few exceptional individuals from among them, delegate administrative duties, and should they excel, grant them divinity, igniting the divine flame within them. Even the weakest third-tier divinity would be a monumental blessing for humanity. Hades' eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, how had he overlooked this? This assembly of underworld deities, accustomed to interacting with the deceased, had failed to recognize their potential utility. Hebe's astute insight was truly commendable. Hebe, goddess of life, I am profoundly grateful for your proposal, which holds immeasurable value for me. From this moment forth, you shall be the most esteemed guest of the underworld. Hades exclaimed, rising with fervor, eager to summon Thanatos to select a group of souls for his choosing. Yet just a few steps away, he turned back, looking at Hebe. Will you not reconsider? With a mere nod, you could become the most revered queen of the underworld. No, thank you for your gracious offer, your majesty. Hebe replied with a gentle smile as she took 3 steps back. I respect you as the lord of the underworld, but please do not overstep. Very well, Hades said, nodding with a hint of regret. Then, my lady, please feel free to roam. Aside from the depths of Tartarus, you may traverse anywhere else at your leisure. With that, Hades hastily departed the temple, seeking to choose his future capable aides. Hebe shrugged, unconcerned, and exited the temple, wandering through the underworld. She first visited the Elysium, where the golden mortals slumbered, and after savoring the beauty therein, she strolled upon the plains of truth. The icy aura surrounding her deterred the spirits from approaching, granting her a rare tranquility. This peace seemed to calm her restless heart, and her thoughts gradually settled, leading her to feel a touch of drowsiness. Suddenly, Hebe opened her eyes, a flicker of annoyance and coldness in her violet gaze. Since the god of sleep has graced us with his presence, might you reveal yourself? Is ambushing a guest truly the hospitality of the underworld? My sincerest apologies, beautiful and noble Lady Hebe. A divine being with pale purple eyes appeared before her, his handsome visage tinged with regret. I merely noticed your fatigue and wished to offer you a delightful dream. Thank you for your kind intentions, my lord. Hebe remained impassive, regardless of whether the intentions were benevolent. The divine power of this deity instilled in her a profound wariness, as it nearly lulled her into an unbidden slumber. No wonder the legends of later generations recounted even Zeus falling prey to such enchantment. It seemed she had evoked disdain. Hypnos, with a resigned expression, acknowledged that his interest in this legendary goddess had prompted him to test the truth of her reputed strength, only to be met with an undeniable display of her prowess. Your Highness Hebe, please believe that I harbor no malicious intent. I must admit, I have indeed offended you. This is a small token of my sincerity. I implore you to forgive my rudeness, Hypnos declared, as divine light shimmered in his grasp, revealing a beautiful artifact. It was a dream catcher, woven from branches and entwined with leather, featuring a complex and exquisite web crafted from cowhide, adorned with colorful gemstones. And drifting beneath, it were a few pure white feathers. This dream catcher possessed the power to ward off nightmares, ensnaring beautiful dreams and bestowing a peaceful night's slumber. Very well, I shall forgive your transgression, Hebe conceded, her demeanor softening upon witnessing his genuine apology. From the memories of her demigod counterpart, she discerned that this deity's craftsmanship was indeed commendable. If you have a matter of importance that brings you to seek my presence, please speak freely. The lords of the underworld were perpetually occupied, and as Hades' chief steward, Hypnos could not be idly trifling. Esteemed goddess, sovereign of life, Hebe, my mother, Nyx of the night, wishes to meet with you, Hypnos stated gravely, revealing the purpose of his visit. The notion of meeting the goddess Nyx caused a flicker of hesitation in Hebe. To be frank, she was not particularly inclined to engage with this deity at that moment, both from her demigod memories and her previous encounter on the sacred mountain. She had found Nyx to be not only powerful, but also enigmatic, her gaze imbued with a depth that instilled apprehension within Hebe. Then I shall request you to lead the way, Lord Hypnos. Acknowledging the circumstances and recognizing the authority of an ancient deity, she acquiesced. Please follow me. With his platinum hair glistening, Hypnos unfurled his wings and ascended into the sky of the underworld. Hebe spread her own wings and followed closely behind. The two deities moved swiftly, and in mere moments, they arrived at the threshold of a palace constructed from black infernal stone, situated beside the abyss of Tartarus. This was the sanctum belonging to Nyx, the goddess of night, and her consort, Erebus, the god of darkness. Hebe accompanied Hypnos into the temple, where ethereal underworld flames flickered in the grand hall, revealing the two illustrious deities seated upon their thrones. Nyx, with her gray eyes, and her brother and husband, Erebus, the god of darkness. Great father, mother, I present to you the goddess of life, Hebe, Hypnos proclaimed, stepping forward to bow respectfully before the primordial gods. In the tranquil embrace of the night, amidst the profound depths of darkness, I commend your greatness and glory. I, Hebe, goddess of life, pay my respects to your majesties. Hebe followed suit, then lowered her gaze, awaiting the forthcoming discourse. You have worked hard, my child. You may leave now, Nyx said affectionately, gazing at Hypnos. Yes, Erebus, forever beside my husband. The gate of reincarnation still requires the essence of Kronos to inscribe the divine runes. Please convey this to Tartarus and have him extract a portion. The goddess of night continued, clearly aware that Hades had already shared her conception of the reincarnation gate with this primordial deity. Indeed, those sinful deities have been wailing incessantly within, disturbing your rest. A slight extraction of essence to serve as a warning should ensure their compliance for a while. Were it not for their lineage from Gaia, I would suggest their utter eradication, Erebus remarked, rising with a tone that treated the annihilation of the Titan gods as casually as one might discuss the slaughter of a chicken. Is this the nature of primordial gods? How utterly domineering. After Erebus departed, only the two goddesses remained in the grand hall. Nyx remained silent, and Hebe, recognizing her place, dared not speak first. patiently awaiting the purpose of this goddess with whom she had little interaction. This silence did not endure for long. I have longed for the opportunity to converse with you. Princess Hebe, Nyx said, her gray eyes fixating on the goddess below, shimmering with an unusual light, as if threads of some ethereal substance danced within. You are quite extraordinary, possessing the remarkable notion of splitting your fate into two strands, wielding two extremes of power. Yet the advent of reincarnation offers a possibility for their convergence, a truly ingenious idea. Hebe felt as if struck by lightning, raising her gaze in disbelief at the goddess Nyx, who had unveiled her deepest secret. She did not flee, even though the urge was strong. After all, Nyx was a primordial deity who held her most profound secret. Where could she escape? Hebe compelled herself to regain her composure. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as she had imagined. Since Nyx had deliberately dismissed others to speak with her privately, it indicated a lack of intent to expose her. She must still possess some value. What that value entailed remained to be determined. Observing Hebe's swift transition from panic to calm, Nyx's eyes glimmered with admiration. Such resolve and character were worthy of the collaboration she was about to propose. The goddess with gray eyes spoke. Fear not, princess. Aside from myself, who glimpses the highest fate, no other deity is privy to this matter. I have no intention of interrupting your ascension. On the contrary, I shall offer you assistance, granting you the opportunity to reach a level akin to my own. What? Your level? Primordial deity? Although Hebe harbored such ambition, the proposition presented by Nyx nearly overwhelmed her. To become a primordial god, such temptation is irresistible to any deity. As the embodiment of night, wise and far-sighted, Nyx, may I implore you to reveal the reasons behind your assistance? I understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Nyx offered a subtle smile, as if she had anticipated Hebe's inquiry. It was quite simple. Firstly, you have contributed to the refinement of the laws governing the world on numerous occasions. The will of the world is favoring you. Secondly, you are indeed unique, distinct from other deities, and I hold you in high regard. As for the third, the smile on Nyx's face slightly waned, her gaze drifting toward an enigmatic point, her voice carrying a hint of complexity. Our dear brother, Eros, is on the brink of revival. Eros. Chapter 38. The Desire of Eros. Eros. Hebe felt a twinge of confusion. In later legends, this deity is known as the offspring of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, and Ares, her brother, a winged god who governs love. Yet Nyx referred to him as her brother, which brought to Hebe's mind another tale from the future, suggesting that Eros was the fifth primordial god birthed from chaos, the initial master of the laws of desire. The nocturnal Nyx, her gaze distant and indifferent, declared, I have perceived the trajectory of fate. A calamity is brewing upon the earth. The will of the God King shall lead to the annihilation of this generation of humanity, and a new generation shall arise in pairs. This burgeoning force of love and desire is the finest nourishment for Eros, and his divinity shall begin to awaken. Goddess Nyx, do you mean for me to assist His Highness Eros in reclaiming his dominion? Hebe, unaware of the sordid history between Nyx and the rumored primordial god, assumed that the goddess intended for her to aid in Eros's revival. Nyx did not respond to Hebe's question, but continued, at the dawn of creation, our Father, the chaotic chaos, birthed this world and us. Yet he himself fell into a near-eternal slumber, exhausted of his essence. Eros is our youngest brother and the first chosen king of the gods by our father, Chaos. As the curtain of history slowly lifted, Hebe's expression transformed into one of profound subtlety. She sensed that, with Nyx's words, ancient secrets from before the birth of time were being unveiled. The essence of history within her began to resonate with boundless sands, obscured images flickering within, gradually becoming clearer. The essence of history was ascending. To her astonishment, being compelled to listen to gossip yielded such benefits. Eros is the embodiment of primordial desire, possessing the power to manipulate the mind. Under his influence, Gaia and I have birthed countless new deities to further perfect this nascent world. As a goddess, you should comprehend the sacrifices required to nurture new deities within the mother entity. Hebe nodded, recognizing that while the world grants new gods with fresh divine essences, their divine bodies and powers must be nurtured by the mother. Some less potent goddesses may even find themselves deprived of their essence by their offspring in the quest for emergence. And in severe cases, their downfall is not beyond possibility. We have grown weary of such a life of procreation. Desire ought to be free, and the choice to bear divine offspring should be ours alone, rather than a product of the primal and savage laws of lust. Thus, we united and vanquished him. The goddess Nyx spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if entirely oblivious to the horror of her words. You have slain the sovereign of desire, the primordial god Eros. It seemed she had stumbled upon a momentous revelation. Indeed, Nyx nodded. We reverted him to his primordial form, scattering him within the omnipresent laws. Since then, desire has ceased to be under human dominion. Of course, eradicating a primordial god has exacted a significant toll upon us. Now, we are ill-equipped to bear the cost of his destruction once more. So why not simply extinguish the opportunity for his rebirth? At this, Zeus held the most authority to speak. Nyx shook her head, no. While we loathe Eros' power to manipulate hearts, he has been a benefactor in perfecting the laws of the world. Thus, for countless ages, the laws have sought to restore him, and even if we were to destroy the current vessel, he would re-emerge through another, or perhaps in an alternative form. Hence, the vessel chosen by Eros has already been determined in Hebe's heart. The starry Uranus, since the fall of his patriarchal symbol into the sea, has been the target of the law of desire. The god is born of the divine flesh of the king, Aphrodite, the embodiment of love and beauty, shall serve as the most fitting vessel for the rebirth of Eros. It is indeed she, and it is clear that this goddess is merely a pawn selected by the law, which explains her clumsy and ineffectual wielding of the law of desire. While her title as the goddess of beauty shines resplendently, it appears the law never intended to bestow the authority of desire upon her. Rather, it aimed to utilize her father's flesh and share divine power to birth the true god of love. So, what exactly is your plan, Lady Nyx? By this point, Hebe was somewhat perplexed. It was evident that the goddess Nyx sought to prevent the resurrection of Eros, yet was hindered by the will of the world from obliterating him. What could a mere lesser deity accomplish that even the primordial gods could not? This was not a matter of great consequence. The primordial energies of the world are finite. After enduring 2 divine wars, the world has sustained damage, and the remaining primordial energies are insufficient to sustain another primordial god. Even if Eros were to successfully re-emerge, he would no longer be a primordial god, and his divine power would no longer pose a threat to us. At this point, Nyx paused, casting a complex and peculiar glance at Hebe. But because of you and that little fellow named Phaeton, the birth of winter has completed the cyclical rotation of the seasons. The dark days have illuminated the underworld, perfecting the laws. The birth of reincarnation holds paramount significance for the world. Under these multiple factors, the world is on the brink of ascension, after which the primordial energies will once again flourish, sufficient to sustain another primordial god. After much deliberation, it appears that I am to bear the burden alone. Is it the intention of His Highness Nyx to have me seize the position before Eros can reclaim his primordial status? Should I ascend to the rank of the primal deity, the world's primal energies would be insufficient to sustain Eros, thereby preventing his ascension. It seems that the goddess Nyx is indeed employing a strategy of substitution. Indeed, the goddess Nyx nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall accept His Highness's proposal. Hebe did not ponder for long. Upon uncovering such explosive secrets, she realized that failing to establish cooperation with this goddess might lead to her demise within the temple. Furthermore, the benefits of this arrangement for her were immeasurable, not to mention the position of the primordial god. Agreeing to this matter would mean that she had 4 primordial deities standing behind her, all aboard the same vessel. As long as she did not infringe upon their interests, she believed they would offer her substantial support. When Zeus next considers taking action against her, he would do well to assess whether his thunderbolts are sufficiently potent to scorch a primordial deity. The wise and far-sighted goddess would not regret her decision today. Hebe's perceptiveness brought satisfaction to Nyx. The atmosphere in the grand hall lightened, no longer burdened by the initial tension. Hebe no longer feared being silenced by a god of death. She relaxed and seized the opportunity to pose a lingering question to the goddess Nyx. Goddess Nyx, considering Aphrodite's divine rank, even with the assistance of the chief deity, how can Eros possibly ascend to the primordial rank? Upon hearing Hebe's query, Nyx's expression turned playful, as if recalling something amusing. This matter, I must say, is indeed fortuitous for you. Fortuitous? Hebe's brow furrowed in confusion. How so? I previously mentioned that Eros was designated by the Father God as the first king of the Chaos realm. Yet the original king was not he, but rather Uranus, the son of Gaia. We primordial deities paid a hefty price to eradicate Eros, not to mention the audacity of another deity occupying the throne that rightfully belonged to him. Every deity that has ascended to kingship carries a debt to Eros. The laws were previously insufficient to allow for his rebirth, akin to a creditor unable to collect a debt, resulting in a stalemate. However, now that he is about to be reborn through Aphrodite, it is time to settle these debts. Eros's claim is not against a particular deity, but against the holder of the kingship. At this moment, realization dawned upon Hebe, her eyes widening. Zeus? Indeed, Nyx affirmed with a nod. Do not underestimate your father. His ascension to the throne of the gods is attributed not only to his remarkable intellect and cunning, but also to the fact that among Cronus and Rhea's children, he possesses the greatest strength. Prior to your emergence, he was the one most likely to transcend the chief deity rank and attain the primordial realm. The gaze of the goddess Nyx once again became distant, as the threads of fate intertwined and transformed before her eyes, evolving into countless possibilities and myriad outcomes, ultimately returning to tranquility. Upon the birth of Eros, the laws of the universe bestowed upon him a divine artifact, the golden bow of love, and a quiver containing but two types of arrows, golden and leaden. Those struck by the golden arrow would instantaneously ignite with fervent love for the first person they beheld, while the leaden arrow would evoke an intense aversion towards the first-sighted individual. If Eros were of primordial divinity, he would require no such artifact. A mere glance or word from him could ensnare hearts in the throes of desire. Among the arrows in the quiver, 12 golden arrows stood out as particularly special, forged from the causal nexus between the reigning god and Eros, symbolizing the 12 passionate entanglements that the king of gods would inevitably encounter. The romantic entanglements of Zeus with 12 mortal women. Hebe's eyes widened in realization. So this was the origin of it. She had previously thought it to be merely an eruption of Zeus's inherent stallion traits, though that possibility was not entirely dismissed. With each romantic liaison, Eros not only gathered a portion of the desire emanating from the king of gods, but also accrued his divine power and potential. Nyx's tone was calm, yet her words sent shivers down the spine. These divine powers and potentials would aid Eros in replenishing his essence, and combined with the love and desire born from human procreation, transcending to primordial divinity would not pose a significant challenge. Upon concluding her discourse, Nyx turned her gaze towards Hebe. Thus, you must ascend to the rank of primordial god before this transpires. While Hebe engaged in a secret dialogue with the goddess Nyx, turmoil stirred upon the divine mountain, this time unrelated to the goddess of life, Hebe, but rather to Selene, the goddess of the full moon, who had transgressed the laws of the divine mountain and committed acts of dereliction. Zeus now sought to hold her accountable. This tale begins with Selene's infatuation for a mortal shepherd named Endymion. Ever since the moon-crowned goddess fell for this earthly shepherd, she would clandestinely descend from the heavens each night to kiss her slumbering beloved. Initially, the goddess found solace in these fleeting encounters. However, as time passed, the weight of her affection grew heavier, the flames of love incessantly tormenting her heart, leading her to become increasingly restless, desperate, and on the verge of losing her reason. One fateful night, unable to restrain her impulses, Selene returned to Endymion's side. The ethereal goddess gently caressed his soft golden locks, gazing into his profound eyes, and once again succumbed to the urge to kiss his sleeping visage. Yet this time, Endymion stirred awake. In truth, he had sensed her presence during previous nights, aware that someone had been stealthily approaching him in his slumber, planting soft kisses upon his face. He had once dared to open his eyes, only to be astonished to find that the one kissing him was neither a water nymph nor a dryad, but a goddess adorned in the radiant glow of the moon. His keen intellect allowed him to discern the identity of the divine maiden before him. Her ethereal beauty and fervent affection ignited within him a flame of love, and this shepherd found himself irresistibly drawn to Selene. On this fateful night, unable to suppress the emotions swelling within him any longer, he opened his eyes just as his beloved was about to depart. With a swift motion, the handsome shepherd grasped Selene's hand, and in that moment, the two lovers locked gazes, time seeming to stand still while a meteor streaked across the heavens. With deep emotion, Endymion spoke, "My dearest goddess, please do not leave. Though I have only just awakened, I have called your name countless times in my dreams. That wondrous meteor was no mere coincidence. It was a gift from me to you. Though it may lose its brilliance upon touching the earth, it has finally found its eternal resting place. Much like my exquisite love for you, I hope you can comprehend the depths of my affection." The shepherd's ardent words ignited a fire within Selene's heart, and in that instant, she wished for nothing more than to be with her beloved, choosing to remain by his side. That night, creatures of the earth noticed something peculiar. The radiant full moon had vanished, plunging the sky into darkness, with only scattered stars twinkling above. The moon had fallen from the heavens, illuminating Mount Olympus in Asia Minor throughout the night. Such a grievous dereliction of duty could not escape the watchful eyes of the gods. Selene, having completely lost her reason and devoid of any pretense, was brought before the wrath of Zeus, who dispatched the sun god Apollo to summon her to the divine mount. Convening the other gods to prepare for her judgment in the great hall, the goddess of dawn, Eos, stood in a corner of the hall. Observing her sister kneeling in despair, her eyes shut tight, knowing that this was an inescapable conspiracy. In the great hall, the gods gathered, and Selene, crowned with a lunar diadem, was compelled to kneel at the center. All the major deities were present, save for Hebe, the goddess of life who had already journeyed to the underworld, and Hestia, who remained on earth, seated upon their thrones, awaiting the commencement of the trial. The gods on the mountain arrived in succession, standing at the edges of the great hall, some in clusters, others alone, each harboring their own thoughts. As they gazed upon Selene, who despite being captured still yearned for her earthly lover, some deities expressed scorn, while others felt sympathy, and a few, having fallen in love themselves, resonated with her plight, advocating on her behalf. Hera, the queen of the gods with her chestnut hair and violet eyes, gazed down at Selene and, as the goddess of marriage, sensed that something was amiss with her. That tumultuous love that seemed to drive one to madness felt eerily familiar. Hera's violet gaze flicked momentarily towards Aphrodite seated upon the throne. Indeed, this embodiment of beauty and desire, the most exquisite goddess of the divine mountain, is presently twirling her fingers through her hair, which shines with a brilliance surpassing gold. Her emerald eyes gaze upon Selene, revealing a smile reminiscent of a satiated fox, as if she is admiring one of her own masterpieces. It is undoubtedly the handiwork of this goddess. One can only wonder what benefit she has gained from the twin deities to ensnare Selene in this manner. As the queen of the gods, she can effortlessly discern the authorship of this affair and who is orchestrating it from behind the scenes. Over the years, Artemis has demonstrated remarkable ambition, seemingly invigorated by the humiliation stemming from her defeat to Hebe in battle. This goddess has remained upon the earth, diligently contemplating her divine essence of hunting and the forest, providing sanctuary to those hunters who venture into the woods in exchange for their faith. Her reputation as the mistress of beasts and the sovereign of the wilderness has spread far and wide, leading to her ascension in power, elevating her to the rank of a lesser deity. Although still a lower-tier deity, her achievements stand in stark contrast to the complacent gods on the divine mountain, marking her as a figure of significant aspiration. Currently, Apollo schemes against Selene, while Zeus covertly supports him, all in a bid to assist Artemis in seizing the dominion of the moon. With the essence of the moon, one of the two most vital celestial sources of light, Artemis's potential will be greatly enhanced, making her ascension to the status of a chief deity merely a matter of time. The likelihood of her claiming the final seat among the 12 principal gods of the divine mountain is significantly high. However, Hera's crimson lips curled into a subtle smirk. Her gaze upon the chief deity's position extends beyond just Artemis. Unbeknownst to most, her eyes discreetly fixate on the youthful deity standing beside Zeus, wielding a staff entwined with serpents and adorned with a winged helmet, perpetually bearing a smile. This offspring of Zeus and the goddess of rain and storms, Maya, is the messenger of the gods. Does he truly embody the gentleness and harmlessness he portrays? Hera scoffs inwardly. If that were the case, he would not have been able to ascend the divine mountain shortly after birth. wielding the power of persuasion to ensnare both Zeus and Apollo in his charm. Commerce, travel, thievery, deception, eloquence. None of these divine attributes appear simple. Hera harbors a foreboding feeling that Artemis's claim to the chief deity's position will not come easily. This messenger of the gods, also a child of Zeus, harbors ambitions no less fervent than any other deity. But what of it? Hera, seated regally upon her throne, observes this farce with indifference. Her own children have ascended to the status of esteemed chief deities, relieving her of any concern. The fate of Zeus's illegitimate offspring claiming the final chief deity position holds little consequence for her. Selene, as the goddess of the moon, how dare you descend from the heavens to the mortal realm unbidden? This is a grave dereliction of duty. The grand performance commenced, with Zeus seated upon his throne, his handsome visage imbued with solemnity, and his cerulean eyes brewing a tempest. He gazed down upon the moon goddess Selene, whose overwhelming presence rendered her nearly unable to lift her head. More absurdly, the justification for your dereliction stems from a mere mortal. With a snap of his fingers, the king of the gods summoned Endymion from the earth to the divine hall. The handsome shepherd, bewildered by the sudden transformation of his surroundings and the exalted deities above, stood frozen in terror, having never encountered such a spectacle. Is this the mortal who has captivated Selene? The gods scrutinized the youth, noting his fair features. Yet the blessing of beauty bestowed by the goddess of youth had long been retracted by Zeus. No matter how exquisite his countenance, it could not withstand the ravages of time. Before long, wrinkles would mar his visage. To endanger oneself for a fleeting mortal is indeed folly. Endymion. Upon the appearance of her beloved, Selene's emotions surged, and she struggled to her feet, rushing to stand beside him, anxious to shield him from Zeus's wrath. Selene, what is this place? How did you? Endymion gazed at Selene, astonished by her current predicament. Yet Selene was too consumed by her feelings to respond, for though enchanted by love, she was not foolish enough to forget that mortals do not belong on the sacred mountain. The sole purpose of Zeus's summoning was to impose punishment upon her. Indeed, the majestic king of the gods spoke. Selene, for the sake of this mortal, you have desecrated your identity and duties as the moon goddess. To prevent your further descent into depravity, I decree that I shall forever remove the temptations of the mortal realm from your life and bestow death upon this shepherd. No. Selene's heart was torn asunder, her reason clouded by the enchantment of love, leaving her in a state of acute distress as she pondered a way to save her beloved. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. She lifted her elegant, fair face to the lofty king of the gods and proclaimed, O king of the gods, cloud-wreathed deity, I am willing to relinquish Selene, my sister, the moon-crowned one. The voice of the dawn goddess Eos echoed in the divine hall, abrupt and striking, as she hastened forward, intent on halting her sister before irrevocable words could escape her lips. Awakened from this tormenting, furious, and frenzied infatuation, Eos, disregarding the potential ire of Zeus, grasped Selene's hand, her rose-tinted eyes shining with a brilliant yet gentle light. The dawn goddess enveloped Selene in the radiant glow of the morning light, dispelling the fog of confusion and granting her a fleeting clarity. At that moment, the lunar essence within Selene emanated a soft, pure luminescence. As the peach-gold divine power that had obscured her vision began to wither like a serpent struck by a stick, succumbing to its struggles. A sudden shift in expression crossed the countenance of Aphrodite upon her divine throne, as the unforeseen turn of events seemed to herald an ominous fate. Her emerald eyes darted towards Apollo, and it was no surprise that the countenance of this radiant sun was equally grim. Internally cursing, Apollo lamented the unreliability of Aphrodite. How could the divine power of love, wielded by the chief deity, be so easily shaken by a lesser deity like Eos? It was an embarrassment that he, one of the 12 Olympians, would be left in such a predicament. What is the matter with you? How could you fail at such a trivial task? Apollo cast a piercing glance at Aphrodite. It is not my fault. How could I know what methods they employed to disturb the veil of love? Aphrodite replied innocently, her eyes blinking like a pure, harmless lily of the valley, evoking a sense of compassion rather than reproach. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that her divine powers had been somewhat unstable of late, perhaps due to her recent fervent endeavors with Ares. Faced with this predicament, Apollo found himself without alternatives and knew he must act swiftly to rectify the situation. He rose from his seat, his long hand striking the divine throne, his voice resonating with righteous authority. Goddess of dawn, what business do you have disrupting the judgment of the divine king upon the sinner Selene? Depart at once. With a fierce flare of solar flames directed at Eos, the intense heat and godly might were such that even Eos, a goddess of light herself, would be gravely injured, if not slain. The goddess gasped in alarm, her intention to restore her sister's consciousness through the radiance of dawn forgotten. She quickly unfurled her wings and evaded Apollo's scorching flames just in time. Fury and disbelief mingled within Eos as she regarded Apollo, whose gaze met hers, revealing a chilling intent reminiscent of his father. Endymion, inexplicably seized from the mortal realm, felt a shiver of dread as he beheld the deities willing to act with such violence. Had Selene not erected her barrier to protect him, he would have surely perished in the searing heat. Is there no regard for the other deities among you, Apollo? The king of the gods admonished, his tone revealing a casual dismissal of the situation. Great king of the gods, I beg your forgiveness for my transgression. It was Eos, the goddess of dawn, who interfered with your judgment, and I could not stand idly by, Apollo readily confessed. Indeed, temperance is a virtue befitting a chief deity, Zeus replied, casting a pointed glance at Eos, a warning evident in his gaze. Great master of thunder, I humbly ask for your pardon for my impulsive actions. I shall refrain from further interference in your judgment. Eos bowed her head in contrition, her downcast eyes betraying a simmering fury concealed beneath her long lashes. With Eos no longer a disruption, Zeus proceeded with the judgment of Selene, the goddess of the full moon, uninterrupted. Selene, in order to eradicate the source of this transgression that has led you astray, I have resolved to bestow upon this audacious mortal, who dares to entice the divine, the punishment of thunder. Do you have any objections? The thunderous retribution shall manifest as Zeus's lightning, utterly obliterating Endymion. How could an ordinary mortal endure the wrath of the divine king? In less than a heartbeat, he would be reduced to dust, his very soul annihilated, vanishing completely from this realm. As for Endymion's perspective, I regret to inform you that among us stand only deities. To them, humans are as insignificant as ants, and their voices can be conveniently disregarded. The moon goddess, adorned with a crown of lunar radiance, bore a complex expression. From the trembling hands of her beloved, she sensed his terror, which stirred an uncontrollable pang of sorrow within her heart, for her capriciousness had brought this mortal paramour to the brink of disaster. Though pain still lingered within her, Selene's eyes shone with unprecedented clarity. With the aid of Eos's dawn light and her inherent lunar divinity, she dispelled the love-induced fog that clouded her vision and dulled her reason, returning to lucidity. She still cherished Endymion, yet her fervor had transformed. No longer was it frenzied, obsessive, or irrational. Now, with her senses restored, she recognized that the events of the day were merely a trap devised to wrest her power from her grasp. If one were to speak of dereliction, were there not countless deities atop the divine mountain who had strayed? Yet, she alone was to be made a scapegoat. It was evident that the elder twin among the divine duo had usurped his brother Helios's solar dominion, and naturally, his sister had set her sights upon her as well. She regretted her late awakening. Under the current circumstances, if she did not offer something of worth, not only might Endymion perish, but she herself could also face dire consequences. O esteemed master of thunder, as a moon goddess, I acknowledge my fault in this dereliction. As atonement, I willingly offer 1/3 of my lunar essence to you. I beseech you, great king of the gods, grant me the boon to personally bestow death upon Endymion. 1/3 of a lunar essence. The assembly of gods erupted in astonishment, with Artemis among them, her fists clenched, her gray-blue eyes brimming with yearning. Zeus raised an eyebrow. He could not overlook Selene's transformation. She had regained much of her reason, and although her heart still harbored love for Endymion, it was no longer a passion that could compel him to relinquish all his stakes. 1/3 was indeed acceptable. Facilitating this concession was sufficient for a father god. The rest would depend on their own endeavors. Did Hermes not cast a glance at me, tinged with a hint of resentment? This divine offspring had tirelessly shielded me from Hera over the years, laboring diligently and deserving of commendation. Very well, goddess of the moon, since you are willing to atone with your essence, I shall grant you this grace." Zeus nodded, acquiescing to Selene's proposal. Selene nodded gently, turning to gaze at her beloved behind her, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. "Endymion, I comprehend your plight. It is my fault. It is my entreaty that has led you to this punishment. Grant me eternal death, my beautiful goddess of the moon, under the radiance of your love. Death for me is but a sweet, dark dream. The shepherd from a mortal realm has come to terms with his destiny, yet his soul, unmarred by sin, remains pure. He harbors no resentment towards his beloved. Instead, he willingly approaches death for her sake. The fervent and unwavering love of the shepherd causes a tear, imbued with moonlight, to fall from a corner of the full moon goddess's eye, landing softly on the ground and transforming into a stunning, translucent gem. As she had done countless times before, she bestowed a kiss upon the shepherd's profile, a chill of divine power enveloping him. His eyelids grew heavier, and he succumbed to the goddess's embrace, forever lost in a sweet, dark slumber. Endymion, as he had foretold, would remain eternally youthful in his eternal sleep, forever by his beloved's side. What a beautiful love! Aphrodite watched, entranced, touched by this exquisite romance, feeling a twinge of guilt for her own machinations against this goddess. Selene, with her moonlit essence, guided her beloved back to the valleys of his homeland. Then, rising to her feet under the watchful eyes of the gods, the goddess decisively reached into her chest, extracting a divine essence radiating a cool, luminous glow. The ancient light and prophetic goddess, Hebe, overseeing the new moon's dominion, represents the crescent moon, signifying the moon's conclusion. I shall divide 1/3 of the moon's essence, transforming it into a waning crescent, while I shall govern over the full moon, representing the moon's flourishing period. Henceforth, the moon shall possess 3 phases. As Selene spoke, the moon's divine essence trembled, giving birth to a crescent moon essence, while Selene's complexion paled as she retracted the remaining full moon essence, bestowing the crescent moon essence upon Zeus. Zeus toyed with the crescent moon essence in his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Artemis, my daughter," declared the great father god. The silver-haired goddess stepped forward, kneeling before the king of the gods, her face alight with uncontrollable excitement. "You and Apollo are the natural twin gods of light. Since the sun's authority belongs to him, this crescent moon essence shall be entrusted to you. From this moment forth, you shall embody the crescent moon, the goddess of the forest and hunting, the pure Artemis. I praise your mercy, my great father." The crescent moon essence departed from the hands of the god king, merging with Artemis' being. A surge of lunar divine power engulfed her, and the phantoms of the crescent moon, forests, and solitary wolves emerged, a harmonious vision propelling her into the ranks of first-tier deities. With but a single opportunity, she could ascend to the rank of a chief deity. Chapter 40. Reincarnation shall honor me above all. Artemis has officially taken hold of the dominion over the moon, and Hebe, the divine servant remaining on Mount Olympus, naturally conveyed this news to her through the necklace left by the chief god. Upon hearing this, Hebe nodded but did not give it much thought. It was merely a matter of time before Artemis mastered the essence of the moon. Zeus, seeking to consolidate his authority over Olympus, could not allow Selene to wield the moon's power. This was due to the fact that Selene's parents, the ancient titan Hyperion, the father of light, and Thea, the goddess of sight and illumination, had been imprisoned in Tartarus by Zeus and Cronus after supporting Cronus's reign. In contrast to the offspring of such fallen deities, Zeus would undoubtedly prefer to entrust this significant power to Artemis, who shares his bloodline. Hebe's relationship with Selene was indifferent. Indeed, her sister, Eos, the goddess of dawn, had even spoken disparagingly to her. Hebe had no inclination to meddle in their affairs. However, it is worth noting that in later legends, without her presence as a variable, both Artemis and Hermes were to share the position of chief god on Olympus. Now that she has secured one of these positions, the final seat of power will likely be contested between Hermes and Artemis. Presently, the odds favor Artemis greatly. The goddess now governs the moon, the forests, and hunting, each domain intricately linked to humanity. Whether it is the moon providing light and guidance during the night, the forests offering fruits, herbs, and timber, or the hunters receiving shelter as the primary source of meat for humankind, these 3 realms of influence can bestow significant faith upon Artemis. With the aid of this faith, It is estimated that she could ascend to the level of a chief god within a mere decade. Yet, one must not underestimate the potential of Hermes, the messenger of the gods. Not to mention that this son of Maya, the goddess of storms, has been granted the role of guide for the souls of the departed by Zeus. While this task may appear burdensome, its advantages are evident. Each soul he guides brings a modicum of favor from the world upon Hermes. Though this may seem trifling, the sheer number accumulates, much like grains of sand forming a tower. Furthermore, beyond his role as the divine messenger, Hermes possesses other intriguing divine attributes. He is the protector of merchants, travelers, tricksters, courtesans, and those who transgress moral and legal boundaries. He embodies the spirit of lies and deception, as well as the art of eloquence. At present, these attributes seem somewhat ineffectual, as the souls of humanity, crafted by Prometheus, are excessively virtuous, rendering Hermes' domains of influence incapable of garnering substantial faith. However, one must not forget that the supreme god, the ruler of thunder, Zeus, has already sown the seeds of calamity among humankind. He concealed within the box given to Pandora all the dark facets of human nature. On the fateful day when Pandora unsealed the fateful box, the shadows within would no longer remain constrained. They would seep like a curse into every generation of humanity. With the release of these dark forces, Hermes' divine essence would experience an unprecedented amplification. As the human race proliferates, those who transcend moral boundaries will only multiply, beginning to worship this deity and providing an unending stream of belief power. This messenger of the gods may very well ascend to rival the position of the high god, contending with his half-sister for the ultimate divine seat. One can only imagine the expression on Apollo's face as he witnesses his once friendly brother vying for the high god status against his own sister. The scene would undoubtedly be quite amusing. Hebe acknowledges that she possesses a certain penchant for dark humor. However, the most pressing matter lies within the underworld. Following an alliance with the goddess Nyx, the god of darkness, Erebus, has returned from Tartarus, clutching a substantial essence of spatial origin. This deity, adorned with the deepest black hair and eyes, casually handed the essence over to Hebe, weighing the substance in her hands. She couldn't help but wonder how much of it Erebus and Tartarus had extracted from Cronus. Their methods were indeed ruthless. While this may be tragic for Cronus, for Hebe, it was akin to a fortuitous windfall. After inscribing the divine markings required for the gate of reincarnation, there remained a surplus of this essence, which she, without hesitation, graciously accepted. Time passed swiftly like a fleeting shadow, and in the span of a month, a rare occasion arose in the underworld as the gods momentarily set aside their affairs. Hypnos, the god of sleep, unfurled his pristine wings and cast a wave of slumbering divine power throughout the realm, inducing a temporary state of dormancy among the souls, ensuring that the commotion of the reincarnation process would not disturb them, thereby averting unnecessary chaos. The four primordial gods gathered in the dimly lit underworld, joined even by the enigmatic embodiment of hell, the dark aspect of the earth, Tartarus, who rarely graced such gatherings. This towering deity bore an extraordinary hue of deep purple in hair, eyes, and lips, complemented by skin as pale as the finest porcelain, emanating an aura of mysterious and ethereal beauty. His expression was one of indifference, tinged with weariness and ennui, reminiscent of a punk aesthetic in modern parlance. With all the gods present, the time had come to commence. Nyx took her place upon the divine throne and turned to Gaia, saying, "Mother Earth, my prosperous and noble sister, please communicate the will of the world and articulate our intentions to it." The goddess adorned with the crown of all creation nodded with regal grace. Her eyes, deep green like the vast forest, sparkled with divine light, emanating an extraordinary aura. A great will descended upon the underworld, and an inexplicable pressure enveloped the assembled deities. It was their first encounter with the world's will so directly. The overwhelming weight of existence made them feel as though they were no more than specks of dust. O chaos, my omnipotent and omnipresent father, I, your glorious daughter, Gaia, the mother of earth, beseech you to witness my decree to establish a cycle of rebirth for the world. May your will descend to bear witness, and may you graciously bestow your blessings upon this grand endeavor. The goddess spoke divine words, communicating with the will of the world. Another wave of peculiar, energy resonated, leaving the gods puzzled. However, Gaia and several primordial deities visibly relaxed, smiles gracing their faces. Those deities linked to the duty of reincarnation. Articulate your authority and responsibilities under the witness of the world's will. Upon the sacred mountain, Hermes suddenly stirred, rising uncontrollably to announce in a resounding voice, "In the name of the divine messenger Hermes, spirits of the earth, guided by the deity donning a winged helm, journey forth to the distant and mysterious Acheron mountain, where you shall embark on the next leg of your life's journey." The emergence of the soul guide's divinity stirred Hermes' divine power, hinting at a potential breakthrough, which brought a smile to the youthful god's face, suggesting a hint of benefit from this endeavor. At the entrance to the underworld Acheron mountain, a formidable three-headed beast suddenly rose, standing tall and imposing, striving to exude an air of inviolable authority. Cerberus, offspring of the savage Typhon and the piercing-eyed Echidna, I shall guard the entrance to the underworld with all my might. The souls shall enter under my scrutiny, and beware. Those who attempt to flee the judgment of the underworld, for my fangs and venom are ever vigilant. The three-headed hound proclaimed in the language of beasts, a divine emblem, marked with doors and eyes, was born, merging into Cerberus, as the laws recognized its identity as the guardian of the underworld. Following this, a bridge constructed of infernal stone spanned the dark Acheron River. Charon, with skin of a bluish hue and eyes ablaze with ghostly blue flames, stood formally at the bridge's head, cradling a divine emblem containing faint images of boats and souls, his identity as the ferryman of the underworld. In the name of Erebus, the god of darkness, and Nyx, the goddess of night, an indomitable bridge shall span the Acheron River. The ferryman of the underworld is no more. In his stead stands Charon, the keeper of the bridge. All who wish to cross must pay a toll. Mortals, preserve your last silver coin, for it shall be your passage across the bridge. The deity of the ferryman of the underworld emanated a dim luminescence alongside Charon's words. Within this spectral glow, a vessel transformed into a bridge, accompanied by souls and an ancient silver coin, which Charon excitedly absorbed into his being. At long last, he had finally liberated himself from the ceaseless fate of ferrying across the Acheron, free from the anxiety that the weight of souls would capsize his fragile craft. To the newly arrived spirits, by the radiance of the underworld and in the name of the sovereigns of the Stygian sun and moon, the light of the Stygian sun and moon shall illuminate your path, guiding you on your forthcoming journey. Both Hecate and Persephone proclaimed in unison, each now bearing a fragment of the essence of the undead guide. The Hall of Hades shall serve as the inaugural station for souls stepping into the realm of the dead. All spirits are my subjects, and everything from their mortal lives shall be recorded and preserved here. The Lord of the hosts, the king of the underworld, Hades, subsequently announced before the will of the world. His words were validated, and a divine essence for record-keeping and registration was birthed within him. The world will even bestowed upon him a pen that would never run dry of ink and a golden parchment that would never be fully inscribed. Hades, feeling the weighty artifacts in his hands, smirked and resolved to summon another batch of souls from Thanatos as soon as this matter concluded. To the newcomers, the benevolent deeds you performed in life shall be remembered, and the atrocities you committed shall not be forgotten. You shall arrive at the Hall of Judgment, where I, Themis, the goddess of justice and law, shall weigh your life as good and evil on a scale that symbolizes absolute fairness and justice. Be mindful of your words and actions, for both virtue and vice shall face the ultimate reckoning. Within the Hall of Judgment, the goddess adorned with a golden crown and a white robe, her eyes veiled in gauze, raised the brilliant scale, more radiant than gold, and proclaimed, "The will of the world descended, birthing the divine essence of the undead judge." Now embraced by the goddess, the golden scale radiated with divine light, lifted from her grasp, suspended at the center of the hall, exuding an aura of fairness and justice. Before it, any act of injustice or bribery shall be laid bare. Sinners, the transgressions of your past bind you, stripping you of the chance for rebirth. In this profound abyss, you shall endure the divine retribution of the gods, where only pain and tears can cleanse your sins. Be heedful of your words and actions, for all misdeeds shall meet their final punishment. Near Tartarus, before a small hell crafted by the gods of the underworld, deities wielding whips, shackles, and various instruments of torment proclaim their declaration. They are the progeny of Nyx, the goddess of night, the deity of misfortune, the god of untimely death, the goddess of slander, and the deities of pain and sorrow, as well as discord. These embodiments of the world's shadowy aspects hold dominion over the souls that fall into their grasp. The dark and profound essence of the underworld is collectively governed by this assembly of gods. O benevolent and guiltless soul, the spirit yearning for redemption, the burdens of a lifetime weigh heavily upon you. Come hither to the temple of oblivion, where all is forgotten. You shall behold a crystal spring. Take a sip, and the sacred lethe shall cleanse you of your burdens, allowing you to embrace once more your primordial self. Within the temple of oblivion, the goddess, holding candlelight and a golden chalice, sits regally upon her throne. Not far from her, a spring emerges, exuding a gentle white light, infused with the divine power of forgetfulness. The will of the world heeds her utterance, and a pure, flawless divine essence appears before her, bestowing upon her the title of soul purifier. While the lethe radiates with brilliance, firmly established in its place, immovable. The process nears completion, as the deities hold their breath, their gazes fixed upon the golden-haired goddess, whose vibrant life force starkly contrasts with the realm of the dead, and the dark-haired deity with obsidian wings at her side. O soul, having traversed the journey of death, heed my whispers. Death is not the end, but rather a new beginning. When you regain your original purity, the right to rebirth shall be yours. Kulme, enter the temple of reincarnation. Step through the luminous stone archway, and you shall be reignited with the flame of life, bidding farewell to your former self. Arriving anew in the world you have always cherished, in the name of the goddess of life, let the cycle of reincarnation be established. As the goddess speaks, a grand stone archway emerges, crafted from the depths of Tartarus with mysterious, dusky purple hues. Intricate silver divine patterns are etched upon its surface, and the might of space forms a swirling vortex of light within the archway. Stepping into this luminescent veil, the soul shall be transported from the realm of the dead to the world of the living. Patches, the golden-haired goddess with violet eyes, exchanged a knowing glance with her counterpart, the handsome, dark-haired deity, who nodded in acknowledgement. He solemnly produced a golden seed from his bosom, channeling the essence of his divine power of death into the miraculous seed, which began to shimmer with radiant golden blue light. Tender sprouts broke through the earth, and in an instant, the divine herb of resurrection emerged, its golden, leafless form stretching like a vine, adorned with enchanting blue blossoms. Resembling lotuses, but with elongated petals and delicate tendrils, exuding an air of elegance and opulence. Patches tossed the resurrection herb towards the stone archway, and the extraordinary divine plant took root, intertwining with the archway. Under the catalysis of the world's will, they became one, transforming the vortex of light within the arch into a golden blue hue. Thus, the reincarnation gateway, imbued with the power of rebirth, was finally completed. With the establishment of the reincarnation gateway, a peculiar wave of energy emanated from the world's will, a sentiment of joy detectable even to the bewildered deities. In the void, an indescribable power began to coalesce, and an extraordinary divine essence, black and white intertwined, gradually materialized before the deities. This was a fusion of two completely contradictory divine powers, now coalescing into a singular essence. The resurrection divinity within Hebe surged forth uncontrollably, transforming into a streak of luminous energy that vanished into the ethereal shadow of the divine essence. The black and white divinity immediately radiated brilliance, swiftly coalescing into form. The goddess, with her golden hair and violet eyes, grasped the divine essence in her hand, assimilating it into her being. She began to emanate a dazzling display of black and white light, her divine power ascending steadily until it reached the pinnacle of the main deity, pausing only when it appeared to encounter some form of limitation. The mighty force of reincarnation emanated, compelling the other gods to gaze in awe. Embrace death, usher in rebirth. In the name of Hebe, let reincarnation honor me. Chapter 41. A confluence of heroes with the goddess's final proclamation, reincarnation was officially established within the realm of chaos. The will of the world swept across the entirety of chaos, affecting all, from the lofty Olympus to the vast lands and oceans, and even the profound depths of the underworld. This will inspire an overwhelming joy that surged from within. Chaos transformed, and the first to perceive its metamorphosis was Gaia, the mother of Earth. A look of delight graced her countenance. As the foundation of the world, she could sense that the establishment of reincarnation had infused vitality into this realm. As if chaos itself had been revitalized, it began to actively draw power from the chaotic energies enveloping it, converting them into primordial energy to replenish itself. Adorned with the crown of all creation, Gaia radiated a gentle luminosity. Her previously stern demeanor softened to one of tranquility. And despite her face appearing somewhat aged and weary compared to her siblings, it began to develop a layer akin to serpent skin. In a brief moment, this layer shed, revealing a much younger and enchanting visage. With her essence restored, Gaia transformed into a figure of youthful beauty. The majority of wrinkles vanished, and whereas she once resembled a sophisticated, middle-aged matron, she now embodied the allure of a stunning woman in her late 20s, exuding an air of maturity and elegance. Even with her primordial identity, numerous male deities found themselves captivated, unable to suppress their admiration. Female deities mirrored this reaction as well. As Gaia caressed her rejuvenated face, an uncontrollable elation surged within her. Accompanying the will of the Mother Earth, the primordial energy on the ground began to surge wildly. The beings of the land felt their bodies becoming remarkably ethereal, as if a mysterious fragrance permeated the air. The sacred trees and flowers, favored by the gods, such as the oak, poplar, olive, daffodil, and pomegranate, began to blossom forth with tree nymphs and flower spirits, spurred by the influx of primordial energy. Following Gaia, the ancient ocean god, one of Gaia's 12 Titan offspring, also sensed the changes within the realm of chaos. This was Oceanus, the embodiment of the river encircling the world, tasked with safeguarding it from the invasion of chaotic energies, residing high among the stars. The disturbances of the world have roused this ancient oceanic deity from his slumber. He opens his profound eyes and gazes upon the earth, perceiving its radiant beauty and sensing that the long-dormant world has begun to actively absorb chaotic energies, transforming them into primal forces to replenish itself. This revelation leaves Oceanus utterly astounded. Not only Oceanus, but also the venerable sea god, Pontus, who emerged from Gaia without union, representing the sunken oceans of the earth. The changes of the land have not escaped his keen observation. Light emanates from the eyes of these two ancient deities as they grasp the significance of the recent proclamation of the cycle's birth, a phenomenon so momentous that it heralds an unprecedented elevation not seen for countless ages. Their long silent thoughts awaken, for they are among the few who understand that the world's primal energies have become insufficient to sustain the fifth primordial deity. With the world now ascending and acquiring the ability to absorb chaotic energies for self-replenishment, they believe that in a century or so, it may barely sustain another deity. Thus, they ponder whether they, as the ancient embodiment of the ocean, might seize the opportunity to contend for that position. Meanwhile, the current ruler of the cycle, Hebe, remains oblivious to the fact that the establishment of the cycle brings her not only benefits, but also two latent threats from antiquity. Over on Olympus, Zeus, seated upon the throne of the king of gods, with his wise and far-sighted eyes, has also perceived the changes on Earth. He is aware of the formal establishment of the cycle and recognizes that his grandmother has seemingly reaped considerable rewards from it. It is no wonder she was so protective of Hebe. It appears she is the ultimate beneficiary of this affair. In Zeus's azure eyes, a tempest brews, and his expression fluctuates, for he too senses the burgeoning primal energies of the world, as if his divine power has subtly increased. The long-standing barrier that hindered his advancement now shows faint signs of yielding. This slight loosening, albeit almost imperceptible, ignites hope within him. Zeus rises from his throne, his eyes shining with an unprecedented ambition. So it is thus. The obstacle preventing my progress is not my own inadequacy, but rather the limitation of the world's primal energies, which were insufficient to meet my ascension needs. Now that the world has ascended and the concentration of primal energy is steadily increasing, does this signify an opportunity for me to take that step forward? Should he indeed succeed in stepping into the ranks of the primordial gods, he would no longer fear the curse of being overthrown, for for who possesses the might to cast a curse upon a primordial deity? Yet, the path to ascension as a primordial god is likely fraught with challenges. Zeus strokes his chin, deep in contemplation. He realizes that to ascend, the support of primordial gods is indispensable. However, due to the prior conflict over the authority of the cycle, he and his beloved daughter Hebe are on the brink of open hostility, with only a thread of civility remaining between them. The establishment of reincarnation has conferred significant benefits upon Gaia, and this goddess undoubtedly holds considerable weight in Gaia's eyes. Continuing to oppose her may lead to a chilly reception from the Mother of Gods, making it increasingly challenging to gain her support. It seems prudent to seek an opportunity to mend a relationship with his daughter. If she acts as an intermediary, not only could he secure Gaia's backing, but perhaps also win the favor of the goddess Nyx for matters that could facilitate his ascension to the primordial deity. Zeus is willing to set aside his pride as the king of gods. The proud king of the gods may yet be unaware that his daughter is likely privy to the secrets surrounding the primordial divinity and is a formidable contender for the position. Hermes, Zeus called out to his offspring, the messenger of the gods. Great king, what commands do you have for me? The youthful deity, holding a caduceus adorned with twin serpents, appeared before Zeus, his face bearing a respectful and humble smile. His gaze, filled with admiration and reverence, consistently gratified Zeus's vanity, reinforcing his belief in his own unparalleled greatness. Hermes, my beloved son, your sister, the embodiment of the highest mysteries of life, the goddess Hebe, has lingered in the realm of the dead for too long. Both Hera, her mother, and I cannot help but feel an overwhelming sense of longing for her. Coincidentally, a banquet is to be held on Mount Olympus in honor of Artemis, who is to receive the dominion of the moon. With reincarnation established, it is only fitting that Hebe, as one of the 12 Olympians, should be present. Zeus spoke slowly, resembling a caring father, his heartfelt affection evoking tears. Hermes, you shall personally drive my chariot of thunder, adorned with pearls, gemstones, and golden threads, to welcome my illustrious daughter back to Olympus. Zeus's words astonished Hermes, who had not anticipated such cordiality from the king of gods towards a daughter who had once openly defied him, undermining his authority. The banquet for Artemis necessitating Hebe's grand return, Zeus was clearly extending an olive branch, and this cunning young deity immediately sensed that something was amiss. Yet who was he? Merely a second-rate deity, reliant on his father's favor to survive on Olympus. Hermes' face displayed just the right amount of surprise before he unhesitatingly rose to fulfill Zeus's command. Zeus was greatly satisfied with Hermes' response, which was one of the reasons for his affection. Among his many offspring, this one, due to his meager power, had to rely on him, and thus was the least rebellious and most obedient, instilling confidence in Zeus. Before long, Hermes was soaring from Olympus in the king's thunderous chariot, guided by the divine mandate of the ferryman of the dead, arriving at the shores of Acheron. Unlike Hebe, who had received privileges from Hades, Hermes, bound by Zeus's directive, could only take the most formal route. On the other side, within the love temple adorned in hues of pink and gold, one can find blooming white roses, the sacred flowers of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, with golden hair and azure eyes, possessing the most exquisite visage and form in existence. The goddess now reclines languidly upon her bed, accompanied by her 3 divine attendants, the Graces, as she feebly consumes the divine fruit sent by her husband, Hephaestus, the god of fire and forge. The usual allure in Aphrodite's gaze has vanished, replaced by shades of pallor and sorrow. She has come to realize the reason for her recent bouts of fatigue and somnolence. She is with child. A divine offspring stirs within her womb, marking the first time she has conceived. The goddess, once solely devoted to revelry and the intoxication of love, now finds herself overwhelmed and disoriented. The unfamiliar sensation of motherhood blossoms within her, igniting a profound affection and anticipation for the nascent life she carries. In her quest for guidance, she seeks the counsel of Hera, the goddess of marriage and childbirth. Despite their long-standing enmity and Hera's role in compelling Aphrodite to wed the most unattractive of deities, Hephaestus, though Hera disapproves of Aphrodite's flirtatious demeanor, her maternal instincts compel her to extend her concern upon learning of Aphrodite's condition. Upon Aphrodite's request for assistance at the Temple of Marriage, Hera utilizes her divine powers to investigate the status of the unborn child. The results of her inquiry render Hera's expression grave, as she informs Aphrodite that the child she carries possesses immense potential. Such potential, while promising glory and stature for the goddess upon the child's birth, also harbors peril. The substantial divine energy and essence required to nurture this formidable offspring could lead to dire consequences. Should Aphrodite's divine power fail to sustain the child's development, the unborn might, in its unconscious quest for existence, drain her essence to facilitate its own birth, thereby jeopardizing Aphrodite's standing among the deities. The prospect of her divine rank diminishing is a source of profound dread for Aphrodite. The thought of losing her power, which is already minimal in terms of combat prowess, fills her with trepidation. Even if she retains her divine status, she would be powerless against the scorn of other gods. In this moment of vulnerability, the once delicate and seemingly fragile goddess is seized by a terrifying thought. Destroy it. Erase it before it is born. Only in this manner can she preserve herself. However, whenever this thought emerged, Aphrodite was uncontrollably engulfed by an inexplicable sense of dread that surged from the depths of her heart, as if some nameless terror had fixated upon her. She felt that should she dare to act in any manner that deviated towards the extraordinary concerning the divine child within her womb, she would be obliterated by an unseen cosmic force, stripped of all essence, and the goddess of love and beauty would cease to exist. Ultimately, Aphrodite resolved to bring forth this divine offspring. Hera, unaware of the reasons behind this decision, expressed her astonishment. She had not anticipated that this seemingly irresponsible and capricious goddess could embrace such a sense of duty, willingly risking her own essence to nurture this child. This revelation shifted Hera's perception of her considerably. The inherent maternal instinct within her prompted admiration for Aphrodite's selflessness and sacrifice. She gently persuaded Aphrodite, ensuring that divine fruits, capable of replenishing her strength, were harvested from the earth and presented to her, thus maximizing her ability to nurture the child into existence. Hephaestus, too, had learned of his wife's pregnancy and regarded their firstborn with utmost importance. Upon hearing that substantial divine power was necessary for the child's gestation, he personally ventured into the ocean to seek aid from his earthly foster mother, the benevolent sea deity Thetis, requesting some of the ocean's primordial essence. Aphrodite, born from the frothy waves, would benefit from this source as it would help replenish the energy expended in nurturing the divine child. Ares, naturally aware of his secret lover Aphrodite's condition, firmly believed that this child bore his lineage. The god of war had vanquished numerous magical beasts possessing divine blood on earth, secretly extracting their divine essence and discreetly delivering it to the temple of love to sustain Aphrodite's pregnancy, thus under the watchful eyes of many. The reincarnation of the primordial god Eros, the little god of love who sought to collect debts from the king of the gods, was successfully gestating within the chosen maternal vessel as ordained by the laws. The ascension of this world seemed to brew a tempest within the realm of chaos, foreboding a future of turmoil and bloodshed. Chapter 42. There could be only one moon goddess. Princess Hebe returned to the divine mountain, personally welcomed by Hermes, dispatched by Zeus from the underworld. The gods whispered amongst themselves, speculating on the sudden thawing of relations between the king of the gods and his rebellious daughter. After much discussion, they could only conclude that Zeus's fickle nature and the goddess's now transcendent status had compelled him to lower his noble head. In that moment, Hebe's standing among the gods was elevated significantly. To have made the king of the gods bow was an achievement worthy of 100 years of boasting if it were to happen to any of them. To celebrate Artemis's acquisition of lunar authority, a grand banquet was held as scheduled, gathering numerous deities as the new dual gods of the sun and moon, and future leaders of the light deity faction. The other gods, particularly those of the light lineage, would undoubtedly pay their respects to them. After a prolonged seclusion, the radiant goddess of prophecy and the new moon, Phoebe, one of the 12 titans, along with her husband, Zeus, the god of darkness and intellect, made their way to Mount Olympus to celebrate the occasion of their granddaughter. The goddess of night, Leto, and the goddess of starry night, Asteria, stood beside their divine parents, warmly welcoming the guests with cheerful smiles. Although the banquet was ostensibly hosted by Zeus, It was clear to all that the true protagonists of the day were the family of the luminous deities. Leto, with her gentle disposition, had faced hardship. Otherwise, she would not have been driven to despair by Hera during her pregnancy, forced to seek refuge without a place to give birth. It was only with the assistance of her sister Asteria, who transformed her essence into the radiant island of Delos, that Leto was able to successfully deliver her divine twins. Thus, the twins held their aunt in great esteem and affection, with a smile gracing her beautiful and gentle face. Leto felt a sense of pride as her children had finally allowed her to hold her head high after so many years. The earlier incident, where she was persecuted by Hera, had left her reputation tarnished, with many deities mocking her perceived fragility. However, her children, Apollo and Artemis, had helped restore her former glory. After Zeus married Hera, he maintained a lingering connection with Leto, resulting in the birth of the twins. Hera, the guardian of marriage, out of jealousy, subjected Leto to various forms of persecution, creating a long-standing enmity between the two goddesses. While it was inappropriate to express openly, both deities were secretly vying against each other, each intent on proving that their offspring were superior. Casually, Leto raised her gaze towards Hera, her obsidian-like eyes meeting Hera's resplendent violet ones. An unspoken tension filled the air as their gazes intertwined, igniting an invisible spark of rivalry, as if they were engaged in a silent argument. Your Hephaestus is ugly and a crippled god. Your Apollo is cursed with misfortune. His affections lead to ruin. Your Ares is brave, yet foolish, always clamoring for battle. Your Artemis lacks ambition. How many years has she relied on her brother for her lunar essence? But I have Hebe. From a lesser deity, she has ascended to become the mistress of rebirth. With a raised eyebrow, Hera was the first to divert her gaze. A victorious smile curling her crimson lips as she savored a sip of the exquisite wine in her glass. Today's vintage was particularly sweet. Defeated, Leto could not suppress the feelings of frustration and resentment that swelled within her. For years, Hera had consistently held the upper hand. Only she understood the depth of her own dissatisfaction. Once, as Zeus's sixth wife, albeit not formally recognized like Métis, Leto had believed she had a chance to ascend to the throne of the goddess. Who knew that not long after, whispers of Zeus's proposal to Hera would circulate. He not only promised her the coveted throne of the Queen of Gods, but also offered half of his divine authority as a gift, all in an effort to win Hera's favor. It was said that Hera initially hesitated, for Zeus had employed despicable tactics. He transformed into an injured cuckoo amidst a torrential downpour to elicit the goddess's sympathy, ultimately robbing her of her purity and compelling her to accept his proposal. In that fleeting moment, Leto found her past naivety and dreams to be utterly laughable. She felt a pang of resentment, torn between hating Zeus more or resenting Hera, the goddess who had usurped the happiness that rightfully belonged to her. Thus, when Zeus later sought her out, she did not refuse. Mother goddess, mother goddess. Leto snapped back to reality, discovering that her daughter Artemis had approached her unbidden. The enchanting goddess was adorned in splendid attire, having exchanged her usual hunting garb for a flowing gown of moonlit blue, crowned with a crescent diadem. Her silvery hair exuded an elegance imbued with a hint of playfulness and vivacity, a purity of beauty unique to a maiden. Artemis was undeniably stunning. As the goddess of light, her brother Apollo, the most handsome of the gods, often overshadowed even Zeus upon the divine mountain. Naturally, her appearance was no less remarkable, and after her meticulous preparation, the male deities present gazed at her with glimmering eyes tinged with longing. Yet, recalling her vow of maidenhood, they could not help but lament the waste of such beauty. Artemis, my daughter of sacred glory, Leto caressed Artemis's lovely visage, her face brimming with maternal affection. Mother, what occupies your thoughts? With her newfound dominion over the moon, Artemis possessed an extraordinary insight, quickly discerning her mother's distracted demeanor. Oh, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely heard that Zeus has sent for Lady Hebe to return to the divine mountain, yet I have not seen her at the banquet. The legendary goddess, who had rendered Leto's position so precarious before Hera, had only briefly encountered the youthful goddess during the time Hera was ensnared upon the golden throne. Back when she appeared as a goddess of youth, a shadow crossed Artemis's gaze. Once again, Hebe. Why was even her mother fixated on Hebe when the true guest of honor at this banquet was she? As the goddess, representing the fragmented crescent moon, a dark disquiet began to stir within her. Hebe has arrived. Look, it is Lady Hebe. At that moment, a gasp arose among the assembled deities, revealing the life goddess Hebe, now the mistress of reincarnation, returning to the divine mountain. She donned an exquisite golden gown that accentuated her tall, perfect figure. As she moved, the ethereal fabric of her gown shimmered, captivating like a river of stars. A necklace of pearls adorned her neck, accentuating its alabaster length, while her golden hair, interspersed with beautiful gemstone ornaments, sparkled like the sun. The once youthful goddess has long shed her girlhood guise, now embodying the exquisite traits of both her divine parents. Her features have blossomed into a striking beauty, resplendent and regal, akin to an unattainable flower of wealth, captivating all who gaze upon her. Though unintentional, Hebe's arrival has undeniably eclipsed Artemis, stealing the limelight. Approaching Artemis directly, Hebe came to extend her congratulations for the lunar authority bestowed upon the goddess by Zeus. With a gracious smile, she approached Artemis, accepting the golden goblet of nectar from the nymph, and warmly addressed her. Most sacred and vibrant Princess Artemis, I congratulate you on becoming the goddess of the crescent moon. Your radiance shall bestow tranquility upon the creatures of the earth. Thank you for your blessing, esteemed Hebe, Artemis replied, forcing a smile as she raised her goblet in return. Hebe subtly raised an eyebrow, perceiving that this goddess had yet to move on from the past. After all these years, to dwell in bygone memories would only lead to a loss of the future. Artemis's vision appeared rather myopic. Hebe then turned to greet Leto, who stood beside Artemis. Goddess Leto of the night, it is an honor to meet you. Likewise, life-giving Hebe, it has been some time. Your radiance surpasses all previous encounters. Leto responding promptly. Though she was the mother of two newly elevated deities, she dared not assume any heirs before the daughter of the king of gods and one of the 12 Olympian deities. I must now pay my respects to the father and mother gods, so I shall not intrude upon your gathering any longer. After exchanging pleasantries, Hebe nodded to the two goddesses and turned to depart. Accompanied by Hermes, the messenger of the gods, she approached the thrones of Zeus and Hera, bowing in reverence. Great king of the gods, Zeus, and noble queen Hera, the goddess of life, Hebe, extends her highest regard to you. Hebe, my dear daughter, you have finally returned from the shadowy realms of the underworld, showing no consideration for your mother's longing for you, Hera thought, her heart swelling with joy as she beheld her daughter, who instantly captured the attention of all present. With a sense of pride, she looked upon her daughter, her magnificent violet eyes brimming with love. Ha ha ha, Hebe, my dear daughter, you have toiled for the cycle of life. Indulge in the finest wines and delicacies. Zeus, taken aback by Hebe's splendid attire, felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that his daughter had grasped his sentiments. Donning this gown signified her willingness to reconcile. Great father, I am grateful for your generous gift. However, Hebe had no intention of reconciling with Zeus. She had merely returned upon hearing news of Eros's impending arrival, eager to witness the spectacle. As this father and daughter engaged in cheerful conversation, on another side, the god of darkness and wisdom, Zeus, and his radiant wife, the goddess of prophecy, Phoebe, were conversing quietly. Is that indeed Hebe, the youngest daughter of Zeus and Hera? The wise and profound gaze of Zeus subtly scrutinized the golden-haired goddess seated beside Hera. The hidden surges of divine power within her left him both awestruck and apprehensive. It was rare among the Titans to encounter a deity of her formidable might. Rumor had it that this goddess once held the status of a lesser deity, which only underscored her remarkable ascent. Phoebe, he remarked, after the banquet concludes, instruct Apollo and Al to swiftly negotiate reconciliation with this goddess. In the future, Apollo will undoubtedly require her assistance. In comparison to this goddess, Zeus felt his two grandsons had yet to weather sufficient storms. Figures of her caliber were coveted by all, and it would be unwise to jeopardize the potential for collaboration over a mere, trifling dispute from the past. Very well, Phoebe nodded. Their family had emerged from the previous Titan War unscathed, not only due to her prophetic abilities that granted glimpses into the future, but also thanks to her husband's strategic insight and foresight. Phoebe did not regard the quarrel as significant. It was simply a clash of youthful deities seeking to uphold the honor of their mother goddess, not a matter of deep-seated enmity. After speaking, Zeus cast a glance at the assembled deities and turned to his daughter Asteria, inquiring, Asteria, my daughter, who governs the starry night, has Hecate not attended today? Asteria's expression turned awkward as she softly explained to her divine father, my wise and illustrious father. Since Hecate assumed her role as the goddess of the underworld, as you are aware, her circumstances have rendered her exceedingly busy. She has entrusted me with delivering her gift to Artemis's temple. Hecate, the moon goddess of the underworld, master of opportunity, magic, sorcery, and enchantment, was the daughter of Asteria, the goddess of the starry night, and Persephone, the god of destruction. Indeed, let her not overexert herself. The conditions in the underworld are exceedingly harsh. Zeus felt a deep satisfaction regarding his granddaughter, who, from her very inception, had required no oversight from her elders and now held a prominent position in the underworld. Asteria, too, felt somewhat helpless. Her daughter's independent and assertive nature rendered her affairs beyond her influence, so she decided to let her chart her own course. Hebe, we may commence with that matter. After all, the focus of this banquet is Artemis. We cannot allow other deities to overshadow her. Long before their arrival, Zeus had conferred with his wife, recognizing that a mere third of the moon's essence would be insufficient for Artemis. They needed a catalyst to assist her in obtaining the complete essence of the moon, thereby strengthening her claim when contending for the title of chief deity in the future. Once the dual deities of light ascended to the position of chief god, their status would naturally rise, allowing Zeus and his wife to maintain their stronghold in an era where new gods began to supplant the old. The radiant goddess of prophecy and the new moon nodded gracefully. Clutching a golden chalice, she sauntered to the center of the banquet. The immortality of the divine allowed her to retain a youthful and exquisite visage, even after enduring countless ages. The only hint of her vast experience lay in her eyes, which were imbued with the weight of wisdom and the passage of time. The goddess proclaimed in a resonant voice to the assembly of deities, I, Hebe, the bearer of the new moon, born from the ancient radiance, on this joyous day, bestow the authority of the new moon as a gift to the crescent moon goddess, the eternally pure Artemis. As her words echoed, a crescent moon emblem materialized in her hand, radiating a cool luminescence. This shared essence of power caused both goddesses present to emanate an irresistible lunar glow, one being the crescent moon goddess Artemis, and the other the full moon goddess Selene. Selene, who had been accompanying her sister, the dawn goddess Eos, felt a sudden shift in her expression as an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over her. I am grateful for your gift, Artemis responded after a brief moment of astonishment. Rising, she approached Hebe, kneeling on one knee to accept the new moon emblem, which she then integrated into her being. The lunar radiance surrounding her intensified, and a surge of divine power coursed through her, elevating her to the pinnacle of divine rank. Standing upright, feeling the robust energy swelling within her, Artemis opened her slate-blue eyes, as if resolved to a certain course of action, and boldly approached Selene, the full moon goddess. Selene, of the full moon, we both understand that the essence of the moon must reach its completeness. There can only be one moon goddess in this realm. Under the watchful eyes of the omnipresent laws, I stake all my lunar power and the essence of the forest as a wager, challenging you to a divine battle for the primordial essence. Artemis's declaration sent ripples of astonishment through the assembly of gods. Even Koios and Hebe were taken aback by her sudden challenge. Selene's golden chalice crumpled in her grip, but after a moment, a delicate smile graced her elegant features. In the name of the full moon goddess, I accept this wager. Under the vigilant gaze of the omnipresent laws. Chapter 43. A grave situation. The crescent moon goddess Artemis astounded the gathering by proposing a primordial battle immediately after acquiring the new moon authority from her grandmother Hebe. What left the gods in disbelief was that the usually gentle and demure Selene, who had recently been caught up in romantic turmoil, agreed to this wager. The new moon and crescent moon represent fragmented parts of the moon, and together, they barely encompass half of the moon's authority. To this, Artemis added her own forest divinity as a stake. This indicated that her intentions were not merely impulsive, but rather a determination to succeed at any cost. Should she emerge victorious, Artemis would claim the authority of the full moon, becoming the sole moon goddess in the realm of chaos, thus unimpeded in her ascent to the rank of the supreme deity. Even so, The complete dominion of the moon shall resonate with her divine essence of the forest. The lunar power will nurture the verdant growth of the woods, while the creatures dwelling within shall establish a tradition of lunar worship. She will ascend as the goddess of nature, the queen of mountains and beasts. However, should she falter, she would lose not only her brother and the moon's dominion painstakingly orchestrated by her father and grandmother, but also her original divine essence of the forest. The decline in her divine rank is merely a fraction of the price she must pay. The more severe consequence would be the irrevocable loss of her eligibility to compete for the position of the supreme deity, along with her father's affection, relegating her to a life in her brother's shadow, merely a reflection of the sun. Artemis is acutely aware of these stakes and understands that a gradual approach to Selene's lunar dominion is the wisest course. Yet, the god's covetousness for the last position of supremacy ignites a sense of urgency within her. She must seize the lunar dominion with utmost haste to secure her claim in the competition for the supreme position. Though Zeus harbors discontent regarding Artemis's unilateral decisions, the wager has already been established, and under the witness of divine law, even he, the king of the gods, cannot impose his will. Accompanied by the pantheon, the two goddesses arrived at the divine arena. After the previous lesson where Hebe and Artemis's clash resulted in the arena's destruction, Zeus, in his wisdom, commanded Hephaestus to transform this grand structure into a divine artifact. He enhanced the interior space 1,000-fold with magical arrays and inscribed defensive spells upon the divine seats, ensuring that the gods would remain unharmed while spectating the battle. The deities settled into their thrones as the nymphs, displaying remarkable discernment, served exquisite wines and fresh fruits for their enjoyment. This unexpected wager sparked renewed fervor among the gods. Their existence is lengthy and often dull, and the prospect of lively entertainment thrilled them immensely. Hebe, my daughter, who do you believe has the greater chance of victory? Hera could not restrain herself from engaging in hushed discourse with her most cherished daughter. Mother, in my estimation, the outcome is far from certain. Both goddesses are formidable in their own right, Hebe replied, her gaze shifting between Artemis and Selene, uncertain of whom might prevail. Though Artemis had previously fallen to her, that defeat was largely due to carelessness. The goddess had managed to emerge unscathed from Hera's formidable assault at the level of the supreme deity, even claiming a portion of Hera's authority, thus proving her exceptional prowess. Conversely, Selene, who presents herself with an air of ethereal elegance, has wielded lunar dominion for many years and hails from the ancient Titan lineage, leaving her opponents unaware of the depths of her resources. Therefore, the outcome of this confrontation remains tantalizingly indeterminate. Suddenly, Hebe recalled that both Apollo and his grandmother, Phoebe, possessed prophetic abilities. Might they be able to glimpse the outcome of this duel? Indeed, Apollo is currently utilizing his prophetic divinity to peer into the future. Yet the results are proving less than favorable. The confrontation between Al and Selene was forged under the witness of the laws, ensuring absolute fairness and impartiality, where any external probing or interference was strictly prohibited by the decree. Apollo exerted all his strength, yet the future remained shrouded in a veil of mist, elusive and indistinct. My grandmother, the goddess of radiance and prophecy, Al, reassured Apollo with a gentle shake of her head, signaling him to ease his worries. Despite the constraints imposed by the laws that hindered her gaze into the future, she was one of the 12 oldest titans born of Gaia, the mother of Earth, and Uranus, the starry sky. For countless ages, the mantle of prophecy had been hers, and even with the laws obstructing her, she caught a glimpse of the future's edge. Witnessing Artemis, though beleaguered, ultimately triumphant, the wise god of light understood his grandmother's implication and sighed in relief, realizing that the outcome of this contest would favor Al. The two lunar goddesses stood at opposite ends of the divine arena, separated by thousands of meters, yet the eyes of the gods could discern each eyelash on their lids, while divine ears captured the whispers of the deities. Is this your aim? To humiliate me before the pantheon, believing that having ascended to the apex of divine rank, your power surpasses mine? Selene remarked with a faint smile, her eyes harboring a hidden darkness. It was no surprise that her patience was wearing thin after being schemed against repeatedly by this family. No, Artemis countered, shaking her head, her exquisite and sacred visage devoid of superfluous expression. The arrogance of your had vanished. replaced by an unwavering resolve. We both know that there can only be one goddess of the moon. You wish to safeguard your position with it, while I need it to forge my own glory. By proposing this contest, you will no longer have to fear future treachery. Should I lose today, I shall forever relinquish the authority of the moon and withdraw from the divine mountain. Artemis's declaration caused Selene to widen her eyes slightly, falling into a momentary silence before a teasing smile graced her lips. Do you think I will be grateful for this? From the moment your schemes allowed you to steal my lunar essence, our reconciliation was doomed. Today, I shall make you aware of the cost of underestimating a Titan goddess. I seek no gratitude from you. My pursuit is the tranquility of my own heart. With those words, the battle commenced in earnest. As both goddesses surged forth with overwhelming divine power, Artemis stepped forward, unleashing the might of the forest as countless green shoots burst forth from the earth, swiftly transforming into a dense woodland, with a crescent moon suspended above, radiating a cool luminescence. Selene's lunar crown shimmered with brilliance as she stepped forth, causing the ground beneath her to ripple like water. The moonlight flowed, spreading into a silvery expanse, while on the distant horizon, a magnificent full moon emerged, its beautiful form half in the air and half in the water, creating a harmonious blend of illusion and reality, a beauty that felt dreamlike and ethereal. The two goddesses spared no effort as they swiftly unleashed their divine realms. Artemis, having acquired the dominion of the moon, witnessed the emergence of lunar phenomena within her forest domain, which was subtly transforming into a realm of nature. Meanwhile, Selene, having immersed herself in the powers of the moon for many years, though her divinity singular, possessed unmatched accomplishments within the lunar sphere. The near perfection of her divine realm attested to this. Standing firmly within their respective domains, both goddesses experienced a remarkable enhancement of their powers, reaching a staggering 120% increase. A gentle breeze rustled through the dense forest, causing the leaves to flutter, while the silver-haired goddess vanished amidst the swirling foliage. The tranquil and profound essence of the forest concealed her presence. The queen of the woods had completely merged with the trees beneath her feet. Silver arrows, forged from concentrated moonlight, rained down from the forest, each imbued with the precision of the hunting deity and the extraordinary speed granted by lunar light. The essence of the waning moon endowed them with unparalleled sharpness and destructive force. Should Selene be struck by one of these arrows, her divine form would undoubtedly be pierced. In Selene's grasp appeared a staff of exquisite beauty, its sapphire blue shaft adorned with resplendent golden embellishments, crowned with a gem shaped like a full moon, her accompanying artifact, the moonstaff. As the goddess wielded the staff, the moonstone radiated a dazzling brilliance, harmonizing with the full moon behind her, while a silvery veil formed upon the surface of the moonlit waters. The arrows collided with this shimmering barrier, exploding upon impact and sending ripples across its surface, threatening to shatter it entirely. Selene then executed a mysterious arc with her staff, causing the constellations within her divine realm to shimmer. Suddenly, several stars plummeted from the heavens, transforming into meteors, trailing emerald-hued tails as they hurtled towards the forest illuminated by the crescent moon. As the most luminous star of the night, Selene, the goddess of the moon, naturally wielded the power to command the celestial bodies. In the stands of the gods, the starry night goddess Asterial clenched her fists, her expression darkening. Selene's actions were akin to stealing her very essence. Were it not for her current participation in the arena, she might have descended to demand an explanation. The falling stars, imbued with destructive power, hurtled towards Artemis's forest domain. The silver rain of arrows faltered as the crescent moon in the sky suddenly split in two, transforming into twin moon blades that gracefully danced into the meteor swarm, akin to butterflies performing an elegant dance of death. The sharp divine power of the crescent and new moons cleaved the descending stars into mere ash, scattering emerald specks that eventually settled upon the ground, dissipating into charred earth moments later. Would even the resplendent deity of light willingly hide within the darkness? My lord, it is perhaps time for you to reveal yourself. The goddess of the full moon, with her enchanting lips, gently exhaled, summoning a tempest within the divine realm. In an instant, the waters rippled, and a surge of waves arose in the domain of the full moon, from which emerged a multitude of moon butterflies, their graceful movements seemingly gliding on moonlight, swiftly pouring into the forest domain of Artemis, scattering glimmers of phosphorescent dust. This luminous dust enveloped the surroundings, leaving Artemis, hidden within the forest, with no means of evasion, causing her to be marked by the moon butterfly's phosphorescence, revealing her form. "Curse it! I have found you!" Selene exclaimed, her staff adorned with a moonstone radiating brilliance. A beam of moonlight, as thick as a grinding wheel, shot forth. With a wave of her hand, Artemis commanded the towering trees of the forest to shift and shield her. The moonlight beam pierced through the colossal trunks, resulting in a series of explosive sounds as the trees fell, stirring up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, Artemis beheld the devastation wrought upon her forest, her expression cold as she gazed at the untouched Selene, raising her hand to summon moonlight to cleanse herself of the phosphorescent residue. The full moon's domain augmented the power of her divine techniques tremendously, yet her mastery over the powers of the crescent and new moon remained incomplete. The forest and hunting were ill-suited for ranged combat. Thus, her only chance lay in closing the distance. A glimmer ignited in Artemis's gray-blue eyes as her divine domain dissipated in an instant, while the crescent moon above continued to emit its silvery glow. With a stomp of her foot, she vanished into the moonlight, rapidly approaching Selene. Selene's expression hardened. The opponent had discerned her weakness. The moon was intrinsically linked to all extraordinary phenomena, and during the full moon phase, sorcery, magic, and divine arts received tremendous enhancement. As the wielder of the full moon's divinity, Selene's divine techniques were doubly potent compared to those of other deities, yet such power came at a cost, rendering her divine form more fragile than that of her peers. Artemis's choice to approach with the utmost speed afforded by the moonlight was decidedly disadvantageous for Selene. Raising her staff, Selene sought to summon the moonlit barrier once more to keep her adversary at bay, but the speed of light was too swift. In the blink of an eye, Artemis was already upon her. In the moonlight, the goddess wielding the dual blades of the crescent and new moon leaped forth, her blades emanating a chilling radiance as they swung toward Selene. The moon blades pierced through Selene's form. Victory? Not at all. Artemis abruptly realized that the goddess before her was but an illusion. The mirage technique allowed for a temporary exchange between one's physical form and its reflection upon the water surface. Selene's true self materialized 10 paces away. Artemis, quick as lightning, pursued closely, unleashing her moon blades once more. With razor-sharp edges leading the way, Selene's staff suddenly slipped from her grasp, spinning like a small circular shield to protect its master. The moon blades struck the staff, producing a resounding clang and showering sparks. As Selene retreated, she invoked her divine art. The stars above shimmered once more, sending down a cascade of celestial bodies crashing toward Artemis. A mysterious smile flickered across Artemis's face as her divine radiance shimmered, the realm of the forest unfurling before her. Towering trees flourished under the ethereal glow of the crescent moon, nourished by the luminescence of its beams. In an extraordinary display, Artemis forcefully merged her divine domain with the moonlit realm of Selene. This remarkable maneuver was truly astonishing. The two goddesses, both possessing the essence of the moon, found their forest divine attributes harmoniously intertwined, leading to an unexpected success. The scene of trees thriving in the water, illuminated by the dual moons, was indeed both surreal and magnificent. Now, it was Selene who found herself in a state of agitation. Armed with her twin moon blades and endowed with the divine powers of hunting and the forest, Artemis was the quintessential assassin. Like a nimble cat darting through the woods, everything within the forest served as a tool to conceal her presence. The elusive goddess, with her twin blades, relentlessly pushed Selene into retreat. For a moment, Selene was unable to employ her divine arts of mirrored illusions, yet she was not an easy opponent to vanquish. Her spells, lunar explosions, moon butterflies, and rain of stars, came forth in relentless succession. Though Artemis evaded several attacks with her agility, the sheer volume and expansive range soon overwhelmed her, resulting in her sustaining injuries. The two goddesses engaged in a fierce battle that sent shivers through the assembled deities. While this clash could be understood as a primal divine conflict, there was a palpable concern that one of the goddesses might inadvertently slay the other. The combat raged on, and soon Artemis learned to adapt. As Selene unleashed her wide-ranging destructive spells, she concealed herself within the forest, nurturing countless giant trees and vines, using Selene's lunar power as sustenance, an undeniably cunning strategy. Gradually, Selene sensed her divine energy waning. Her divine robe lay tattered beneath the onslaught of Artemis's moon blades, her body marred with wounds. With a clang, Selene's lunar staff was knocked aside, and a similarly battered Artemis appeared behind her, moon blade poised at her throat, softly declaring, "You have lost." The divine realm shattered, and Selene knelt weakly, seemingly unable to comprehend her defeat. Silence enveloped the gods. The overwhelming power displayed by the two goddesses left them astonished. Particularly, Artemis's prowess silenced any who might dare question her right to wield lunar authority. She had proven herself through sheer strength. Finally, Zeus, the king of the gods, rose to his feet, his demeanor remarkably buoyant. His gaze towards Artemis was filled with admiration as he dispelled the veil over the arena. The outcome was now unequivocally clear. Selene had been defeated, and her lunar authority rightfully belonged to Artemis. She would stand as the sole moon goddess upon Mount Olympus. Regardless of their private thoughts, the assembled gods erupted in applause, congratulating the victor. Artemis sheathed her moon blades, finally allowing a proud expression to grace her features. Through her own strength, she had claimed the most vital essence of the moon, demonstrating to all present that she, Artemis, was no mere decorative goddess hiding behind the shadows of her brothers and elders. Selene, under the witness of the laws, relinquish your essence. In this wager, victory is hers, and she is on the verge of possessing the moon's most complete essence. Yet, Selene pays her no heed, suddenly murmuring to herself, her vague intonations indistinct. Alas, it is a curse. She is casting a curse. Upon witnessing Selene's peculiar state, Hebe, the deity who governs the cycle of reincarnation, perceives the dual energies of the world with her divine insight. In her eyes, Selene is emanating dark, foul energies, unmistakably the mark of a curse. But it is too late. Selene has already uttered her cursed words. She lifts her gaze, casting a resentful glare towards Artemis and Aphrodite in the stands. A golden-hued, divine egg materializes in the goddess's embrace, representing the children she and Endymion could not bring forth, the moire of 50 weeks, sacrificed by their mother to bestow a curse upon their enemies. Clutching the divine egg, Selene radiates a silvery glow, choosing self-destruction and a return to her essence over submission to her foes. The full moon goddess transforms into a resplendent full moon, plummeting toward the arena's ground without pause. The gods present are taken aback. The ancient deities hasten to shield the scene, for the moon's impact is no jest. A thunderous explosion reverberates, divine power erupts, and the arena is once again laid to ruin in the wake of this cataclysm. Artemis finds herself cradled by Apollo, the sun god's golden shield materializing before them to ward off the blast's aftermath. Her brow furrows. She never anticipated Selene would opt for a return to her essence. Cunning and treacherous deities, those who toy with love, you too shall face the retribution of love. Artemis, Apollo, Aphrodite, I curse you soon. You shall find yourselves ensnared in the torment of unattainable love, suffering greatly. Ethereal words echo upon the divine mountain. Selene's curse of love momentarily distracts Apollo and the others. The most pressing matter now is the essence of the full moon. The goddess chooses self-destruction to return to her origins, and now that essence disperses. Gathering it anew will demand considerable effort. Apollo, with a grim countenance, surveys the assembled deities, his all-seeing eye discerning clearly which god seized a portion of the essence amid the chaos. He will compel them to relinquish it completely. However, as Apollo cast his gaze toward the golden-haired, violet-eyed goddess, their eyes unexpectedly meet, and in her grasp is a radiant orb of light. 1/3 of the full moon's essence. Apollo's lips twitch. Chapter 44. The Great Purge on Mount Olympus. Apollo and Artemis were still troubled by the dispersal of the nascent moon. Meanwhile, in the flourishing realm of mortals, gifted to humanity by Zeus, Pandora, who had been bestowed with the spark of life, obeyed the command of the king of gods and married Epimetheus. Not long after, Pandora gave birth to a daughter named Pyra. Pyra, a demigod born of both divine and human lineage, did not inherit her father's divine essence, but possessed a semi-divine physique akin to her cousin Deucalion. She also inherited her mother's exquisite beauty and keen intellect. As one of the only two mortal women in the city-state, Pyra was cherished and adored by the other inhabitants. The gods did not create any other women for this generation, and for those who could not procreate, Pyra was akin to a daughter they all nurtured together. Years passed, and Pyra grew into a remarkable young woman. Her astonishing beauty and sharp mind attracted the attention of many men within the city-state. Despite the apparent disparity in age, some audacious suitors approached Pandora, seeking to wed Pyra as their bride. However, Pyra was decidedly resistant to their advances, showing no interest in their flattery. Instead, she often followed her cousin Deucalion, spending her days in the valley crafting boats. "Mother, I'm going to play in the valley with brother." Pyra's sweet, clear voice rang out from outside. "All right, be careful and come back in time for dinner," Pandora replied, a loving smile gracing her face as she watched her daughter joyfully run away. She then returned to her room to weave. Pandora had been in the mortal realm for many years. Her unmatched beauty and extraordinary intellect had captivated the hearts of all men upon her arrival. Yet she had adhered to Zeus's decree and married Epimetheus. The simple-minded Epimetheus had little in common with Pandora, and their life together was akin to a conversation between a chicken and a duck. As a wife, Pandora took on the responsibilities of caring for her husband, even assuming tasks from Deucalion. Her inner turmoil went unspoken. Hera's blessing prevented her from betraying her marriage and compromising her dignity. Days passed in this manner, and Pandora sought to divert her attention through various activities. However, as a woman endowed with every talent, after the initial novelty wore off, she quickly mastered anything she attempted, be it weaving, cooking, husbandry, dancing, music, or even martial skills. In modern terms, Pandora resembled a player with cheat codes in a game. Though she could breeze through with ease, the lack of challenge rendered it rather dull. Once she had learned all that could be learned, Pandora settled into a mundane and seemingly tedious domestic life. Fortunately, the arrival of Pyra injected a fresh vitality into her otherwise monotonous existence, as she found renewed joy in caring for this new life. Yet now, Pandora has blossomed into adulthood, having found a suitor of her own, no longer the little girl who once stood by her side. A sense of monotony looms over her, reminiscent of days long past, as the curiosity bestowed upon her by Zeus ignites an insatiable desire to explore the world around her. Over the years, this innate curiosity has neither waned nor diminished. Instead, it has intensified with fervor. Unable to resist, Pandora lifts her gaze once more towards the box that Zeus had gifted her, cautioning her never to open it. She has lost count of how many times she has felt the urge to disobey, her alabaster hands having caressed the edges of the box countless times, yearning to uncover the treasures concealed within this seemingly exquisite container. Yet, each time, her heart races uncontrollably, a foreboding sensation rising within her, compelling her to suppress this impulsive instinct. Her hands move deftly over the loom, weaving intricate fabrics despite her distracted state. As she toils, her mind wanders to the enigma of the box bestowed upon her by Zeus. What lies within? Jewels? Gold? Or perhaps more fabric? The curiosity, long repressed deep within her, burgeons and swells, and as her fingers initially flew over the loom, they gradually come to a halt. In a moment of silence, her gaze drifts vacantly, reflecting a tumult of struggle and hesitation. Overwhelmed with thoughts, she murmurs to herself, "Surely, a mere glance would pose no harm, right? Just a tiny opening to see what resides within. Then I shall close it immediately." The vigilance bestowed upon her by the goddess Hebe thrums wildly, screaming for her to desist. Nevertheless, this time it falters. The curiosity instilled by Zeus, after years of suppression, erupts with astonishing force, swiftly eroding all patience and caution. It bewilders Pandora's senses, compelling her to approach the box. The unparalleled beauty of Pandora, crafted by the hands of the gods, succumbs to the overwhelming curiosity as she unseals the box. Breathing heavily, her emerald eyes flicker with both intrigue and anxiety, eager to glimpse the mysterious gift that has tormented her for so long. Yet, before she can fully comprehend, a noxious black smoke bursts forth from the box, erupting into the air and swiftly engulfing the entire room. The dark smoke quickly escapes outdoors, sweeping across the sky like ominous clouds, carrying with it the madness, sin, envy, lust, theft, greed, and a myriad of calamities that Zeus had concealed within the box, casting an unprecedented shadow of misfortune upon the earth in an instant. In a state of utter panic, Pandora, sensing the impending catastrophe, hastily closed the box. She rushed outside, only to behold the sky shrouded in ominous clouds. The once amiable faces of the people were now transformed, their eyes glowing a furious red. They began to quarrel and brawl, ceasing only when one side lay lifeless. And the victors exhibited not a shred of fear or remorse for the bloodshed, instead reveling in raucous laughter. The serene and harmonious city had metamorphosed into a hellish wasteland, teeming with malevolence and grotesqueness. She witnessed famine, pestilence, and suffering ravaging the earth. No, how could this be? Pandora's face turned ashen, the iridescent gleam in her eyes extinguished. She collapsed to the ground, engulfed by a paralyzing dread, tears cascading from her eyes. It was over. Everything was lost due to her foolish curiosity, which had unwittingly set humanity on the path to destruction. She was the harbinger of doom for humankind. With a heart heavy with despair, Pandora returned indoors, her gaze drawn to the gleaming scissors on the table. She stared at them, lost in thought. Curiosity, cursed be this wretched curiosity. In a moment of despair, she seized the scissors and plunged them into her own heart. Crimson blood flowed from the wound. Although she was the most perfect creation of the gods, she was not immortal. This beauty, rivaling even that of Aphrodite, chose to end her life amidst the shadows of sin. The chaos unfolding in the mortal realm could not escape the watchful eyes of the gods on Mount Olympus. The turmoil below compelled Hestia, the goddess of the hearth and home, to return to the divine abode, her visage marked by unprecedented rage. The evils unleashed by Zeus affected not only humanity but also other beings on earth, with some weaker nymphs succumbing to the darkness and transforming into monsters. Zeus, you have gone too far. The evils you have unleashed have thrown the earth into chaos. Are you not afraid of Gaia's wrath? Hestia confronted her brother, the king of the gods, her eyes ablaze with indignation. My selfless and noble sister, how can you accuse me? Zeus replied, his demeanor calm as he regarded the furious goddess. The evils were released by Pandora herself. I entrusted her with the box, warning her repeatedly not to open it. She alone chose to unlock its contents. Had she not taken her own life in guilt, I would have brought her before the gods to answer for her actions. Seated upon his throne, the golden-haired deity surveyed Hestia with an inscrutable expression. You will eventually pay for your barbarity today, Hestia retorted, her spirit crushed by Zeus's shameless words. Without hesitation, she turned and departed. Zeus watched her retreating figure, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. Rising, he summoned the other gods to the storm clouds above. Descending from the heavens to observe the suffering of mortals below, his gaze fixated on the plight of the wretched. Hebe, too, stood among the pantheon, her presence drawing the concerned gazes of Hera, Ares, and Hephaestus. They were acutely aware that humanity held a unique place in Hebe's heart, and they feared she might struggle to accept the destruction of her creations at the hands of Zeus. With a gentle smile, Hebe subtly shook her head, reassuring them that she was untroubled. Humanity still possessed a glimmer of hope, for death was merely a beginning. It is time, Poseidon, cleanse the earth of its transgressions. Zeus intoned solemnly, surveying the ravaged landscape. Indeed, Poseidon acknowledged with a nod, summoning the trident imbued with the might of the ocean into his grasp. The earth-shaking deity unleashed his divine power, unleashing a cataclysmic deluge that would be the ultimate trial for this generation of humanity. Almighty sea, wash away the filth upon the land. Upon his command, the trident emanated a cerulean light, and the ocean roiled in response. Towering, merciless waves surged forth, a colossal tsunami that swiftly engulfed the earth, extinguishing all life in its path. Under the onslaught of Poseidon's wrath, the land was soon purged, leaving only the ark of Deucalion and Pyrrha adrift upon the vast waters. Rather than obliterating these two surviving souls, Zeus decreed that the gods should safeguard them, for they embodied the hope bestowed upon humanity and would serve as the foundation for a new creation. Deucalion and Pyrrha floated for 9 days and nights, and on the 9th day, their ark came to rest upon the slopes of Mount Parnassus near Delphi. stepping onto the fertile, tranquil land that followed the calamity. Tears of joy nearly spilled from their eyes. Yet, gazing upon the desolate expanse devoid of life, a profound sorrow welled within them. They were the last of their kind, left with only each other. With her crimson hair cascading around her, Hera knelt upon the ground, cradling the relic of her mother, the fateful box that had heralded their doom. Crystal tears fell from the beautiful maiden's eyes onto the exquisitely crafted lid of the box. In that moment, the box radiated a soft glow, breaking free from her embrace to hover in midair, slowly unveiling its lid before the astonished couple below. Within lay the final gift of hope, the last remnant that had yet to escape Pandora's confines. A green leaf, symbolizing hope, floated in the air as the divine oracle of the king of gods resounded. Guard your heads and cast forth the bones of your mother behind you. This generation of humanity would be born under the direct guidance of the king of the gods. While Deucalion and Hera pondered the profound meaning of the oracle, the leaf of hope drifted away with the wind, its ethereal promise seemingly unnoticed by all but Hebe. In the realm of the underworld, the god with ebony wings sat majestically in his temple, his ornate jade scepter radiating an aura of life that starkly contrasted with his surroundings. Feeling the command of the divine, Pacus channeled his celestial power, extracting a pale golden crystal from the gem atop his staff. The energy within was remarkably dense. Upon closer inspection, one could perceive myriad ethereal forms, resembling birds and butterflies, flitting about within. If one listened intently, the resonant sounds of prayers and supplications could be discerned. This was the faith that humanity had devoted to Hebe over countless years. She had not absorbed it, but rather gathered it within her life staff. Now, Zeus intended to forge a new humanity and had brought forth this hope, which could be utilized by her. She aimed to blend this faith with the elusive hope to create a goddess. Thus, Pacus cast the crystallized essence of human faith into the gate of reincarnation, invoking the authority of the Lord of Rebirth to send it to the mortal realm. The hope, represented by verdant leaves, unwittingly descended into an unknown valley, where a ripple in space occurred, and the pale golden crystal materialized, colliding with the ethereal hope. The immense power of faith surged into the hope, and the divine light of hope suddenly erupted, igniting the divine flame and awakening consciousness. Amidst a dazzling yet gentle pale golden glow, a young goddess clad in a white gown, holding a lily, leaped forth. She was born from the faith and hope of humanity. Her dark curls symbolized the confusion and trials before her, while her golden eyes mirrored the hope of a promising future. Accompanying her were a host of holy spirits, transformed from faith, resembling butterflies and birds. The lily in the goddess's hand radiated brilliance, manifesting an exquisitely ornate box, once her prison. She placed the lily within the box, which emitted a radiant light, revealing golden lily patterns upon her form. Born from the elusive hope and rooted in pure wishes and faith, I am Olympus, the goddess of wishes and hope. I shall heed the supplications of all beings. O devout souls, hope shall come to your side and fulfill your desires. Chapter 45, Perfection. The most ruthless confinement, the goddess of wishes and hope, was quietly born within the earth, while atop Mount Parnassus, Deucalion and Hera finally comprehended the implications of Zeus's oracle. These two astute offspring of the gods soon realized that the mother mentioned in the oracle referred to Gaia, the mother of all, and her bones were the stones scattered across the land. Following the oracle's guidance, both cast stones behind them. A bolt of thunder flashed across the sky. Upon striking the ground, the hard stones began to soften, gradually transforming into human forms. The stone thrown by Deucalion became a man, while Hera's stone transformed into a woman. They appeared in pairs, gracing the world with their presence. Meanwhile, in the realm of the dead, the primordial god of death, Thanatos, with silver hair and gray wings, gazed in astonishment at the suddenly burgeoning sea of souls. How long had it been since the last disturbance? 30 years? Had all of humanity perished? These gods upon the divine mountain truly should not test the limits of the divine. Awaiting his return, he must first attend to the matters at hand before reporting to the mother goddess. This issue with the souls has not yet reached its conclusion. Not only does he harbor such thoughts, but all the deities of the underworld share the same sentiment, as they delay their current affairs. They are determined to lodge a complaint with the primordial gods. Enough is enough. Line up properly. All of you, be silent. Should anyone dare to disturb me again, I shall cast them into the river Styx. The newly deceased humans, tainted by the shadows of the mortal realm prior to their demise, are laden with numerous vices, proving far more difficult to manage than the previous 2 batches of souls. Some even dare to confront the deities of the underworld. Such audacity is truly unprecedented. The deities, already short-tempered, swiftly dealt with the unruly spirits, obliterating the troublemakers with a single lash, thereby restoring order amidst the chaos. However, soon another dilemma arose. The newly arrived souls found themselves unable to cross the ferry guarded by Sharon. The reason being that these souls had perished in the cataclysmic flood, with no funerals held in their honor, and thus they lacked the requisite coin for passage. Consequently, the souls congregated at the bridge's entrance, a dark mass of despair. Sharon, bewildered, pondered the influx of impoverished souls. On the very first day of his duty at the ferry, there were already those attempting to cross without payment. How could he maintain his dignity as the guardian of the bridge? As the situation grew increasingly tense, 2 radiant deities approached the bridge. Sharon, allow the souls to cross. The cost shall be noted for later reckoning, as divine beings will take responsibility for it. The god of the underworld, adorned with obsidian wings, stood at the forefront, accompanied by Hecate, the goddess of the moon, brandishing a torch. As for who would bear the cost, the souls of these humans, who met their end at the hands of Zeus and Poseidon, should naturally have their passage fees covered by these 2 deities. Though he lacked the means to demand it, there were gods with the ability to do so. Very well, spoke Paean, and Sharon promptly lifted the barriers of the underworld's ferry, permitting the souls to pass. Hecate, I entrust the guidance of these souls to you. New humans are already being created upon the earth, and I must attend to the gate of reincarnation to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Go ahead. I shall ensure everything here is taken care of, Hecate replied, nodding. The moon in the heavens shone with a serene glow as the goddess descended to the newly arrived souls. The torch in her hand ignited with divine radiance, illuminating the way for the souls who, under the guidance of the moonlight and the torch's brilliance, would embark upon their forthcoming journey. Guided by the light emanating from Hecate, the souls progressed towards the Hall of Hades. There, the dark-haired, azure-eyed lord of the underworld sat upon his skeletal throne, observing the foggy assembly of souls. He cast a glance at the human souls he had appointed as record-keepers within the hall, feeling a sense of relief. His foresight had proven invaluable, for the consequences of negligence would have been dire. Paean unfurled his obsidian wings and proceeded towards the Temple of Reincarnation, where the gate of reincarnation shimmered with golden and blue light. Before long, Hypnos, adorned with platinum locks, gracefully approached, fluttering his pristine wings. The guardian of the cycle gate, the god of the Stygian sun, Pykos, had delivered the souls destined for rebirth, as decreed by the night goddess. Pykos, endowed with the authority of the Stygian sun, was the most perceptive deity in the realm of the dead. With Hebe absent from the underworld, Hades appointed him to oversee the cycle gate, safeguarding against any malevolent intrusions. Thank you for your efforts, Hypnos. Pykos received the clusters of souls from Hypnos' hands. These souls belonged to the first generation of the golden human race, having their memories cleansed in the Temple of Oblivion at Lethe, returning to their primordial state. After confirming that all was well, Pykos looked up at the deity with whom he shared a cordial rapport and smiled gently, asking, "Shall we witness together this inaugural endeavor of the cycle gate?" "It would be my honor." Hypnos beamed back, reasoning that since he would soon be conscripted by his majesty, he might as well linger a bit longer in the Temple of Rebirth, indulging in some leisure. Pykos nodded and cast forth the souls from his grasp. Like fluffy clouds, the souls descended to the ground, transforming in the blink of an eye into ethereal figures. They bore no features, no distinctions of gender, merely embodying the purest essence of souls, which would only acquire gender upon their rebirth into new vessels. The process of reincarnation was straightforward. The 2 deities needed not intervene much, as the bewildered souls were instinctively drawn to the life-giving force emanating from the cycle gate. The foremost soul gradually approached the gate, and as it made contact with the threshold, a surge of golden blue divine energy infused its being, igniting the spark of life within. Nourished by the inherent death energy of the soul, in an instant, the soul was drawn into the vortex, vanishing from sight. With the first demonstration complete, the remaining souls followed suit, eagerly entering the cycle gate. Upon the earth, the figures of Dikaon and Pyrrha, along with the men and women behind them, felt a radiant glow emerge from their foreheads as the souls from the underworld infused their bodies. Their eyelashes fluttered, and they opened their eyes, revealing a purity and curiosity. Everything in this world was profoundly novel to them, sparking an insatiable wonder. Haha, splendid! This generation of humanity shall be the most perfect servants of the gods. High above, the king of the gods observed this cohort, imbued with his divine essence, feeling immense satisfaction. When he breathed life into them with the vitality of thunder, he had, of course, made a few alterations. These mortals would naturally gravitate towards him, recognizing him as their greatest father. It was evident that among the pantheon, his faith would flourish the most. The king of the gods, filled with mirth, descended from the clouds, leading the deities down, radiating a gentle divine light, manifesting miracles amidst the new generation of humanity. Great king of the gods, Zeus, we thank you for granting humanity a new beginning. O benevolent deities, your radiance is resplendent, and it is the hope you bestow that brings forth new life for humanity. I beseech you to continue your guardianship, guiding us toward prosperity, that we may offer you our most devout faith. Deucalion, accompanied by his wife and the kin behind him, kneels upon the ground, his countenance, worn by suffering, adorned with piety. The nascent and naive human race, following their leader, also kneels, albeit without grasping the significance of this act. Ah, splendid! The sins upon the earth have been cleansed. Soon the storm cloud shall disperse, and the deluge will recede, allowing the land to embrace you once more. Deucalion and Pyrrha, as leaders of humankind, rise and guide them in forging a new existence, teaching them to revere the gods, who shall in turn grant you protection and assistance. Deucalion's gesture of respect towards the divine pleases Zeus greatly. He raises his scepter and bestows upon Deucalion and Pyrrha a torch, rekindling the flame of life for humanity. The power of fire shall enable them to swiftly regain their footing upon the earth, rebuilding civilization to swiftly offer faith to the gods. Grateful for your blessings, great king of the gods, Deucalion receives the torch, his expression filled with devotion and gratitude, his eyelids lowered, concealing the fear and resentment that linger within. High upon the Caucasus, the former leader of humanity, the wise prophet Prometheus, has been weathered by the trials of time and torment, and the calamities of the earth do not escape his notice. Yet, this deity, once so invested in his creations, now gazes upon their utter destruction with an impassive countenance, devoid of any stirrings of emotion. It appears you do not care for humanity as the gods have envisioned, wise Prometheus. A familiar voice echoes in his ear. Upon hearing this voice, Prometheus allows a faint smile to grace his features. Indeed, you have come, my most esteemed pupil, the astute Hebe, radiant with golden light. The goddess of life springs forth, golden-haired and violet-eyed. Having foreseen the demise of humanity, what significance do your previous actions hold? To confine yourself here, enduring Zeus's torment day and night, is not the behavior one would expect from a wise prophet. Hebe turns her gaze to Prometheus. Can you share your purpose with me, my teacher? The wise prophet remains silent for a moment, surveying the desolate land, as if his divine sight can pierce the barriers of time and space. Perceiving the new race led by Deucalion and Pyrrha, Prometheus does not answer Hebe. Instead, he poses a question of his own. My lady Hebe, the previous generation of humanity was crafted by you and me together. Do you deem them perfect? This query takes Hebe by surprise, yet after a moment's contemplation, she responds earnestly. When we created humankind, we utilized the finest materials the world had to offer, and, as I bestowed upon them life, I meticulously considered the various attributes of living beings, granting them the most impeccable forms. You have endowed them with the most exquisite and wise souls. Regardless of perspective, the generation of humanity that you and I have created is undoubtedly the most perfect. Indeed, they are remarkably flawless. Prometheus let out a faint chuckle, tinged with a hint of self-mockery. Yet, Hebe, my confidant and dear friend, have you not yet disowned the essence of this world? The laws of existence have caused the earth to give birth to the sky, and the night to nurture the day. Goodness must inevitably coexist with evil. What does this signify? Prometheus's words plunged Hebe into deep contemplation. However, he did not afford her the opportunity to ponder further, continuing unabated. A perfect physique, a flawless soul, an unequivocally positive creation. Their potential had been thoroughly excavated from the moment of their inception. Even if I, with the power of a seer, repeatedly enlighten their wisdom, their limits shall not rise further. From that moment, I realized that perfection is the most merciless prison, the greatest imperfection of humanity. Prometheus's emerald eyes sparkled with intensity, revealing a hint of madness beneath his calm facade. Humanity, too, should mirror the world, a paradoxical amalgamation of dualities. My creations are flawed, thus I must rectify my errors. So, were all your prior actions that angered Zeus part of your design? The prophetic nature of my divinity grants me a glimpse into the future. Epimetheus will bestow upon humanity its foolish aspect, while the dark side unleashed from Pandora's box will give rise to malevolence. These lower thresholds will lead to an elevation of their potential. Such contradictions and uncertainties are the keys to their continual evolution. Through the ongoing rectification of errors, humanity shall ignite a more vigorous flame of wisdom. Through relentless trials, they will attain a more resilient soul and physique. This is the epitome of creation, a being with boundless possibilities. Hebe fell silent, gazing in astonishment at the deity bound upon Mount Caucasus, his face bearing traces of madness. Indeed, are all geniuses mad? Why are you so surprised, my dear Hebe? Have you not also penetrated the essence of this world? I can sense within you a unique force, a perfect fusion of two extreme powers, a complex of dualities. You continually surprise me. This path is righteous, continue on, and you shall ascend to unpredictable heights. At this moment, Prometheus's expression returned to normal, his eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom, imparting a piece of advice to his dear friend. Prometheus, your wisdom astounds me. I hope there will never come a day when I stand against you. The depth of this deity's wisdom is truly formidable. Every step taken is 100 steps calculated. In comparison, Zeus's wisdom seems pilfered and unreliable. Rest assured, glorious Hebe, even for her sake, I shall not turn against you. Who she is, both deities present are well aware. Upon mentioning her, Prometheus could not help but darken his expression. He reminded Hebe, your illustrious and valiant father probably remains unaware that he is ensnared by more than one curse. A dormant one lies in wait, ready to erupt. Prepare yourself, Hebe, for this matter will not only inflict harm upon him, but your mother, the goddess presiding over marriage, will lose her authority the moment this curse comes to fruition. Her divine essence shall shatter, and I trust you will not remain passive. I am well aware and have made my preparations. There is no need for your concern, Hebe replied, fully cognizant of the curse to which Prometheus referred. The new generation of humanity had been born, appearing in pairs, destined to propagate on their own. This would bestow abundant power of love and desire upon Eros, who was gestating within Aphrodite, aiding in his swift arrival into the world. With his emergence, the 12 golden arrows of the divine king would inevitably follow. Zeus would entangle himself with 12 women from amongst the newly formed humans, resulting from the primordial curse of 12 acts of infidelity. This would not only strip Zeus of his potential and divine power, but also deliver a lethal blow to Hera, who embodies the most sacred marriage alongside the divine king. The goddess Nyx had previously cautioned her about this, and thus Hebe had long been prepared. As long as she exists, the glory of her mother shall remain unscathed. Chapter 46. The essence of summer. Hebe did not linger atop the Caucasus Mountains before the arrival of the vulture to punish Prometheus. The goddess returned to her temple of life. At this moment, the divine mountain was sparsely populated, as the newly birthed humans were merely at the dawn of their existence, a time ripe for garnering faith. In pursuit of worship, the gods flocked to the mortal realm, showcasing miracles and bestowing blessings upon humanity. Even Aphrodite, who was nurturing a divine child, refused to be left behind. Accompanied by the 3 graces, she descended to earth, raising her hand to bless the newly formed humans with exquisite beauty. In the absence of Prometheus, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, naturally assumed the role of leader and educator for this generation of humanity. This ambitious goddess, who sought the faith of mortals, remained among them to teach agriculture, animal husbandry, weaving, and other skills, guiding them in the reconstruction of their city-states. For a time, Athena garnered the most fervent devotion among the deities, second only to Zeus himself. Hebe, however, chose not to partake in the festivities. She did not intend to ascend through the power of faith. This generation of humanity had already faced trials beyond measure, and the blessings of the world were indeed scarce. Seizing this opportunity, she decided to rest and contemplate the latest mastery of her reincarnation divinity within the temple. The divine essence of reincarnation now holds dominion within Hebe's being, relegating the divine essences of life and winter to subordinate roles. These two divine forces continuously emanate their power, nourishing the black and white essence, which effortlessly absorbs and transforms the contrasting attributes of their divine energies. Amidst this perpetual fusion, a minuscule gray hue, akin to a solitary star in the vast cosmos, begins to germinate at the core of the divine essence. The day it reaches its fullness will mark the moment when Hebe realizes her ambitions. The reincarnation essence operates autonomously as the goddess, with golden hair and violet eyes. Opens her gaze. She extends her arms, radiating a cool luminescence, within which a phantom of a full moon flickers. As the essence of Selene's full moon flows, Hebe seizes a third of it. Observing this essence, Hebe, to be candid, finds little allure in the lunar authority it embodies. However, the essence contains Selene's deep-seated animosity, which piques her interest. Just as humanity's disdain for the sun birthed the solar eclipse essence of Pakos, what might the former moon goddess's resentment towards the current moon goddess yield? Hebe closes her eyes, her consciousness plunging into the essence of the full moon. Having reached the pinnacle of divine mastery, her grasp and analysis of the rules have transcended previous limits. Once profound love has metamorphosed into profound hatred. The goddess's bitterness and resentment transmute into a curse. You shall obscure the moon's radiant glow like the night veil, usurping its purity. You will embody the moon's shadowy aspect, where terror, omens, and misfortune shall be your prevailing themes. As the goddess speaks, an intangible, mighty force of the divine laws descends, causing the full moon essence to tremble. A peculiar silver-gray divine essence leaps forth, and Hebe channels her divine power, preventing its aura from leaking. Meanwhile, Artemis, who spreads faith among humankind, furrows her brow, sensing an ominous premonition enveloping her heart, yet she cannot discern its origin. Reluctantly, she suppresses her thoughts and continues to wander through the mountains, safeguarding hunters venturing into the wilderness. Hebe meticulously examines the newly birthed divine essence in her hand. It resembles the former solar eclipse essence, cloaked in a grayish hue akin to the night sky, with shimmering silver boundaries and faint lunar projections, a fitting sister essence to the solar eclipse. The emergence of the lunar eclipse essence incites a ripple in the divine laws, marking a refinement of the cosmic order, heralding the appearance of a shimmering artifact. Oh, how generous! Another artifact accompanies it, the necromancer's grimoire. The moon is intrinsically linked with magic, witchcraft, and sorcery. As the darker facet of the moon, the authority of the lunar eclipse is no less significant. The necromancer's grimoire summons undead beings for combat, possessing strength equivalent to demigods, and these undead creatures inherently devour moonlight as sustenance. Wherever moonlight exists, they will engage in relentless battle. Not bad. It carries a semblance of the four great calamities. Hebe promptly transfers this divine essence and artifact to her counterpart, Pakos, in the realm of the underworld. The dark-winged god of death emanated a radiant glow, and in his hand appeared a book, as black as ink and entwined with silver patterns. A subtle smile graced his lips. The solar and lunar eclipses resonated with one another, and he felt a sense of completeness. It seemed rather fortuitous that, just as Hebe had dispatched the two items, a familiar guest arrived at the Hall of Life. A tall, athletic figure with an unparalleled visage, exuding a gentle luminosity that caused the flowers in the hall to bloom even more vibrantly. Who else could it be but Apollo? The two former rivals met once again, and Hebe wore a faint smile as she instructed the nymph outside to bring forth fine wine and fresh fruit, pouring a cup for Apollo. "Why, my lord, do you grace my hall of life when you are not among mortals spreading your faith?" Hebe mused, well aware of Apollo's intentions. However, She understood that the first to speak would lose the upper hand in this delicate exchange. Maintaining her composure, she took a sip from her cup, her demeanor serene. Apollo's deep gaze settled upon the goddess opposite him, noting her enhanced beauty. Unlike the allure of Aphrodite, which stirred desire and compassion, Hebe's beauty emanated from a serene confidence and self-assuredness. Once a timid, third-tier deity who would lower her gaze in the presence of others, she had now ascended to the status of a revered goddess, her power unfathomable, even to him. It was this strength that allowed her to hold her head high before the pantheon, radiating her own brilliance, a beauty that surpassed even the sun. The handsome sun god found himself momentarily entranced. "My lord?" Hebe tilted her head, intrigued by Apollo's absent-mindedness. What would he be pondering so intently? Surely, he was concocting some mischief. She had to be cautious of this shadowy sun god, especially after witnessing the fate of Selene. Clearing his throat, Apollo snapped back to reality, feeling slightly embarrassed, yet unable to mask his intentions. The god of medicine clearing his throat? Hebe thought to herself, "My lady, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit. In order to compete for the final position among the principal deities, Artemis requires the complete authority of the full moon. By chance, you obtained 1/3 of the full moon's essence that day, and I have come to request that you entrust it to me. Name your conditions, and I shall comply." Faced with the reality that a confrontation might not yield victory, and that even if she triumphed, her mother and brothers would likely intervene, especially considering Hestia's amicable relations with Apollo, Hebe realized she would have to reluctantly concede to this demand. "Oh, the essence of the full moon? I do possess a portion of it," Hebe stated, a smile gracing her features as the moon's divine light resonated with Apollo's solar essence. "Please, state your terms." This essence was crucial for Artemis, and Apollo was determined to obtain it. "I seek the Delphic oracle," Hebe boldly asserted, making a substantial demand. "Impossible. What ist?" The Delphic oracle is intricately linked to his beliefs in light and prophecy, representing the most significant aspect of Apollo beyond his solar divinity, which he would never relinquish to another. His Highness Apollo appears somewhat disingenuous. Hebe is well aware that Apollo could never forsake the Delphic oracle. Her statements serve merely to elevate her demands, ensuring that her subsequent conditions appear less unreasonable, a subtle negotiation tactic. "Your Highness, let us consider alternatives. I am amenable to any proposal that is not excessively burdensome." Apollo, gritting his teeth, reflects on how he once found this goddess enchanting, perhaps momentarily bewildered, for she remains as repulsive as ever. Having sensed the other's interest, a glimmer of amusement dances in Hebe's resplendent violet eyes. "Your Highness, have you not consolidated the essence of summer? As the sovereign of the seasons, I can perceive the waning authority of the summer goddess, Dike. If anyone in this world can command the powers of summer, it is indeed you. Bestow upon me the essence of summer, and this orb of full moon essence shall be yours." The diminishment of the authority held by the Ori is an inevitable occurrence, not to mention that Apollo presides over the source of warmth, the sun, rendering the summer goddess Dike utterly powerless before him. The harvest goddess Demeter, representing abundance and grains, naturally possesses dominion over autumn. In time, with the birth of Persephone, the goddess of spring and seeds, even Irene shall relinquish her springtime authority. Although the loss of power may seem detrimental, it may not be entirely unfavorable for the three goddesses. They are the daughters of Themis and Zeus, embodiments of law, justice, and peace. Free from the constraints of their seasonal identities, they now navigate a world still permeated by the shadows released by Zeus. As humanity, a paradoxical entity, continues to proliferate, conflicts and contradictions become inevitable. In such times, the principles of order, justice, and peace represented by the three goddesses become all the more vital. Shedding the shackles of their seasonal roles may enable them to fulfill their duties more effectively, perhaps even cleansing the stains upon their divine essence left by the incident involving Phaeton, potentially advancing their status further. Of course, such matters do not require her concern. Their father, though unreliable, will not entirely neglect them, and in due course he will surely carve out a path for his three troublesome daughters. The essence of summer? Apollo feels as though his heart is bleeding. Summer symbolizes vibrant vitality, an undeniable significance for all living beings on Earth. He has only recently consolidated it, and now it has come under scrutiny, This goddess is truly his nemesis, without exception. Your Highness, do you aspire to possess the authority of all four seasons? Is becoming the sovereign of the cycles not sufficient for you? Your appetite is indeed grand. The astute sun god readily deduces Hebe's ambitions, astonished yet again by her audacity. To achieve such heights as a deity is indeed a fierce pursuit. He had considered himself quite ambitious among the gods of the divine mountain. Yet in comparison to this goddess, he finds himself somewhat lacking. You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply state whether or not you will exchange. The initiative lies with Hebe, who has no desire to elucidate matters to her counterpart. It is a mere matter of exchange or non-exchange. Should she choose the latter, many deities would covet the authority of the full moon. Exchange. The radiant sun god nearly succumbed to a darkened temper. With his distinctly articulated hand, he reached into his chest, producing a deep green divine essence, within which the vibrant shadows of all living things flourishing in summer were encapsulated. Witnessed by the laws, the transaction was sealed. Both deities vowed their oaths. Hebe relinquished the essence of the full moon to Apollo and received the essence of summer in return, merging it within herself. The essence of winter within her radiated a brilliant glow, drawing the summer essence toward it. The two essences, representing opposing forces, began to revolve slowly, separated by the ethereal shadows of spring and autumn. Once these seasonal shadows were filled, they would merge, forming the essence of the four seasons. With Hebe destined to become the sovereign of the seasons, mastering their cyclical nature. With the transaction complete, the goddess felt quite pleased. She beamed at the pale-faced Apollo. Your Highness, it has been a delightful collaboration. Should you encounter such opportunities again, do remember to seek me out. Now that your Highness has obtained what you desire, I must attend to other matters, so I shall not keep you longer. Farewell. It would be a jest indeed for a goddess to allow a male deity to linger too long in her temple, as it could lead to unfavorable gossip. Hebe was determined not to tarnish her reputation at the hands of a rival. To be used and discarded? What a callous goddess, Apollo mused inwardly. Yet he made no further delay, rising to depart from Hebe's temple of life. Once Apollo had left, Hebe stretched languidly and was about to return to her divine bed to continue nurturing her essence and contemplating the laws. Suddenly, her ears perked up at the faint sound of weeping carried by the wind. Though barely audible, it could not escape the keen senses of Hebe. Now, at the pinnacle of divinity, the terror, anger, resentment, and sorrow in the weeping piqued her interest. It originated from a goddess. Who could it be? The goddess vanished from the temple of life, following the sound of the cries, leading her to the temple of dawn. Hebe raised an eyebrow upon realizing it was Eos, the goddess of dawn. What sorrow could befall her? Was it for her siblings? Although this goddess had once spoken disparagingly of her in recent years, Eos had tempered her former arrogance, displaying restraint and a broader perspective to safeguard her own glory, which had endeared her somewhat to Hebe. Perhaps it would be prudent to investigate further. The golden-haired, violet-eyed goddess stepped into the Temple of Dawn, only to be met with the sight of shattered columns, wine vessels strewn across the floor, trampled flowers, and the utter disarray within. In the corner, the goddess Eos huddled in despair, her garments disheveled and her body marred by wounds. Hebe immediately discerned the unfolding events. Her countenance shifted dramatically, and an unprecedented fury ignited within her resplendent violet eyes. She swiftly positioned herself before Eos, channeling her divine power to conjure blossoms that transformed into a fabric, draping it over Eos's form. The great force of life tenderly healed the goddess's wounds. Meeting Eos's alarmed gaze, Hebe's voice resonated with a chilling frost reminiscent of a winter's day. Who is it? Tell me, Eos. Who has disregarded a goddess's will and forced you? Chapter 47. The Judgment of the Stars, the Goddess of Dawn, Eos, regained her senses amidst Hebe's gentle yet chillingly cold voice. Although Hebe had mended her physical injuries, the lingering trauma upon her spirit continued to evoke terror within her. Tears still adorned her face, akin to dewdrops resting upon rose petals at dawn, exuding a heart-wrenching sense of fragility. Her vacant eyes gradually sharpened in focus, and upon recognizing Hebe standing before her, her dazed expression flickered with a semblance of vitality. Yet, despair and numbness still pervaded her gaze. As she forced a bitter and sardonic smile, "Oh, esteemed daughter of Zeus, the exalted sovereign of Olympus, why do you inquire about the perpetrator? The assailant is a high deity of divine power, bereft of all protection, who would dare to offend a superior god on behalf of a fallen goddess. The transgressor was none other than Asterius, the god of the stars. He was one of the ancient 12 Titans, a progeny of the celestial and meteorological deity, Clythios, and the oceanic force, Eurybia. Although Clythios had been cast into Tartarus alongside Zeus for his past support of Kronos, his 3 offspring still maintained considerable status upon the divine mountain. Among Asterius's brothers, the elder, Perseus, governs the force of destruction, while the younger, Pallas, oversees the domain of slaughter, and Asterius himself presides over the essence of the stars. Together, these 3 brothers wield formidable combat prowess. Moreover, it is worth noting that Perseus' wife is the goddess of the night, Asteria, and their daughter is Hecate, the second in command of the underworld. With such a vast and potent web of connections, which deity would dare to offend Asterius for the sake of a once mighty Eos? Asterius was acutely aware of this dynamic, which emboldened him to act without restraint against Eos. He had once pursued her affection, however, due to her parents' favor and the protection of her solar and lunar siblings. She had remained haughty and spurned his advances. Since that time, the star god harbored resentment, and as Helios was supplanted by Apollo and confined to Rhodes, while the moon goddess Selene returned to her essence, Asterius recognized his opportunity. Do not be deceived by the perceived magnanimity of the Greek gods. At times, their hearts are astonishingly narrow. They may harbor grudges over the most trivial remarks, exacting vengeance and punishment in response. Asterius, taking advantage of the deities on the divine mountain, preoccupied with spreading their faith among mortals, intruded upon the temple of Eos, forcefully claiming her. In response to the goddess's resistance, his wrath led him to assault Eos, resulting in the scene that Hebe witnessed upon her arrival. Regardless of his status as a supreme deity, even if he were my father, the king of the gods, to disregard a goddess's will and commit such atrocities is the act of a villain. He must face the consequences of his actions. Tell me, Eos, I shall seek justice for you. The goddess with golden hair and violet eyes took Eos's hand, her gaze devoid of disdain or mockery, filled instead with boundless fury and determination. Eos's heart felt as if it had been struck by something profound. Her rose-colored eyes rekindled with a glimmer of light. Biting her lip, she ultimately resolved to reveal the name of the god who had violated her to Hebe. It is Asterius, the god of the stars. Is it truly him? At first, Hebe struggled to comprehend the name, but soon recalled the identity of this deity. To think that this esteemed god, who held a high position on the divine mountain and radiated brilliance, could engage in such sordid deeds behind closed doors. What a disgrace to his divine office. Wait for me here. I shall seek justice for you. Regaining her composure, Hebe comforted Eos once more before rising to leave, determined to confront the scoundrel who should not have strayed far. There was no need for honor in dealing with such lowly scum. Wait. Eos grasped the pure white fabric and called out to the departing Hebe. Meeting her companion's puzzled gaze, the rose-hued goddess's eyes were filled with resolve. I will accompany you. Asterius, the god of the stars, strolled amidst the dazzling night sky, a smile gracing his features, seemingly in fine spirits. This deity possessed the tall and athletic physique befitting divine standards, adorned in a dark purple robe emblazoned with stars, exuding opulence. His raven-black curls, resembling the night sky, were interspersed with celestial gems, and his handsome visage bore an air of nobility. One could hardly fathom that this divine being was capable of committing acts of violence against a goddess. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, and an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him. Brilliant starlight erupted around Asterius, who, relying on his instinct for battle, swiftly vanished into the void, reappearing a short distance away. An arrow, imbued with astonishing destructive force, struck a massive star behind him, reducing it to cosmic dust in an instant. The expression on Asterius's face darkened. Had that arrow struck him, he would have surely faced grave injury. This arrow possessed the strength of a supreme deity, who dares to ambush one of equal divine power. Before long, he no longer needed to ponder. The god of the stars, possessing keen eyesight, soon spotted Hebe approaching, bow in hand, with Eos in pursuit. Astraeus gazed at the two approaching goddesses, his pupils constricting upon meeting the gaze of Hebe. This goddess had garnered considerable renown in recent years atop the divine mountain, and Astraeus was well aware of her reputation. Even as the daughter of the king of gods, it seemed rather reckless for Her Highness Hebe to resort to violence. Surely, such actions would not escape punishment if word got out. Astraeus could scarcely fathom that Eos had the audacity to summon this goddess to defend her. If memory served him correctly, were not the three siblings at odds with the lineage of Zeus? Eos, you possess quite the cunning, finding such a powerful ally. Astraeus' malevolent gaze caused the accompanying goddess of dawn to flinch involuntarily, yet the presence of Hebe seemed to embolden her. With her rose-colored eyes aflame with righteous fury, she met the gaze of the divine assailant, refusing to retreat. Before Astraeus could fully register the sudden bravery of this goddess, Hebe's voice rang out. God of the stars, Astraeus, you have sullied the illustrious title you bear, for your heinous acts against the goddess of dawn warrant retribution. Should I fail to seek justice for her, it would spell misfortune for other goddesses to come. Today, you shall pay for your transgressions. With divine words flowing from her lips, Hebe radiated a brilliant light. O noble matron, Hera, clad in golden sandals, protector of women, heed my plea and stand by my side to deliver justice for this wrong goddess. In the void, a dazzling light flickered, and the goddess in a fiery red gown leaped forth. Her resplendent and regal visage exuded unmatched authority and majesty. The queen of the gods, wielding half of the divine power, heeded her daughter's call and swiftly approached Hebe. Hebe, my daughter, your plea has reached me. The goddess with chestnut hair and similar violet eyes regarded Hebe with a loving and proud glance. She then turned her gaze toward the god of stars, and Hera's eyes brimmed with palpable disdain, as if regarding the very scum of the earth. God of the stars, Astraeus, you have disregarded the will of the goddess, forcefully claiming her and inflicting violence upon her. As the protector of women, your crimes are unforgivable. In the name of one who wields half the power of the king of gods, I bestow upon the life goddess Hebe the authority to pass judgment upon you. In the presence of Themis, goddess of justice and law, in the realm of the underworld, the blindfolded goddess sensed the gravity of the situation. Understanding the unfolding events, her expression turned solemn, her scales of justice gleaming above her head, and the golden sword in her hand shining brilliantly. Her voice echoed through the starry expanse. Under the gaze of absolute justice, this judgment is binding. An enigmatic force descended upon Hebe and Astraeus, and as Hebe sensed its presence, she suddenly realized that she could slay Astraeus without fear of divine retribution. Good daughter, the next course of action is yours. Hera cast a glance at Hebe, feeling exasperated. Despite her noble status, the marriage divinity bestowed upon her by Zeus had long since begun to show cracks, and her combat prowess had diminished significantly. She was no longer the fearsome war goddess she once was. To subdue this madman, they would have to rely on the formidable Hebe present in the arena. Leave it to me, mother goddess, Hebe declared, her excitement rekindled at the prospect of engaging in battle with a deity after such a long time. You're going too far. What is merely a first-tier deity should consider it an honor to unite with one of my stature as the chief god. Is it your intention to challenge a tradition upheld by the divine lineage for millennia? Astraeus seethed, his expression dark and his voice filled with veiled menace. Such a repugnant tradition should have long been cast aside, Hebe thought, unwilling to waste further words with him. The flowing gown she wore vanished, transforming into battle-ready divine armor. She raised her jade bow, divine power coursing forth, as arrows imbued with the essence of duality coalesced into existence, 9 in total, hurtling toward Astraeus like meteors. The starry sky is my domain. If you wish to judge me here, you must first prove your worth. The god of stars, recognizing the futility of reconciliation, smirked coldly. This goddess truly believed that her few years as chief god could allow her to challenge an established titan like him. Were it not for Hera's esteemed identity, he would have long since captured all 3 goddesses to teach them a lesson. Stepping forward, Astraeus unleashed a radiant burst of starlight, merging the realm of celestial bodies with the surrounding cosmos. An immense power erupted from him, vast and unshakable. Gravity domain. A gem-encrusted scepter materialized in his hand, radiating brilliance. Dark purple ripples spread outward, and in an instant, the swift arrows seemed to slow, their trajectory manipulated by the god of stars, rendered erratic and ineffective. With a snap of her fingers, Hebe disrupted the balance of the arrow's power, and the clashing forces erupted violently, shattering the stars within Asterius's domain. Asterius had not anticipated such a countermeasure. Caught off guard, he hastily summoned a shield of starlight, yet was insufficient to prevent his divine robe from tearing, leaving him disheveled. "Let that be a lesson to you," Hebe said, raising an eyebrow with a look of derision. "Damn it!" Asterius fumed, humiliated, no longer holding back. He swept his scepter, conjuring a swirling miniature galaxy, dazzling in its brilliance yet rife with peril. The galaxy descended upon Hebe, its unstable stars trembling violently, poised to unleash catastrophic explosions upon nearing her, a force not to be taken lightly. As Hera sensed the precariousness of the situation, she swiftly grasped Eos's hand, making their hasty retreat. The tide of battle had escalated beyond their capacity to intervene, and remaining would only serve to hinder Hebe, preventing her from acting decisively. It was prudent to withdraw to Mount Olympus and await developments. She held unwavering faith in her daughter. With the departure of Hera and Eos, Hebe indeed breathed a sigh of relief. No longer holding back, the goddess revealed a radiant smile as she emanated a divine aura of both black and white, intertwining in a harmonious dance, embodying the formidable powers of life and death. The domain of reincarnation unfurled behind her. Raising her hand, she unleashed a powerful force that seized the cascading galaxy, drawing it into her grasp. The divine might of reincarnation manifested, and the unstable stars within gradually ceased their tumultuous quaking, twinkling with exquisite light as they obediently floated in the palm of the goddess. "This is impossible. How can you wield control over the galaxy?" Asterius gazed at her in disbelief, unable to fathom how she could so effortlessly neutralize his celestial explosion. "Here is back to you." With a flick of her wrist, Hebe sent the resplendent galaxy hurtling back, yet this time it was directed towards its original master. A thunderous roar erupted as the stars detonated, echoing throughout the vast expanse of the cosmos. In returning it, Hebe had amplified its instability, and Asterius barely had time to regain control before it erupted into chaos. The shockwave of the explosion reverberated through his divine realm, inflicting considerable damage upon him, causing him to spit forth divine blood. Asterius glared at Hebe with a venomous gaze. This meddlesome goddess was indeed a formidable opponent. However, he was not one to concede defeat so easily. The god of the stars felt a surge of luminescence in his eyes as his form expanded to a staggering height of 100 feet, transforming him into a colossal celestial beast. He resembled a fearsome giant scorpion, his body composed of countless meteors and stars, with 6 grotesquely large pincers. His tail and body were adorned with a kaleidoscope of starry stones, while his head retained the visage of his divine form, albeit magnified to an intimidating degree, giving him a fearsome countenance. Coupled with his enormous pincers and dragonfly-like wings, this monstrous creature soared through the expanding celestial domain, exuding an unsettling yet grotesquely beautiful aura. In contrast to this towering behemoth, Hebe appeared diminutive, akin to an ant. Yet the goddess maintained a serene demeanor, betraying no hint of fear. She contracted her domain, enveloping herself within a protective sphere of 1 meter around her form. With her wings unfurled, Hebe took a determined step forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, charging directly at the colossal creature. A sword, infused with the divine powers of death and ice, had mysteriously materialized in her hand. As the celestial beast perceived the approaching foe, it opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of purple starlight. Hebe raised her left hand, unleashing the power of reincarnation. The intertwining black and white divine energies whirled around her like a grinding wheel, dissipating the force of the starlight into nothingness. The goddess took flight with wings unfurling like a flash of lightning, swiftly approaching the colossal beast of the starry expanse. With a sudden, fierce swing of her divine sword, imbued with the essence of frost and death, she struck down upon the creature's leg, producing a blinding flare of light as the limb was severed. The powers of death and frost surged through the wound, eliciting a pained cry from the beast. Asterius abruptly twisted his form, his peculiar tail lashing out, scattering a cascade of starlight as gigantic meteors were summoned from the void, blanketing the heavens above. Hebe hastily retreated, narrowly evading the assault of the tail. Yet the meteors came crashing down with thunderous force. The realm of reincarnation. A radiant duality of black and white enveloped the goddess, expanding violently under her flourishing divine power. The black and white energies coalesced into swirling vortices in the air, seemingly containing the entirety of the universe's opposing forces. As the colossal meteors struck this divine domain, they stirred not a ripple, dissipating into fragments against the vortices above. The ring of obliteration, a halo of obsidian light, shot forth towards the starry monstrosity that was Astrius. Resembling a dark sun, locking onto its foe, the ring hovered ominously above him, emanating a palpable aura of malevolent resentment. Astrius shook his head violently, as if he could hear countless vengeful voices cursing in his ears, an overwhelming sense of weakness flooding through him. To his horror, he realized his divine power was plummeting. The once supreme deity found himself reduced beneath the curse of this enigmatic force, descending to the pinnacle of the first-tier gods. The distinction between the peak of the first tier and the supreme divine was not trivial. Sensing impending doom, Astrius erupted in a burst of violet starlight, twisting his body to vanish into the void, seeking escape. Yet, upon re-emerging from the abyss, he was stricken with terror, discovering he had not been transported away, but remained in place. "My lord, if you wish to depart, you must first inquire whether I grant my consent," the goddess smiled, a transparent crystal in her hand radiating a gentle glow. "The essence of space. How can you possess the essence of space?" Astrius exclaimed in panic. Realizing the gravity of the situation, this realm had been sealed by her, and unless she permitted it, he could not escape. In a swirl of starlight, Astrius shed the form of the starry beast, reverting to his divine visage, though his robe lay in tatters, his hair disheveled, and his left hand utterly missing, presenting a most woeful sight. This once formidable deity now knelt humbly before Hebe, his eyes filled with supplication and his face etched with regret. "Noble goddess, incomparable Hebe, I have come to recognize my transgressions. I beseech you to forgive my sins. I vow henceforth never to coerce any goddess again. The question of whether to forgive you does not rest in my hands. It is a matter that should be entrusted to Eros. Come with me back to the divine temple, where the goddess will judge your transgressions according to the wishes of the victim." Hebe regarded the deity before her with evident disdain, entirely disbelieving his deceitful words. "Very well, I shall accompany you to my demise." Asterius's expression twisted into a grimace, and the divine staff in his hand had inexplicably transformed into a spear, shimmering with starlight and possessing an unparalleled sharpness, each strike imbued with the power of a single star. Asterius glanced down in disbelief at the hand that pierced his heart, long, slender, and pale, yet unmistakably not that of a goddess. He turned in shock to see a striking deity with ebony wings, who, with a calm smile, unveiled his divine essence, exuding an air of nonchalance as if accustomed to the carnage. The god of stars, Asterius, succumbed to an overwhelming sense of bitterness as he fell. "My lord, I present to you the essence of the stars." Chapter 48. Who claims he is dead? Pallas struck down Asterius, who had intended to ambush Hebe, extracting his celestial essence and presenting it to her. Owing to Hera's bestowed right of judgment, Pallas was essentially united with Hebe, thus escaping the backlash of god-slaying. However, the fall of a deity of such stature would undoubtedly stir considerable unrest within the divine mountain, posing a rather delicate situation. Pallas, the spatial seal of this divine realm, is soon to dissipate. You must return to the underworld and seek out the goddess Nyx, Hebe instructed, contemplating her next move. Pallas listened attentively to his divine counterpart's directives, nodding discreetly before wielding the authority of reincarnation to return to the underworld. The dark-haired deity unfurled his ebony wings, swiftly soaring towards Tartarus. Once Pallas had departed, Hebe too lifted the spatial seal, seizing Asterius's lifeless form and returning to the divine mountain from the starlit expanse. The moment she set foot upon the mountain, she sensed the heavy atmosphere enveloping Olympus. The divine temple radiated brilliance. It was shrouded in an ominous aura of destruction and bloodshed. As Hebe entered, she beheld the 10 principal deities seated upon their thrones, alongside numerous other gods within the grand hall. Deities who had once roamed the earth spreading faith had mysteriously returned to Olympus. The pantheon turned their gaze towards Hebe, and upon noticing the corpse of Asterius in her grasp, their expressions were a tapestry of emotions: fear, concern, wrath, and above all, disbelief. The goddess of life, Hebe, had dared to brazenly commit divine murder, and not just any deity, but Asterius, brother of the god of destruction, Perseus, and the god of slaughter, Pallas, a being of immense power. Now, held in the hands of this goddess, his chest bore a gaping wound, his divine blood congealed, and his essence extinguished, rendering the stars themselves dim in the wake of his demise. Various indications strongly suggest that Hestia has indeed fallen. This escalates the situation significantly, for it is well known that in the realm of the divine, the act of slaying a god is a grave offense. The illustrious king of the gods, the enforcer of divine law, has had his authority openly challenged by the goddess Hebe, who has slain a deity of the highest order, who, apart from you, has the right to pass judgment upon a god atop Olympus. Hebe has overstepped her bounds and must face the consequences. From within the grand hall, a deity emerged, tall and imposing, with a strikingly noble visage, his dark red eyes reminiscent of Ares, radiating an aura of ferocity and madness. Pallas, the god of slaughter, was consumed by rage at the loss of his brother. Acting on the instructions of his brother, the god of destruction, Perseus, he stepped forward to accuse Hebe of her crimes, beseeching Zeus to pass judgment upon her in retribution for his brother's demise. Zeus, Hebe has not overstepped her authority. It was I who granted her the right to judge Hestia. At that moment, Hera, seated upon her throne, interjected. The goddess, adorned in a resplendent red gown, regarded Pallas with an air of disdain. Your brother, the star god Hestia, disregarded the wishes of goddess and forcefully invaded the sanctuary of Eos, the goddess of dawn, subjecting her to unspeakable indignities. As the protector of women, I am duty-bound to seek justice for her. As she spoke, Hera's magnificent violet eyes narrowed, casting a frosty gaze upon Pallas. Or do you, the esteemed Pallas, believe that Hestia's transgression against the goddess is justifiable? Should goddesses inherently submit to the will of their male counterparts, relegating themselves to a lesser status? Hera's words resonated among the assembled goddesses, igniting a sense of solidarity among them. The goddesses of Olympus, Hestia, Athena, and Artemis, who had sworn vows of virginity, were no strangers to the unwelcome advances of male deities. Many among them had endured similar indignities, and none could understand the pain of such violations better than they. Hera, having ruled for many years, adeptly positioned Pallas in opposition to all goddesses with a single statement. The expressions of the goddesses turned hostile as they cast icy glares towards Pallas, making even this god of slaughter, typically unrestrained, shiver under their scrutiny. Your Majesty, the Queen of the Gods, my brother did not intend any harm. While Hestia's actions towards Eos were indeed inappropriate, even if he were at fault, capturing him and bringing him back to the divine mountain would allow the wise king of the gods to deliver a fair judgment. However, Hebe's unilateral act of slaying Hestia, resulting in the fall of a deity of such stature, is something that we, as his brethren, and all the gods upon Olympus, cannot accept. Seeing his brother's inability to defend himself, the husband of the star goddess Hestia, the god of destruction Perseus, found himself compelled to speak up. This deity possesses far greater wisdom than his brother, who is solely consumed by the thirst for blood. He insinuates that Hebe has resorted to extrajudicial measures to challenge the authority of Zeus, the king of gods, and openly discusses her act of divine murder. If she can slay Hestia today, who is to say she won't take the life of any god present tomorrow? Perseus's words undoubtedly garnered the support of the assembled deities, particularly those who have previously engaged in acts of abduction, casting wary and apprehensive glances toward Hebe, the goddess of death. Hera furrowed her brow as she regarded Perseus, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Frankly, she was taken aback upon discovering that her daughter Hebe had executed Hestia. Although Hera had invoked Zeus's authority to grant Hebe the right to judge, she had expected her daughter to merely discipline him and bring him back to Mount Olympus for judgment, not to take his life outright. Perseus made a valid point. After all, It was merely a fleeting dalliance. Eos had had other lovers in the past, so why the excessive commotion now? A light reprimand would suffice. Indeed, a goddess should not wield excessive power, nor act so impulsively. From his exalted position, Poseidon, the god of the sea, interjected, asserting that there was nothing amiss with male deities claiming female deities. This has been the way since time immemorial. The pantheon thrives on the survival of the fittest. Astraeus, a god of supreme strength, hardly seemed unworthy of a first-tier goddess like Eos. Poseidon's remarks, however, bore an unsettling resemblance to the words of a depraved beast. It was not surprising, then, that a god who could not win the favor of Amphitrite and instead consorted with foolish sea monsters would become so deluded over time. Seated among the deities, Athena, the virgin goddess, let out a derisive laugh and boldly retorted against her arrogant uncle, a king of the sea who owes his position to the sea queen, spewing nonsensical claims. Athena, you! Poseidon slammed the table, glaring at the resolute goddess. Am I mistaken? The goddess of wisdom and warfare radiated an aura of martial spirit, meeting Poseidon's furious gaze without flinching. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, the situation increasingly fraught. Yet Zeus, the king of gods, remained composed and silent. In truth, he held little concern over Astraeus' demise. The god was not of his bloodline and was, in fact, a child of the fallen deity. His death was inconsequential and even spared Zeus the need to intervene himself in the future. His pretense of distress was merely a fa waiting for his rebellious daughter to make a move. What would she say? Naturally, she would plead for his favor. This defiant daughter had repeatedly disregarded his authority. Although Zeus had momentarily reconciled with her to secure her ascension to primordial godhood, he harbored a lingering desire to witness her, now so formidable, bow before him in submission. Just as Hera and Perseus remained locked in their standoff, and Zeus's stance remained ambiguous, the tension lingered in the air. A goddess emerged, adorned in a deep crimson gown, radiating a rose-tinted glow. Though her visage bore the marks of fatigue, her gaze remained resolute. This protagonist of the atrocity, the goddess of dawn, Eos, approached the center of the grand hall. A flicker of satisfaction crossed her magenta eyes as they swept over the lifeless form of Astraeus. In the next moment, the goddess abruptly knelt before the exalted ruler of the gods, Zeus. O great king of the gods, sovereign of thunder, this matter does not pertain to the goddess Hebe. She acted in vengeance for me. I willingly accept full responsibility for this transgression. I implore you, divine king, to cast me into Tartarus. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the assembly of gods. Being confined to Tartarus was tantamount to a life sentence, and rumors of any deity emerging from there were unheard of. The condemned would be eternally imprisoned in a colorless, soundless abyss, descending into the depths of oblivion. Hebe, taken aback, reflected on her previous intervention on behalf of this goddess, which had been motivated solely by an aversion to the injustice at hand. It seemed she had indeed chosen her ally wisely. However, the consequences of this incident were not burdens that Eos, as the victim, should bear. Pallas had been in the underworld for some time now. Surely, the moment was nearing when she could prolong this affair just a little longer. O king of the gods, my wise and just father, just as Hebe contemplated flattering Zeus to buy time, a magnificent and overwhelming divine aura enveloped the entire mountain of the gods, evoking a sense of reverence that surged uncontrollably within the hearts of the deities. This was a privilege unique to the primordial gods. A primordial deity had arrived. Zeus instantly shed his previous nonchalance, rising from his throne with an expression of respect and delight. Gods, let us pause this trial and proceed to welcome the most esteemed guest of the mountain, the enigmatic goddess Nyx. There is no need for formality. The voice of Nyx resonated softly, and the gods suddenly realized that the throne of the primordial goddess had ascended, with the cloaked figure of Nyx already seated upon it. We celebrate your greatness. May your glory endure. Esteemed goddess Nyx, the gods promptly bowed in greeting. O goddess of the night, we are curious about your purpose for visiting the mountain, Zeus inquired, his charming smile illuminating his features as he respectfully sought to understand Nyx's intentions. King of the gods, the starlight in the night sky has dimmed. I have sensed the fall of Astraeus, the god of the stars. As the sovereign of night, it is my duty to ascertain the circumstances. Nyx replied gently, a subtle smile gracing her lips as her gray eyes inadvertently met Hebe's. O great embodiment of the night! Goddess Nyx, it is due to the goddess of life, Hebe, that my brother Asterius has fallen. She, emboldened by the authority granted by the queen of the gods, struck him down. I beseech you, goddess Nyx, to render judgment upon this slayer of deities. Pallas, the god of slaughter, hastily stepped forward to accuse Hebe. Oh! The goddess Nyx revealed a moment of astonishment as she turned her gaze toward Hebe, the embodiment of life and the arbiter of reincarnation. What do you have to say regarding Pallas's accusations? O revered goddess Nyx, Hebe declared, it is on my behalf that Eos appears anxious, hastily preparing to bear the weight of my transgressions before you. Eos, fret not, for all is well, Hebe reassured, her hand resting gently on Eos's shoulder. The fragrant essence of life emanated from her, calming the goddess's emotions. With a serene expression, she approached Nyx, bowing gracefully. Hallowed goddess Nyx, the slaying of the star god Asterius was never my intention, though the queen of the gods granted me the authority to judge. I believe the true adjudicator in this matter should be the victim of this atrocity, goddess Eos herself. After defeating Asterius, my intent was to bring him back to the divine hall for judgment. Unexpectedly, Asterius, defying the divine law, attempted to ambush me with his celestial spear, and it was only out of necessity that I retaliated. Asterius has fallen, and during your confrontation, the entire star realm was sealed. The other gods could not witness the events that transpired. Thus your words hold sway now. Pallas retorted, unconvinced. My assertion is grounded in evidence, Hebe replied, turning to face the god of slaughter, whose chaotic and sanguinary power surpassed even Ares. Yet, it posed no threat to Hebe in her current state. She cast a long spear onto the ground, its resplendent starry brilliance unmistakably revealing its origin. Merely a spear cannot substantiate your claims. Perhaps this was an artifact you seized after vanquishing Asterius? Scoffed the god of destruction, Perseus. In that case, let the truth unveil itself. In her hand, the golden-haired, violet-eyed goddess materialized a divine essence, within which endless golden sands swirled, capturing myriad images of reality. The essence of history? Apollo, seated upon the divine throne, gazed in astonishment at this relic that once belonged to him, now seemingly elevated in stature. How could this goddess elevate such an ostensibly trivial divine essence? The historical essence shimmered with brilliance as bygone events unfurled before the assembly of gods. It chronicled the pursuit of Asterius by the two goddesses, followed by the intervention of Hera, ultimately culminating in the moment Asterius attempted to ambush Hebe with his celestial spear. Hebe carefully stowed the historical essence away. It cannot proceed further. That demands a different price. She regarded the god of destruction and the god of slaughter with a composed demeanor, leaving them at a loss for words. Regardless of the circumstances, the slaying of a god of such caliber, resulting in the loss of the celestial essence, constitutes a grave offense, deserving of severe repercussions. Hebe's actions rendered Perseus speechless, yet he continued to cling to the matter of divine murder. With a light chuckle, Hebe cast a disdainful and mocking glance at Perseus, saying, who claims that Asterius is dead. Chapter 49. The Birth of the Stars. Who claims that Asterius is dead? Hebe's words undoubtedly plunged the assembled deities into yet another state of astonishment. Not dead. Could it be that the figure sprawled on the ground, unblinking in death, was merely an illusion? Hebe is indeed correct, the goddess Nyx remarked, a slight smile gracing her lips. She had long been aware of this goddess's intentions, and, seeing that Hebe had set the stage, she seized the moment to clarify matters for the pantheon. Nyx's gray eyes sparkled with divine radiance as countless golden threads began to swirl within the temple, resembling an ever-flowing river of gold. Stunningly beautiful, a river forged from the fates of the gods. The Mother of Fate reached forth her alabaster hand, retrieving a single thread from this river. With a wave, the golden stream vanished in an instant, leaving the other deities, aside from the 11 who sat upon the thrones of the gods, engulfed in a profound sense of loss. Their destinies seemed to drift into obscurity, unpredictable once more. The thread in Nyx's hand belonged to Asterius, the god of the stars. Its glow was dim, flickering like a candle, as if it could vanish at any moment. Deities are the creations of the laws, inherently privileged beings favored by the will of the world. After their fall, their threads of fate do not immediately sever. Moreover, the resurrection divinity that Hebe wielded granted a glimmer of hope to the deceased. Within 12 days of a deity's demise, if the power of resurrection were invoked, they could be reborn. Could fallen deities truly be resurrected? The impact of this revelation upon the gods was akin to a comet colliding with the earth. They had once believed that while Hebe governed the authority of life, her dominion extended only over the mortal realm. Little did they anticipate that her resurrection divinity possessed such formidable strength, capable of reviving even fallen gods. Although bound by the 12-day constraint post-mortem, this power was undeniably formidable. The gaze of the gods upon Hebe grew fervent. After all, none could guarantee a life of uninterrupted fortune until the world's end. Since the creation of the cosmos, they had endured 2 major divine wars and countless minor skirmishes, resulting in numerous fallen deities. Thus, the prospect of resurrection offered a measure of security for their own futures. Are you saying that my daughter, Hebe, the goddess of life, possesses the power to resurrect deities? Even Zeus was taken aback by Hebe's capabilities. Indeed, the principal figure began to speak. Hebe nodded, revealing a golden seed in her hand. The surging power of resurrection drew the attention of the gods. This miraculous seed, birthed alongside the resurrection divinity, contained the essence of life and revival. However, to bring Asterius back, I require one more item. Oh, what might that be? At this moment, Zeus was genuinely intrigued. He truly wished to witness whether Hebe could indeed resurrect a deity. After all, it was a god, not merely a wild buffalo by the roadside. Even though the other party had acknowledged it with their own lips, Zeus still found it hard to believe and maintained an attitude of skepticism. He was not alone in this. The other gods present shared the same sentiment, all eager to bear witness to this miraculous resurrection. I must venture into the starry expanse to gather some celestial power, using its inherent energy to reignite the divine flame for Asterius. The goddess of life, Asterius, was slain by your hand. His celestial essence must surely belong to you. Why then do you go to such lengths to collect celestial power from the heavens? Are you intent on monopolizing my brother's celestial essence? Upon hearing Hebe's words, Perseus was filled with rage. The essence of the stars was a power of divine caliber. Hebe's intention to casually use a fragment of celestial power to resurrect Asterius could result in a severely diminished deity, one perhaps even lacking the strength of a second-tier god. And so what? Allowing him to retain his life is already a considerable favor, Hebe thought, suppressing a smirk while feigning an expression of innocence and distress. Indeed, Asterius's celestial essence is in my possession, she admitted, then lifted her gaze towards the goddess Nyx, the wise Nyx. I wonder if you recall the spatial essence you once bestowed upon me during the creation of the cycle gate? Did the goddess Nyx also grant Lady Hebe spatial essence? Such generosity indeed. The assembled deities could not help but swallow hard. After all, spatial essence was no trivial matter, akin to common cabbage found on street corners. It was likely extracted from Kronos, imprisoned in Tartarus. Truly, the primordial deity possessed remarkable abilities, capable of effortlessly stripping away essences. As this thought crossed their minds, the gods found their imaginations ignited once more. Speaking of Tartarus, there were indeed many sinful deities imprisoned within, each bearing essences of great worth. Within the silent and colorless darkness of Tartarus, the tormented deities suddenly felt an inexplicable chill wash over them, accompanied by a foreboding sense of dread. Ha ha ha! How many years has it been? At long last, I feel the cold again. I am experiencing emotion. More, I crave more. Let me savor this feeling a little longer. This was the inner monologue of a deity whose mind had frayed after prolonged imprisonment. Meanwhile, on the divine mountain, Nyx played her part in this performance alongside her ally. She nodded slightly and said, I certainly remember. After etching the divine patterns upon the cycle gate, I recall you retaining a portion. Not merely a portion, but over half. Enough for her to forge a new divine essence of space. Indeed, during the demise of the god of the stars, I also collected his celestial essence, intending to return it upon his resurrection. However, I did not anticipate that Asterius's celestial essence would undergo an unpredictable transformation upon contact with that spatial essence. As Hebe spoke, a radiant burst of starlight blossomed from her palm. The originally translucent essence of space had transformed into an unfathomable depth, resembling a miniature universe nestled in her hand, filled with twinkling starlight and countless stars in gestation. These celestial bodies were unlike any previously witnessed by the deities. The stars of the chaos world were primarily the result of Uranus's divine power mingling with the earthly force of his mother, Gaia. In essence, they were fragments of the earth infused with stellar energy, possessing a singular attribute that rendered them manipulable solely by deities associated with the heavens. However, some of the stars birthed within Hebe's miniature universe took on forms distinct from the others. They were spherical and not only rich in stellar energy, but also exhibited varied power attributes. Many deities present displayed palpable excitement. For instance, Apollo perceived a vibrant orange star within Hebe's cosmic creation, ablaze with fierce flames. The extreme heat elicited an involuntary cheer from his solar divinity, as it was a star inherently attuned to him. Similarly, Artemis, upon seeing a sphere radiating a cool silver glow within the miniature universe, found herself entranced. Her lunar essence hummed, conveying its yearning to her. Artemis sensed that if she could harness that star, the source of the full moon would no longer require arduous searching. It would inevitably seek its destined home. Zeus, with eyes as sharp as a hawk, was drawn to a colossal star forming within the cosmos, its thunderous attributes compelling him to claim it. Other principal deities, including Aphrodite, Poseidon, Athena, and Ares, gazed at these stars with evident longing. Observing this, Perseus's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed impending trouble, realizing that the star essence of Astraeus might be irretrievable. A bittersweet smile graced Hebe's exquisite face as she continued, "As you all see, the essence of the stars has fused with the essence of space, forming the nebula in my hand, within which countless stars are gestating. I initially intended to destroy them." Absolutely not. No. Hebe's words were interrupted as Zeus, Poseidon, and Apollo hastily rose to prevent her, their expressions laden with a deep-seated grievance. It was clear that anyone proposing to return the star essence to Astraeus would first have to contend with the wrath of these three, along with many other deities yet to voice their thoughts. A slight smirk played on Hebe's lips as she added, "Yet the omnipresent laws restrain me. The will of the world informed me that this nebula harbors several stars crucial to the chaos world. They are destined to become the leaders of the stars, weaving a stellar network in the night sky of chaos, guarding the realm against the encroaching chaotic energies and transforming them into vital essence, thereby enriching the world with more primal sources." With the words of Hebe, an invisible yet formidable force descended upon the divine temple, embodying the will of the world. It acknowledged the goddess's pronouncement and delivered a warning to the hearts of the gods before the birth of these stars. Any who dared to disturb this nebula would face the punishment of utter annihilation by the laws of existence. Perseus and Pallas, now pallid as ash, cast a glance at their brother, still lying lifeless on the ground, and sighed in resignation. "Astraeus, it is not that we lack effort, but rather that the foe is too cunning, even enlisting aid beyond the laws. You may rest now." The assembled deities collectively exhaled, each yearning to seize the stars, particularly the leading ones. If they could master these celestial bodies with the aid of the stellar magical array, they might feast while the chaos world consumed its meat, elevating their own essence, a rare opportunity no one would wish to miss. Since this was the will of the world, we, as deities, must obey. Astraeus' transgressions indeed warranted due retribution. The merciful goddess Hebe had spared his life, so let these starry essences serve as his punishment. With interests at stake, Poseidon could no longer concern himself with matters of allegiance and swiftly turned against Astraeus, even taking the opportunity to disparage him. "Poseidon speaks true," Zeus nodded in agreement, affirming his brother's assertions. "By the authority bestowed upon me by the laws, in the name of Zeus, king of the gods, the charges against Astraeus are substantiated. Hebe shall enact my judgment, stripping him of his starry essence as punishment. He is acquitted of all else." Upon concluding, Zeus turned to Hebe, his gaze imbued with warmth and kindness. "Hebe, my compassionate daughter, go forth and resurrect Astraeus. His transgressions shall be erased." It seems that no prophet could spur such eagerness as this. Hebe, increasingly fond of sardonic remarks, maintained her tranquil demeanor as she bowed to Zeus. I shall heed your divine decree, great king of the gods." With that, the golden-haired, violet-eyed goddess began to collect the nebula, preparing to venture into the starry expanse to gather the essence of the stars, serving as sustenance for Astrius's revival, all while the gods looked on with wistful eyes. "Hebe, please wait." Just as Hebe lifted her foot, a voice called out to her. Turning back, she saw Eos. The goddess, radiating a roseate glow, shook her head, her expression sorrowful yet resolute as she spoke. "Compassionate and just Hebe, mistress of life, unfortunate circumstances have allowed the seeds of sin to take root within me. They have blossomed into divine entities, yet they are unwelcome fruits of malice. Please, seize their vitality and remove them from my being. I willingly offer these essences as a reward for your aid in resurrecting the god of stars." Eos's words caused Hebe's pupils to constrict. Approaching Eos, she sensed the authority over life, revealing the truth. Within Eos, several divine offspring were indeed gestating. The union of dawn and stars had birthed the four wind gods of the cardinal directions and one celestial deity. Though still in the nascent stages of divinity, Hebe found herself uncertain whether her actions fell within the bounds of divine law. She glanced up at Nyx, whose gray-eyed demeanor bore a hint of solemnity as she nodded gently towards Hebe. "Respect the choice of this unfortunate goddess." Hebe returned the nod and turned to Eos, the goddess of dawn and twilight, declaring, "I shall fulfill your request. This affliction will be entirely excised from your being." Taking Eos's hand, the divine power representing death delicately infiltrated, erasing the budding thread of divinity and extracting it as pure essence. In Hebe's grasp appeared several orbs of essence, four of which embodied distinct attributes of the wind: the warm eastern breeze, the arid western gust, the fervent southern zephyr, and the frigid northern draft, aligning with the attributes of the seasons. A thought sparked within her, and she immersed herself in the essence, silently communicating with the rules. The divine light of the essence shimmered brilliantly, transforming into a deity's essence of seasonal winds. She presented the newly formed essence to Eos, speaking softly. "This essence is your rightful due, a compensation for your suffering. Furthermore, the essence of seasonal winds harmonizes with the four seasons on earth. Will you, from henceforth, serve as my subordinate deity, assisting in the affairs of the seasons?" The goddess with golden hair and violet eyes radiated warmth akin to the dawn that had accompanied her for years. Receiving the essence of seasonal winds, Eos knelt on one knee, her expression earnest. "By the river Styx, I, Eos, goddess of the winds and dawn, vow to offer all that is life to the goddess Hebe." The gravity of such an oath startled Hebe, who promptly assisted Eos to her feet. In the gaze of Eos, filled with reverence and dependence, Hebe took the remaining orb of star essence and approached the lifeless form of Astrius. After a moment of contemplation, a mischievous smile graced her lips. In her hand appeared a golden seed of miraculous revival, and under the impetus of death's energies, a magnificent flower of golden body and blue petals blossomed. Hebe plucked the flower, intending to use its stem for the revival, deeming the flower unnecessary. The golden stem of resurrection was cast upon Astrius, and the divine power of revival permeated his once stellar form, enveloping him in a cocoon reminiscent of a serpent's shedding. Diving into the orb of star essence extracted from Eos, Hebe intertwined with the laws, silently declaring, "The fruit of sin, the beginning of misfortune. You are destined to become a star, symbolizing ill fate. When calamity befalls humanity, you shall appear in the heavens, warning the creatures of the world that misfortune shall be your eternal companion." The essence of the star emitted brilliance, giving birth to a dull, broom-like star that vanished into the cocoon below. The immense cocoon burst forth with divine radiance, followed by a series of cracking sounds, and in the next moment, it shattered with a thunderous roar. Hebe's lips curled into a smile. "Let us welcome the reborn Astrius, the second-tier deity of misfortune, the broom star." Chapter 50. The birth of the little god of love, Astrius, reborn under the divine power of Hebe, opened his eyes to find himself in the grand hall of the gods, where all eyes were fixed upon him in astonishment. Confusion washed over him. Was there something amiss with his visage? However, his expression soon shifted to one of alarm as he sensed a decline in his divine power. He attempted to summon the stars, yet received no response. Delving into his essence, Astrius was horrified to discover that his celestial divinity had vanished. In its place lay a foreign, dull gray essence. Although it still contained the power of the stars, it was glaringly inferior to his former celestial divinity. Moreover, an ominous aura of calamity surrounded it. What has happened to me? Who dares to steal my celestial essence? The loss of power plunged Astrius into a frenzy. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a goddess nearby, with golden hair and violet eyes, and his pupils dilated in shock as memories surged forth. Yet, they halted at the moment he had attempted to ambush her with his star spear, leaving him in a fog for everything that followed. He must extend his gratitude to the goddess Mnemosyne for her technical assistance. One sip from the lethe, and you would forget even the identity of your own mother. It was you. You have stolen my celestial essence, you wretched deity. Return my essence at once. Astrius's eyes burned with madness as he rose from the ground. Reaching out towards Hebe. How dare you? You filthy god. Are you worthy to touch the noble goddess? The goddess of rosy light immediately stepped in front of Hebe, conjuring a tempest with a wave of her hand. Eos, infused with the essence of the wind god, was on the verge of transcending to a higher divine tier. Astrius, a mere second-tier deity, stood no chance against her might. The tempest struck him, sending him crashing against the wall of the grand hall. Just revived, Astrius' divine form and essence were still unstable. He coughed up divine blood and fainted. Many goddesses present wore expressions of satisfaction, believing it justifiable to deal harshly with such a scoundrel. Perseus and Pallas, the judgment concluded, expressed their disdain for Astrius' outbursts before the primordial gods. Since he had resurrected, they intended to escort him away. Zeus cleared his throat, signaling for the brothers to depart, lest they become fixated on the newly born stars. With the situation settled, Perseus and Pallas had no choice but to support the unconscious Astrius as they turned to leave the grand hall. Yet unexpectedly their feet slipped, and the three brothers tumbled in a chaotic heap. Perseus and Pallas exchanged incredulous glances. What had just happened? A deity slipping? Who would believe such a tale? Who was playing tricks on them? Ah, I forgot to mention that to the two of you. At that moment, the voice of Hebe resonated, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. The unfortunate plight of the goddess Eos had influenced the essence of the stars, and under the shaping of the laws, His Highness Asterios had now assumed the role of the star of misfortune. Wherever he appeared, calamity would surely follow, and the closer one drew to him, the greater the impact would be. Upon hearing this, the gods promptly distanced themselves from Asterios by 10 meters, including Perseus and Pallas, who were no exception. This comatose deity found himself encircled by an aura of vacuum. Cursed be the circumstances. Though reluctant, Perseus and Pallas could not abandon their brother in such a state. With resolve, they employed the spear of stars to lift him, extending their arms as far as possible to keep him at bay, intending to return him to the sanctuary. Now that the dust had settled and the essence of the stars remained intact, it was time for me to return to the realm of the dead. Having witnessed the spectacle, Nyx arose to depart. Esteemed goddess Nyx, a banquet is about to be held upon Mount Olympus. May I have the honor of inviting you to partake in this joyous occasion? Zeus quickly rose to detain the departing goddess. In truth, there was no banquet. He merely sought to use this opportunity to forge a closer rapport with the enigmatic and powerful primordial deity. Securing her support would undoubtedly enhance his chances of ascending to the primordial pantheon. I appreciate your kind invitation, my lord, but I find greater solace in the tranquility of the night than in the revelry of a feast. The banquet would not bring joy to Nyx, as she embodied the night and preferred the serene stillness of the underworld, especially since it housed her soulmate, Erebus. It is indeed regrettable that matters concerning the essence of the stars necessitate your personal intervention. This oversight is my failing as king of the gods. I shall certainly make amends by visiting the underworld to personally apologize. Nyx raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing her exquisite visage, leaving her response ambiguous. This king of the gods was quite adept at leveraging situations to his advantage, displaying a thick skin that explained his ascension to such heights. Just then, Hebe approached, presenting a miniature cosmos that captured the attention of the deities once more. Hebe offered this miniature universe to Nyx, stating, "The stars require a shared essence to nurture their birth. The illustrious Uranus is now lost to us, and only you, the magnificent embodiment of the night, possess the qualification and capacity to nurture these nascent stars. Holding these stars in her own hands was precarious. The stakes were too high, and it was prudent to entrust them to Nyx, ensuring that the deities of the underworld might also partake in the future powers of the celestial spheres. After all, the majority of the deities in the underworld were offspring of Nyx, and shared blessings were only fair. Furthermore, did the gods of Olympus not realize the troubles they had imposed upon the deities of the underworld? They had engaged in the burdensome tasks while conveniently sidelining them when benefits arose, which was hardly equitable. The goddess Nyx immediately comprehended Hebe's intention. A glimmer of satisfaction and appreciation flickered in her gray eyes, deepening her contentment with the ally she had chosen, wise, just, and grateful. How splendid it would be if she were the sovereign of the gods. Perhaps her offspring would not bear such burdens. Yet, this thought merely flitted through Nyx's mind. In the presence of Hebe, her smile became more genuine as she enveloped the miniature universe into her being. Amid the gods' reluctant gazes, indeed, they were loath to part with the stars in gestation. Goddess Nyx gracefully departed. When the stars eventually emerge into existence, I shall return to the divine mountain to discuss their rightful place with the other gods. Nyx's words undoubtedly relieved the pantheon. Fortunately, this primordial deity was just and did not intend to claim everything for herself. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in a precarious position. With the departure of the primordial goddess and the conclusion of the judgment, the gods, having lost interest, began to take their leave. At that moment, Aphrodite suddenly clutched her abdomen, her radiant visage paling instantaneously as a pink luminescence emanated from her womb. The divine child she had nurtured for so long was about to be born. Aphrodite! Aphrodite! Two anxious voices rang out simultaneously in the main temple, one belonging to Hephaestus, the god of fire and forge, and the other to Ares, the god of blood and war. Both male deities rushed to Aphrodite's side, carefully supporting her, their eyes revealing joy and excitement. This peculiar scene reignited the gossiping flames among the assembled deities, their gazes lingering on the trio. It was entirely natural for Hephaestus, as a husband, to feel nervous at the impending birth of his child. But what was Ares doing here, adding to the commotion? The gods recalled the whispers that had recently circulated on the divine mountain, their expressions turning knowing. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Hera, seated regally on her throne, could not help but wear a grim expression. As the goddess of marriage, she was acutely aware of what this chaotic tableau signified. Reflecting on this, she cast a fierce glare at Aphrodite, the unfaithful goddess, and at her impulsive son Ares. However, this was hardly the moment for admonishment. With Aphrodite on the brink of labor, the unborn child seemed unsatisfied with the essence that nurtured him, ravenously siphoning Aphrodite's divine power to bolster his own. Under the child's relentless absorption, Aphrodite's once flawless skin began to dull, and her radiant golden hair started to fade. She was depleting her very essence. This was dire. The child could not continue to absorb any longer. If this persisted, Aphrodite might face obliteration due to the damage to her essence. Hebe was utterly astonished by Eros's audacity. Not only had he usurped the essence of desire, but he was also unwilling to relinquish the divine prerogative of beauty that rightfully belonged to his mother. Eros sought to claim it for himself, considering both the safety of Aphrodite and the potential hindrance that Eros would pose to her pursuit of the primordial godhood. Hebe could not allow this situation to persist. She hurried to Aphrodite's side, unleashing her divine power of life, which instantaneously transformed the entire temple into a vibrant tapestry of blossoms and verdant grass. White roses formed a bed for the goddess to give birth, while robust vines erupted from the earth, entwining as poor the goddesses will to create a vast wooden bower, shielding the goddess from the prying eyes of the other deities and concealing the chaos of her labor. Quickly move her inside, Hebe sternly commanded her two brothers, emphasizing that the immediate priority was to assist in the delivery of Eros. Other matters could wait. Hephaestus and Ares, noticing the troubling state of Aphrodite, could no longer afford to hesitate. The formidable Ares swiftly scooped Aphrodite into his arms and strode into the wooden bower. Hephaestus observed Ares's retreating figure, his crimson eyes glinting with a shadowy intensity. Yet he remained silent and followed suit. O Mother Goddess, you who preside over childbirth, I implore you to join me in aiding Aphrodite in her labor. Hebe beseeched Hera, uncertain whether her own divine role in delivery held sufficient power to facilitate the birth of Eros, a reincarnation of a primordial deity. Very well, Hera replied with a grave demeanor. As the goddess of fertility and protector of women, she could not permit a goddess bearing a divine offspring to falter before her, especially when that goddess was the wife of her own son. The two goddesses entered the makeshift delivery room, where Aphrodite was in dire straits. Succumbing to the relentless struggle for the essence of love and beauty, her divine strength being drained by her own progeny. Her gaze had grown unfocused, and she appeared on the brink of losing consciousness. Hebe swiftly placed her hand upon Aphrodite's forehead, channeling her powerful and abundant life force into the goddess, sustaining her vitality. The little god of love soon perceived this divine energy and greedily absorbed it, his divine form gradually taking shape within Aphrodite's womb. Aphrodite, daughter of Uranus, goddess of love and beauty, will you truly resign your authority so readily? Do you wish to perish in such an unseemly manner? If not, then cast aside your weakness, resist, contend, and fight for yourself. As Hebe maintained the flow of divine energy while diverting the attention of the unborn god, she urged Aphrodite to muster her spirit. No, I refuse to die in a hideous way. I'm the most beautiful. I shall always be the most beautiful. Hebe's words indeed struck a chord. The goddess of love and beauty could not accept the notion of perishing in an unattractive form. She commenced a fierce struggle against the essence within her. Aphrodite, born from the divine flesh of Uranus, possesses immense potential, yet has grown accustomed to relying on the affection of others to achieve her desires, thus forgetting her intrinsic power. Her sudden frenzy caught Eros, the entity within her womb, completely off guard. In her wild state, the goddess astonishingly reclaimed her original beauty and even a portion of her essence of desire. A splendid opportunity. Mother Goddess, a newly forged deity, cease your insatiable cravings. The world has opened its embrace to you, and the laws await your arrival. By the authority of the goddess of fertility, I command you to enter this realm. A milky luminescence radiated from Hera, illuminating Aphrodite. Suddenly, the goddess let out a piercing cry as pink light surged from her abdomen, enveloping her in an intense glow. Hebe maintained the divine restraint. Her enchanting purple eyes transformed into a peculiar black and white, fixated on Aphrodite's abdomen. She discerned Eros struggling within, resisting Hera's divine power, unwilling to fully absorb his essence and emerge into existence. How greedy! Yet I shall not grant you the luxury of time. Hebe's eyes reverted to their original hue, her countenance stern, as the brilliance of her birthing divine role illuminated her being. In an instant, the overwhelming life force transmuted into labor-inducing energy, which Eros, caught unawares, was compelled to absorb. A silent roar resonated within the birthing chamber, echoing defiance and fury, yet beneath the might of these two goddesses, the primordial god Eros could not withstand. Reluctantly, he relinquished his final fragments of essence and emerged into the world, albeit with great reluctance. Upon reincarnation, he would forget all past experiences, arriving anew, for only by ascending to the original divine realm could he reclaim his true self. Beneath the pink radiance, a charming child of 5 years, adorned with pure white wings, wielding a golden bow and accompanied by a quiver, emerged before the pantheon. His beauty was breathtaking. A cascade of pink curls emanated a gentle glow, and his azure eyes, reminiscent of his mother's, sparkled like the enchanting blend of sky and sea, radiant as precious gems. His skin was alabaster, and his face and arms appeared delightfully plump, akin to the most exquisite doll. If Aphrodite embodies the quintessence of feminine beauty, then this newly born little god of love epitomizes the pinnacle of all children's delicacy, innocence, and vivacity, evoking an immediate sense of affection in all who beheld him. The cherubic Eros, grasping his golden bow, flapped his wings, his laughter ringing like silver bells, expressing his joy in entering this world. He fluttered to Aphrodite's side, nestling against his mother, his visage radiating pure innocence, completely oblivious to the events of his gestation. The little god of love, Eros, wielding divine power. Chapter 51. The Golden Arrow and the Lead Arrow. Eros, my divine child, come here for an embrace from your father." Hephaestus gazed at the adorable young deity nestled beside Aphrodite, a rare smile illuminating the typically stoic countenance of the god of craftsmanship. With utmost care, he lifted the cherubic Eros, who snuggled against Aphrodite, into his arms, his eyes sparkling with warmth. Are you truly my father?" Eros, with his pink locks, offered no resistance as Hephaestus cradled him. The genuine affection emanating from the god enveloped him in comfort. He adjusted his position within Hephaestus's embrace, his azure eyes, akin to precious gems, curiously surveying the surroundings. "Yes, Eros, I am indeed your father. Might you call me father?" Hephaestus's tone was imbued with tenderness as he gently posed this request, his gaze filled with anticipation for the child he had long awaited. "Father." Without hesitation, Eros beamed and called out, "Splendid." The smile on Hephaestus's face widened further. He promptly retrieved a piece of soft, white fabric he had woven from the purest clouds of the horizon, realizing with surprise that his son had manifested in the form of a child, rendering his earlier preparations somewhat oversized. However, it mattered little, as the god of fire and forge, crafting something was a trivial endeavor for him. In no time, a pristine little tunic was fashioned and draped over Eros. Its delicate texture, reminiscent of being swathed in clouds, coaxed a contented smile from the young god. "Thank you, father," Eros exclaimed, his gratitude melting Hephaestus's heart. Eager to impress his son further, he produced a piece of gold, igniting divine flames in his hands. As the gold transformed into an array of intricately crafted toys, golden slingshots, golden wooden horses, golden spheres. "Wow, father, you are amazing." The newly born Eros had never encountered such wonders, clapping his hands excitedly and gazing at his father with admiration. The joyous atmosphere between father and son caught the attention of Ares, who approached, a handsome smile gracing his rugged features, tinged with a hint of eagerness. "Eros, I am Ares, your uncle." The moment Hephaestus's smile froze, he felt an immediate wave of awkwardness. Eros glanced at Ares, then up at his father, whose expression remained impassive. As the god of desire, he was acutely aware of the emotions of others, and quickly discerned that this deity was not particularly favored by his father. Consequently, he lowered his gaze, preoccupied with the golden sphere in his hands, disregarding Ares. At that juncture, Hebe could no longer bear the sight. It was indeed a troublesome situation. Yet, at the moment in the main temple, with the gods gathered outside the wooden structure, it was hardly an opportune time for a discussion. Ahem! At this moment, Aphrodite, who had fainted due to the weakness brought on by giving birth to the divine child, was awakening. As the goddess opened her cerulean eyes, a hint of confusion lingered in her expression. "Mother goddess." Upon Aphrodite's revival, the little god of love, cradled in Hephaestus's arms, immediately beamed and flapped his pure white wings toward her. It is an instinct of every divine offspring to seek closeness with their mother. "Do not come near. Please, do not approach." Unbeknownst to him, his mother seemed to harbor a deep aversion towards him. Her gaze was filled with fear and disdain, as though he were a villain of the highest order. Having lost all memories, the little god of love was undoubtedly wounded by his mother's rejection. His delicate wings ceased their fluttering, and his body slowly descended, his expression one of profound desolation and confusion, evoking a heartfelt sympathy from onlookers. Hephaestus promptly cradled him, disregarding Aphrodite, and gently soothed the newly born Eros. Aphrodite, Ares, witnessing the terror etched on Aphrodite's face, hurriedly approached and enveloped her in his embrace, his large hand tenderly caressing her back, offering comfort to calm her tumultuous emotions. "Ares, come here at once." Hera could no longer suppress the fury within her. She was astounded that her second son would so blatantly disregard familial bonds to pursue Aphrodite. Ares, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a mix of frustration and guilt on his handsome visage, yet there was no trace of regret. He lifted Aphrodite, meeting his mother's furious gaze. "Mother, I am aware that my actions are misguided, but it is evident that Aphrodite and Hephaestus do not love one another. You know better than anyone why they united in the first place. Yet love, enough." Hera swiftly silenced him with her divine power. "The gods are still outside. Do you wish to speak of this now, thereby stripping your brother of all dignity before the pantheon?" Hera reproached Ares in a hushed tone, disappointment evident in her eyes. Her son, brimming with martial prowess, acted recklessly without considering the consequences. Ares then recognized the impropriety of his actions and glanced at Hephaestus, who remained indifferent, focused solely on comforting Eros, thus halting his discourse. Hebe remained silent, feeling that this intricate ethical dilemma exceeded her capacity to mediate. The goddess with chestnut hair and violet eyes collected herself and spoke gravely. "Once this matter is resolved, all of you shall come to my temple of marriage. Hebe, my daughter, dismantle this trellis. Eros' identity must be known to all the gods." With that, she cast a stern glare at Ares, who was still assisting Aphrodite. "Release her." Under the weight of their mother's stern gaze, Ares reluctantly let go of Aphrodite, entrusting her to his sister Hebe as support. Hebe waved her hand, summoning forth the life force, causing the wooden structure, floral bed, and grassy ground to vanish in an instant. The gods have once again glimpsed their own reflections, curiously peering forth to unravel the mystery of what divine offspring the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, has brought forth, possessing such formidable potential that even the supreme deities nearly faltered under the burden of creation. What a revelation it was when the gods discerned that Aphrodite's divine power had seemingly diminished to that of a first-tier deity. What kind of offspring could be so domineering, causing such significant depletion to its progenitor merely by entering the world? However, their questions were swiftly addressed as the keen-eyed deities observed the charming childlike deity cradled in Hephaestus's arms. He was exquisitely adorable, his lively and inquisitive eyes undoubtedly stirring the maternal instincts of all the goddesses present, who gazed upon this delightful young god with expressions of affection. How utterly charming! That cherubic face appeared so plump, surely delightful to the touch. And that little dairy it seems equally inviting squeeze. The gods' praises illuminated Eros as form. As the divine essence, symbolizing the beauty of childhood, began to coalesce within him, the surge of divine power coaxing him to blissfully close his eyes. What? Is this truly possible? The gods stood in stunned silence, utterly unable to comprehend. Once again, a new divine essence had formed independently. What was happening with Hera's lineage? It was one thing for a daughter to manifest thus, but now even a grandson? In truth, this was merely a fortuitous occurrence. Eros was the first deity born in the guise of a child within the realm of chaos, conceived by the goddess of love and beauty. Even in the womb, he had contended for the essence of beauty with his mother, and though Aphrodite's sudden counterattack caused him to lose most of it, a small fragment remained. The deities, even those of lesser rank, possess wills capable of influencing the laws to some degree. Eros's adorable appearance drew forth the god's adulation, which resonated with the laws, naturally aiding him in forming the divine essence of childhood beauty most suited to him. Is this truly the offspring of Aphrodite? Why does he appear so diminutive? Zeus gazed at the little god of love in Hephaestus's embrace, endowed with first-tier divine power upon birth, seemingly brimming with potential. Yet why does he remain in a childlike state? Deities typically emerge in their mature forms at birth. At the very least, they resemble the youthful appearances of Hermes or the former Hebe. First-tier divine power, yet manifesting as a child, is indeed peculiar. Hebe stepped forward and said calmly, "The young god of love, Eros, was birthed through special means by my mother and me. Though his divine essence is of high caliber, the accumulation of power remains insufficient, which is why he retains his youthful visage. When his divine power and essence are fully realized in the future, he shall grow. As for how his power and essence shall flourish, that shall depend on you, my esteemed father." The young god of love? Upon the throne of the supreme deity, Apollo cast a glance at the diminutive new god, who, despite his tender age, possessed extraordinary divine power. Noticing the compact golden bow and quiver at the young god's waist, he could not suppress a derisive snicker. This master of archery, the sun god, could hardly fathom any formidable combat potential in such a diminutive weapon. It appeared feeble. What might such a small golden bow accomplish? Hephaestus, you truly dote on your divine offspring, crafting such a mere trinket for him at his very birth. Apollo's blatant mockery only served to further inflame Eros, who was already disheartened by his mother's refusal to embrace him. In his youthful form, his emotions mirrored those of a child, capricious and instinct-driven. Stung by Apollo's derision, Eros flapped his tiny wings and ascended from Hephaestus's embrace. His pristine wings shimmered with a faint luminescence, perfectly proportioned to his juvenile divinity, exuding a charming cuteness. With his cheeks flushed in indignation, he captivated the hearts of the goddesses present, who could not help but clutch their chests, utterly enchanted by the little god of love. My bow and arrows are not trifling toys. Underestimate me at your peril. I shall show you. Fuming, the young god brandished his golden bow and drew forth a resplendent arrow from his quiver, aiming it at Apollo. Unfazed by the approaching arrow, Apollo raised his hand, conjuring a shield of solar radiance to deflect the heart-shaped mini arrow. However, to his astonishment, the arrow pierced through the golden shield and embedded itself within him. Furrowing his brow, he examined his body, discovering no visible wound. He scoffed at the little god, deeming him akin to his mother, a mere decorative deity devoid of substance. Yet, in the next heartbeat, as his gaze inadvertently fell upon a golden-haired water nymph, his heart began to race uncontrollably. In an instant, she transformed into an enchanting vision before his eyes, igniting an uncontrollable passion within him. It was as though she resonated with a deep-seated image within his soul. The once imperious sun god had fallen for a water nymph he ordinarily would scarcely notice. In an instant, Apollo appeared before the nymph, taking her hand in his azure eyes gazing deeply into hers. His words flowed forth like a bubbling spring. Beautiful goddess, your hair shines like radiant sunlight, and your eyes sparkle like exquisite gems. Please accept my sincere affection and save me from the torment of longing. The nymph, held captive by Apollo's charm, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She was Daphne, the daughter of the river god Punnius, who had merely accompanied her father to the divine mountain for a glimpse of the divine realm, never anticipating such a declaration from the sun god Apollo. For her of humble origins, this was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Apollo, now recognized as the most handsome god on Mount Olympus, had become the dream lover of countless goddesses and nymphs, Daphne included, just as she shyly lifted her gaze. Preparing to respond to the affections of this divine figure, a streak of leaden-gray light suddenly surged into her body. Taken aback, Daphne stared at Apollo's strikingly handsome face, and an inexplicable wave of revulsion surged from the depths of her heart. The once magnificent deity now appeared loathsome to her, and her expression began to betray her growing annoyance. With a sudden motion, she wrenched her hand away from Apollo's grasp. "Do not touch me. Go away. I detest you. Stay far from me." Apollo, deeply wounded by the harsh words of his beloved, felt an acute pain blossom in his heart. Frowning, he took a step closer, yearning to approach the water nymph, but she recoiled from him as if he were a plague, fleeing the main temple without a backward glance. "Wait, my love, wait for me," Apollo called out, hastily pursuing her. "Ha ha, how delightful! How amusing!" Eros clapped his hands in glee, thoroughly satisfied with the chaos he had orchestrated. To him, all matters of love were but toys in his grasp, born in the guise of child. Impulsiveness and blindness were his nature, and love, under his dominion, became equally blind and incomprehensible. "What is transpiring here?" Zeus inquired, eyeing the golden bow in Eros' possession with keen interest. "Father, the golden bow and quiver of arrows are sacred artifacts that accompanied Eros at his birth. The golden arrows incite love, leading towards marriage, while the leaden arrows evoke hatred, resulting in separation," explained Hebe. No deity dared to underestimate Eros any longer. Their gazes were tinged with apprehension. The transformation of Apollo and Daphne did not go unnoticed among the gods. If Daphne's reaction was forgivable, the fact that even the god of prophecy and light, Apollo, could not withstand Eros' divine influence raised eyebrows. Could he truly be merely a lesser deity? Aphrodite, already supported by the graces as she rested upon her throne, cast a fleeting glance at this son of hers who had usurped her essence, and who was not held in high regard. Her cerulean eyes flickered with complex thoughts. Now that her divine power had waned and a lesser god occupied the position of supreme deity, she felt frail and vulnerable. Despite Ares' protection, the other gods might still trample upon her once great glory. Yet this son of hers seemed inherently destined for matters of desire. Where she struggled to wield her half-formed powers of love, he executed them as if by instinct. If only he were present in her temple of love. Chapter 52. The autonomy of marriage, the spectacle of Apollo's disgrace, appeared to delight Eros, the newly emerged god of love, fueled by his newfound success. Retrieved several golden arrows from his quiver, his expression brimming with eager anticipation as he surveyed the assembly of gods in the temple. The deities were immediately on high alert, particularly the virgin goddesses such as Athena. They had sworn oaths, and should they inadvertently fall victim to Eros's golden arrow of love, the repercussions would be unimaginable. As the gods contemplated how to halt the reckless little demon god, Aphrodite stepped forward. "Eros, my child, come to your mother," she beckoned. Her golden locks and snow-white skin radiating unparalleled beauty. Her azure eyes, reminiscent of Eros himself, emanated a gentle warmth as she called for her divine offspring. "Mother." Upon hearing her summons, Eros turned with delight, his cherubic face glowing with evident joy. His pristine wings fluttered like a swallow returning to its nest as he flew into Aphrodite's embrace. Basking in the warmth of his mother and wearing a look of sheer contentment, Aphrodite cradled Eros, her movements somewhat stiff as she tenderly stroked his pink curls, her expression reflecting a complex array of emotions. After a moment, she approached Zeus, her demeanor grave as she addressed the king of the gods. "Great ruler of the deities, supreme arbiter of power, in the name of the goddess of love and beauty, one of the 12 Olympian gods, I wish to share my divine position with my son, the god of desire, Eros." The proposal to share a divine seat caught the gods by surprise. However, astute deities soon discerned her underlying motives. Aphrodite had expended too much of her essence to conceive this child, leading to a significant depletion of her divine power. Her authority over love was likely reduced to a mere fraction, now transferred to her offspring. For a first-tier deity to occupy a divine seat, while lacking control over love and its essence, would undoubtedly incite discontent among the other gods. Lacking martial prowess, Aphrodite sought to avoid future humiliation by aligning Eros with her. With his ability to manipulate the emotions of the gods, the Temple of Love would maintain its esteemed position, perhaps even garnering greater respect due to Eros's influence. Sharing a divine seat was unprecedented. Zeus regarded Aphrodite with a newfound respect, recognizing that she possessed more than just beauty. She had intellect as well. "Father," another voice interjected, "Aphrodite's divine power has waned due to childbirth. Alone, she may struggle to retain her seat among the 12 gods. Furthermore, Eros, like his mother, governs the essence of desire. The nature of the Temple of Love would remain unchanged. Sharing a divine position with Aphrodite is not unfeasible. In the event of council votes, they could each count as half a vote." Athena, the goddess of wisdom, cast a glance at the divine child in Aphrodite's arms and wisely proposed this to Zeus, who remained contemplative about whether to incorporate this unpredictable and whimsically spirited young deity into his own ranks. "Father God, the power of Eros is formidable. Should it be harnessed for your benefit?" Athena softly remarked, while casting a knowing glance at Zeus. "Indeed, those golden and leaden arrows are rare treasures." Observing Apollo's frenzied demeanor, he is well aware of his own prowess as a deity. If he cannot withstand it, then what of Hades and Poseidon? "Very well, considering Aphrodite's unique circumstances. And Eros's dominion over powers that resonate with yours, by the name of the divine king, I permit you both, mother and son, to share the position of the chief deity." With the pronouncement of the divine king, Aphrodite's throne among the 12 Olympians transformed into 2 interconnected seats, while the radiance of the divine pillars morphed into intertwining pink luminescence, resembling 2 swimming fish. Now that matters have been resolved, to commemorate the birth of yet another powerful deity upon the sacred mountain, and to herald the emergence of new celestial stars in the future sky, I have decided to host another grand feast. Let us, gods, revel together in joyous celebration. With a grand gesture, the divine king summoned a feast anew, producing from his bosom the cornucopia of abundance. Under the influence of divine power, this artifact continuously spewed forth exquisite wine and sumptuous delicacies. Zeus called forth a group of nymphs born from the oak trees and instructed them to deliver the delectable offerings to the plaza of the divine mountain. He also dispatched the 9 daughters of Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, the muses, to enliven the festivities with their ethereal voices and graceful dances, undoubtedly elevating the jubilant atmosphere of the banquet. The deities indulged in libations, having recently manifested miracles among mortals and propagated their faith. They were indeed weary and in need of a celebration to unwind. Eros, cradled in the embrace of Aphrodite, surveyed the lively scene with his sapphire-like eyes gleaming with eagerness. He caressed his golden bow and quiver, wishing to bestow upon the gods a taste of sweet love. Aphrodite smiled gently, releasing her hold on Eros, and softly advised, "Go forth, but tread carefully. Ensure that no one discovers your playful mischief. It is time for the gods to experience the trials of love, lest they take the temple of love lightly." "I understand, mother," the little god of love exclaimed with delight, excitement radiating from his face as he grasped his golden bow and flitted among the welcoming deities with his tiny wings. "Keep a watchful eye and ensure he does not encounter trouble." After Eros departed, Aphrodite solemnly instructed her 3 attendant goddesses, the Graces. "Understood." Upon hearing the command of their goddess, the 3 Graces hastily followed, anxious not to lose sight of the young Eros, lest they be held accountable. Once all was attended to, Aphrodite's demeanor turned a shade cooler as she quietly withdrew from the gods' revelry and made her way to Hera's temple of marriage. Stepping into the sanctuary, the noble goddess adorned in a flowing red gown found Hera and her 3 children waiting within. "Please take a seat." Hera, upon seeing Aphrodite enter, signaled with a serious expression for the goddess to sit. Aphrodite was utterly indifferent to Hera's scowl. She did not perceive herself as culpable, for this marriage had been imposed upon her by the very goddess now confronting her. With the truth now laid bare, she felt emboldened, unshackled by fear, and prepared to escalate the situation if necessary. After all, both were sons. As the goddess of marriage, her own failed union was one thing, but to be unable to safeguard her sons' marriages was another matter entirely. She regarded Hera with a sense of disdain, questioning what dignity remained for the queen of the gods upon this divine mountain. "Pray, do express your grievances, dear goddess. The banquet upon that sacred mount would surely suffer in beauty without my presence," Aphrodite remarked, her azure eyes glancing at Hera with an air of nonchalance. "You," Hera seethed, incensed by Aphrodite's audacious demeanor. This goddess, ever unrestrained since her inception, had flitted about the mountain, alluring suitors, and after marrying Hephaestus, remained unfaithful, entangling herself with Ares. For Aphrodite, the sanctity of marriage held no binding authority. "Very well, mother goddess, let us heed our brother's counsel," Hebe interjected hastily, sensing Hera's ire rising. She too felt a sense of helplessness. As a daughter of the East, she could not endorse the chaotic romantic entanglements of the Greek deities, where faithful Hera stood as a peculiar anomaly among them. Yet, Aphrodite's actions were not entirely incomprehensible. This marriage had indeed been thrust upon her, and the anguish of being the goddess of love, yet unable to unite with her true beloved, was a torment known only to her. Moreover, many couples among the Greek pantheon maintained mere facades of harmony, each with their own lovers, rendering Aphrodite's predicament far from unique. "How do you intend to punish them for their disloyalty to the bonds of matrimony, Hephaestus?" The assembled gods turned their gazes toward the silent Hephaestus, whose rugged countenance appeared somewhat unrefined compared to the other deities. He paused, contemplating his brother Ares and wife Aphrodite. Ares bore a semblance of guilt and unease, while Aphrodite exuded her characteristic indifference. Looking up at his mother and sister, their unwavering support eased some of his inner turmoil and frustration. Hephaestus had long anticipated Aphrodite's infidelity and felt little emotional weight regarding it. As she herself had articulated, the marriage was never rooted in love. Thus, he held no expectations from its inception. With no expectations, there could be no anguish. What truly ignited his anger and sorrow was Ares' blatant disregard for their fraternal bond in pursuit of love. Over the years, thanks to Hebe's mediating presence, their sibling relationships had thrived. Hephaestus cherished Ares as a brother, for without his affection, the reckless god of war would have seen his chariot, armor, and weapons rendered obsolete countless times. "Mother goddess, I wish to part ways with Aphrodite. I no longer wish to continue this union." "What?" Hephaestus's words undoubtedly astonished the other deities present. With the exception of Hebe, and even Aphrodite widened her eyes in disbelief. She, the most beautiful goddess upon the divine mountain, the embodiment of a lure sought after by all male beings, could scarcely fathom that Hephaestus would willingly release her. Hephaestus, are you truly prepared to relinquish Aphrodite? Ares rose excitedly, gazing fervently at his brother. Hephaestus remained silent, choosing to ignore Ares, for in light of his betrayal, he resolved that henceforth, those from the war god's domain seeking repairs and creations would be charged tenfold. No, this marriage was bestowed by me. Once you abandon it, what face will I have before the gods of the divine mountain? Upon hearing Hephaestus's resolution, Hera instinctively objected, for as the goddess of marriage, it was her innate duty to protect the sanctity of unions. However, upon witnessing her eldest son's wounded and forlorn expression, a surge of maternal affection filled her heart with guilt and sorrow, prompting her to hastily add, Hephaestus, my child, you must trust that the marriage I arranged for you was not without purpose. You are the god of fire and forging. The goddess of love and beauty can provide you with boundless inspiration. She is the most fitting companion for you. Yet, I am not the one suited for her. Hephaestus shook his head, having long since abandoned any lingering affection for this forced union. The resentful goddess could no longer inspire me. Separation would be beneficial for both of us. However, no deity has ever parted upon the divine mountain. Mother goddess, upon hearing Hera's words, Hebe felt a stirring within her. She took Hera's hand and softly spoke, You are the custodian of marriage, yet your understanding of it remains incomplete. You view marriage through the lens of mutual benefit, neglecting the truth that love is inherently free, which has led to today's misfortune. Marriage has become the grave of love, and love has wrought the destruction of marriage. In truth, love should be the foundation of marriage. Marriage ought to be the sanctuary of love. A marriage devoid of love should rightfully possess the right to dissolve, just as darkness necessitates the existence of light. Since living beings have been granted the right to enter into marriage, they should equally possess the right to dissolve it. Hebe's words resonated deeply within Hera. She felt the stirrings of her divine essence of marriage responding to such declarations, trembling and emitting a crimson divine light, as if yearning for something longing to emerge from within. Hebe, my daughter, I sense the disturbance within the divine essence. Your words ring true. Yet I am at a loss as to how to proceed. For centuries, the divine essence of marriage has been marred by Zeus's betrayal, and now it seemingly stirs, leaving Hera momentarily bewildered. Aphrodite, within you still resides a fragment of the essence of desire. Offer a portion in exchange, and my divine mother shall reciprocate with an equivalent essence of marriage. By acquiring this essence, you will gain absolute autonomy over your marital choices, rendering you impervious to the coercion of any deity. Hebe gazed at Aphrodite, confident that the goddess, tormented by her unfortunate marriage, would find this temptation irresistible. Indeed, Hebe's words ignited a spark in Aphrodite's eyes, though reluctant to part with her dwindling essence. The presence of Eros in the temple of love alleviated her concerns of accountability for neglecting her duties. The autonomy to determine her own marriage was paramount to Aphrodite. The goddess of love and beauty conjured a small orb of pink luminescence in her alabaster hand, illuminating her exquisite visage with added allure. She spoke softly, in the name of the goddess of love and under the witness of the law. I willingly offer this essence of desire in exchange for the essence of marriage with Hera. The longing of the goddess of marriage for that orb of essence was unmistakable. Hera could neither refuse nor wish to decline. An orb radiating a vivid crimson light materialized in her grasp, and Hera proclaimed, in the name of the goddess of marriage, and under the witness of the law, I willingly offer this essence of marriage in exchange for the essence of love with Aphrodite. An invisible force descended, and under the witness of the law, the transaction was fulfilled. The crimson light surged into Aphrodite's being, and the goddess of love and beauty felt a profound clarity. The chains that once bound her had vanished. She attained absolute autonomy over her marriage, now free to dissolve her union with Hephaestus at will or forge a new bond with Ares whenever she desired. Simultaneously, the pink radiance slipped from Aphrodite's palm, merging with Hera's essence, intertwining with the divine nature of marriage. The essence of marriage emitted a brilliant glow, giving birth to a new divine facet resembling its predecessor, with a faint, shattered heart-shaped silhouette suspended at its core. The two divine essences were irresistibly drawn to one another, gradually drawing closer, as the concepts of marriage's inception and dissolution fused, leading Hera to a novel understanding of marriage. The beauty of love, the formation, guardianship, fragmentation, and conclusion of marriage, coalesced into the absolute autonomy over marriage. Hera opened her eyes, sensing a newfound power within, her expression tinged with complexity. Once, she had longed for this very autonomy. At that moment, it seemed as though Hera had released some deep-seated concern or obsession. Addressing Hephaestus, she stated, "Hephaestus, my child, since you have resolved to end this marriage, I shall uphold your autonomy in this matter. Do as you wish." Hephaestus visibly relaxed. Turning to Aphrodite, he calmly declared, "I desire nothing in return. The artifacts, jewelry, and weapons I once bestowed upon you may remain yours. I have but one request. Eros's divine father shall be none other than myself." "Very well, I accept your terms." Aphrodite nodded in agreement. Although she harbored no love for her counterpart, she had to concede that Hephaestus was indeed a competent husband. Furthermore, with Eros providing his protection, the repercussions of divorce upon her sanctuary of love would be somewhat mitigated. "In the presence of the deity of marriage, I hereby declare the union between Hephaestus, the god of fire and forge, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, to be at an end." The divine essence of the marriage deity shimmered. Severing the bond between the two deities, they felt a lightness, as if a certain shackle had been removed. "Hephaestus, thank you for facilitating my freedom and that of Aphrodite. I shall surely compensate you in the future," Ares exclaimed, unable to contain his joy at Aphrodite's newfound liberation, and rather thoughtlessly approached his brother with gratitude and apologies. Hephaestus, upon witnessing Ares' beaming face, found it exceedingly irksome. His fiery gaze fixed upon Ares and Aphrodite. A shadow of a deep smile suddenly emerged. "Though our marriage has concluded, as a consequence of your affront to the dignity of a supreme deity, you shall now face my retribution." With a tone that suggested he had been overly indulgent with smiles, he declared, "Today, I shall teach you who truly is the elder brother." Hephaestus abruptly raised his hand and hurled two golden nets towards the pair of deities. The nets enveloped them instantly, binding them with intricate sigils etched by Hephaestus himself, akin to those found on Hera's golden throne, capable of ensnaring even the queen of the gods, let alone the two of them. The golden nets radiated light, and Hephaestus' curse silently descended upon them. As the brilliance faded, Aphrodite was transformed into a white dove, while Ares became a wild boar. As punishment, Ares would roam the earth as a boar for a decade, and Aphrodite would drift as a white dove among mortals for 5 years. Considering that Eros might yearn for his mother, Hephaestus lessened Aphrodite's sentence by half. He released the dove and, with a swift kick, sent the boar tumbling down the divine mountain. Hera and Hebe did not intervene. Hephaestus was judicious in his actions, ensuring no mortal peril ensued. Ares, having benefited from the situation, was deserving of his fate. Chapter 53. Sacred ground. Hephaestus had confined the divine powers of Ares and Aphrodite, leaving the two deities to endure their punishment in their most primal forms, suggesting that their days would not be particularly pleasant. Hephaestus, having vented his frustrations, felt considerably better. He bade farewell to his mother and sister before returning to the banquet to spend time with his newly born son, Eros. Hebe remained in the temple of marriage, accompanying her mother, with both women harboring their own thoughts in silence. The transformation of Hera's marital divinity was unexpected for Hebe. Upon learning of the curse that weighed upon Zeus and its potential impact on her mother, Hebe had originally intended to consolidate the essence of the other 3 seasons to forge a divine identity of the 4 seasons, thereby nurturing and strengthening her own cyclical divinity through the power of seasonal rebirth. When a moment arrives in the future that Hera's divine essence of marriage shatters due to Eros' curse, she shall replace it with the divine essence of the seasons, a power that will ensure Hera does not fall from her position as the supreme deity, while the dominion over the seasons will preserve the goddess's radiant glory. However, Hera's divine essence of marriage has now merged with the essence of desire, altering the very nature of matrimony. Aphrodite possesses the autonomy of marriage, and as the overseer of marital bonds, Hera naturally possesses it as well. yet she remains uncertain about her sentiments regarding her union with the king of the gods. After a moment's hesitation, Hebe resolved to counsel her divine mother. Finding a 100-armed giant with 50 heads is no easy feat, and male deities with 2 legs are scarce. The power of reincarnation permeated the air, sealing off other deities' prying eyes from the temple of marriage. Mother, your divine essence has now completed its transformation. With the autonomy of marriage in your grasp, you can fully reclaim your freedom, just as Aphrodite has. Has not our Father, that exalted king of the gods, inflicted enough harm upon you over the years? His behavior will only escalate in the future if the damage is not curbed promptly. Your divine essence of marriage may again face tribulations. Instead, let the ascension of your divine essence through its sublimation offer you a promotion. The injuries wrought upon your essence by Zeus's repeated infidelities have been largely mended. Yet as long as your marital bond with Zeus endures, each of his transgressions will continue to harm your essence of marriage. The best course of action now is for you to utilize your autonomy in marriage to communicate the laws and actively terminate your union with Zeus, relinquishing the throne of the goddess and existing solely as the goddess of marriage. Hebe, my daughter, I understand your heartfelt concerns. Yet now is not the time to heed your counsel. Hera's expression remained serene, as if she had anticipated such words. You need not worry for me. I have my own plans in this matter. Very well, mother, please know that I will always support you from behind, just as you once supported me. Seeing Hera's disinterest in further discussing the topic, Hebe refrained from pressing the matter. Uncertain of her mother's intentions, Hebe resolved to procure the remaining 2 essences of the seasons swiftly, preparing the divine essence of the seasons in advance. Should the need arise, she would unceremoniously cast Zeus aside and facilitate her mother's divine essence replacement. Thank you, my thoughtful daughter. Your birth is the finest gift bestowed upon me by the laws. Hera caressed Hebe's golden hair, her beautiful and noble visage radiating affection. Hebe, closing her eyes to savor the warmth of their bond, suddenly recalled something. She lifted her gaze to Hera and said, By the way, mother, once this banquet concludes, I wish to journey to the mortal realm, much like the goddess Hestia, to seek an island as my sacred sanctuary. While staying upon Olympus has its merits, lingering beneath Zeus's watchful eye complicates certain matters. It would be far more liberating to find a place for solitude in the mortal realm. Moreover, there exists an abundance of shameless male deities upon this sacred mountain. Her patron deity, Silamos, has repeatedly expressed concerns regarding the nymphs of the Temple of Life and their fellow patron gods, who have encountered harassment on the mountain. Had it not been for the vigilance and formidable prowess of the winter gods, they might have already been abducted. Yet, even with such caution, lapses are inevitable. Thus, Hebe resolved to relocate both the nymphs and the patron deities from Mount Olympus, planning to conceal their sanctuary in due course. Do you wish to venture to the mortal realm? Upon hearing her beloved daughter's desire to depart from the mountain, Hera felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. However, upon reflection, she acknowledged that although Hebe still appeared as a young girl before her, she had indeed become one of the most powerful goddesses on the mountain. Consequently, Hera nodded in agreement. Samos Island was once my sacred abode. Its scenery is quite lovely. I bestow it upon you. Thank you, Mother Goddess. Hebe beamed with delight, graciously accepting Hera's generosity. The location chosen by Hera was undoubtedly impeccable, sparing Hebe the trouble of searching for a suitable place herself. The festivities on Mount Olympus continued for a full 3 months, with the ever-energetic deities gradually beginning to feel weary. Thanks to Eros, this little imp flitted about the banquet with his golden bow of love, incessantly shooting golden arrows of affection at the gods, bestowing upon them a taste of sweet romance. Under the enchantment of these arrows, the scene became a delightful chaos, and it was only a matter of time before many new deities would emerge upon the mountain. This mischievous little god of love, however, inadvertently created quite a blunder. The lustful energies of the gods intoxicated Eros, leading him to lose control. Unbeknownst to him, he was searching for his father within the revelry. In a wild flurry, a golden arrow struck Hephaestus, the god of fire and forging, who had just recently separated from his spouse. To his astonishment, the first divine being he laid eyes upon was none other than Athena, the very goddess who had pledged her vow of virginity upon her birth. Yet, blinded by the fervent passion of the golden arrow, Hephaestus boldly approached Athena, to profess his love publicly, leaving the assembly of gods utterly astonished. Athena, the very subject of his affections, was engulfed in a mix of embarrassment and indignation, never imagining that Hephaestus would dare to challenge her dignity. Just as she prepared to retaliate, her divine wisdom illuminated the peculiar nature of the situation. While Hephaestus may have been unsightly, he was typically composed and reserved, unlike the brazen and disrespectful male deities. Indeed, upon sensing the magical influence of love surrounding Hephaestus, the goddess with bright eyes swiftly apprehended the errant Eros, threatening to pluck the feathers from his wings unless he divulged the means to counteract the effects of the golden arrow. Realizing that he had mistakenly struck his father, Eros grasped the gravity of the situation and hurriedly shot a lead arrow at Hephaestus, neutralizing the enchantment of love and restoring his father's rationality. Awakening from his stupor, Hephaestus felt a rush of embarrassment as he grasped his wayward child and hurriedly apologized to Athena. He then dashed back to his forge, slamming the door behind him and administering a reprimand to the young god. The three Graces stood at the entrance of the forge, exchanging glances. As they listened to the sounds of Eros weeping within, they hesitated, uncertain whether to intervene. After Hebe expressed her intentions to Zeus, the king of the gods did not object. It was not uncommon for deities to possess their own sanctuaries among mortals. Regrettably, he had only recently discovered the enchanting beauty of his daughter's life sanctuary, particularly the goddess named Silamos, whose languid gaze stirred his heart as if touched by a feather. However, it was no great matter. After all, he had visited the mortal realm before. Eos lamented her inability to accompany Hebe to the island of Samos due to her duties at dawn. Hebe, accompanied by her divine attendants and a host of nymphs, arrived on the island granted to her by Hera, nestled on the northern side of the Aegean Sea. Upon her arrival, Hebe realized that the island was far more than just a picturesque locale. The lush trees radiated a gentle divine light, and the bountiful fruits, grapes, olives, and pomegranates, thrived abundantly. Below the mountainous woodlands lay fertile plains adorned with verdant grass, where flocks of sheep with golden wool grazed leisurely. To the east, the beach met the sapphire Aegean Sea, its pristine sands glimmering under the sun's embrace. Truly, as the queen of the gods, Hera had bestowed upon her a treasure of a location. "My goddess, this place is exquisite. Where do you wish to construct your temple?" inquired Aurora, her radiant eyes surveying the island. After careful consideration, Hebe selected a lofty area to the north, declaring, "Let it be there." With a surge of divine power, the land trembled as a magnificent temple rose from the earth. Empowered by divine might, this sanctuary was imbued with strength and permanence, ensuring it would withstand the test of time. Hebe, not particularly driven by material desires, was satisfied with merely having a place to rest. The nymphs would manage the other aspects, sparing her from concern. Nonetheless, since this would be her sacred domain, she deemed it prudent to establish some defenses. As Aurora was her divine attendant, Hebe naturally harnessed her power as well. A cascade of vibrant auroras emanated from the goddess's hands, enveloping the entire island in a mystical veil, disorienting any potential intruders with its enchanting and enigmatic energy. Hebe once again summoned the divine powers of winter and summer within her, harmonizing them with the force of reincarnation to etch intricate divine runes into the very soil of Samothrace, crafting two formidable magical arrays. Should anyone intrude upon this sacred realm in her absence, the nymphs would be empowered by the divine incantations to activate these arrays, unleashing the tempest of snow and searing flames, an embodiment of the duality of ice and fire, which would undoubtedly convey the repercussions of trespassing upon a goddess's sanctuary. With the foundations of a preliminary defense system established within her hallowed grounds, Hebe nodded in satisfaction, contemplating the prospect of capturing a magical beast to guard her mountain in the near future. "Selamos, the rest is in your capable hands. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to summon me at the temple. Your will shall be obeyed, mistress," the subordinate deities replied with reverence, watching as Hebe departed. Before directing the nymphs to commence their tasks, this island, rich in resources, represented a considerable fortune, and, as subordinates, they bore the responsibility of managing this divine inheritance on behalf of their goddess. Upon returning to her newly established temple, Hebe made her way to the rear garden, a barren expanse devoid of any flora. Previously, The Earth Mother Gaia had bestowed upon her a sapling of a golden apple tree, which she had yet to plant. Now, with her holy ground established, it was indeed fitting to place the golden apple tree here. A radiant light emanated from Hebe's palm as the shimmering sapling appeared. With great care, she nestled the golden apple tree into the soil, her divine essence flowing into the sapling, infusing it with life-giving energy. The sapling, with its golden-hued leaves, quivered as it absorbed the divine power, clearly relishing the life force bestowed upon it. As it drank in the energy, its branches gradually unfurled, growing half a foot taller and producing tender buds. Goodness, it has consumed nearly half of my divine energy, and has only grown this much? It seems you must rely on your own efforts, Hebe mused, realizing that she could not hasten the growth of the golden apple tree instantaneously. She withdrew her divine essence, disregarding the sapling's feeble protests, and inscribed a magical array around it to assist in drawing elemental energy from the heavens to bolster its growth. After a moment's contemplation, the goddess retrieved the long-unused golden grain staff and planted it beside the golden apple tree. This artifact possessed the divine power to transmute stone into gold and ensure bountiful harvests, likely providing some benefit to the sapling. Indeed, upon noticing the golden grain staff, the little sapling began to sway joyously, eagerly absorbing the divine energy emanating from it to enhance itself. Take care not to destroy my precious artifact. If it breaks, I shall trade you away in future dealings, Hebe warned the greedy sapling. The golden-hued sapling stiffened momentarily, its pace of absorbing the power from the staff noticeably slowing, its golden leaves rustling softly, as if attempting to curry favor with Hebe. You are wise to heed my words. Hebe nodded in satisfaction, stretching her limbs as she prepared to return to the temple to further contemplate her reincarnation laws. Although the essence of the 4 seasons was not yet complete, the relative attributes of summer and winter would indeed facilitate the growth of her reincarnation divinity. However, before she could step into her chamber within the temple, the silver-haired, black-eyed Chione arrived, gliding through the snow with an ethereal grace. Her voice resonated with the clarity of freshly fallen snow. My lord, the goddess Athena, with her bright eyes, is currently outside the island, having heard that you have chosen a sacred ground among mortals, and she has come to extend her congratulations. Athena? This goddess was known for her propensity to visit only when there was significant business at hand. Surely her visit was not solely for congratulatory purposes. Yet with her presence, it would be ill-mannered to deny her entry. The wisdom and might of this goddess were widely recognized, and if she could be persuaded to join forces, the odds of toppling Zeus would undoubtedly increase. I understand, Chione. Please instruct the nymphs to prepare fresh fruits. I shall personally greet this goddess. As you wish. Athena, let me see what delightful surprises you bring. Chapter 54. Athena, a new ally. Hebe arrived at the shores of Samos Island, waving her hand to draw back the curtain of the aurora. Upon the crystal-clear, azure surface of the Aegean Sea stood the goddess of intellectual beauty, her feet kissed by the waves, which dampened the hem of her gown. Today, the goddess had unusually shed her battle attire in favor of a light blue chiton, adorned with a crown of olive leaves atop her head. Around her elegantly long neck hung a serpentine golden necklace. True to her title as the goddess of art and craftsmanship, with just a few simple adornments, she effortlessly accentuated her own beauty. This dignified and wise allure had undoubtedly captured the hearts of many gods upon the sacred mountain. Alas, such exquisite beauty was solely beheld by her fellow goddess. Welcome, Lady Athena, goddess of reason and wisdom, to Samos Island. The golden-haired, violet-eyed goddess beamed a smile as she welcomed her half-sister. Hebe, I have heard that you possess your own domain among mortals. Remembering our past collaboration, I thought it fitting to come and offer my congratulations. Athena regarded the welcoming Hebe with a smile, her tone gentle, as divine light flickered, revealing exquisite fabrics and fine jewelry materializing in her hands. This is a small indulgence I've crafted in my leisure. I hope you find it to your liking. As the goddess of craftsmanship, Athena's creations were beyond reproach. Hebe mused that Athena could easily harness this to forge a divine essence of beauty. Yet, it was evident that Athena was more invested in her divine essence of wisdom and warfare, for these were the true sources of her power. Such astonishing skill. Apart from my brother, Hephaestus, the god of fire and forging. I believe no other deity upon the sacred mountain could rival Lady Athena's artistry. Hebe expressed with genuine admiration as she accepted the gifts. A flicker of discomfort crossed Athena's face at the mention of Hephaestus's name. Upon observing the expression of her companion, Hebe suddenly recalled the recent misunderstanding, her face flushing with embarrassment. She promptly extended her apologies to Athena, saying, "I beg your pardon. I had forgotten." Athena waved her hand and replied with a smile, her demeanor having returned to normal. "It is nothing of consequence, merely a misunderstanding. Prince Hephaestus has since presented me with a divine artifact as an apology, and thus we shall leave the matter behind." "That is indeed most agreeable," Hebe remarked with a smile, feeling a sense of relief that Athena bore no ill will regarding the incident. The Greek deities were not known for harboring grudges, and given that Athena had been offended publicly, any retaliation against Hephaestus would leave her brother in a most precarious position. "It is not convenient to converse here. I invite you to my temple for a more private discussion," Hebe formally proposed after their initial pleasantries. Certain matters were ill-suited for discussion at sea, where the watchful eyes of the Sea King lurked among the countless creatures beneath the waves. It would be unfortunate if sensitive information fell into the wrong ears. "Then I shall not impose," Athena agreed with a nod. The two goddesses returned to the island of Samos, and as they set foot upon the land, the auroras that had trailed them swiftly closed, concealing the sacred site. Walking side by side, Athena and Hebe marveled at the splendid scenery of Samos and the carefree nymphs who smiled with delight. Athena could not help but muse, truly, as the most cherished daughter of the goddess, such a rare and beautiful place is a gift bestowed with ease. Hebe led Athena to her temple, where the nymphs gracefully fluttered their translucent wings, presenting golden platters filled with freshly picked fruits from the island, along with fragrant wines and golden chalices. The nymphs gently set down the platters, poured the divine nectar for the two goddesses, and then gracefully withdrew. Athena raised her golden cup and took a sip. The sweet yet subtly spicy flavor danced upon her palate, infused with a delicate scent of osmanthus. A wave of relaxation, indulgence, and freedom surged within her, leaving her somewhat entranced. "This wine is truly exceptional, far surpassing the divine wines birthed from my father's cornucopia," Athena praised. "This exquisite wine is crafted by the nymphs from the blossoms of the laurel tree, blended with the nectar of the fountain of youth," Hebe explained with a gentle smile. "The floral notes and sweetness are particularly suited to elegant goddesses. If you fancy it, I shall have the nymphs prepare a few jars for you to take home as a token of my gratitude." "Oh, that explains it. No wonder I feel invigorated after drinking. As the esteemed ruler of reincarnation, the wine from the fountain of youth is indeed most rare," Athena replied. Hebe refilled Athena's cup and then inquired, "Might I ask why you, Princess Athena, are not accompanying your father upon the sacred mountain, but instead have come to Samos to seek me out? Would he not disapprove?" Zeus's attitude towards Athena is remarkably ambiguous. Among all his offspring, he seemingly holds this daughter, whom he personally conceived, in the highest regard. However, to suggest that he is willing to entrust her with any real power would be an exaggeration. For the sake of Leto's two children, Zeus has gone to great lengths to secure the very essence of the sun and moon. Yet for Athena, her divine wisdom is a legacy from her mother, while her martial prowess is an achievement of her own making, which has even drawn Hera's resentment. In contrast, Zeus has granted Athena dominions over weaving, art, craftsmanship, and horticulture, titles that sound grand, but are little more than the same as those held by the nine muses. They shine superficially, yet possess negligible combat effectiveness. This king of the gods seems to harbor more trepidation than affection for Athena. Had it not been for her vow of virginity upon her birth, Hebe might have speculated whether Zeus would attempt to undermine her essence by orchestrating the birth of a divine offspring, thereby suppressing her power. With a soft laugh, Athena set down her golden goblet, remarking that their father had unwittingly been struck by Cupid's golden arrow and was now chasing after true love on earth. Leaving no concern for her whereabouts, Hebe raised an eyebrow at her words. "My lady, do you not fear that by confiding in me, I might relay this information to our mother?" Athena's jest was clear. "No one in this world likely wishes for Zeus to betray our mother more than you, so that she may see the reality of his infidelity and leave this unfaithful king sooner rather than later." True to her nature as the goddess of wisdom, Athena's observations are astute. During the banquet, She had already sensed something amiss with Hephaestus. As she probed into his circumstances, she discovered that the marital bond between Hephaestus and Aphrodite had been severed. The dissolution of this union, especially for a deity emerging from the temple of marriage, signified much. The astute goddess quickly surmised that Hera, atop the sacred mountain, seemed to have transcended her understanding of marriage, gaining some power to sever such ties. If this were the case, then as long as Hera were to separate from Zeus in a timely manner, the backlash from her divine marriage would cease. Thus, Athena spoke to Hebe, whose affection from Hera was not without reason. Initially, it stemmed from her being the weakest of the daughters, for fear that the other gods on the mountain would look down upon her. Later, Hebe's respect and defense of her mother signaled to the gods that she indeed deserved Hera's favor. Indeed, she would be more than delighted to see Zeus swiftly complete the 12 cursed loves, diminishing his divine power and essence, so that she could finally kick this negligent father to the curb. The cyclical divine power emanated forth, sealing the temple and muffling external sounds. Lady Athena, Hebe declared, "The temple has been sealed by my divine power. No one shall overhear our conversation. Please speak freely. I do not believe you have traveled such a distance merely for pleasantries." With formalities aside, it was time to discuss serious matters. "You are indeed wise, my lady. I have come to seek your cooperation. However, before I speak, I must request your highness to join me in swearing an oath, ensuring that our discourse today remains confidential." Athena's bright eyes gazed at Hebe, her expression grave. "I consent to your request." The two goddesses simultaneously pledged their oath by the river Styx, vowing to never disclose the conversation of this day. "Now, can your highness speak?" After the oath was taken, Hebe turned her gaze to Athena, adopting an attentive demeanor. "Surely, your highness has heard of my mother goddess's plight, as well as the prophecy that has brought her such a tragic fate?" Athena began, her voice steady. "Indeed, I have heard of it. Concerning the prophecy of the primordial queen Metis, it is said that she was destined to bear several exceptionally intelligent children, the first being the bright-eyed maiden Athena, who would be equal to her father in both wisdom and strength. Following her, Metis was to give birth to a proud son, who would possess powers exceeding those of his father, destined to become the king of gods and men. It was this very prophecy that led to Metis's demise. While she was still pregnant with Athena, she was devoured by the king of the gods, merging with him as the source of wisdom. Our beloved father, the great king of the gods, was one I wished to see eliminated as well. As Athena spoke, her bright eyes could not suppress the bitterness and resentment. Yet, her mother goddess exerted all her divine power, allowing herself to be consumed by Zeus's might, solely to preserve me, enabling my birth. I indeed emerged, but he could not endure the agony of my growth within his head. He commanded that his skull be cleaved open to release me. However, a hint of melancholy shadowed Athena's countenance. Yet, this convoluted journey has diminished my essence. I could not fully inherit my mother's source of wisdom. The divine office of war, which is my birthright, was largely claimed by Ares due to my delayed emergence. The queen goddess resented me for contending with her child for that essence, unaware that it was rightfully mine. Originally, she was meant to be a formidable, battle-hardened queen, strategizing and commanding with the name of Tritagenia, rather than simply being Zeus's most cherished daughter, the goddess of wisdom, Athena. I was fortunate to have been born, but my brother, the prophesied child destined to overthrow Zeus's reign, my mother could no longer protect him. He has truly perished. A fleeting sorrow crossed Athena's eyes. It was quickly replaced by hope. However, Polos had once coalesced a divine essence. Although the divine essence of opportunity and creation was shattered, his soul was preserved. He has long been by our mother's side, residing within Zeus's mind alongside the source of wisdom. My mother has been seeking an opportunity to have my brother reborn, until that moment when, due to Prometheus's curse, under the punishment of the laws of wisdom, the essence of wisdom seized a fleeting chance to escape from our father's head. Hebe widened her eyes, recalling the unusual events that transpired during Zeus's judgment of Prometheus. Indeed, Athena nodded. In that fleeting moment, the mother goddess conveyed a message to me. My brother Polos's soul had seized the opportunity to escape, biding its time for a chance to reincarnate. Having divulged this revelation, Athena seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. All along, While she appeared to bask in glory upon the divine mountain, she had walked a perilous path, bearing an immense burden alone. Unlike Zeus's other offspring, who enjoyed the protection of their mother and the companionship of siblings, she had always been solitary. Today, constrained by the bonds of an oath, she found solace in unearthing long-buried secrets and grievances. So, you wish for me to provide sanctuary for your reincarnating brother, Polos? Hebe had vaguely heard of this deity, seemingly one marked by misfortune, having faced death multiple times and endured persecution by Hera. Ultimately, he ascended to become Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry, and, following Hestia's voluntary abdication, one of the 12 Olympian gods. The impressions he left behind seemed to linger solely on his bizarre origins and his intoxicating divine powers. As for how he overthrew Zeus, historical accounts were scant, with some claiming that it was Hercules who later became the mighty hero that instigated Zeus's downfall. Yet, who truly knows? It mattered little. According to the original course of events, she, too, should have been merely a lowly third-tier deity. From a moment she was reborn into this world, everything had subtly transformed. Indeed, Athena nodded. You and I share a common purpose. For the sake of your mother goddess and my own, Zeus must be overthrown. Now, with Polos poised for rebirth, and considering the king of God's acute sensitivity to curses, as he monopolizes the very essence of the mother goddess's wisdom, I cannot guarantee he will remain oblivious to Polos's new identity. Alone, I lack the strength to thwart him. Thus, Princess Hebe, let us forge an alliance. In return, once Polos ascends to the throne of divinity, I pledge that Hera shall retain her transcendent status, and Polos will recognize her as his mother. As for myself, Athena gritted her teeth, I shall willingly relinquish the essence of war, allowing your brother Ares to become the sole god of war. Hebe had not anticipated that Athena would be willing to make such a significant sacrifice. This goddess was fierce toward others, but even fiercer toward herself. One could not deny that her proposal stirred something within Hebe. The matter of contending for the primordial divine position against Eros, although backed by the goddess Nyx, left Hebe with an unsettling uncertainty regarding its success. Eros had once been a primordial deity. Should he gradually restore his essence and awaken memories of his past life? How challenging would it be to tread the same path anew? In contrast, the journey she was to undertake was not only her first but also fraught with peril. A single misstep could obliterate any trace of the divine Hebe from existence. Thus, Hebe required a safeguard, a guarantee that, even in the event of her own failure, the status of her divine mother and two elder brothers would remain unshaken. Only then could she confidently take the plunge. Very well, I promise you. In the presence of the laws, the goddess of life, Hebe, shall forge an irrevocable oath with the goddess of wisdom, Athena. Any traitor shall be condemned to eternal descent into the boundless void, never to find solace. The golden-haired goddess lifted a soft smile, her resplendent purple eyes and lips, as crimson as blood-soaked roses, resembling the perilous yet captivating blooms of a bleeding azalea. Upon witnessing Hebe's agreement, Athena could not contain her elation and hastily made her vow in front of the laws. With the covenant established, the two goddesses exchanged knowing smiles and raised their golden chalices, lightly clinking them together. By the way, Princess Athena, as your ally, I shall graciously share with you a piece of delightful news regarding our great father. Chapter 55. The little cow Io with the alliance forged. The two goddesses found themselves intertwined, their relationship easing into a harmonious state, the past grievances stemming from Artemis and the creation incident now laid to rest. Hebe warmly invited Athena to linger in her sanctuary for a while longer, as Zeus's earthly escapades would likely extend over several days or even weeks. With little pressing matters at hand, Athena acquiesced. The two goddesses enjoyed a rare period of tranquility on the island of Samos, Hebe's domain, free from the machinations of divine rivalry and the lurking threats of unexpected ambushes from other deities. Instead, they were surrounded by boundless beauty, succulent fruits, exquisite wines, and the attentive service of graceful nymphs. Athena found herself enchanted, reluctant to depart when the time came. After bidding farewell to Athena, Hebe returned to her temple, resuming her diligent pursuits. The advantage of being a deity lies in the absence of the need for sustenance or rest, feeling no fatigue, akin to an eternal motion machine. All of Hebe's time was devoted to contemplating the laws. For the divine, time holds no significance, and in the blink of an eye, 2 decades swiftly passed. Within the temple on the island of Samos, the golden-haired goddess and the dark-haired god sat across from each other, each radiating distinctly different divine energies. Hebe emanated a formidable force of life, vast as the ocean, her domain unfolding beneath her, giving rise to countless extraordinary flowers and plants, exuding rich fragrances. As butterflies and flower spirits danced gracefully among them, a sight of unparalleled beauty. In stark contrast, the winged god, with obsidian feathers, exuded a chilling aura of death. Within his realm of mortality, an illusory sun of the underworld cast a dim glow, adding ethereal hues to the cold, pale world of death. The domains of the 2 deities are distinctly separated, each occupying half of the divine temple, while in between them, the essence of reincarnation hovers quietly, its dual-colored divine light softly shimmering, continuously drawing power from both realms to infuse into its being. Yet, despite the influx of divine energy, this essence shows no signs of growth. Only the faint gray hue at its center has expanded to the size of a pea. Gradually, the realms behind the 2 deities begin to appear somewhat ethereal, and the divine light surrounding them starts to retract, soon disappearing without a trace. Hebe opens her eyes and extends her hand to cradle the essence of reincarnation, observing its changes with a flicker of satisfaction in her resplendent purple gaze. She then presses the essence into her heart, safeguarding it. My lord, at this rate, I believe it will be less than 200 years before you can attempt to break through the barriers of the supreme deity and ascend to the realm of the primal god. Pycos remarks, his dark golden eyes glimmering with joy. Their continuous provision of divine power from the realm of life and death over the past 20 years has finally yielded some progress. However, Hebe's face reveals little joy. Her exquisite purple eyes reflect a myriad of thoughts, leaving Pycos somewhat perplexed. The main body can perceive everything about its half, yet the half cannot fathom the emotions and thoughts of the main body. This is the reason Hebe places such unwavering trust in Pycos, for although they are one entity, the distinction between them is clear, and she possesses absolute authority over him. It is still too slow. Eros's cursed golden arrows have begun to take effect. The curse upon the king of the gods is starting to manifest, and it won't be long before the remaining arrows are unleashed. 200 years is indeed an eternity. Aphrodite's bestowal of unparalleled beauty upon humanity has proven its efficacy. Under the protection of the gods, humanity rapidly proliferates on Earth, establishing city-states and kingdoms both grand and modest. In a land called Lena, there resides a king named Inachos, whose daughter, Io, is fortunate enough to have received Aphrodite's blessing. She is as beautiful as a flower, the fairest maiden in the entire city-state. Furthermore, she is the very first to fulfill Eros's 12 golden arrows aimed at Zeus. One day, while tending her father's sheep on the meadows of Lena, her extraordinary beauty quickly captures the attention of Zeus, the god shrouded in clouds, igniting a blazing flame of love with the golden arrow. The ensuing melodrama unfolds much like the tales of later generations. The king of the gods transforms into a mortal man, playfully engaging with the human princess to win her heart. Just as progress is finally made, fate seems to intervene unexpectedly as Hera, his normally aloof divine consort, descend from the mountain of the gods to the mortal realm. However, Hera is not there specifically to catch him in the act. The transformation of her divine essence has subtly altered her mindset. Zeus's infidelity stirs within her not merely the flames of jealousy, but a more profound sense of irony. She originally ventured into the mortal realm out of a deep longing for her daughter, Hebe, who had lingered on Earth for decades without returning to visit. Rarely did the goddess step into the human world, but she sought to journey to the island of Samos in search of her beloved daughter. However, as she traversed a meadow, she was astonished to discover that what should have been a sunlit, clear expanse was instead shrouded in an unnatural mist. Hera let out a cold laugh. She had intended to turn a blind eye, but the situation had unfolded directly before her eyes, making ignorance impolite. Commanding the clouds that enveloped the seducer and his prey to disperse, the goddess, who wielded half the power of the divine king, realized that Zeus had been caught unawares by her arrival. In a moment of desperation, the king of the gods transformed his previously affectionate lover into a pristine white heifer. Io, an epitome of exquisite beauty, remained striking even in her bovine form. Upon seeing the cow, Hera immediately discerned Zeus's ruse. A sly smile creeping into her heart as she observed the heifer's panicked gaze, suspecting yet another innocent maiden ensnared by Zeus's charm. Pretending to be oblivious, she inquired about the origins and breed of such a magnificent creature. Zeus, with feigned sincerity, falsely claimed that she was not of earthly stock but a divine cow, a purebred, radiating brilliance. Feigning satisfaction with his response, Hera requested that Zeus gift her this beautiful being, with no plausible excuse to refuse. Zeus reluctantly watched as Hera led Io away. As she seized Io from Zeus, Hera cast a glance at the flustered heifer, who appeared as if it were her first time walking on four legs, smirking at the clumsiness of the deception. Having regained her composure, Hera chose not to hold Io accountable. Free from jealousy, she recognized that Zeus, the ruler of both heaven and earth, had once captivated her heart, making it clear that this mere mortal could hardly resist his allure. Initially, Hera intended to lift the enchantment from Io and return her to her homeland. However, considering that Zeus might not relinquish his desire easily, she decided instead to bring Io to the domain of her loyal servant, Argus, the 100-eyed giant. Argus, devoted to Hera, possessed 100 bright eyes resembling stars. He could close one pair while keeping the others open, ever vigilant. Entrusting Io to Argus, Hera resolved to return after her visit to Samos, believing that by then, Zeus's fervor would have waned. With that thought, she handed Io over to Argus without much concern and turned to depart. Yet, she underestimated the relentless determination of her divine husband and the formidable power of the cursed golden arrow within him. Having lost Io, Zeus felt as if his heart were being fried in a pan of oil, constantly longing for his beloved. Ultimately, he could no longer endure the torment of love and summoned his divine son Hermes to rescue Io. Hera did not torment Io. Although she was unable to escape under the watchful eye of Argus, her days were relatively pleasant, and she decided to remain at ease, especially since the goddess had promised to lift the enchantment and restore her freedom upon her return. However, Io never anticipated that the god king who had suddenly claimed her would also send someone in search of her. Hardly had Hera departed when she learned of Argus's demise at the hands of Hermes, which filled her with fury. While she could tolerate Io's abduction, the murder of her loyal servant would invoke her wrath. As the queen possessing half the power of the god king, she was often accompanied by thunder, and she unleashed bolts of lightning, forcing Hermes to flee in panic, lamenting his plight. Had it not been for the golden sandals aiding his escape, he might have met a dire fate. Hera pursued relentlessly, and Hermes found himself with no avenue of retreat. In desperation, the messenger of the gods sought refuge with his divine father, apologizing for his inability to withstand the formidable foe. Zeus, however, was taken aback by Hermes' audacious act of bringing both Io and Hera before him. Faced with such a dire situation, the god king remained composed. A charming smile graced his handsome features as he embraced his wife, speaking sweet words as melodious as the song of a lark. Requesting Hera to show mercy and spare the unfortunate maiden, he earnestly explained to Hera that Io had not tempted him. She was innocent and pure, and he was willing to swear by the river Styx that he would forsake his affection for the mortal princess and no longer pursue her. Hera scoffed at his words, questioning whether he was merely playing word games. Indeed, Io had not seduced him. It was he who had coerced and enticed the mortal princess. The notion of relinquishing his love for her seemed ludicrous, for the princess had lost her innocence, and Zeus, having tasted her, likely felt indifferent to her fate and believed he could discard her at will. Lowering her gaze, Hera pondered whether, were it not for the bonds of their marriage, he might abandon her just as he had the young maiden. A wave of nausea overcame her, and she clenched her fists, her body stiffening. Sensing Hera's discomfort, Zeus mistakenly believed her distress to be genuine sorrow, stirring feelings of affection within him. He gently caressed her delicate, lily-white arms, softly reassuring her, "Hera, my most glorious wife, know that my greatest love will always be for you. Who else could inspire me to willingly relinquish half my power just to win your favor? This time, it is my fault. Hermes did not intentionally harm your beloved. How about this? I shall adorn the tail feathers of your sacred peacock with his resplendent eyes. Surely, It will enhance its magnificence, befitting your esteemed status as queen. Zeus summoned his divine power, and the eyes from the deceased Argus transformed into exquisite patterns, imprinted upon the peacock's azure and green-tail feathers. The sacred creature of the queen flapped its wings, soaring before its mistress, the tail feathers unfurling gradually, revealing the captivating and mysterious eye-shaped designs, which were utterly mesmerizing. Let this matter be resolved. Return her to the mortal realm. Hera remained silent for a moment, extricated herself from Zeus's embrace, and after uttering those words in a frigid tone, departed from Zeus's temple without a backward glance. Zeus was utterly astounded by Hera's unexpected magnanimity. The allure of his love had not yet waned, as he reveled in the preservation of his beloved mortal lover. Feeling an overwhelming joy, yet failing to ponder why Hera, usually so possessive and envious, had suddenly exhibited such a change of heart. He promptly lifted the enchantment from Io and instructed Hermes to escort her back to the human world, to compensate for the tribulations endured by his earthly paramour. Zeus bestowed upon Io the territories along the Nile, elevating her to the status of Queen of the Nile. Hera returned to her divine marriage sanctuary, cradling the peacock, caressing its splendid tail feathers, her violet eyes cast downward, shimmering with a faint, enigmatic glow, her expression intricate, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Eros, his divine form still somewhat unstable due to the induced labor, occasionally felt drowsy, yearning for slumber. A radiant light enveloped him, and a sweet smile graced the cherubic face of the little god of love, as if blessed by the god of dreams with delightful visions. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but it seemed as though his form had grown slightly. On Samos Island, Hebe, who awaited Hera's visit in vain, pondered how to hasten her ascension. At her current level, she could scarcely hope to defeat Eros, let alone Zeus. From Athena, Hebe learned that she had underestimated their father god, who possessed numerous hidden cards. As she mused, Paxos suddenly shifted, a smile gracing the god's ebony-feathered visage. "My lord, there is a matter that is sure to bring you joy. The incarnation I left in the Hall of Rebirth has relayed a message. The stars conceived by the goddess Nyx are on the brink of birth, and she will soon ascend to the divine mountain to discuss their allocation. Should we secure the aid of the star formation, our path to ascension will undoubtedly accelerate. The impending birth of the stars. This is indeed delightful news." Hebe recalled a fleeting glimpse of a star she had once caught sight of. "That star shall surely be mine." Chapter 56, The Allocation of the Stars, Part 1. Maya, the goddess of storms, executed the command of the king of the gods. Wielding her divine power, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and a gentle rain fell upon the earth. For today, the sun god could not traverse the heavens. After several decades, the radiant divine light once again emanated from Mount Olympus, as the gods gathered here for a significant event looming over the world of chaos. The goddess of night, Nyx, commanded her divine son, Hypnos, to deliver an oracle, for within her had been gestating stars for many years, soon to be born. The gods would convene on the sacred mountain to deliberate on the fate of these celestial beings. Nyx sat regally upon the primordial throne, her status transcending that of the other deities. The gods of Olympus had long awaited this moment, while the deities of the underworld, rarely seen in the light, stepped forth from their shadowy realm, their dark divine power casting a dimness upon the hall's brilliance. The gods of Olympus, seldom acquainted with the underworld's denizens, regarded them with curiosity. Is this what the gods of the underworld look like? They appear rather frail. Look at that deity, with skin of an unusual blue. Their temperaments seemed equally uninviting. That silver-haired god, while handsome, bore an expression that suggested a propensity for violence. Quite alarming indeed. Who would have thought that the underworld harbored such beauty? That must be Lady Hecate, daughter of the goddess of starry nights. Compared to Lady Artemis, she exudes a more chilling allure that invokes a desire for conquest. Indeed, who is that striking male beside her? He possesses an extraordinary beauty. Even if he is a god of the underworld, I would not mind. I still believe Hypnos is the most enchanting of them all, with his platinum hair and pristine wings. Such a dreamlike divine presence deserves to dwell upon the sacred mountain rather than in the gloomy depths of the underworld. What a pity! The gods of Olympus whispered among themselves, while the underworld deities scrutinized them with equal disdain. The harsh realities of their realm had forged formidable beings, and they could hardly regard the seemingly radiant and delicate gods with any measure of respect. Those self-righteous beings are always stirring trouble for us. We have yet to settle the score with them. Now they dare to gossip about us? Irritated underworld gods discreetly readied their chains, contemplating dragging the loquacious deity back to the underworld for torment. Yet, with both King Hades and Mother Nyx present, the underworld gods had no choice but to suppress their simmering rage, albeit their minds brimmed with schemes of retribution against the deities of Olympus. As for the sea gods, they were not involved. The essence of the stars and the fabric of space originated from the gods of Olympus, and their gestation was entrusted to Nyx. There was no place for the sea gods in this affair. The benefits of this event would, at most, extend to Poseidon, and how he would manage his share upon returning to the depths of the ocean was his own concern. My sister, the eternally glorious Gaia, now slumbers deep within the earth, unable to attend. I shall preside over today's meeting, Nyx announced, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Mother Earth Gaia, having been replenished by the elevation of the world's essence, bestowed upon the chaotic realm of chaos the ability to transmute chaotic gases into primal energy. As the cornerstone of the world, Gaia naturally reaped the benefits. Eager to restore her own essence, she willingly succumbed to slumber, accelerating chaos's absorption and transformation of the chaotic gases, thereby rendering herself unavailable. Otherwise, with Zeus and Poseidon's reckless antics unleashing calamities upon the earth and inciting floods, this embodiment of the earth would have long since emerged to confront them. The divine power of night surged forth from the hands of the goddess Nyx, as resplendent starlight blossomed in her palms, releasing a vibrant array of cosmic nebulae that manifested before the gods, their enchanting luminescence mesmerizing all. Among that splendid constellation, 12 stars shone with unparalleled brilliance. The number 12 has always held a remarkable significance within the realm of chaos. Within the vast expanse of the nebula, the multitude of stars, both great and small, subtly revolved around these 12 unique celestial bodies, as if they were rallying to support their sovereign. The 12 leading stars, gods. These celestial bodies shall replace the original stars in the heavens, establishing a formidable barrier for the magnificent world created by our great Father. However, the newly born stars remain immature, in need of the gods' divine power for cultivation and protection. Correspondingly, the catalysts of these stars will bestow unimaginable benefits upon you. After unveiling the nascent starry sky, the goddess Nyx, amidst the eager gazes of the gods, began to speak. This esteemed primordial deity gestured into the void, and the 12 leading stars leapt forth. What we must first deliberate upon is the allocation of these 12 principal leading stars. These stars are the core of the entire magical array, and I urge you all to carefully consider the selection of their guardians. As soon as Nyx concluded her words, Zeus, seated upon the throne of the gods, could hardly contain his eagerness, rising to his feet with his divine scepter raised high. Pointing at the largest of the 12 leading stars, his voice resonated throughout the temple, thunderous and authoritative. I am the king of the gods. This largest star should be under my dominion, for it harbors the power of lightning. Pray tell, among the gods, who else possesses mastery over the essence of thunder but me? The king of the gods cast a commanding gaze across the assembly, and under his oppressive aura, none dare to challenge him. Indeed, who would admit to wielding the authority of lightning before Zeus? Surely, they would be courting peril. Seeing no objections from the other deities, Zeus displayed a satisfied expression, channeling his divine power to mark his imprint upon that star. The massive star chosen by Zeus emanated a silent tremor, resonating with the essence of his power, and began to sparkle with electric light. It then leaped forth from the nebula, trailing a magnificent tail as it ascended into the heavens, shining brilliantly against the dim sky. The king of the gods could not contain his delight. Ah, this star is the thunder star, the king star. After Zeus obtained his cherished celestial body, the gods turned their attention to the remaining 11 leader stars. Among these, 2 celestial bodies elicited peculiar expressions from the deities. Complex emotions of resentment, envy, and jealousy danced across their faces. The fiery orange sphere, ablaze with an intense flame, radiated limitless heat and extreme temperatures, perfectly mirroring Apollo's solar divinity. The other star, though seemingly diminutive, emanated an enchanting cool luminance, its sacred and mysterious power resonating harmoniously with the lunar goddess Artemis. These two celestial bodies were intrinsically destined for the sun and moon deities, leaving the gods of Mount Olympus unable to conceive of more suitable custodians for these stars. It is no wonder that envy and jealousy coursed through the divine assembly. Apollo, being one of the 12 principal gods, received little opposition for holding a leader star. However, Artemis found herself in a rather awkward position. Having reclaimed a portion of Selene's full moon essence, she had ascended to the rank of a principal deity, yet remained unrecognized among the 12. The absence of a 12th god while she commanded a leader star implied that Artemis was indeed the unofficial final addition to the pantheon. What fortunate fate! The young deity, adorned with a winged helmet and wielding a double-headed serpent staff, blended seamlessly among the gods. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he appeared genuinely pleased for his elder siblings. Yet, within the depths of his striking eyes, an enigmatic glimmer flickered, hinting at undisclosed intentions. Artemis and I wield the powers of the sun and moon. The attributes of these stars align with us, making us the most fitting candidates to govern them. Apollo was acutely aware of the undeniable advantage he and Artemis held. Rising from his divine throne, he summoned Artemis to his side, exuding an air of proud confidence. The other gods fell silent. Although Apollo's haughty demeanor was irksome, one could not deny the truth in his words. Noticing the absence of dissent, a smile graced Apollo's handsome face as he prepared to mark these two celestial bodies alongside Artemis. Hold on. Just as Apollo felt assured of his victory, an incongruous voice echoed throughout the temple. Frowning, he turned towards the source. A deity with obsidian wings stood before him, his dark golden eyes strikingly unique. Undoubtedly handsome, yet for reasons unknown, Apollo felt an inexplicable aversion, even a tinge of fear and hostility, upon laying eyes on him. How could the exalted sun god Apollo feel intimidated by a stranger? Even their father Zeus had never inspired such feelings. This was truly astonishing. Who are you? Apollo inquired coldly, gazing at the unfamiliar male deity. Greetings, illustrious sun god of the earthly realm. I am the deity of the underworld, Pacus, representing the brilliance of the nether realms. The divine being, adorned with obsidian wings, bore a faint smile, and his lips, as crimson as blood, exuded a captivating allure that rendered many goddesses present flushed with embarrassment. A shimmering, purplish-red sun's illusion materialized behind him, with the brilliance of the underworld's sun radiating forth. Although his powers starkly contrasted with those of Apollo, the pantheon could not deny that this deity indeed wielded authority over the sun. I govern the underworld's sun, casting a radiant light upon the souls of the departed. And I also embody the benevolence of the sun. As a fellow bearer of solar authority, I believe that this celestial body should rightfully possess a portion of my essence. While it is unattainable to fully seize the sun's power, partaking in Apollo's dominion would be a rather effortless endeavor. Moreover, Picos turned his gaze to the enchanting goddess beside him, clad in dark robes. Hecate, the mistress of the underworld's moon, equally deserving of dominion over that celestial sphere. Hecate remained expressionless, the black-blue moonlight shimmering behind her, resonating with Picos' sun, akin to the relationship between Apollo and Artemis, albeit representing the shadowy aspects of the world. When it comes to the essence of origin, even among kin, Hecate could not align herself with Picos. Furthermore, since they were all relatives, it was only fair to share the spoils. Their mother had already made sacrifices for their family, and now it was their turn. Picos' assertion was valid. As deities of the sun and moon, these celestial bodies ought to encompass a part of their being. The supreme goddess of the underworld regarded her cousins with a cool demeanor. Picos and Hecate are correct. As deities of the sun and moon, why should the gods of the divine mount and monopolize these celestial spheres? Since our attributes align, it is only just that these stars should also belong to the underworld gods. Indeed, we are the ones who toil with the dirty work. Yet, when it comes to rewards, we are cast aside. Let it be known, it shall not be so easily done. The underworld deities rallied in support of Picos, having long harbored grievances against the gods of the divine mountain, notorious for their troublemaking and opportunism. Had it not been for the incompatibility of divine attributes and their mother's admonitions against strife, they would have long sought to seize these celestial spheres. Apollo and Artemis could not help but appear troubled, as what they had believed to be a settled matter was suddenly challenged by unexpected adversaries, rendering it impossible for them to remain composed. Zeus, my esteemed deities of the underworld, present a valid argument. As fellow gods of the sun and moon, their radiance brings redemption and tranquility to the souls of the deceased. It is essential to recognize that the majority of these souls perish beneath the sun's fiery wrath and the deluge. The lord of the underworld, Hades, sat upon his throne, his verdant eyes half closed, and with his words, he delivered a decisive blow. Hades' words momentarily twisted Zeus's expression. After a brief contemplation, he spoke in a deep tone. In that case, let the sun be jointly governed by Apollo and Paeon, while the moon shall be overseen by Artemis and Hecate. Apollo, observing the faint smile on the face of the deity across from him, felt a surge of frustration that nearly crushed his teeth. However, the decree of the king of the gods left no room for dissent. The deities collectively marked the celestial bodies, and the twin stars of day and night ascended into the heavens, merging with the king's star, radiating brilliance. That star seems to resonate with my attributes. I shall claim it, Hades declared, pointing to a deep gray star accompanied by 5 smaller celestial bodies. The power of the lord of the underworld enveloped the star, and then he casually summoned one of the smaller stars, saying, Charon, come forth and bestow your divine power upon this one as compensation for the souls you neglected to ferry across recently. Charon, utterly surprised by this unexpected boon, approached with a foolish grin, imbuing the smaller star with his divine essence. With a wave of Hades' hand, the star leapt forth, accompanied by its 5 little companions, soaring into the sky. This was Pluto, the star of the dead, along with its guardian, Charon. The remaining stars could be pondered over later for their rightful recipients. Zeus, with a darkened countenance, watched Hades disregard his authority. It appeared that the elevation of the underworld had granted his brother an audacious confidence, leading him to openly underestimate the king of gods. A spark of thunder flickered in Zeus's palm, but he quickly suppressed it. Hades was no less formidable than the ineffectual Poseidon, and now was not the time to confront him. 4 of the 12 leader stars had already been allocated, and the gaze of the deities shifted towards the remaining 8 exquisite stars, a palpable tension brewing among them. You are quite audacious, Hera declared from her throne, her crimson gown aflame with regal presence. Her striking purple eyes glinted with a fierce light as she coldly continued. Let's not forget the origins of those stars and the essence of space. Without my daughter Hebe, would you even have the right to compete here? The first to choose a leader, star should rightly be her. Chapter 57, The Ownership of Stars, Part 2. The attention of the gods converged on the golden-haired, violet-eyed goddess, nearly forgetting that it was she who had severed the essence of the god of stars, transforming the celestial bodies from mere fragments of earth into the stars above. Hera's words elicited little discontent among the deities. Her reasoning was sound, for without Hebe, the birth of the constellations would not have occurred. Moreover, the journey of Princess Hebe from a third-tier deity to her current exalted status had earned her immense respect, to the extent that even Zeus, the king of gods, would smile before addressing her. Thus, none dared to oppose Hera's assertions. The deities raised no objections. When the cycle was established, the goddess of life from the divine mountain had previously visited the realm of the dead. She took a hands-on approach in the creation of both the Temple of Rebirth and the Gate of Rebirth, never troubling the deities of the underworld and even proactively assisting them with numerous tasks. Following the establishment of the cycle, she did not seek to monopolize power, promptly entrusting the guardianship of the Gate of Rebirth to His Majesty Hades, who is now overseen by Pakos. Consequently, the goddess enjoys a splendid reputation in the underworld. It is said that His Majesty once entertained the idea of making her the queen of the underworld, although it seems that endeavor was not successful. Nevertheless, it is said that persistence pays off in matters of the heart, and perhaps after numerous attempts, success may yet be achieved. Thus, it appears that this goddess holds great potential to become the future mistress of the underworld, and she is not to be trifled with. Seeing no dissent among the gods, Hera allowed a smile to grace her face. She turned to her daughter and gently said, Hebe, my most illustrious daughter, choose one of the remaining 8 leader stars that appeals to you the most. With her mother having paved the way, Hebe felt no need for further hesitation and immediately marked one of the stars with her divine power. The gods gazed in astonishment, for Hebe had chosen the most unremarkable among the 8 remaining stars. To deem this star unremarkable does not imply a lack of beauty. On the contrary, it glimmered with a kaleidoscope of divine light, resembling a radiant opal. Yet, it was precisely this brilliance that led the gods to regard it as the most superfluous among the 12 leader stars. The divine attributes of this star were exceedingly chaotic, as if it were touched by various forces without excelling in any, and the chaotic divine energies wreaked havoc upon it, occasionally leading to collisions and explosions that rendered the star somewhat unstable. To become its guardian would require a considerable expenditure of divine power and effort merely to maintain its internal stability, undoubtedly a burdensome endeavor. Lesser deities might be willing to take it on, yet they lacked the capability, while more powerful deities were reluctant to engage with it, especially when 8 other stars awaited selection. To everyone's surprise, Hebe unhesitatingly chose this particular star, despite the presence of a far more beautiful star adorned with a rainbow halo, which contained the essence of harvest and growth, clearly more suited to Hebe, the goddess of life, aside from Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and abundance. Upon observing Hebe's choice, Demeter, seated on the throne of the principal gods, let out a sigh of relief, her expression relaxing. After all, given Hebe's current standing, if she truly desired it, Demeter would have found herself powerless to oppose. A few other deities present exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a flicker of contemplation as they regarded the vibrant sphere. Could this star possess some extraordinary quality? Chosen by Hebe, the star radiated a brilliant light, ascending into the heavens and continuing to emanate its captivating glow. This celestial body was named Zoe, symbolizing the essence of life. In the face of the gods' inquisitive and probing gazes, Hebe chose to remain indifferent, for she bore no obligation to clarify their uncertainties. Although Hera harbored her own questions regarding Hebe's choice of this particular planet, she refrained from voicing them, trusting her daughter's judgment. Seated upon her primordial throne, the goddess Nyx allowed a glimmer of amusement to flicker in her gray eyes. Her ally possessed discernment, and this star undoubtedly held the greatest potential among all the leader stars, making it the most suitable for her. With its assistance, Hebe would ascend to the primordial realm at an accelerated pace. After all, the goddess's gaze inadvertently brushed over the little god of love nestled in Aphrodite's embrace. Eros had already begun to act, and they too needed to hasten their efforts. With 7 leader stars remaining, my sister, the Earth Mother Gaia, currently slumbered, leaving the world in need of a deity to manage in her stead. She chose Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and harvest, to wield the Earth's authority on her behalf. Nyx gestured, summoning forth a beautiful star adorned with a rainbow halo, which floated before Demeter. Thanks to the great mother of the gods, Demeter shall certainly not disappoint you, Demeter exclaimed, rising with uncontainable joy. The mark of the agricultural deity was inscribed upon this star, which soared toward the sky. This star not only enhanced her essence, but also signified her identity as the Earth Mother's representative, undoubtedly elevating her status and glory, especially for Demeter, who had little support. This was Saturn, the star of the harvest god. Another star claimed, with the leader stars dwindling. The remaining deities began to feel a surge of anxiety. With both Zeus and Hades having made their selections, it was only fitting that I, as the Sea King, should now take my turn. Poseidon, with hair like rolling waves of blue, stood and declared with a resonant voice, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he surveyed the remaining 6 stars. If it were possible, he yearned to possess all 6. Yet, regrettably, he lacked the means. The gods of Olympus and the underworld each claimed 3 stars, and, as the sea god, we need not take more. Of the remaining 6 stars, 2 were imbued with the essence of water, destined to be governed by us, the sea deities. Poseidon pointed boldly at the 2 stars, his expression suggesting he had made a monumental concession. The gods followed his gesture and beheld 2 azure, celestial bodies, one darker than the other. The lighter star radiated a gentle water essence, exuding an aura of tranquility and harmony, while the deeper-hued star pulsed with the tumultuous energies of storms and tsunamis, harmonizing perfectly with Poseidon's earth-shattering might. Beneath the crown of Poseidon, one cannot help but be struck by his audacity. Ultimately, what relevance does the birth of these celestial bodies hold for you, sea god? Athena, the goddess of wisdom with her piercing gaze, was the first to snicker at Poseidon's words. Her disdain for his shameless demeanor was compounded by another reason. She too had set her sights on that cerulean planet. The acquisition of a leader star is not a testament to the contributions of the sea deities, but rather a gift from our great father, the king of the gods, who bestowed upon you the 12 thrones of the principal deities. It is my hope that Poseidon will come to understand the situation and refrain from uttering such impractical statements. You, Athena, it appears you are determined to oppose me. If you possess the courage, let us step outside and engage in a battle. Let's see if you, as a goddess, are worthy to speak to me in such a manner. Poseidon, stung by Athena's words, was filled with fury. Their enmity had been forged during their earlier contest for the city of Athens, and now, her undermining of his authority was intolerable. The Sea King could no longer contain his wrath. His trident emerged, pulsating with the power of the ocean, his deep blue eyes fixated on the goddess. His expression dark and brooding. Let's fight then. Do you think I fear you? In truth, Athena harbored no fear of Poseidon. Her mother, Metis, was also a goddess of the oceanic pantheon, and through her maternal lineage, Athena possessed a profound understanding of the divine powers and hierarchies within the seas, far surpassing Poseidon's grasp. Her uncle wielded but a meager amount of authority. What strength could a sea king possess without command? Her martial prowess was not merely for show. Rising to her feet, the goddess conjured a spear and a golden shield, her bright eyes brimming with the spirit of battle as she locked her gaze on Poseidon. It seemed the flames of conflict were on the verge of igniting. Enough! Before the esteemed goddess Nyx, such clamor is unbecoming. At that moment, Zeus, the king of the gods seated upon his throne, interjected. His golden-haired visage bore a relaxed demeanor, exuding an air of ancient wisdom. He cast a sidelong glance at Athena. My daughter, Poseidon, regardless of his faults, is still your uncle, the master of the ocean. When addressing him, a measure of courtesy is in order. Of course, I shall heed your wisdom, great father. Athena promptly sheathed her weapons, returning to her throne with a serene expression, as if their earlier confrontation had merely been a figment of imagination. Poseidon, Athena's words carry weight. The genesis of these stars truly bears no merit of your oceanic domain, and to claim 2 leader stars is indeed excessive. After admonishing Athena, Zeus shifted his gaze to his brother Poseidon, a gentle smile gracing his features. Yet only Poseidon could perceive the storm brewing within his brother's eyes. Select a star, Poseidon, as one of the 12 principal deities. The gaze of Zeus evoked in Poseidon a vivid recollection of their progenitor, the former king of the gods, who had unhesitatingly devoured them. The once boisterous god of the sea fell into a momentary silence as he beheld the 2 celestial bodies that captivated his heart. Ultimately, he pointed to the deep blue star, declaring, I desire this star, for it embodies the powers of tsunamis and storms that resonate with my essence. Moreover, this star was accompanied by 14 smaller celestial companions, inspiring Poseidon with an idea. Upon returning to the oceanic realm, he could bestow these smaller stars upon his offspring, thus honoring the ancient sea deities. This is the star of storms, the star of tsunamis, the planet Neptune. A cerulean divine force surged into the star, which erupted with a roar reminiscent of crashing waves and raging tempests, ascending into the heavens alongside its 14 guardian stars. On that pale blue planet, I sensed the divine power of hydrology. My mother, Metis, the goddess of wisdom born from the waters, indicated that the true essence of this star is wisdom, and it should rightfully be under my dominion. In this scenario of choice, Athena was certain Poseidon would select the star corresponding to his nature, the tsunami star, while her ambition lay with the hydrological celestial body. Just as Athena prepared to mark this star with her divine insignia, Zeus interjected. With a serene smile, he regarded his daughter, saying, Speaking of wisdom, my dear, your brother Hermes governs eloquence and commerce, wielding a measure of wisdom as well. Furthermore, he has been tirelessly guiding souls from the earth, deserving of recognition. This star shall be jointly ruled by you both. Oh, another deity, not of the highest rank to claim a leader star? Hermes, son of Zeus? Then all is well. Truly, being born of noble lineage is paramount. Many deities mused in quiet admiration. Yet, could it be that the sovereign god intended to choose between Lady Artemis and Lord Hermes for the final divine position? Athena's bright gaze flickered with a hint of intrigue as she glanced at Hermes, who appeared astonished, seemingly dazed by this unexpected fortune. With a serene countenance and a respectful nod, she proclaimed, "I shall heed your divine decree." "Ha ha, splendid. You truly are my most discerning child." Zeus, pleased with Athena's compliance, summoned Hermes to join her in imprinting their divine powers upon the star. As the two deities marked the pale blue celestial body with their divine essence, it erupted in a cascade of wisdom, illuminating the minds of the gods, who felt a newfound clarity. The pale blue star took its rightful place. This is Mercury, the star of wisdom. The energies of fire and war envelop this star, which shall be jointly presided over by Ares and Hephaestus. In a moment of inspiration, Hera pointed at the crimson star and declared that these two brothers should jointly govern this celestial body. In doing so, they might catalyze the protection of this star, perhaps even mending the fractured bond between them. There were no divine objections, although the god of slaughter, Pallas, and the god of destruction, Perseus, had words to share. Their voices held no weight upon the sacred mountain. Hephaestus, despite feeling a pang of discomfort, was reluctant to refuse the goodwill of the mother goddess over such trivial matters, and thus marked the star with his touch. Ares, having been punished to roam the earth as a wild boar for a decade, though fierce in his new form and reigning as the king of the wilds, had gained an understanding of his elder brother's might. This war god, filled with pride, respected those whose strength surpassed his own, and with a heart weighed down by guilt, he quickly marked the star, intending to offer his apologies to his elder brother when the time came to catalyze the star. This was the star of flame, the star of war. The divine powers of fire and blood radiated forth as the red star soared into the heavens, reuniting with its kin. Aphrodite, her teeth gently biting her lip, observed that all the other major gods had acquired their stars, leaving only herself, Hera, and Hestia without a selection. Unwilling to wait any longer, she stood, cradling her son Eros, and pointed to the dazzling star that shone like gold. This star is the most resplendent and enchanting of all. As one of the 12 Olympians, the fairest of all deities, it is only fitting that I should possess it. The glimmering golden star resembled the golden apple in the hands of the Earth Mother, a true embodiment of singular beauty. I too have an interest in this star. Hera interjected coolly. It appears immensely regal, as the queen of the gods. This star aligns with my status. You, Aphrodite exclaimed in exasperation, her azure eyes glaring at Hera. You remain as insufferable as ever. I am in favor. This star should rightfully belong to Her Majesty the Queen. Hephaestus, the god of fire and forge, was the first to express his support. I too support this claim. Hebe added, noting that while legends would later proclaim this star as belonging to Aphrodite, it was currently unclaimed. If the mother goddess desired it, then it was only proper that she should obtain it. I also support this. Ares, avoiding Aphrodite's piercing gaze, voiced his agreement in favor of his motheress entitlement to the star. The remaining deities fell in line, especially Zeus, who, having recently faced scandal, seized the opportunity to appease Hera, thus lending his support. With the king of the gods backing her, the other Olympians readily expressed their allegiance to Hera. Isolated and outnumbered, Aphrodite reluctantly conceded defeat, surrendering the golden star she so cherished. Victorious, Hera raised her hand to mark the star with her divine power, and the golden star shimmered with enchanting brilliance, slowly ascending into the sky. This was Venus, the star of marriage, not merely the star of the queen. Having lost her claim to Venus, Aphrodite turned her gaze towards the remaining two celestial bodies. The goddess Hestia, seated upon her divine throne, remained unperturbed, embodying a truly serene disposition, allowing Aphrodite to make her choice first before selecting the last star for herself. I desire this star, Aphrodite proclaimed, pointing to a pale blue celestial body, adorned with wisps of white mist, resembling a lustrous pearl. Though this star did not possess the brilliance of Venus, it exuded a delicate beauty akin to that of a modest maiden. More importantly, Aphrodite sensed a shared essence within it, not of desire or beauty, but of a power that resonated with her own lineage, a force belonging to the heavens. This revelation stirred within her an uncontrollable surge of joy, for Hera's unexpected interference had inadvertently led her to the star most suited for her, infused with the strength of Uranus. After 5 years of wandering among mortals, encountering the perils of hawks, vultures, pythons, and leopards, this goddess, once carefree and whimsical, had grown more vigilant of danger, instinctively concealing her newfound secret. This star is sufficiently beautiful to uphold my title as the goddess of beauty, she mused, raising her hand to inscribe a divine mark upon the star, subtly amplifying her own beauty's power. This star, a beacon of allure, radiated a gentle, lustrous glow beneath the goddess's divine influence, ascending gracefully into the heavens. Then I shall claim this final star, she declared. The last of the leader stars, though the smallest, emanated a deep crimson light infused with a joyous essence. Hestia, embodying the goddess of the hearth and home, found delight in this cheerful aura as she too inscribed her mark upon it. This is the star of joy, the hearth star. With all 12 leader stars now in their rightful places, they shone brilliantly in the sky, each occupying its own domain, distinct yet interconnected, encircling the world of chaos and radiating resplendent starlight. The other stars, both large and small within the nebula, quivered in anticipation, eager to follow their leaders. Now that the 12 leader stars have been established, the allocation of the remaining smaller stars shall be decided by you in due time, the primordial deity declared. The majority of the leader stars were associated with divine mountains, while the remaining smaller stars would be apportioned with 50% to the underworld, 20% to the divine mountains, and 30% to the oceans. The primordial being's decree determined the fate of these smaller celestial bodies, a distribution deemed equitable. Even if deemed unjust, it was clear that challenging the primordial deity was beyond their means. With a wave of her hand, the goddess of night summoned the smaller stars from the nebula, who eagerly integrated into the sky, encircling their leaders and forming a colossal celestial array above the world of chaos. On this day, an unprecedented brilliance illuminated the skies of chaos, the light of the stars intertwining to create a vast net that enveloped the world, serving as a formidable barrier safeguarding it from external destruction. Beyond the realm of chaos, the tumultuous chaos gas surged, drawn by an inexplicable force that absorbed its wisps, transforming them into primordial energy that cascaded from the heavens to the earth. In the depths of the cosmos, a wave of joy surged within the hearts of the deities. The will of the world had become clearer and more vibrant. Chapter 58. Catalyzing the stars, the newly birthed stars infused the world of chaos with renewed vitality, accelerating the transformation of chaos gas. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The leader stars had just emerged, and their guardian deities were needed to stabilize and nurture them. Once these celestial bodies reached full maturity, the conversion of primordial energy would increase, benefiting the gods in turn. After the allocation of the stars, the goddess Nyx departed from Mount Olympus with a retinue of underworld deities, satisfied with the gains from the distribution. Among the 12 leader stars, 3 belonged to the underworld. Although 2 were jointly governed with the celestial gods, the underworld deities understood that even if they were granted these leader stars, their distinct divine attributes would not align with their own. Possessing them would merely be an exercise in futility, as forced catalysis would yield little reward. Fortunately, the remaining smaller stars amounted to half of their share, and while these lesser stars lacked the brilliance of the leader stars, their abundance and indifference to divine attributes made them a practical acquisition. When the time came to claim a few, they could simply mark them with divine energy, requiring minimal oversight while still reaping considerable benefits. In comparison to the sea gods, the underworld deities deemed this allocation overall satisfactory. Hades, Poseidon, Hecate, along with Charon, chose not to return with the goddess Nyx, opting instead to remain on the divine mountain temporarily. They needed to guard the newly birthed leader stars in the sky until their stability was assured before returning to the underworld. It mattered little. Returning to the underworld meant facing an unending array of duties. A brief sojourn was akin to a holiday, and the underworld deities accepted this with grace. Guardians of the leader stars, you have all heard the divine edict from Nyx. Proceed to your respective stars, and do not depart until they are stabilized, proclaimed Zeus, the king of the gods, raising his staff. The stability of the stars was crucial for the conversion of primordial energy within the world of chaos. The more abundant the energy, the greater the likelihood of his ascension to a primordial god. This matter concerned his own future, and this time, Zeus would not allow the gods to shirk their responsibilities. Ignoring him, Hades offered a few words of advice to Poseidon and Hecate before leading Charon to his underworld domain. Poseidon and Hecate exchanged a knowing glance and approached Apollo and Artemis in unison. Prince Apollo, it is an honor to work alongside you. I kindly ask for your guidance during this period, said the deity with obsidian wings, gazing at the resplendent sun god with a warm smile. Yet Apollo found the other's smile particularly irksome. Despite this deity's relatively amiable demeanor, he scrutinized him with a critical eye. The appearance was passable, but the aura of somber, shadowy divinity hardly resembled that of a sun god. How could one, having seized a fragment of the solar realm through some trifling means of the underworld, dare to contend for power? Moments later, a sudden smile illuminated Apollo's handsome visage as he addressed Phaethon with a gentle tone. God of the underworld, I welcome your arrival. Now, I kindly ask you to accompany me to the solar star. The stability of this celestial body cannot be maintained without your assistance. Turning to Artemis and Hecate, he added, Hecate, we shall take our leave. Please hasten your journey to the lunar star. The two goddesses nodded in agreement. Their atmosphere far less peculiar than that of Apollo and Phaethon. Hecate and Artemis, being cousins, were not well acquainted with this goddess who had recently descended to the realm of the dead. However, their anasteria had provided them with considerable aid, and out of gratitude and respect for her, Artemis held no objections regarding the shared sovereignty of the lunar star with Hecate. After bidding farewell to the two goddesses, Apollo turned and strode towards the temple's exit. A mere underworld deity daring to contest his authority, believing that possessing dominion over the underworld could grant him access to the sun? When you truly arrive at the solar star, beneath its extreme heat and radiance, let us see if this underworld god can withstand it. The other supreme deities soon departed for their respective celestial domains, and upon realizing the futility of the situation, the gods in the temple dispersed, each contemplating how to wrest the remaining minor celestial bodies from Zeus's grasp. Perhaps a fleeting romance could persuade Aphrodite to entrust Eros to her favored goddess of beauty, the Graces. After bestowing her care upon them, she set forth toward the star she had chosen. The goddess of love and beauty gazed longingly at the celestial body, which emanated a tranquil azure glow, resembling a smooth and lustrous pearl. A surge of unfamiliar power coursed through her veins, a weighty sensation that instilled an unprecedented sense of solidity and strength. With a delicate step, Aphrodite entered the star that had been incessantly calling to her, though the celestial bodies appeared diminutive while nestled within the nebula. Upon returning to the sky, they regained their original magnificence. Only by setting foot in this realm could one truly comprehend its vastness. The goddess's cerulean eyes sparkled with delight as she beheld the wonders within the star. Under the enchanting allure of her divine power, no deity would suspect that this seemingly innocuous celestial body harbored an interior that belied its gentle exterior. Storms, lightning, torrential rains, meteors, and hail, forces of the sky, thrived abundantly here. Aphrodite extended her arms, awakening the latent power within her bloodline, and she endeavored to draw these divine energies into her being. Oh, is it truly this simple? The divine essence of the heavens seamlessly infused into Aphrodite's being, forming a crystalline divine core within her, though merely the size of a fingernail. Yet, as it continues to absorb primordial energy, this divine core shall burgeon in strength. The daughter of the celestial father, Aphrodite, effortlessly seized the authority of the sky. Gazing at her hands, her palms gleamed like jade, flickering with images of arcs of electricity, storms, and dark clouds. As she felt this divine power unlike any she had encountered before, the goddess's azure eyes sparkled with delight. As this divine core expanded, she would no longer be the frail goddess of beauty. She would ascend to become the new sovereign of the heavens. A flame of ambition blazed fiercely within her heart as she continued to open her mind, resonating with this star, attracting the chaotic energies from beyond the cosmos, transforming them into primordial force to amplify her new divine core. Meanwhile, in the boundless depths of the sky, in the most profound and serene recesses, an ancient consciousness that had slumbered for ages was suddenly awakened by an unknown force, sending forth silent ripples of awareness. Who dares to usurp my authority? The star, engulfed in golden flames, radiated boundless light and heat, its overwhelming might intimidating the surrounding stars, which dared only to observe from afar. This was the sun star, its heat and luminosity unparalleled. Could Prince Ficus, as a god of the underworld, withstand its proximity? One must tread carefully to avoid being scorched. The handsome and virile solar deity Apollo crossed his arms and cast a sidelong glance at the dark-clad Ficus, a hint of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes. Ficus' dark golden gaze revealed a trace of amusement as he strolled through the void, gradually approaching the searing sun. The blazing sun star trembled slightly, not rejecting Ficus' approach. Rather, it seemed to harbor a tinge of trepidation towards the deity, dimming its brilliance as if to spare the newcomer from its overwhelming radiance. Apollo was taken aback by this unexpected behavior of the sun star. What did it mean? He, the rightful solar deity, found it perplexing that his own star appeared to treat this uninvited guest with greater reverence than it did him. Was this a mistake? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Ficus stepped forward, landing upon the sun star. Cursed be it! Fearing for his precious son, Apollo hastily followed. The interior of the sun, like its exterior, was an endless amalgamation of light and heat, periodically erupting into solar storms. This overwhelming and fervent divine power made this celestial body seem rather precocious compared to others. It appeared to be in a constant state of growth and expansion. Without proper control, it would inevitably devour the surrounding stars as well. Ficus discerned the issue with the star at a glance. The divine core of the sun of the underworld shimmered brilliantly as he raised his hand, channeling the power of the underworld's sun upon this celestial body. This light-infused energy, however, carried a chill and tranquility. What are you doing? As Apollo entered the sun, he beheld the detestable god of the underworld, seemingly wary, wielding his divine power upon his son. This action undoubtedly ignited a fiery wrath within Apollo. Was this deity attempting to extinguish his radiant sun? The glorious sun god strode forward, seizing the wrist of Hades. You dare to plot against the leader star? Do you not fear the judgment of the primordial gods? Hades, with half-closed, dark golden eyes, regarded Apollo with an expression of utter disbelief, dismissively shaking off Apollo's grip. Your Highness must be aware that plotting against the leader star is a grave offense. I am no fool. If I truly harbored such intentions, would I dare to act before you? He continued languidly, please do engage your intellect. It is no wonder you have stumbled so many times under the hand of the master. Your intelligence is indeed concerning. Apollo, taken aback, momentarily felt a twinge of embarrassment but maintained his composure. Who knows what schemes you are concocting? The divine power of this sun is exceedingly masculine and domineering. Are you not suffocating it with your cold, underworld energies? My dear Apollo, Hades replied, shaking his head with a look of profound disappointment. Do you not realize that although this star has only recently been born, its overwhelming heat and light have already rendered it somewhat uncontrollable? The sun is continually expanding. Do you not understand the potential consequences of this? Hades' words caused a shift in Apollo's expression. He hastily released his divine power to sense the situation. Moments later, his countenance darkened. Reluctantly, he acknowledged the truth in Hades' words. Without my underworld power to soothe it, I fear it will be you who faces judgment, Hades remarked lightly, his words laced with disdain. Enough of your prattle. You possess a share of the sun's dominion as well. Should calamity befall this star, you cannot evade responsibility, Apollo retorted, his anger flaring as he wielded divine power to absorb the excessive heat and light from the sun, preventing it from spiraling out of control. Hades shrugged, choosing not to engage in further argument, and continued to channel his underworld power, calming the sun's rampant energy. He marked several spots on the sun, infusing them with his cold divine essence, which spread outwards, creating dark regions on the otherwise flawless sun's surface. Yet, the sun's condition stabilized, ceasing its dangerous expansion. Apollo fell into a contemplative silence. Vexed, it seemed this underworld god possessed a modicum of skill, unable to pinpoint any fault in his adversary. He suppressed his simmering emotions and channeled his divine energy to restore tranquility to the sun. Meanwhile, on another front, the golden-haired, violet-eyed goddess Hebe ascended to the vibrant star Zoe, a celestial body shunned by the other major gods. Upon her arrival on this celestial sphere, a fierce flame surged towards Hebe's visage. With a mere flick of her wrist, the goddess dispersed the fiery onslaught. Raising her gaze, She discerned the inner chaos of this planet. Divine forces of various natures flitted erratically through the space, devoid of any discernible order. Occasionally, opposing attributes collided violently, resulting in explosive bursts that reverberated through the ether. If this turmoil were to persist, it was inevitable that the planet would soon shatter under the intensity of these conflicts. However, for Hebe, this was a trifling concern. As a possessor of the divine essence of reincarnation, the art of transitioning between chaos and balance was, indeed, her forte. The dual hues of black and white divine power emanated from the goddess, as the realm of reincarnation unfurled, under the full exertion of her peak divine might. The domain swiftly enveloped the entirety of the planet Zoe. The errant divine energies, now ensnared by the realm of reincarnation, became immobilized in an instant. Unbeknownst to her, Hebe's violet eyes had transformed into a striking blend of black and white. Observing the divine forces within the void, she discerned their fundamental attributes. Radiating divine luminescence from her fingertips, she ambled gracefully within her domain, akin to a sovereign of the cosmos. With a mere touch, the chaotic and tempestuous divine attributes obediently converged within her realm, like docile sheep following their shepherd, guiding them to their rightful destinations. Light and clarity ascended, while heaviness and murkiness descended. Gradually, the planet ceased to be an indistinct and tumultuous void. It began to take on distinct forms and substance. The land burgeoned, expanding steadily in all directions, growing increasingly solid and vast. Clouds roiled in the heavens, and with the birth of the first droplet of water, rain cascaded down, intensifying into a torrential downpour that enveloped the entire planet, filling the Earth's depressions. The planet known as Zoe emitted a jubilant hum, its consciousness swirling around the goddess who had liberated it from suffering and bestowed upon it a new lease on life. Unlike the faint and elusive consciousness of other celestial bodies, Zoe's awareness was vibrant and dynamic, explaining why Nyx had proclaimed it the most potent of all stars. In a gesture of gratitude for the goddess's benevolence, Zoe resonated with a profound hum, as boundless primordial energy surged into Hebe's being. The goddess, with her golden hair and violet eyes, beamed a captivating smile, her black and white divine essence shimmering brilliantly, while the diminutive gray core at its center expanded at a gratifying pace. Chapter 59. The father of all beasts upon the pale, blue surface of Mercury. The radiant-eyed goddess Athena stood, experiencing a long-lost tranquility that enveloped her, reminiscent of the warmth and serenity found in the presence of her mother, Métis. With a graceful motion of her hand, the goddess unleashed her divine power, invoking a resonance among the stars, aiding in the attraction of more chaotic gases to transform into primordial energy to catalyze her own growth. In return, the celestial body reciprocated, sharing a portion of its primordial energy with her, and Athena felt her divine essence of wisdom swell within her. Does His Highness Hermes intend to merely stand by and observe? Athena remarked without turning her head. Our father has decreed that you and I shall jointly govern this celestial body. Thus, fulfill your duty. I cannot defy our father's decision. Yet I wish to assure your highness that I harbor no intention of contesting the sovereignty of this star. Without your consent, how could I dare to wield divine power here unilaterally? A handsome youth adorned with a winged helmet, winged sandals, a fitted short-sleeved tunic, and wielding a staff entwined with serpents appeared behind Athena, his face radiating a warm and sincere smile. When you were newly born, you audaciously dared to steal Apollo's sacred cattle. What else would you shy away from? Athena scoffed. Hermes, our father speaks truth. You are indeed clever and astute. Though not a deity of wisdom in the traditional sense, you are inextricably linked to it. The god of trickery has even managed to deceive our father, who believed you to be a feeble and pitiable being, reliant solely on his second-tier divinity. The goddess of wisdom's eyes sparkled with divine light. She, being the most knowledgeable among the 3 generations of gods since Prometheus, could not be deceived by Hermes' cunning. Indeed, I cannot conceal anything from your discerning gaze, wise Athena, Hermes replied with a wry smile, as a surge of divine energy enveloped him, akin to a mist dissipating from his form. His divine power ascended rapidly, climbing from the unremarkable tier of a second-rate god to the esteemed rank of a first-rate deity. Perhaps even our father did not anticipate that the one reaping the greatest bounty from the new generation of humanity would not be the creator himself, but rather you, his most trusted offspring. Athena quipped, raising an eyebrow, a hint of mockery dancing in her gaze. Their father, it seemed, had failed as a deity. His offspring were increasingly estranged from him. Even Hermes, who was typically favored and trusted by him, appeared to have diverged from his allegiance. It is merely a matter of seizing the moment, and a touch of luck plays a part as well. Had it not been for the darker aspects of humanity released by our father, my ascension would not have been so rapid, Hermes replied with a faint smile, unaffected by Athena's subtly sarcastic remarks. The shadows of humanity unleashed by Zeus lingered upon the earth, forever tainting the souls of humankind. The new generation of humanity starkly contrasted with their predecessors. They no longer possessed eternally robust physiques, prolonged lifespans, or innocent and benevolent souls. This generation, appearing in pairs, has acquired the ability to reproduce naturally, yet they must begin their growth from a state of ignorance and naivety. Without proper guidance, the darker elements of human nature could easily surge within them, giving rise to malevolence. Hermes, the trickster, thief, and protector of merchants and courtesans, saw the proliferation of such individuals as humanity continued to thrive. In their unwavering faith and the blessings of the afterlife they brought, Hermes' power surged exponentially. Yet the cunning and astute guardian of tricksters, desiring to avoid arousing the attention and vigilance of other deities, constantly shrouded himself in deception and divine power, ever prepared to masquerade as the unsuspecting prey. What is it that you seek, Hermes? The cosmos is vast. There is no need for you to seek discord in my presence. When conversing among the wise, there is no necessity for such circumlocution. Both parties harbor numerous ulterior motives, and speaking in convoluted terms only signifies a lack of genuine intent to pursue collaboration. Your Grace Athena, I trust that under the guidance of wisdom, you are already aware of the purpose of my visit. With the assistance of the lunar star, Artemis's ascension will be significantly accelerated, as the lunar star will draw forth the essence of the full moon for her. Thus, I anticipate that our father will propose granting her the final seat among the principal deities. Therefore, I require your assistance. Hermes articulated the purpose of his journey. You wish for me to aid you in securing the last position among the principal deities? My rapport with Artemis far surpasses that with you. I shall not obstruct her path to elevation for your sake. Athena shook her head, disinclined to engage further with Hermes, turning her attention back to invoking the stars to attract the chaotic energies. What if I were to voluntarily relinquish my claim to Mercury? Hermes narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. Relinquish Mercury? Athena's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a sacrifice was indeed considerable. However, due to the command of our father, I am presently unable to withdraw my divine mark. Should I do so, both you and I would undoubtedly face his wrath. What I can promise you is that I shall not take a single fraction of the primal energy obtained from this celestial body. All of it will be yours. It must be said that Athena found herself intrigued, having already pledged to Hebe to grant the complete essence of war to Ares. The divine authority of wisdom would be her primary avenue for development. Thus the claim over Mercury held great significance for her. The goddess with bright eyes lowered her gaze, contemplating for a moment before she lifted her head to address the wily, youthful deity. I cannot assist you in obstructing Artemis. The utmost I can offer is to remain a passive observer. Simultaneously, I shall endeavor to secure for you an opportunity to compete fairly with her for the final seat among the principal deities. If you can accept this, then let us swear an oath by the river Styx. Very well, I shall abide by your words, your grace. Since Apollo assumed the solar authority, his prestige upon the divine mountain has steadily risen. With his support, Artemis's ascension to the principal deity status seems all but assured. If possible, Hermes would prefer not to confront these twin deities who wield the power of light, yet that final position among the principal deities brooks no avoidance. This transaction with the goddess Athena may appear to be a detriment to him on the surface, but in truth, Hermes gently curved his lips into a smile. As a god of insight and a frequent harbinger of souls traversing the earth, Athena's visit to the island of Samos in search of Hebe could not escape his notice. She had remained for over half a month before departing, and if their relationship were tenuous, even a moment's presence would be deemed excessive. Hermes was certain that, for reasons unbeknownst to him, The relationship between the two goddesses had rapidly progressed, securing the support of Athena and, to some extent, the favor of Lady Hebe. Gaining the backing of Lady Hebe implied that the three formidable deities behind her would not pose a threat to him. As the god of commerce and eloquence, Hermes possessed unparalleled insight into the intricacies of networking and the optimization of benefits. Upon reaching a mutual accord, the two deities, in the presence of witnesses, swore an oath by the river Styx. Subsequently, Hermes stood by Athena, wielding his cleverness and astuteness to assist her in catalyzing the star, drawing forth more chaotic gases. In the eyes of the youthful and handsome deity, a flicker of light emerged, conjuring the image of his mother, the delicate yet resilient goddess. She was the eldest among the 7 daughters of the sky, Titan Atlas, and the ocean goddess Pleione. Their father, once a leader in the rebellion against Zeus, had not been cast down to Tartarus, but was instead condemned by Zeus to bear the weight of the heavens, preventing the resplendent star Uranus from encroaching upon Mother Earth. Gaia, the goddess Maya, the goddess of storms, renowned for her striking dark eyes and beauty, willingly offered her precious chastity to the king of the gods to safeguard herself and her younger sisters, thereby giving birth to the astute and clever Hermes. In his memories, after Hermes was born, he often recalled his mother gazing into the distance from the cave of Mount Silene, her beautiful visage perpetually shadowed by an unshakable sorrow. It was only after Hermes, through his intelligence and ingenuity, won the favor of his father and established himself on Mount Olympus that he witnessed the clouds of worry dissipate slightly from his mother's face, allowing a rare smile to illuminate her features. She embraced him, her arms enveloping him in a refreshing, rain-kissed warmth that brought him immense comfort. "Mother, are you happy that I have ascended to the ranks of the gods?" he inquired. "Indeed, I feel pride for you," she replied. "But, dear mother, why does the sorrow upon your face remain?" "It is because I am reminiscing and worrying for your grandfather, who, for the sake of my sisters and me, willingly bears the burden of the heavy sky until the end of the world." Tears glistened and fell from her eyes, cascading onto Hermes' youthful face. The young deity tightened his grip on his caduceus, determined to ascend to the position of chief god to gain greater power and stature, thus hoping to devise a means for his grandfather's liberation and to bring an end to his mother's tears. Yet, while the guardian deities of the leading star were engaged in catalyzing the stars and drawing in chaotic gases, a terrifying transformation suddenly unfolded upon the earth. The dark forces unleashed through Pandora's hand by Zeus wreaked havoc, affecting not just humanity, but all living beings upon the land. Some feeble-willed beings thus succumbed to corruption, their emanating miasma serving as sustenance for a terrifying entity lurking deep beneath the earth. Typhon, the progenitor of all monsters, emerged during the cataclysmic war between the Olympian gods and the Titans, when the blood and flesh of fallen deities fell to the ground, absorbed by Gaia, the Earth Mother. Subsequently, under the pervasive influence of the primal law of love, this goddess united with Tartarus, giving birth to her final offspring. Infused with the divine essence of many fallen deities and born of 2 primordial gods, he is Gaia's last son, a formidable entity nearly surpassing the level of the chief gods. Towering in stature, his shoulders touch the heavens, and his head grazes the stars. He possesses long, flowing black hair, adorned with 100 dragon heads that exhale dark crimson tongues. On his peculiar visage, fire flickers in his eyes, and various indescribable sounds emanate from his horrifying head, some resembling the language of deities, while others mimic the roars of bulls, the growls of lions, and the barks of dogs, all resonating with a deafening cacophony that reverberates throughout the world. While his upper body retains a semblance of human form, his lower half is entirely that of a colossal serpent, shaking the earth as he moves, covered in scales, wings, and fur. With the dragon's saliva dripping from his head, corroding the land like the most potent venom, he embodies calamity. And it is precisely this destructive nature that led Gaia to confine him deep within the earth, reluctant to allow him to roam the realm of mortals. However, now that Gaia has succumbed to slumber in her quest to restore her essence, Typhon has drawn upon the miasma generated on the surface as sustenance, enabling him to break free from his mother's constraints and shatter his seal, emerging into the world of men. Moreover, he did not arrive alone. During his confinement in the depths of the earth, he had wed Echidna, the mother of all monsters. Echidna is a peculiar creature, possessing a beautiful female upper body and a serpent's tail. As Typhon-esque consort, her prowess in battle is not particularly exceptional, as her talents are entirely devoted to procreation. Their union has birthed countless fearsome monstrosities, such as the 100-headed dragon Ladon, the 9-headed serpent Hydra, the 3-headed dog Cerberus, the 2-headed dog Orthrus, the Nemean lion, the chimera with a lioness head and goatess body, and the sphinx with a lion's body and human head, among others. Cerberus, the 3-headed hound, has garnered some recognition, being taken to the underworld by Hades to serve as a guardian, thus achieving a formal position. However, his brethren have endured a far grimmer fate, growing up in the lightless depths alongside Typhon and Echidna, where mutual combat became their daily amusement, fostering their exceedingly cruel and bloodthirsty nature. As Typhon ruptured the Earth Mother as seal, he emerged into the world, tearing the earth asunder, unleashing a horde of monstrous beings from the fissure, leaving the newly awakened humans in awe and terror, fleeing in panic from the sight of such horrific creatures. The deities upon the leader star swiftly discerned the impending danger and, disregarding the need to catalyze the celestial bodies, hastened from the heavens to confront the sudden emergence of this monstrous entity. Zeus, the king of the gods, illuminated his hand with brilliant lightning and hurled a formidable thunderbolt, causing the sky, earth, and sea to tremble beneath the might of this thunderous force. Hebe's gaze flickered as she marveled at the unimaginable power of her divine father. Upon witnessing Zeus, Typhon, the father of all monsters, felt the flames of hatred ignite within his eyes. A titan born of the flesh of fallen deities, he harbored a natural resentment towards the gods of the sacred mountain, with Zeus as his primary target for vengeance. Typhon's dragon had breathed forth flames, and the searing heat clashed with Zeus's thunder, creating a momentary stalemate. Fire, scorching winds, and lightning blanketed the land and sea in a haze of heat, causing the entire world to boil and the creatures within to wail in despair. Alarmed, Hebe's expression shifted dramatically. She momentarily set aside the colossal beast to spread her wings and soar to the earth. Unfolding the domain of reincarnation, she enveloped the living beings below, unleashing her dormant divine power to lull the terrified creatures into a slumber. Utilizing the spatial divine power from the gate of reincarnation, she temporarily transported them to the relatively stable environment of Zoe's star, encasing them within a protective barrier and instructing the curious consciousness of the stars to safeguard them. Returning to the battlefield, Hebe beheld Zeus exerting every ounce of his strength, gripping the thunderbolt as he struck against Typhon. The other deities were also harnessing their divine powers, uniting in their assault against the beast. The war was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 60. The Divine War, the Emergence of Typhon, the father of all monsters, unleashed an unfathomable destructive force that compelled Zeus, the king of the gods, to muster his full resolve. It was at this moment that the deities had the opportunity to witness the true might of their sovereign. Surrounded by blinding arcs of electricity, his form expanded, revealing the true nature of the divine race. Though he appeared diminutive compared to the towering Typhon, divine battles are not solely determined by size. This Lord of Thunder raised the artifact in his hand, the catalyzed divine power of the king, star undoubtedly bestowing upon him considerable advantages, solidifying his command over the dominion of lightning. Concerned that Typhon might harm the still unstable celestial bodies above, Zeus summoned an expanse of boundless, inky clouds, thick as ink, to obscure the sky and shield against the searing ferocity of Typhon. Pale arcs of electricity slithered like serpents within the darkened clouds. Conqueror of all, heed my command. Deliver judgment upon the malevolence before me. The Lord of Thunder elevated his artifact high, as thunder, lightning, and blinding bolts cascaded from the heavy clouds, searing Typhon's grotesque dragon head and releasing the scent of scorched flesh. Yet Typhon, the offspring of Gaia, the Earth Mother, though devoid of divine status, bequeathed with formidable regenerative powers inherited from his mother, struggled as the charred surface of his dragon head began to shed, fragmenting into pieces, heralding its rebirth as it emitted a bizarre roar. The colossal serpent tail of the father of all beasts suddenly plunged into the ocean, stirring the profound waters with an overwhelming surge of magic that even the ancient sea god Pontus and the ocean goddess Thalassa could not avert in time. The robust tail shattered Poseidon's underwater palace, unleashing towering waves that surged through the seas, while tumultuous storms erupted at the surface, drawing countless marine creatures into the air uncontrollably. Along with the seabed silt, rendering the ocean murky, multiple tornadoes formed, some spiraling toward the dense, dark clouds above, attempting to disperse the source of the dreaded thunder, while others surged forth with unparalleled ferocity toward the majestic Olympus. This cataclysmic scene undoubtedly struck terror into the hearts of many gods. The golden-haired Aphrodite gasped at the impending storm, although she had begun to master the powers of the sky. Her lack of combat experience led her to instinctively consider fleeing in the face of such apocalyptic chaos. Yet, moments later, she forcefully suppressed this impulse. As one of the 12 Olympians and bearer of the Star of Leadership, her retreat at such a critical moment would not only be disgraceful, but would also invite Zeus's ire, even if she attempted to excuse her lack of combat prowess. The advantages of the Star of Leadership were evident to all, and it was perilous to allow the cunning god-king to reclaim his dominion over it. Should he uncover the secrets hidden within this celestial body, the consequences would be far graver. Thus, as the expressions of disbelief among the assembled gods reached a zenith, the goddess of love and beauty astonishingly emerged as the first to confront the impending threat. Had Aphrodite lost her senses? Was she seeking her own demise? Such thoughts surged collectively in the minds of the deities present. Yet, in the next moment, Aphrodite delivered a resounding rebuttal to their doubts. The goddess, with a visage ethereal as a dream, graced them with a radiant smile, her form aglow with a gentle luminescence that rendered her skin as lustrous as jade. As she stepped forth, her delicate footfalls seemed to stir the heavens and earth, causing white roses to bloom at her feet. The goddess, presiding over the laws of beauty, unreservedly unleashed her divine essence upon Typhon, casting forth an unparalleled allure that ensnared his gaze. This beauty transcended the boundaries of race, gender, and form. Even Typhon, whose heart brimmed with animosity toward the gods, found himself ensnared, momentarily forgetting his purpose as his advance toward Olympus slowed. The fearsome dragon head, now spitting venom, was filled with infatuation and longing, seemingly entranced by an exquisite illusion. Well done, Aphrodite! Even the exalted deity Zeus could not help but express admiration for this seemingly inconsequential goddess of beauty, who could claim that beauty holds no power. This goddess's allure serves as a testament to her extraordinary nature. Yet, scarcely had he lavished her with praise when Aphrodite suddenly fell from the heavens, her divine radiance dimmed. This goddess, having given birth to Eros, had lost her position among the principal gods. Although she had regained some strength through the gifts of the Star of Beauty, she remained at the rank of a lesser deity, her divine power far inferior to that of the other gods present. After exerting her enchanting powers to their fullest, she found herself unable to sustain her efforts any longer. Aphrodite! Ares cried out in alarm as he witnessed his beloved plummeting from the clouds. He rushed to catch her, but another figure moved even more swiftly. Hebe, with her golden hair and violet eyes, flapped her wings and caught the falling goddess. Regardless of her motives, Hebe's audacity left a profound impression on her. She brought Aphrodite to Hera, gently placing her in the care of the matron goddess, and whispered, "Mother, I shall stay here with my brothers. The earth is beset by many ferocious beasts. Perhaps you should lead a group of deities to drive them away. If any capture your fancy, keeping them as pets would not be amiss." Hera received the somewhat weakened Aphrodite from Hebe's hands, though she harbored some disdain for this goddess. The imminent threat compelled her to support her firmly. Her violet eyes turned towards the colossal Typhon, worry creeping into her gaze. But his power is immense. Rest assured, mother, this monster may appear fearsome, yet united, we shall prevail. Moreover, such a commotion is sure to rouse the primordial gods. Hebe gently reassured Hera. Having suffered a diminishment of her divine essence and combat prowess, wished to shield her mother from the perils of the battlefield. Very well, be careful, Hera responded decisively, turning to leave with Aphrodite in tow. Troubling news. The enchantress's powers are waning, and the monster is beginning to awaken. Apollo, possessing the all-seeing eye, observed Typhon's condition, his eyes shimmering with light. The melodious notes of a flute filled the air as the youthful god, adorned in a dual helmet, wielded a staff entwined with serpents, which radiated a brilliant glow. The serpents appeared almost alive, writhing as if engaged in a peculiar dance. The hypnotic magic enveloped the progenitor of all beasts, plunging its almost conscious awareness back into slumber. Hermes? What's transpiring today? Our pantheon of principal gods has yet to fully engage. Yet these two universally acknowledged lesser deities have claimed the first victory. How embarrassing. The ever-battle-hungry Ares whistled as his chariot, drawn by 4 fearsome steeds, raced forth. Clad in armor, Ares wielded a battle axe that gleamed with a chilling light, the scent of blood and war emanating from him. As he pulled the reins, he drove his chariot rapidly towards Typhon, his powerful arms wielding the massive axe like a blade of wind, severing several dragon heads in a single stroke. Battles ought to be resplendent and graceful. The radiant Apollo curled his lip as the golden bow of the sun materialized in his grasp. Heat and brilliance coalesced into arrows, soaring like shooting stars towards the remaining dragon heads of Typhon. The arrows pierced through the dragon heads, erupting in a violent explosion that blossomed into a myriad of sanguine flowers, indeed a sight to behold. Artemis, too, drew her bow, unleashing a cascade of moonlight arrows that wreaked havoc upon Typhon's dragon heads. The excruciating agony from the shattering of his skull compelled Typhon to howl in torment, as his somewhat chaotic consciousness began to struggle intensely. Though Hermes had attained the status of a first-rate deity, he was no match for the godly might of Typhon, who transcended even the highest pantheon. Soon, the radiance of the caduceus dimmed, and Typhon awakened from his self-induced stupor. This progenitor of myriad beasts let out a thunderous roar, casting a savage gaze upon the gods, whom he perceived as mere ants before him. One of his heads uttered in the tongue of the divine, Olympian deities, "Do you believe this will suffice to halt my advance?" Once more, Typhon unleashed torrents of flames and storms, the searing chaos of his power compelling the gods to momentarily retreat from his wrath. The destroyed dragon heads writhed again, their formidable life force poised for revival. His heads were on the brink of regeneration. They must be stopped. Hebe, with her golden hair and violet eyes, brandished the staff of life, a magnificent scepter radiating boundless brilliance. Countless colossal vines erupted from the earth, entwining around Typhon's form like serpents, constraining his movements under the aegis of life's divine power. Demeter hastily imbued these vines with her divine essence, causing them to sprout sharp barbs that tore through Typhon's diamond-like skin, burrowing into his flesh. Life was being siphoned away. Hebe wielded her life-giving sorcery, continuously draining the vitality of this progenitor of beasts, causing Typhon's recovery to falter. Seizing the moment, the gods unleashed their most potent attacks upon this mighty foe. Poseidon's trident gleamed with cerulean divine light as he commanded the oceans to rise, transforming into chains that bound Typhon's movements in concert with Hebe's efforts. Hades, Charon, Pallas, and Hecate, among the other deities of the underworld, invoked their respective dominions to cast debilitating curses upon Typhon. Pain, agitation, frailty, silence, disorientation, and dread layered upon him. With keen eyes, Athena, clad in armor and driving her bronze chariot, defended against Typhon's searing flames with her golden shield, while her spear, imbued with a torrent of terrifying power, thrust towards his midsection, leaving deep wounds that spilled forth crimson blood. Hestia and Hephaestus summoned roaring flames, mercilessly incinerating Typhon's winged progeny, while Zeus unleashed his mighty thunderbolt, hurling it at the colossal monstrosity. Under the united efforts of the gods, the father of all monsters began to falter, his massive form swaying precariously. Zeus, the king of the gods, soared into the heavens, casting his gaze upon the grotesque behemoth. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as thunderbolts coalesced in his grasp, their blinding radiance nearly suffusing the world in white. A cold snort resonated in the ears of the gods. Though softly uttered, it rang out with striking clarity amidst the cacophony of battle. The gods felt a shiver run through them. It was Gaia, the mother of earth. This primordial deity had awoken unbeknownst to them. Zeus hastily withdrew the power of his thunder. The vast expanse of the earth trembled, then split open, unleashing a beam of earthen light that enveloped the towering form of Typhon. The creature howled in anguish, struggling to escape the divine light that bound him. No, I refuse to return there. I do not wish to descend into the lightless depths of the earth. Mother, I beseech you, spare me. Weakened by the onslaught of the gods, Typhon was powerless to escape the divine light's grip, forced to plead for mercy. Gaia remained silent. From the earth, a mountain rose mightily, and Typhon's figure diminished until he was sealed within its peak. The mountain quaked continuously, echoing Typhon's unwillingness. The father of all monsters writhed at its base, seeking to break free. His struggles caused tremors in the surrounding land, transforming the area into a volcano, with flames and smoke billowing forth, occasionally spewing forth molten lava. Though Typhon was not entirely vanquished, the immediate threat had been averted, and the gods exhaled in relief. Yet, upon witnessing the ravaged earth and sea, a sense of foreboding crept into their hearts. Truly, the situation was dire. Gather at the hall of the supreme deity. Gaia's voice thundered, reverberating in the ears of the gods. They exchanged anxious glances, all too aware of the fury in her tone. This calamity is not ours to bear, Hades interjected. The earth and sea have suffered, yet my realm has remained unscathed. I have pressing matters to attend to in the underworld. We must depart at once, fellow gods. As Hades spoke, he turned to leave with his entourage. I just recalled that my ocean domain has also sustained significant damage. The reconstruction of the underwater palace requires my presence. I shall take my leave as well, Poseidon added, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Yet, with numerous sea deities and the formidable presence of Pontus and Thalassa, his absence was not permissible. Zeus, with a sardonic smile, seized Poseidon's arm as he attempted to retreat. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple. Under the overwhelming authority of Zeus, Poseidon found himself unable to flee, resigning to his fate. The gods, burdened with unease, returned to Mount Olympus, unaware of the impending reproach from the Earth Mother. On the surface, compelled by the summons of the Earth Mother, Hera, a fervent enthusiast of magical beasts, reluctantly ceased her pursuits. In her grasp lay a radiant chain of starlight, at the other end of which a pitiful 100-headed dragon, laden, was led by the goddess, quaking in fear of her wrathful blows should he dare to resist. The hidden beasts, observing their comrades subdued and led away, could not help but shed a tear of sorrow for their fallen brother. Yet, in the next moment, alarm bells rang within their hearts as they sensed the call of Echidna, the mother of all monsters. Daring not to defy their matriarch's wishes, the scattered beasts quietly converged into a dark cavern. There, Echidna, with a serpentine tail, sat grimly upon a massive stone, gazing at her dwindling progeny with a pained expression. Having birthed countless monsters with Typhon, only a few remained, far from the once formidable army of beasts. My children, your father Typhon has not perished. He is sealed away on the island of Sicily. This signifies that we have not yet faced complete defeat. Should we find a way to rescue your father, we shall have the chance to turn the tide and seize Mount Olympus. When your father ascends to the throne of the divine, you too shall be gods, the new generation of deities. Echidna's words were fervently stirring, igniting the passion of her offspring, who roared in response. But mother, how shall we rescue father? Hesitated one of her children, the Sphinx, a creature of lion and human features. Known for her wisdom and infamous for posing riddles to travelers, those who failed to answer correctly faced dire consequences. If we could acquire the thunderous artifact of Zeus, the king of the gods, it would grant your father the power to break his seal and wield the might of thunder, making him even stronger. A glint of madness and fervor flashed across Echidna's face. The thunderous artifact of the divine king never leaves his side. How shall we steal it? Moreover, the violent divine power it harbors is beyond our capacity to withstand. The Sphinx articulated her doubts further. My daughter, your inquiries are rather excessive, Echidna replied, her gaze reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction at her ever-questioning offspring. Though it seems your heart has grown larger since venturing into the human realm, questioning my decisions. Nevertheless, she decided to pacify their anxieties, allowing a gentle smile to grace her alluring visage. My children, do not be troubled. Though the king of the gods is formidable, he harbors a critical flaw. From the deluge unleashed by your father, I have unearthed a remarkable object, one that guarantees the king of the gods will take the bait. Behold, the Hydra, the colossal serpent, adorned with 9 heads, slithers forth from the depths of its lair, its enormous tail entwined around an object. As the light brightens, the monstrous beings discern the form of a human female. She is breathtakingly beautiful. Even in death, she appears to be merely in slumber. Her skin glimmers with vitality, and her perfect visage is tinged with a delicate blush, a hint of gentle sorrow gracing her brow, evoking a deep sense of affection. Every aspect of her is enchanting, exuding an irresistible allure, though marred only by the glaring wound upon her chest and her shattered heart. This woman stands as a near rival to Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Chapter 61. The goddess of time upon the sacred and majestic heights of Mount Olympus, within the most resplendent temple of the chief deities. The Earth Mother, Gaia, adorned in golden robes and crowned with the diadem of all creation, sits with a stern countenance upon her primordial throne. She appears rejuvenated. Her once alluring and mature features now radiate youthful delicacy, suggesting that her essence has nearly been restored, perhaps even poised for further evolution. The current state of chaos upon the earth seems to have had little substantive impact on this goddess, the cornerstone of the world. The gods, wary of keeping the primordial deity waiting, soon gather in the grand temple to pay their respects. We extol your greatness, Mother of the gods. May your glory endure forever. The deities stand in reverence before Gaia. Be seated. After the gods settle, Gaia surveys the assembly, her heart simmering with suppressed ire. She had been peacefully resting within the earth, mending her essence, and was poised to advance with the favorable winds when these troublesome younger deities conjured yet another debacle. Her gaze paused momentarily upon Hebe. There remain a few comforting presences, though they are few, who will enlighten me as to why Typhon, whom I sealed deep within the earth, has resurfaced among mortals. Gaia's voice resonated softly within the hall, yet the underlying fury sent shivers down the spines of the gods. No deity could respond to Gaia's inquiry, for they were equally perplexed. Even the new generation of gods had only just learned of the existence of the fearsome creature known as Typhon. The goddess Hera, with her fair arms, shifted her expression, for as a second-generation deity and a connoisseur of monsters, she was indeed familiar with the name Typhon, the father of all monsters begotten by Gaia, the mother of earth. And Tartarus, the god of the abyss, is not a deity, but rather the embodiment of catastrophe. The afflictions of the world serve as sustenance for this creature, and recently, Zeus has unleashed numerous calamities from Pandora's box, alongside the apocalyptic deluge stirred by Poseidon. To her dismay, it appears that the root of the chaos lies closer to home than she imagined. Hera, with her violet eyes, cast a glance at the seated Zeus and Poseidon, who seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, their expressions darkening. A sense of satisfaction welled up within Hera. Their incessant flirtations and negligence of their duties have culminated in this turmoil. Do you two have anything to say? Gaia's authoritative gaze swept over Zeus and Poseidon, her tone frigid. O great mother of the gods, this matter is truly a mere accident. The humans have followed Prometheus's incitement and shown disrespect towards the deities. Thus we have enacted divine punishment. Enough! Gaia interrupted Zeus's words. You know the reasons for your actions all too well. It seems my leniency has led the gods to develop a haughty disposition, believing the earth to be their playground. The overwhelming pressure of the primordial god surged forth, as if bearing the weight to crush the world, compelling the deities to lower their noble heads. You have misunderstood. We harbored no such intention. The circumstances were stronger than the individuals. Even the king of gods had to set aside his pride in the presence of the primordial deity. Enough! I tire of your evasive justifications. Were it not for Hebe's timely relocation of the beings on Earth to the stars, this catastrophe would have claimed countless creations. How much more of my essence do you expect me to expend in reconstruction? In the name of Gaia, Mother of Earth, this shall be the last batch of creations from the gods. Should they perish, I shall refuse to provide materials again. The will of the primordial god is, in many respects, a manifestation of the rules. Since Gaia has spoken thus, if the gods were to extinguish this generation of humanity out of selfish desires, their future creations would also falter under Gaia's decree. Upon hearing this, the gods began to covertly blame Zeus and Poseidon for the disaster. This calamity arose from their actions. And the gods, who had diligently showcased their miracles upon the earth for years, nearly saw their hard-earned faith washed away by Typhon's destruction. With the Earth Mother reclaiming the right to create, the extinction of this generation would sever the source of faith, a devastating blow for those deities who ascended through worship. Having tasted the swift elevation that faith brings, who would willingly toil through arduous self-cultivation to ascend? Poseidon, I decree that you must restore order to the chaotic currents of the earth, without the use of divine artifacts or assistance from other deities. You may return to the sea realm only upon completion of this task. Yes, I shall heed your divine command. Poseidon accepted Gaia's punishment with a bitter expression. Zeus, I recall that within the essence of your thunder lies the power of life. Let it be you who replenishes the vitality that has waned upon the earth. In order to set an example, Gaia is prepared to strike hard this time. Restoring the Earth's vitality could easily be accomplished by her emissaries, Demeter or the goddess of life, Hebe. Yet Gaia desires to compel Zeus to fracture his own essence. How can one comprehend pain without shedding blood? Day by day, he grows increasingly convinced of his invincibility. Gaia's words caused a drastic change in Zeus's demeanor. The thought of fracturing his essence was utterly unacceptable to one with ambitions of ascending to primordial divinity. Meanwhile, Poseidon displayed a smirk of schadenfreude, as witnessing Zeus's plight alleviated some of his own pent-up grievances. Unperturbed by Zeus's willingness, the primordial goddess clad in golden robes raised her hand, casting a beam of earthen divine light intended to punish Zeus. Yet, that divine light solidified in the void, seemingly suspended in time, before it dissipated as if eroded by the sands of time. Rhea, my daughter, do you oppose my decree? Gaia inquired after a brief silence, her tone heavy. My esteemed and venerable mother, I harbor no intention of challenging your authority. However, I believe this matter has not escalated to the point necessitating the sacrifice of one's essence. Came a gentle voice from within the hall. The goddess, draped in a silver gown, had appeared unbeknownst to all, existing beyond the confines of time, enigmatic and formidable. Rhea, the goddess of time, governs the passage of moments and the ravages of age. She is the wife of the former king of gods, Cronus, and the mother of the current king, Zeus. Her presence rendered the second-generation deities, present aside from Zeus, visibly tense. Even the typically amiable goddess Hestia half closed her eyes, seemingly oblivious to her mother's arrival. Oh, how would you propose to resolve this matter, my daughter? Gaia arched an eyebrow, regarding her youngest offspring. The mother of the god-king smiled faintly as a magnificent golden lamp materialized in her grasp. The divine power of time radiated from it. The time lamp, her intrinsic artifact, possesses the might to command time itself. The power of the time lamp could restore the earth to its former state. I believe this would adequately compensate for the damage inflicted upon it. Should the consequences of his misdeeds still require your intervention, dear mother? Gaia fell silent for a moment, her authoritative gaze fixed upon her daughter, revealing a glimmer of disappointment. Despite her disdain for the birth of her children, which had marred her essence under Eros's influence, they remained her blood. The Earth's innate maternal nature allowed her to harbor a semblance of maternal love within her heart for them. Otherwise, Typhon would not have been transformed into a volcano by Gaia, but rather banished beneath the earth. For while he may not roam freely to wreak havoc upon humanity, at least he could behold the beauty of the world above. Rhea, the youngest of her daughters, was once her most cherished. Among all her offspring, her divine attributes were the most unique and potent, complemented by great wisdom. Had she devoted herself to understanding her own principles, she could have become an original deity, and at the very least, the sovereign of time would have been well within her grasp. Yet, this seemingly perfect daughter was plagued by a propensity for romantic folly. Rhea had previously cautioned her that Cronus was undoubtedly terrified by the curse laid upon him by their father, urging her to be wary of her husband and to protect her children. However, to her dismay, Rhea chose Cronus over her own progeny, allowing him to devour her offspring with a brutality reminiscent of Uranus. Remarkably, Rhea remained oblivious, first losing Hestia, then Hades, followed by Demeter, Hera, and Poseidon. Only upon the arrival of her sixth child, Zeus, did this love-stricken daughter awaken to her duties, finally seeking to rescue her children. Gaia, unable to bear the sight, enveloped a stone in divine power, deceiving Cronus and successfully safeguarding Zeus, who grew up unharmed on the island of Crete. Later, with the aid of the wise goddess Métis, Zeus employed a potion of exquisite wine to compel Cronus to regurgitate his siblings. Under normal circumstances, having been reunited with her long-lost children, Rhea, as their mother, would have offered them solace or compensation for her absence. Yet, whether driven by guilt or fear, this goddess displayed an indifferent demeanor towards her liberated children, channeling all her maternal affection solely into her youngest, Zeus. Even during the decisive selection of the ruler of the realms, Rhea's covert actions to assist Zeus elicited frustration from Gaia, who lamented the wasted potential of her daughter. In the end, despite her numerous efforts, the newly crowned god-king brought her little glory. He never thought to invite her to his feasts, while her other children had long since distanced themselves from her. Rhea, the embodiment of a promising start leading to a dismal conclusion, left Gaia feeling weary. With a weary expression, she waved her hand dismissively, stating, "If you have resolved to clean up this mess for him, then proceed as you wish." With that, she turned her attention to those deities who had risen to the occasion during the tumult of Typhon, having exhibited valor and protected the sanctity of the divine mountain. They deserved recognition. With a flourish of her hand, several enchanting golden apples appeared upon the round table before the thrones, their radiant glow captivating the attention of the gods. These fruits, born from the mother tree of golden apples, contained the essence of immortality, capable of refining the divine powers of those who partook of them, fortifying their very essence. As these words were uttered, the fervent gazes of the deities inevitably turned towards the golden apples upon the table, their eyes brimming with desire. Aphrodite and Hermes, though not deities of battle, were the first to step forward in this conflict, momentarily restraining Typhon with their abilities. They performed admirably. 2 golden apples soared into the hands of Aphrodite and Hermes, both gods unable to conceal their excitement. Beyond the allure of the golden apples, the affirmation and accolades from the Earth Mother would undoubtedly enhance their stature among the gods, particularly for Hermes, who aspired to compete for the position of the chief deity. Receiving the Earth Mother's endorsement would undoubtedly facilitate his ambitions. Following these 2 deities, Gaia bestowed a golden apple upon Hestia, Athena, Ares, and others who had contributed significantly in battle. Hera, honored for leading the gods in driving away and capturing the monstrous beasts, also received a golden apple. However, this goddess already possessed a golden apple tree gifted by the Earth Mother, rendering her less concerned with the fruit itself. Zeus, observing the golden apples, felt a flicker of realization. How could he have forgotten the significance of these apples? Hera possessed a golden apple tree, which, over the years, must have borne a considerable harvest. If he were to consume one, could it purify his divine essence and evolve his very being? Hebe felt a twinge of regret. Had Pallas and the others not fled so swiftly, they might have secured a golden apple as well. Her own golden apple tree was still but a sapling, and she wondered when it might bear fruit. After distributing the golden apples to the other deities, Gaia's gaze fell upon Hebe, her countenance, usually austere, revealing a rare smile. Her eyes reflecting satisfaction. This goddess, powerful and clear-headed, with a piercing gaze, bore a striking resemblance to Gaia herself, who could not help but feel a kinship towards her. Hebe, thanks to your timely relocation of the beings upon the earth, we have avoided greater calamities. Your contributions are paramount. These 2 golden apples are for you. Your star is indeed exceptional. This seed of all things is bestowed upon you, as it will aid you in catalyzing its growth more swiftly. The resplendent golden apples and the verdant seed fell into Hebe's hands amidst the envious gazes of the gods. Even the goddess of time, Rhea, could not help but glance with intrigue. She had never witnessed the Earth Mother show such favoritism towards any offspring. Thank you for your generous gift, ever-glorious Gaia. Safeguarding the tranquility of the earth is our sacred duty as deities. With a smile lighting her face, Hebe expressed her gratitude eloquently. In the dim cavern, Echidna, the mother of all monsters, writhed her serpentine tail. Before her lay a massive dragon head, one of the many severed by the gods from her husband Typhon. Despite having been detached for some time, it retained a semblance of vitality, its serpentine tongue flickering. Echidna drew blood from her own flesh, using it to inscribe arcane symbols upon the dragon's head. murmuring obscure and eerie incantations as her blood shimmered with dark light. Gradually, the dragon's head diminished, transforming into a pulsating black heart. Agdina grasped the heart, a satisfied smile illuminating her visage. She turned towards the lifeless human form sprawled upon the stone altar behind her, carefully placing the heart against the shattered cavity of its chest. A flicker of obsidian light emanated forth. Thump! Thump! The resounding echoes of a colossal heartbeat reverberated within the cavern, as the bloodline of the primordial beast, Typhon, coursed through this body. The flesh upon the chest writhed momentarily, sprouting fresh buds of flesh, soon giving rise to new skin, glistening and exquisite as if born of nature itself. The woman's fingers stirred, a shadowy aura radiating from her being as she groggily propped herself up. Her long, seaweed-like black hair enveloped her flawless form, and her alluringly ethereal countenance bore delicately fluttering lashes reminiscent of butterfly wings. She opened her eyes, revealing crimson orbs. "You have finally awakened, my daughter." Agdina tenderly caressed the girl's exquisitely crafted features, as if handling a precious jade artifact. Gazing upon the hope that would restore her husband, she gently inquired, "My daughter, tell me your name." "Pandora." The woman lifted her head, her scarlet eyes glimmering with madness and hatred, the vengeful Pandora against the divine. Chapter 62. The Calamitous Sorceress Pandora. The first woman created by the gods, Pandora, after unsealing the ominous box of calamities, could not bear the weight of the devastation she had unwittingly unleashed upon humanity. In her despair, she chose to end her own life to escape the burden of her guilt. Yet, to her astonishment, death did not grant her peace or oblivion, but rather an endless torment. Her soul became ensnared, trapped within the vessel shaped by the deities, unable to escape its confines. When a box was opened, Pandora faced the darkest facets of humanity, which tainted her soul. Within that abyss, the shadows of human nature relentlessly tormented her spirit. It was an agony that could drive one to madness. Yet just as Pandora felt herself on the brink of losing her sanity, an inexplicable sense of urgency would arise from the depths of her soul, pulling her back from the precipice of despair. Pandora could not discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. As a woman endowed with all talents, she soon discovered the secret to navigating this oscillating state. With her awakened will, she reached a precarious equilibrium with these dark entities, even beginning to subtly wield their power. The sole dilemma remained. She was still ensnared within this corporeal form, languishing in darkness, unredeemed. Until one fateful day, she sensed a peculiar force surging within her being. This chaotic, searing, and destructive power elicited a jubilant howl from the shadows of her soul, as if they had finally found their rightful home. Converging upon this force and merging into one, with a faint sound reminiscent of crackling flames whispering in her ears, Pandora felt a surge of power emanate from her heart. Coursing through her limbs, vitality surged within her, and her instincts whispered that she could escape the encroaching darkness. Thus, she opened her eyes, revealing irises now not the tender green of spring leaves, but a vivid crimson tinged with hatred and madness. The scarlet crystal pulsating with dark energy at her heart shimmered with an obscure luminescence, flooding her mind with an abundance of knowledge, broadening her horizons. She realized it was a divine essence. By some twist of fate, she had ignited the divine flame and forged her divinity, transforming into a goddess. You are the arbiter of the shadows of humanity, the goddess of sin. You embody exquisite beauty intertwined with calamity, the goddess of temptation. Born a conspiracy, you perish in deceit, only to be reborn amidst treachery, the goddess of intrigue. Sin, temptation, goddess of intrigue. A cold laugh escaped Pandora's lips, for behind the radiant deities lay an abyss of filth and corruption. If this is the essence of divinity, she would rather renounce the title. I'm not a goddess. I am a witch, willing to go to any lengths for revenge against the divine, Pandora. Her proclamation caused the divine essence within her heart to emit a surge of shadowy light. The crimson crystal shattered with a thunderous crack, transforming into a multitude of starlit fragments that fused into her blackened heart. A crystalline layer enveloped the heart's surface, rendering it a magnificent black diamond. Instantly, the divine aura dissipated, leaving only pure malice and arcane power flowing through her veins. Pandora, your mother calls you. The Sphinx, with the body of a lion and the face of a woman, entered the cave, observing Pandora lost in thought. What occupies your mind so profoundly? Nothing much. Just recalling some past events. Let us go, Sphinx. Pandora smiled gently, exuding an indescribable warmth and allure. The power of temptation, which ensnares the soul and disarms the heart. Very well. Do share your troubles with me. I shall assist you. The Sphinx held a deep affection for Pandora. As the most intelligent among the offspring of Typhon and Echidna, she often felt an overwhelming solitude when faced with her dim-witted and combative siblings. The disconnect left her feeling isolated, even being labeled as pretentious behind her back. Pandora's arrival marked a turning point for the Sphinx, for she had finally encountered a being whose intellect rivaled her own. Pandora was remarkably astute. Whatever the Sphinx taught her, she grasped immediately, even demonstrating an ability to apply her knowledge creatively. In a mere 6 months, Pandora's command of enchantments and magic had begun to eclipse her own, much to the Sphinx's astonishment. She found herself irresistibly drawn to this wise being, cherishing Pandora as her dearest friend for life. The Sphinx sometimes pondered in her heart whether all humans were as intelligent as Pandora. If so, what an extraordinary species they would be. Thank you, Sphinx. Pandora replied with a gentle smile. It is nothing. You are my confidant and sister, and assisting you is but my duty. The lion-bodied beast responded with a grin. They arrived at the cave of Echidna, the mother of all monsters, who lay in a feigned slumber upon the throne carved by her offspring. Her massive, speckled serpentine tail writhed slowly, the tip twitching gently, producing a series of unsettling rustling sounds. You have arrived, Echidna said, awakening to the presence of Pandora. Her penetrating gaze fell upon Pandora, and sensing the surging magic within her, a satisfied expression graced Echidna's beautiful face. Initially believing she had merely found a beautiful human shell to ensnare Zeus, she was astonished to discover that after merging her own blood with Typhon's, Pandora unleashed such remarkable potential, transforming into a formidable sorceress. This realization made Echidna hesitant to send Pandora into peril. She even speculated whether all humans possessed such latent power, and subsequently captured a few for experimentation. Alas, while those humans could also metamorphose into monsters, none were as formidable as Pandora. Clearly, individuals differed from one another. After all, Pandora had remained uncorrupted even after her prolonged death, a feat unattainable by the others. Pandora, my daughter, you possess immense magic and unparalleled beauty. The duty of rescuing the father of all monsters falls upon you. I have already instructed your siblings to gather intelligence. The king of the gods will soon descend to the mortal realm, presenting you with the perfect opportunity to seduce him. I require you to deceive him into relinquishing his thunderbolts, and with that power, I shall restore your father to the world. Upon hearing this, Pandora felt a cold sneer rise within her. To entice Zeus into parting with his thunder? Should he realize the theft, would she still have her life? Her vendetta against her clan's annihilation remained unavenged, and she was not ready to perish so easily. A slight smile graced Pandora's captivating visage as her crimson eyes regarded her mother, the beguiling magic quietly stirring. My wise mother, in our endeavor to rescue our father, I believe our plan must be more meticulous. While I possess beauty sufficient to enchant the god king, my bloodline from Typhon makes my power conspicuous, likely beyond the king of the gods' notice. Fortunately, my intellect is still sharp. Kindly grant me half a month. After this period, I shall provide you with a satisfactory response. Her words flowed like honey, exuding an intoxicating sweetness that even the mother of all monsters found disarming. Echidna relaxed her defenses, contemplated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall grant you a fortnight. If, after this period, you fail to provide a satisfactory response, then you are aware of the consequences. The gaze of Echidna deepened, laden with significance as she cast a glance at Pandora's heart. Unfazed, Pandora replied, "Are you referring to the blood curse placed upon my heart during my resurrection? I must inform you that it was dissolved long ago when I ignited the divine fire. Nevertheless, as our goals align in seeking vengeance against the king of the gods, I may find utility in your power." With a subtle smile, Pandora inclined her head gently. "Rest assured, my mother, for it is you and father who bestowed upon me a new life. My loyalty to you shall remain unwavering. Very well, you may leave now. Instruct Hydra to procure additional humans for me. As you wish. Accompanied by the Sphinx, Pandora exited the cave. The Sphinx observed Pandora, hesitating before softly speaking. Pandora, do you truly have confidence? He is the king of the gods, possessing immense power and wisdom. Do not concern yourself for me. Sphinx, I have devised a plan. Interrupting the Sphinx's words, Pandora's gaze seemed to traverse mountains and forests, arriving at the still murky sea, where she beheld 3 towering goddesses with peculiar visages upon the Attica Islands, amidst the crashing waves. I apologize, Sphinx, but I must venture out for a while, thus. I fear I cannot accompany you in riddles during this time. Huh? May I not join you? The Sphinx's tail drooped, her beautiful face reflecting a hint of disappointment. Pandora, maintaining her serene smile, remained silent, and the Sphinx understood this to be a refusal. Very well. Return promptly once your business is concluded. Seeing Pandora unmoved, she relinquished her struggle and murmured softly, I will do so. The dark-haired sorceress cast her enchantments and vanished into the ravine in the blink of an eye. The Sphinx sighed, stretched her forepaws, and languidly extended her body, her expression rife with ennui. With Pandora absent, boredom loomed. Perhaps she should capture a few humans for amusement, pose them riddles, and should they fail to answer, feast upon them. Above the Attica Islands, the calamity wrought by Typhon left the land in disarray, with mud, seaweed, and the carcasses of marine creatures strewn across the isle. The Nemeses circled above, their hearts ablaze with fury at the sight below. Yet the architect of this devastation had long been sealed away on Sicily, rendering them unable to seek retribution. The term Nemesis collectively refers to the 3 goddesses of vengeance. The 3 goddesses, when mentioned, hold a profound connection with Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. In a certain sense, they can be regarded as sisters to Aphrodite. For these 3 deities were born from the mingled essence of the earth and the bloodshed when Uranus, the patriarchal symbol of the starry sky, was severed by the second-generation king, Cronus. They inherited their father's hatred towards Cronus, thus becoming the goddesses of vengeance, emerging from resentment. Their appearances are quite grotesque and hideous. They possess towering figures, with hair formed of fearsome serpents, weeping tears of blood from their eyes, and adorned with massive scarlet bat wings. In their hands, they wield a torch, a serpent-headed staff, and a venomous viper whip. Rather than resembling goddesses, they evoke the image of monstrous furies. Alecto, the goddess of unrest, Megara, the goddess of jealousy, and Tisiphone, the goddess of retribution. When a figure of Pandora graced the shores of the Attic Islands, the 3 goddesses immediately sensed her arrival. They unfurled their bat wings and descended from the heavens, their blood-soaked eyes fixed upon Pandora, shimmering with a dark and obscure light. Undoubtedly, Pandora was a vision of beauty, her exquisite form sculpted by Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, and her allure bestowed upon her by Aphrodite. The beguiling magic she possessed rendered her irresistibly captivating. Upon witnessing such breathtaking beauty, the 3 grotesque goddesses were inundated by an uncontrollable surge of jealousy, anger, and desire to possess. Megara, the goddess of jealousy, gazed upon Pandora's visage, her serpent hair hissing vehemently, her gaze akin to the venomous spray of a serpent, brimming with envy and destructive intent. Tisiphone, the goddess of retribution, looked at Pandora with eyes alight with lustful desire, her serpentine locks greedily intertwining with Pandora. With an audacious touch, she caressed Pandora's exquisitely delicate face, her tone laced with innuendo as she inquired of the enchanting witch, "Beautiful sorceress, what brings you to our abode?" In response to Tisiphone's teasing, Pandora remained remarkably composed, a playful smile gracing her crimson lips as she softly replied, "It is said that the 3 goddesses of vengeance listen to the hatred in the hearts of mortals, aiding them in their quests for retribution, thereby garnering the world's primordial energy to ascend. The greater the burden of hatred one bears, the more you shall reap. I wonder if my resentment piques the interest of you, esteemed goddesses?" An overwhelming wave of hatred erupted from Pandora, an oppressive aura that darkened the very skies around them. "What intense scent of hatred!" exclaimed Alecto, the goddess of unrest, her eyes wide with astonishment, her serpent hair standing on end in response to this potent emotion. Tisiphone exchanged glances with her 2 sisters, and the serpents receded from Pandora's form. My goodness, what grievance does this sorceress harbor? This enmity is the most formidable we have encountered in centuries. Who is she, and what vendetta does she possess? Though they were undeniably tempted, the Nemeses resolved to inquire further before deciding whether to accept the task at hand. After all, they had previously tasted the bitter fruit of an unfulfilled vengeance. Born from the deep-seated hatred and curse of their father Uranus towards the second-generation god king Cronus, these goddesses bore an inherent obligation to avenge their progenitor. Yet, before they could seize an opportunity for retribution, Cronus had already been overthrown and cast into Tartarus by Zeus. That realm was far beyond the reach of these lesser deities, leading to the failure of their vengeful mission and the stagnation of their ascension for many years. The intense and alluring hatred emanating from Pandora was intoxicating. Aiding her in her quest for vengeance would undoubtedly yield a bountiful return of divine energy, igniting within them a flicker of hope for elevation. My target for vengeance is none other than Zeus, the king of the gods, a hatred that could very well be described as one for the annihilation of my lineage. Pandora casually remarked, her alabaster fingers toying with her seaweed-like dark tresses. Would you care to consider the implications of what you are saying? Chapter 63. The wealth of Pluto. Pandora's words thrust the Nemeses into a quandary, such an enticing opportunity for vengeance. Yet the target was the exalted king of the gods. Their last mission had faltered due to the formidable nature of the god king, and now, fate seemed to mock them once more. The three avenging goddesses exchanged glances, and ultimately, the goddess of retribution, Tisiphone, stepped forward, shaking her head in refusal to Pandora. Beautiful enchantress, while the power of hatred you offer is indeed tempting, the adversary is a formidable god king, far beyond our capacity to confront. Thus, we cannot engage in this transaction. What a pity, she mused, feeling as though a lavish feast had been laid before her. Yet she possessed no means to partake. Thunder, if you assist us in deceiving Zeus to obtain his divine artifact, the thunderbolt, we could use it to liberate the father of all demons imprisoned on Sicily. Should Typhon wield such immense power, the king of the gods would not be invincible. However, Pandora would not accept their rejection. The witch's crimson eyes glimmered with a faint light, as temptation stirred the depths of greed within the hearts of the three goddesses. The allure of deception and intrigue led them to become ensnared in Pandora's words, clouding their judgment. Ladies, this is an extraordinary opportunity. Although there exists a modicum of risk, such hazards are often accompanied by substantial rewards. You have lingered at the rank of second-tier deities for quite some time, have you not? Assist me in achieving vengeance, and the divine energy you receive will surely facilitate your ascension to first-tier deities, or even to the status of a supreme god. First tier, supreme god. The three avenging goddesses gradually succumbed to the enchanting illusion woven by Pandora, envisioning themselves elevated to the rank of supreme deities, shedding their grotesque and unappealing exteriors to become breathtakingly beautiful, greeted with deep reverence and smiles from the pantheon of gods. When they awoke, they found themselves unaware of when they had forged a pact with the witch. Pandora, how dare you deceive us, goddesses? Having entered into the agreement, the Nemeses naturally recognized the name of the witch before them. The goddess of envy, Medusa, emitted a piercing scream. Her jealousy of Pandora's beauty had now ignited an overwhelming fury within her, a wrath that blazed like a fire, scorching her very heart. The serpents entwined in her hair hissed menacingly, suddenly elongating and lunging towards Pandora to strike. With a cold smirk, Pandora swiftly retaliated, her alabaster hand moving so swiftly it left only an afterimage, seizing the advancing serpents and, with a mere exertion of strength, snapping them all in twain. Oh! The immense pain elicited a sharp wail from Medusa, who clutched her head in anguish as foul. Dark blood gushed from her severed locks and between her fingers, marring her grotesque visage and rendering her all the more fearsome, as if she were a demon risen from the depths of hell. The goddess of unrest, Alecto, and the goddess of retribution, Tisiphone, upon witnessing their sister's injury, joined in a cacophony of shrieks, their faces contorted in rage as they approached Pandora. Cursed witch, what have you done to Medusa? How dare you offend the majesty of the goddesses? This treacherous sorceress had ensnared them with some dark enchantment to sign this contract and had harmed their sister. The vengeance of the goddesses was a force to be reckoned with. Goddess? What of it? She too had once held the title of goddess, and in truth, her divine power eclipsed that of the three combined, were it not for her need of their strength. And the consequences of slaying a god being beyond her current capacity to bear, Pandora would have little patience to squander on them. Evil magic surged forth once more: pride, envy, sloth, wrath, lust, gluttony, greed. Each dark aspect of humanity erupted like a tidal wave, swiftly engulfing the three goddesses of vengeance. Born from hatred and curses, the Nemeses found themselves utterly powerless against this malevolent force, swiftly succumbing to madness amidst the corruption of these dark impulses. Their divinity ebbed away, their visages becoming increasingly grotesque. As wisdom began to abandon them, the Nemeses emitted sharp, irrational howls, dark purple venom uncontrollably oozing from their mouths. Pandora toyed with her hair ends, observing the spectacle of the goddesses, and when she deemed it sufficient, she withdrew her malevolent power. She must not allow them to truly devolve into monsters. What she required was the might of the goddesses of vengeance. As the corrupting force receded, the three goddesses gradually regained their senses. They gazed at the witch before them, their eyes filled with dread, astonished that she wielded such formidable power. Enough of feigning death upon the ground. Now that the pact has been sealed, rise promptly and utilize your powers of vengeance to aid me in devising a scheme to deceive Zeus and seize his thunder. As Pandora spoke, a gentle smile graced her face once more. She personally assisted the vengeful goddesses to their feet, playfully brushing the dirt and debris from their attire. On a positive note, once this endeavor comes to fruition, the elemental energy returned to you shall be genuinely substantial. After enduring years as second-class deities, shunned by the gods of the divine mountain due to their unseemly appearances, they found themselves exiled upon this desolate isle. Would you truly resign yourselves to such a fate? Pandora had become increasingly adept at wielding the power of confusion, with the situation beyond their control. The trio of vengeful goddesses had no alternative but to suppress their inner animosity and assist Pandora in achieving her vengeance. The goddess of unrest, Alecto, held aloft an ancient torch, her accompanying divine artifact. The torch's radiance would illuminate their path to the most opportune retribution. Casting a fearful glance at Pandora, Alecto endeavored to quell her trepidation and unease. Her tear-streaked eyes sparkled with fervor, and her serpentine hair writhed, emitting a bizarre, hissing sound. As the torch ignited, a flicker of flame burst forth. "O torch of vengeance, heed my desires and guide me towards the path of retribution," she implored. The essence of hatred surged into the flame, transforming the once diminutive flicker into a roaring blaze. Within the fiery glow, visions began to materialize: a bustling city, broad avenues, resplendent jewels, glimmering gold, and exquisite fabrics. The denizens of this city donned vibrant crimson garments, appearing to live in opulence. The scene then shifted to the heart of the city, where a grand palace stood. There, a princess resided, her magnificent gown accentuating her flawless figure. Beneath a cascade of azure locks reminiscent of the ocean, her porcelain visage radiated beauty. Most captivating were her gentle eyes, so enchanting that even deities would find themselves ensnared. O sorceress, your hope for vengeance lies in the distant land of Pieria, with Plutus, the deity of wealth. She is the progeny of the ocean god Oceanus and Tethys, a remnant of divine lineage upon the mortal realm. She is destined to be the beloved of the king of gods, the harbinger of thunderous hope. Alecto, illuminated by the torch's glow, began to articulate her vision. Though her voice lacked melodious quality, it resonated with an undeniable, tranquil divinity under the influence of the laws. As the light of the torch faded, Alecto blinked and returned to her former demeanor. With a hint of trepidation, she cautiously addressed Pandora. "Mighty Pandora, this Plutus was once the daughter of Oceanus and Tethys, the goddess of wealth. However, it seems she recently met her demise due to a calamity instigated by the father of all demons in the depths of the sea. The ocean god has since infused her essence into the body of the queen of Pieria, giving her rebirth, and her wealth has ushered prosperity to this realm." At this juncture, Alecto paused, observing Pandora's keen interest, and continued. "This earthly princess seems to be the destined beloved of the king of the gods. To win her favor, the king is willing to bestow any rewards and fulfill any wishes. Should you manage to persuade this princess to speak to Zeus, it would be an effortless task to lure the thunderbolt away from the king. Pandora absorbed the name Pluto, allowing a subtle smile to grace her lips as she committed the princess's name to memory. She then turned her gaze to the three Furies standing beside her, tossing a parchment scroll into their hands. I shall personally oversee this matter. As for you, I require you to gather the ingredients listed on this parchment. The more you procure, the better. You have 2 months to complete this task. The Furies examined the scroll, revealing a list of perilous items: the venom sac of the abyssal spider, the essence of nightshade, the dust of vengeful spirits, and the heart of a harpy. Their expressions darkened upon realizing the quantity and rarity of these toxic items. It was clear that this sorceress was not shy about issuing commands. I have sown a small seed of wickedness within your divinity. If I do not see these materials in Pieria in 2 months, prepare to transform into mindless gorgons. Pandora warned, her tone devoid of warmth. Seemingly aware of their reluctance, she assured them, rest assured, in 2 months, we will guarantee the delivery of the materials to you. The Furies replied with sycophantic smiles, their voices low. Having secured their promise, Pandora chose not to linger further. She needed to report back to Echidna before embarking on her journey to Pieria. The sorceress's form vanished amidst the Attican islands, leaving the Furies exchanging glances, each reflecting the animosity they harbored for one another. However, mindful of the manipulations each had made upon the other's divine essence, they resigned themselves to fulfill the other's commands. This grievance would surely be avenged once they ascended. The wheels of fate turned silently as Zeus, the magnificent king of Olympus and master of thunder, reveled in a period of indulgence, his recent escapades in pursuit of beauty yielding fruitful rewards. His queen, Hera, was preoccupied with taming the beasts captured from the earth, leaving him free to pursue his desires. Seizing this opportunity, he encountered the enchanting princess Europa in Phoenicia. Clad in a resplendent gown adorned with golden and silver threads depicting the lives of the deities, a gift from Poseidon to her ancestor Libyan during their passionate courtship, Europa became a vision of unparalleled beauty as she frolicked amidst blossoming meadows, laughter spilling forth like music. This scene struck a chord within the heart of the king of the gods, igniting the flames of love once more. Zeus, captivated by the beauty of the princess, feared that Hera, consumed by jealousy, would harm her if the truth were to emerge. Thus, the king of the gods devised a cunning ruse, transforming himself into a magnificent, robust bull, adorned with exquisite, delicately crafted horns that sparkled like precious diamonds. A crescent-shaped silver mark shimmered upon his forehead, while his golden hide and deep blue eyes burned with desire, conveying profound affection. He mingled among the herd and proudly approached Europa, the princess, who was charmed by his divine yet gentle demeanor. Unaware of the god's deception, she innocently climbed upon the broad back of the bull. The outcome was inevitable. Zeus abducted Europa, traversing the seas far from her homeland to a new continent. Unable to resist her fate, she became his, and together they bore 3 powerful and wise sons. The land upon which they settled was gifted to her by Zeus, named in her honor. However, as the fervor of desire waned, the capricious god soon grew weary of her, finding no thrill in the absence of Hera's jealousy. His once intriguing princess lost her allure, prompting Zeus to abandon Europa in pursuit of new beauty. Eventually, he arrived in Pieria, where he encountered another goddess, or rather, a mortal princess, Pluto, reborn through an earthly vessel after a tragic fall, presiding over riches. Instantly entranced by her gentle gaze, the noble god lavished her with attention. Yet, Pluto, a unique reincarnation, reveled in the adoration of the masses and the veneration of divine beings, seeking to showcase her own allure, while remaining indifferent to matters of love. Despite Zeus's advances and sweet nothings whispered in her ear, she consistently rebuffed his affections. This playful dance of desire, a delicate balance of attraction and retreat, ensnared even the seasoned god of love, igniting an insatiable yearning within him. The allure of the unattainable intensified his obsession. The flames of desire burned fiercely in his heart as he found himself ensnared in Pluto's charming web. Zeus pursued the princess relentlessly, his interest in all else waning. Oblivious to whether his queen on Olympus might notice his unusual behavior, The singular thought of winning Pluto's heart consumed him entirely. Each day, he showered her with enchanting declarations of love, presented her with romantic flowers, and unveiled breathtaking vistas, showcasing his formidable physique and strength. Under such relentless courtship, even the proud yet naive Pluto found it increasingly difficult to resist the advances of the god. Under the silvery moonlight, the princess of Pieria gazed at the enchanting orb above, and the visage of Zeus resurfaced in her mind, stirring her heart with an uncontainable longing. She turned and retreated into her chamber. Mandala, your counsel has indeed proven invaluable. I believe Zeus has truly fallen for me. If he visits again tomorrow, do you think I should embrace his affections? Plut lay upon her bed, enraptured by love, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, betraying her innermost thoughts. The maid named Mandala emerged from the shadows, her face possessing a delicate charm, with eyes that sparkled like rubies, capturing one's attention. A gentle smile graced her lips, her voice flowing like honey. It is time, my princess. Chapter 64. The peril of the god king, the king of the gods, Zeus, descended from the heavens into the bustling realm of Pieria, where Plut awaited his arrival with bated breath. The princess's porcelain complexion glowed with a faint blush, rendering her as alluring as a rose kissed by morning dew. Zeus discerned the affection sparkling in her eyes, a triumphant smile blossoming within him as he sensed her fluttering heart, aware that victory was near. Plut, my beloved, my goddess, I beseech you, bestow your heart upon me. In an act of devotion, the noble king of the gods knelt before her, akin to a fervent supplicant pleading for her favor. Plut was instantly overcome with bashfulness. Zeus's gesture undeniably gratified her vanity. This was the king of gods, the most esteemed man in the world, humbling himself to win her love. Precisely what Plut had yearned for. Zeus, I accept your proposal, but I have several conditions. Gazing upon his strikingly handsome visage, she was tempted to acquiesce immediately. Yet the warning of her maid Mandala echoed in her mind, prompting her to speak to Zeus. The king of the gods furrowed his brow. Yet with victory so tantalizingly close, he was reluctant to relinquish the beauty that was nearly within his grasp. My dear Plut, please articulate your desires. I shall endeavor to fulfill them. He had not completely lost his reason, refraining from uttering promises he could not keep. Otherwise, with his divine authority, he would have been compelled to procure even Hades' invisible helmet if that were her wish. However, the Navi, Plut, remained oblivious to the underlying artistry in his words. Perceiving only his unwavering devotion to her, her heart swelling with joy and her resistance to becoming a woman waning considerably. A flicker of subtle crimson ignited in the cerulean-haired princess's beautiful gaze. King of the gods, I am aware of your jealous wife, and I fear our love may provoke her ire and vengeance. Therefore, when I fully surrender myself to you, I hope you can find a secluded haven where no one may intrude upon us. That is only natural. Zeus nodded. Even if Pluto had not made this request, he would have acted similarly. He had invested too much effort in her and would never allow his hard-won beauty to be thwarted by external circumstances. Pluto continued, her eyes reflecting traces of fear. Recently, she had been plagued by a recurring dream in which she and Zeus were entwined, only for the god of thunder to be suddenly enveloped in searing lightning, reducing her to ash beneath its fierce glow. The vividness of a dream had instilled a profound dread of thunder within her. Mighty Lord of Thunder, I harbor an immense fear of the flames that accompany your power. I implore you to keep the storm at bay while we are together. The king of the gods' countenance shifted at her words. Thunder was the essence of his being, and to distance it from himself? The cunning deity scrutinized Pluto with keen eyes, suspecting a potential ruse. Yet, the purity in her gaze, marred only by genuine fear, struck a chord within the lovesick Zeus, igniting feelings of compassion and heartache. Very well, I shall seek out a cave to conceal the thunder, for it will not consume much time. Agreed, I promise you. Under the sway of passion, the divine king made a decision he would regret for eternity. Zeus's vow instantly brought forth a radiant smile on Pluto's face, and in that fleeting moment of allure, he cast aside his final reservations. With clouds forming beneath his feet to serve as a steed, Zeus joyfully lifted the enchanting princess and soared towards a remote isle in the farthest reaches of the world. In the bustling city-state of Pieria, the maid Mandala lifted her gaze towards the two figures disappearing into the horizon, a hint of mirth glimmering in her crimson eyes. Her attention shifted to a concealed corner where a bat feigned slumber. Suddenly, it opened its eyes wide, emitting a piercing shriek as it flapped its wings and took flight. The delicate features of Mandala contorted, revealing a face of mesmerizing beauty, the witch of calamity, Pandora. Her quest for vengeance against the king of the gods had officially commenced. On the island of Samos in the Aegean Sea, Hebe was hosting a visit from Athena in her divine sanctuary. The bright-eyed goddess sipped from the island's unique vintage, taking in the picturesque surroundings. Her gaze fell upon a group of industrious nymphs, and she noticed a golden-haired water nymph among them, causing her brows to arch in intrigue. The nymph Daphne was fortunate to receive the assistance of the princess. Under the mischief of the young god Eros, she had found herself in a chase with Apollo, the sun god, who pursued her relentlessly. Ultimately, with nowhere left to escape, Daphne relinquished her identity as a water nymph, transforming herself into a laurel tree to evade Apollo's pursuit. Unexpectedly, she now stood before Hebe on the island of Samos, seemingly revitalized with divine essence, as if the divine fire had been reignited within her. The goddess who governs the laurel tree, though not of high standing, has found herself in a fortuitous position compared to her previous existence as a mere water nymph devoid of divinity. Daphne, having endured an unforeseen calamity, has inadvertently risen in status. With a faint smile, Athena shifted her focus from Daphne and broached another topic. What is your perspective on Hermes, your highness? As an ally, Hebe was privy to even the most concealed secrets, and Athena had not withheld the details of her dealings with Hermes. Hermes, you say? A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Hebe's eyes before she replied to Athena. This deity's thoughts are cunning and capricious. He is the god of deception and eloquence. I believe, your highness, it is wise to trust him only partially. If he truly covets the position of the chief deity, he surely has contingencies beyond your own, and his moral compass is not significantly higher than that of our father. Artemis may very well face considerable challenges this time. Athena nodded in agreement. However, her concerns were mitigated by the presence of Apollo, her overly protective brother, ensuring that Artemis would not encounter dire straits, and that Hermes would not dare to overstep his bounds. Just then, the two goddesses were interrupted by the gentle voice of Aurora, the goddess of the dawn, who had fluttered into the temple. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, is awaiting an audience with you, Lady Hebe, outside the island. The moment Hebe and Athena exchanged glances, it was as if the very subject of their discussion had materialized before them. Together, the two goddesses made their way to the shores of Samos, where Hermes awaited, accompanied by several winter deities. Upon their arrival, Hermes' eyes sparkled momentarily, only to be replaced by a look of urgency. Life-giving Hebe, wise Athena, grave news has reached us. Typhon, the father of all monsters, has somehow broken through Gaia's seal once more and has seized the power of the thunderbolt. Our father has been captured and imprisoned. The Queen of the Heavens has summoned the chief deities to the sacred mountain for a council of strategy. The words of Hermes caused both goddesses to widen their eyes in disbelief. When Typhon first emerged upon the earth, Zeus had matched him in might. How could he have fallen so far in such a brief span? A shadow of realization crossed Hebe's gaze. It seemed that Eros had siphoned a portion of Zeus' essence and divine power, coupled with Typhon's mysterious acquisition of the Thunderbolt's authority. It explained why Zeus was now overpowered and imprisoned. With urgency compelling them, the deities had little time for further discourse and hastened toward Mount Olympus. Upon reaching the sacred mountain, they rushed toward the central temple, where they found the other chief deities already gathered, alongside Rhea, the mother of the king of gods. Within the grand hall, the expressions of the deities varied widely. Hestia and Demeter bore unmistakable concern, particularly Demeter, who was evidently anxious for Zeus' well-being. Ares and Hephaestus, brothers who have rarely received any warmth from Zeus since their inception, naturally felt no need to feign filial piety. Their sole concern lay in the repercussions of Zeus's capture on their mother, the goddess. Aphrodite, cradling her little son Eros, displayed an air of indifference, for indeed, the fate of Zeus held little significance for her. Meanwhile, Apollo, the sun god and favored child of Zeus, wore a countenance brimming with worry and anger, though only he knew the turmoil within his heart. And Poseidon, I implore you to temper your exuberance. Your grin nearly stretches to the back of your ears. As for Hera, the most prominent goddess, There was little trace of concern on her face at the king of God's capture. Rather, it was anger and coldness that prevailed. Rhea, the mother of the king of gods, observed the expressions of the deities with a frosty demeanor and could not help but be the first to speak. Esteemed gods. With Zeus's thunderous authority usurped and him captured by Typhon, the king of gods is the very essence of Olympus. Do any of you possess a means to rescue Zeus? Rhea yearned to confront Typhon directly for the return of her son, yet the latter's theft of Zeus's thunder rendered him formidable, and with Zeus in his possession, she found herself hesitant. Humph! This predicament is of his own making. In my view, let him suffer a bit at Typhon's hands. To her surprise, Hera let out a cold laugh and spoke from her throne. Hera! Rhea cast a warning glance at her daughter. However, Hera was undaunted, her violet eyes locking defiantly with her mother's. Am I mistaken? Had he been more prudent and not dabbled in affairs that do not concern him, will we be facing this calamity? To lose the very artifact representing his authority, the thunder, is an unprecedented display of folly. Hera, perhaps genuinely infuriated, spoke without restraint. The thunder, a divine artifact forged with the assistance of the Cyclopes during the Titanomachy, was molded from Zeus's essence and had long since become inseparable from him. In a sense, to wield the thunder was to wield the power of the thunder god. Generally, no deity aside from Zeus could withstand the tempestuous force of the thunder. To steal it and attempt to control, it would likely result in immediate incineration by its ferocity. Yet, unexpectedly, Typhon, endowed with an almost grotesque regenerative capability, not only withstood the searing wrath of the thunder, but also tamed it, mastering its formidable might. Rhea, suppressing her ire, continued, regardless of his transgressions. We must first ensure his rescue. The longer the authority of thunder remains in Typhon's grasp, the greater the threat it poses to the divine mountain. Even if you harbor discontent towards Zeus, you must also consider the safety of Olympus and your own divine essences. Despite their grievances against Zeus, the gods found themselves conceding that Rhea's words bore measure of truth, prompting them to deliberate on how best to rescue their king. Within the volcanoes of Sicily, the progenitor of all monsters, Typhon, wielded the thunderous authority of Zeus, his fearsome dragon head emitting a series of piercing roars. Beside him stood a dark-haired sorceress and the severed head of Echidna, the mother of monsters. Under the machinations of Pandora, Zeus, seeking to appease Pluto, had indeed concealed his divine artifact, the thunderbolt, within a cavern on the island. Upon hearing this news, Echidna hastily brought Pandora to the cave, where the hope of rescuing the father of all monsters lay in wait. Without a moment's hesitation, Echidna grasped the formidable artifact. However, tragedy befell her. Though Zeus was consumed by lust, he had not completely lost his wits. In safeguarding the thunderbolt, he had infused it with potent divine power, which would be unleashed upon any being attempting to seize the artifact, leading to their demise. Fortunately, as the mother of monsters, Echidna possessed remarkable regenerative and reproductive abilities, allowing her to endure the onslaught without succumbing. Unlike the many beasts she had borne with Typhon, the divine force within the thunderbolt did not claim her life. And in a desperate bid to save Typhon, Echidna braved the searing wrath of the thunder, racing to Sicily to cast the artifact into the volcano. By then, her form had been charred to a crisp, leaving only her head intact, and the restoration of her body would require considerable time. Typhon, upon acquiring Zeus's thunderbolt, was overwhelmed with elation. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the artifact, allowing its magic to envelop him and seize control. The thunderbolt resisted, fierce bolts of lightning coursing along Typhon's arms and spreading throughout his being, with thunderclaps and flashes attempting to vanquish the usurper, yet ultimately succumbing to his formidable regenerative abilities. Typhon had mastered the thunderbolt. He shattered the seals of Sicily, yet this time he had learned prudence. Shrinking his form to avoid further devastation of the land and drawing no attention from his divine mother, he stealthily approached the isle where Zeus and Pluto indulged in their tryst, the power of the thunderbolt dispelling the mists that obscured all sight. Stripped of his thunderous authority and bereft of divine assistance, Zeus faced imminent defeat, unable even to beseech the heavenly god-king for aid. Typhon swiftly severed Zeus's tendons, capturing him and imprisoning him in Sicily. Once I fully command the thunder, I shall ascend the sacred mountain and claim the throne of the god-king. Typhon cackled with unrestrained ambition, envisioning a glorious future. Pandora quietly withdrew from the volcano and approached the cave where the king of the gods was held captive. Zeus, incapacitated and sprawled upon the ground, his tendons severed, found himself weakened by the potion Pandora had provided, which thwarted his body's natural healing. Great king of the gods, my creator, I wonder if you still remember me? The dark-haired sorceress slowly approached Zeus, her crimson eyes reflecting his pitiful state, filled with delight. Weakened, Zeus barely managed to open his eyes, beholding the exquisite countenance of his visitor, his pupils constricting. Pandora? Upon recognizing the arrival, hope ignited within Zeus's gaze. Pandora, I beseech you to assist me in reclaiming my thunder. If you aid me in this endeavor and facilitate my escape, I shall bestow upon you glory and elevate you to the status of a goddess. Pandora regarded Zeus with a faint smile, her eyes reminiscent of one surveying a hapless creature destined for slaughter. Chapter 65. The Queen of Beasts. O great king of the gods, how do you wish for me to assist you? Pandora knelt, her crimson eyes fixed intently on the fallen deity, a disorienting aura of magic swirling within the cavern. The feeble god found himself utterly incapable of resisting this force. A barely perceptible red glimmer flickered within his azure eyes, and unbeknownst to him, his consciousness began to blur. Suddenly, a deep blue light emanated from his soiled forehead, as though something were attempting to escape from within him. The unexpected turn of events startled Pandora in an instant. She had distanced herself by 10 meters, her expression vigilant as she scrutinized the prostrate Zeus. Who could say what schemes this cunning god might be concocting? However, she quickly realized her concerns were unfounded. Zeus, racked with agony, shook his head repeatedly, his body convulsing. Had it not been for the severing of his tendons, he would likely have curled into a protective ball. No, you cannot abandon me. We are one. Where do you intend to go? Zeus, enduring excruciating pain, gritted his teeth and fought against the will that sought to escape him. His authority lost, an essence usurped, the once restless source of wisdom, now seized by Prometheus' judgment, sought to break free from the god who had dominated it for so long. Seeing his distress brought Pandora more joy than the prospect of ascending to the throne herself. Once assured of her safety, the black-haired sorceress settled comfortably, even conjuring a stone stool as she observed Zeus's plight with amusement. In his weakened state, Zeus could scarcely retain control over Métis's wisdom. A blue light surged from his forehead, and the essence of wisdom began to detach itself. It spiraled through the air, seemingly elated, preparing to flee the cave in search of its true master. Where do you intend to go, little one? Just as the essence of Métis was on the verge of exiting the cave, it was ensnared by a delicate hand. The ill-fated sorceress Pandora, gazing at the essence she had captured, let a smile grace her lips, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected windfall. The essence of wisdom writhed, struggling to escape Pandora's grasp. Filled with despair, it had not anticipated that after narrowly escaping one peril, it would plunge into another. Is there any essence in this world more wretched than its own? If even the king of the gods finds himself in such a dire predicament yet refuses to relinquish it, it must surely be a remarkable treasure. Sensing the yearning of the magical essence within her for this fragment of origin, Pandora tentatively infused it with a surge of her own magic. Instantly, a torrent of intricate knowledge and memories flooded her mind, revealing the origin and plight of this primordial essence. The essence of the goddess of wisdom? Pandora raised an eyebrow, clicking her tongue in sympathy. What a tragic fate it was for one who devoted herself entirely to securing dominion for her husband, only to meet such an end. The essence of wisdom suddenly radiated with an intense brilliance, clearly incensed by Pandora's words, its struggle intensifying. Be still, she commanded, her eyes gleaming with a scarlet light. The powers of seduction and intrigue gradually corrupted the essence of wisdom, and the air became thick with the perfume of poppies. For so long had this selfish and arrogant deity occupied its existence. Did it not harbor even a flicker of resentment? Did it not yearn for retribution? Merge with me. The grievances of your fall, the murder of your progeny, the usurpation, allow me to exact your vengeance. The essence's struggles diminished, its once pure radiance fading into a darker hue, ultimately transforming into a deep black. It succumbed to the enchantments of the witch, spiraling into depravity. The essence of wisdom relinquished its fight, coalescing into a liquid form that flowed into Pandora's being as sin, confusion, and conspiracy devoured the essence like ravenous predators. An ever-increasing tide of wisdom surged within her mind, and Pandora felt her powers amplify, ambition flourishing wildly in her heart. A mad notion took root within her, as the witch of sin, confusion, and intrigue. Pandora was herself a lunatic, a lucid madwoman. She approached Zeus once more, the seductive magic surreptitiously infiltrating his being. Devoid of the essence of wisdom, Zeus could not withstand the onslaught for long, succumbing to the depths of enchantment. Moments later, Pandora quietly exited the cavern that held Zeus captive, returning to the volcano where Typhon resided. The monstrous progenitor of all beasts gripped the thunderbolt, continuing to saturate it with his magic. The day he fully harnessed the power of thunder would herald his resurgence upon the divine mountain. "Pandora, my daughter, you have arrived," Typhon's Centra head spoke, its vertical pupils gleaming with lewd desire. As the progenitor of all beasts, Typhon's cravings were insatiable, yet his wife Echidna was reduced to naught but a head, unable to satisfy his needs. In his desperation, he sought out sea monsters from the depths to satiate his physiological urges. Yet, even so, upon beholding Pandora, whose beauty rivaled that of Aphrodite, Typhon could not suppress his rising desire. Unfazed by Typhon's revolting gaze, Pandora maintained a facade of reverence as she addressed him. "Mighty progenitor of all beasts, the vengeful goddesses have secretly relayed news from the divine mountain. Rhea, mother of the king of gods, has summoned the deities to discuss strategies for rescuing Zeus. Should they succeed, once the king regains his power, he may very well contest your dominion over the thunder. With the constraints of the god-king now lifted, and wielding the formidable power of thunder, who among the divine mountains could dare to challenge me?" Typhon appeared utterly unconcerned by Pandora's words. He raised his hand, crackling with arcs of lightning, showcasing the destructive might of thunder. A shadow flickered in Pandora's eyes as she feigned curiosity and admiration towards Typhon. "Great father of all beasts, is this truly thunder? The ferocity of such divine power is indeed impressive, and your ability to master it is awe-inspiring. Inda, I am the offspring of the Mother Earth and the god of the abyss. Taming thunder was merely a matter of time. However, you must not dare to touch it. Look at Echidna. That is the fate of those who meddle with thunder. I would not dream of touching such a terrifying force. Who besides you possesses the right to wield such power?" Pandora replied, her charming smile once again flattering the self-satisfied father of all beasts, while her beguiling magic quietly stirred. "Ha ha ha! Truly the creations of the divine speak more sweetly than mere beasts." Typhon, well aware of Pandora's origins, felt at ease with her presence. The gods had annihilated her former kin, and Typhon firmly believed that Pandora would not betray him to aid Zeus. The dragon head at the center of his being gazed at Pandora, its desires stirring restlessly, its gaze unabashedly admiring the enchanting figure of the sorceress. Typhon's serpentine tongue flicked out, moistening his lips. "Pandora, my daughter, I have aided you in capturing Zeus, allowing you to vent the hatred within your heart. How shall you repay me?" The implication of the father of all beasts was unmistakable. At his words, Pandora lowered her head, revealing a neck as delicate as white jade, reminiscent of a fragile flower stem, evoking a sense of tenderness. Her snow-white visage was tinged with a rosy hue, her expression bashful, radiating a beauty akin to the dawn, both resplendent and captivating. This beauty ensnared even Typhon, a being of immense power. "Magnificent and formidable Typhon, your grandeur surpasses that of the self-important god-king. To repay your kindness, I am willing to become your bride and dedicate myself to you." Splendid. "Pandora, when I conquer the divine mountains, I promise you a status no less than that of Echidna." Typhon's delight soared at Pandora's perceptiveness. His form began to shrink, transforming into a statuesque man of 2 meters, his features a blend of defiance and a hint of menace, complemented by golden serpent-like eyes, rendering him strikingly handsome. Setting aside the thunder, Typhon eagerly approached Pandora. "Do not rush, great father of all beasts. To enhance your revelry, I have sought out a rare divine wine, said to invigorate your spirit." Pandora interjected, playfully placing her hand against Typhon, her sultry gaze sweeping over him, igniting a thrill within the father of all beasts. In her hands appeared a golden wine bottle and 2 golden goblets, the rich aroma of the wine intoxicatingly alluring. The dark-haired sorceress poured a cup of exquisite wine and, with a gentle smile, offered it to Typhon. "Please, you drink first." The cunning father of all beasts, not fully trusting the sorceress, suggested that she imbibe first, ensuring that no treachery lay within the wine. Pandora offered a serene smile, consuming the exquisite wine in her cup. Her gaze held a hint of intoxication, and a rosy hue graced her cheeks, exuding an irresistible allure. "Ha ha, splendid." Typhon, witnessing this, finally felt at ease. Pandora poured him a glass of the fine wine from the golden flask, and Typhon, intrigued, was delighted to engage in her playful charade. As their golden cups clinked, the atmosphere grew convivial, and the father of all demons drank deeply from his cup beneath Pandora's enchanting smile. Upon consuming the wine, Typhon felt a conflagration of desire igniting within him, his lust intensifying. Pandora had indeed spoken the truth. The wine possessed stimulating properties. He believed he could engage in a fervent battle for 300 rounds without pause. "Pandora, my enchanting sorceress, allow me to possess you." The towering father of all demons could no longer restrain himself. He carelessly discarded his golden cup and eagerly sought to pin the enchantress beneath him. Yet, the rosy hue had vanished from Pandora's face, replaced by a pair of crimson eyes gleaming with coldness. A foreboding sensation surged within Typhon's heart. Before he could utter another word, Typhon felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his abdomen, a wave of weakness enveloping him, causing dizziness to wash over him. Indeed, Pandora had played her trick, administering a potion akin to that which Zeus had endured. This deadly concoction, painstakingly gathered by the vengeful goddesses, was beyond Typhon's capacity to evade in such a short span. However, the poison was not mixed into the wine, but rather infused within the golden chalice itself. The raven-haired sorceress struck Typhon with a resounding blow, her immense strength akin to the impact of a mountain, sending him crashing against the wall. In the next instant, she appeared beside the thunder, tainted by Typhon's own magic, and it too became frenzied. Lightning and thunder erupted incessantly, threatening all who dared approach. Yet, Pandora seemed oblivious to the peril posed by this tempest, boldly reaching out to grasp the divine artifact. Boom! The volcano on Sicily roared with thunder, an eruption of lightning and booming sound pouring forth from the artifact. Remarkably, this chaotic force did not harm Pandora. Instead, it directed its fury toward the father of all demons. Oh! The terrifying assault compelled Typhon to release a harrowing scream, his golden slit pupils wide with disbelief as he beheld Pandora wielding the thunder. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can the thunder not resist your touch? Why? As Pandora toyed with the thunder in her grasp, she felt the immense power of the lightning coursing through her. This formidable force, capable of determining life and death, caused the sorceress to squint her eyes slightly, contemplating that perhaps the king of the gods had bestowed upon her the right to wield the thunder. With the enhancement of the source of wisdom, Pandora's magic surged to unprecedented heights. The weakened king of the gods, under the influence of her beguiling magic, lost his discernment and, through her persuasive words, granted Pandora the right to command the thunder. The thunder glimmered in the hands of Pandora, its once radiant silver, now tainted by the insidious magic of sin, gradually transforming into a black lightning that epitomized malevolence and retribution. With each swing of the thunder, merciless black bolts struck Typhon, infused with the corrupting power of evil. These lightning strikes not only bore the destructive force of thunder, but also dragged along the shadows of humanity's darker nature, tearing at Typhon's very soul. This dual assault on both body and spirit rendered the father of all beasts incapable of enduring, unleashing a chorus of anguished roars as volcanoes trembled and thick smoke billowed forth. The wild tempest of lightning continued to rain down upon him, and under the suppression of the potion, Typhon could hardly maintain his humanoid form, revealing instead his true monstrous appearance, adorned with 100 dragon heads. As Pandora drew closer, the black thunder plunged unhesitatingly into Typhon's heart, the magic of greed and gluttony surging forth, wielding the black lightning to voraciously siphon away Typhon's power. The essence of the father of all beasts flowed ceaselessly into Pandora, her skin becoming increasingly translucent, her dark hair exuding an intoxicating fragrance, her eyes radiant like the stars in the night sky, and her crimson lips growing ever more resplendent. The forces of storm, volcano, and toxic smoke were seized by her. She supplanted Typhon, emerging as the new embodiment of calamity, the queen of beasts, just as Typhon was on the brink of perishing from the depletion of his magic. Pandora withdrew the thunder from within him, exhaling upon the once mighty father of all beasts. In an unexpected twist, the fierce dragon heads of Typhon, now unconscious, suddenly opened their eyes wide, letting out mindless roars, their sharp teeth gleaming ominously, driven solely by instincts of destruction and savagery. Go forth, the beast with 100 dragon heads, and rend the king of gods asunder. Chapter 66. The storm approaches upon the majestic and sacred heights of Mount Olympus. The gods remained oblivious to the momentous upheaval on the island of Sicily, engrossed instead in fervent debates on how to rescue their king, Zeus. Typhon, a creature surpassing even the highest deities, had been gravely wounded in their last encounter. Yet, after a period of recuperation and with the acquisition of the power of thunder, he had regained strength. Meanwhile, the gods found themselves weakened by the absence of Zeus, leaving even the typically valiant and combative Ares reluctant to engage in battle. Amidst the clamor of their discussions, it was ultimately decided that Hermes, the swift and cunning messenger of the gods, would venture secretly to Sicily to assess the situation. If he could manage to liberate Zeus undetected, it would be a tremendous boon. Although Hermes felt discontented at being entrusted with such a perilous task, the mother of the god king, Rhea, promised him that if he succeeded, he would be granted one wish from Zeus, which could potentially secure the final position of the chief deity within his grasp. Embodying the spirit of a merchant and traveler, Hermes, ever the adventurer, resolved to undertake this daunting journey. Donning his winged helmet, the youthful god stepped forth from the temple, intent on quietly making his way to Sicily. But suddenly, an extraordinary transformation erupted in the heavens. Flashes of lightning and thunder roared as fierce winds howled, and thick, dark clouds enveloped the entire earth. A wave of fear and lamentation surged simultaneously within the hearts of the gods. Zeus, the mother of the king of gods, Rhea, and the queen of gods, Hera, were both startled from their thrones, their expressions momentarily vacant as they gazed towards the direction of Sicily. Hebe furrowed her brow, silently activating her historical divine essence. The mists of history dissipated, revealing all that transpired in Sicily within her mind. Upon glimpsing a familiar yet unfamiliar figure, Hebe was taken aback. Pandora? The first woman of humanity. Since she unleashed calamity, Poseidon had unleashed a cataclysmic flood, claiming all but Deucalion and Pyrrha from existence. Both Pandora and Epimetheus had vanished without a trace. Even among the spirits of the underworld, Hades could not find her presence. Hebe had believed Pandora was in hiding under Epimetheus's protection. Little did she know she had fallen into the depths of sorcery. Her power now, so formidable that she had simultaneously usurped the dominions of Typhon and Zeus. Although Hebe could not directly sense the current strength of Zeus and Typhon, she was certain that Pandora's state now surpassed that of the former Typhon. She seemed, like Hebe herself, to have subtly approached that realm of power. Athena furrowed her brow. Being a goddess born from Zeus's very head, her connection to him was more profound than that of the other deities. She indeed sensed the dissipating power of her father. The power of the father god is waning. The bright-eyed goddess, Athena, knitted her brow, seemingly mourning her father's decline, yet inwardly troubled by the fact that Polos had yet to be reincarnated. Should Zeus fall at this moment, the throne of the king of gods would be vacant, leaving Apollo and Ares as the most likely contenders for the position, with Poseidon potentially intervening as well. This scenario would undoubtedly be detrimental to her. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. The slayer of gods and the king of gods, Typhon, would not be so reckless. He could not bear such consequences. The mother of the king of gods, Rhea, still refused to believe that Zeus would perish in such a manner. This goddess, accustomed to a life of luxury for many years, was beginning to panic, her voice growing hysterical. Hera sat slumped upon her throne, rendered speechless. Though she found it hard to believe, she undeniably sensed Zeus' demise. As the king and queen of the gods were once one, she could feel the connection between herself and Zeus slowly fading. After so many years as husband and wife, having shared moments of sweetness, although Hera had long since given up on Zeus, the dreadful news of his fall stirred waves of sorrow within her heart. The tidings of the king of gods' demise plunged the gathered deities into chaos, each casting bewildered glances at one another, uncertain of what to do next. There is still a chance. At that moment, Hebe rose and spoke, a peculiar blue flower materializing in her hand, as the power of resurrection permeated the grand hall. The father god had only recently fallen. If we could retrieve his body within 12 days, I would be able to restore his divinity and bring him back to life. Hebe was indeed correct. The radiant Apollo also stood, the Delphic oracle emanating golden light from his hands, aiding him in his prophecy. The power of the prophecy revealed to me that the father god had not truly perished. His spirit was drawn and safeguarded by the planetary king. As long as we found his body, with the aid of the goddess Hebe, he could be resurrected. While the gods were conversing, Eos, the goddess of the dawn and the monsoon, hurried into the main temple, holding a box in her hands. After bowing to the gods, Eos spoke, "Mother of the god king, queen of the gods, and esteemed deities, while I was fulfilling my duties on earth, a sudden storm arose from Sicily, scattering divine flesh and blood across the world. It was an urgent matter, and I could only manage to collect a portion." Eos opened the box, revealing dozens of pieces of divine flesh, radiating divine energy, from which the power of thunder continuously emanated. It was evident whose they were. The bite marks upon them were shocking. 56 pieces. These were the divine flesh belonging solely to the Father God. The prophecy informed me that he had been divided into 100 pieces, with 44 scattered across the earth. We must retrieve them swiftly. Apollo continued to prophesy, a scroll of parchment materializing in his hands, depicting a map of the Chaos continent. He pointed to 44 luminous dots upon it, marking the locations of Zeus's remaining flesh. "Apollo, please make several copies of this map and give them to Eos, who, alongside Demeter and Hestia, will lead a group of deities to search for these fragments. Hermes, notify the gods on the divine mountain to remain vigilant. Since the enemy dares to commit such an audacious act, they likely intend to fight to the bitter end. Athena, Ares, Apollo, you shall lead a contingent of deities to patrol the divine mountain, preventing any beast from sneaking in." At that moment, Hera, regaining her composure from sorrow, took it upon herself to shoulder the burden. With a solemn expression, she issued a series of directives to address the current situation. Having received Hera's commands, the gods wasted no time in setting out to fulfill her orders. "Mother Goddess, I fear this matter may not be so simple. I believe it is necessary to visit the underworld and seek the assistance of the deities there," Hebe whispered to Hera. "Very well. If Hades exerts his full power, he should be able to fill Zeus's void. If possible, strive to gain the support of the primordial gods. I appreciate your efforts on this journey, my daughter." Hera replied with a nod. Hebe rose and departed from the main temple, utilizing the authority of reincarnation to arrive at the temple of reincarnation in the underworld, where her half-sister, Peos, promptly welcomed her. "Peos, it has been some time since Olympus has been gathering hope among mortals, has it not? From the faith of humanity in Hebe, a goddess born of hope emerges, a deity conceived from the purest intentions of humankind towards Hebe. Although not a creation of Hebe's fragmented soul, she serves as a manifestation of Hebe in another form. Olympus, the goddess of prayers and hope, possesses a unique role. She can perceive the wishes harbored within the hearts of living beings, guiding them towards their aspirations and directions. Once their desires are fulfilled, she can capture a fragment of that hope within her golden lily box. Over the years, Hebe has allowed her to traverse the earth, fulfilling the wishes of souls and gathering hope, initially intended as a contingency to enhance her own chances of transcending the primordial gods. However, with unforeseen changes arising, she may soon need to utilize the hope she has painstakingly collected. Indeed, my lord, the quantity of hope within Olympus's golden box may prove insufficient. Whether it will be needed depends on my meeting with Lady Nyx, she replied. You should journey to the mortal realm and retrieve the golden box from her. As the decision was made, Pakos refrained from further words. The dark-haired deity employed her dominion over reincarnation, transporting herself to the earthly realm. Hebe, with her wings unfurled, arrived beside the abyss of Tartarus, only to find the temple of the night goddess firmly shut. Hypnos, adorned with white wings that starkly contrasted the underworld, stood at the entrance, looking upon Hebe with a hint of regret. Ruler of rebirth, esteemed Princess Hebe, the mother goddess is aware of your visit. She has instructed me to inform you that the primordial gods do not intend to intervene. The calamity wrought by the gods must be resolved by their own hands. Hebe fell silent for a moment, then nodded. It was indeed true. This predicament stemmed from Zeus, yet the gods, including herself, had also been complicit in the creation of Pandora. The primordial gods, noble in their stature, should not be expected to act as caretakers, always responsible for mending the aftermath of divine mischief. It seemed hopeless to expect the primordial gods to intervene, and Hebe resolved to depart without further insistence. Princess Hebe, please wait. Hypnos's voice resonated once more. Puzzled, Hebe turned to the god of sleep. My lady, the mother goddess has asked me to convey another message to you. A gentle smile graced Hypnos's handsome face, emanating a misty and dreamlike allure. The mother goddess says that crises often accompany opportunities. Seize this moment wisely. Crisis often accompanies opportunity? Hebe pondered deeply for a moment. Then her expression brightened, and a smile emerged as she bowed in gratitude towards Hypnos. I understand now. Thank you for your message. Prince Hypnos, I know what I must do. You're welcome, my lady. Safe travels. With her wings spread wide, Hebe departed the temple of the night goddess. But instead of returning to the divine mountain, she made her way to the palace of Hades. The tall, dark-haired, blue-eyed lord of the underworld remained engrossed in a mountain of documents, though the once insurmountable pile had now been reduced by half. Hebe cast a glance at the busy souls of the deceased surrounding Hades, and it seemed that this lord of the underworld had finally unearthed the treasure within his grasp. Your Majesty Hades, master of the netherworld and sovereign of the guests, I humbly seek your audience. Hades paused with his quill, lifting his gaze from the affairs at hand. A flicker of resignation danced in his emerald eyes as he addressed his aides. You may all return. The matters of today shall be postponed. Yes, the once hopeful spirits of the deceased replied, their expressions turning somber as they burdened themselves with a heap of documents and trudged out of the hall of Hades. Princess Hebe, I am aware of your purpose in seeking me, yet I must confess I do not intend to intervene in this matter. The adversary is formidable, and the number of deities in my realm is already scarce. Should misfortune befall me, not only would the fates of Nyx and Erebus become uncertain, but I would also be left in search of new deities to replace those who have fallen. Hades, too, was beset by a sense of helplessness. He was well aware of Zeus's demise. Out of brotherly loyalty, he had contemplated offering assistance to the pantheon. However, the reputation of the gods on the mountain in the realm of the dead was dismal. The underworld deities had cleaned up after them on numerous occasions, and upon hearing Hades's intent to lend aid, they swiftly shook their heads in refusal. You may go if you wish. I shall not accompany you. After all, I have endured enough hardship over the years, and it would be a stretch to expect me to help you. Dream on. With the three primordial deities of the underworld standing guard, Hades was confident that no threats would reach their domain. Your Majesty Hades, I understand your predicament. However, my visit is not to solicit the underworld deities' assistance for the mountain gods. The rampant magic of calamity in the mortal realm is giving rise to numerous beasts and specters. The human city-states have only recently begun to restore their prosperity. The gods of the mountain are currently overwhelmed with their own troubles. If no one safeguards these city-states, allowing the fiends to wreak havoc, many lives may be lost once more. Would this not only increase the workload of the underworld deities? My purpose here today is merely to request your assistance in protecting the city-states of the earth. Once this crisis subsides, I shall personally appeal to the Father God for several city-states to be granted to the underworld deities, enabling them to earn the reverence of the denizens of the netherworld. What say you? Hebe had not anticipated significant aid from the underworld deities, recognizing that the rifts between their realms could not be mended overnight. Yet at present, she had no choice but to seek their strength to safeguard humanity. The previous incident had unfolded with such suddenness that Hebe had no option but to relocate the living to Zoe's star. Yet, such measures could not be a recurring solution. The world of chaos was not solely within her dominion, and she was not their caretaker. Hades could not deny that Hebe's mention of increased workload struck a chord within him. The azure-eyed king pondered for a moment and eventually nodded. Very well. I shall dispatch the underworld deities to the earth to thwart the encroachment of the fiends upon the human city-states. But that shall be the extent of my involvement. The rest is for you to resolve. As it stands, Hebe is currently engaged in negotiations with Hades. Yet unexpectedly, chaos has erupted on Mount Olympus. The Witch of Calamity, Pandora, has successfully usurped the powers of Typhon and Zeus. However, her mortal origins render her fundamentally lacking in the requisite strength. The two formidable forces now reside within her, intertwining with her own magical essence, leaving her feeling akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. She craves release, an outlet for the turmoil within her. Her surging, barely contained magic assaults her very soul. The powers she once wielded to ensnare others' minds now turn against their master. Pandora's inner desires are magnified, and so too is her hatred. Although the architect of her plight, Zeus, has already fallen, that alone is insufficient. There are other deities, the creators of her being, who are equally complicit in the destruction of humanity. She yearns for vengeance. She seeks to retaliate against the gods of Olympus. The dark-haired sorceress's eyes gleam with a scarlet light as she teeters on the brink of madness. With a single command, a multitude of fallen succubi and beasts pour forth, traversing mountains and plains in pursuit of their queen, advancing toward Olympus. Accompanied by black lightning, storms, and flames, disaster marches alongside Pandora. Chapter 67. The bloom of doomed calamity follows in Pandora's wake as the beasts surge forth like a tidal wave toward the hallowed and majestic Olympus. The earth trembling beneath their colossal presence, reminiscent of an earthquake. The monstrous horde, though chaotic and unruly, maintains a general direction under Pandora's orders. Yet, as they pass human city-states, the allure of sweet, succulent flesh tempts many beasts to diverge and attack. At this juncture, Pandora has succumbed to her rage. Her hatred for the gods obscures her vision, causing her to forget her own humanity and the calamity she inflicts upon her kin, her sole focus fixated on Olympus. Fortunately, due to Hebe's foresight, Hades has dispatched the underworld deities to stabilize the city-states and thwart the onslaught of larger beasts, while the smaller ones are barely held at bay by the valiant warriors among the humans. The celestial beings, led by Hestia and Demeter, scouring the earth for remnants of Zeus, also encounter this tide of beasts. Hestia, usually a paragon of kindness, feels her wrath ignite as she witnesses the devastation wrought upon human settlements. Rarely does this gentle goddess display such severity. A torch of blazing fire appears in her grasp, its golden red flames transforming into serpentine embers, incinerating the beasts besieging the city to ashes. Hestia acknowledges the underworld guardians protecting humanity with a nod, and with a sweeping gesture, she plants several torches around the city, unleashing divine protection that repels the encroaching beasts. Meanwhile, Demeter showcases her divine prowess, having been chosen by Gaia as the earthly representative. With the primordial deity absent, it is her duty to safeguard the land. The goddess, much like her elder sister, unleashed her divine prowess. The once gentle and innocuous flora revealed its menacing fangs. Thorny brambles morphed into chains that ensnared the monstrous beasts, while poppy pollen lulled them into a drowsy stupor. The broad leaves of the oak transformed into sharp blades, descending to behead the creatures. The embodiment of calamity, Pandora, had arrived at the sacred mountain, where the deities had already gathered, standing resolutely at the summit in confrontation. Prior to her departure, Hebe had conveyed the situation of Sicily to Hera. Upon learning that it was Pandora, the former harbinger of disasters, who had orchestrated the current turmoil, the gods felt a tumultuous wave of astonishment. A mere human, once a pawn for unleashing misfortune, now wielded such formidable power? Silence enveloped both parties, for they understood that reconciliation was no longer an option. With a mere wave of her hand, the monstrous harpies behind Pandora emitted a piercing shriek, surging forth to engage the gods in battle atop the mountain. Thunderous roars echoed as dark lightning, a symbol of catastrophe, and ferocious gales enveloped Olympus, casting the heavens into a foreboding gloom steeped in an ominous aura. The black thunderbolts rained down upon the gods of the mountain, but the resolute goddess Athena, clad in armor, positioned her chariot before her fellow deities, wielding the aegis. a golden shield capable of dispelling evil and calamity to deflect the onslaught of lightning. As Athena lowered her shield, her expression darkened. Within the black thunder, she sensed the essence of divine wisdom, the very wisdom bequeathed by the mother goddess, now tainted by this sorceress. In a sudden surge of wrath, the bright-eyed goddess unleashed her formidable divine power, urging her chariot towards Pandora, seeking to strike her down with her spear. The other gods, rallying to Athena's aid, unleashed their radiant divine light upon Pandora, a flurry of celestial artifacts soaring through the air, aimed with precision at the sorceress. Pandora, her expression impassive, wielded the thunder in her grasp. The inky clouds above thickened and surged downward, erecting a formidable barrier beside her that repelled the god's assault. It was evident she had absorbed the powers of Typhon and Zeus, rendering her overwhelmingly powerful. We may not stand a chance against her, Apollo, the sun god, mused with a grave countenance, pondering whether Rhea could convince Gaia to intervene. After the chaos erupted, the mother of the gods, Rhea, sought assistance in the temple of the Earth Mother. Yet the situation appeared dire. But hope remained. Hera glimmered with a crimson radiance as the power of marriage surged forth, her violet eyes igniting with divine light. With a gentle utterance of divine words, she proclaimed, as the wife of the king of the gods, the bearer of half of Zeus's authority, I too possess dominion over thunder. With her words, the thunder in Pandora's grasp trembled subtly, beginning to resist allegiance to the sorceress as the strength of the thunder waned. The witch sensed something amiss. Her scarlet eyes fixated on the goddess, standing at the center of the pantheon. With a piercing wail, her raven hair surged wildly, transforming into countless grotesque serpents, each hissing forth dark energy, molten rock, toxic fumes, storms, and a myriad of negative emotions, all cascading upon the towering Olympus. The once sacred and majestic Olympus began to dissolve under this onslaught, and the temples of the gods crumbled to ruins. Yet at that moment, the deities had no mind for such devastation. They were wholly consumed by the need to protect Hera, who was engaged in a fierce struggle for control over the thunder. The gods summoned their divine powers to raise barriers against the assaults unleashed by Pandora. However, their defenses would not endure for long. The robust shield shattered layer by layer, and a relentless cacophony of explosions echoed through the air. The backlash from their own divine energies forced the gods to cough up blood in agony. The situation grew increasingly dire, and Hera could no longer afford to contend for the control of thunder. If this continued, a deity would surely fall. She cast a glance at the ravaged Olympus, gritted her teeth, and issued a command. All deities, retreat from the sacred mountain. To the underworld we go. Once Zeus is revived, we shall devise our next steps. Yes, even without Hera's decree, some gods had already begun to entertain thoughts of flight. After all, what was the point of adhering to the sacred mountain when they could escape? In an instant, the gods transformed into various animals and fled toward the earth. Apollo became a raven, Artemis morphed into a cat, Hermes turned into a heron, and Aphrodite, cradling the little god of love, transformed into two fish that dove headlong into the river. Other gods, too, took on their respective forms, scattering like streaks of light in every direction. Trying to flee? Pandora, now fully transformed into a monstrosity, sneered, her serpentine hair flickering with dark light as the forces of disaster surged toward the escaping deities. Enough! The realm of black and white unfurled, enveloping Olympus entirely, heralding the return of Hebe, the ruler of reincarnation from the underworld. To confront this formidable adversary, Hebe fused once more with her demigod counterpart, Paean. The goddess's golden hair transformed into a deep, night-like hue, her eyes shimmering with a mysterious purple-gold radiance, and her lips a blood-red hue. She radiated an overwhelming divine power that surpassed even that of the chief gods. With a wave of her hand, the divine energy of the realm of reincarnation spread forth, the forces of death sweeping through to annihilate the encroaching beasts. Pandora's attacks upon the gods were intercepted, dissipating into nothingness under the corrosive influence of the realm of reincarnation. Who are you? Pandora inquired, gazing at the mysterious goddess who had suddenly appeared. The serpents upon her head hissed menacingly, and her scarlet eyes brimmed with wariness. This new opponent was stronger than any deity atop the mountain, instilling within her a sense of threat. Pandora, Cease your actions. You believe you wield power, yet you become a mere puppet to it. Consider what your so-called vengeance has truly wrought. A divine radiance enveloped Hebe, and Pandora beheld her own grotesque visage, witnessing the rampaging beasts and calamities afflicting the earth, along with the humanity struggling in desperate resistance against these monstrous assaults. Yet what of it? The harbinger of such devastation was not I, but rather you, the pantheon of deities. If anyone is to bear the burden of consequence, it is you. With an impassive countenance, Pandora uttered her merciless words, her crimson eyes betraying no flicker of emotion, though crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks. Pandora, your vendetta has long been resolved. Zeus has already fallen once, because of you, and the previous generation of humankind, blessed by the cycle of reincarnation, has been granted a chance to tread upon the earth anew. Your lingering fury stems from the chaos within you. Should this continue, you shall lose your essence entirely, becoming a mere puppet of calamity. Hebe, filled with sympathy for Pandora's plight, comprehended her madness, yet recognized that Pandora could not persist on this path. The might of Typhon and Zeus was overwhelming, and although her unique circumstances had endowed her with immense potential, if she could introspect her divine essence as Hebe had, she might one day ascend to become a formidable goddess. Alas, blinded by hatred, Pandora had evidently strayed from the righteous path. She rejected divinity, choosing instead to descend into the abyss of witchcraft, employing treachery to usurp the powers of two sovereigns. However, lacking the requisite foundation, her reckless appropriation of these alien forces had begun to invoke a subtle rejection from the very laws of existence, and she found herself increasingly ensnared by the powers she could not fully control. The Pandora of now could no longer be deemed the vengeful witch of yore. She had transformed into a vessel of calamity, her very existence a manifestation of original sin. As long as she remained in this world, she would inflict suffering upon countless beings, whether willingly or unwillingly. No, silence. You wish for me to relinquish my vengeful might and revert to a pawn under your dominion. But I shall not be deceived again. You hypocritical deities deserve nothing less than demise. Hebe's words undoubtedly struck a nerve within Pandora, as tears flowed unceasingly from her eyes. Yet her visage bore an expression of unparalleled ferocity and cruelty. Her gaze shimmered with a sanguine glow, and the serpentine locks upon her head hissed and crackled with dark energy, launching an assault upon the loquacious goddess. The ominous clouds above churned in tandem with the controller's tumultuous thoughts, resembling a tempestuous tide of darkness. Storms and thunder, summoned by the witch's command, descended upon Hebe with cataclysmic fury. Realizing that her attempts at persuasion had borne no fruit, Hebe sighed in resignation. The situation had escalated beyond the point of restraint. With a resounding crash, the black lightning and tempest struck, and Hebe's domain of reincarnation burst forth in resplendent light. The duality of black and white dissolved into a pure white expanse, the purifying divine might more potent than ever, confronting the onslaught of calamity and dissipating its dread power. Yet, ultimately, Pandora bore the formidable powers of two sovereigns. Even when Hebe and Theos merged, they could barely match her strength. The purifying domain could not entirely negate Pandora's dark thunder. A single bolt pierced through the divine force of purification, striking Hebe's shoulder and scorching her divine form. The staff of life manifested beside the goddess, radiating a verdant glow, channeling the immense power of life to heal its mistress's wounds. A crown of winter deities adorned Hebe's head, as the divine essence of purification mingled with the essence of winter, sending pure white snowflakes cascading through the heavens. The beauty of the swirling snow was enchanting, yet each flake bore an intense, purifying force, sweeping away sin and cleansing calamity. The relentless snowfall infiltrated every corner, as the snowflakes fell upon Pandora, transforming into the most pristine force of purification, igniting pure white flames that sought to incinerate her wretched shell. A scream of excruciating pain escaped Pandora's lips. Her serpentine hair writhed in fury as a volcano surged from beneath her, spewing forth magma and billowing smoke. The witch plunged into the molten depths to resist the relentless snowfall. A glimmer of determination flashed in Hebe's eyes as the power of winter surged forth, the frigid energy rapidly ascending the volcano. Beneath the blanket of ice and snow, the once boiling red mountain began to cool, as Hebe tirelessly inscribed layer upon layer of seals with her purifying force, aspiring to bind Pandora as the Earth Mother had imprisoned Typhon. The volcano trembled violently, intermittently emitting Pandora's unwilling shrieks, yet gradually fell silent, seemingly transformed into a dormant mountain. Had success been achieved? The realm of black and white suddenly unfurled, intertwining like two fish in a dance, enveloping Hebe within. A terrifying aura, a formidable presence erupted from the volcano, imprisoning Pandora as a dark, humanoid figure burst forth. Pandora had succumbed entirely to her demonic transformation. In this state, she possessed no semblance of reason, emitting meaningless howls as the lightning in her grasp radiated a disquieting energy, resembling an ancient dragon surging towards Hebe. With gritted teeth, Hebe activated the divine power of reincarnation, as her life, death, summer, and winter essences shone brightly, continuously channeling energy into the core of her reincarnation divinity. Under such immense pressure, the gray matter at the center of her reincarnation divinity expanded, unlocking her latent potential. The black thunder struck upon Hebe's domain, sending her plummeting like a meteor to Mount Olympus. Shielded by her domain, Hebe struggled valiantly, yet the once glorious Olympus was less fortunate. The unleashed chaotic power reduced it to a charred wasteland. In the name of Queen Hera, O thunder, return to my embrace. The resounding divine proclamation echoed throughout the cosmos. Indeed, Queen Hera had returned. Hera had initially fled Mount Olympus with the other gods, intending to devise a plan once Zeus was rescued. However, from a distance, she beheld a radiant, dual-colored divine light emanating from the mountain, an overwhelming and extraordinary power that could only belong to her daughter, Hebe. In that moment, Hera's heart shattered. The creature before her bore the combined strength of two sovereigns. Although Hebe had garnered considerable renown over the years, Hera felt she could not contend with such a monstrous force. Anxious for her daughter's safety, the goddess hastily turned back, and Ares and Hephaestus, ever vigilant in safeguarding Hera, accompanied her. Athena, after a moment's hesitation, also returned, while Poseidon had already retreated to the sea realm, staunchly guarding against a recurrence of past tragedies. Apollo, observing the direction of the mountain, recognized the divine power at play. The radiant sun god fell silent for a moment before instructing Artemis and Hermes to assist in searching for the flesh of Zeus on the earth, while he himself resolved to return and lend his aid. Upon Hera's return to the mountain, she witnessed Hebe being struck down by the creature's black lightning, causing her heart to race. The maternal instinct to protect her offspring ignited within Hera, unleashing a tremendous force. A blinding crimson light enveloped her as the divine essence of marriage shimmered brilliantly, empowering her to contest Pandora for control over the thunder. With a roar, the lightning in the creature's grasp trembled, its potency waning. It turned its gaze, blood-red eyes fixated on Hera, preparing to eliminate the bothersome goddess. Monster, receive my axe. Ares, the god of blood and war, surged forth, his fierce energy radiating from his muscular form, the axe in his hand gleaming with brilliance. Fueled by unwavering courage, he charged into battle against the creature. I shall assist you. The wise goddess Athena, wielding the Aegis shield and a golden spear, fought alongside Ares. As Hera wrested control of the thunder from Pandora, the creature could not utilize Zeus's power for the time being, allowing Athena and Ares to hold their ground for a while longer. The two war deities fought side by side, their formidable forms engaging the creature in combat. Silver axes glinting and golden spears raining down, the art of war and fire vividly displayed in their prowess. Hephaestus, not idle, employed his dominion over fire and forging, exerting his full strength to suppress Pandora's fiery magic. He occasionally hurled golden nets to entrap the creature's divine power, providing Athena and Ares with significant opportunities, albeit momentarily. The brilliant Apollo drew back his golden bow, channeling the purest divine energy into it, which coalesced into 1,000 arrows in an instant. Stand clear. Ares and Athena immediately retreated. The golden rain of arrows enveloped the creature, the overwhelming divine force erupting upon it, eliciting a painful howl. Through the concerted efforts of the gods, the monstrous incarnation of Pandora was indeed momentarily restrained, unable to free itself. "We have succeeded." A voice of surprise emanated from Hera, prompting the gods to turn around and witness a surge of formidable divine power emanating from her. Dark clouds and lightning accompanied her as she, the goddess donned in golden sandals, cast a fierce gaze at the monstrous creature. Without hesitation, she wielded her authority to summon the thunder that the beast still clutched in its grasp. A brilliant silver lightning bolt erupted from the divine artifact, instantly enveloping her in its fierce embrace. The excruciating pain compelled her to release her grip on the thunder, leading to the loss of the thunder god's power. Swiftly, Hera pursued the plummeting thunder, fearing it might fall back into the clutches of the creature. At that moment, a divine light erupted from the sacred mountain, dispersing the ominous clouds that shrouded the heavens and revealing a dazzling array of stars. The gods beheld a familiar yet enigmatic figure emerging from the mountain. Long, dark hair, mysterious purple-golden eyes, and a serene countenance imbued with an aura of unparalleled sanctity, inspiring an involuntary feeling of reverence among them. The gods were taken aback by this sensation. Hebe glanced at the small box in her palm, which she had diminished in size, and sighed. After years of collecting hope, she had merely secured a fleeting hour of experiencing the primordial divine realm, a steep price to pay. Yet, the elevated perspective was indeed breathtaking. Hebe savored this unprecedented state. As everything transformed around her, a supreme divinity blossomed within her soul, rendering the myriad of existence minuscule. It felt as though a mere flick of her finger could easily dictate the fate of all beings, including the deities themselves. Suddenly, a shiver ran through her, and a bittersweet smile graced her lips. She had nearly lost herself in this overwhelming power, narrowly escaping a perilous fate. However, an urgent matter demanded her attention. Hebe turned her gaze toward Pandora, who, having lost the power of thunder, continued to struggle fiercely against the gods and was subtly gaining the upper hand. With her mesmerizing and resplendent eyes directed toward the heavens, she communed with the stars. Zoe, her closest ally among them, was the first to respond, followed by other prominent celestial beings, each igniting with brilliance. The stars shone brightly, beginning to rotate as countless celestial energies converged into a colossal net, which then descended into Hebe's grasp. Raising her hand, Hebe released the starry net, ensnaring the possessed Pandora, whose movements were now restrained by the overwhelming power of the stars. "This must come to an end, Pandora." Ignoring the bewildered gazes of Athena and the others, Hebe raised her hand to extract the power of Typhon from within Pandora, manifesting as a delicate blue flower. Infusing this energy into the blossom, she cast it into the volcano of Sicily, sealing it with several powerful seals. Next, she extracted the tainted essence of wisdom that she had invaded. Observing its murky appearance, she realized it was temporarily unusable. Turning to Athena, she suggested, "Let undergo reincarnation. It shall return to you in another form in due time." With a resigned nod, Athena acknowledged the necessity of this course of action. Hebe opened the portal to reincarnation and cast the essence into its depths. In the depths of the ocean, a radiant light flickered from the abdomen of the ancient sea deity Ponus's daughter, the mother of monsters, Ceto. Within her womb, as she nurtured two new lives, a singular, extraordinary being began to quietly form. Soon, only the original sorceress, Pandora, remained. Hebe gazed at Pandora, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from her torment, and with a heavy sigh, raised her hand and unleashed divine power, shattering her to pieces. Pandora's soul transformed into countless fragments of starlight, scattered upon the earth, giving rise to clusters of pure, beautiful thorn flowers. The thorn flower, once innocent, now bloomed as the flower of sin in the twilight of the world. With the downfall of the instigator, Pandora, this tumult, the greatest since the Titanomachy, finally reached its conclusion. Chapter 68. Resurrection. After vanquishing Pandora, Hebe sealed the power of calamity back within the volcano of Sicily, causing the rampaging beasts on the earth to lose their augmented strength. Moreover, with their leader absent, they were swiftly defeated by the celestial and nether deities, retreating in utter disarray, as chaotic as their earlier advance. The ruler of the cycle, Hebe, once again established her illustrious reputation in this battle, having conquered a creature embodying the powers of both Zeus and Typhon. Even the former king of the gods, Zeus, could only hold his own against it, requiring the assistance of other gods to inflict significant damage. Yet Hebe managed to eliminate it entirely. Just how powerful was she? This force seemed to rival that of the primordial gods, a question shared among the deities, especially Athena and Apollo. One an astute goddess of wisdom, and the other a prophetic deity of foresight, noted that Hebe's current strength and aura were akin to that of the primordial gods. How else could she have directly manipulated the stars to form a celestial web, bypassing the guardians of the leading stars? It seemed rather conspicuous. Hebe discreetly observed their expressions, allowing her divine power and oppressive presence to gradually dissipate. The awe-inspiring aura that commanded reverence faded away. Fortuitously, with the assistance of the goddess Nyx, who had granted her secretive access to primordial strength, she had averted the imminent fall of the divine mountain. A pallor crept onto Hebe's face as she unapologetically brandished the banner of her ally, Nyx, as a guise. She was not yet ready to reveal her true capabilities. So that was the case. I wondered how my sister had suddenly grown so powerful. I almost hesitated to recognize her. Is that black hair a result of Nyx's power? The somewhat oblivious Ares, the god of war, gave it little thought. Naturally reverent of strength, he respected Hebe's prowess, despite her being his sister. "Come to my war god's temple sometime. Let's train together," he declared, then turned to gaze in the direction of his temple, only to find Olympus had been reduced to charred earth under the onslaught of dark thunder, with the deity's sanctuaries lying in ruins. "Oh, my temple, that accursed sorceress. Silence, please." A golden net descended, ensnaring Ares like a grand dumpling. The limping Hephaestus approached slowly, casting a disapproving glance at the raucous Ares. Ares felt a surge of anger at Hephaestus's lack of chivalry, but refrained from voicing his discontent, for he always felt diminished in Hephaestus's presence. At that moment, Hera, in pursuit of the divine artifact thunder, returned to the divine mountain, the goddess adorned in a crimson gown and golden shoes, wielding the shimmering silver lightning. "Mother!" Hebe rushed forth to greet Hera's return. "My daughter, I owe you a great debt of gratitude this time," Hera said, her expression filled with maternal affection as she caressed Hebe's dark hair, indifferent to any changes in her daughter. Regardless of how Hebe transformed, she would always remain Hera's proudest child. Now that the calamity has concluded, it is time to restore Olympus to its former glory, Hera declared solemnly as she lowered her hand. The noble queen of the gods raised the lightning in her grasp, channeling boundless power into it, and suddenly thrust the resplendent artifact into the charred earth. Instantly, Olympus, now a desolate expanse, erupted in blinding light, overshadowing the very sky itself. Once the brilliance faded, the majestic and radiant divine mountain stood tall once more amidst the realms of the heavens and earth. Hebe too unleashed her divine power, causing oaks, pomegranates, and olive trees to burst forth from the soil, standing like sentinels upon Olympus, exuding a delightful verdancy. Countless rare flowers and exotic grasses carpeted the divine mountain, releasing a fragrant aroma that restored the splendor of Olympus. Apollo, Athena, go summon the other gods, and check on Hestia and the others to see if they have gathered all of Zeus's remnants. Assist them in the search. Time is of the essence, Hera commanded after completing her task. Understood. With Zeus absent, Hera, as the possessor of half the divine authority, issued commands that were the highest decree of the mountain. Though Apollo and Athena were curious about Hebe's newfound powers, they set aside their speculations and embarked towards the earth. "Hephaestus, you and Ares should begin the reconstruction of the gods' temples." "Understood, Mother," Hephaestus replied, somewhat begrudgingly lifting the golden net from Ares, leading him to repair the temples of the gods. Mother, with only herself and Hera remaining, Hebe felt compelled to explain her transformation to Hera. "There is no need for explanations, my daughter. You have always been exceptional. I know you possess your own thoughts and aspirations. Pursue them freely without hesitation." Hera gently shook her head with a smile, marveling at how her daughter, once reliant on her protection, had grown to such an astonishing stature. This is quite acceptable. She no longer needs to harbor any reservations. Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, with the assistance of Ares, has magnificently reconstructed grand temples upon Mount Olympus in less than 3 days. The 8th day following Zeus's demise has arrived, and the celestial planet, the king of gods, intermittently radiates azure lightning. Zeus's divine essence is ensnared within it, and the king of gods has begun to gradually assimilate him. Should the deities fail to gather his complete flesh and blood within the next 12 days, he may irrevocably become a part of the celestial body that once aided in augmenting his essence. However, the vastness of the earth, coupled with the occasional interference from roaming beasts, has complicated matters. Some creatures, by a twist of fate, have stumbled upon Zeus's divine blood and flesh, drawn by the allure of its power, and have consumed it, transforming into entities akin to gods, which undoubtedly hampers the collection process. Fortunately, the calamities on the divine mountain have been quelled. Apollo and Athena have summoned the gods back, and with Apollo's prophetic gifts, they finally gathered Zeus's entirety of flesh and blood on the 11th day, hastily returning to the divine mountain. On Olympus, Hestia, weary, handed a box to Hebe, who had since separated from Paeon, restoring her original golden hair and violet eyes. As the goddess responsible for resurrection, Hebe has received all of Zeus's flesh and blood. However, some have been tainted by the beasts of the earth and require purification. Despite past conflicts with her brother Zeus, Hestia's concern for him remains evident during this critical juncture. She recalls that without Zeus, she and her siblings would still be languishing in the belly of Cronus. I understand, you should rest as well. The gods have tirelessly roamed the earth these past days. Hebe opened the box handed to her by Hestia, only to turn away in distaste. With the collection of Zeus's blood and flesh complete, Rhea, the mother of the king of gods, hastened back to the divine mountain upon hearing the news, eager to attend to her son's safety, exhibiting more concern than Hera, the queen of the gods. Hephaestus has crafted an exquisite golden bed to hold Zeus's body. The reincarnated goddess, with her golden hair and violet eyes, summoned Zeus's flesh from the box, employing her purifying powers to cleanse the taint of malevolence, while the vitality of life rekindled his divinity. The pieces of flesh seemed to possess consciousness as they converged upon the golden bed fashioned by Hephaestus, soon coalescing into the complete form of the king of the gods, towering and resplendent, with golden hair and striking features, though entirely unclothed. Hebe summoned a pristine cloth to drape over Zeus, feeling averse to the nakedness of her father, as her mind, shaped by the values of her homeland, found little interest in gazing longer, fearing the implications of such scrutiny. The staff of life appeared in the hands of Hebe. As the formidable force of life continued to wash over the corporeal form of Zeus, hastening his recovery. In mere moments, the scars upon Zeus's body vanished, and divine energy surged within him, his complexion blossoming with vitality, appearing as if he had merely succumbed to slumber. Yet, this was insufficient. To resurrect the king of the gods, the paramount task was the reintegration of soul and flesh. The staff in Hebe's grasp radiated a resplendent golden-blue luminescence, as the revitalizing divine energy surged forth. Enchanting blue blossoms floated from her hands, gently descending into the body of Zeus, where arcs of electricity flickered, and the might of thunder began to course through his form. O king of the gods, god of the dark clouds, master of thunder, return to us, bearing your strength from the stars above. Hebe proclaimed, raising her staff high. In the heavens, the azure star among the 12 celestial leaders suddenly blazed with brilliant light, and a beam descended, revealing the shimmering, ethereal silhouette of the king of gods stepping forth from the stars, approaching the figure reclined upon the golden bed. The majestic power of thunder surged, the divine pressure once again sweeping across the sacred mountain. However, having just been revived and with his essence diminished, this pressure was but a gentle breeze to Hebe, posing no threat. On the golden bed, Zeus, under the watchful eyes of the gods, felt a tremor in his eyelids. Gradually opening his eyes, he propped himself up, assessing his condition, only to find his countenance darkened like the bottom of a pot. Much of his essence and power had been lost. Although it could be reclaimed, it would require considerable time, an undeniable blow for Zeus, who coveted the primordial divine position. Zeus, you have awakened at last. Rhea, the mother of the king of gods, approached with concern, examining his state. My thunder, where's my thunder? Zeus, however, paid no heed to Rhea's concern. His mind raced to the loss of his thunderous authority, increasing his anxiety, for it contained a significant portion of his essence. Oof. Hera, seated upon her throne, scoffed with a look of derision. Now you are anxious, yet you were oblivious when you let the thunder slip from your grasp. The goddess in her red gown and golden shoes unceremoniously hurled the thunder towards Zeus. He reached out, seizing the thunder, and as he felt the power of lightning gradually return, his heart began to settle. However, he realized that placing his essence within a divine artifact was far too precarious. He would need to seek out the Cyclopes soon to address this issue. Ahem, I was indeed careless, having been ambushed by Typhon and lost my authority. I have witnessed the efforts of the gods. Your hard work shall not go unrewarded. Your Majesty, not only the gods of the sacred mountain, but also the deities of the underworld have exerted considerable effort in this calamity. This was not within our purview. Yet with goddess Hebe appealing to the underworld, it would be remiss of us not to extend her due courtesy. Those of us laboring to safeguard humanity on earth deserve some recompense. Before Zeus could complete his utterance, a voice resonated at the entrance of the grand hall. The god of the underworld, Hades, adorned with obsidian wings, stepped inside, seeking remuneration for the realm of the dead. Surely, the cause of this calamity is known to all present. The expressions of the gods of Mount Olympus shifted subtly. Indeed, they were aware. While they had previously acknowledged Zeus's penchant for romantic entanglements, they were astounded that he would commit such folly for the sake of allure, which undoubtedly tarnished his standing among the deities. I did make promises to the gods of the underworld, Zeus conceded. In that moment of crisis, the gods of Olympus were preoccupied, besieged by the tide of monstrous beasts. Had it not been for the guardianship of the underworld deities, humanity would have faced extinction. Hebe nodded in understanding, stating that it was essential for Zeus to make amends, both morally and logically. Zeus's countenance darkened once more, yet he recognized that, should this matter reach the primordial gods, he would be in the wrong. The discontent among the gods had already taken root, and if not handled with care, it could jeopardize his dominion over Olympus. Having contemplated these matters, the king of the gods resolved decisively. He acquiesced to Hades' demands, promising to relinquish 10 cities of the mortal realm as compensation for the underworld assistance, and subsequently honored the efforts of the gods of Olympus with rewards. The sea god interjected, "What of us? We have suffered greatly at the hands of Typhon. Why are we not afforded some recompense?" "Hera, my wife," Zeus expressed gratefully, "it is thanks to your leadership that Mount Olympus has not faced more severe losses." Once the pressing issue was addressed, Zeus rose from his golden throne, the white sheets transforming into a divine robe draping over him. He approached Hera, his gaze filled with affection, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for her calm and decisive demeanor, many deities might have perished in this ordeal. The ramifications would have been dire, for even seemingly inconspicuous gods possess ancient lineages, and those elder beings are not easily trifled with. "If you truly appreciate my efforts, grant me a request," Hera stated, her calm demeanor unwavering after a moment of silence. "Of course, my queen, I would pluck the moon from the heavens for you if you desired it," he replied. "I have grown weary of my role as your queen and the disappointments and sorrow our marriage brings. I wish to dissolve our union." The goddess with chestnut hair and amethyst eyes declared, her form radiating a deep crimson divine light. Within her, the shattered heart of her divine essence revolved slowly. Zeus's smile faltered, and an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. Chapter 69. The laws of marriage. Hera's bombshell statement nearly caused the eyes of the gathered gods to fall from their sockets. Over the years, the king and queen had quarreled, fought, and even clashed violently, but this was the first time Hera formally proposed a divorce from Zeus. A momentous occasion unprecedented in the annals of divine history. Even with the cautionary tales of Aphrodite and Hephaestus, the scene before the gods felt surreal, as if they were ensnared in a dream. Hephaestus, with his disfigured form and unappealing visage, was understandable grounds for Aphrodite's desire to depart. Yet Zeus, handsome in appearance, endowed with formidable power and esteemed in status, presented a stark contrast. It is noteworthy that the male deities of Olympus, particularly those of royal blood, possess an innate obsession with authority. Hera, however, stands as the sole goddess bestowed with half of Zeus's dominion. In this regard, she is unparalleled in history. Such power and influence, how could one simply relinquish it? For the morally flexible Greek pantheon, Zeus's infidelity hardly constituted a significant issue. Among the gods, there are numerous couples who feigned affection while pursuing their own desires. Oh, I'd almost forgot. Hera's divine role as the goddess of marriage inherently precluded her from betraying her partner. However, she did attain the veneration of the goddess queen, did she not? Thus, differing worldviews rendered Hera's decision incomprehensible to the majority of deities present. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The recently resurrected Zeus's countenance darkened abruptly. He had lost count of how many times he had been incensed that day, but he was certain this was the most severe. A tempest shrouded the sacred Mount Olympus, thunder and lightning resonating, manifesting the thunder god's profoundly discontented mood. Hera, your union with Zeus is sanctified by the laws and blessed by the Earth Mother. How can you so readily declare a desire to part? Retract your previous statement. Rhea, the mother of the king of gods, implored Hera, emphasizing that a separation between the king and queen had no precedent. Even when she was devoured by Cronus, she never contemplated a divorce. Mother goddess, this matter lies solely between Zeus and myself. Kindly refrain from intervening. Hera's expression chilled at Rhea's words, her disdain palpable. Rhea had never fulfilled her duties as a mother goddess, yet now she assumed an authoritative stance. Rhea's expression shifted. Her children displayed no regard for her. The mother of the king, lacking even the slightest respect. In her days as queen, no deity would have dared to treat her with such insolence. If only the mother goddess had not interfered, we would handle this ourselves. Zeus interjected, prompting Rhea to reluctantly fall silent. Her countenance darkened as she returned to her throne. Lost in thought, why do you wish to part ways with me? Zeus gazed at the queen who had accompanied him through many years. His typically free-spirited heart stirred with unexpected pain, his gaze a tapestry of complexity. Once, this goddess had regarded him with eyes as gentle as flowing water. Now, she would not bestow a single glance in his direction. Is it due to your divine role in marriage? Zeus was loath to believe that Hera genuinely wished to sever their bond. Observing the crimson aura enveloping her, his expression twisted momentarily, as if he had discovered a comforting justification for himself. Zeus acknowledged his infidelity, yet which male deity atop Olympus was not likewise unfaithful? Moreover, all his actions were merely to fortify their dominion over the divine mountain. When he first ascended to the throne of the divine, his two elder brothers begrudged his rise to power, covertly challenging him in a subtle contest of strength. The Titans, who had once aided him in overthrowing the reign of Cronos, began to stir restlessly after their adversary's downfall, harboring intentions to meddle in the affairs of the divine mountain, thereby undermining his authority as king. In such a precarious situation, Zeus found himself with no alternative but to forge alliances through marriage, uniting with the daughters of ancient deities to produce divine offspring, thereby establishing a bond between the two pantheons to fortify his rule, a political maneuver he deemed essential as a sovereign. Aware that this would cause Hera distress, he was willing to relinquish half of his power to ensure her peace of mind, to reassure her that his heart belonged to her alone. Yet, he did not anticipate that this sacrifice would still fall short of her expectations. Is it the essence that compels you to depart from me? I have long warned you that retaining this divine essence serves you no purpose. When I bestowed upon you the essence of ice and snow, it was with the intention of replacing our union. Yet you chose to transfer it to Hebe rather than relinquish it. Now it returns to influence your mind. Perhaps I should destroy it. Fear not, for I will find you a new divine essence. A spark of lightning flickered in the eyes of the king of the gods as the thunder in his grasp rumbled ominously, a wave of destructive energy emanating from him, intent on annihilating Hera's divine essence. In an instant, Hebe shielded her mother, the domain of reincarnation unfurling to protect Hera within. The golden-haired goddess met the gaze of Zeus, who raised his thunderbolt, her violet eyes, reminiscent of her mother's, glinting fiercely with murderous intent. The glances of the two deities clashed mid-air, igniting a palpable tension. Hebe was undeterred. Amidst her battle with Pandora, the accumulated potential within her surged forth under pressure, causing the essence of her divinity to expand. Utilizing the hopes gathered by Olympus, she temporarily ascended to the realm of the primordial gods, achieving a newfound comprehension of the laws of existence. Now, she stood on the brink of perfection, mere steps away from the primordial state. Although this final step required effort, Zeus, recently resurrected and diminished in his essence, was no match for her. In a genuine confrontation, Hebe was confident she could subdue him effortlessly. With her presence, any attempt to harm Hera would be met with insurmountable resistance. Not even a window of opportunity would be afforded. Zeus narrowed his eyes, feeling the formidable power emanating from Hebe, and was secretly alarmed. "My daughter Hebe, do you too support Hera in relinquishing her esteemed position as queen? Without the rank of queen, her diminished divine essence will inevitably cause her to fall from the realm of the major gods. I possess the right to reclaim her honor as one of the 12 principal deities. You must consider this carefully." Zeus regarded Hebe with a chilling tone. As the deity presiding over marriage, it was indeed a tragic plight if one lacked autonomy, even in their own union. Regardless of the choices made by the mother goddess, I shall respect her decisions. As for her radiance, even without the title of queen, I, Hebe, will strive to reclaim it for her. Ares and Hephaestus, upon hearing Hebe's words, were filled with excitement and immediately contemplated standing in support of their mother and sister. Yet, Hebe subtly restrained them with a divine force. For while she was unafraid of Zeus's wrath, her two brothers could not afford to attract hostility at this moment. Athena gazed at Hebe, who shielded Hera as the queen of the gods, her eyes shimmering with admiration. If her previous alliance with Hebe had been driven by self-interest, now she found herself genuinely captivated by Hebe's valor. At that moment, Hebe appeared more like an indomitable warrior goddess than Athena herself. How splendid it would have been had she, too, stood before her mother as boldly as Hebe did. The radiant Apollo and the cunning Hermes silently regarded the goddess, their eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. And of Zeus, just as Hebe confronted Zeus, Hera stepped forward, her violet eyes brimming with determination and composure. "I am the goddess born of marriage, a guardian of its sanctity, bound to protect it until the end of the world. Marriage should be a continuation of love, not a transaction of interests or a unilateral choice. If you cannot safeguard my fidelity, I possess the right to terminate this marriage that has brought me suffering." Hera raised her hands high, the crimson light surrounding her pulsing with unprecedented strength. She called upon Themis, the goddess of justice and law, who dwells in the underworld. "O glorious daughter of Gaia, goddess of justice and law, heed my words. Marriage should be bound by law. Those who wish to unite in matrimony must do so with caution. Love must be the foundation, with responsibility and contract serving as its constraints. Those devoid of love may dissolve their unions. Should one party breach their vows, the other is entitled to terminate the marriage and, as a punishment for infidelity, may claim a token from the unfaithful partner as recompense." Within the realm of the underworld, the goddess, her eyes covered by a white cloth, listened intently to the queen's proclamation. The scales of justice in her hands gleamed with divine light, weighing the fairness of Hera's words. Behind her, a stone tablet shimmered into view, inscribed with the laws of marriage in divine script. With a flash of golden light, the scales emitted a clear sound, affirming Hera's elevation and interpretation of marriage. The tablet solidified and flew before the goddess, who caressed it with a gentle smile before casting it toward Mount Olympus. The golden tablet materialized within the temple on Olympus, its inscriptions detailing a new set of laws governing marriage with utmost clarity. The serene yet authoritative voice of the goddess of justice resonated throughout the mountain. "In the name of Themis, goddess of justice and law, I acknowledge the fairness of the words spoken by Hera, goddess of marriage. The laws governing marriage have now been established. O deities unfaithful to their unions, tread carefully." The married deities present felt a profound weight descend upon them, as if shackles had been fastened around their very beings, their expressions darkening in response to this newfound reality. After all, for the morally lax Greek deities, infidelity is merely a mundane affair. Now, with Hera instituting this set of marital laws, what shall they do? Perhaps a divorce is in order? As the stone tablet fell into Hera's possession, a surge of divine marital power coursed through her being, fortifying her essence. No longer hesitating, she gazed upon the god-king she had accompanied for many years, who had continually trampled upon her dignity and sincerity. In her eyes, there was a sense of release and ease. "O king of the gods, Zeus, in the name of the goddess of marriage, I hereby terminate our matrimonial bond. Your unfaithfulness is evident to all, and I shall take something from you as compensation." Upon hearing this, Zeus instinctively clenched the thunderbolt in his grasp, his gaze towards Hera transforming into one of menace. With a calm smile, the goddess of marriage reassured him, "You need not be so concerned, king of the gods. I harbor no interest in your power or might. All I seek is a modicum of freedom." Hera unleashed a beam of red light towards Zeus, a manifestation of the marital laws, rules in their purest form, from which Zeus, as her spouse, could not escape. The crimson light struck the king of the gods, and he felt something drained from him, though its nature eluded his perception. Nevertheless, he was certain that his most cherished thunder and royal authority remained untouched. Thus, the marriage between Hera and Zeus, which had endured for many years, came to an end. Under the witness of the laws, the connection binding Hera and Zeus was severed. The authority that the god king had conferred upon the goddess was retracted, and Hera felt the divine favor waning from her being. A divine essence adorned with a delicate crown departed from her, falling into the hands of Zeus, whose expression betrayed no emotion, rendering him inscrutable. Having lost her status as the goddess consort, Hera's divine power inevitably waned. Although she had initially grasped the intricate relationship between marriage and love, and subsequently crafted the laws of matrimony to restore her essence, the wounds inflicted by Zeus's years of unfaithfulness were too profound. Ultimately, she could not maintain her status as the chief deity, descending to the ranks of a first-class god, akin to Aphrodite. Hebe watched with a pained heart, yet Hera offered her a reassuring glance, signaling that she was unscathed. The anguish of her diminished power was outweighed by the lightness she felt after shedding her long-held shackles. "I can preserve your status as chief deity, but with a condition," the king of the gods, Zeus, spoke in a somber tone, his voice and gaze turning icy, as if all affection for this goddess who had forsaken him had vanished, replaced by cold calculation. The golden apple tree, guarded by the 100-headed dragon, was a wedding gift from the Earth Mother. "Now that you have relinquished this esteemed union, that golden apple tree shall henceforth belong to me." The golden apples, known for their ability to purify divinity and replenish one's essence, were indispensable to Zeus, who was eager to restore his strength. If possible, Zeus would have directly demanded the golden apples from the Earth Mother, yet he likely found himself already blacklisted by her, leaving only this single one in Hera's possession to scheme over. Indeed, he was resolute in taking Ladon with him. As for the daughters of Atlas, the Hesperides, who guarded the golden apples, they were loyal to Zeus and thus did not concern her. Seeing Hera acquiesce so readily, Zeus's gaze sharpened. Was she so eager to depart from him? Hebe could not help but silently scorn Zeus for his shamelessness. The apple tree was a wedding gift from the Earth Mother to the Mother Goddess. What right did he have to claim it? Yet, it was for the best that the Mother Goddess could regain her freedom, and that tree could serve as a means to appease him. After all, it was merely a golden apple. She had plenty on Samos Island to toss to the Mother Goddess for amusement. "Hebe, my daughter, I shall take a respite on your Samos Island during this time," Hera declared, not wishing to remain in the temple to be a spectacle for the gods. "Very well, Mother Goddess, we shall fetch Ladon, and you may stay on Samos Island for as long as you desire," Hebe promptly replied, leading Hera away, leaving the silent gods to exchange glances in bewilderment. The deities looked towards their reticent king, uncertain whether to depart or remain. Demeter, seated upon the throne of the main deity, observed the departing mother and daughter before turning her gaze back to Zeus, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. Chapter 70. The turmoil of the sea realm. Hera renounced her title as queen and divorced Zeus, the king of the gods. This news swiftly traversed the realms of heaven, sea, and the underworld, garnering attention even from many ancient beings. The marriage laws devised by Hera naturally spread across the land of chaos. The expressions of the deities, accustomed to indulgence, upon first encountering these laws were indeed a sight to behold. They vehemently criticized Hera's marital legislation as tyrannical, stifling the divine freedom. Yet, Hera remained indifferent. If one desired freedom, one should refrain from entering into marriage. Of course, not all deities opposed Hera. In the splendid palace of Poseidon, the shaker of the earth, deep beneath the sea king, wielding his trident, found himself in a predicament. The reason was none other than his sea queen, Amphitrite, who was also seeking a divorce. Amphitrite sat regally upon her throne, a daughter of Nereus, renowned for her beauty akin to deep sea pearls. The sea nymphs were famed for their exceptional beauty, enchanting voices, and graceful dances, with Amphitrite standing out among her sisters. However, what captivated the eye was not merely her beauty, but the gentle yet noble aura she exuded, as if gazing upon her could bestow an unparalleled sense of tranquility. This allure stemmed from Amphitrite's natural affinity and authority as the sea queen and protector of marine creatures. Beside Amphitrite stands the enchanting Prince Triton, adorned with a fishtail and possessing strikingly handsome features. In his hand, he wields a trident, a weapon crafted in imitation of Poseidon's divine artifact, granting him dominion over the ocean currents. At his waist hangs a golden conch, imbued with the divine power of his grandfather, the benevolent Nereus, capable of calming floods. Triton gazes helplessly at the wrathful countenance of his father and the serene expression of his mother, the atmosphere thick with tension. He muses that he would have preferred to patrol the seas instead of encountering such a disheartening scene. Triton, it would be best if you stepped outside. This matter is private between your father and me, and your presence here is rather inconvenient, the gentle sea queen softly remarks, her voice imbued with a unique enchantment. Distinct from the beguiling allure of the sirens, it possesses a soothing beauty akin to a clear spring caressing the heart. Oh, very well. I just remembered that I have yet to complete today's sea patrol, Triton exclaims, relief washing over him. He quickly turns to leave, saying, Father, Mother, please do take your time. I shall take my leave. With a flick of his tail, he exits the sea god's palace. Amphitrite, do you truly wish to divorce me? I liberated you from the identity of a sea nymph, elevating you to the esteemed position of sea queen, and bestowed upon you the divine role of protector of marine creatures, granting you ample respect. While I may have a few lovers, unlike Zeus, I have never brought any illegitimate offspring home. What more could you desire? Poseidon's words elicit a derisive laugh from Amphitrite, despite her usual image of warmth and gentleness. Now regards her husband with little favor. Poseidon, you may persuade the newly born sea nymphs with such words. But do you truly believe I am unaware of the origins of our marriage? Her deep blue eyes flicker with resentment as she recalls her past. Once a carefree sea nymph, cherished by Nereus, the kind-hearted ruler of the sea, she remembers the day many years ago when, while dancing with her sisters on the shores of Naxos, this man suddenly appeared, proclaiming himself the lord of the sea, claiming he was captivated by her beauty and grace, insisting on taking her away. As a feeble sea nymph, she possessed no power to resist a deity of Poseidon's caliber, yet her inner defiance compelled her to flee. To escape Poseidon's pursuit, Amphitrite even ventured to the ends of the ocean, only to be found due to the betrayal of a dolphin, which led to Poseidon immortalizing that wretched creature as a constellation in the heavens. Ultimately, in despair, Amphitrite had no choice but to wed Poseidon, becoming his sea queen. Years have passed, and she is no longer the naive sea nymph she once was. Now, having held a high position for many years and overseeing all affairs of the ocean realm, she has come to understand that Poseidon's pursuit was not driven by her beauty, but rather by her esteemed identity. She is a direct descendant of the ancient sea god Pontus, the most cherished among the ocean nymphs. It is only through marrying her that Poseidon can integrate into the divine hierarchy of the ocean and establish his footing within the marine realm, thus interfering in the affairs of the sea. Upon realizing this, Amphitrite's last vestige of affection for Poseidon dissipated. She is often praised for her beauty and intelligence, her gentle and virtuous nature rendering her a more fitting ideal of a good wife in the eyes of the gods compared to the jealous Hera. However, Amphitrite finds this notion laughable. Her tolerance of Poseidon's infidelities stems not from love, but rather from her indifference toward him. She dedicates herself entirely to managing the affairs of the ocean, not to fortify his reign, but because the sea is the home of their divine lineage. Upon encountering the new marital laws, a sudden surge of vitality and vigor coursed through Amphitrite's heart. An impulse arose within her. She yearned to liberate herself from this unfortunate marriage and reclaim the carefree existence of her former self as a sea nymph, much like Hera. Anfu, my queen, I admit I once schemed against you, yet my admiration for you is genuine. Did you believe I could not find another? In a vast ocean, there are indeed goddesses of esteemed rank, but my affection for you is sincere. Regrettably, Poseidon's sweet words fail to sway Amphitrite. She understands these are merely his tactics to deceive women. Consider this carefully. Even if you disregard your identity as the Sea Queen, ponder the implications for Triton, Rhodos, and Benthesicime. If you were to divorce me, I would surely take a new Sea Queen to solidify my reign. What role would you have in the ocean then? What if this new queen bore my divine offspring? Reflect on this. Amphitrite's stoic demeanor ignited Poseidon's ire. Though he had refrained from meddling in oceanic matters out of respect for the deities of the sea, it did not imply a lack of political acumen or strategy. Indeed, sweet nothings proved ineffective. Yet when it came to the fate of his progeny, the previously composed queen could not help but change her expression. Her children were too frail, lacking potent divine powers, and often required her protection. Amphitrite suddenly realized her stark contrast with Hera. She was burdened by numerous concerns. Observing the shift in Amphitrite's countenance, Poseidon smirked, choosing not to further entangle himself with her. Rising from his throne with his trident in hand, he exited the temple and mounted his divine chariot, drawn by 4 majestic steeds, making his way to a palace deep within the ocean. As he gazed upon this palace, a smile graced Poseidon's lips as he stepped inside. Ah, Ceto, with your fierce beauty, my longing for you surges like the relentless waves. Poseidon's handsome smile is as enchanting as the surging waves. His striking visage seems capable of illuminating the murky depths of the ocean. It must be acknowledged that although he may possess flaws, this sea king is undeniably appealing, which explains why so many sea nymphs and goddesses succumb to his charm. How could the busy lord of the sea possibly find time to visit this remote corner of the world? Within the temple, a goddess gradually materializes, her beauty captivating. Yet her lower half transforms into a formidable serpentine tail. An aura of danger and ferocity emanates from her entire being. This is Ceto, daughter of the ancient sea god Phorcys and Gaia, the embodiment of the ocean's perils and the progenitor of sea monsters. You see, I hurried over upon hearing that Phorcys was absent. How could I forget such an alluring figure as yourself? Phorcys, Ceto's brother and husband, epitomizes the ocean's wrath, being the father of the sea beasts. The goddess scoffs, yet Poseidon's sweet words soften her demeanor, leading her to usher him into her temple. Upon entering, Poseidon discovers 3 Gorgons standing within. The first 2, adorned with golden wings, bronze claws, and wild boar tusks, bear grotesque faces. The last of the trio, although similarly possessing serpentine hair, lacks the sharp fangs, claws, and wings of her sisters. Instead, she has a human form, a graceful figure, and a strikingly beautiful face. Her eyes closed, exuding a strange yet pure beauty. Poseidon's gaze flickers towards Ceto. Who are they? They're my newly born daughters, the Gorgons. Cressida possesses the strength of a sea monster, while Euryale boasts incredible speed. Both are immortal. Blades will not bring them demise. Ceto replies with evident pride in her powerful offspring. Turning her attention to her youngest daughter, she hesitates momentarily, her expression tinged with complexity. This is my youngest, Medusa. She was born last, lacking the wings and claws of her sisters and even immortality, yet her ability is uniquely formidable. Oh, what powers does Medusa possess? Poseidon raises an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Anyone who gazes into her eyes is turned to stone. Ceto sighs. Her ability is perilous. Had her magic been stronger at birth, I might have been inadvertently harmed. Very well, you 3 may leave for now. Cressida, Euryale, take care of your sister. Ceto, not wishing to elaborate on Medusa's special circumstances, waves her hand, permitting the Gorgon sisters to depart. Yes, mother. The 2 winged Gorgons hastily assist their sister and exit the lair of the mother of sea monsters. Poseidon observes their retreating figures, his expression inscrutable, lost in contemplation. Do you find yourself enamored with my daughters? Are you weary of my beauty? The half-fish, half-snake tail silently coiled around Poseidon's waist, suddenly tightening with a force capable of shattering boulders. The goddess squinted her eyes, fixating dangerously on the god before her. Ha ha ha! How could you think such thoughts, perilous yet enchanting Thonic? Your beauty is irreplaceable. The tall and handsome god raised a captivating smile, leaving a kiss upon his visage. Meanwhile, atop Mount Olympus, within the grand and resplendent palace of the king of gods, Zeus reclined upon his golden bed. Beside him, The cornucopia continuously overflowed with bottles of exquisite wine. The magnificent god appeared disheveled, his expression a haze of intoxication as he poured bottle after bottle into his mouth, neglecting to harness his divine power to dissipate the effects of the wine, seeking only the ephemeral bliss of its intoxicating embrace. In the absence of Hera, a void seemed to envelop his heart, as if the essence of all things around him had faded. He had once sought her out on Samos Island, but Hera had declined to meet him, and that cursed Hebe, he was uncertain what traps she had set upon the island. When he attempted to sneak in, he nearly succumbed to the dazzling auroras. Crossing through the veil of light, he was met with frost, flames, and the power of death that nearly left him in disarray. Reluctantly, Zeus retreated from Samos Island. His temperament began to turn volatile, marked by unpredictable fury and a hint of madness. In a fit of rage, he summoned a thunderbolt and struck down an oak nymph who had been slow to pour his wine, reducing her to charred remains. In that moment, unease spread among the divine mountain, and the nymphs dared not approach the king of gods. Zeus chose to recline on his temple bed, drowning his sorrows in cup after cup of fine wine to numb his inner turmoil. He remained convinced of his righteousness. Hera had no right to abandon him. He, as the exalted king of gods, had given so much for her, and she should never have left his side. As Zeus succumbed to the haze of alcohol, a figure gracefully entered the palace of the king. Clad in green and adorned with a garland of grains, Demeter approached Zeus, gazing at the strikingly handsome king of gods. She smiled gently and reached out her fair hand to touch him. In his intoxicated stupor, Zeus lifted his gaze, feeling familiar brown hair brush against his nose, and a beautiful visage materialized before him. Demeter and Hera were sisters, their features remarkably similar, yet compared to Hera's regal allure, Demeter exuded a serene and gentle grace. In his inebriated state, Zeus failed to discern the differences between the two goddesses, mistakenly believing that Hera had returned to him, igniting a spark of joy within his heart. Without uttering a word, he seized the lovely goddess, possessively kissing her lips, pouring forth his yearning for her. In that moment, within the palace of the king of gods, springtime blossomed infinitely. Chapter 71. The goddess of spring and seeds on the picturesque island of Samos. The former goddess Hera strolled through a vibrant garden accompanied by Hebe, marveling at the vast expanse of lilies and lilies of the valley. Hera could not help but exclaim how splendid life could be, free from the burdens of her divine status, unencumbered by the infidelities of her husband, and liberated from the anguish of her shattered divinity. She reveled in the daily offerings of flowers, fine wines, exquisite cuisine, and enchanting beauty. A joyful radiance graced her countenance, her lips curving into a smile that captivated countless naive nymphs. Mother goddess, what did you truly take from the king of the gods when you ended your marriage? Hebe inquired, her curiosity piqued. Beyond the thunder and authority of the divine ruler, what could have been of greater significance to compel Hera's pursuit? She recalled that Hera had vaguely mentioned something about freedom, yet the specifics eluded her. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Hebe decided to pose the question during their leisurely stroll through the garden. Upon hearing Hebe's inquiry, a fleeting look of discomfort crossed Hera's face. It is not of great importance. In time, you shall understand, she replied enigmatically. How curious it was for a mother to speak so mysteriously to her own daughter. However, respecting Hera's reticence, Hebe refrained from pressing further. The two goddesses meandered through the garden, unknowingly arriving at the courtyard where Hebe had planted the golden apple tree. Under the care of the nymphs, this place had transformed from its former simplicity into a paradise. A winding path of pristine white pebbles led through a profusion of exotic flowers and entwined vines, where butterflies and sprites danced amidst the blooms, resembling a realm of ethereal beauty. At the end of the path stood the golden apple tree, its fruits shimmering like molten gold, swaying gently in the breeze, reminiscent of melodious wind chimes. Beneath the tree, Ladon had reverted to his youthful form, peacefully slumbering. When Ladon first arrived on Samos, his fearsome visage had terrified the nymphs. But under Hebe's command, he had shrunk to a more youthful appearance. Surprisingly, the once dreaded Ladon had become endearing, and the nymphs, far from fearing him, frequently offered him fresh fruits and roasted meats. Having grown accustomed to such indulgences, Ladon no longer wished to revert to his original form. As the golden apples neared ripeness, Hera anticipated that she would soon be able to restore the essence of her divinity. Hebe gazed at the flourishing tree with delight, feeling her efforts in placing the golden staff here had borne fruit, quite literally. The small sapling had grown remarkably fast, soon to bear its precious fruits. The golden apples were invaluable. The essence of desire spread across the earth, leading to an increasing number of unions. Relying on these gifts, she would eventually mend her divine essence, sparing the need to squander such treasures. The golden apples possess the power to purify divinity and enhance one's essence. Hera believed her daughter was in greater need of these apples than she was. It is hardly a waste, Mother Goddess, if you do not partake. I too have no use for these golden apples. Leaving them here only invites the risk of loss, and that would truly be a waste. A certain deity has long been preoccupied with this sacred artifact. Very well. Hera nodded, no longer refusing her daughter's earnest intentions. The two princesses found themselves in a state of contentment. At that moment, Athena's teasing voice, laced with mirth, echoed behind the two goddesses. Clad in a flowing azure gown, the bright-eyed goddess had mysteriously arrived on Samos Island and made her way directly to Hebe's private garden. Athena, you have come, Hera greeted her with a smile. Having found a newfound tranquility towards Zeus' offspring since her divorce, the absence of jealousy allowed her to engage in delightful conversations with the spirited and exceptionally wise Athena, rapidly fostering a friendship between the two goddesses. "Ah, my dear," Athena responded with a smile, acknowledging that the former queen could no longer be addressed as Your Majesty. "Please, continue your discussion. I shall check on the pomegranate trees I planted some time ago." Athena had come to Samos Island with matters concerning Hebe, and Hera, wishing not to intrude, sought an excuse to depart. As Hera left, the two goddesses returned to Hebe's temple. Athena's expression took on a more solemn demeanor. "My lady, have you heard? The king of the gods has been growing quite close to the goddess Demeter. It seems that a significant event may be approaching. Who would have thought that this gentle and uncontentious goddess harbored such ambition? One wonders if she will achieve her desires this time." Taking advantage of Zeus's inebriation and her resemblance to Hera, Demeter ascended to the king of the gods' golden bed. Surprisingly, Zeus did not express anger. Instead, he engaged in a new romantic endeavor with this goddess. Their palpable affection on Mount Olympus has led the other gods to speculate that Demeter could very well be the next queen. "Wise Athena, do you still not grasp the nature of our father? He appears to be affectionate, yet he is the most callous of all. His only true love is himself. My mother Hera has crafted new matrimonial laws, and our king possesses several fated romances. Once he enters into marriage, he must pay the price for infidelity. My mother covets not his power, but other goddesses may not share her restraint. While Demeter might become his wife, she will never ascend to the position of queen." Upon hearing Athena's words, Hebe chuckled softly. If Demeter's ambition was the throne of the queen, then she was destined to suffer great loss. Yet this was Demeter's choice, and Hebe would not interfere. What concerned her more was the impending birth of the goddess of spring and seeds, and how to secure dominion over both spring and autumn required careful planning. "My concern does not lie with whether Demeter can ascend as queen," Athena remarked, her gaze steady as she looked towards a mountain. "Recently, with Hermes' assistance, I secretly ventured to the underworld to meet with the Moirai. They revealed to me that the key to my brother's resurrection lies with Demeter." "Demeter?" Hebe's expression shifted, suddenly recalling a legend from the future. "O wise Athena, I sense that a new life is gestating within Demeter, and the spring authority of Eunoia is about to embrace its true sovereign. The goddess of spring and seeds is on the verge of birth, and it seems that the key to the resurrection of your brother, Polos, may not lie with Demeter, but rather with this newly emerging goddess." A gentle glow, akin to the dawn, radiates from Hebe, as her role and delivery allows her to perceive that Demeter is indeed pregnant at this moment. The fabled Persephone is soon to be born, and according to later legends, Athena's yet-to-be-born brother Polos is likely to be reincarnated as the divine offspring of this goddess, Zagreus, who, it is said, ascended to Zeus's throne shortly after birth, wielding the thunderbolts with his tender little hands, only to be torn to pieces by the jealous Hera, commanding the giants. Yet history has quietly transformed. Both his mother and Zeus have parted ways, making such an act implausible. If Polos is indeed to be born as Zagreus, then perhaps when the time comes, He can be safeguarded from the trials of death. Really? Polos will gestate within this goddess. Athena exclaimed, rising with excitement as she gazed at Hebe. There is a significant possibility. After all, the events have yet to unfold, and she cannot ascertain the truth of future legends. Yet since the Moirai have spoken, this matter should be quite certain. However, you must exercise caution. His fate may be fraught with turmoil, and there exists a danger of another fall. You must keep a vigilant watch over him. Rest assured, I shall. Athena nodded, striving to calm her fervent emotions, yet she could not suppress her exhilaration. After enduring in silence for so many years, her long-awaited vengeance would finally be realized, enveloped in sacred light. Upon the magnificent golden bed of the king of the gods on Mount Olympus, Demeter reclined, tenderly caressing her belly. Her serene and beautiful visage emanated maternal warmth. As she sensed the arrival of new life, the nurturing goddess was instantaneously enveloped by profound maternal love. Strong arms encircled her from behind, the chiseled chin of the king of the gods resting on Demeter's shoulder, inhaling the daffodil-like fragrance that emanated from her. A deep, sensual voice resonated. Demeter, my beautiful wife, what brings you such joy? Zeus, Demeter turned to him, bestowing a sweet kiss upon his cheek. The blossoms of our love have borne fruit. We are soon to welcome our divine child together. A flicker of surprise crossed Zeus's gaze, and the smile upon his lips slightly waned. Oh, what manner of deity shall this be? Still enraptured in her joy, Demeter, unaware of Zeus's subtle change, continued her joyful narration. This is a goddess who brings vitality to the earth. She embodies spring and seeds, and her name is Persephone. Upon hearing that it is a goddess, Zeus's demeanor softened, and his smile broadened. I am certain she shall be an extraordinary beauty, destined to bring you glory. Gazing upon the joyous visage of Zeus, Demeter felt a stirring within her heart. The blissful ecstasy clouded her mind, causing her to lose her customary tranquility and restraint. She grasped Zeus's large hand, her eyes brimming with tenderness akin to a spring brook, capable of melting any soul. During this time, they had savored the sweetness of love and welcomed its fruitful manifestation. She longed for her divine offspring to not be regarded as a bastard. She yearned for him to bestow upon her a legitimate recognition. Deep within Demeter's heart lay a secret. From the moment Zeus had rescued them from the belly of Cronus. Upon first beholding this handsome and towering brother, Demeter had silently pledged her affection. Subsequently, as Zeus led the gods to topple the tyrannical reign of the previous king, she found herself irresistibly enamored with this sovereign of deities. Yet, at that time, Zeus was already entwined with Métis, who had been a significant ally during the Titanomachy. Recognizing her inability to compete with Métis, Demeter suppressed her feelings. When Métis fell, Demeter confessed to harboring a tinge of secret delight at the news, as it represented a glimmer of hope for her to win Zeus's love. However, she soon learned of Zeus's unions with Themis, with Mnemosyne, and with Leto. Later, she witnessed Zeus boldly courting his sister Hera, only to be met with her rejection. In his pursuit of Hera, the king of gods resorted to cunning schemes, transforming into an injured cuckoo to elicit her pity, ultimately to possess her. He granted Hera unprecedented glory, promised her the exalted position of queen, and shared half of his dominion with her. Hera effortlessly attained all that she desired, inciting a frenzied jealousy within Demeter. She could not comprehend why. Despite her beauty being on par with Hera's, and her gentle and nurturing nature contrasting with Hera's capricious pride, Zeus chose Hera over her. Demeter felt a gnawing discontent, a fixation that enveloped her heart. Though she had contemplated enticing Zeus, the guardian of marriage, Hera, wielding half of the king's power and known for her jealousy, instilled fear in the hearts of the gods. Leto, similarly abandoned by the king, faced dire consequences. She became the target of Hera's relentless pursuit, forcing the goddess of the night, Asteria, to expend her essence to birth Leto's child on the island of Delos. This dissuaded Demeter from pursuing her thoughts. However, Zeus's divorce from Hera rekindled the embers of her dormant heart, igniting a flicker of hope. Boldly, she approached the throne of the king of gods, offering herself as a consort. It proved fortuitous. The king, captivated by her allure, fell deeply in love with her. Demeter believed that their affection was genuine, prompting her to voice her request. Yet, The very next moment, the once gentle and affectionate king's countenance shifted, becoming as tempestuous and urgent as a looming storm, his demeanor turning cold and distant. In the astonished gaze of Demeter, Zeus released his arms that had encircled her, rising to his feet with an expression devoid of emotion. Demeter, you may revel in the sweetness of love and the affection granted by the king of the gods. Your divine offspring shall receive the glory I bestow. But do not harbor aspirations for the position of queen. Hera shall remain my final consort. Zeus. Demeter gazed at the king of the gods in disbelief, unable to fathom that such cold, heartless words could come from the very deity who had moments before shared tender moments with her. Do you not see my sincere devotion? Hera has departed from you. She no longer loves you. The one who truly loves you is I. Can you not perceive this? Silence. A thunderous bolt crashed beside Demeter, singeing the golden throne of the god king, and molten gold spilled onto the ground. The goddess trembled in terror, acutely aware that Zeus harbored murderous intent towards her. Heartbroken, the goddess of agriculture fled from the palace of the god king, escaping the divine mountain and racing across the earth. With her sorrowful spirit, the flora of the earth withered in her wake. Chapter 72. The golden staff of wheat. Demeter's sorrowful figure, dashing across the land, did not escape the watchful eyes of the gods. Just as Hebe had anticipated, her hopes of becoming the queen were dashed. The emotions of this representative of the Earth Mother infected the surrounding vegetation, causing the once thriving crops to wither abruptly. After a period of recuperation, the human city-states, which had only just begun to flourish anew, were plunged into panic. The people were utterly bewildered, aware only that this phenomenon was undoubtedly linked to Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. They hastily prepared offerings of bulls, cows, pigs, fruits, and honey, beseeching the goddess for a favor, yearning for life to return to the land. Yet, immersed in her sorrow, Demeter paid no heed to the prayers of humanity, weeping in her temple upon the earth. Witnessing the futility of their offerings to the goddess, the humans grew increasingly anxious. With summer waning and the autumn harvest approaching, how could they endure the harsh winter without a bountiful yield? The rulers of the city-states found themselves in a state of despair. No longer were they the pure-hearted beings of yore, tainted by the darker facets of humanity. They felt resentment towards Demeter as their sacrifices went unheard, though they suppressed this sentiment in fear of divine retribution. Amidst their uncertainty, that very night, they all dreamt a shared vision. A goddess with raven tresses and golden eyes, clad in a flowing white gown, cradling a box adorned with golden lily engravings. Around her danced a throng of ethereal beings, reminiscent of birds and butterflies, evoking an inexplicable sense of warmth, akin to that of encountering a long-lost mother. In the realm of dreams, the goddess smiled gently, her golden eyes radiating a comforting warmth, as if possessing a soothing magic that compelled the typically sensitive and suspicious rulers to lower their defenses, fostering trust and reliance upon her. Oh, the rulers of the city-states. The earthly representative of the mother goddess Demeter, now languished in sorrow, indifferent to the prayers of humanity. It is imperative that you seek a new path. I'm Olympus, the guardian of humanity, the goddess born from the hopes and prayers of mankind. Pray to me, and I shall grant you the hope for survival. In her struggle against Pandora, Hebe had extracted all the hope collected within the box of Olympus, compelling the goddess to wander the earth, fulfilling wishes and gathering hope anew. However, Olympus adhered to her principles, choosing only to realize the benevolent wishes, which significantly hindered her progress in collecting hope. Presently, due to Demeter's neglect of her duties, the world withers in decay. Such a rare opportunity could not be overlooked by Olympus. She promptly contacted Paeon in the underworld, urging him to borrow the power of dreams from Hypnos, for manifesting each wish individually was an arduous task. Instead, Olympus cast a dream upon the rulers of the city-states, inviting humanity to wish for the resurgence of crops, enabling them to procure sustenance for the winter. For Hebe, who wielded the authority of summer and the golden staff of wheat, fulfilling such a modest request was trivial, hardly worthy of mention. Compared to the deities of the divine mountain, the wandering Olympus seemed comparatively obscure. Yet, when the esteemed gods of the mountain ignored the plight of the people at the brink of survival, Olympus became their sole lifeline. Who cared about her origins or renown? They immediately prostrated themselves, fervently articulating their desires, beseeching the goddess for her mercy. Suppressing a smile, Olympus severed her connection with the dreams of humanity. Her heart brimming with joy. Though somewhat uncharitable, she thought to herself, Demeter, do summon me again for such fortuitous events. This wave of wishes not only replenished the hope she had previously expended, but even yielded a surplus. The divine box was now half filled. And Olympus felt an exhilaration akin to an overnight fortune. However, the time for celebration was not yet upon her. She needed to swiftly fulfill the wishes of humanity, lest Demeter awaken and restore vitality to the earth, leaving her stranded. The goddess of hope and wishes hurried to the island of Samos, a manifestation of Hebe's faith, and in many ways, she was Hebe herself. The island's defenses posed no hindrance to her progress. She traversed effortlessly to the temple of Hebe. There, the zealous Hebe was still engrossed in her divine essence, desperately striving for accumulation, yet her spirits were somewhat dimmed. Just a fraction more was needed. Yet that fraction seemed both tantalizingly close and impossibly distant. Her efforts still fell short. Upon the entrance of the goddess with raven hair and golden eyes, Hebe withdrew her consciousness from the divine realm and rose to her feet, presenting the platter of fresh fruits beside her to this embodiment of faith. With a gentle smile, she inquired, Are you not busy gathering hope upon the earth? What brings you here today? Olympus rolled her eyes, accepted the platter, and plucked a strawberry, savoring its sweet tart juice that burst forth, causing her to squint in delight. I've been wandering the earth. It seems that Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, has encountered some calamity. Her sorrowful aura has spread across the land, causing the crops to wither. Humanity now faces a dire shortage of provisions for the winter, plunging them into a predicament. This presents a rare opportunity. The summer divine essence and the golden staff of wheat you possess are crucial to aiding humanity in overcoming this crisis. Hence, I have made a significant wish, and the hope contained within the golden box is likely to fill more than half. Consequently, your chances of achieving that realm will greatly increase. Oh, upon hearing this, Hebe became invigorated. Rising from her divine seat, she observed the current state of the earth through the divine eye, confirming Olympus's account. Indeed, the calculations of that goddess had fallen short. Seizing the moment, Hebe decisively summoned forth the essence of life, which shimmered within her being. The divine power of life swept across the land, rejuvenating the withered plants affected by Demeter's influence. A radiant green glow enveloped the once brown vegetation, breathing vitality back into them, restoring their original lushness. The divine essences of summer and growth also manifested their miracles, bestowing warmth and light, alongside the forces of growth and prosperity upon the crops, plunging them into a state of wild flourishing. Wheat, olives, grapes, onions, and cabbages bore bountiful fruits, albeit still in their unripe state. The intricately adorned golden staff of grain, engraved with elaborate patterns, soared from Hebe's garden into her hands, accompanied by faint rustling and jingling sounds, as if the golden apple tree protested the removal of its fertilizer machine. Hebe, unfazed, directly handed the golden staff of grain to Olympus. Take this and adorn the earth with the golden hues of abundance through your divine power. This moment will also allow your divine name to assert its majesty in the world, greatly benefiting your continued quest to gather hope. Rather than searching far and wide for those destined, it is far more convenient to heed the prayers of the multitude and select from them. Olympus nodded, accepting the exquisite and splendid staff from Hebe's hands. She promptly turned towards the earth, feeling an unsettling anxiety at the thought of not grasping that substantial hope. The goddess with raven hair and golden eyes descended upon the land, elevating the golden staff of grain in her hand, channeling divine power through the staff. It shimmered brilliantly, and the divine essence of harvest swept across the earth. The wheat turned golden, and clusters of grapes dangled from the vines, dazzling like precious gems. The inhabitants of the earth gazed in astonishment at the crops that had matured and doubled in yield within moments, erupting into jubilant cheers of celebration. In their hearts, the image of the goddess from their dreams emerged involuntarily. At this moment, humanity on earth, regardless of status, wealth, or social standing, sincerely expressed their gratitude towards this goddess who had saved them from despair. They humbly knelt upon the ground, a golden torrent of faith surging towards the goddess with dark hair and golden eyes. Herpes, reveling in the moment, closed her eyes in bliss. Born from the faith and hope of humanity, her path to ascension was nonetheless limited. The heartfelt gratitude emanating from humankind was undoubtedly a boon for her, invigorating her divine essence and amplifying her divine attributes of prayer and hope. A melodious sound, akin to clear springs striking stones, resonated as earpiece. Beneath the immense accumulation of faith, shattered her constraints and ascended to the rank of a mid-tier deity. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The goddess opened a golden box in her grasp, its verdant light of hope illuminating her visage. Gazing upon the abundant hope within, a smile blossomed on her face, clearly indicating her satisfaction with this harvest. What audacious deity dares to encroach upon powers not belonging to you? At that moment, a voice filled with fury erupted from behind Herpes, as thick vines, like venomous serpents, lunged toward her. The goddess with dark hair and golden eyes furrowed her brow, hastily concealing the box and narrowly evading the attack. She wielded her staff, and with a flourish of divine power, transformed the encroaching vines into solid gold. Was it the staff of golden wheat? The goddess attacking Herpes was none other than Demeter. She had been languishing in her temple, consumed by sorrow, neglecting the pleas of humanity. Whether out of vengeance against Zeus or for other reasons, Demeter, as the embodiment of the Earth Mother, allowed the land to wither. Knowing that restoring vitality to the earth was merely a matter of her will, humanity's extinction could wait. Yet as she wept, Demeter sensed something amiss. She discovered a force, akin to her own, radiating divine power across the land, bringing forth bountiful harvests. This formidable energy made the essence of harvest and autumn within her tremble with unease. With a sudden seriousness, she set aside her sorrow and rushed to the earth to discern the situation, for divine authority was far more significant than heartbreak. Upon stepping onto the earth, she beheld the goddess clad in white, with dark hair and golden eyes, wielding a staff that seemed familiar as she unleashed divine power to yield a bountiful harvest. A torrent of faith surged into this goddess, enabling her to transcend her former divine tier. This revelation ignited Demeter's ire. As the goddess of agriculture, harvest, and grains, she had just coalesced her autumnal divinity, surpassing Eris and seizing the powers of the season. As the Earth Mother's representative, all bounties of the land should rightfully belong to her. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a nameless wild deity had seized the opportunity while she wallowed in sorrow, usurping the faith that was rightfully hers. This was undoubtedly a provocation against her. Demeter, whose spirits were already deeply wounded by Zeus's rejection, found herself consumed by rage. Without hesitation, she summoned thick vines, intending to teach this goddess a lesson and vent her fury. However, upon witnessing the immense power emanating from the staff in the goddess's hands, she instantly recognized its origin. It was the Midas staff, a divine artifact linked to the god of growth, Chris. After the Tainamaki, this deity had vanished, gravely injured, and the whereabouts of this powerful artifact had remained a mystery. Demeter had previously sensed the staff's energy fleetingly manifesting on Earth, but was unable to pinpoint its exact location. Now, to find it in the hands of this unknown goddess raised questions. Was she perhaps a descendant of Chris? No. Upon closer inspection, Demeter discerned no trace of divine power associated with Chris within her. It was clear this goddess was not of his bloodline. Who are you? Demeter demanded. This staff belongs to the god of agriculture. Your theft of it is a grave offense. Return it to me, and I shall absolve you of your transgressions. The Midas staff was crucial to Demeter, stirring a sense of greed within her as she exerted her divine pressure upon Olympus, determined to reclaim the artifact. Olympus, with a cold smirk in her heart, mused, if I were a fledgling deity, you might have deceived me. Her golden eyes met Demeter's with a guarded gaze. She first bowed respectfully and then spoke, esteemed goddess of agriculture, representative of the Earth Mother, Demeter, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Olympus, the goddess of hope and wishes. For reasons unknown, the earth is withering, and humanity faces the dire prospect of famine, unable to survive the winter. They have beseeched me for protection, and unable to deny their wishes, I have sought solutions, ultimately borrowing this artifact from a generous goddess to restore the earth as prosperity. Olympus appeared innocent, yet spoke with a veiled intent, leaving Demeter feeling somewhat compromised. The goddess's expression shifted, her tone growing colder. The Midas staff is an invaluable artifact. What trust would anyone place in an obscure goddess like you to borrow it? You are clearly lying. It was I who lent it to her, goddess Demeter. Do you have any objections? A golden-haired goddess descended, shielding Olympus behind her, her violet eyes locking onto the aggressive goddess of agriculture, surrounded by an aura of power surpassing even that of the principal deities. Chapter 73. The Method to Break the Curse, Lady Hebe? Demeter cast her gaze upon the golden-haired goddess standing protectively in front of Olympus, her expression shifting slightly. On one hand, she was taken aback by the unexpected support this goddess provided to Olympus, who had audaciously usurped her faith. On the other hand, the subtle pressure emanating from Hebe reminded Demeter of the formidable reputation this goddess had garnered upon Mount Olympus. Ahem, Princess Hebe, while it is true that you possess the golden staff of Midas, it is rather inappropriate to lend it to this goddess and thus bypass my authority to enact the privilege of harvest. Surely, you are aware that a deity's prerogatives are sacrosanct. The golden staff was Hebe's divine artifact, compelling Demeter to suppress her inner turmoil. This goddess seemed exceptionally fortunate to have inherited the legacy of crises, despite Demeter being the rightful goddess of agriculture. Hebe, I implore you to temper your words. The goddess Olympus embodies wishes and hope. Her duty is to listen to the suffering and prayers of mortals, offering them the promise of redemption and liberation from their tribulations. If humanity were not truly desperate, why would they seek her sanctuary? Why have the once thriving crops withered overnight? Why have you turned a blind eye to the offerings and prayers directed towards you? The barrage of questions posed by Hebe rendered Demeter momentarily speechless, causing her to instinctively avert her gaze from the piercing violet eyes of the goddess. She continued to argue defensively. I merely lost control of my emotions for a moment, which affected the land. I had already intended to restore its vitality. It was this goddess who recklessly interfered with my duties. Demeter, if the embodiment of the earth, the revered mother of the gods, were to learn that you, her representative, had neglected your responsibilities due to personal feelings. Do you comprehend the consequences? The fate of the last negligent deity should be clear to you. Hebe intensified her admonition, citing the example of the former moon goddess Selene as a caution for Demeter to relinquish her grievances. Let's laugh this off and move on. It will be best for everyone involved. However, should you persist in this matter, we can certainly take it to Zeus or even Gaia herself. Demeter's frustration boiled over as she glanced at the goddess of hope, who sheltered behind Hebe. Her countenance darkened. I shall let this slide for now, but should there be a next time, you shall find me far less accommodating. Acknowledging that she was indeed in the wrong, she reflected on her recent discord with Zeus, who was unlikely to favor her in this matter. If she were to approach Gaia, the repercussions would be even more severe. Although the title of Gaia's representative sounded illustrious, it was merely a euphemism for serving Gaia and safeguarding the earth. The thought of being found negligent due to her personal emotions sent a shiver down Demeter's spine. She then raised her gaze to Hebe, the legendary goddess who had once been an inconspicuous cupbearer among the deities. Demeter had privately mocked Hera for giving birth to a child with such seemingly modest potential, only to witness Hebe soar to such heights. It dawned on her that Hebe had surpassed even her, this seasoned second-generation goddess, in power. Unbeknownst to many, His Highness Hebe exhibits remarkable proficiency in the manipulation of crops. Having already mastered the authority of reincarnation, what need is there for him to extend his reach so far? Speaking of reach, I find myself unable to measure up to His Highness. Hebe cast a meaningful glance at Demeter's abdomen, asserting that one's capabilities are a matter of personal merit. Rather than concerning herself with me, it would be prudent for Her Highness Demeter to tend to her own emotions and diligently fulfill her responsibilities. While one might attribute negligence to mere oversight, such a justification becomes increasingly tenuous after multiple instances. With that, Hebe departed the realm of discord, accompanied by Olympus. Further discourse would surely provoke the goddess's ire. As Demeter watched the retreating figures of the two goddesses, her inner fury intensified. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. The tumult of her emotions threatened the well-being of the divine child she bore. The maternal instinct within her restored a modicum of composure, prompting her to take several deep breaths, calming her spirit and channeling her divine power to soothe the burgeoning Persephone. Goddess of prayer and hope, take heed. This matter shall not be so easily dismissed. The figure of the agricultural goddess faded from the earth. Having discerned Zeus's true nature, she relinquished her illusions of love, pouring all her affection and energy into the divine child within her. She vowed to safeguard her daughter, shielding her from the sordid and foul male deities, ensuring her eternal purity and integrity. Meanwhile, on Mount Olympus, the wise goddess Athena responded to Zeus's summons. Entering his regal hall, the Lord of Thunder sat resplendently upon his magnificent throne, his deep blue gaze fixed upon his daughter, born from his own mind. Athena, I hear you have been frequenting the island of Samos? Zeus spoke casually, as if merely discussing the day's weather. The goddess of wisdom felt a chill, yet maintained a gentle smile as she replied, Indeed, great king of the gods. The city-state I oversee has begun to flourish after a period of recuperation, with many families forming and women giving birth to new life. However, humanity's understanding in this realm remains woefully inadequate, resulting in alarmingly low survival rates for mothers and newborns. To ensure that our divine lineage receives ample human faith, I sought the counsel of Hera, the protector of women and overseer of childbirth, hoping to disseminate this knowledge among humankind. Had she anticipated that Zeus would question her on this matter, she would have relinquished her title as the goddess of wisdom. She had long prepared a response for him. Upon hearing Hera's name, Zeus's gaze flickered. How is she? Having departed from you? That scoundrel, what could she possibly be? Surely, she is soaring high as the birds and swimming freely as the fish. Athena recalled Hera's content existence on Samos, silently lighting a candle for Zeus in her heart. It appears that the goddess Hera is faring quite well. Indeed, Zeus's countenance darkened in an instant. Athena quickly added a remark, though her demeanor suggested she was not in high spirits, as if something troubled her. In truth, Hera was preoccupied with the whereabouts of the beast that had fled across the earth, her yearning to be a beast tamer rekindled. However, Hebe believed that the earth remained unsafe, fearing that some unyielding god might transform into a bird or butterfly and whisk Hera away. Thus, before her ascension as a primordial deity, Hebe was reluctant to permit her mother to leave Samos Island. Athena's words indeed brightened Zeus's expression, the exalted king of the gods. Seemingly misinterpreting the situation, displayed a gentle smile. Excellent, Athena. Your dedication to humanity and your contributions to the gods are commendable, Nike. With wings adorning her form and a vibrant presence, the goddess of victory, Nike, gracefully approached, kneeling before her divine sovereign. Great king of the gods, I, Nike, extend to you my utmost respect. Nike, from this moment forth, you shall accompany the goddess of wisdom and war, Athena, and bring her victory upon the battlefield, Zeus declared, bestowing this deity upon Athena. Indeed, I vow before my mother Styx that I shall henceforth follow the goddess Athena and pledge my loyalty. Nike's expression remained serene as she made her oath, committing to serve alongside Athena. Thank you for your generosity and favor, great king of the gods. Athena's gaze flickered with joy as she expressed her gratitude for Zeus's gift, recognizing a profound affinity with Nike, this uniquely appointed goddess. Since Zeus had granted her this boon, she had no fear of it being a mere spy placed beside her. She was no delicate vine, but possessed the strength and means to ensure Nike's unwavering loyalty to her alone. Very well, Zeus nodded. Since this is for the propagation of humanity, make sure to visit Hera on Samos Island for guidance, and then return to report your progress to me. Having received benefits, one must also render service. Yes, I understand, Father. The manner in which she would address the matter would depend on her discretion. With 7 parts truth and 3 parts fiction, Zeus, having lost the essence of wisdom, would likely be unable to discern the difference. Now, you may be on your way. I have matters to attend to. With a wave of his hand, Zeus dismissed Athena from the throne room. As you wish. Athena departed with Nike, leaving the palace of Zeus. Once Athena's figure vanished upon the divine mountain, the great king of the gods concealed himself and quietly descended to the mortal realm, arriving at the majestic Caucasus Mountains, the prison of the seer Prometheus. Today, the divine eagle had just devoured Prometheus's liver, leaving behind a gruesome wound at his waist, stained with mottled blood. The intense pain caused this wise deity to furrow his brow, the years of torment having imbued his once youthful and handsome visage with traces of age and weariness. You appear to be in quite a dire state, son of Iapetus. Crafty Prometheus, Amidst the flickering lightning, the majestic figure of Zeus, the king of the gods, appeared before Prometheus. Observing the dire state of the divine being, he smiled with a sense of satisfaction. Prometheus raised his gaze to meet Zeus's eyes momentarily before lowering his head in silence, clearly unwilling to engage with him. O wise Prometheus, why must you persist in this manner? The generation of humanity you once created has long since perished, and the sole reason for your enmity towards me has vanished. Behold the new generation of mortals I have fashioned. They are fleeting in lifespan, feeble in strength, and lacking in wisdom. Such beings are the most easily manipulated, harboring no insidious thoughts, and they hold an unwavering reverence for the divine, continuously providing us with faith. Zeus lifted Prometheus's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. Join me, Prometheus. Reveal to me the method to break the curse, and I shall overlook your past transgressions, restoring your freedom. Deprived of Métis's wisdom, yet it seems you are not entirely foolish, no longer entangled in the identity of the prophesied child, but instead seeking my counsel to lift the curse, O king of the gods. A smirk of derision played upon Prometheus's lips as his emerald eyes regarded Zeus with a calm, fearless demeanor. Zeus's grip tightened suddenly, nearly crushing Prometheus's chin. Yet upon witnessing the other's serene expression despite the pain, he abruptly released his hold. You squandered the opportunity one offered you, Prometheus. Allow me to show you something of value. The king of the gods summoned a radiant light, revealing a grand bronze door standing before the abyss that imprisoned the Titans in the dim recesses of the underworld. 3 colossal Cinemanes guarded this portal, the illustrious offspring of Gaia, the mother of Earth. Once, the Cinemanes had sworn loyalty to Zeus after he liberated them from the grasp of their father, Uranus, aiding him in his triumph over the Titans. Yet, this king of the gods had wielded his authority to cast them back into the abyss, under the pretense of guarding the imprisoned deities. Though the Cinemanes seethed with anger, their oaths bound them to obey Zeus's commands. In the midst of them lay a slumbering deity of imposing stature, whose foolish demeanor remained evident even in sleep. Epimetheus. Prometheus's eyes widened in realization. No wonder he could not find his brother on the earth after the great flood. Zeus had imprisoned him. The brother with whom he had grown up was now in the hands of the tyrannical Cinemanes, igniting even the usually composed wisdom of Prometheus with a sense of urgency. He fixed a cold gaze upon Zeus. What do you intend to do? Very simple. Zeus replied with a malevolent glint in his eyes. Tell me how to lift the curse, and I shall release him. Otherwise, as the king of the gods, it would be a trivial matter to cast a deity into Tartarus. Prometheus fell silent, his expression betraying a hint of struggle. Upon perceiving the potential for opportunity, Zeus felt an immense surge of joy within him. In his desperate quest to rid himself of the curse that weighed heavily upon him, he resolved to employ any means necessary to unsettle the resolve of the seer before him. He intended to deliver another potent revelation. Surely, you are aware that Hera and I have divorced. Prometheus abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating intensely on Zeus, his typically composed emerald eyes now glinting with an ominous fury. Are you enraged? Yet, what can you truly accomplish? Indeed, he had no intention of relinquishing Hera, for she was his beloved queen. How could he bear the thought of her departure? Let me ponder, he mused. What transformation shall I undergo this time? A peacock? Or perhaps a pomegranate tree? Both are among Hera's cherished favorites. Enough! Prometheus interjected fiercely, interrupting Zeus's musings. His eyes shimmered with a radiant light, the seer's divine power illuminating his gaze. Suddenly, his pupils quivered, and 2 streams of crimson tears cascaded down his cheeks. He regarded Zeus, the king of the gods. Abandon Hera, release my brother, and you shall attain what you desire. Chapter 74. The Golden Rain. Ha ha ha. Had we begun this way, it would have been far better. Your stubborn resistance serves no beneficial purpose. The great king of the gods felt an unparalleled excitement swelling within him. For centuries, the curse of Cronus had lodged itself in his throat like a sharp thorn, causing him relentless unease. At long last, he was on the brink of uncovering the answer to his liberation. Swear, Zeus, swear by the river Styx. With blood tears still streaming from his eyes, Prometheus addressed Zeus, his voice now eerily calm, as if he had regained his composure. Certainly, Zeus declared, I, Zeus, king of the gods, Do swear by the river Styx that upon receiving the answer I seek from the wise seer Prometheus, I shall release Epimetheus, bound in the depths, and renounce my rights to wed the goddess of marriage, Hera. To Zeus, Epimetheus served solely as a means to threaten Prometheus. Otherwise, this foolish god was of no use to him. As for Hera, Zeus loved her dearly, yet the new marital laws were decidedly unfavorable to him. Valuing his authority above all else, Zeus had resolved never to enter into the bonds of matrimony again. One truth he had not deceived Demeter with was that Hera would be his final queen. Thereafter, all would merely exist as lovers to him, including Hera herself. Thus, the vows he was about to make held little significance for Zeus. After swearing by the river Styx, Zeus eagerly turned to Prometheus and urged, "Speak, Prometheus. What must I do to break the curse left by Cronus?" The transaction had been sealed. The seer, bound upon the heights of the Caucasus, remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Master of thunder, king of the gods. The key to unraveling the curse bestowed by supreme power lies precisely within the very humans you have demeaned to the dust." At this juncture, Prometheus cast a mocking glance at Zeus with his emerald eyes. Over the years, many deities atop the divine mountain have undoubtedly transcended their divine power levels. What once required countless years of tedious contemplation over divine essence has been effortlessly achieved by these gods within mere decades. Surely, the great king of the gods must be aware of the underlying reasons. Faith? Zeus widened his eyes. The gods' understanding of faith remains relatively superficial. They perceive it merely as a resource for breakthroughs, more convenient and expedient than the primal energies of the world, yet have not contemplated its other profound implications. Humanity. Zeus had not anticipated that the crux of his struggle against the curse would lie within the seemingly insignificant human beings. Indeed, while humans do not possess the near-eternal lifespans, formidable strength, and robust physiques of deities, they are beings created in the image of the gods. In this world, none are closer to the divine than they. The will of the gods can influence the world, and so too can that of humanity. A single human's will may be diminutive, yet the collective beliefs of tens, hundreds, thousands, or countless billions can indeed shift the very fabric of existence. A glint of madness flashed in Prometheus's eyes. Grateful for the gifts bestowed by the deities, humans naturally wish for their gods to grow stronger. Bolstered by this fervent belief, the very laws of the world must concede to such will, which is the key to the rapid ascension of the gods. With his forward-thinking nature, Zeus pondered, what if the humans collectively wished for the curse upon him to be lifted? What then would be the outcome? Prometheus's words struck like lightning, dispelling the clouds of uncertainty in Zeus's mind and illuminating a promising path ahead. The fog before him seemed to vanish under an invisible force, revealing a glimmer of hope. How simple. I shall return forthwith to proclaim a divine edict, urging all humanity to pray together to cleanse me of this curse. If it were truly that simple, then such a curse would hardly warrant the personal intervention of the king of the gods. It belongs to the previous generation's ruler. Mind your words, Prometheus. Zeus was displeased with the reference to the dethroned Cronos as the god king. There is but one sovereign among the deities, and that is he, the master of thunder, Zeus. Prometheus, unwilling to dwell on this sudden and irrelevant distraction, continued, stating that the current number of humans and the faith they generate are far from sufficient to break the curse of the former god king, Cronos. Had it not been for the apocalyptic deluge, humanity might have thrived to a number adequate for this task. Are you implying that this matter is my doing? Had you revealed this information sooner, I would have commanded their annihilation. I would have surely nurtured them well. Thanks to you, the calamities you unleashed upon the world have tainted this generation of humanity with vile habits. They are foolish, arrogant, and selfish, producing but a meager amount of pure faith. The Earth Mother has reclaimed the creative rights of the gods. What then shall you do, king of the gods? Prometheus regarded Zeus with a mocking expression, as the heinous deeds committed by the king of the gods had now transformed into falling stones, obstructing the flow of his transcendence. Speak plainly. Do you wish for your brother to languish for eternity in Tartarus? Prometheus's words incited a flash of indignation in Zeus, whose face darkened with fury, his eyes gathering a tempest. Education. Humankind requires a divine figure capable of imparting knowledge, instilling behavioral norms, and nurturing virtuous character. Only by overcoming the darkness within can they cultivate the pure faith you desire. Observing Zeus's discomfort brought a slight improvement to Prometheus's mood, and he continued at a leisurely pace. Education, knowledge, behavioral norms, virtue? Zeus pondered, a flicker of realization illuminating his gaze. His daughter, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, had long been engaged in educating humanity within her city-state. Whether teaching an individual or a multitude, the task remained the same. He could simply entrust this endeavor to her. Moreover, he nearly forgot about the three fates, daughters born of him, and Themis, the goddess of justice and law. These three goddesses had long held dominion over spring, summer, and autumn, yet their original divine duties extended beyond mere seasons. Eunomia, the goddess of spring, represented order and was responsible for maintaining societal stability. Dike, the goddess of summer, embodied fairness and justice, ensuring human righteousness, while Irene, the embodiment of autumn, symbolized peace and wealth, fostering a serene mindset and ambition among humanity. These three daughters, once rebellious due to their infatuation with Helios, had become more compliant following his confinement on Rhodes. Did Zeus remain unaware that Dike and Irene's seasonal powers had been usurped? He merely deemed it unworthy of his attention, using it as a subtle warning to his rebellious daughters. Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, also bore the essence of spring and seeds. Thus, Eunomia's loss of authority was merely a matter of time. As their father, it was only fitting that he arrange a noble task for them. How fortuitous it was that they could journey to the underworld to beseech their mother, Themis, to inscribe laws for humanity as a foundation for regulating behavior, subsequently supervising humankind upon the earth. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement would likely not be rejected by Themis. Furthermore, the 9 muses, daughters of Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, would also play a significant role in cultivating humanity's moral aesthetics. It would be fitting to dispatch them to Earth for the purpose of transformation. And then there was Arete, the goddess of virtue, clad in white and exuding noble grace. As the king of the gods, Zeus was intimately familiar with the divine beings under his rule and quickly compiled an extensive list of deities at his disposal. Prometheus, ever astute, discerned from Zeus's expression that the king had devised a plan concerning the educational plight of humanity. A subtle smile graced his lips. Yet he quickly resumed a serious demeanor and declared, "But that is still insufficient." Insufficient? What matters cannot be conveyed in a single breath. Do you find it amusing to speak while gasping for air? My patience is limited, Prometheus. Do not rush, king of the gods. This is the final point, the most crucial aspect in breaking the curse. Prometheus continued, "Look, Zeus, with your piercing gaze that penetrates the clouds. Observe how many independent city-states there are on Earth, and how many kings rule them. Their beliefs often dictate the faith of a nation. Unifying the beliefs of these rulers will harmonize the faith of all humanity. What you require is to nurture a ruler who can aid you in governing the entirety of humankind. A king of kings. A king of kings? I am the divine sovereign of humanity. Do I truly need another ruler to manage them on my behalf? How ludicrous!" Zeus retorted, "Under my thunder. Who dares defy my command and offer their faith?" Yet Prometheus shook his head. Fear cannot engender pure faith. Only sincere intent and the most positive energy can cleanse you of the dark curse that clings to you. Thus, you require a ruler born of humanity, who also aspires to divinity. You must cultivate their influence, earning the reverence and affection of humankind, so that they willingly reveal their purest faith. King of the gods, if it were indeed so simple to dispel the curse, why did your father, Cronus, meet such a fated end, despite his divine power being no less than yours? Prometheus's words rendered Zeus silent, prompting deep contemplation. A king of kings, one who is born of humanity, yet yearns for divinity, a hero renowned and cherished by humankind? A demigod. In that instant, clarity dawned upon Zeus. He understood the essence of the matter. He needed a demigod, a being of his own blood, to emerge from humanity and gain their acceptance. This progeny would inherit the bloodline of the king of gods, endowed with a physique and strength far surpassing that of ordinary mortals, thus earning the respect and admiration of others. He would need to endure trials and tribulations unattainable by mere mortals, and in his moments of adversity, the gods would extend their assistance at his command, fostering gratitude and admiration within him. When he achieves great success and his fame spreads, Zeus would personally ignite the divine fire within his bloodline, transforming him into a deity. He would become the conduit between Zeus and humanity, guiding them to offer their purest faith. Ha ha ha! Prometheus, you truly live up to your title of prophet. Your wisdom and foresight are astounding. Rest assured, I will honor our pact. Should I successfully rid myself of this curse, I shall consider granting you freedom and bestowing glory upon you, allowing your return to the divine mountain to assist me. The long-sought answers filled Zeus with indescribable joy, his laughter resonating like thunder across the Caucasus Mountains. With that, the king of the gods hastily uttered a final remark before turning away, eager to find a suitable mother for his future demigod offspring. Prometheus gazed silently at the retreating figure of Zeus, his expression serene, a faint smile gracing his lips. Go forth, Zeus, nurture humanity, and create the heroic beings who shall bestow upon me my freedom. Above a certain nation of mortals, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. Thunder rumbling, a sign of the divine king, Zeus, in search of a new lover. His gaze fell upon the earth, and suddenly, it rested upon a magnificent tower crafted for brass. This exquisite edifice belonged to the king of the land, known as Argos, Chryseis by name. He was a diligent and industrious ruler, under whose stewardship this nation, blessed with inexhaustible copper mines, garnered the favor of Hephaestus, the god of fire and forge, developing exceptional metallurgical skills and amassing great wealth. In addition to his riches, the king possessed a daughter of unparalleled beauty named Dana. She was among the most resplendent manifestations of Aphrodite's scattered beauty upon the earth, cherished since childhood as the king's most precious jewel. However, everything transformed dramatically on the day Dana came of age, as she blossomed into a woman of breathtaking allure, akin to a rose in full bloom. Her father dispatched messengers to the temple of Apollo, the sun god, beseeching him for a favorable prophecy concerning his daughter. Regrettably, the oracle's pronouncement revealed that the son of Princess Dana would one day slay the king. Apollo, the deity of prophecy, was renowned for the accuracy of his oracles, and this grim foretelling plunged Chryseis into despair. Now that Dana had reached adulthood, her beauty would undoubtedly attract countless suitors, and should she bear son, his own life would be in jeopardy. Though Chryseis adored his daughter, he cherished his own life even more. Thus, he commanded the nation's artisans to construct a splendid and sturdy brass tower, confining Dana and a maidservant who attended to her daily needs within its walls, sealing it to ensure that no one could approach. Thus, Princess Dana was imprisoned by her father within this lofty tower, growing day by day. Despite lacking for nothing, her life was one of tedium and monotony, leaving her melancholic. Her greatest delight was to gaze through the tower's windows at the distant vistas, yearning for the world beyond. Meanwhile, the king of the gods, perched above the clouds, cast his discerning gaze upon this sorrowful yet exquisite maiden. The power of desire surged within him, and he found himself irresistibly enamored by Princess Dana, his passion swelling like an unbridled tide. With a mere flick of his fingers, rain cascaded from the heavens, nourishing the land of this nation. The refreshing droplets carried a hint of coolness, as if to cleanse the hearts of the people from their burdens. Danae was captivated by the gentle patter of the rain. She cupped her hands to catch a handful of rainwater, relishing its coolness as her inner turmoil gradually dissipated. The beautiful princess could not resist the urge to dance, twirling gracefully within the confines of the high tower, performing a mesmerizing dance that went unnoticed. Suddenly, a rift in the clouds opened, allowing golden sunlight to stream through the window, illuminating Danae's exquisite form. The rain cascaded into the tower, glimmering like gold under the warm embrace of brass and sunlight. As the rain fell upon her, it accentuated the delicate contours of her figure, making her feel as though she had descended into a warm embrace. Upon lifting her gaze, she beheld a visage of profound beauty, filled with deep affection. Chapter 75. The Autumn Authority. While the king of the gods remained entranced in his love for the tower princess Danae, the earth goddess Demeter, after a prolonged period of gestation, finally welcomed the birth of her divine child. Despite being a goddess, giving birth to a demigod was no trivial matter for Demeter. Dressed in a green robe and adorned with a floral crown, her once slender abdomen had swollen, and she lay restlessly upon her divine bed, cradling her belly. The divine power within her was continuously drawn upon by the child, a burden every goddess must endure during childbirth. Persephone, the goddess of spring and seeds, though her divine role may seem less combative, was nonetheless an indispensable part of the seasonal cycle on Earth. Her potential was immense, and even Demeter, one of the 12 principal deities, found it somewhat taxing to sustain her. Yet what could she do? Without sufficient divine energy, her child might be born prematurely, resulting in diminished potential and difficulty in ascension. The nurturing goddess of agriculture would never allow such a fate to befall her offspring. Thus, she gritted her teeth, continuing to channel her divine power while instructing the nymphs in the temple to seek out fruits imbued with divine energy from the earth to supplement her. Though it was but a drop in the bucket, it was better than nothing. Just as Demeter struggled to maintain her strength, a nymph hurriedly fluttered in, her translucent wings fluttering with urgency. Esteemed representative of the Earth Mother, goddess of agriculture and abundance, the life goddess Hebe has arrived and requests an audience with you. The kneeling nymph proclaimed, anxious that Demeter, lost in the throes of labor, might not hear her words. Hebe? What could she possibly want here? Demeter was reluctant to meet the goddess who had recently caused her distress. She feared her current disheveled state would only invite ridicule. Hebe has sent me to convey that the divine roles of childbirth and the seasons have guided her here. She hopes that, if not for any other reason, you might consider her assistance for the sake of Princess Persephone, as she can help ensure Persephone's safe arrival. The nymph relayed, her head bowed in deference. Truly, a strike at the heart, a fatal blow. Involving Persephone, Demeter, who poured all her love into her divine offspring, found it truly impossible to refuse. She did not wish to inflict irreparable harm on the soon-to-be-born Persephone due to a momentary whim. Quickly, welcome the goddess of life, Hebe. At once, upon hearing Demeter's command, the nymph hastily flapped her wings and flew outside the temple. Upon spotting the golden-haired goddess, who held a scepter, she rushed forward and respectfully bowed. Noble goddess Hebe, my mistress Demeter requests your presence inside. Thank you for your efforts. Hebe smiled gently, and before her appeared a golden cup. As her scepter radiated light, a stream of pure, milk-white water flowed forth, filling the cup with a refreshing essence of youth and vitality. Consider this cup of youth spring as my reward to you. It will bring you boundless joy, and youth and vitality shall forever accompany you. The nymph, feeling somewhat dazed, accepted the golden cup, scarcely able to believe that merely delivering a message would yield such a magnificent reward. Since Hebe ascended to the status of one of the 12 principal deities, no god dared to request the youth spring as casually as before. This treasured elixir had gradually become a rarity, especially for those of lower status like the nymphs, who could only dream of such a precious gift. Thank you for your generosity, benevolent goddess of life. May your glory endure eternally. The nymph expressed her heartfelt gratitude, cradling the golden cup with utmost care, fearful that a single drop might spill, which would surely break her heart. Hebe smiled faintly, not placing great importance on this modest gift, and stepped into Demeter's temple of agriculture. Upon seeing Demeter lying on the divine bed, her expression twisted in pain. Hebe swiftly approached, activating her role as a goddess of childbirth. Her hands glowed with a gentle light akin to dawn, softly caressing Demeter's belly. A soothing warmth and tranquil divine power flowed into Demeter, calming the restlessness of her unborn child, with Hebe's divine power providing comfort. The pace at which the child absorbed Demeter's power slowed, and the goddess's complexion improved slightly. Thank you, Lady Hebe, for your timely assistance. Despite previous grievances, Demeter felt it inappropriate to maintain a stern demeanor in light of such kindness. It is the season and my divine duty as the goddess of childbirth that guide me here. As the sovereign of the seasons, I am obliged to assist this goddess born of spring in her labor. Lady Demeter, please consume this golden apple. It will facilitate the smooth birth of your daughter. A gleaming golden apple appeared in Hebe's hand, a gift once bestowed by Gaia, the mother of earth. She retained one for this very purpose, to aid Demeter in replenishing her divine energy. Demeter understood the preciousness of the golden apple, yet, for the sake of her daughter, she found herself compelled to owe Hebe a favor. The goddess took the golden apple from Hebe's hand and took a bite. The golden flesh transformed into pure divine power, flowing into Demeter's body. Yet instead of being absorbed by the goddess, it was infused into the divine embryo within her. A cascade, a melodious laughter resonated within the temple. A sound more enchanting than the clearest and sweetest spring water, imbued with an innate innocence and grace. It was the laughter of the goddess of spring, who sensed that her birth was imminent. The time has come, dear Demeter. With the nourishment of the golden apple, the divine child within Demeter flourished rapidly. A vibrant force emanated from the goddess's womb, as if the very earth echoed with a harmonious song, a hymn to the vitality of nature. At that moment, though winter reigned upon the land, the winter deities, stirred by this exquisite melody, softened their countenances. They involuntarily wielded their divine powers once more, causing the snow and frost to gradually recede, granting the stage to the goddess of spring and seeds. Under the influence of spring's divine might, the ice and snow melted away, clear springs flowed forth, and the dormant seeds beneath the earth seemed to respond to a calling, writhing desperately to break through the soil. Finally, in their dark world, the first rays of light emerged, draping the earth in green, as blossoms burst forth, infusing the land with exuberance and vibrant colors. From the womb of the agricultural goddess Demeter radiated a dazzling light, and a goddess clad in pure white emerged with laughter. She was remarkably beautiful, every inch of her embodying the vitality of nature, her shimmering, cherry blossom pink hair flowing gracefully, her nearly translucent, snow-white skin aglow, and her delicate visage framed by enchanting, doe-like, pale green eyes that captivated all who beheld her. The goddess of spring and seeds, Persephone, was born. My beloved mother, the goddess of spring and seeds, Persephone, extends her greetings to you, expressing gratitude for all you have sacrificed for my birth. The laws of nature had evidently instilled fundamental knowledge into the newly born goddess of spring. Persephone immediately recognized her mother and knelt before Demeter's window, conveying her heartfelt thanks. "Good child," Demeter replied, her expression warm with maternal affection as she stroked the spring goddess's pink locks, though her gaze grew somewhat complex. Persephone was extraordinarily beautiful. As the goddess of spring, her allure surpassed that of all the blossoms blooming upon the earth combined. Demeter could even boldly assert that, in contrast to the alluring and overtly sensual Aphrodite, it was Persephone's pure and delicate charm that truly drew the admiration of the male deities. Yet, while the goddess of spring and seeds wielded the authority over the seasons, her splendid title and immense potential were undeniable. However, in terms of combat prowess, Demeter held reservations. Born into a world where abductions for marriage were customary, possessing beauty without the means to protect oneself was a grave flaw, a sin for both genders alike. It is imperative that Persephone does not appear before the eyes of the gods. She must be concealed, ensuring that her heart remains forever pure and unblemished. Demeter promptly made this decision. "Euti," Demeter suddenly called out loudly towards the door. "Esteemed goddess Demeter, how may I serve you?" Euti. The nymph who had just conveyed a message for Hebe was enveloped in an aura of youth and vitality, clearly having partaken of the spring of eternal youth. Persephone has just been born. Take her to familiarize herself with the surroundings of the temple. Remember, she must not leave the confines of the temple. Demeter's gaze was stern, causing the nymph named Eutii to shudder involuntarily. "Yes, goddess Demeter, I shall heed your divine command," Eutii promptly replied, bowing her head. She then approached Persephone, unable to suppress her admiration for the beauty of the newly born goddess of spring, yet maintaining a respectful demeanor as she addressed her. "Beautiful and pure goddess of spring, please follow me." Persephone glanced at her mother and then surveyed the striking goddess with golden hair and violet eyes. The aura about her evoked a desire for closeness, yet simultaneously instilled a sense of trepidation, stirring her curiosity. However, it was evident that her mother had matters to discuss with the goddess and preferred her absence. Understanding, the dutiful spring goddess followed Eutii out of the temple. "Hebe, speak your purpose. Having received your favor, I am naturally inclined to reciprocate." Demeter leaned against the sacred bed, setting aside her unwarranted pride and self-importance due to her concern for Persephone. She realized that on her own, she was ill-equipped to safeguard her daughter and needed to cultivate valuable alliances. The goddess before her, despite their past discord, possessed a divine reputation that was undeniable upon Mount Olympus. Securing her support and commitment would undoubtedly enhance Persephone's safety. "Your Highness Demeter, I have come to propose an exchange for the dominion of autumn. I hope you will consider trading the autumnal divinity with me. Hebe was forthright, not mincing words about her intentions. The dominion of autumn? Absolutely not. Demeter rejected the notion without hesitation. As the goddess of agriculture and harvest, the autumnal authority was of utmost importance to her. Once she had painstakingly wrested from Eris, she could not relinquish it lightly. Please do not be hasty. What I seek is merely the control of autumn. I have no desire to encroach upon your dominion over harvest and agriculture, which shall remain yours. If you agree, I shall offer you this artifact in exchange. A staff adorned with golden wheat and fruits appeared in Hebe's hand, its essence rich with the promise of harvest, causing Demeter's divine essence to tremble with anticipation. The allure of the golden wheat staff caused Demeter to waver. The prospect of retaining her dominion over agriculture and harvests on earth, even at the expense of autumn, seemed less intolerable. Moreover, with the support of the golden staff, she would ascend as the sovereign of this realm, rendering Hebe's possession of the autumn divinity inconsequential. Noticing Demeter's shifting demeanor, Hebe eagerly pressed on, her countenance adorned with a benevolent smile. Goddess Demeter, surely Persephone, the newly born goddess, lacks the strength of established divine power, does she not? And you, having just given birth to such a promising deity, must have experienced some depletion of your essence. I possess 3 golden apples, which I believe could provide assistance to both you and the goddess Persephone. 3 resplendent apples appeared in Hebe's hands, their pure divine energy captivating Demeter's gaze. These were sacred relics of the Earth Mother. Hebe had already presented one to aid in Demeter's childbirth, and now she offered 3 more, truly extravagant. Demeter regarded Hebe with a complex expression, to which Hebe nonchalantly replied that her own tree still bore plenty, and since Hera did not have much fondness for them, plucking a few was of no concern. Very well, in the name of Demeter, and under the witness of the laws, I shall exchange the authority of autumn with this goddess before me. In the name of Hebe, and under the witness of the laws, I shall exchange the golden wheat staff, the golden apples, and this goddess before me. In the depths of the cosmos, I will descended, and a radiant glow emanated from Demeter, a warm yellow divine essence, shimmering with autumnal imagery, detached from her being and fell into Hebe's grasp. The autumn divinity merged within Hebe, filling the void between summer and winter. Only the spring divinity remained to achieve completeness, and at that time, this essence would undergo transformation. Handing the golden wheat staff and apples to Demeter, Hebe expressed her delight in the collaboration, declaring that past grievances were now forgotten, for in the realm of deities, only enduring interests prevail, not eternal enmities. I suspect your highness may have thoughts regarding Persephone's authority over spring. Post-transaction, Demeter reclined upon her divine bed, casting a faint gaze toward Hebe. Indeed, Hebe acknowledged, to acquire the authority of spring, one must negotiate with Demeter, the mother goddess. Hebe generously nodded in agreement. I can persuade Persephone to bestow it upon you, but the condition is that you must present an equivalent divine essence, and it must possess formidable power. Demeter believed in Hebe, confident in her ability to procure a powerful essence for her daughter. After all, she could not always be by Persephone's side. If she could attain strength akin to that of Hebe, she would possess a means of self-preservation in times of peril. I shall contemplate this. Hebe mused for a moment before acquiescing to Demeter's terms. She turned to depart but paused, glancing back at Demeter to impart one final thought. Your Highness Demeter, among the pantheon of deities, the one you ought to be most wary of is the king of the gods himself. Beware of that cunning and ever-changing god. Thus, Demeter was left in contemplation, pondering over her words. Chapter 76. Perseus' time flowed swiftly, and it seemed that the gods had grown weary of their tumultuous antics, ushering in a rare tranquility both in the heavens and upon the earth, where the sun and moon alternated their reign. The transition between day and night no longer required the direct intervention of Apollo, the sun god, and Artemis, the moon goddess. Instead, under the auspices of Hecate, the 4 deities of the sun and moon convened to establish the celestial paths for these 2 sovereign stars. With their divine powers, they inscribed guiding trajectories in the sky, allowing the sun and moon to follow these paths autonomously, bestowing light upon the world. From that day forth, the sun would rise in the east and set in the west, only to be succeeded by the moon in the evening. This method liberated the sun and moon deities from their burdensome celestial patrols. Days passed in this manner. On one such day, in the prosperous and powerful kingdom of Argos, King Acrisius sat imperiously upon his throne, flanked by guards brandishing spears in solemn vigilance. In the center of the grand hall, a maidservant, tasked with overseeing the Princess Dana's well-being, knelt trembling, her countenance a portrait of despair, tears streaming from her eyes. I entrusted you with the care of Dana, with explicit instructions to shield her from the approach of any man. Can you explain to me why, within the span of a mere year, my daughter has given birth to a child unbeknownst to me? And why have you failed to report her clandestine affairs? A luxurious goblet shattered beside the maidservant, the resounding crash echoing through the hall as the elderly King Acrisius was engulfed in a tempest of fury. Recently, the kingdom of Argos was engaged in grand sacrificial rites to honor their guardian, Hephaestus, expressing gratitude for the inexhaustible copper mines and metallurgical techniques bestowed upon them. The festivities were splendid, and the king, longing for the presence of his daughter, contemplated visiting her in the copper tower during this rare occasion. Yet, upon ascending the tower, he was struck by the sound of a baby's laughter emanating from within. In that instant, Acrisius felt as though struck by lightning. The prophecy of Apollo loomed in his mind, and the dread of death clouded his judgment, stripping him of his former wisdom and reason. He commanded that Dana and her maid be subdued with a potion. When the maid awoke to the furious visage of the old king, she understood that the truth had been unveiled. She chose not to conceal further, kneeling down to recount the full extent of her knowledge. Wise and illustrious king of Argos, I did not intend to deceive you. I was compelled by circumstances beyond my control. For over a year, I have tended to the princess in the tower, and I can assert with certainty that I have never witnessed a man enter this high bastion. Yet, to my astonishment, Princess Dana has found herself unexpectedly with child. After much inquiry, she finally revealed the truth to me. Speak swiftly. Who has sullied my pure daughter? I demanded. I shall seize him and his kin. The words of Acrisius were abruptly interrupted by a maid, her face a mask of terror. The princess confessed that her lover was a handsome man who emerged from a cascade of golden rain. I understand your dread of prophecies, she continued, but this child may very well be a divine blessing. Should you harm them and provoke the gods, misfortune will befall you and your subjects. What? Acrisius exclaimed, as if struck by a hammer, collapsing upon his throne. Why must it be the gods? Even the might of Argos could not contend with divine powers. After a lengthy silence, the old king finally raised his head and commanded the guards on either side, take her away. Furthermore, relay my orders. Have a chest constructed to contain Princess Dana and her illegitimate child, and cast them into the tumultuous sea. If they are indeed favored by the gods, they shall find safety. Yes. The guards swiftly obeyed the king's command, escorting the maid away. They then instructed the kingdom's skilled craftsmen to fabricate a grand wooden chest, into which they placed Princess Dana and her infant, casting them into the sea. The waves swiftly engulfed the chest, carrying it far away. Upon Olympus, awash in divine light, the king of the gods, Zeus, sat upon his golden throne, his penetrating gaze observing the unfolding events. Faced with the plight of his lover and offspring, he refrained from intervening, for the challenging and arduous life he had ordained for his demigod child was now set into motion. The scepter in the hands of the king of the gods glowed with radiance as he established contact with his brother Poseidon, ruler of the sea. Poseidon, there is no time to waste. Speak quickly, for I am quite occupied. Poseidon's voice was laced with irritation at being interrupted by Zeus. My lover and demigod child are suffering in the tempestuous sea. I require you to protect them and ensure their safe passage. Zeus, unfazed by Poseidon's tone, spoke with the undeniable authority of the king of the gods. Go at once. With that, he severed the connection and continued to watch over Dana and her child. Damn it! Poseidon had no choice but to grumble as he rose from his bed and donned his divine robes. A pair of arms, as exquisite as jade, encircled his robust shoulders from behind. Are you leaving so soon? Came a sultry voice, imbued with a languid charm, reminiscent of the siren's enchanting whispers. I have a pressing matter to attend to. I shall return to you, my beloved Medusa, once I have fulfilled my duties. Poseidon turned his gaze, beholding an enchanting and mesmerizingly beautiful visage. The dark green serpentine locks gently flickered, caressing Poseidon's handsome countenance, conveying an unspoken reluctance from the depths of her heart. "Very well. Return swiftly. I shall await your arrival." Medusa pouted playfully, addressing Poseidon with a hint of affection. "Agreed," Poseidon replied with a tender smile, planting a kiss upon Medusa's cheek before grasping his trident and departing. Through the perception granted by his divine powers, Poseidon swiftly located Dana and her son. The wooden chest was adrift amidst the tumultuous waves, relentlessly battered by the merciless sea, on the verge of being engulfed. With a flick of his trident, Poseidon summoned gentle waves that enveloped the chest, guiding it to an island known as Seriphos. There, the king's brother, Dictys, was casting his net from a fishing boat. Upon encountering the exquisite craftsmanship of the chest, he recognized that it belonged to no ordinary household and hurriedly salvaged it aboard his vessel. The moment Dictys' pride opened the chest with a crowbar, the stunning Princess Dana, cradling her infant, emerged before him. At that instant, the waters surged, flooding the fishing boat and coalescing into a humanoid form, from which the voice of the earth-shaking god Poseidon resonated. "Dictys, son of Seriphos, before you stand a child favored by the gods. Care for him and nurture him, and you shall receive the blessings of the deities." As a subject of the island, Dictys could hardly fail to recognize the sea god Poseidon. Upon receiving the divine oracle, he promptly knelt in reverence, pledging to adhere to the god's instructions and care for the mother and child. Once Poseidon's form dissipated, Dictys swiftly extracted the unconscious Dana and her infant from the chest, settling them into a small bed aboard the fishing vessel before hastening back to the island of Seriphos. Only after ensuring the safety of Dana and her child did Zeus, the king of the gods, withdraw his gaze. He then summoned Hermes, instructing him to bring back Athena, who was on earth imparting knowledge and skills to humanity. "O great king of the gods, might I inquire the purpose of your summons?" Athena, the goddess of wisdom, entered Zeus's divine hall, her piercing gaze alight with curiosity. "Athena, there exists a child born of a union between myself and a mortal princess. He is destined to be the chosen leader for all humanity, yet he is currently too frail. I require you to journey to Earth, to become his mentor, to protect him, and to guide him down the path he is meant to tread." Though Dana's child possessed immense potential, the human blood coursing through his veins was a hindrance. He must grow and mature in the passage of time, as with each passing year, the divine essence within him would gradually awaken, bestowing upon him extraordinary powers far beyond those of mere mortals. Zeus tasked Athena with the duty of safeguarding the life of this divine offspring during his vulnerable childhood, imparting knowledge, honing his skills, and awakening the divine blood that coursed through his veins. Only then could he confidently navigate the trials that Zeus had set for him and emerge as the great hero anticipated by all. Upon hearing Zeus's words, Athena's gaze flickered. It had been but a short time since his separation from Hera. First, it was Demeter, and now, yet another mortal princess? Truly, the love of this king of the gods was as trivial as wild grass. However, Zeus had previously favored mortal women and sired several demigods, yet he had always exhibited a dispassionate demeanor. What had prompted him to take such an interest in this particular demigod, even choosing to personally guide him to become the leader of humanity? Athena understood that there was more to this than met the eye, but these thoughts flitted through her mind in an instant, leaving no room for further contemplation. She hastily demonstrated her unwavering obedience to the divine command. "I understand, great king of the gods. However, may I inquire about the name of this demigod and his current whereabouts?" "They are on the island of Seriphos in the sea. He is the son of the princess Dana of Argos," Zeus replied, recalling the golden rain he had bestowed upon Dana, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Let's name him Perseus. Perseus, signifying the shining light, shall serve as a tribute to my affair with that mortal princess." Following Zeus's directive, Athena arrived at Seriphos, concealing her divine form and transforming into an old fisherman to observe Perseus discreetly, eager to ascertain what distinguished this son of the king of gods. With the assistance of Dictys, Princess Dana and Perseus settled on this small island. Under her intentional concealment, the people remained unaware of Perseus's royal lineage, while Dictys regarded him merely as a gift from Poseidon, raising him as his own son with kindness. Athena, too, observed from the sidelines, refraining from excessive interference. Thus, although Perseus possessed the blood of a god, without deliberate training, he manifested only slightly greater stature and intelligence than his peers. While remarkable, he did not attract undue attention, and his childhood unfolded in a relatively blissful and stable environment. Yet, as the chosen king of kings by Zeus, Perseus's life could not remain tranquil for long. At the age of 16, as he approached adulthood, his life was destined to encounter a significant upheaval. Although Dictys is the brother of the king of Siliphos Island, his relationship with his sibling, Polydectes, is rather strained. Polydectes, who wields dominion over the island's wealth, refuses to share with his brother, relegating him to live among the impoverished inhabitants, eking out a living through fishing. However, the king of Siliphos has heard whispers of a breathtaking beauty residing in Dictys's home, a woman whose allure is unparalleled, capable of enchanting anyone with but a glance. Consumed by envy, Polydectes feels an acute sense of dissatisfaction. If such a beauty exists, she ought to belong to him, the noble king, rather than to his lowly fisherman brother. Thus, he promptly commands his subordinates to convey an invitation to Dictys, announcing a forthcoming birthday celebration, insisting that the entire family must attend. Upon receiving his brother's letter, Dictys's expression turns grave and uncertain. "What troubles you, Dictys? Why do you appear so distressed?" inquires Dana, who has paused her weaving upon noticing his furrowed brow. Over the years, Dana has awakened from the sweet illusions of her past, realizing that the once charming and exalted king of the gods had merely deceived her youthful naivety with empty flattery. Since the onset of her pregnancy and the birth of Perseus, misfortune had befallen her, leading to her exile on this remote island. Now, after many years, she has heard naught of the king's whereabouts. He is a deity. If he truly wished to see her, it would not pose a challenge. Dana comprehends that she was but a fleeting flower plucked from the vast expanse of his eternal life. She relinquishes her fantasies and resolves to live a grounded life, devoted to her child. Dictys is a man of virtue. He is sincere, steadfast, and kind-hearted. Under his guidance, Perseus has blossomed into a commendable youth. Dana is deeply grateful for all that Dictys has sacrificed. Although they do not share a marital bond, they support one another with mutual respect and understanding. Observing Dictys's evident concern, Dana cannot help but inquire further. "My brother has sent a letter inviting our family to his birthday celebration. He has not contacted me for decades." The sudden message feels amiss. Dictys confides in her, unmasking his anxiety. "Is this the king of the island you have mentioned? Your brother does not seem to be of noble character. If we refuse the king's summons, I fear there may be repercussions." Dana could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Though they were described as a princess and the king's brother, in truth, they were both castaways, not much different from commoners, lacking the power to oppose the sovereign of their land. "Do not fret, Dana. Perhaps it is merely that my brother has not seen me in a long while and yearns for my presence. Let us pay him our respects and return." As he spoke, Dictys paused, casting a glance at Dana, who, despite the passage of over a decade, remained strikingly beautiful, now with an added air of maturity. He added, "It would be best to dress modestly. Polydectes is well aware of my circumstances, and there is no need to feign grandeur. I only hope that my fears are unfounded." "Very well," Dana nodded, resuming her weaving. On the sandy shores of the island, a tall and handsome youth with golden hair was hauling a 1-meter-long fish from the sea onto the land. "Perseus, have you caught another large fish today?" The old fisherman, standing aboard his fishing boat, remarked with a smile as he observed Perseus with a great catch. "Ha ha, Triton, thanks to the skills you imparted to me, I feel my fishing prowess has indeed improved. Come to my house tonight for grilled fish." Perseus laughed heartily, greeting the old fisherman, who had watched him grow and taught him many fishing techniques. "Ha ha, splendid. I shall certainly come this evening," the fisherman, named Triton, replied with a beaming nod. "Do make sure to come. I must head home now, lest my father and mother worry." With a wave, Perseus dragged the large fish as he made his way home. The old fisherman watched his departing figure with a glimmer of bright light in his eyes. Chapter 77. The hero's path. Upon returning home, Perseus overheard his adoptive father, Dictys, and his mother, Dana, discussing the king of the island's invitation for their family to attend a birthday banquet. In contrast to his parents' concerns, Perseus remained utterly unconcerned. Under the intermittent guidance of old fisherman Triton over the years, Perseus had become unparalleled in martial prowess on the island. Moreover, he had harbored a secret from his parents. For some time now, he had felt a strange power coursing through his veins, endowing him with boundless energy, remarkable strength, and speed that far exceeded that of ordinary men. Even injuries healed rapidly. Yet, Perseus chose to remain silent about this transformation, fearing it would incite panic and dread among those around him. Nevertheless, should the king harbor ill intentions, he was confident in his ability to protect his adoptive parents and ensure their safety. "Father, you need not worry. Attend the banquet with confidence. I will safeguard your well-being," Perseus reassured Dictys and Dana. Seeing her son, now a tall young man, Dana felt her own unease begin to dissipate. Indeed, unbeknownst to many, Perseus has blossomed into a formidable young man. With the blood of that esteemed lineage coursing through his veins, he should not remain idle. Early the following day, Dictys accompanied Dana and Perseus to the royal palace on the island of Seriphos to attend a banquet hosted by his brother, Polydectes. In the opulent palace, King Polydectes of Seriphos, adorned in a splendid purple robe and crowned with a golden tiara embellished with deep-sea pearls, languidly observed the graceful dancers in the great hall. His gaze frequently flickered towards the entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his brother Dictys. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with intrigue as he spotted Dictys entering through the grand doors, his humble attire starkly contrasting with the lavish garments of the surrounding nobles. Soon, a striking young man emerged beside Dictys. Tall and handsome, he exuded an ineffable air of nobility. Had he not been clad in the coarse garments typically worn by the impoverished, Polydectes might have mistaken him for a prince from a distant realm. Is this the adopted son of Dictys? He certainly possesses an impressive demeanor. Yet, his attention was swiftly captured by the next figure entering the hall. With a visage free of artifice, and her coarse gown failing to conceal her captivating beauty, she resembled a rose blooming amidst thorns, surpassing any woman he had ever encountered. Polydectes felt as though struck by Cupid's arrow, a surge of possessiveness igniting within him, a desire to claim her as his own, to make her his precious jewel. In that moment, the indulgent king's mind was consumed by this singular thought. The rumors were indeed true. Such an unparalleled beauty had been claimed by his brother for over a decade. She ought to be adorned in gowns woven with gold thread, draped in necklaces of deep-sea pearls, feasting on delicacies, and sipping fine wines, rather than leading a precarious existence alongside her lowly fisherman brother. Such a waste of beauty. Dictys, is this truly your wife? She is as exquisite as the tales suggest. Polydectes descended from his throne, warmly greeting his brother, but his eyes incessantly scrutinized Dana. The fervent gaze made Dana uncomfortable, prompting her to lower her head and evade his stare. Perseus swiftly positioned himself protectively in front of his mother, locking eyes with Polydectes, his sharp gaze brimming with warnings for the impudent king. The noble blood of Perseus emanated an intangible pressure that instilled a flicker of trepidation in Polydectes, causing him to involuntarily retreat a few steps, soon followed by a surge of anger. He was the exalted king of Seriphos, the most esteemed individual in the realm. Yet today he felt diminished before a commoner, an utterly disgraceful predicament. How dare you regard a king in such a manner? Dictys, is this the upbringing you have imparted? Polydectes, with a blusterous demeanor, bellowed at his fisherman brother, "My dear sibling, do not hold the youthful and inexperienced Perseus against his folly. As for Dana, she is not my wife. Dictys indeed harbors affection for her, yet he is a man of kindness and sincerity. He perceives the turmoil within Dana's heart, understanding that she is bound by an unspoken grief, thus choosing to silently accompany her without imposing his will upon her out of gratitude or any other motive." "Oh, not your wife?" Polydectes exclaimed with unrestrained delight, abruptly interrupting Dictys. His excitement surged as he proclaimed, "I knew it. How could a lowly fisherman like you deserve such a breathtaking beauty?" The king of Seriphos turned his gaze toward Dana, who was concealed behind Perseus, adopting a pose he deemed to be ardently romantic. "Exquisite Dana, from the moment I laid eyes upon you, I knew you were destined to be my beloved. Become my queen, and you shall be the most esteemed woman in this kingdom. Whatever you desire, flowers, fine wine, jewels, or gold, I shall provide. Your son, Perseus, shall also be regarded as my own, destined to be a prince of this realm, basking in unparalleled glory." Dana, harboring no fondness for this overbearing monarch, could not restrain herself from stepping out from behind Perseus. Without hesitation, she resolutely declined the king's proposal. Esteemed king of Seriphos, I am grateful for your attention. Yet my heart is already claimed. I have no desire to be a queen. I long only for a tranquil life weaving in a humble fishing village. I must respectfully decline your proposal." Instantly, a shadow darkened Polydectes' countenance. Throughout his life, he had always had his way. In his mind, it was a privilege for Dana to have caught his eye. Moreover, he considered his tolerance of her son, a burden, to be a significant concession. Thus, he could hardly fathom the audacity of her rejection. Today, you shall marry, whether you wish to or not. Do you truly believe this is a negotiation? Guards! At his command, a cadre of armored soldiers wielding spears entered the palace, separating Polydectes from Perseus and Dana. The glint of their weapons cast an ominous light upon the scene, aiming menacingly at the family. The atmosphere of the previously joyous banquet shifted to one of tension and seriousness, causing many nobles to gasp in alarm, retreating hastily, fearful of being caught in this sudden upheaval. "Polydectes, you have gone too far." Even the mild-mannered Dictys was incensed by his brother's tyrannical actions. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Dana and Perseus, exclaiming, "Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? I have no need for a lowly fisherman to instruct me. Seize them." Polydectes commanded the soldiers with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Do you think these mere soldiers can intimidate us?" Perseus gazed disdainfully at the soldiers besieging him. With a sudden burst of speed, akin to that of a cheetah, he lunged forth, swiftly arriving before two soldiers. Before they could react, he seized their shields and spears with a flick of his wrist, delivering a powerful kick that sent them flying, crashing heavily against the wall before collapsing, unconscious. "Father now!" Perseus hurled a spear and shield towards his adoptive father. The divine blood coursing through the demigod began to awaken. With Perseus on the offensive and Dictys safeguarding Dana, the palace guards fell swiftly to Perseus's might, as if swept away by an autumn breeze, leaving them gravely injured and unable to rise. Having dealt with the assailants, Perseus turned his gaze toward the imperious king, advancing with a bloodied spear in hand. "What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. Killing a king is a grave offense. You will find no refuge in this land, and no other realm will harbor you once your crimes are known." At this moment, Polydectes felt fear seep in, for the murderous intent in Perseus' eyes was unmistakable. He retreated incessantly until he could retreat no further, collapsing onto his throne, trembling as he spoke. "Perseus!" Dictys urgently grasped Perseus, fearing his adoptive son might commit an irreversible act in a moment of impulse. He then turned to his brother, his tone unusually firm. "Polydectes, many years ago, I discovered Dana and her child upon the sea. Do you know who sent them? It was the great sea god Poseidon. I urge you to reflect wisely before making a foolish decision, for you must bear the consequences. After attending your banquet, we shall take our leave without further disturbance." Dictys cast his spear and shield before Polydectes and departed the palace with Perseus and Dana. This tumultuous banquet affair seemed to have settled for the moment. Dictys believed his warning had borne fruit and that his foolish brother would abandon any unwarranted designs. Yet, he underestimated the king's obsession and cunning. 2 weeks later, Polydectes proclaimed his intention to court a princess from a neighboring kingdom, demanding that the islanders submit a horse as a tax for the dowry. However, Dictys, a humble fisherman of meager means, was utterly incapable of paying such a harsh levy. Seizing this opportunity, Polydectes sought to punish him. Unable to bear the suffering of his adoptive father, Perseus proposed that the king accept other forms of tribute in place of the tax. This, of course, played directly into Polydectes' hands. The horse and cattle taxes were merely pretexts, and he understood full well that Dictys could not afford them. Knowing he could not contend with the formidable Perseus, the king resolved to utilize his power and guile to rid himself of the bothersome demigod. Thus, Polydectes requested Perseus to procure the head of one of the Gorgon's sisters, the fearsome Medusa, whose name was notorious across the seas. Young and impetuous, Perseus, unaware of Medusa's formidable power, readily acquiesced to this task and promptly prepared to embark on his quest. Yet, before his departure, he insisted that Polydectes swear an oath not to compel his mother to do anything until his return. Polydectes, ever the schemer, readily agreed, reasoning that as long as Dana consented, it would not be deemed coercion. Having gathered his belongings, Perseus set forth, but he was uncertain of Medusa's whereabouts. He had heard that the wise goddess Athena served as a mentor and guide to humanity, so he ventured to her temple, hoping to beseech the goddess for direction. Upon entering the sacred space, he beheld a familiar figure kneeling within. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the old fisherman Triton, who had imparted many practical hunting techniques to him. Approaching the venerable fisherman, Perseus gently inquired, "Triton, have you also come to the temple in search of the goddess's guidance?" The old fisherman turned, his weathered visage adorned with a serene and dignified smile. Suddenly, a soft radiance enveloped him, and his once stooped figure straightened to an imposing stature. Perseus was momentarily dazzled, and in the next instant, Triton vanished, replaced by a resplendent goddess clad in armor, her form shimmering with a golden glow. Her visage identical to that of the statues within the temple, signifying her divine identity. Goddess Athena. Perseus stared in astonishment at the suddenly manifested deity. Although he had come to seek her guidance, he had not anticipated that the divine presence had been with him all along, embodied in the fisherman who had taught him skills that were not only useful in fishing, but also invaluable in combat. Descending from her pedestal, Athena regarded Perseus with a calm demeanor, but without warning, she unleashed a powerful punch. So adept was Perseus in martial arts that he failed to perceive the trajectory of her strike before being struck with tremendous force in the abdomen, hurtling him against the temple wall, where he collapsed to the ground. "Perseus, so frail, unable to withstand even a single blow from me. How do you presume to contend with the infamous Gorgon sisters?" He heard her voice echo in the aftermath. Gasping, Perseus could not suppress the flow of blood from his mouth, pain radiating from his abdomen throughout his body. He lifted his gaze to Athena, his eyes reflecting confusion and a readiness for battle. The resolve and restraint within him elicited a faint smile from the goddess. "Perseus, I am aware of your purpose in coming here, yet you are still not sufficiently mature. The Gorgon sisters are the daughters of the ancient sea goddess Ceto, possessing a lineage of formidable strength and unparalleled power. Among the trio, 2 elder sisters boast golden wings and bronze claws. The eldest, Stheno, possesses the ability to effortlessly tear through bronze, while the second sister, Euryale, wields speed akin to the swiftest winds and razor-sharp fangs. They are immortal, impervious to the blades of swords. Their cherished younger sister, Medusa, although not immortal, is a being of unique essence. Any soul that gazes upon her visage is turned to stone. How could your frail form stand a chance against such a monstrosity?" Athena, unperturbed by Perseus' wariness, chose instead to analyze his current predicament, incessantly undermining the confidence of this young lad with her words. "Return, Perseus. You may flee this island with your mother, much like your foster father, and live a humble life as an ordinary fisherman, finding joy in simplicity." Athena's words plunged Perseus into silence. She spoke truthfully. Even if Dana were unwilling to wed the king, with his capabilities, he could still whisk his mother away to anonymity in a new life. Yet, for reasons unknown, Athena's recent blow seemed to activate a mechanism within him. The strange force, once steadily growing within, suddenly surged forth, as if an endless tide of strength seeped from his very marrow. In that fleeting moment, Perseus's mind became remarkably clear. Rationality and ambition surged forth, suppressing the fear and thoughts of escape that had previously plagued him. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he rose, his strong arms appearing unwavering. With a gaze fixed upon the resplendent goddess, he began to speak. "Great goddess, my desire to slay Medusa transcends the plight of my mother. The Gorgon sisters have claimed countless strong men upon this earth. Mothers have lost sons, wives have lost husbands. In their anguish and helplessness, they have fervently prayed to the gods, yet their pleas have gone unanswered. Now, fate has chosen me to confront this dreadful beast. Though I harbor fear within, I am bound by my oath and shall fulfill it, even at the cost of my own life. I refuse to be a coward." His words grew increasingly fervent, his gaze unwavering, as a radiant blue light began to shimmer within his eyes. The bloodline of the king of gods coursed through him, the noble qualities and reason igniting the divine power within, rendering him incandescent. It would be remarkable to receive any acknowledgement. The sisters, emboldened by the fact that Medusa is Poseidon's lover, act with impunity due to their formidable influence over the seas. However, The divine luminescence emanating from Perseus captivated Athena's attention, illuminating the extraordinary potential within this youth. Could it be mere coincidence that such noble qualities and spiritual strength could further awaken the power residing within him? Athena spoke no further. A blinding radiance erupted from her form, compelling Perseus to close his eyes. When the light dissipated, a golden shield remained on the ground, accompanied by a divine oracle from Athena. Go forth, seek the long-lived Greece sisters. They shall reveal to you the secret of slaying Medusa. Perseus retrieved the shield and knelt before Athena's statue, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, wise and benevolent goddess Athena. With that, the youth exited the temple of the goddess of wisdom, unaware of Athena observing him from behind. How generous, to lend him such a crucial artifact as the Aegis. A soft chuckle resonated within the hall as the golden-haired, violet-eyed goddess appeared beside Athena. The ability to transcend limits through sheer will is indeed remarkable. What could be the reason? Is it the blood of the god-king or that of humanity? The wise goddess murmured. To her musings, Hebe responded with a gentle smile. Perhaps it is both. Under Prometheus's design, humanity has become a wondrous paradox, and Perseus, possessing the blood of Zeus, undoubtedly harbors greater potential and growth than his fellow mortals. Young one, the future holds promise. Should you inadvertently develop a rebellious spirit, Zeus may find himself troubled. Never mind, time will unveil the answers. Unable to grasp the enigma for now, Athena willingly set aside her turmoil, confident that through her observations of Perseus, she would uncover the truth. She glanced at Hebe, a faint smile gracing her lips. Lending the Aegis was both a means of ensuring his safety and a revelation of the laws of wisdom. Athena's gaze drifted to the horizon, a cold gleam flickering in her eyes. The once polluted source of wisdom had lingered outside for long enough. Had it remained docile, she might have allowed it to persist a while longer. Yet, it should never have entangled itself with Poseidon, jeopardizing her dominion and harming her people. The hero Perseus, nurtured by me, shall reclaim my lost glory. Chapter 78. The tragic Persephone. After Hebe vanquished the uncontrollable Pandora, she reincarnated the tainted source of wisdom. This essence was reborn as the daughter of Pontus, the offspring of the sea's peril, Keto, and the youngest of the Gorgon sisters, Medusa. This explains why the abilities of the snake-haired maiden differ so vastly from those of her sisters. Her enchanting beauty captivated the attention of the Sea King, whose tastes were peculiar. He adored both beauty and monstrosity. Medusa, a creature embodying both allure and oddity, instantly drew Poseidon's gaze. Under his sweet words, Medusa swiftly fell for him. During a moment of intimacy, she inadvertently overheard her beloved speak of his sordid past with Athena, recalling the city of Athens, which had been taken from her by the goddess. The malevolent sorceress, born of wickedness, delights in weaving intricate plots. In a bid to avenge Poseidon, Medusa incited her two immortal sisters, armed with claws and fangs, to wreak havoc upon Athens, inflicting suffering upon humanity, while audaciously claiming that it was the goddess's inaction that precipitated their present misfortunes. How could Athena, affronted in her dignity, remain passive? Yet, as one of the 12 Olympian deities, she deemed it beneath her to confront these wretched harpies directly. Fortunately, Perseus, who had been destined by Zeus for a path of trials, emerged as a spear in her hand, poised to eliminate this nuisance and restore the essence of wisdom. Isn't it a cause for concern that Lady Hebe, not present on Samos to watch over Queen Hera, might allow her to clandestinely descend to Earth to capture monsters? Athena quipped, her gaze shifting to the side where Hebe stood. The mother goddess, having recently consumed several golden apples, had her marital essence mended, and now lay in slumber upon Venus, a sanctuary of safety, ensuring that when she awakens, she shall reclaim her divine stature. It seemed that the contingency Athena had prepared would no longer be necessary, a truly delightful turn of events. A flicker of envy danced in Athena's bright eyes. After all, golden apples were a luxury not afforded to all deities as it was to Hebe. Indeed, such a revelation. Hebe's expression shifted, her gaze drawn towards Sicily, where a tempest of wrath and divine power erupted, belonging to Demeter, the goddess of agriculture. A shared glance between the two goddesses spoke volumes, aside from Persephone, Who else could incite Demeter's ire to such an extent? Clearly, something grave had transpired concerning that goddess. One was scheming to barter with Persephone for the authority of spring, while the other's brother's reincarnation was intricately linked to her. The spring goddess was undeniably paramount to them, prompting an immediate decision to journey together to Sicily and uncover the truth. Arriving in Sicily aboard Athena's bronze chariot, the two goddesses traced the trail of divine energy to a cave. As they entered, they beheld the furious visage of Demeter. Clad in a green robe, her countenance was frosted with anger. The fire within her had caused the once thriving flora, nourished by Persephone's divine essence, to wither. However, having learned from past experiences, Demeter exercised restraint over her powers, ensuring that this blight did not extend to the earth itself. In her left hand, she brandished a golden staff of wheat, exchanged from Hebe through the autumnal divinity, and in her right, she wielded a gray sickle stained with remnants of blood. A shared gaze between Hebe and Athena revealed their astonishment. The sickle in Demeter's grasp held profound significance. In ancient times, the celestial patriarch Uranus's endless entanglements and unrelenting desires tormented Gaia, the mother of Earth. Resolute, this goddess decided to no longer endure such torment, seeking to sever her ties with her skyborn consort once and for all. From the depths of the earth, she extracted a piece of gray flint, skillfully crafting it into a scythe of the same hue, which she entrusted to her youngest son, Cronus. This scythe was extraordinarily sharp, capable of severing even the indomitable body of the Sky Father. It was with this very instrument that Cronus castrated Uranus, casting the severed symbol of male dominance into the sea. To her astonishment, this artifact now lay in the hands of Demeter, and the malevolent aura and remnants of blood upon it revealed that this goddess had used it to harm some nefarious individual. The familiar essence lingering in the blood rendered both goddesses silent. Princess Hebe, Princess Athena, what brings you here? Demeter, seething with anger, slightly tempered her fury upon witnessing the arrival of the two goddesses. She concealed the two artifacts in her possession, revealing before her the weeping spring goddess, Persephone, adorned with a floral crown. Since Persephone's birth, Demeter had vigilantly guarded her daughter's purity, allowing not even a single mosquito to approach. The abandonment by Zeus had driven this goddess into extremity. She sequestered Persephone within a hidden cave on the island of Sicily, forbidding her from venturing outside or mingling with others, believing that such measures would ensure her daughter's eternal companionship. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a deity had eluded her watchful gaze, stealthily infiltrating the cave with ulterior motives. However, thanks to Hebe's warning, this Demeter appeared more vigilant than ever. She had secretly sprinkled seeds imbued with her divine essence throughout the cave. These seeds matured into a network-like plant that spread beneath the ground where Persephone resided. When an unfamiliar presence approached her daughter, Demeter immediately took notice, hastening her flight towards Sicily. Upon entering the cave, she beheld a youth with a dragon-like head and horns pinning her daughter down, intent on some unspeakable act. This audacious act irrefutably provoked the goddess's wrath. With memories of the Titanomachy igniting a fierce fire within her, her anger and maternal instincts propelled her combat prowess to new heights. In an instant, Demeter brandished the golden staff and the flint scythe, the very essence of the harvest goddess resonating harmoniously with her being. Over merely a decade, this divine artifact had become an extension of her will, far surpassing the power of the erstwhile Urbis. In a flash, the divine power of the golden staff descended upon the dragon-headed youth, transforming his half-formed body into resplendent gold as the power surged from his feet upwards. Simultaneously, Demeter wielded the flint scythe with ferocity, aiming to cleave the head of this audacious rogue from his shoulders. Unexpectedly, a powerful surge of divine energy emanated from her opponent, shattering the golden armor that adorned her. The razor-sharp flint scythe pierced into his flesh, narrowly avoiding vital organs. Blood gushed forth, drenching Persephone and eliciting a terrified scream from the delicate goddess of spring. The young man with dragon horns let out a muffled groan, raising his hand to strike Demeter's shoulder, the immense force sending her staggering backward. Observing her shattered shoulder, Demeter's expression darkened. Few in this world possessed the strength to damage her divine form as one of the 12 Olympian gods. This was far more than merely an insidious dragon. The dragon-horned youth seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, promptly ceasing his entanglement with Demeter and transforming into a black dragon to flee the cave. Demeter chose not to pursue, opting instead to remain and monitor her daughter's condition, leading to the scene witnessed by Hebe and Athena moments ago. It was unexpected that Zeus, that scoundrel, appeared to have mastered the art of seduction, for despite Demeter's vigilant guardianship and having concealed Persephone within this secluded cave for over a decade, he managed to uncover this hidden gem. Hebe and Athena could discern their master's presence through the lingering scent of blood on the scythe, and naturally, Demeter could as well. This realization ignited her fury once more. Had it not been for the potential repercussions of slaying a god, she would have already brandished her scythe and ascended to Olympus. Persephone, tell me, has he done anything to you? Demeter inquired sternly, her gaze fixed upon her daughter. Mother, I assure you, Orpheus and I share a genuine love. He respects my wishes deeply, Persephone replied, her voice trembling. Strangely, the bloodstains that once marred her exquisite form had vanished, leaving her with a fragile demeanor. What Orpheus? Do you know his true identity? He is nothing but a despicable, lustful rogue. Do you truly believe he loves you? You are merely a pawn in his game of romance, a thrill for his hunt, my foolish daughter, Demeter retorted, her anger bubbling into a sardonic laughter. It must be said, the goddess's psychological analysis of the king of gods was astute, having shed the folly of her past infatuation with Zeus. Mother, Persephone said, her face pale from fear, no longer daring to speak further. Your Highness Demeter, you risk frightening Persephone. Perhaps it would be best for you to step outside and compose yourself, allowing us to converse with her and clarify the nature of her deception. Athena, the wise goddess of wisdom, interjected swiftly, seeking to temper Demeter's ire. Demeter regarded these two formidable goddesses, both unwed, pondering whether their words might resonate more effectively with Persephone. Very well, please assist me in guiding her. Let not the allure of ephemeral love cloud her judgment. Athena, I implore you to encourage Persephone to take an oath and, like you, become a maiden goddess. Upon hearing the heart's resonance conveyed by Demeter, Athena raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond. Demeter rose and stepped outside the cave, leaving space for the three goddesses. Hebe and Athena turned their gaze to Persephone, who was sobbing quietly. The wise goddess, with her bright eyes, sighed softly and quietly opened her domain. Goddess of spring and seeds, Persephone, I have now opened my realm. Demeter can no longer hear our conversation. Lift your head. Your heart is not as frantic and helpless as you portray. As the goddess of wisdom, Athena could sense that beneath Persephone's tearful exterior lay a remarkably calm and rational heart. Truly, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, could see through a disguise that even my mother could not perceive. Persephone raised her head, the look of panic having long faded from her face, replaced by serene melancholy. Why must you do this? It will only bring sorrow to your mother, Athena inquired gently. Persephone stood, glancing at the two goddesses before her, hesitating to speak. Was it due to Demeter's controlling nature? At that moment, Hebe spoke up, having witnessed numerous similar cases in the modern world. She could discern the troubles plaguing the spring goddess, given the tales of her experiences. Indeed, Demeter loved Persephone deeply, yet she was also a mother with an overwhelming desire for control, determined to protect her daughter's innocence by forbidding her from engaging with the outside world. For a long time, she had poured all her energy into her daughter, sacrificing herself and seeking emotional gratification in return for unwavering respect and obedience from Persephone. However, she overlooked the fact that Persephone was an independent being. No matter how profound the love, it could not strip an individual of their selfhood. Demeter's love had become distorted, as if she believed that only by keeping her daughter close and incessantly laboring for her could she forget her own unfortunate past. Rather than saying that Persephone could not live without Demeter, it would be more accurate to say that Demeter could not exist without Persephone. Persephone was indeed pitiable, burdened by the weight of such familial oppression, leading her to seek ways to escape Demeter and briefly breathe the air of freedom. She was also a goddess of immense potential, naturally sensing the faint connection she shared with Orpheus. Persephone had long harbored suspicions regarding his identity. Yet, she felt she had no choice. He was the only one capable of breaching Demeter's defenses to reach her side. He had once promised her freedom, even willing to swear an oath by the river Styx. For Persephone, This was the most favorable solution available to her at present. Hebe astutely articulated the predicament of Persephone, illuminating the goddess's pale green eyes with a newfound brightness, as though she had discovered a kindred spirit. Grasping Hebe's hand, tears of authenticity welled in her gaze. My mother, the goddess Demeter, professes her love for me, yet confines me like a caged bird within this narrow cavern. I yearn for freedom so deeply that I would pay any price to attain it. In this moment, it was Athena who fell silent, fully aware of the preciousness of liberty. Let us not forget that she, too, had once been ensnared by her own father, unable to escape from her corporeal form. Though she wished to assist this goddess, the formidable presence of Demeter suggested that broaching such a topic would likely result in her own peril. Where do you wish to flee? Hebe inquired. Your mother is the embodiment of the Earth Mother. Should she desire it, you shall find no refuge upon this land. The weight of Hebe's words dimmed the light in Persephone's eyes once more. Was she truly destined to remain a caged bird for all eternity? If one were to overlook the harshness of the underworld, perhaps Persephone could entertain the thought of the realm of the dead. Chapter 79. The Queen of the Underworld. The Underworld? Persephone hesitated at the mention, aware of its inhospitable conditions and the pervasive aura of death. As the goddess of spring and seeds, she epitomized the earth's vitality and rejuvenation. The prospect of dwelling in such a realm not only threatened to disrupt her divine essence, but would also expose her to an encroachment of lifelessness that she could scarcely endure. Unless, of course, she gazed toward the proposer of the suggestion, Hebe, whose countenance bore an air of tranquility and composure. Persephone's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. The reincarnated Hebe, master of the profound mysteries of life, declared, "Speak your terms. If you can facilitate my liberation, I am prepared to pay the requisite price." Persephone was a sagacious goddess. She understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even her beloved, Hades, had only promised to aid her in achieving freedom once she had consented to bind herself to him. Hebe, though not of kin, was clearly motivated by something she desired from Persephone. In the face of her yearning for freedom, Persephone felt that there was little she would not relinquish. You are indeed a wise goddess, Persephone. You possess something I covet, the dominion of spring. If you are willing to confer it to me, I vow not only to assist you in securing your freedom, but also to help you establish your presence in the underworld. Conversing with an astute and understanding individual is a relief. While Hebe empathized with Persephone's plight, she was no saintly figure, prepared to selflessly serve a goddess she had only recently met. Even the Buddha would weep at such selflessness. The essence of spring is my very being, Persephone mused, contemplating the enormity of relinquishing her innate authority. This notion plunged her into profound turmoil. At long last, after considerable reflection, the yearning for freedom proved too compelling to resist. With a steely resolve, she nodded in agreement to Hebe's terms. Very well. As long as I can attain what I desire, I willingly bestow upon you the dominion of spring. You shall not regret your decision today, Princess Persephone. She, Hebe, made a transaction, emphasizing sincerity and hospitality. Thus, I implore you to cooperate with me. The goddess with golden hair and violet eyes turned to the bright-eyed Athena and gently said, Princess Athena, please lift the barrier. Very well. Athena waved her hand, and the power of the barrier dissipated into nothingness. As the influence of the wise goddess faded, Demeter, who was stationed outside the cave, sensed it and hurriedly entered. Although she felt some displeasure at Athena for masking her eavesdropping, she recognized that as one of the 12 Olympians, Athena's strength surpassed her own without the use of divine artifacts, and Demeter refrained from voicing her discontent. Persephone, do you now understand where you went astray? The delicate spring goddess, with her cherry blossom pink hair, was momentarily possessed by the spirit of an actress. Her eyes, reminiscent of phosphorescent stones, brimmed with crystalline tears as she embraced Demeter, her voice trembling with fear. My mother, the compassionate and benevolent Demeter, it is only now that I perceive your profound intentions. It turns out that Abinos was indeed the guise of that treacherous king of the gods. This entire affair was a deception he orchestrated, and I nearly fell into his snare. I am grateful for your timely arrival. Upon hearing Persephone's heartfelt lament, Demeter, who had been seething with anger over her daughter's secret rendezvous with a mortal, felt her heart soften. Unable to chastise Persephone, she redirected her ire toward Zeus. Damn that Zeus. It is all the fault of that cunning and shameless king of the gods. Had he not lured my daughter, Persephone would not have nearly committed such a grave error. Hebe silently commended Persephone's performance. Princess Demeter, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. There are many matters that require our attention. Preoccupied with comforting Persephone, Demeter had no time to attend to the two goddesses. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude and promised to visit them soon to convey her appreciation. Hebe and Athena paid little heed to Demeter's words. Following the charade orchestrated by Zeus, the goddess would likely be on high alert and would have no time to seek them out. The two goddesses departed Sicily, riding in Athena's bronze chariot. As for why Hebe sought the dominion of spring, Athena had already begun to discern the answer. Even during the Pandora turmoil, she had sensed this goddess's extraordinary nature and ambition. She had thought her own aspirations were sufficiently bold, only to realize that in comparison to Hebe, her own vision was still limited. Yet, at this moment, Athena felt no trace of jealousy. The chasm between her and Hebe was too vast. The latter had already touched the threshold of an extraordinary realm, while Athena's essence remained incomplete. All she could feel was admiration, devoid of any other sentiments. After returning Hebe to the island of Samos, the astute goddess refrained from further inquiry and instead deftly shifted the conversation, smiling as she remarked, "I must return to keep an eye on that young Perseus. Should he encounter any misfortune, the king of the gods is likely to be incensed. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not impose upon you with my visit. Another day, I shall treat you to some freshly brewed laurel wine." As Athena departed, Hebe waved her hand, summoning the aurora to conceal the island of Samos. Subsequently, the goddess invoked the powers of reincarnation and descended into the realm of the underworld. Upon her arrival, with her golden hair and violet eyes, the goddess hastened towards the temple of Nyx, the goddess of night. Following the conclusion of Pandora's turmoil, the temple doors had reopened. The goddess stepped inside, and after a considerable duration, she emerged with a box crafted from exquisite ebony wood. Hebe then proceeded to the palace of Hades. After a lengthy interval, she exited the realm of Hades with a joyful demeanor, returning to Samos, where everything was prepared and awaiting the grand performance. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a fortnight had elapsed, during which tranquility reigned, allowing Demeter's taut nerves to somewhat relax. However, unanticipated calamity struck once more. As Demeter's daughter Persephone went missing, it was a splendid day when Demeter, unable to resist her daughter's pleas, permitted her to leave the sanctuary to gather flowers with the nymphs in the forest. Little did she know that during this excursion, the earth would suddenly split open, revealing the chariot of Hades, drawn by 4 black steeds, which forcibly whisked the enchanting goddess away into the underworld. Persephone's disappearance plunged Demeter into despair. Initially, she suspected it was yet another ruse devised by Zeus, leading her to confront him atop Mount Olympus, demanding the return of her daughter. Yet, at the moment of Persephone's abduction, Zeus was occupied with the other gods, deliberating on the trials to impose upon Perseus and the assistance to extend in order to foster a bond with his demigod offspring. Although Zeus coveted Persephone's extraordinary beauty, he insisted upon his innocence, claiming he had not yet intervened. Demeter inquired among the gods regarding her daughter's whereabouts, but received no answers, leaving her to wander aimlessly across the earth in search of her daughter's presence. Her heart was pierced by anguish, and the goddess appeared forlorn, her robe soiled as she scoured the land for any sign of her child. Unable to contain her sorrow, her divine powers surged uncontrollably, causing leaves to wither and flowers to perish. Observing from the shadows, Hebe hastily invoked the powers of autumn to stifle this phenomenon spread. Although she had schemed against Demeter to aid Persephone, she did not wish to endanger the mortals upon the earth. "Hermes, it is your moment to shine. Go and offer a personal favor to Demeter. The time is ripe, and Hermes, in collaboration with Athena, finds himself in an alliance that allows Hebe to extend a gracious hand." With great speed, the youthful deity adorned with a winged helmet and golden sandals soared toward Demeter's location, landing before the goddess with a visage reflecting both sympathy and righteous indignation. "Oh, poor goddess, sorrowful Demeter, it pains me to witness your distress. I hasten to bring you this news. A nymph has informed me that she witnessed Hades, the lord of the underworld, abduct your daughter Persephone. She is likely in the realm of the dead at this very moment. Realm of the dead. Demeter gasped in horror, unable to fathom how her delicate daughter could endure such a harsh environment. She turned to Hermes, the young messenger, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for revealing this to me. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. With that, the enraged goddess made her way to Mount Akron, where, in a fit of fury, she struck down the three-headed guardian Cerberus with a single blow, disregarding the astonished looks of Charon and other deities of the underworld as she charged straight into Hades' throne room. Bring Hades forth to face me. Her divine power surged, causing the very walls of the underworld to tremble, scattering scrolls across the floor and instilling a sense of dread in the officials summoned by Hades, who hurried to inform their lord of the commotion. Meanwhile, in Elysium, Hades was engaged in conversation with his new bride, Persephone. Hebe has surely briefed you? He inquired, scrutinizing the goddess before him, who appeared innocent, having been sheltered by Demeter in a cave for years. He questioned whether she was truly capable of assisting him in his duties. Indeed, when Hebe visited Hades, she proposed that Persephone assume the role of his faux wife, granting her protection through her status as queen of the underworld, while Persephone would assist him in managing affairs, alleviating his burdens for a century. For Hades, the lord of the underworld, the prospect of shared responsibilities was enticing. Although the priests he had appointed from among humanity were competent, there were limitations to their capabilities. The presence of a queen would indeed lighten his load. Rest assured, dear Lord, during my tenure as queen of the underworld, I shall diligently fulfill my responsibilities and will not create any troubles for you, Persephone replied solemnly, her demeanor serious, a glimmer of determination shining in her eyes. Hades, taken aback by the young goddess's fortitude, reconsidered his initial impression of her. A deity with such resolve could not be merely naive. With this in mind, he decided to proceed with signing the contract. In Hades' hands appeared 2 sheets of parchment, detailing a covenant between 2 deities, delineating the responsibilities and rights of each party, as well as the duration of the agreement. Persephone examined the documents carefully, and upon confirming their accuracy, took the quill offered by Hades and inscribed her divine name. Hades followed suit, signing his name as well. The contract emitted a radiant golden light, transforming into a pattern of intertwined serpents at their wrists, signifying that the pact was now binding. At that moment, a flustered priest, frightened by Demeter, rushed into Elysium, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the goddess of agriculture, Demeter, has arrived. She demands that you surrender Princess Persephone, or she shall dismantle your underworld palace." Hades sighed, feeling that misfortune had arrived before he could even savor his newfound fortune. He rose and extended his pale hand to Persephone, saying, "Come, let us put on a splendid performance for your mother." What ensued echoed the legends of later generations. Demeter vehemently opposed her daughter remaining in the underworld and insisted on taking her away. However, the lord of the underworld, Hades, was unwilling to yield, asserting that Persephone was his chosen queen of the underworld, and since she had consumed the pomegranate, she was now bound by the rules of the realm. The 2 deities escalated their dispute to Zeus, the king of the gods, who found himself in a most troublesome position. Although he coveted Persephone's beauty and wished to keep her on earth, the fact that she had eaten the pomegranate, combined with the support of 3 primordial deities behind Hades, made it unwise to offend him. Seeing Zeus's hesitation, Demeter became increasingly agitated, threatening that if her daughter was not released, she would render the earth barren, leading to the extinction of humanity and the cessation of divine worship. Zeus, who depended on these mortals to cleanse his own curses, could not bear the thought of their annihilation. After much contemplation, he devised a solution that would appease both parties. He decreed that Persephone would spend 6 months with Hades and 6 months with Demeter. Hades expressed no objection, knowing he would eventually bring her back. Demeter wished to contest this decision, but was met with an impatient warning from Zeus, leaving her no choice but to acquiesce. Persephone and Hades returned to the underworld to prepare for their wedding, while Demeter departed from Mount Olympus, her thoughts leading her to the sandy shores of Samos. After years of solitude, Hades was finally to wed his queen. This was undoubtedly a momentous occasion for the deities of the underworld, who, unaware of the full circumstances, eagerly set aside their tasks to wholeheartedly prepare for Hades' nuptials. The wedding of Hades was exceptionally grand. In addition to the deities of the underworld, the 3 primordial gods residing there also bestowed their blessings and gifts. Many gods attended the ceremony atop the divine mountain, including Hebe, Apollo, Aphrodite, Hermes, and Athena. Despite their discomfort with the realm of the dead, they made an effort to pay their respects due to the status of King Hades. Hera, still in slumber on Venus, was unable to attend to bless this occasion, but fortunately, the union was merely a fa rendering her blessing unnecessary. Reluctantly, Demeter mustered her spirits to grace the wedding with her presence, adorned magnificently. The ceremony proceeded smoothly under the auspices of Hypnos, the god of sleep. The deities presented their gifts, and when it was Hebe's turn, she approached Persephone, who looked stunning in her flowing white gown and crown. With a gentle smile, Hebe addressed the soon-to-be queen of the underworld, saying, "I present to you a gift that befits your newfound power, a divine essence." As she opened the box, a translucent divine essence lay within, emanating a soft silver glow, causing an unusual energy to ripple through the assembly, making their souls tremble. The soul essence. Apollo gazed at it in astonishment. This essence belonged to Iapetus, one of the 12 Titans, the father of the seer Prometheus, who had been cast into Tartarus for opposing Zeus. The fact that Hebe could persuade the primordial gods to extract his essence was astounding. Indeed, Hebe had ventured into the Temple of Night to request Iapetus' essence from Nyx, who first sought Gaia's opinion, as Iapetus was a direct descendant of her lineage. During the Pandora incident, Hebe had drawn out Typhon's essence and aided in his rebirth with the flowers of resurrection, preserving his life, albeit not yet fully revived. To repay this favor and secure Iapetus' opportunity for rebirth in exchange for his divine essence, Gaia raised no further objections. It was better for Iapetus to be liberated and start anew than to languish in madness for eternity in Tartarus, a chance at redemption. With the acquisition of the soul essence and the throne of Queen of the Underworld, Persephone's status would be exalted. Zeus would have to reconsider any designs he harbored against her. Persephone recognized the essence's worth, and a genuine smile graced her face. Such a magnificent gift deserves my acknowledgement. As she absorbed the soul essence, her light green eyes transformed into a soft ice blue, exuding an air of mystery and detachment. Soon, a delicate pink-green radiance enveloped her, revealing a charming divine essence that mirrored the blooming flowers in her hand. Persephone entrusted her divine essence to Hebe, saying, "Henceforth, I ask you, Princess Hebe, to fulfill the duties of spring on my behalf." Hebe grasped the delicate green divine essence, feeling a surge of exhilaration within her, and smiled gently. It was the essence of nature. Chapter 80. Hebe's ambition, the wedding of Hades and Persephone, was brief, primarily due to the discomfort the deities experienced in the harsh environment of the underworld, and also because the gods of the underworld had numerous matters awaiting their attention. Should they allow these tasks to accumulate, the hard-won order of 996 would devolve into chaos once more. Amidst the teasing gazes of the other deities, Hades escorted Persephone back to the palace of the underworld, while only Hebe understood that the Lord of the Underworld was actually conducting an orientation for his new employee. Upon returning to the island of Samos, Hebe instructed the nymphs not to disturb her and retreated to her temple. She closed the grand doors and conjured several streaks of divine power to inscribe a magical array that would shield her presence. Once these tasks were completed, a wave of energy surged through the temple, and 2 spatial vortices reminiscent of the unfathomable gates of reincarnation in the underworld materialized beside her. From these portals emerged the dark-winged deity, Phorcys, and the goddess of hope, Elpis, cradling a golden box. The 3 deities exchanged knowing smiles. "My lord, after much effort, we have finally gathered the divine essences of the 4 seasons. With the power of this cyclical force, your essence of reincarnation is nearing completeness, allowing you to attempt to transcend the limitations of the primordial gods." Phorcys gazed at the delicate green divine essence in Hebe's hands, his excitement palpable. He shared a symbiotic relationship with Hebe. Her elevation to primordial divinity would undoubtedly reflect positively upon him as well. A smile graced Hebe's features as she recalled the arduous journey, filled with bittersweet experiences, known only to her. She turned to the goddess of hope, inquiring, "Elpis, how much hope have we gathered in the golden box?" Elpis, with her dark hair and golden eyes, sighed as she opened the intricately carved box adorned with golden lily patterns. A verdant light illuminated the temple, enveloping it in a profound aura. The power of opportunity, beauty, and transformation invigorated the atmosphere, instilling an unprecedented sense of courage, confidence, and calmness. With the assistance of the recent events involving the goddess of agriculture, the efficiency of gathering hope had indeed improved. The humans on Earth, grateful for her past aid, erected temples in her honor, praising her name and beseeching her for guidance. The number of supplicants had grown, as she had fulfilled some of their benevolent wishes, yet the pace remained insufficient to fill the golden box with hope. At this juncture, Olympus cast a reproachful glance at Hebe, recalling a previous opportunity to gather more hope that had been forsaken due to Hebe's momentary compassion. When Persephone was abducted by Hades, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, fell into despair, causing her divine power to once again affect the crops on Earth. What would have led humanity into another famine was averted by Hebe's intervention, as she wielded the authority of autumn to dissolve the impending crisis. Olympus found herself perplexed by Hebe's actions. Exchanging minimal casualties for an abundance of hope and faith seemed a foolproof investment. As the mistress of rebirth, Hebe could have easily prioritized those who perished unjustly, arranging a favorable rebirth as compensation. Yet, she resolutely declined, leaving Olympus in a state of deep frustration. The collection of hope served merely to enhance the odds of breakthroughs. Ultimately, success rested upon one's own endeavors, rendering any deviation from principles unnecessary. To abandon one's principles is to forsake one's fundamental essence. And Hebe wished not to transform into a stranger after enduring countless trials to attain the pinnacle of existence. Very well, Olympus, I understand your intentions are for my benefit. However, do not forget, you are also the embodiment of humanity's collective faith, and it is imperative you do not betray humankind. This is your essence, Hebe stated, her words striking Olympus like a bucket of cold water, awakening her to clarity. Bowing her head with a hint of shame, Olympus conceded, I comprehend now. Please forgive my pride and ignorance. You too are troubled by concern. I cannot bear to chastise you. Hebe gently reassured, stroking Olympus's long hair. Now let us commence, lest the night stretch on with restless dreams. The divine essence within Hebe illuminated with a radiant glow. Upon Olympus, enveloped in sacred light, the once childish Cupid has undergone a remarkable transformation. The once stubby figure, akin to a lotus root, had metamorphosed into a graceful and agile youth. His once delicate features, now strikingly handsome. Eros had matured into adolescence. If time slipped away, he would fulfill the curse upon the king of the gods, awakening to contend with Hebe for the primordial throne. Indeed, Paean and Olympus nodded in agreement. Hebe stood facing Paean, while Olympus positioned herself between the two deities, forming a triangular formation. The goddess with golden hair and violet eyes closed her eyes, radiating an enchanting luminescence. Shades of emerald, gold, and pure white flowed around her as the divine essences of the three seasons intertwined. Three resplendent divine essences emerged from her being, gracefully spiraling in midair, connecting and responding to one another. The wild exuberance of summer, the bountiful joy of autumn, and the serene stillness of winter blended harmoniously, revealing a faint, greenish-pink silhouette between seasons. The seasonal essences emitted peculiar vibrations, calling forth the spring essence held by Hebe, beckoning it to reunite with them. The pink-green essence quivered slightly, radiating brilliant divine light, and in an instant, it detached from Hebe's grasp, gently embedding itself within the ethereal silhouette, reclaiming its rightful place. In that moment, a magnificent brilliance erupted as the divine light of the four seasons swirled within the vast temple. Each direction, east, west, south, and north, was adorned with the splendor of the seasons. Spring in full bloom, summer as verdant trees, autumn as bountiful harvest, and winter as pristine snow. An infinite array of beauty unfolded before them. Amidst the perpetual rotation of the seasons, the essences gradually drew closer to one another, their connection deepening. With a crisp sound, four seasonal divine essences merged into one, forming a singular divine essence that governs the cyclical changes of the seasons. The perpetual flow of the seasons within the temple suddenly came to a halt, the distinct seasonal landscapes gradually coalescing into a unified whole. No longer operating independently, but instead appearing in alternation, a continuous cycle of life. the revival of spring, the fervor of summer, the tranquility of autumn, and the stillness of winter. These divine powers of the seasons intertwined, ultimately giving birth to strands of gray divine energy. As the moment reached its zenith, Hebe and Pecos exchanged a glance, and the two deities transformed into radiant orbs of light, merging into one. When the brilliance subsided, a goddess with long hair as dark as the midnight sky emerged, her violet-golden eyes enigmatic and resplendent. Hebe, having completed her fusion with Pecos, seated herself upon the ground, a domain of black and white unfurling beneath her. The golden-green essence of life slowly rotated in her left hand, while her right hand shimmered with the gray-black essence of death, the powers of life and death intertwining, allowing the gray divine energy to overflow. Above the goddess's head resided her essence, the reincarnation divine essence. It oscillated up and down, its form nearly reduced to ash, as black and white divine light swirled continuously around it, generating an irresistible allure. The gray divine energy, emanating from the seasonal essence and the essences of life and death, flowed ceaselessly into the reincarnation divine essence, which devoured these energies without restraint, resembling an abyss that glimmered faintly at its edges. The insatiable gray matter, bolstered by the sources of power provided by the essences of life, death, and the seasons, trembled slightly. Time passed unmeasured, and the divine lights of the seasonal essence and the essences of life and death began to dim, their greedy consumption leaving them somewhat burdened. Yet, under the control of their wielders, they exerted their utmost to nourish the gray divine essence. Just as cracks began to spread across the surfaces of the seasonal and life-death essences, the reincarnation divine essence suddenly radiated with brilliance. Now was the moment. Olympus, who had been poised and ready, promptly opened the golden box cradled in his arms. Waves of green hope surged into Hebe, striving with all their might to mend the laws and the worlds that favored her, thus enhancing the probability of her breakthrough. A beacon of hope, a force to create miracles in dire straits. The black and white realm of reincarnation twisted, resembling a spilled palette of colors, as various divine attributes erupted within Hebe's domain. They seemed engulfed in a chaotic battle. Her divine realm transformed from seasonal vistas to vibrant, life-affirming gold and green, then to a realm suffused with death, illuminated by the light of the underworld, and even a pristine expanse of purifying power, a surging sea of milky youth. The primordial gods of the chaotic world sensed something amiss, their gazes directed towards the island of Samos, where a surge of energy was emanating from the fifth primordial god they had chosen, as he challenged this supreme authority. The tumult within the realm of divine power rendered the once impregnable temple precariously unstable. Olympus silently lamented, hastily employing her divine strength to stabilize the edifice. Yet, as a mere first-rate deity, she found herself beleaguered by the unconscious force exerted by Hebe, enduring the strain and fervently praying for her primary self to awaken swiftly. Hebe's consciousness traversed to a mysterious domain, a primordial state where time and space had yet to take form. Everything existed in an ethereal haze, chaotic yet harmonious. In perfect accord, Hebe sensed a faint emotion, akin to the delicate threads of a spider's web, swirling around her like mist, both elusive and tangible. A voice surged from the depths of her heart, conveying that she had arrived at the locus of manifest rules, the innermost sanctum of the world's consciousness. The voice then whispered softly in her ear, "Gifted deity, beloved by the world, choose the path you shall tread. The will of the world favors you. You shall become the sixth possessor of unparalleled glory." Before Hebe unfolded numerous pathways, she lifted her gaze, observing the end of the leftmost path, where a tableau of the four seasons awaited. Should she choose it, Hebe would ascend as the sovereign of seasons, commanding the rise and fall of the skies, land, and oceans, with Gaia, the mother of earth, bowing her noble head before her. One path culminated in a vibrant tapestry of golden greens, the dominion of life. Another led to the realm of death, fraught with decay and the specters of the departed. There was also a path shrouded in darkness, devouring all light. A road of pure white purification, and a path eternally brimming with youthful vitality. Even avenues of time and space lay before her. Yet amidst all these roads, The most expansive and untrammeled was undoubtedly the path of reincarnation, adorned in black and white. Make your choice, step onto the path ordained by the laws, and become the primordial god of glory, the insistent voice urged her, as the pathways radiated a soft luminescence, an unspoken temptation wafting through the air, beckoning Hebe to embark upon one of them. However, the goddess remained still, contemplating the array of choices before her, her gaze lingering on the black and white path of reincarnation for an extended moment. Finally, she shook her head. None of these paths are what I desire. The elusive emotion faltered, seemingly perplexed. Goddess of greed, is not the power before you sufficient to sway your heart? My path shall be forged by my own will. With a decisive step forward, a surge of gray divine power emanated from her, shattering the kaleidoscope of pathways before her. A rugged gray path emerged beneath her feet, leading to a gray divine essence at its end, a sovereign authority that pointed to the primordial secrets of the world, the inception of all existence, chaos itself. Bold, arrogant fool. The subtle emotions suddenly intensified, and this peculiar place shattered continuously, seemingly attempting to expel Hebe. However, it was all too late. She had already stepped forth, embarking on the path she had chosen. As the domain dissipated, all divine essences transformed into streams of light, returning to their original forms. Hebe soared into the air, her eyes wide open, radiating an extraordinarily mysterious and contradictory aura. She appeared both towering and powerful enough to stand atop the pantheon of gods, yet also diminutive and fragile, akin to an ant that could easily be crushed. The vanishing chaos of divine power allowed Olympus to relax momentarily. Master, have you succeeded? Olympus gazed at the goddess before her, sensing no difference from her original self, devoid of the imposing authority and submission associated with the primordial deity. It's a step forward, yet still lacking, Hebe replied. I am unable to fully harness this newfound power. I shall soon slumber upon the starry Zoe, and during this time, I will require more hope. I need to borrow your vessel. The fervent Hebe, from the very beginning, had no ambition for mere reincarnation. She merely utilized the force of opposing unity within the cycle as a springboard to pursue the essence of existence and non-existence, the primordial chaos once wielded by the creator deity. Chaos, as you wish, my master. The goddess with raven hair and golden eyes knelt gracefully, willingly succumbing to slumber, offering everything to her creator. Chapter 81. A new collaboration. The goddess of hope and wishes, Olympus, voluntarily descended into sleep, lending her corporeal form to Hebe as a guise for her forthcoming endeavors among mortals. Hebe made her way to the back garden of the temple, placing the slumbering Olympus beneath the golden apple tree. Thanks to Hebe's influence, the once lush and bountiful golden apple tree now bore only a few immature fruits. Upon the arrival of the culprit, the towering tree swayed gently, producing a series of melodious chimes, its golden foliage hastily concealing the remaining apples. Let these few unripe children be. Hebe smiled faintly at the tree's silent protest, casually waving her hand. A gray mist flowed into the trunk of the golden apple tree, causing it to tremble with renewed vigor. Its already resplendent form shone even brighter, and in an instant blossoms erupted, revealing apples forged of gold that glimmered enchantingly upon its branches. Take good care of her, Hebe instructed before turning to depart. The fruitful golden apple tree extended its golden branches, gently lifting the slumbering goddess, utilizing its golden leaves to shield and protect her. Upon returning to the temple, Hebe sensed the presence of several new auras beyond the island of Samos, exuding an air of majesty and nobility. Who else could it be but the primordial deities? Hebe lifted her gaze, her penetrating eyes meeting those of the four primordial deities who had graced this place with their presence. Noting the inquisitive expressions upon their faces, Hebe responded with a serene smile. Since you have come, esteemed primordial gods, I invite you to my temple. All the questions that dwell in your hearts shall be addressed in due course. The goddess of night, Nyx, the god of darkness, Erebus, the mother of the earth, Gaia, and the god of the abyss, Tartarus, had last convened together during the establishment of the cycle. They exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to first converse with this goddess on Samos Island to ascertain her true intentions. The primordial beings manifested within Hebe's temple, where the goddess awaited them. seated regally upon her divine throne, having prepared seats, fine wine, and fresh fruits in abundance. My allies, welcome to Samos Island. Please, take your seats. The primordial gods silently settled into the thrones arranged by Hebe. Nyx, who had always shared a close bond with Hebe, observed the goddess before her, now somewhat unfamiliar, her gray eyes swirling with complex thoughts. I had anticipated you would choose to become the sovereign of the cycle. It seems I have misjudged you. Your ambition surpasses all expectations, daring to grasp such power. Before her stood Hebe, exuding an enigmatic aura that oscillated between existence and non-existence. Since her inception, she had only sensed such a paradoxical essence in one deity, the true supreme being, Chaos, the creator of this world. Although the chaotic chaos had succumbed to slumber, Hebe's actions had undoubtedly provoked its ire. The laws had issued a decree commanding us to eliminate you, and the cost of slaying a god shall be borne by the world itself. Nyx's gaze turned toward Hebe. Hebe, my former ally, relinquished this power. If you agree to withdraw, it would not be difficult for the four of us to shield you from the law's wrath, and we may even secure the position of cycle sovereign. Nyx, I am grateful for your concern and counsel, yet I have no intention of forsaking the power of chaos. Hebe replied, a faint smile gracing her lips as she dismissed Nyx's proposal. Then you intend to stand against us? Gaia, the mother of the earth, adorned in golden robes and crowned with the diadem of all creation, regarded Hebe with a grave expression, her eyes hinting at an impending eruption akin to a volcano. The abyssal god, Tartarus, and the dark god, Erebus, remained silent. Tartarus embodied the earth's shadowy aspects, a realm of utter desolation, indifferent to the world's demise, possessing only the desire for slumber. Had it not been for the incessant whisper of the laws in his ear, he would have been disinclined to partake in this affair. As for Erebus, he existed in perfect unity with his sister and wife. Nyx, her opinions were his own, rendering him mute until she made a definitive decision. This is certainly not the case. Please believe me, Mother of the glorious earth, I harbor no intention of enmity towards you. On the contrary, we may very well establish a new consensus and collaboration. Although Hebe spoke to Gaia, her violet golden eyes were directed towards Nyx. Knowing that this wise and far-sighted goddess was the core and intellect among the primordial deities, Nyx's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, she slowly replied, ambitious deity. What exactly is the collaboration you seek? Given that there might be ears lurking nearby, let's find another place to converse. The omnipresent laws were keenly observing their dialogue, and Hebe had no intention of conspiring loudly beneath the other's watchful gaze. The gray divine realm unfurled beneath the goddess, and the primordial gods instinctively sought to manifest their own domains to resist this force. However, upon noticing Nyx's barely perceptible shake of her head, they had no choice but to retract their powers, allowing Hebe to envelop them within her domain. As Gaia had remarked, they did not believe that the recently empowered Hebe could overpower the four of them. This was a world steeped in gray silence, void and chaotic, devoid of all substance. Darkness nurtured light. The world must have illumination. The pure and sacred light emanated from Hebe, spreading to every corner of this space. Where I stand is heaven, and where I gaze is earth. With the emergence of light, and as Hebe uttered her divine words, the concepts of heaven and earth manifested, subsequently separating and forming the embryonic shape of the world. This is a small world I have temporarily created. Though somewhat immature, it can shield against the laws of the chaotic realm for a span of 10 days to half a month without issue. Please take a seat, and let us engage in a meaningful discussion regarding this new collaboration. Hebe raised her hand, conjuring several divine thrones, casually selecting one to sit upon, observing the primordial gods with a leisurely demeanor. Hebe's act of creation astonished the primordial gods. While it was somewhat crude, creation is creation. Even Gaia, the mother of earth and the cornerstone of the world, would not dare claim she could accomplish such a feat with the same ease as Hebe. Just birthing concepts requires immense effort. This is the authority of chaos, the unparalleled might of the world. The gods understood only that the primordial beings held a transcendent status and unmatched divine power. Who would have thought that these so-called primordial gods were merely puppets of the creator god, Chaos? After a moment of silence, Hebe casually remarked something that fell like a meteorite into the hearts of the present primordial gods, even awakening Tartaros, who had appeared lethargic, to gaze intently at the goddess. What do you know? The mother of earth, Gaia, fixed her steely gaze upon Hebe, her expression akin to that of a cat whose tail had been stepped on, brimming with wariness and aggression. In the primordial dawn, the deity of chaos, harnessed his powers to conceive four divine beings representing the fundamental concepts of existence: earth, abyss, darkness, and night. He envisioned that these offspring would, through their unions, split and merge the essence of creation, thereby giving rise to myriad laws to continually refine the world. Hebe's amethyst eyes shimmered with a faint luminescence, as if infused with an endless cascade of golden sand, unveiling the ancient secrets that had long been shrouded. However, he could not anticipate that these four powerful progeny were reluctant to expend their essence for the sake of world-building. They yearned solely for greater power, aspiring to attain divinity akin to their creator, a notion that was utterly forbidden. The primordial deities fell into a heavy silence, their countenances darkened. As Hebe's words unearthed a past they preferred to keep buried. Yet, undeterred, Hebe continued her narrative, believing that without a firm hand, the sweetness of her offerings would remain unappreciated. Thus, the ancient chaos, in his original form, adopted an alternative approach, despite the toll it would take on his essence. He forged another deity, the fifth divine being, Eros, the embodiment of love and desire, capable of ensnaring even the primordial gods in a rapture that would lead them to madness. The advent of Eros brought satisfaction to chaos, for he recognized that his disobedient children could not resist the allure of Eros's magic, and the world would inevitably flourish, allowing him to grow into a more formidable, unparalleled entity. Chaos declared Eros as the king of the gods and bestowed upon him the mission to perfect the world. Exhausted from the expenditure of his essence, he retreated into hiding, falling into a slumber in an unknown realm, his consciousness transforming into the essence and laws of the world, leaving an indelible mark upon the divine powers of the primordial gods. Though they wielded the strongest forces and occupied the most exalted positions and powers, they remained eternally bound within this realm, unable to escape. The only one capable of unlocking the constraints of their divinity was the chaotic Chaos himself. They had once sought him out, but his elusive nature rendered him invisible, a being straddling the line between reality and illusion. Should he wish to conceal himself, no deity could trace his footsteps. With the formidable power of Eros to control the heart and mind, Nyx and Erebus, succumbing to uncontrollable desire, united and gave birth to the goddess of daylight, Hemera, and the god of the heavens, Ether. Meanwhile, Gaia, the mother of earth, was destined to unite with the god of the abyss, Tartarus. However, this deity, cunning in nature, transformed into the dark aspect of earth, the underworld, to refine the rules. He then cast upon himself a curse of silence, plunging into a state of lethargy and world-weariness to suppress his desires, thereby evading Eros's insidious machinations and preventing the loss of his essence. However, Gaia, under the influence of Eros's insatiable lust, could not suppress the primal urges surging within her. In a singular act of self-reproduction, she birthed the magnificent Uranus, adorned with stars. Yet Eros, undeterred, continued to wield his enchanting power of desire, seeking to create more deities to perfect this world. As the events unfolded, it became clear to all that the primordial gods, pushed to their limits, banded together despite the peril of being obliterated by the very laws that govern them, to eradicate this embodiment of desire, this manipulator of souls. Although the laws expressed profound indignation at their actions, the creation of the world necessitated the strength of these primordial beings, and thus they faced only minor repercussions for their defiance. Enough! Gaia roared, consumed by overwhelming fury. In this creation game orchestrated by chaos, she had suffered the most. From the first moment Hebe laid eyes upon her weathered visage, it was evident how much essence she had lost. Her gaze turned fierce like a sharp blade, intent on piercing Hebe's heart to uncover her innermost thoughts. To break the curse of chaos, one must access the supreme divinity residing within him. I possess the means to locate the slumbering chaos. The bait has been sufficiently cast. It is time to reel it in. The primordial gods, taken aback, rose from their thrones, disbelief etched upon their faces as they regarded Hebe. This cannot be. I am the mother of fate, the arbiter of chance and certainty. Throughout the years, I have relentlessly pursued the trail of chaos through the river of fate, yet I have yielded nothing. How is it that you know where he hides? In the eyes of Nyx, threads of fate shimmered, as she had never ceased her observations and contemplations of destiny. Rules are rules, since this world is governed by laws. Even the creator of those rules must adhere to them. Just as I have transgressed taboos and usurped the authority of the creator deity. The laws cannot directly strip me of my rank, but can only facilitate my downfall through your hands. Deep within her grasp, Hebe quietly cradled a divine essence, an orb of endless golden sands swirling within. In her hands, now traversing the path of the primordial gods, all the secrets of events that transpired in Chaos's realm were revealed within this essence. Infusing her divine power into this orb, the radiance of the primordial force illuminated it, causing the sands to recall ever more ancient and distant histories. The second-generation god-king, Cronus, was cast into the abyss with a roar of defiance. The starry Uranus lamented in agony, clutching his wounded form. Together, the four primordial gods executed the being who was meant to be the first god-king, Eros. At last, history had traced back to its pivotal moment, and the faces of the primordial gods lit up with excitement. Even Tartarus, no longer weary, widened his violet eyes, fixated on the scenes emerging from the divine essence of history. Chaos birthed the desire of Eros, and the ancient, powerful creator god seldom exhibited signs of fatigue. His once youthful and androgynous visage now bore traces of age. Subsequently, he dismissed the newly born Eros, and the grand gates of Chaos Temple were firmly sealed. The scene halted abruptly, the divine essence of history trembled, its radiance flickering uncertainly, while cracks, akin to serpents, slithered across its form. Despite the chaotic forces originating from chaos serving as a catalyst, Hebe's divine power was insufficient to unveil the profound mysteries of this realm. "Why aren't you assisting?" Hebe exclaimed in frustration, realizing that merely observing the spectacle would not suffice, especially since she was but a fledgling deity embarking on the primordial path. Why should she collaborate with them? The primordial gods hastily unleashed their powers in unison, their overwhelming divine energies surging into the essence of history, causing the very fabric of space to evolve. Their combined efforts illuminated the historical essence with a brilliance never before witnessed, only to culminate in a resounding shatter. The mists that obscured their vision were instantly dissipated, revealing a pathway through the earth, leading into the forbidden chaos. A fragmented, yet ethereal golden light drifted gently, unfurling into a golden avenue. At the terminus of this luminous path, a hazy aura beckoned, behind which lay grand, majestic, and enigmatic structures. Though still indistinct, they evoked an awe that struck deeply at the core of one's being. The palace of the creator god, Chaos. Chapter 82. The struggle of Chaos united with four primordial gods. Hebe, at the cost of sacrificing the essence of history, finally discerned the location of Chaos Palace at the moment the divine essence shattered. This creator god concealed his palace within a hidden, chaotic space, at the intersection of the abyss and the earth at the world's end, a location so remote it teetered on the brink of a chaos realm. A mere misstep could lead one astray into the chaotic sea, while the laws, under his will, deliberately avoided this place. The primordial god's authority could never rival that of chaos, rendering them incapable of locating this sanctuary. Had it not been for Hebe's audacity in daring to touch the chaotic powers, she would not have succeeded. Without this shared powers guidance, even Nyx would find the mysteries of the historical essence inscrutable. It was akin to possessing a public security system without the counterpart's identification. How could one possibly retrieve hotel records? "We have truly found the whereabouts of Chaos," Nyx murmured in astonishment. At last, we have located this accursed old tortoise. While he has yet to fully regain his essence, let us five unite to drain his divinity. In doing so, we shall attain the supremacy to obliterate the mark he has placed upon us and achieve ultimate freedom. The Mother of Earth, clad in golden robes, laughed heartily, her deep green eyes brimming with hatred and anticipation. She is the first deity created by Chaos, and has spent the longest time in his company. The former Gaia held a profound admiration and yearning for chaos, once aspiring to emulate her father, the primordial deity, in becoming a great creator herself. Yet, she came to realize that she was merely a resource for him, utilized to construct the world and refine the laws, serving as a stepping stone for his conquest of the chaotic sea. Among the primordial gods, none harbored deeper resentment towards chaos than Gaia. The intensity of her love only magnified her hatred. Wait, Gaia, have you forgotten? This world has undergone several ascensions and is no longer the origin that was perpetually losing its essence. We cannot yet ascertain the extent of chaos's restored power. Confronting him necessitates meticulous planning, spoke Nyx, the goddess of night, as she restrained the impatient Gaia. Nyx's words rekindled a semblance of rationality within Gaia. Although reluctant, she had to concede that Nyx's perspective held merit. Thus, the primordial goddess stifled her urge for vengeance, recognizing that the opportunity would be fleeting. The primordial gods composed themselves, returning to their thrones, and began to collaborate, pooling their intellects to devise a strategy to eliminate chaos decisively. A fortnight later, Hebe and the four primordial gods stood at the edge of chaos's realm. Together, they summoned a barrier of divine power to ward off the encroaching chaos, while a gray luminescence radiated from Hebe, guiding them toward the location of Chaos's palace through an inexplicable connection. "We have found it." A smile graced Hebe's lips as she raised her hand and unleashed a surge of divine power toward the roiling gray mists of the chaotic sea. The atmosphere within that chaotic space churned violently, giving rise to a profound darkness from which a majestic temple gradually ascended, magnificent, grand, mysterious, and indistinguishable from the divine forms depicted in ancient lore. We must hasten. The world consciousness birthed from chaos will soon detect the anomaly here. We need to seize his essence before he returns to his true form. Without hesitation, the primordial gods stepped into the darkness, positioning themselves before the temple. Hebe attempted to infuse chaotic energy into the tightly shut doors. The towering stone gates trembled slightly, then quivered gently, revealing a narrow opening through which a kaleidoscope of light spilled forth. The doors began to open slowly. Too slow. By the time this door fully opens, Chaos's consciousness will have already returned. The Earth Mother Gaia stepped forward, her immense divine power surging forth. As the foundation of the world, wherever she tread became land. Mountains sprang forth through the narrow gap, solid and towering under Gaia's might, growing steadily. The stone gates of Chaos's palace shuddered violently, forced open by her overwhelming force. Now is our chance. Hebe and the primordial deities hastily transformed into streams of light, disappearing into the depths, while the newly formed mountain range, stripped of the primordial god's power, was crushed by the stone door. As the stone door closed, the chaotic sea of energies surged, once again concealing this place. Within the realm of chaos, the consciousness of the world suddenly emitted a wave of disturbance, which then receded like a tide. The gods, sensing something amiss, lifted their gazes towards the void, instinctively aware that a monumental event was unfolding. The Temple of Chaos was extraordinarily grand and magnificent. Upon entering, one could truly appreciate its towering stature. Hebe looked upwards, her form appearing as insignificant as mere grains of sand compared to the palace. The hall was devoid of excessive embellishments, arranged in a remarkably simple and austere manner. The primordial deities immediately spotted the gray divine bed quietly situated in the center of the palace, upon which a tall, dark-haired deity lay in slumber. He was exquisitely beautiful, embodying a form of beauty that transcended conventional gender perceptions. His voluminous gray robe could not conceal his long, perfect physique. With his eyes firmly shut and a visage tinged with pallor, the most striking feature was the divine light that continuously flowed around him as countless laws surged forth, inspiring an involuntary sense of reverence and an irresistible urge to worship. He was the beginning of the world, the source of power, the god of chaos. Chaos itself, the creator of this realm. Such supreme divinity, whether it was the primordial gods or Hebe, in the presence of this divine force, an insatiable greed welled up within their hearts. Several deities exchanged glances, each perceiving a shared eagerness in the other's eyes. Chaos must have already sensed our arrival. We must act swiftly, The gray-eyed Nyx's eyes sparkled with the light of destiny. Her complexion paled as she waved her hand towards the entrance of the hall, casting forth strands of fate. The threads of destiny wove together like an immense spider's web, ensnaring the entrance of the temple, awaiting the arrival of its prey. The web of fate should provide us with some delay, allowing us to seize as much of his supreme divinity as possible. Thus, even if his consciousness were to return, our chances of success would be greatly enhanced. Chaos was immensely powerful, even though the act of creation had drained some of his essence. The laws of the world had evolved continuously over the years. They had no certainty regarding the extent of his restored strength, leaving no room for carelessness. Nyx, even at the cost of her own essence, meticulously laid the web of fate to delay his consciousness's return and grant them precious time. Nyx's companion, Nykyrios, supported the somewhat weakened Nyx with great concern. He gazed towards the door, where dark divine energy emanated, enveloping the stone portal in a shroud of shadowy essence. Although the power of eternal slumber contained within could not extinguish the formidable world consciousness, it could temporarily plunge it into a deep sleep. Tartarus also took action. He initially utilized the incarnations of hell and the underworld, coupled with the curse of a world-weary slumber that he cast upon himself, allowing him to retain a significant portion of his essence. Thus, among the primordial deities, his power is indeed the most formidable. The abyssal god, with his deep purple gaze, emanated a faint luminescence. As the warden of the world prison, he summoned the power of confinement upon the stone gates, seeking to thwart the encroachment of chaos's consciousness. Act now, follow the plan we established, and remain vigilant against the resurgence of chaos. The 5 deities encircled the divine bed of chaos, their forms radiating a resplendent divine aura. Under their combined essence, the laws they governed took form. Gaia, the mother of earth, embodied nurturing and creation. Tartarus, the abyssal god, represented confinement and consumption. Erebus, the god of darkness, signified darkness and eternal slumber. Nyx, the goddess of night, embodied the night and fate. And finally, Hebe, the essence of chaos itself. The laws transformed into tendril-like chains, entwining around the corporeal form of chaos like venomous serpents. The supreme divinity of the creator god, Chaos, surged incessantly into the beings of the deities. Hebe felt the relentless influx of chaotic power coursing through her veins, her comprehension of the chaotic principles becoming increasingly lucid. In a struggle for dominion over the authority of the creator god, she sensed herself gradually gaining the upper hand. Accompanying this was the flood of memories and experiences from the creation of chaos, a vast ocean of knowledge crashing against the shores of Hebe's consciousness. Hebe, be cautious. Do not let chaos's memories corrupt you, for you will lose your identity and become his puppet. Nyx hastily warned Hebe. Although the memories of creation were invaluable, they bore the inherent will of chaos itself. If not approached with caution, disaster would ensue. Hebe was acutely aware of the inherent risks. Yet she had no time to heed Nyx's warning, as she was fully engaged in resisting the onslaught within her sea of consciousness. The divine essence of chaos radiated a gentle glow within her, manifesting the dual forces of positive and negative, yin and yang. Akin to 2 fish swimming or 2 serpents consuming their own tails, endlessly intertwining and flowing. A delicate wave, as tranquil as water, emanated from her, enveloping her sea of consciousness. Under the influence of this power, the tempestuous memories of chaos were diffused and transformed into sustenance, continuously enhancing her understanding of creation and chaos. The other primordial deities fared considerably better. Having been primordial gods for many years, despite being bound to this realm, there were still advantages to their situation. Even with the influence of chaos-esque consciousness, this world possessed a faint autonomy. To maintain balance, it necessitated a fundamental sense of justice and fairness. The primordial gods sacrificed their freedom, however reluctantly, and no matter how much chaos sought to impede them, the world would still bestow certain rewards upon them. The supreme divinity of the creator god surged through their beings, yet the residual consciousness diverged significantly from that of chaos itself. Swiftly eroded by the essence of the primordial deities, the supreme divinity cascaded like a golden waterfall, incessantly cleansing the divine essence within them. Ecstasy illuminated the faces of the primordial gods as they sensed the imprint upon their divine essence being gradually washed away. When this imprint vanishes completely, it shall mark their liberation. Chaos, whose essence was relentlessly siphoned, had its eyes tightly shut, with long lashes fluttering slightly. Its body trembled, driven by an instinct for survival, even as consciousness had yet to return. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of furious consciousness resonated from beyond the temple, reverberating with such intensity that it nearly unsettled the souls of several deities. Hebe and the primordial gods paled. Chaos's consciousness was returning. Remain calm. We shall proceed as previously agreed. Hebe commanded softly, stabilizing her mental sea, intensifying her grip as she continued to draw from Chaos's chaotic essence. The primordial gods nodded in agreement, augmenting their own strength. The struggles of Chaos's corporeal form gradually diminished. Its once robust and elongated figure began to wither, dark hair turning silver with frost, and a flawless, androgynous visage becoming etched with lines of age. Boom! The formidable stone door of the Chaos temple shattered under an immense force, scattering into fragments upon the ground. Chaos's consciousness, now engulfed in profound fury, could not be hindered by the obstacles set by Nyx, Erebus, and Tartarus for long. With the return of Chaos's consciousness, the creator god, bound by 5 chains of cosmic rules, suddenly opened its eyes, radiating an unmatched and powerful aura. A kaleidoscope of light erupted from its form, accompanied by the sound of explosions emanating from within, as it summoned opposing forces internally, generating a series of blasts that shattered the binding chains. Feeling the power that had been lost within, the creator god seethed with wrath, its brow furrowed as it spoke coldly. My children, have I not bestowed upon you enough glory? Why do you betray me? Chaos, do not cloak your words in pleasantries. You know well your purpose in creating us. From a moment you inscribe your mark upon our divine essence. Our fates were irrevocably intertwined, destined for conflict. Strike. He is stalling for time. I sense he is manipulating the celestial array above to restore his essence. The Earth Mother Gaia gazed at Chaos with eyes filled with resentment. She was the first to act. The crown of all things upon her head shone with radiant brilliance, devoid of ostentation or elaborate techniques. In this realm of conflict, the clash was purely one of rules and primal essences. The primordial deities, having devoured a fragment of the supreme divinity of the creator god, grew exponentially in strength. They unleashed their might simultaneously. Gaia, with her weight and destructive force, the abyss of Tartarus, with its consuming and imprisoning grasp, the darkness and eternal slumber of Erebus, and the threads of fate exhaled by Nyx, all converged upon Chaos. I am the god of chaos, the entity that is both present and elusive. Your assaults cannot harm me. Chaos's expression remained impassive as his form began to blur, the primordial god's attacks passing through his corporeal being without leaving a trace of effect. A smirk of disdain appeared upon his visage. As retribution for your betrayal, I shall consume each of you, absorbing your power, and believe me, immortality shall soon be within my grasp. Chaos extended his arms. Although weakened by a portion of his essence, the divine power emanating from him was formidable, sending tremors through the temple of Chaos, causing colossal stone pillars to crumble and teeter on the brink of destruction. Yet, the elusive god was not solitary in his nature. Just as Chaos reveled in his triumph, a faint voice whispered in his ear. The sudden sound caused his pupils to dilate in shock. He turned, incredulous, to behold a visage of ethereal beauty, her violet golden eyes sparkling with subtle mockery and amusement. A ring of dark gold had inexplicably encircled Chaos's neck. The Ring of Annihilation, an artifact born of the eclipse, when ensnared, would restrict and diminish the powers of any deity. This artifact had long been reforged by Hebe and the 4 primordial gods in that temporary realm. Time was of the essence, and Hebe, disregarding any sentiment, pursued the utmost amplification of power, knowing it would render the artifact a one-time use. The goddess' gaze radiated determination as gray divine energy surged forth. She invoked the principles of existence and non-existence, solidifying chaos once more. Subsequently, she unleashed the latent power concealed within the Ring of Annihilation. The dark golden circle emitted a mournful wail, shattering into countless glimmers that seamlessly merged with Chaos's divine form. A wave of weakness surged within him as a purplish-red flame erupted from Hebe's mouth, carrying the wrath of humanity's hatred, engulfing Chaos' consciousness. The frigid flames seared his very soul, eliciting a pained wail from his lips. Ah, Gaia, now is the moment. The Earth Mother Gaia swiftly cast forth the crown of all creation from atop her head. The crown radiated a blinding divine light, giving rise to a towering sacred tree that swayed in the wind. The original sapling of Chaos's world, the wondrous progenitor of the golden apple tree. The roots of the golden apple tree pierced through Chaos's skin, embedding themselves deep within his flesh, drawing forth his divine essence. An immense surge of power flowed from Chaos. The purity of the creator god's divinity invigorating the golden apple tree as if it had consumed ambrosia. The already towering trunk began to sprout leaves wildly, expanding and flourishing, while clusters of golden blossoms blossomed amidst its dense foliage, soon adorning it with numerous golden apples. No, I am the creator, and you cannot treat me this way. The weakness and the draining of his essence compelled Chaos to struggle mightily. However, the golden apple tree rooted in him emitted a dazzling golden light, causing his feeble form to succumb once more to slumber. With Chaos subdued, the primordial deities breathed a sigh of relief. Nyx cast her gaze upon Hebe, the ally she had initially chosen, and it appeared that this indeed was the most worthwhile transaction of her lifetime. Thanks to you, Hebe, had it not been for your intervention, the moment Chaos slipped into the void, we would have become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. He could scarcely have anticipated that you, having just encountered that authority, would possess such profound comprehension of chaos. Hebe offered a subtle smile. The instant Chaos's consciousness returned to its essence, she activated the power of Chaos, preemptively retreating into the void, erasing her existence entirely, a state where even the river of time could not trace her, and even Chaos would forget her presence. Just as this creator relaxed his guard, Hebe transformed her nothingness into being, reappearing in this world, her maneuvering surpassing even that of Chaos. It was, after all, thanks to her heritage as a daughter of Hestia, for the wisdom passed down from her ancestors greatly inspired and guided her. As the primordial deities prepared to further divide Chaos's essence, an unexpected change occurred. A flickering light illuminated Chaos's forehead. This is dire. His consciousness seeks to escape, to return to the realm of chaos and wield the power of the world against us. The mother of fate, Nyx, exclaimed in alarm. She swiftly unleashed threads of destiny, intertwining them with the divine essence that enveloped Chaos, scripting his impending downfall. The darkness and eternal slumber of Erebus, the confinement and consumption of Tartarus, and Gaia's infusion of robust vitality into the golden apple tree. All these forces combined gradually diminished Chaos's struggles, leading him back into silence. Yet, this tranquility was but temporary. Chaos's half-alive state proved exceedingly troublesome for Hebe and the primordial deities. Although they managed to repress him once more, Chaos's was deeply entwined with this world. Having undergone ascension, he now possessed the ability to autonomously transform chaotic energy to replenish his essence, essentially establishing a sanctuary for his revival. Theoretically, as long as this world endured, Chaos would always have the opportunity to resurrect and return. However, the primordial deities, being gods birthed from this world themselves, would also face a lethal blow should it collapse. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, they were reluctant to employ a strategy that would harm themselves as much as their foe. In a moment of uncertainty, the primordial deities convened once more within the Palace of Chaos. What shall we do now? With Chaos merging his will with the world, his destruction would inevitably plunge the laws into chaos, bringing the world perilously close to annihilation. As Mother Earth Gaia spoke, she raised her hand to conjure a golden platter, from which she plucked the apples from the golden apple tree and distributed them among the assembled deities. These golden apples, born from the primordial god Chaos, possess supreme divinity. By consuming them, the gods could gradually cleanse the marks of their divine essence. A moment of silence enveloped the primordial gods, for they found themselves at a loss for a viable solution. Noticing the hush, Gaia clenched her teeth, her gaze betraying a fierce determination. If all else fails, I shall shatter the world. We have absorbed chaos's supreme divinity. Even if the world's destruction would severely weaken us, we could subsequently unite to create a new, small world and rejuvenate for several millennia, thus attaining our freedom. At this juncture, Gaia turned her eyes toward Hebe, for among those present, only she wielded the power of creation. To realize this plan, Gaia required her support. Absolutely not. Hebe immediately shook her head. The destruction of the world would mean the annihilation of all deities and beings within it. My mother, my brother, and my friends all dwell in this realm. I shall not permit such a calamity to unfold. She cast a warning glance at the somewhat reckless and impulsive Mother Earth. Gaia, if you truly intend to proceed with this, I might as well set chaos free now. Believe me, before you all act together, I can certainly achieve that. You. Gaia was momentarily exasperated, torn between compassion and indecision. What could possibly be more significant than your own glory and freedom? She had not anticipated that Hebe had reached such a profound understanding, still clinging to the notion of familial bonds. She had previously thought this goddess to be akin to herself, but now it appeared she had misjudged her entirely. My sister, the illustrious Gaia. I too concur with Hebe's perspective. The realm of chaos harbors countless children of Erebus and myself. I do not wish to sacrifice their lives for the annihilation of chaos. Although Nyx's progeny were birthed under the influence of Eros's magic, the goddess of night and her brother, the god of darkness, have been inseparable since their inception. Their love deeply rooted in their hearts. Even without Eros, they would still choose to bear children, for they were the embodiment of their love. It was merely due to Eros's intervention that Nyx gave birth to more divine offspring than they had anticipated. What then shall we do? The hall fell silent once more. Without our united suppression, chaos will inevitably revive. Yet, if we remain trapped here to contain him, what significance does the eradication of our divine marks hold? Suddenly, Hebe's eyes brightened as a spark of inspiration flashed in her mind. I have an idea, perhaps it may work. As soon as these words were spoken, the gaze of the primordial gods turned towards Hebe, eager to hear what this goddess might propose to break the stalemate. Chaos's consciousness is currently suppressed within his divine form by our united efforts. The external world now consists of only a fragment of its original consciousness, maintaining balance and stability. This is indeed the moment of its utmost vulnerability. If a new will could replace chaos, then even if we were to obliterate him entirely, the resultant damage to the world would be negligible. The goddess with violet gold eyes presented a bold and audacious proposition. This ingenious idea illuminated the minds of the primordial gods. Indeed, if a consciousness could strip chaos of his dominion over the world, then his connection to it would be severed irrevocably. In that case, even if he were to fall, he would wield no influence over the world. Yet, who shall take the place of chaos as consciousness? The few primordial gods yearning for freedom would never allow themselves to be ensnared in another prison. Moreover, given their inherent powers, they would be incapable of maintaining the stability and balance of the laws. The world would merely crumble in another form. Their gazes converged upon Hebe, from among the deities. She alone possessed the power that resonated with chaos, making her the most fitting candidate to assume his role as the new consciousness of the world. I can indeed replace chaos, but that is not the path I seek. I have a more suitable candidate in mind. It was a jest. She had worked tirelessly to reach this point, not to become a mere steward for another. Who could it be? Which deity is as unique as you? Even the jaded Tartarus found himself intrigued. Not a deity, but a planet. In her hands, a dazzling light erupted, revealing a spectral image of a planet that shimmered like a magnificent opal. Zoe, Nyx of the Night instantly recognized this exceptionally unique leader star. Initially, this planet was deemed the weakest among many leader stars due to its chaotic attributes and powers. Indeed, I have mastery over the Zoe star. The chaotic forces on this planet have been harmonized under my guidance, giving rise to an agile planetary consciousness. The essence of all things bestowed upon me by the goddess Gaia has rendered its appearance strikingly similar to the world of chaos. It is perfectly suited to replace Chaos S while in managing the world. Nyx, is this method viable? Gaia inquired of her insightful sister. The gray eyes of Nyx shimmered with divine light, her sclera transforming to match the hue of her irises. Threads of golden light coursed through her eyes as the Mother of Fate observed the river of destiny, exploring all possible outcomes. After a considerable pause, The divine light in Nyx's eyes dimmed, and she nodded towards Gaia. The consciousness of the Zoe star indeed possesses this potential, yet it remains too feeble at present. Although the world of chaos is now governed by only the most basic consciousness, it is not something the current Zoe can contend with. The goddess of Nyx spoke truly. The current Zoe is insufficient to replace chaos. I am the master of the Zoe star, and my divine essence shall repose upon this planet, infusing and elevating it with the principles of chaos that reside within me. You need only to suppress chaos for a millennium. I am confident that during this time I can assist Zoe in seizing the authority to govern the world. The primordial deities, at this juncture, could conceive of no better course of action. After a period of deliberation, they unanimously endorsed Hebe's proposal. The four of them would temporarily remain within this temple to restrain chaos, preventing it from escaping its divine vessel and reuniting with the consciousness of the world. Meanwhile, Hebe would return to the realm of chaos to cultivate Zoe's consciousness until it was sufficient to command the world's awareness. When the time arrives for the true exchange, it shall mark the moment they eradicate chaos and regain their freedom. A millennium is but a fleeting moment for them, having traversed billions of years. It is a span they can easily endure. With everything agreed upon, Hebe rose from the temple of chaos. The goddess raised her hand, and the shattered stone door of the temple soared back into place, restoring the grandeur and mystery of this magnificent palace, sealing it once more. The tumultuous waves of the sea of chaos concealed this place anew. Upon entering the realm of chaos, the absence of its disruptive consciousness allowed the world to welcome her. The goddess's form manifested upon the vibrant Zoe star, which had transformed significantly from its former self. Following a torrential downpour, oceans and land emerged. The seeds of all creation once bestowed by Gaia were scattered by Hebe, and lush greenery enveloped the land, imbuing the planet with a vivacious beauty. As soon as Hebe set foot upon this star, Zoe's consciousness encircled her with a sense of joyous familiarity. Under Hebe's guidance, it had organized the chaotic energies, birthing awareness. And to Zoe, Hebe was akin to a mother, evoking an instinctual closeness. Sensing Zoe's affection, a gentle smile graced Hebe's face. Zoe, I shall now slumber here to further ponder the mysteries of chaos, which will greatly benefit you. In the future, a significant mission awaits your fulfillment, and I need you to be prepared. The innocent and naive Zoe could not comprehend the gravity of the mission Hebe spoke of, yet it trusted that its creator would not harm it. Its consciousness radiated with joy, delighted by Hebe's decision to rest within its being, for she would finally have time to accompany it. The goddess closed her amethyst-hued eyes, her divine form resembling a meteor descending to the earth. The ground sensed her arrival, trembling as it opened a fissure through which Zoe directly embraced Hebe into its core for safekeeping. The fissure in the earth gradually closed, and an ineffably profound aura emanated instantaneously from this leader, star named Zoe. The myriad stars in the sky flickered brilliantly before resuming their tranquil state. They continued to traverse their predetermined paths, capturing the chaotic gases beyond the world and transforming them into primal forces that nourish the realm. However, this overwhelming surge of primal energy flowed irresistibly towards Zoe. The planet, resembling a resplendent opal, shimmered with brilliance, and the consciousness of the stars, nourished by this primal energy, erupted in joyous exclamations. Meanwhile, on the island of Samos, a golden apple tree swayed its branches, relishing the melodious chimes of the golden apples dangling from its limbs. Suddenly, its branches stiffened, as if the leaves of gold unfurled to reveal a dark-haired goddess cradling a golden box. The goddess, having awakened unbeknownst to anyone, teasingly plucked at the apples on the tree, her once violet eyes now gleaming with a hint of mirth. While I struggle for survival outside, you seem quite comfortable on this island. Hebe, no, now she should be called Elysium, mockingly supported her head with her hand. With a soft chime, a brilliant golden apple fell into the goddess's embrace, and the tree gently swayed its branches, producing a sweet and clear sound, as if the cunning fruit tree recognized its true mistress before it. Well, this fruit holds no use for me at the moment. It is best saved for the mother goddess upon her return from Venus, having tasted the golden apples birthed from the primordial substance of chaos. The specimens on her island paled in comparison. Elysium descended from the golden apple tree, exited the garden of the temple, and departed from Samos Island. She sought to find her ally Athena, for the demigod hero, Perseus, favored by the goddess of wisdom, possessed what she required. She resolved to invest in him, vying for his allegiance against Zeus. Under the guidance of the wise Athena, the demigod Perseus prepared to embark on a quest to find the Greece. The three sisters who shared a single eye and lived in the farthest west, at the edge where the sun sets. Although Perseus was a demigod with exceptional prowess, he had yet to ignite the divine fire within him and lacked the might of a true deity. Thus, reaching this distant location required a lengthy journey. Moreover, he encountered the beasts that had hidden in the earth since the calamity of Pandora, engaging in fierce battles that consumed much of his time. It took several months for him to finally arrive in the far west. Athena observed the trials faced by the young demigod, but refrained from intervening. For Perseus needed these hardships to awaken the divine blood within him and to create a formidable reputation through his encounters with the beasts. As he journeyed, the name of the great hero Perseus became known throughout the western lands. He eradicated the malevolent monsters that plague humanity, allowing them to live in peace. Such a godlike figure was, astonishingly, one of their own kin. The people revered him deeply, feeling a sense of kinship, with even kings offering to relinquish their thrones for Perseus to rule their realms. Perseus finally arrived at his destination, where the rocks were as dark as ink and remarkably sharp, resembling blades. This was the dwelling of the three Gray sisters, who were kin to the Gorgon sisters. They were named Porphyro, Io, and Dano, each embodying malice, savagery, and terror, respectively. Their names alone suggested they were not amiable beings, as they frequently abducted women, men, and children from the mortal realm to torment for their own amusement, passing the time with their cruel games. The radiant sun god Apollo had banished them, driving them to this shadowy corner. They shared a single eye and a single tooth, and in the gloom, they had overheard many hidden secrets. Perseus gazed down at the fearsome old witches, momentarily perplexed, pondering how to extract the whereabouts of Medusa from their lips. Amidst the clouds, Athena looked down upon Perseus, contemplating whether to bestow her divine wisdom upon him, when, unexpectedly, the dark-haired goddess Eris had appeared by her side. "My lady Athena, it has been a while," she greeted with a gentle smile, her violet eyes sparkling. The sudden sound startled Athena, causing her muscles to tense instinctively as she thrust forth a spear imbued with a divine sharpness potent enough to shatter a mountain. Yet, this formidable strike was effortlessly caught by the goddess before her, who held a golden box, raising her hand with a nonchalant grace. Upon sensing the familiar aura emanating from this goddess, Athena's bright eyes widened slightly. "Lady Hebe? Lady Hebe, what brings you here?" Athena inquired, surveying the goddess before her. Although her divine role and powers had shifted, the essence was unmistakably that of Hebe. Eris explained, "I am the goddess born from the faith and hopes of the previous generation of humanity. My essence and those of the primordial gods are currently ensnared by certain matters, so I have temporarily borrowed this goddess's form to descend." Hebe had not concealed her identity from Athena, revealing the nature of her manifestation. The goddess of hope and wishes had recently garnered considerable acclaim on Earth, alleviating humanity's plight from famine, a revelation that surprised Athena. As for the entanglement of Hebe and the primordial gods, the astute Athena quickly recalled the peculiar sensation that had surfaced within her heart not long ago, likely connected to Hebe's predicament, though she refrained from probing further, recognizing that such secrets were beyond her grasp. "Perseus, the potential of this demigod is indeed remarkable. In just a few months, he has acquired strength rivaling that of the gods." Hebe observed Perseus, who was discreetly watching the Gray sisters below. The trials he had endured over the past months had shed his former naivety, and his gaze had become resolute, his robust physique harboring immense power. "This young man has proven himself worthy, a testament to the teachings I have imparted over the years." Upon hearing Hebe's praise, a smile graced the dignified and intelligent visage of Athena. Nurturing and safeguarding Perseus, though spurred by Zeus's command and her own curiosity for research, brought a sense of fulfillment to Athena as she witnessed the youth she had carefully cultivated blossom into a renowned hero. Indeed, she is the legendary mother of heroes, and in this moment, it seems the goddess derives joy from this vigor. However, in light of Perseus's triumph, There looms another matter that requires your attention, dear Princess Athena. What matter? Athena's expression grew serious. Do you recall the incident when the king of gods attempted to seduce Persephone, only to be wounded by the flint sickle of Demeter? Naturally, I remember. Athena nodded. Such a cataclysmic scene is not easily forgotten. Persephone, having been touched by Zeus's divine blood, now harbors a new life within her, conceived through the divine essence of the king of gods. Your brother, Polos, has likely been reborn through the powers of this goddess. Although Demeter intervened in time, and Zeus had yet to act upon Persephone, the methods of divine procreation are indeed extraordinary. Due to the infusion of Zeus's divine blood, Persephone has, much like before, become pregnant with his lineage, the reincarnation of Polos. Whether the former god of opportunity and creation has played a role in this remains uncertain. Athena's bright eyes sparkled with astonishment. After so many years, her chance for vengeance had finally arrived, stirring a tempest of emotions within her. I cannot remain idle. I must journey to the underworld myself. Without witnessing the birth of Polos with her own eyes, a sense of unease will linger in Athena's heart. She resolved to make haste toward the realm of the dead. Yet, as she turned, her steps faltered, and she glanced back at Perseus below, her expression wavering. Fear not, my lady, I shall ensure his safety. Very well, I entrust him to you. Athena felt reassured by Hebe's presence. With the goddess's assistance, Perseus would not falter. After temporarily entrusting Perseus to Hebe, Athena swiftly commandeered her bronze chariot, racing toward the underworld. Watching Athena depart, Hebe offered a gentle smile before turning her gaze back to Perseus, whose form transformed into a scattering of starlight, vanishing amidst the clouds. Meanwhile, concealed near a shadowy cliff, Perseus pondered strategies to confront the three gray witches. Driven to this remote locale by Apollo, they were rendered incapable of spreading their malevolent influence in the realm of mortals. Over the years, this had led to a decline in their powers, and the Gree had long since aged and become feeble. With his current strength, vanquishing them should not pose a significant challenge. Yet, his true objective was to extract from them the means to locate and slay Medusa. Prying their secrets from their lips would prove to be the greatest challenge of all. As the demigod hero furrowed his brow in contemplation, delicate specks of light began to gather beside him, and the goddess clad in white appeared before Perseus. Hero of mankind, I am Olympus, the goddess of hope and wishes. Whenever someone finds themselves in distress, I manifest to offer hope. Pray to me, and I shall guide you through the trials you face. The dark-haired goddess, cradling a golden box, spoke with a serene smile, her voice flowing like a gentle stream, melodious and captivating, striking at the very core of one's heart. The goddess of hope and wishes? Perseus widened his eyes slightly. Having traversed numerous city-states, he had indeed heard tales of this goddess, who was said to have aided humanity in times of famine, serving as their protector. Across the land, many temples in her honor stood, and countless individuals prayed to her, yearning for their innermost desires to be fulfilled. Bringer of hope and liberator from adversity, Olympus, I beseech you, reveal to me the method to compel the Gree to divulge their secrets. With a divine being willing to assist him, Perseus eagerly seized the opportunity presented. A glimmer emanated from the golden box held by Hebe, and the goddess's smile widened as she whispered to Perseus, what the Gree cherish above all is the single eye they share. Seize the opportunity to take that eye, and use it as leverage to extract the information you seek. But, goddess, those gray witches are exceedingly vigilant regarding their eye. How might I ever snatch it from their grasp? Perseus inquired. They are banished by Apollo, the sun god, to this shadowy realm, and the weight of his shadow looms over them. Each evening, as the sun traverses the sky, it will pass through this place. Reflect the rays of the setting sun with the aegis shield upon your back. The brilliance of sunlight will disorient the witches, and then your chance will arise. With that, the goddess faded from Perseus's sight. He heeded the words of the goddess of hope, patiently awaiting the arrival of the next dusk. On the following day, as the sun made its anticipated descent, the golden hues of twilight bathed the landscape. Perseus, concealed in the vicinity of the Gree, swiftly raised his shield. The sunlight struck the gleaming aegis, causing it to shimmer like the sun itself. The three gray witches, hidden in darkness, were immediately filled with dread. The blinding radiance led them to believe that the sun god himself had descended upon them. In their panic, the solitary eye they shared slipped from their grasp. Their world plunged into darkness as they scrambled frantically upon the ground in search of their lost eye, which had already rolled to the feet of Perseus. Who picked it up? The three gray witches, in a state of urgency, implored, "Young man, have mercy upon us, these old crones. Though we dwell in darkness, we still desire to perceive the light. Return our eye to us, and we shall surely repay your kindness." Their voices were as hoarse and unappealing as those of aging crows, and although they uttered words of plea, the venom concealed within their unkind tones was unmistakable. Perseus was no fool. He understood that returning the eye would likely invite betrayal and vengeance from these witches. He toyed with the eye in his hand, applying slight pressure, and in the midst of the gray witch's fearful expressions, he inquired, "Sisters of the Gree, I may return the eye to you, but you must reveal to me how I can slay Medusa, one of the Gorgons." The gray witches fell silent. The Gorgons were of their own blood, daughters of the sea's perilous Ceto, and Medusa was also the beloved of Poseidon, the sea god. Should it become known that they had betrayed Medusa, their lives would certainly be rendered unbearable. Yet, Perseus had no intention of granting them ample time for contemplation. He raised his hand as if to crush the eye, prompting the Gree to urgently exclaim, "Wait, wait, young Perseus, we shall accept your terms. Medusa is the youngest of the Gorgon sisters, adored by her elder siblings. These two harpies possess golden wings, sharp claws, and fangs, along with the vision of an eagle. You will need to acquire the legendary helm of invisibility and the winged sandals to evade their notice. As for Medusa, she resides in a dark, deep cave. While she does not share the immortality of her sisters, her scales are impervious to mortal weapons. Only fire and the divine blade forged by Hephaestus can bring about her demise." Here, the Gree paused before continuing. "However, wielding such artifacts is no trivial matter. Only those endowed with divine strength can command them. Young one, do not venture into peril. Many have aspired to be the hero who would vanquish the Gorgons, yet invariably, they have met their demise at their hands, reduced to mere flesh and stone." Despite the ominous warnings from the Grey Witches, Perseus's resolve remained unshaken. Throughout his journey, this demigod hero had vanquished numerous beasts, witnessing firsthand the devastation wrought upon cities and the loss of countless lives at the hands of these monsters. Many have been captured, subjected to cruel amusement, only to be mercilessly slain when their captors grew weary, consumed as sustenance. The suffering of humanity had profoundly impacted this demigod, revealing the frailty and vulnerability of mankind in this world. Yet, amidst such adversity, they fought tenaciously for survival, holding him, their savior, in deep reverence and affection. As he gazed into the trusting eyes of his kin, Perseus felt a sudden clarity regarding his purpose in this world. Given the extraordinary power bestowed upon him, he resolved to wield it in defense of his people, to eradicate the lurking threats hidden within the earth. Perseus sought to slay Medusa, not merely to liberate his mother from torment, but driven by a profound sense of duty to avenge his fallen kin and to solace their restless spirits, preventing further tragedies at the hands of such monsters. Having acquired the information he desired, he cunningly tossed away the eye he held, seizing the moment while the Gorgons bickered over it, and mounted his steed to escape the shadowy cliffs. As he rode, he pondered where to locate the artifacts of power. Being of mortal lineage, he was unfamiliar with their whereabouts. Then it struck him, as divine treasures, surely the gods would possess knowledge of their locations. His eyes gleamed with realization, and he hastened to the nearest city-state. The name of the heroic Perseus had already resounded across the land, and few among humanity were unaware of his deeds. Upon his arrival, the locals greeted him with exuberance. The king himself emerged to welcome the hero, offering him fine wine, roasted meats, and succulent fruits in a display of hospitality. That night, after the townsfolk had retired, Perseus stealthily exited the palace and entered a temple. He lifted his gaze to the statue of the goddess, adorned with a box of lilies, and knelt on one knee, silently praying. In that instant, the statue glimmered with a soft golden light, and the goddess, draped in a flowing white gown, reappeared before him. "Perseus, I have heard your prayers. Depart with a tranquil heart. You are a hero blessed by the gods. The divine artifacts you seek to vanquish the monsters shall come into your possession." Overjoyed by her words, Perseus's handsome visage momentarily betrayed a flicker of doubt, which did not go unnoticed by Hebe. Perseus, your wish has been acknowledged, and it shall be fulfilled. Why then does uncertainty linger in your heart? The goddess of hope and wishes, Olympus, had heard the Greed declare that only divine power could wield such artifacts, yet he was merely a mortal. Do you truly believe you are simply immortal? The goddess with violet gold eyes smiled gently at him. The vigor that allows you to thrive without rest, your strength and speed that surpass ordinary men, is the very essence of divine lineage, commonly referred to as divine power. At this revelation, Perseus's eyes widened slightly. He had long suspected that Dictys was not his biological father, while his mother had remained silent about the identity of his true father. Growing up, he had surmised that his extraordinary abilities hinted at a lineage unlike that of ordinary mortals. Now, hearing from Olympus herself that he bore the blood of the gods, he was astounded and could not help but speculate about his father's identity. After a moment of contemplation, a resolute expression adorned his face. I understand now. I must be a descendant of Poseidon. What? Chapter 85. The choice of Perseus. If you truly are a descendant of Poseidon, then your current mission is to slay your stepmother. Such a display of filial piety is indeed formidable. Though Hebe's thoughts brimmed with sarcasm, she maintained an outward semblance of decorum. The goddess shook her head, addressing the young demigod hero. You must embark on your journey. In the near future, you shall uncover the answers you seek. I can only hope that when that time arrives, you will still remember your present ideals and aspirations. O goddess of Olympus, I do not comprehend. The Navi, Perseus mused, unaware that the trajectory of his life was meticulously orchestrated by his divine father, the exalted king of the gods. Perseus yearned to be a hero who liberated his kin from the clutches of monstrous beasts, oblivious to Zeus's true intention of fashioning him into a puppet ruler of humanity, gathering all human faith to cleanse himself of his own curse. You will come to understand, hero Perseus. Remember my words. When you face adversity and choices, do not forsake your true heart. With that, the goddess vanished within the temple, leaving Perseus in the grand hall, scratching his head in perplexity over her enigmatic words. Having received the goddess's oracle, the demigod hero Perseus no longer felt adrift. The following morning, he bid farewell to the townsfolk who desperately clung to him, departing from the city and hastening toward the profound cavern where Medusa resided. As Perseus rode, he pondered the words of the goddess Olympus. Although he could not yet grasp their meaning, the divinity within him, coupled with his reason, compelled him to regard them with utmost seriousness. Stirring within him a sense of unease, matters appeared far more complex than he had imagined. While Perseus was lost in thought, a fierce gale swept through, powerful enough to uproot the trees before him, which crashed heavily to the ground, obstructing his path. He quickly tightened the reins of his steed, bringing it to a halt, and in a swift motion, drew his sword and raised his shield, surveying his surroundings with vigilant eyes. Before him appeared a youthful deity, wielding a caduceus and adorned with a winged helmet. Indeed, as Hebe had foretold, the king of the gods had meticulously prepared everything to bolster his son's endeavors. He commanded his eldest son, Hephaestus, the god of fire and forge, to craft an exquisitely sharp divine sword using the skills of the artisan god. Moreover, he did not hesitate to exchange a portion of the celestial stars with Hades for an invisibility helmet, which Hermes, the messenger of the gods, was tasked with delivering to Perseus. The youthful deity now had numerous followers among mortals, and his divine name resonated widely within the realm. Perseus instantly recognized the figure before him as Hermes, the messenger of the gods. Hermes discreetly assessed the esteemed demigod before him, maintaining an inscrutable expression. Yet his countenance bore a warm smile as he retrieved the divine sword, the invisibility helmet, and the winged sandals from a golden fleece bag, presenting them to Perseus. Perseus, the scion of the mighty god King Zeus and the master of thunder, has commanded me to present to you the 3 divine artifacts necessary for vanquishing the monsters. Take them with you. They shall aid you in your grand endeavor. Before Perseus lay a razor-sharp divine sword, a shadowy helmet exuding a sinister aura, and a pair of winged golden sandals. Perseus, initially bewildered, found himself more astonished by Hermes' words than by the artifacts themselves. He had always known of his divine lineage, and had speculated whether Poseidon, who once safeguarded him and his mother on their journey to Seriphos, was his true father. Little did he expect that his bloodline was even more illustrious, as he was indeed a descendant of the king of the gods. No wonder that since the moment he accepted the task of slaying Medusa, nearly all deities had inclined to assist him. Everything seemed to unfold effortlessly. Even the exalted Athena had willingly appeared to offer her guidance. Who but the king of the gods could wield such influence? My father is the god king Zeus? Perseus questioned, incredulous, unable to suppress his desire for clarification from Hermes once more. Indeed, your mother Dana, a princess of Argos, was blessed by Zeus himself, which led to your miraculous birth. As Hermes elaborated, he recounted how Zeus transformed into a golden shower, leading to Dana's conception. How the mother and son were cast away by the old king, confined within a wooden chest, and how they traversed the seas to reach Seriphos. He explained that all of Perseus' actions were guided by the great god king Zeus, and that his heroic journey had been meticulously orchestrated from the very beginning. Hermes gazed upon Perseus with a hint of envy. Perseus, you should feel honored. I have never witnessed Zeus show such dedication to any offspring of the gods. He has laid out your path. Simply follow it, and boundless glory shall envelop you. Yet Perseus displayed no sign of gratitude. Rather, his countenance paled, an amalgamation of emotions swirling within him. Until now, he had felt unwavering clarity and determination regarding his choices and aspirations. Yet, Hermes' revelations cast a shadow of self-doubt upon him. Who was he? Where was he? What was the meaning of his existence? Observing the shift in Perseus' demeanor, Hermes expressed his concern. Perseus, do you find dissatisfaction in your future? To become the king of kings among mortals, even to ignite divine fire and ascend to godhood, is the aspiration of countless souls. The great god king Zeus has painstakingly paved this path for me. Conversely, what must I sacrifice in return? The eyes of the demigod hero, deep with contemplation, met the relaxed gaze of Hermes. Having slain Medusa and claimed her head, you shall become invincible, your name echoing across the vast expanse of the earth. Ultimately ascending to the throne as the sovereign of humanity, leading all mortals to prostrate before the gods in a grandest of ceremonies, offering the most devout of faith. Hermes declared this with an air of inevitability, viewing humanity as mere creations of the deities, and thus, providing them with faith was simply a matter of course. A chilling sensation surged within Perseus as he contemplated the pantheon of gods, endowed with extraordinary powers yet devoid of any compassion for the beings of the earth. They manipulated the lives of mortals at will, orchestrating their fates. To them, their fellow beings were nothing more than amusing puppets. In that moment, Perseus found himself at a loss, pondering whether the rampant beasts terrorizing the land or the lofty gods above posed a greater threat. Once Hermes concluded his discourse, he vanished before Perseus, leaving him to gaze upon the scattered artifacts, silently collecting them. The realization dawned upon him that he was but a pawn in the grand design of Zeus, the king of the gods. This puppet-like existence filled him with despair, and the demigod hero found no heart to continue on his quest. Instead, he wandered into a grand city-state, drifting through taverns, leading a life of despondency and lethargy, numbing his reason and intellect with wine, seeking to escape the contemplation of humanity's fate and his own. As the night deepened, a drunken Perseus staggered along the city streets, the dim moonlight casting a shadow upon his disheveled and despondent figure. In the midst of his aimless wandering, a group of ethereal beings, reminiscent of birds and butterflies, suddenly appeared beside him, radiating a soft golden light. Their wings stirred the air, accompanied by fervent prayers and laughter. As Perseus beheld these enchanting, fairy-like entities, an inexplicable warmth and joy blossomed within him, drawing him irresistibly closer to them. He followed their graceful trajectory until he arrived at a three-way intersection, where a goddess, cradling a golden box and clad in a flowing white gown, awaited him at the center. The divine beings encircled her, enhancing her sanctity and beauty. The appearance of the goddess, Irene, jolted Perseus back to lucidity. Yet he was overwhelmed with distrust towards the divine. Even when faced with the goddess who had once saved humanity from famine and provided him guidance and hope, he felt a surge of apprehension and sought to retreat. However, he soon realized he was ensnared by an unseen force, unable to escape, and was compelled to approach the goddess. Young Perseus, you have lingered here for a fortnight. The king of the gods is gradually losing his patience. O goddess of Olympus, I have come to comprehend the truth. All my actions have merely been a preordained performance orchestrated by the gods. I never intended to become a puppet king. Should the deities insist on such a fate, it would be better for them to take my life instead. Perseus's voice resonated with profound anger. To forsake life. And then what? Humanity continues to be besieged by monstrous beings, while the king of the gods cultivates a more obedient offspring. Your mother, unable to fulfill her promise to you, is compelled to wed the king of silvers, and she may even face the wrath of that tyrannical deity. The goddess's words plunged Perseus into silence. Indeed, what then? He could disregard his own life, yet he could not ignore the plight of his mother and kin. A wave of despair, helpless against fate, surged within Perseus, dimming the light in his eyes. Perseus, there is no need to despair so. There may yet be a glimmer of hope. Perseus suddenly lifted his gaze, uncertainty flickering as he beheld the goddess before him. As one who bears human blood, I am a goddess born of human faith. It is my duty to provide hope to those ensnared in adversity and discontent. I have heard the desires and yearnings deep within your heart. If you still harbor your original aspirations and ideals, if you truly refuse to be reduced to a mere instrument of the king of the gods, if you wish to defy the destiny arranged by the divine monarch, then pray to me, and I shall grant you the hope to transcend your current plight. The golden box in Hebe's embrace emanated a soft golden light, patiently awaiting Perseus's final choice. For a moment, Perseus fell silent, his eyes betraying hesitation as he pondered whether to trust this deity before him. The sacred loofahs fluttered their pale, golden wings, encircling Perseus, a gentle whispering permeating his consciousness. These were the voices and emotions of his kin, dispelling the confusion and fear that clouded his heart, restoring reason and clarity to the mind of this demigod hero. After a considerable time, Perseus opened his eyes, his spirit now resolutely steadfast. He addressed the goddess with the violet golden eyes. O goddess of prayer and hope, please heed the wish within my heart and grant me the hope to resist fate. The golden box in the goddess's arms blazed with radiant light as she smiled gently, her form dissolving into a myriad of twinkling stars. Perseus discerned the goddess's soft murmur. Hero Perseus, remain true to your heart and rid the earth of calamities. When you sever Medusa's head, place it in the golden fleece bag and carry a small vessel to collect her verdant blood, which you shall offer at the temple of wisdom to the goddess Athena. With these two tokens, you shall procure the protection of the heroic guardian Athena. The scene around Perseus warped, and the demigod hero abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he was still within the tavern. The preceding events felt as though they had been a mere dream, yet Perseus knew that it was no mere fantasy. The demigod hero Perseus emerged from the tavern as the sun ascended in the east, clad in armor and wielding a shield along with a divine sword. He donned the helm of invisibility and adorned his feet with winged sandals, setting forth towards the abyssal cave where Medusa resided. With the enchanted sandals granting him a swiftness rivaling the wind, he arrived at a desolate shore near the sea, where grotesque stones jutted menacingly from the earth like swords piercing the ground, interspersed with the skeletal remains of unfortunate souls, victims devoured by the Gorgon sisters. Witnessing this grim spectacle, Perseus clenched his fists, his eyes igniting with fury and intent to kill. At that moment, a piercing shriek suddenly resonated above him. Perseus looked up to behold two harpies with golden wings, sharp talons, and fearsome fangs, circling ominously in the air. Their eagle-like eyes surveyed the vicinity of the cave with vigilant scrutiny. It was revealed that Poseidon, the god of the sea, had learned of Zeus's ruthless intent to sacrifice his beloved Medusa for the sake of his demigod offspring's renown. Despite his infatuation with Medusa's beauty and tenderness, Poseidon was powerless against Zeus's iron will, consumed by resentment yet unable to intervene. He clandestinely divulged the prophecy of Perseus's impending slaying of Medusa to the Gorgon sisters. Upon receiving this alarming news, the sisters fortified their defenses, with the eldest and second sister vigilantly guarding the cave entrance, ensuring no living creature could enter. However, the helm of invisibility crafted by the Cyclopes rendered Perseus's presence undetectable. Aware that he was no match for the immortal harpies, he stealthily circumvented them and ventured into the cave. As he descended into the shadowy depths, he held his breath, and silently approached the cavern's inner sanctum. In search of Medusa, the bloodline of divinity allowed him to perceive even in darkness, guided by faint glimmers of light. Perseus cautiously advanced, encountering countless statues frozen in expressions of terror, the very trophies of Medusa, who reveled in the sight of her prey, transforming into stone under her gaze. At last, a figure emerged before him, a woman's silhouette clad in a flowing gown, her graceful form captivating. Were it not for the serpentine locks adorning her head, Perseus might have mistaken her for an abducted mortal woman. Medusa, fully aware of her dreadful powers, he swiftly turned away, fearful of locking eyes with her. Yet, in that very turn, his armor clanked against a nearby rock, the sound echoing ominously within the cavern's profound silence. Hearing a sound, Medusa abruptly turned around, her serpentine hair hissing ominously, her body instantly clad in hardened scales, her lower half transforming into a massive, menacing serpent tail. With a stern countenance and eyes shimmering with a bluish-gray light, she was already aware of the gods' dispatching of Perseus to slay her. Moreover, she felt profound disappointment towards Poseidon, who dared not defy Zeus's orders to defend her. In a fit of rage, the female monster lashed her colossal serpent tail, assaulting every corner of the cavern. Yet, aided by the helm of invisibility and winged sandals, Perseus remained undetectable, rendering Medusa's strikes futile. As her fury began to subside, a cold smile crept upon her exquisite features. "Perseus, I know you wield the helm of invisibility. You cannot see me, and you dare not look upon me. Do you truly believe you possess the blood of the gods? You are not but a filthy wretch. If you are indeed a hero, then reveal yourself and face me in honorable combat." Medusa incessantly hurled venomous words, attempting to provoke Perseus into revealing himself, so she could petrify him with her deadly gaze. However, after learning the cruel truth, Perseus' mindset had transformed dramatically. He was no longer the naive youth he once was. Medusa's head was the key to his liberation, and he would never relinquish his advantage due to her taunts. Ignoring her curses, he focused on the reflection of the monster in his Aegis shield, employing the patience he had cultivated over years of fishing under the old fisherman's tutelage. He awaited the perfect moment to strike. After a prolonged silence in the cavern, Medusa began to grow anxious, taken aback by Perseus's remarkable composure. The once overconfident creature, assured of her petrifying powers, now felt a creeping dread, as if she were being stalked by a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Medusa writhed, deciding to seek aid from her two sisters outside the cave. Yet, it was this very retreat that granted Perseus his opportunity. Utilizing the shield's display to locate Medusa, he raised his divine sword, its blade glinting with lethal brilliance. With eyes closed in concentration, he struck at her neck. A sharp sound echoed in the quiet cavern as the sword, forged by Hephaestus, effortlessly sliced through Medusa's scales, severing her head. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Medusa seemed to register what had occurred, her head rolling away with an expression of astonishment, while her headless body convulsed upon the ground. Perseus, aware that he had slain Medusa, remained vigilant, reluctant to gaze directly at her severed head. Confirming its location with his golden shield, he carefully encased it in a sturdy leather pouch. Once this task was accomplished, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Dark green blood streamed from Medusa's wound as Perseus recalled the words of the goddess of hope. He hastily produced a silver flask to collect the viscous liquid. Just as he intended to depart, Medusa's headless body began to tremble, as if something were struggling to emerge from within her abdomen. Ultimately, from her lifeless form, a giant and a winged foal were born, children of the sea god Poseidon and Medusa. Their cries at birth startled the elder and middle sisters guarding the cave entrance. They swiftly dove inside and, in their disarray, beheld Medusa's corpse. The two Gorgons let out anguished wails, and in their fury, they rushed out of the cave, determined to pursue the demigod who had slain their sister. Yet, they could not sense his presence or the direction in which he had fled. "Hey, ugly Gorgons!" The Gorgons instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, only to behold the closed eyes of Perseus alongside the grotesque head of their younger sister. "No!" They screamed in horror, desperately covering their eyes. But it was too late. Medusa's petrifying power had already begun to seep into their bodies. The two Gorgons transformed into stone statues, plummeting from the air and shattering into fragments. Perseus, hearing the commotion, tucked Medusa's head away once more. Upon witnessing the shattered remains of the two Gorgons, a satisfied smile graced his face as he departed the scene, donning his winged sandals to soar through the skies. Chapter 86. Andromeda. After vanquishing the Gorgons with Medusa's head, the demigod hero Perseus utilized his winged sandals to return to his homeland. He raced with fervor, eager to reunite with his mother and liberate her from the torment of King Cephalus. As he soared over the Libyan desert, the blood flowing from Medusa's head dripped through the golden fleece bag, transforming upon contact with the ground into a myriad of venomous snakes. Henceforth, Libya became renowned for its multitude of poisonous serpents, flying over countless city-states. Perseus finally glimpsed a beautiful maiden bound upon a rocky outcrop amidst the sea as he crossed over Ethiopia. The maiden, clad in a flowing purple gown that accentuated her exquisite form, had delicate, snow-white arms shackled to the rugged stone. Her seaweed-like, dark green hair fluttered gently, and tears streamed down her stunning face, embodying a tragic beauty that pierced the young hero's heart like a sharp arrow. Perseus descended upon the rocky ledge, removed his invisibility helmet, and gently inquired of the maiden, "Poor girl, why are you bound here? What is your name, and where do you hail from?" Andromeda was startled by the sudden appearance of a man before her. With an anxious expression, she glanced at Perseus, noting his handsome features and imposing stature, clad as if he were a general returning from the battlefield. Andromeda fell silent, for she had never been in such close proximity to a stranger, especially not in such an awkward predicament. Overcome with both embarrassment and anger, she wished to cover her face with her hands to hide her current disarray. Yet, remembering the chains that bound her, awaiting the arrival of death, sorrow and fear surged anew, causing tears to stream down her cheeks. "Beautiful maiden, please do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. I merely passed by and saw you shackled to this cold, hard rock, and I wish to inquire if you require assistance." The sight of her tears left Perseus momentarily disoriented. In a flurry of concern, he sought to comfort Andromeda, hastily explaining his benign intentions. His flustered demeanor elicited a soft laugh from Andromeda, momentarily lifting her spirits. However, her expression soon turned tragic as her gaze fell upon the boundless ocean, so clear, so enchanting, yet the very source of her misfortune, destined to become her grave. "I am Andromeda, the daughter of King Cephalus of Ethiopia. My current plight stems from my mother Cassiopeia's reckless words, declaring that I am more beautiful than the daughters of the sea god Nereus, the sea nymphs of the ocean." Enraged, the nymphs, 50 sisters in total, beseeched the sea god to deliver a prophecy, in retribution for my mother's offense. They would unleash a great flood to engulf this land, and send a sea monster to devour all that resides upon it. As she spoke, fresh tears cascaded down Andromeda's face. The prophecy decrees that to save the kingdom, I, the king's daughter, must be sacrificed to the monster. The outcry among the citizens was immediate, clamoring for my father to offer his daughter to save the nation. With no other recourse, my father ordered my confinement here. Is it truly fair that a single careless remark from your mother should lead to the destruction of an entire kingdom and demand your sacrifice? Perseus felt a surge of fury ignited within him at Andromeda's words. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, a tremendous roar erupted from the sea, heralding the emergence of a great sea monster, rising from the depths and gliding toward them. Meanwhile, within the city of Ethiopia, the monstrous roar and towering form drew the attention of the inhabitants. The king and queen stood upon the city walls, despair enveloping them as they learned of the impending doom their daughter faced. Queen Cassiopeia, consumed by guilt, wore a pained expression, powerless to save her child. "Andromeda, I am Perseus. Do not fear. I shall not allow this sea monster to harm you." Perseus unsheathed the divine sword from his waist, effortlessly severing the chains that bound Andromeda, as if they were mere strands of silk. He held the golden shield before her, his towering figure radiating an aura of heroism that left the maiden momentarily entranced. The sea monster approached like a swift vessel, slicing through the waves, parting the waters with its immense girth, and soon it was within mere meters of the rocks. With a mighty leap, Perseus ascended above the surface of the sea, rising into the clouds, the golden shield gleaming with the sun's brilliance, capturing the creature's attention. The sea monster, infuriated by this audacious little insect daring to provoke it, lunged fiercely at Perseus. The winged sandals beneath his feet propelled him skyward, and like a divine eagle, he descended at a breathtaking speed. The divine sword glimmered with a chilling light as it plunged into the creature's right shoulder, blue blood gushing forth, eliciting a deafening roar from the beast. Its massive tail thrashed in the ocean, stirring up monstrous waves that crashed against the towering rocks. Andromeda clung tightly, barely escaping the deluge that threatened to sweep her away. Andromeda, Perseus exclaimed, anxiety creeping into his voice. The creature's colossal form stirred the waters, generating towering waves with each movement. While he, with his magical sandals, felt no fear of the surging waters, Andromeda remained vulnerable below. A chilling thought crossed his mind. If she were to be swept away and dashed against the rocks, her fate would be sealed. In that moment of urgency, his gaze fell upon the golden fleece pouch at his waist, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He called out to Andromeda, "If you trust me, close your eyes tightly and do not open them until I tell you." Trusting the hero who stood for her, Andromeda embraced the stone pillar and obediently shut her eyes. With determination, Perseus pinpointed the monster's position, then soared before it, closing his own eyes. He reached into the golden fleece pouch and retrieved the head of Medusa. The serpents atop the Gorgon's head writhed in a grotesque dance, still alive with fury. As Medusa's head opened its gray-blue eyes, a blinding light emanated, unleashing an unparalleled petrifying power. The sea monster, a creature of the perilous lineage of the ocean, recognized the dread of Medusa as magic. Yet it was too late to evade the gaze that heralded death. In an instant, its massive body began to turn to stone, and within moments this terrifying beast, which had nearly brought devastation to Ethiopia, transformed into a colossal statue, standing immobile upon the surface of the sea. With the monster vanquished, Perseus returned Medusa's head to the golden fleece pouch and descended to inform Princess Andromeda that she could now open her eyes. He then lifted the unfortunate princess into his arms and, with the aid of his magical sandals, soared back to Ethiopia. Unbeknownst to him, deep within the ocean, Poseidon, the ruler of the deep, watched his departing figure with a darkened gaze. Perseus, the son of the god king who had once bestowed his favor upon him, had not only slain his lover Medusa, but also rescued the daughter of the one who had dared to offend his wife Amphitrite, a sea nymph herself. Moreover, this young man had been nurtured by his long-standing adversary Athena, which led Poseidon to suspect that it was a deliberate scheme to vex him. Enraged, Poseidon could no longer afford to consider Zeus's authority. Today, he was determined to exact his vengeance. As he raised his trident to strike at Perseus, a low rumble from the ocean served as a warning to the sea god. "Zeus, this insolent wretch has repeatedly affronted my dignity. Even if you are the king of the gods, you lack the right to prevent my retribution." With a storm brewing in his voice, Poseidon glared at the heavens. Truly incensed, "I shall draw the soul of this sea monster into the sky, transforming it into a constellation that governs a portion of the stars for the realm of the sea." The immense creature would occupy at least 6 stars in the celestial sphere, a considerable number indeed. This was a concession from Zeus, though he looked down upon his brother. He understood that provoking Poseidon could lead to formidable consequences. I may refrain from immediate action, but he must still face my slight punishment." Zeus's compensation was grudgingly acceptable to Poseidon. The statue on the surface of the sea shattered with a thunderous crash, as the soul of the sea monster was ushered by the god king Zeus into the heavens, transforming into the constellation Cetus, with a gaping maw and a serpentine tail. For the sake of Perseus, Zeus had indeed invested considerable effort. Perseus returned to Ethiopia with Andromeda, and the townspeople bore witness to the scene of the sea monster's petrification. The king and queen, upon learning from their daughter that it was Perseus who had saved her life, were overwhelmed with gratitude, and the crowd cheered as they welcomed the hero into the city. King Cepheus laid out a grand feast to honor Perseus, promising to grant him anything he desired in return for his kindness. Upon hearing the king's words, Perseus instinctively glanced at Andromeda, who sat beside the queen. The young and beautiful princess felt his intense gaze and blushed deeply. Summoning her courage, she met his eyes, and the affection in her gaze was unmistakable. Perseus's heart swelled with joy as he stood up and declared, "Generous king, I desire neither wealth, nor weapons, nor steeds. I implore you to permit me to wed your daughter, Princess Andromeda, as my wife. I vow before Hera, the goddess of marriage, to uphold the fidelity of our union and safeguard my wife's honor." Andromeda had harbored feelings for Perseus ever since he had stood up for her, and now, upon hearing his promise, she rose and bravely reciprocated his affection. "O goddess Hera of marriage, and Aphrodite, goddess of love, please heed my plea. I wish to accept Perseus as my husband." In the sky, a resplendent golden star illuminated the heavens, and their heartfelt vows touched the goddess who was resting on Venus. Hera, the goddess of marriage, bestowed her blessings upon them. The affections of the groom and bride were mutual, and both the king and queen were thoroughly pleased with their heroic son-in-law, promptly consenting to the union. The wedding proceeded as scheduled. The palace gates swung open to reveal a magnificent hall adorned in golden splendor, where a sumptuous feast was laid out. Noble lords and dignitaries gathered to celebrate the union of Perseus and Andromeda. However, the wrath of Poseidon from the depths of the sea loomed, for he had issued a decree to his acolytes, inciting Phineus, the king's brother who coveted Andromeda, to disrupt the festivities. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the palace's antechamber, accompanied by a deep, thunderous roar. Phineus, accompanied by a band of warriors, stormed in. Though by blood he was Andromeda's uncle, his intentions were nefarious, driven by a lust for the princess's beauty and the kingdom's wealth. The old king, caught unawares, found himself swiftly overpowered by the forces that Phineus had summoned and the clandestine support of Poseidon. The scene fell under their control as the warriors surged forth, clashing with the wedding guests, surrounding Perseus and his bride. Arrows rained down like locusts from all directions. Perseus, taking refuge against a grand column, valiantly defended against the onslaught, dispatching one foe after another. Just as the tide seemed irreversibly against him, Perseus resolutely positioned himself before his newlywed wife, drawing forth the enchanted bag at his waist. He commanded the assembly with a thunderous voice, "To all my friends, close your eyes and turn away. To all my enemies, gaze upon me, and I shall grant you death." His words resonated with the gravitas of a king, evoking an involuntary reverence and submission from all present. The attendees hastily obeyed, shutting their eyes and turning their backs. In a swift motion, Perseus retrieved the head of Medusa from the golden fleece bag. The petrifying magic swept through the hall, and in an instant, all who dared to look upon it were turned to stone. Upon stowing Medusa's head, Princess Andromeda, in horror, discovered that her parents had also succumbed to the same fate. Driven by fear and curiosity, they had opened their eyes, gazing upon Medusa's visage, overwhelmed with grief. Andromeda wept for her transformed parents, as Perseus surveyed the hall filled with expressions of terror frozen in stone. He felt a peculiar emotion stir within him, a sense of pride and victory, a feeling of exalted superiority, a power akin to that of the divine. Is this what it feels like to be a god? Father, mother. The sound of Andromeda's weeping suddenly pierced the ears of Perseus, the demigod hero, causing him to shudder. He turned to discover that he had inadvertently committed a grave error. The overwhelming power and superhuman abilities he possessed began to swell within him, eroding his reason with pride and indifference. His human essence was perilously close to being extinguished, and it was the timely lament of Andromeda that roused him from this dangerous brink. Gazing upon his sorrowful wife, Perseus was engulfed with guilt, prompting him to contemplate a remedy for his transgression. A spark of inspiration illuminated his heart, and he closed his eyes, fervently beseeching the goddess who had aided him on multiple occasions. "O goddess of prayer and hope, Elpis, please heed my supplication and assist me in rectifying my grievous mistake." As Perseus uttered his prayer, the goddess bearing the golden box materialized within the grand hall, her enigmatic violet gold eyes fixed upon him. The box she cradled emanated a soft glow as she spoke. "Young Perseus, I have heard your plea. I shall bestow upon King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia a gift more glorious than resurrection. They shall ascend to the heavens and become constellations, safeguarding and protecting you on earth." With a graceful wave of her hand, ethereal beings resembling butterflies and birds fluttered forth, gently kissing the foreheads of the king and queen, guiding their souls to the sky, where they transformed into the constellations of Cassiopeia and Cepheus. As for the origins of these stars, let it be known that the underworld has its contributors, thanks to the benevolent sponsorship of Persephone, the queen of the underworld. Upon completing this miraculous act, Hebe turned to Perseus, her gaze imbued with profound mystery. Perseus, having tasted the unfathomable power of the divine, do you still wish to retain that which is human within you? The dice of destiny lie within your grasp. How shall you choose in the future? I await your decision. With that, the goddess's form dissolved into a myriad of shimmering stardust. Chapter 87. Tridonagonia. Due to this unforeseen turn of events, the once joyous wedding had turned somber. King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia had become celestial constellations, and Ethiopia lost its sovereign rulers. Perseus found it necessary to linger for a time alongside Andromeda, to soothe the populace and stabilize the situation. Once the affairs of Ethiopia were duly arranged, Perseus entrusted governance to a reliable minister and returned with his newlywed wife, Andromeda, to his childhood island kingdom of Seriphos. This perilous adventure had consumed nearly a year of his life, and upon his return to his long-abandoned homeland, the heart of the demigod hero brimmed with indescribable excitement. When he had departed, he was but a tender youth on the cusp of adulthood. Now, he returned having fulfilled the promises of his past, renowned as a great hero, and accompanied by the beloved wife of his dreams, an overwhelming realization that prompted Perseus to exclaim in wonder. Perseus hastened homeward with his wife, Andromeda, but upon arrival, he found their abode eerily deserted. Dust cloaked the furniture, and cobwebs hung languidly from the eaves, suggesting that the place had not been inhabited for quite some time. The absence of his mother and foster father ignited a sense of urgency within Perseus. As he inquired around, he noticed an atmosphere of festivity, with lights and decorations adorning every corner, hinting at an impending celebration. Through his inquiries, Perseus uncovered the truth. A grand wedding was underway on the island of Seriphos, being held in honor of King Polydectes as he sought to marry his mother, Dana. Unbeknownst to Polydectes, Perseus possessed divine lineage. To the king, he was merely a brash young man with notable prowess. After successfully diverting Perseus' attention, the king intensified his harassment of Dana, attempting to coerce her into acquiescing to his proposal. However, Dana harbored a profound disdain for the arrogant and overbearing king, making it inconceivable for her to yield. Yet, the relentless torment by Polydectes proved troubling for both Dictys and Dana. Although Dictys endeavored to shield Dana, repeatedly rescuing her from peril, the king wielded substantial power and wealth, commanding soldiers and rogues to do his bidding at a mere word. Ultimately, Dictys found himself powerless against such overwhelming odds and, under Polydectes' tyranny, was compelled to flee with Dana from their former home. Initially, Dictys sought refuge for Dana at the temple of Poseidon, the sea god, hoping for divine protection since it was this deity who had once delivered them. However, Dictys miscalculated, without Zeus' command, and given that Perseus had offended Poseidon on several occasions, the god was unlikely to extend his mercy. The temple's priest directly rebuffed their pleas and expelled them from the sanctuary. Fortunately, just when despair loomed, Athena, the goddess of wisdom, dispatched a prophetic message instructing her priest to bring Dana into the temple, offering her sanctuary. However, Dictys, being male, was not favored by Athena. He could pray and make offerings, but was forbidden from residing within her sacred space. Understanding the goddess's decree, Dictys prioritized Dana's safety above his own comfort. He advised her to remain within the temple regardless of the circumstances, before returning to his own dwelling. When Polydectes next visited their home, intent on coercing Dana into marriage, he was informed that she had taken refuge in the temple of the goddess of wisdom. Despite his arrogance, Polydectes dared not challenge the sanctity of the divine. However, this king unleashed his wrath upon his own fisherman brother, seizing Dictys and dragging him back to the palace, where he forced him into servitude, subjecting him to relentless toil and humiliation. The king, Polydectes, would often whisper temptations into Dictys' ear, promising that if he could persuade Dana to marry him, he would be granted his freedom and bestowed with wealth, allowing him to live a life devoid of want. Yet, Dictys remained resolute, ignoring Polydectes' insults, diligently laboring in silence and enduring his plight. Under the protection of Athena, Dana resided within the temple, her heart filled with anxiety over the prolonged absence of news regarding Dictys and her son. Desperate to seek her child, she felt powerless, lacking both direction and strength. Despite her yearning to inquire about Dicty's condition, she was paralyzed by fear of Polydectes' power and Dicty's prior warnings, forcing her to suppress her impulses. Days turned into weeks, and Polydectes, deprived of Dana's affection, became increasingly irritable, his patience waning. The reverence he once held for the divine seemed to diminish. As sinister thoughts began to creep into his mind, he contemplated that the gods who obstructed his path to happiness no longer deserved his respect or worship. In a reckless moment, he even entertained the notion of storming the Temple of Wisdom. Fortunately, he had not entirely lost his reason and did not dare to challenge the authority of the warrior goddess outright. Nevertheless, a nefarious and shameless scheme began to take shape within him. The following morning, with a sense of triumph, Polydectes commanded his soldiers to seize Dictys and drag him before the Temple of Wisdom. He stood at the entrance, bellowing to Dana that if she did not agree to marry him, he would bind heavy stones to Dictys' feet and cast him into the sea as a sacrifice to the sea gods. Upon hearing this news, Dana could no longer remain passive within the temple. Ignoring the priest's attempts to restrain her, she rushed out to confront Polydectes. To save Dictys' life, the mother of the hero Perseus, the princess of Argos, was compelled to offer herself as a bargaining chip to rescue her brother from Polydectes' clutches. Seeing Dana finally relent, Polydectes was consumed with elation. He promptly dispatched messengers to escort Dana to his palace and ordered preparations for a grand wedding. However, he did not immediately release Dictys. Rather, he continued to imprison him, relishing the opportunity to humiliate his brother one final time, forcing him to witness the marriage of the woman he adored. Unknown to this king, Perseus had already acquired the head of Medusa and was on his way back. Upon hearing this news, Perseus was instantly engulfed in fury. Accompanied by Andromeda, he made his way to the royal palace of Seriphos. The guard stationed at the palace gates appeared as feeble as ants before Perseus, who now possessed the power to rival the gods. With a mere flick of his hand, the soldiers were sent flying like shattered kites. The noblemen and dignitaries gathered for the wedding screamed in shock, with some astute individuals hastily fleeing the scene. Unperturbed by their panic, Perseus strode directly into the opulent palace with his wife, Andromeda. Inside, Polydectes wore a triumphant smile, flanked by the stunning Dana, adorned in splendid garments and exquisite gold jewelry. Though her expression bore a veil of sorrow, numerous nobles filled the hall, their sycophantic smiles evident as they raised their goblets in congratulations to Polydectes for winning the breathtakingly beautiful Dana. Among the crowd, Dictys, who had been coerced into attending the wedding, gazed at Dana with eyes brimming with anguish and helplessness. Just as Polydectes reveled in his joy, the palace doors were suddenly kicked open, crashing heavily to the ground. Several soldiers were hurled inside, moaning in agony as they lay sprawled on the floor. Perseus entered with Andromeda at his side, his gaze fixed on the king, seething with murderous intent. "Perseus!" Dana exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement upon seeing her son. She attempted to move toward him, only to be seized by Polydectes, who gripped her wrist tightly. The king of Seriphos glared at Perseus with a dark expression, his voice cold and venomous. "Perseus, we had an agreement. You were to bring back the head of Medusa, and besides, your mother willingly married me. I did not abduct her. You lie. It was you who coerced Dana with my life, forcing her to consent to your marriage." Dictys emerged from the throng, pointing an accusatory finger at Polydectes, his face etched with the weariness and torment of prolonged suffering. He fixed a resentful gaze upon his brother. Perseus looked at his adoptive father, taken aback by his disheveled state, realizing that he had suffered at the hands of this vile king, intensifying the murderous resolve within him. "O king of Seriphos, according to our agreement, I have returned with the head of Medusa. Now, I demand the immediate release of my mother and my adoptive father." His voice was calm and restrained as he addressed the smug Polydectes. However, Polydectes laughed as if he had heard the most absurd jest. "Perseus, do you truly believe that a mere commoner raised by a fisherman possesses the capability to slay Medusa? I had thought you perished outside. To my surprise, you have not only survived, but seem to have wed a beautiful wife." Polydectes gazed upon the enchanting Andromeda, greed flickering once more in his eyes. "You claim that this bag contains the head of Medusa, but I do not believe you. Surely it is nothing more than a mere stone you picked up along the way to deceive me. I must see it with my own eyes to trust that your words are not mere fabrications." The foolish king remained unaware that Medusa's power endured even after her demise, incessantly clamoring for him to behold her severed head. Foolish king, since you wish to see, let me grant you that vision. Andromeda, mother, Dictys, close your eyes. Perseus scoffed, loudly warning his wife, mother, and foster father, before shutting his own eyes and methodically retrieving Medusa's head from the golden fleece bag. The head of Medusa opened its eyes once more, its gray-blue gaze igniting with a malevolent glow, the petrifying magic consuming all who dared to look upon it. In an instant, everyone within the palace, save for the steadfast Andromeda, Dana, and Dictys, who trusted Perseus's words and kept their eyes tightly shut, was transformed into stone. Perseus stowed Medusa's head away, his gaze falling upon the twisted, terrified faces frozen in death. Silently, he approached the petrified king who had imprisoned his mother, shattering the stone hand that held her captive, and departed the palace with his wife, mother, and foster father, returning to their original home. Perseus entrusted the care of his mother and foster father to Andromeda, and set forth alone to the temple of Athena. The priest did not impede his passage. He strode directly into the sanctuary, placing the divine artifacts lent to him by the gods, the sword of Hephaestus, Hades' helmet of invisibility, Hermes' winged sandals, and Athena's aegis, upon the altar. With closed eyes, he called upon the goddess of wisdom. Athena responded to his invocation, her statue glowing with radiance as the goddess appeared in all her formidable majesty, declaring, "Son of the god-king, demigod hero Perseus, why have you summoned me? Your illustrious achievements, crowned by the acquisition of Medusa's head, have spread your renown far and wide. You shall be revered by all, a representative of the god-king upon the earth, the ruler of all humanity. Step forth from this temple, and the god-king shall personally crown you." However, upon hearing Athena's words, Perseus remained silent. He removed the golden fleece bag from his waist and placed the silver vessel containing Medusa's venom at the feet of the goddess of wisdom, speaking solemnly, "Great goddess, I have come to understand my fate, as well as the role that the exalted king of the gods desires for me. Yet, I have no intention of becoming a puppet king who manipulates his own kin." Before Perseus could finish his declaration, a tempest arose outside the temple, and the ominous rumbling of thunder echoed from the darkened clouds. The king of the gods, witnessing his carefully nurtured king of kings betray him in a bid to escape the destiny he had orchestrated, was consumed by wrath. No longer able to remain seated upon his celestial throne, the Lord of Thunder descended to the mortal realm. In the eyes of Zeus flickered bolts of lightning as he faced his demigod son, Perseus, for the first time. "Why have you forsaken me, the bloodline I left upon the mortal realm? I have orchestrated everything for you, bestowed upon you the highest honors. When you ascend to become the King of Kings, all of humanity shall revere and cherish you, acting in accordance with your will. I could even ignite the divine flame within you, granting you a place among the gods. Is this not enough to satisfy your desires?" Perseus gazed upon the majestic figure of the god-king, feeling the overwhelming and terrifying pressure emanating from him. The strength he once prided himself on seemed trivial in comparison. A sardonic smile crept across Perseus's face, as if solidifying his resolve. He turned and spoke, "Great goddess, wise and judicious goddess, I offer you the head of Medusa and her venom, beseeching your protection and your aid for the salvation of more mortals." As Perseus uttered these words, the aegis shield upon the altar radiated a brilliant light. The golden fleece that enveloped Medusa's head was drawn by an inexplicable force, causing the head to slide out without unleashing its petrifying magic. Instead, it descended gently into the center of the golden shield, merging seamlessly. In the heart of the aegis, a statue of the snake-haired Gorgon now resided. The shield soared into the hands of the goddess, Athena, who felt a surge of primordial power flowing into her being, eliciting a jubilant response from her divine essence. It was complete. An unparalleled divine strength erupted from within Athena, revealing her as the prophesied maiden, Tritagenia, capable of rivaling her father, the god.